Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe. Today we look at the Great Train Robbery of 1963. The members of the Great Train Robbery have placed themselves in the minds of the UK criminal underworld. The Great Train Robbery was a robbery of £2.6 million from a Royal Mail train heading from Glasgow to London on the West Coast Main Line in the early hours of the 8th of August 1963 at Brakedow Railway Bridge, Ledburn, near Mentmore in Buckinghamshire, England. After tampering with the line-side signals to bring the train to a halt, a gang of 15, led by Bruce Reynolds, attacked the Royal Mail train. Other gang members included Gordon Goody, Buster Edwards, Charlie Wilson, Roy James, John Daly, Jimmy White, Ronnie Biggs, Tommy Wisby, Jim Hussey, Bob Welch and Roger Caudry, as well as three men known only as numbers 1, 2 and 3, two of whom later turned out to be Harry Smith and Danny Pembroke. A 16th man, an unnamed retired train driver, was also present at the time. With careful planning based on inside information from an individual known as the Ulsterman, named possibly erroneously as Patrick McKenna in 2014, the robbers escaped with over £2.6 million. The bulk of the stolen money has never been recovered to this day. Though the gang had not used any firearms, Jack Mills, the train driver, was beaten over the head, which was later known as a metal bar. Mr. Mills was so severely injured that Mr. Mills never worked again. After the robbery, the gang went to hide at the Leatherslade farm. The police later found this hideout. Incriminating evidence led to the eventual arrest and conviction of most of the gang members. The ringleaders of the robbery went on to be sentenced to 30 years in jail. The plan to intercept and rob the overnight Glasgow to London Royal Mail train was based on information from an unnamed senior security officer within Royal Mail. The unnamed senior security officer had detailed knowledge of the amounts of money carried. The senior security officer who was introduced to two of the criminals who would carry out the raid, Gordon Goody and Buster Edwards, by a London solicitor's clerk, Brian Field. The raid was devised over a period of months by a core team, Gordon Goody and Ronald Buster Edwards, along with Bruce Reynolds and Charlie Wilson. Bruce Reynolds assumed the role of the mastermind behind the train robbery, later being referred to as the Great Train Robbery of 1963. This gang, although very successful in the criminal underworld, had virtually next to no experience in stopping and robbing trains, so it was agreed to enlist the help of another London gang called the South Coast Raiders, who had the experience the gang needed to pull off the pre-planned train robbery. They enlisted South Coast Raiders, including Tommy Wisby, Bob Welch and Jim Hussey, who were already accomplished train robbers. The gang called the South Coast Raiders also included Roger Caudry, a man who was a specialist in the train robbery field and knew how to rig the trackside signals to stop the train. Other associates included Ronnie Biggs, a man Mr. Reynolds had previously met in jail, who was added as the organisation evolved and took on more specialist members. The final combined gangs who took part in the raid comprised a total of 16 men. At 6:50 PM on Wednesday the 7th of August 1963, the travelling post office train set off from Glasgow Central Station en route to Euston Station in London. The train was scheduled to arrive at Euston at 4 AM the following morning of Thursday the 7th of August 1963 and went on to be hauled by English Electric Type 4, which was later named Class 40 Diesel Electric Locomotive D326, which later became 4T126. The train consisted of 12 carriages and carried 72 post office staff who sorted mail during the journey from Glasgow to London. All the mail was loaded onto the train at Glasgow during additional station stops en route to London, and from line-side collection points where local post office staff would hang mail sacks on elevated trackside hooks that were caught by nets deployed by the onboard staff. All of the sort-through mail on the train could be dropped off at the same time. This process of exchange allowed mail to be distributed locally without delaying the train with unnecessary stops to drop individual area mail off. One of the carriages involved in the robbery is preserved at the Nain Valley Railway in Peterborough, England. The second carriage, behind the engine, was known as the HVP High Value Packages Coach, which carried large quantities of money and registered mail for sorting by the Royal Mail staff on board. In 1960, the Post Office Investigation Branch recommended the fitting of alarms to all TPOs with HVP train carriages. This recommendation from the Post Office's Investigation Branch was implemented in 1961, but the HVP train carriages without the alarms were retained in reserve until a later date. The fitting of radios were also considered, but they were deemed to be too expensive at the time, and the measure of fitting radios in the carriages was not implemented. This M30204M carriage was kept for evidence for 7 years following the event and then burned at a scrapyard in Norfolk, in the presence of police and post office officials to deter any souvenir hunters. Just after 3 AM on the 8th of August, the driver, 58-year-old Jack Mills from Crewe, stopped the train on the West Coast Main Line at a red light signal at Sears Crossing Leadburn, between Leighton Buzzard and Cheddington. The signal had been tampered with by the robbers. They had covered the green light and connected a battery power to the red light. The locomotive's second crew member, known as the second man, was 20-year-old David Whitby, also from Crewe. As the signal stop was unexpected at this time and place, Mr. Whitby climbed down from the cab to call the signalman from a line-side telephone, only to find the cables had been cut. Meanwhile, gang members entered the engine cabin from both sides, and as Mr. Mills grappled with one robber, he was struck from behind by another with a kosh and rendered Mr. Mills semi-conscious. The robbers now had to move the train to Bridigo Bridge, which is now known as Mentmore Bridge, approximately half a mile further along the track where the gang had planned to unload the money. One of the robbers had spent 3 months befriending railway staff and to get accustomed to the layout and operation of the trains and carriages. Ultimately though, it was decided that it would be better if the gang used an experienced train driver to move the locomotive and the first 2 carriages from the signals to the bridge after uncoupling the Royal Mail carriages containing the rest of the sorters and the ordinary mail. On that night, the gang hired a new train driver, an acquaintance of Ronnie Biggs, later referred to as Stan Agate or Peter, was unable to operate this new type of locomotive. Although having driven older or different trains for many years, Mr. Biggs was then retired and was experienced only in shunting locomotives on the southern region. With no alternatives available to the gang, it was quickly decided that Mr. Mills would have to move the train to the stopping point near the bridge, which was indicated by a white sheet stretched between poles on the track at the time. Mr. Biggs' only task was to supervise Mr. Agate's participation in the robbery, and when it became obvious that Mr. Agate was not able to drive the train, Mr. Agate and Mr. Biggs were sent to the waiting truck to help load the mailbags. The train was stopped at Bridigo Bridge and the robbers' assault force attacked the HVB Royal Mail carriages. Frank Dewhurst was in charge of 3 other postal workers, Leslie Penn, Joseph Ware and John O'Connor, in the HVP carriages. Thomas Kett, assistant inspector in charge of the train from Carlisle to Houston, was also in the carriage. Both Mr. Dewhurst and Mr. Kett were hit with koshes when they made a vain attempt to prevent the robbers storming the carriage, knowing what was about to go down. Once the robbers had entered the carriage, the staff could put up no effective resistance and there was no police officer or security guard on board to assist the staff on the train. The staff was made to lie face down on the floor in a corner of the carriage. Mr. Mills and Mr. Whitby were then brought into the carriage, handcuffed together and put down beside the staff in the carriage. The robbers removed all but 8 of the 128 sacks from the HVB carriage, which they transferred in about 15 to 20 minutes to the waiting truck by forming a human chain to pass down the 128 sacks. The gang then departed in their Austin Lodestar truck some 30 minutes after the robbery had begun, and to mislead any potential witnesses, they used 2 Land Rover vehicles, both of which bore the registration plates BMG 757A. The gang then headed along less popular roads, listening for police broadcasts on a VHF radio. The journey taking somewhere between 45 minutes to an hour, and arrived back at the Leather Slade farm at around 4:30, at around the same time as the first reports of the crime were being made. Leather Slade farm was a rundown farm 27 miles from the crime scene, between Oakley and Brill, Buckinghamshire, England. It had been brought out 2 months earlier as their hideout. At the Leather Slade farm, they counted the proceeds of the 128 sacks and divided it into 16 full shares and several drinks, which meant smaller sums of money intended for associates of the gang. The precise amount of the split between all associates and the gang members differs according to the source, but the full shares came to approximately 150,000, each equivalent to £3.2 million at today's valuation. From listening to their police-tuned radio, the gang learned that the police had calculated they had gone to ground within a 30-mile radius of the crime scene, rather than dispersing with their haul at the scene. This declaration was based on the information given by a witness at the crime scene in the train carriage the gang had robbed, who had stated that a gang member who had told the post office workers not to move for at least half an hour. The press had interpreted this information as a 30-mile radius, a half-hour drive in a fast car. The gang realised the police were using a dragnet tactic, and with help from the public, this would probably result in discovering the farm much sooner than the gang originally anticipated. A dragnet is a system of coordinated measures for apprehending criminals or suspects, including road barricades, traffic stops, widespread DNA tests, and general increased police awareness. As a result, the plan for leaving the farm was brought forward to Friday from the previous Sunday, when the crime was committed on the previous Thursday. The vehicles they had driven to Leather Slade farm could no longer be used because they had been seen by the train staff. Brian Field came to the farm on the Thursday to pick up his share of the loot and to take Roy James to London to find an extra vehicle. Bruce Reynolds and John Daly picked up cars, one for Jimmy White and the other for Reynolds, Daly and Biggs, and the replacement train driver. Mr. Field, his wife Karen and his associate Mark brought the vans and drove the remainder of the gang to the Fields' home to recover. Mr. Field had arranged with Mark to carry out a comprehensive cleanup and set fire to the farm after the robbers had left, even though the robbers had already spent much time wiping down to be free of any prints, and as a precaution, Mr. Field still went ahead and requested that Mark do a deeper clean and then set fire to the Leather Slade farm. According to Buster Edwards, Mr. Field nicked 10,000 in 10-shilling notes to help pay for Mark's drink. However, on Monday, when Charlie Wilson rang Brian Field to check whether the farm had been cleaned, he did not believe that Mr. Field's assurances that the Leather Slade farm was in fact clean. Mr. Wilson called a meeting with Mr. Edwards, Mr. Reynolds, Mr. Daly and Mr. James as they agreed that they needed to be sure. The group then went on to call Mr. Field to a meeting on the following Tuesday, where Mr. Field was forced to admit that he had failed to set fire and burn down the Leather Slade farm. In the IVS 2012 documentary film, The Great Train Robbery, Nick Reynolds, son of Bruce Reynolds, said, "The guy who was paid to basically go back to the farm and burn it down did a runner." Mr. Wilson would have killed Mr. Field there and then, but was restrained by other gang members. By the time they were ready to go back to the Leather Slade farm, however, they learned that police had found the hideout already, so they would not go back without risking being found and arrested. There is uncertainty regarding the exact cash total stolen from the train robbery in 1963. 2.6 million is a figure quoted in the press, although the police investigation states the theft as 2,595,997 and 10 shillings in 636 packages contained in 120 mail bags, the bulk of the haul in £1 and £5 notes, both of which were older white note and the newer blue note, which was half its size. There was also 10-shilling notes and Irish and Scottish money in the 120 mail bags. Because a 30-minute time limit had been set by Mr. Reynolds, 8 of 128 bags were not stolen and were left behind by the gang. Statistically, this could have amounted to 131,000 or 4.7% of the total that was robbed from the Royal Mail train that day. It is alleged that the total weight of the bags removed was 2.5 tonnes, according to former Buckinghamshire police officer John Woolley. Famously, the gang had used the stolen cash as money in a game of Monopoly while held up at the Leather Slade farm. The robbers had cut all the telephone lines in the vicinity of the Royal Mail train, but one of the railmen left on the train at Sears Crossing caught a passing goods train in Cheddington, where he raised the alarm at around 4:20. The first reports of the robbery were broadcast on the VHF police radio, and within a few minutes this is where the gang heard the line, "A robbery has been committed and you'll never believe it. They've stolen the train." The gang consisted of 17 members who were to receive an equal share, including the men who were at the robbery and 2 key informants the gang had used to pull the robbery off. The gang that carried out the robbery consisted of 15 criminals, predominantly from South London. They were Gordon Goody, Charlie Wilson, Buster Edwards, Bruce Reynolds, Roy James, John Daly, Roger Caudry, Jimmy White, Bob Welch, Tommy Wisby, Jim Hussey and Johnny Biggs, as well as Harry Smith and Danny Pembroke, who were never charged due to the lack of evidence against them, and one still unknown, plus the train driver they nicknamed Pop. The best known member of the gang, Mr. Biggs, had only a minor role: to recruit the train driver. Bruce Richard Reynolds was born on the 7th of September 1931 at Charing Cross Hospital, Strand, London, by Thomas Richard and Dorothy Margaret. Mr. Reynolds' mother died in 1935, and Mr. Reynolds had trouble living with his father, Thomas Richard, and his stepmother, so Mr. Reynolds often stayed with one or other of his grandmothers because Mr. Reynolds and his stepmother did not get along. Mr. Reynolds was jailed for 3 years on several counts of breaking and entering, and upon Mr. Reynolds' release, quickly started re-offending. Mr. Reynolds soon joined a gang with best friend John Daly, who would later become Mr. Reynolds' brother-in-law. They were mentioned by South West gang leaders Ernie Watts and Terry Hogan, aka Harry Booth. After the train robbery, Mr. Reynolds escaped to Mexico with his wife Angela and young son Nick Reynolds, who later became a member of the band Alabama 3, whose song "Woke Up This Morning" was the opening theme of The Sopranos, and lived lavishly with his share of the take, approximately £150,000, which was a lot of money back in the 1960s. When the money ran out, Mr. Reynolds moved his family to Canada and then France under false identities in search for work before returning to the United Kingdom to pursue opportunities promised by Mr. Reynolds' old criminal contacts. Mr. Reynolds was later arrested in 1968 in Torquay and sentenced to 25 years in jail, but went on to be released a decade later due to good behaviour. Mr. Reynolds was then sent back to prison in the mid-1980s for dealing amphetamines. Mr. Reynolds has produced occasional journalism pieces, been a consultant on a movie and book projects about the train heist, and published a well-regarded crime memoir, Crossing the Line, the autobiography of a thief, 1995. In a 2003 interview, Mr. Reynolds recalled, "From an early age, I always wanted a life of adventure, which subsequently led him to a life of crime." Mr. Reynolds was rejected by the Royal Navy because of poor eyesight, and then tried to become a foreign correspondent, but Mr. Reynolds' high achievement in that vein was to become a clerk at the Daily Mail. While Mr. Reynolds' life in crime did provide excitement, Mr. Reynolds said in 2003, "I've always felt that I can escape my past, and in many ways, I feel that it is more like a line from the ancient mariner, and that notoriety was like an albatross around my neck." Mr. Reynolds died, aged 81, on the 28th of February 2013 after a brief illness. Authorities regarded Douglas Gordon Goody as the mastermind of the operation to the robbery of the Royal Mail train. Mr. Goody first made contact with the Ulsterman in a meeting set up by Brian Field in Finsbury Park. Of Northern Irish descent, Mr. Goody was born in Putney, London in March 1930 and was still living in his mother's flat at the time of the train robbery. In the early 1960s, he joined Buster Edwards' gang and helped rob various easy targets. After Mr. Goody's release from prison in 1975, Mr. Goody moved to the whitewashed town of Mallorca in Almeria, Spain, where Mr. Goody ran a tiki beachfront bar. In September 2014, Mr. Goody claimed the identity of the Ulsterman was Patrick McKenna for the first time in a documentary marking the 50th anniversary of the train robbery. The documentary makers employed Ariel Bruce, a social worker who finds missing family members, to trace Patrick McKenna, who was found to have died some years previously. However, Ariel Bruce was successful in his attempts to make contact with Mr. McKenna's family. This documentary was shown in cinemas and on demand in October 2014. On the 29th of January 2016, Goody died of emphysema at the age of 85. The most dangerous of the great train robbers was the silent man, Charlie Wilson. Mr. Wilson was born on the 30th of June 1932 by Bill and Mabel Wilson in Battersea. Mr. Wilson had friends from childhood: Jim Hussey, Tommy Wisby, Bruce Reynolds and Gordon Goody. Later on, Mr. Wilson sent to meet Ronald Edwards and the young driving enthusiast Mickey Ball and Roy James, who had taken up car theft. From 1948 to 1950, Mr. Wilson was called up for national service, but in 1955, Mr. Wilson married Patricia Osborne and went on to have 3 children. While Mr. Wilson did have legitimate work in his in-laws' grocery shop, Mr. Wilson also was a thief, and his criminal proceeds went into buying shares in various gambling enterprises. Mr. Wilson went to jail for short spells for numerous offences through his younger years. In 1960, Mr. Wilson began to work with Bruce Reynolds and planned to get into what he thought to be the criminal big league. Ronald Christopher Edwards was born on the 27th of January 1932 at Lambeth, London, the son of a regular barman. After leaving school, Mr. Edwards worked hard in a sausage factory, where Buster began his criminal career by stealing meat to sell on the post-war black market. During Mr. Edwards' national service in the RAF, Mr. Edwards was detained for stealing cigarettes. When Mr. Edwards returned to South London, Buster ran a drinking club and became a professional criminal. Ronald Buster Edwards went on to get married to June Rose in 1952. Together, Mr. Edwards and Miss Rose had a daughter, Nikki. In Mr. Edwards' final years, he ran a flower store outside Waterloo Station in London. Brian Arthur Field was born on the 15th of December 1934 and was immediately put up for adoption by his parents. Mr. Field served 2 years in the Royal Army Service Corps, seeing service during the Korean War. Although soldiers in the Service Corps were considered combat personnel, they were primarily associated with the transport and logistics of the operations. When Mr. Field was discharged from the military, it was with the leaving his superiors with the expressed feelings that Mr. Fields was a very good character. Mr. Fields later became a solicitor's managing clerk for John Wheater & Co. Although Brian Fields was only 28 at the time of the robbery, Mr. Field was already apparently more preposterous than his boss, John Wheater, as was Mr. Field's nature. Mr. Field drove a new Jaguar and had a nice house, Cadbury, an amalgamum of Karen and Brian Field, with Brian Field's wife at the Bridle Bridge, Whitchurch Hill, Oxfordshire, while his boss owned a battered Ford and lived in a run-down neighbourhood. Part of the reason for Mr. Field's prosperity was that he was not averse to giving Mr. Goody or Mr. Edwards information about Mr. Field's clients, and had in their country houses, making them prime targets for thieves. On one occasion, Mr. Field described the contents and layout of a house near Weybridge where Mr. Field's wife Karen had once been a nanny. Prior to the robbery, Mr. Field had represented Buster Edwards and Gordon Goody in past criminal convictions. Mr. Field had arranged Mr. Edwards' defence when he had been caught with a stolen car and had met Mr. Goody at a nightclub in Soho. Mr. Field was called upon to assist in Mr. Goody's defence in the aftermath of the airport job, which was a robbery carried out on the 27th of November 1962 at the BOAC Comet House, Hatton Cross, London Airport. This was the big practice robbery that the South West Gang had done prior to the later known train robbery as the Great Train Robbery of 1963. Mr. Field was also successful in arranging bail for Mr. Goody and Mr. Wilson at other times. In 2014, Douglas Goody had claimed to journalists that the Ulsterman was Patrick McKenna, and at the time of the robbery, a 43-year-old postal worker living in Salford, Lancashire. Patrick McKenna, who was originally from Belfast, met Mr. Goody 4 times in 1963. Mr. Goody alleged that he found out Mr. McKenna's name only when he saw it written inside his spectacles case that Mr. Goody had forgotten about. It is not known, not even to this day, what became of the shares Mr. McKenna allegedly received, but Mr. McKenna's children were flabbergasted on hearing the claim of their father's involvement in the Great Train robbery. It was surmised that Mr. McKenna either donated his share to the Catholic Church over the years or had the money from his share stolen. This alleged identification of Mr. McKenna as the Ulsterman has been disputed, not at least because Mr. McKenna himself appears to have had no criminal record or associations, and Mr. McKenna himself died poor. It has been suggested that a known associate of the convicted robbers, Sammy Osterman, was part of the gang, and his Ulsterman nickname was simply the result of mishearing of Mr. Osterman's surname. William Gerald Ball, born the 22nd of October 1913 and died on the 26th of June 1970, an accomplice after the fact of Roger Corddry, was convicted as being one of the robbers, despite playing a role no different from the many other accomplices of the various train robbers in the past. Mr. Ball later died in jail. Leonard Dennis Field, born 1931, date of death is still unknown, helped with the purchase of the Leatherslade Farm hideout, paying the deposit of £5,000 in return for a drink of £12,000. Lenny Field was allowed to think that the plan was to hijack a lorry load of cigarettes. Despite not being in on the robbery, Leonard Field was convicted and sentenced to 25 years. 20 years for conspiracy to rob and 5 years for obstructing justice, which was later reduced to 5. Leonard Field was released from jail in 1967 and went to live in North London. John Denby Wheater, born on the 17th of December 1921, died on the 18th of July 1985, was the employer of Brian Field. Mr. Wheater was convicted and sentenced to 3 years. He later died in Harrogate, near Leeds, aged 63. At 5 a.m, 1963's Chief Superintendent Malcolm Futrell, head of the Buckinghamshire Police Criminal Investigation Department, located at Aylesbury, arrived at the crime scene, where Mr. Futrell supervised evidence gathering. Mr. Futrell then went to Cheddington Railway Station, where the train had been taken, and where statements were taken from the driver and postal workers. A member of the gang had told the postal staff not to move for at least half an hour, and this suggested to the police that their hideout could be within approximately a 30-mile radius from the scene. It appeared from interviews with the witnesses that about 15 hooded men dressed in blue boiler suits had been involved, but little more could be gleaned. By lunchtime of the following day, it became obvious to Mr. Futrell that extra resources were needed to cope with the scale of the investigation, and the Buckinghamshire Chief Constable referred to the case to Scotland Yard. George Hatherell, commander of the C Department, and Detective Chief Superintendent Ernie Millen, head of the flying squad, were initially in charge of the London side of the investigation into the train robbery. They sent Detective Superintendent Gerald MacArthur and Detective Sergeant John Pritchard to assist the Buckinghamshire Police. Police then undertook a major search, fanning out from the crime scene after having failed to find any forensic evidence on the remaining train carriages. A watch was put on the seaports. The Postmaster General, Reginald Bevins, offered a £10,000 reward to the first person who can give information leading to the apprehension and conviction of the persons responsible for the train robbery. Following a tip-off from a herdsman who used an adjacent field to the Leatherslade farm, a police sergeant and constable called there on the 13th of August 1963, 5 days after the train robbery had taken place. The Leatherslade farm was deserted, but they found the truck used by the gang of the robbers, which had been hastily painted yellow, as well as the Land Rovers. The police also found a large quantity of food, bedding, sleeping bags, post office sacks, registered mail packages, banknote wrappers, and a Monopoly board game that the gang had used while at the Leatherslade farm. It was determined that although the farm had been cleaned for fingerprints, some finger and palm prints presumed to be from the robbers had been overlooked, including those on a ketchup bottle and on a Monopoly set which had been used after the robbery for a game, but with real money to pass the time and keep the robbers entertained. Despite the big breakthrough of the discovery of the Leatherslade farm, the investigation was not going as well as the police would have liked. The London side of the investigation then continued under Detective Chief Superintendent Tommy Butler, who replaced Detective Chief Superintendent Millen as head of the flying squad shortly after Mr. Millen was promoted to Deputy Commander under George Hathrill. On Monday the 12th of August 1963, Detective Chief Superintendent Tommy Butler was appointed to the head of the police investigation of London Connection and quickly formed a 6-man train robbery squad. The Leatherslade farm finally found on the 13th of August 1963, the day after Tommy Butler was appointed the head of the London investigation, the train robbery squad descended on the Leatherslade farm. The breakthrough came when Detective Chief Superintendent Millen met a distinguished barrister in a smoking room at an exclusive West End club, who told Mr. Millen that someone was willing to inform on the gang. The process of talking to the informer was handled by Mr. Hathrill and Mr. Millen, and they never divulged the identity of the informer to the detectives in their command. The informant had been jailed in a provincial prison just before the train robbery and was hoping to get a parole and other favours from taking and providing information about the train robbery to the police. The informant also clearly did not know all the names perfectly, and a second informant, a woman, was able to fill in the gaps. Mr. Millen said in his book, Specialist in Crime, the breakthrough with the informer came at the moment when I and my colleagues at the yard were in a state of frustration, almost approaching despair. This process saw them get 18 names to be passed on to detectives to match up with the list being prepared from fingerprints collected from the Leatherslade farm, where the robbers had stayed temporarily after the robbery. Mr. Hathrill and Mr. Millen decided to publish photos of the wanted men, despite strong protests from Tommy Butler and Frank Williams. This resulted in most of the robbers going to ground. Tommy Butler was a shrewd choice to take over the flying squad, and in particular the train robbery squad. Mr. Butler became arguably the most renowned head of the flying squad in its entire history. Mr. Butler was known variously as Mr. Flying Squad, as One Day Tommy for the speed which he apprehended criminals, and as the Grey Fox for his shrewdness. Mr. Butler was also Scotland Yard's most formidable thief-taker, and, as an unmarried man who still lived with his mother, Mr. Butler had a fanatical dedication to his job. Mr. Butler worked long hours and expected all members of the squad to do the same. The flying squad later had to work out rotations whereby one member would go home to rest, otherwise they were getting only 3 hours of sleep per night and had no time to eat healthily or see their families. When the squad tried to get Mr. Butler to ease the working conditions, Mr. Butler was enraged and threatened to send them back to their normal duties if they could not handle his expectations for them. Mr. Butler was said to be very secretive, with Jack Slipper claiming in his book Slipper of the Yard 1981 that Mr. Butler wouldn't even tell his own left hand what the right was doing. This meant that the train robbery squad members were often dispatched on errands with no knowledge of how their tasks fit into the overall investigation. The 6-man train robbery squad consisted of Detective Inspector Frank Williams, Detective Sergeant Steve Moore, Detective Sergeant Jack Slipper, Detective Sergeant Jim Neville, Detective Sergeant Lou Van Dyke, and Detective Constable Tommy Thorburn. The senior officer, Frank Williams, was known to be quite the quiet man. Mr. Williams' speciality was dealing with informants, and he had the best working knowledge of the South London criminal fraternity in the force. One of the squad members, Jack Slipper, would later become head of the flying squad and would still be involved in the case many years later. The Post Office Investigation Branch had to establish the amount of money stolen, £2.5 million and 10 shillings. The branch also sought to identify what money had been taken so that the relevant banks could be notified. Deficiencies in HVP carriage security were reported and secure carriages were immediately brought back into service. The installation of radios was recommended as a priority. The investigation was detailed in a report by Assistant Controller Richard Yates that was issued in May 1964. The first gang member to be caught was Roger Caudry. Mr. Caudry was his friend, William Ball, who was helping him lie low in return for the payment of old debts Mr. Ball owed. They were living in a rented, fully furnished flat above a florist shop in Wimborne Road, Moordown, Bournemouth. The Bournemouth police were tipped off by Ethel Clark, who unfortunately, Mr. Ball and Mr. Caudry was the widow of a former police officer. When Mr. Ball and Mr. Caudry paid rent for a garage in Tweedle Road, off Castle Lane West, 3 months in advance, all in used 10-shilling notes. Mr. Ball was not involved in the robbery, but was sentenced to 24 years and later died in prison in the 1970s. The police later acknowledged that Mr. Ball was the victim of a miscarriage of justice. Other arrests followed. 8 of the gang members and several associates were caught. The other arrests were made by Sergeant Stan Davis and Probationary Constable Gordon Charlie Case. On Friday the 16th of August 1963, 2 people had decided to take the morning stroll in Dorking Woods, discovered a briefcase, a holdall and a camel bag, all containing money. They called the police, who also discovered another briefcase full of money in the woods. In total, a sum of £100,000 was found. They also found a camel skin bag with a receipt inside from the Café Pension restaurant, Sonnenbüchel, Hindenland, Prov, Germany. It was made out to Her and Frey Field. Surrey police delivered the money and the receipt to Mr. Futrell and Mr. MacArthur in Aylesbury, who both knew by then that Mr. Brian Field was a clerk at Mr. James and Mr. Wheater, who had acted on the purchase of the Leatherslade farm. They quickly confirmed through Interpol that Brian and Karen Fields had stayed at the pension Sonnenbüchel in the February of that same year. The police knew that Mr. Field had acted for Gordon Goody and other known criminals. Several weeks later, the police went to Mr. Field's house to interview him. Mr. Field calmly, for someone whose relatives had dumped a large part of the loot, provided a cover story that implicated Lenny Field as the purchaser of the Leatherslade farm and his boss, John Wheater, as the lawyer. Brian Field admitted to visiting the Leatherslade farm on one occasion with Lenny Field, but said Lenny assumed it was an investment of his brother Alexander Field, whom Brian Field had defended unsuccessfully in a more recent crime case. Brian Field, not knowing the police had found a receipt, readily confirmed that he and his wife had been to Germany on a holiday and gave them details at the place at which they stayed. On the 15th of September 1963, Brian Field was arrested and his boss, John Wheater, was arrested 2 days later. Brian's brother, Lenny Field, had already been arrested on the 14th of September 1963. Jack Slipper was the primary one involved in the capture of Roy James, Johnny Biggs, Jim Hussey and John Daly. The trial of the robbers began at Aylesbury Assizes, Buckinghamshire on the 20th of January 1964. Because it would be necessary to accommodate a large number of lawyers and journalists, the existing court was deemed too small, and so the offices of Aylesbury Rural District Council were specially converted for the event. The defendants were brought to the court each day from Aylesbury Prison in a compartmentalised van, out of view of the large crowd of spectators that would arrive, and crowd of the surrounding areas for peaks of the gang members arrested. Mr. Justice Edmund Davies presided over the trial, which lasted 51 days and included 613 exhibits and a total of 240 witnesses. The jury retired to the Grange Youth Centre in Aylesbury to consider the evidence and come up to an agreed upon verdict. On the 11th of February 1964, there was a sensation when John Daly was found to have no case to answer. Mr. Daly's counsel, Walter Rayborn QC, claimed that the evidence against his client was limited to his fingerprints being on the Monopoly set found at the Leatherslade farm, and the fact that he went underground after the robbery. Walter Rayborn QC went on to say that Mr. Daly had played the Monopoly game with his brother-in-law, Bruce Reynolds, early in 1963, and that Mr. Daly had gone underground only because he was associated with people who were publicly sought by the police. This was not proof of involvement in a conspiracy, however. The judge agreed, and the jury was redirected to acquit Mr. Daly of the charges against him. Detective Inspector Frank Williams was shocked when this occurred because, owing to Tommy's butler's refusal to share information, Detective Inspector Frank Williams had no knowledge of the fact that Mr. Daly's prints were on the Monopoly set. If Mr. Williams had known this, he could have asked Mr. Daly questions about the Monopoly set and robbed him of his very effective alibi. Mr. Daly was clever in avoiding having a photo taken when he was arrested until he would want to shave his beard first. This meant that there were no photos to show the length of Mr. Daly's facial hair had gotten before Mr. Daly had the chance to change his bearded appearance. No action was taken against Mr. Butler for his mistake in ensuring the case against Mr. Daly was more thorough. On the 15th of April 1964, the proceedings ended with the judge describing the robbery as a crime of sordid violence inspired by vast greed, and passing sentences of 30 years imprisonment on 7 of the robbers. The 11 men sentenced all felt aggrieved at the sentences handed down on them, particularly Bill Boll, who later died in prison, and Lenny Field, who was later found not guilty of the charges against them. The other men, aside from Mr. Wheater, resented what they had considered to be excessive length of the sentences, which were longer than any of those given to many murderers or armed robbers at that time. Train robbers who were sentenced later and by different judges received shorter terms than those of the Royal Mail train robbery. The severity of the sentences handed down to the robbers caused much surprise. When mastermind Bruce Reynolds was arrested in 1968, Mr. Reynolds allegedly told arresting officer Tommy Butler that those sentences Mr. Reynolds had received had detrimental effects. According to the arresting officer of the train robbers, Tommy Butler, gang leaders had prompted criminals generally to take guns with them when they were sent out on robberies. On the 13th of July 1964, the appeals by Lenny Field and Brian Field, no relation, had the charges of conspiracy to rob were allowed by the court. This resulted in their sentences being in effect reduced to only 5 years. On the 14th of July 1964, the appeals by Roger Corddry and Bill Boll were allowed, with the convictions for conspiracy to rob quashed, leaving only the receiving charges. Justice Fenton Atkinson concluded that a miscarriage of justice would result if Mr. Boll's charges were upheld, given that Mr. Boll's age, physique and temperament made him an unlikely train robber. Luckily for Mr. Boll, as the oldest robber, Mr. Corddry was also deemed to not be guilty of the conspiracy because his prints had not been found at the Leatherslade farm. Lenny Field was only reluctantly acquitted of the robbery by the judge. Justice Atkinson stated that he would not be surprised if Lenny Field were part of the conspiracy and one of the robbers. The charges against the other gang members were upheld. On the 12th of August 1964, Mr. Wilson escaped from Winson Green Prison in Birmingham in under 3 minutes, the escape being considered unprecedented in that a 3-man team had broken into the prison to extradite Mr. Wilson out. Mr. Wilson's escape team was never caught, and the leader, nicknamed Frenchie, had disappeared from the London criminal scene by the late 1960s. 2 weeks after Mr. Wilson's escape, he was in Paris for plastic surgery. By November 1965, Mr. Wilson was in Mexico City, visiting old friends Bruce Reynolds and Buster Edwards. Mr. Wilson's escape was yet another dramatic twist in the train robbery saga. 11 months after Mr. Wilson's escape, in July 1965, Mr. Biggs escaped from Wandsworth Prison 15 months into his sentence. A furniture van was parked alongside the prison walls and a ladder was dropped over the 30-foot high wall into the prison during outside exercise time, allowing 4 prisoners to escape, including Mr. Biggs. The escape was planned by recently released prisoner Paul Seaborn with the assistance of 2 other ex-convicts, Ronnie Leslie and Ronnie Black, with support from Mr. Biggs' wife, Charmaine. The plot saw 2 other prisoners interfere with the warders and allow Mr. Biggs and friend Eric Flower to escape beyond the prison walls. Paul Seaborn was later caught by Officer Butler and sentenced to 4.5 years. Ronnie Leslie received 3 years for being the getaway driver. The 2 other prisoners who took advantage of Mr. Biggs's escape were captured after just 3 months. Mr. Biggs and Eric Flower paid a significant sum of money to be smuggled to Paris for plastic surgery, thus to prevent being captured. Mr. Biggs said he had to escape because of the length of the sentence and what he alleged to be the severity of the prison conditions. Jimmy White, with the other robbers on the run and having fled to the country, only Mr. White was at large in the United Kingdom. Mr. White was a renowned locksmith and thief and had already been on the run for 10 years before the train robbery had taken place. Mr. White was said to have a remarkable ability to be invisible, to merge with his surroundings and become the ultimate Mr. Nobody. Mr. White was also a wartime paratrooper and a veteran of Arnhem. According to Piers Paul Reed in his 1978 book, The Train Robbers, Mr. White was a solidarity thief not known to work with either firm. Mr. White should have a good chance of remaining undetected altogether. Yet was known to be one of the train robbers almost straight away, first by other criminals and then by police. Mr. White was unfortunate in that Brian Field's relatives had dumped luggage containing £100,000 only a mile from the site where Mr. White had brought a caravan and hidden an additional £30,000 in a paneling of that caravan. In addition, a group of men purporting to be from the flying squad broke into Mr. White's flat and took a briefcase containing £8,500. Throughout Mr. White's 3 years on the run with his wife Cherie and baby son Stefan, he was taken advantage of or let down by friends and associates quite often. On April 10, 1996, a new friend recognised Mr. White from photos in a newspaper and informed the police. They went on to arrest Mr. White at Littlestone while he was at home. Mr. White was found to have £8,000 to hand back to the police. The rest was gone. Mr. White was tried in June 1966 at Leicester's Assizes, and Mr. Justice Neild sentenced him to 18 years in jail, considerably less than the 30 years given to the other principal offenders at the time. Buster Edwards. Mr. Edwards fled to Mexico with his family to join Bruce Reynolds and later Charlie Wilson, but returned voluntarily to England in 1966, where Mr. Edwards was sentenced to 15 years in jail. Charlie Wilson. Mr. Wilson took up residence outside Montreal, Quebec, Canada, on Rigurd Mountain in an upper middle class neighbourhood where the large, secluded properties are surrounded by trees. Mr. Wilson lived under the presumed name of Ronald Alloy, a name borrowed from a Fulham shopkeeper. Mr. Wilson's wife and 3 children soon joined him in Montreal, Quebec, Canada. Mr. Wilson joined an exclusive golf club and participated in activities of the local community. It was only when Mr. White invited his brother-in-law over from the UK for Christmas that Scotland Yard was able to track him down and recapture Mr. White on outstanding warrants. Scotland Yard waited 3 months before making their move, in the hope that Mr. Wilson would lead them to Mr. Reynolds, the last suspect to be apprehended. Mr. Wilson was arrested on the 25th of January 1968 by Tommy Butler. Many in Rigulad pensioned that Mr. White's wife and 3 daughters be allowed to stay in the Montreal area of Canada. Bruce Reynolds. On the 6th of June 1964, Mr. Reynolds arrived in Mexico with his wife Angela and son Nick, joining Mr. Reynolds a few months later after they evaded the obvious police surveillance. A year later, in July 1965, Buster Edwards and his family arrived, although unlike Mr. Reynolds' family, they planned to return to England at some stage and did not like living in Mexico. Charlie Wilson, on the run with his family, still back in England, visited them for 6 weeks, so 3 of the train robbers were together in exile for a short period of time. After the Edwards family returned to England, the Reynoldses also decided to leave Mexico and go to Canada to potentially join up with the Wilson family, leaving on the 6th of December 1966. The robbers had spent much of their share of the robbery by this point, living far more extravagantly than the Edwardses had. After realising the danger in settling near the Wilson family in Montreal, they went to live in Vancouver and then went to Nice, France. Mr. Reynolds did not want to go to Australia where Mr. Biggs was, and needed money, decided to go back to England, settled briefly in Torquay before being captured by Tommy Butler. Ronnie Biggs. Ronnie Biggs fled to Paris, where he acquired new identity papers and underwent plastic surgery. In 1970, Ronnie Biggs had moved to Adelaide, Australia, where he worked as a builder, and Ronnie and his wife had a third son. Tipped off that Interpol was showing interest, Ronnie Biggs moved to Melbourne, working as a set constructor for Channel 9, later escaping to Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, after police have discovered Ronnie Biggs' Melbourne address. Ronnie Biggs could not be extradited because there was no extradition treaty between Britain and Brazil at the time, and additionally, Ronnie Biggs became father to a Brazilian son, which afforded him legal immunity. As a result, Ronnie Biggs lived openly in Rio for many years, safe from the British authorities that were out to catch and send him to jail for his outstanding warrant for robbery. In May 2001, aged 71, and having suffered 3 strokes, Ronnie Biggs voluntarily returned to England. Accepting that he could be arrested, Ronnie stated desire to walk into a Margate pub as an Englishman and buy a pint of bitter, despite being wanted by police. Arrested on landing, after detention and a short court hearing, Ronnie Biggs was sent back to prison to serve the remainder of his sentence. On the 2nd of July 2009, Ronnie Biggs was denied parole by Justice Secretary Jack Straw, who considered Ronnie Biggs to be still woefully unrepentant, but was released from custody on the 6th of August, 2 days before his 80th birthday, on compassionate grounds. Ronnie Biggs later died on the 18th of December 2013, aged 84. Following the deaths of Mr. Goody on the 29th of January 2016 and Tommy Wisby on the 30th of December 2016, Bob Welsh is the only remaining known member of the gang known to still be alive by this time. In later years, the robbers generally came together only for the funerals of their fellow gang members to pay their respects. Mr. Wilson's funeral on the 10th of May 1990 was attended by Bruce Reynolds, who reported seeing Buster Edwards, Roy James, who got into a verbal argument with the press, Mr. Welsh, who was hobbling on crutches, and Mr. White, who went unnoticed due to his natural ability to blend into the background. At Mr. Edwards' funeral in 1994, Mr. Reynolds claimed to see Mr. Welsh. Mr. Hussey, Mr. Wisby and Mr. James were in prison at this time. After being sentenced on the 16th of April 1964, Brian Fields served 4 years of his 5-year sentence. Brian Fields was later released in 1967. While Brian Fields was in prison, his wife Karin divorced him and married a German journalist. Mr. Fields' wife, Karin, went on to write an article for the German magazine Stern. Karin confirmed that she took Roy James to Thame railway station so Mr. James could go to London, and that Karin led a convoy of 2 vans back to her house, where the gang was joined by wives and girlfriends for a big party to celebrate the success of the crime they had committed. When Mr. Reynolds returned to the UK in 1968, Mr. Reynolds tried to contact Brian Field, as this was the only way he could get in touch with the Ulsterman. It seems that Mr. Field was ambushed upon his release from prison by a recently released convict, Scotch Jack Buggy, who presumably roughed up or even tortured Brian Field with a view to extorting some of the loot from the robbery for his own greed. Subsequently, Brian Field went to ground and Mr. Buggy was killed shortly after. Mr. Reynolds later gave up trying to find Brian Field. In the mid to late 1970s, Brian and Sian worked for the Children's Book Centre, which has been sold on the Kensington High Street, London. Mr. Field and his wife Sian were responsible for the company's operations in Central and Southern Europe, to where they shipped English language books and held book fairs at international English schools. Brian Field, aged 44, and Sian, aged 28, died in a car crash on the M4 motorway on the 27th of April 1979, a year after the last of the robbers had completed their sentences. This accident occurred as the couple returned from a visit to Sian's parents in Wales. A Mercedes is driven by Amber Bisson, the pregnant 28-year-old daughter of well-known hairdresser Raymond Bisson, and nicknamed Mr. Teasy Weasy, crossed as a damaged section of the guardrail and slammed into Brian Field's oncoming Porsche. The Fields, Amber, and her husband and 2 children were all killed instantly. It was several weeks after the accident that Mr. Field's true identity was discovered by the police. It is not clear whether his wife Sian ever knew of Brian's past. The last of the robbers released, after serving about 1/3 of his sentence, Mr. Wilson returned to the life of crime and was found shot dead at his villa in Marbella, Spain, on the 24th of April 1990. Mr. Wilson's murder was thought to be related to suspected cheating in the drug dealing game. Mr. Wilson is buried in Steetham Cemetery. Buster Edwards. After he was released, Buster became a flower seller outside Waterloo Station in London. Mr. Edwards' story was dramatised in the 1988 film Buster, with Phil Collins in the title role. Mr. Edwards died in a garage in November 1994, allegedly committing suicide by hanging himself. Mr. Edwards' family continued to run the flower stall after his death. Roy James went back to the motor racing following his release on the 15th of August 1975. However, Mr. James crashed several cars and his chances of becoming a driver quickly faded into a past dream. After the failure of his sporting career, Mr. James returned to the trade as a silversmith. Mr. James produced a trophy given to Formula One promoters each year thanks to his acquaintance with the Formula One founder Bernie Ecclestone. In 1982, Mr. James married a younger woman, but the marriage quickly broke down as the couple seemed incompatible with each other. By 1983, Mr. James and Charlie Wilson had become involved in an attempt to import gold without paying the excise duty. Mr. James was acquitted in January 1984 for his part in the swindle. In 1993, Mr. James shot and wounded his father-in-law, pistol whipping and partially strangling his ex-wife after they had returned their children for a day's outing. This resulted in Mr. James being sentenced to 6 years in jail. In 1996, James underwent triple bypass surgery and was subsequently released from prison in 1997, only to die almost immediately afterwards on the 21st of August after suffering from another heart attack. Mr. James was the 5th member of the gang to die, despite being the youngest. Roger Caudry was the first of the robbers to be released, but Mr. Caudry's share of the theft had almost entirely been recovered by the police. Mr. Caudry went back to being a florist at his sister's business upon his release. Mr. Caudry is now dead, and his son Tony had publicly acknowledged that his dad confirmed that Bill Bowl was innocent of any involvement in the robbery. Bruce Reynolds, the last of the robbers to be caught, was released from prison on the 6th of June 1978 after serving a prison term of 10 years. Mr. Reynolds, then aged 47, was helped by Gordon Goody to get back on his feet before Mr. Goody departed for Spain. By October 1978, day release ended and Mr. Reynolds had to report to a parole officer. Frank Monroe, one of the 3 robbers who was never caught, temporarily gave Mr. Reynolds a job, but did not want to attract undue attention by employing Mr. Reynolds for too long. Mr. Reynolds later got back together with his wife Angela and son Nicholas. Mr. Reynolds was arrested in 1983 for drug dealing offences. Mr. Reynolds denied having any involvement in the robbery. Mr. Reynolds was released again in March 1985 and dedicated himself to helping his wife Angela recover from a mental breakdown. In 2001, Mr. Reynolds and his son Nicholas travelled with reporters from the Sun newspaper to take Mr. Big back to Britain. In 2010, Mr. Reynolds wrote the afterword of Signal Red, Robert Ryan's novel based on the robbery, and Mr. Reynolds would regularly comment on the robbery. Mr. Reynolds died in his sleep, aged 81, on the 28th of February 2013. John Daly, upon his acquittal and release, and after finding his share of the loot stolen or destroyed, Mr. Daly gave up his life of crime and went straight, putting his past thoroughly behind him. Mr. Daly and his wife Barbara and their 3 children moved to Cornwall, where Mr. Daly worked as a street sweeper until the age of 70, known to locals as Gentleman John or John the Gent. Mr. Daly told no one about the robbery, as he was told he could face a retrial. Mr. Daly died 6 weeks later after his brother-in-law, Mr. Reynolds, had passed away. On the 6th of August 2009, Ronnie Biggs was granted release from prison on compassionate grounds due to a severe case of pneumonia and other ongoing health problems. In 2011, Mr. Biggs updated his autobiography, Odd Man Out, The Last Straw. Having suffered a series of strokes after Mr. Biggs' release and unable to speak for the previous 3 years, Mr. Biggs died at the Carlton Court Care Home in London on the 18th of December 2013. Tommy Wisby was luckier than most of the others in that his loot had been entrusted to his brothers, and when Mr. Wisby emerged, he had a house in South London and had a few investments to keep himself going. During Mr. Wisby's prison stint, his daughter Lorraine had died in a brutal car accident. Mr. Wisby took a while to learn how to live harmoniously with his wife Renee, his daughter Marilyn having moved out upon Mr. Wisby's return. Shortly after Mr. Wisby's release, Mr. Wisby was imprisoned on remand over a swindle involving travellers' checks. The judge acknowledged the minor nature of Mr. Wisby's role. Jim Hussey was released on the 17th of November 1975 and married girlfriend Jill, whom he had just met before the train robbery. Mr. Hussey's share of the loot had been entrusted to a friend of Frank Monroe, who squandered it despite Mr. Monroe periodically checking on its keeper. Mr. Wisby and Mr. Hussey fell back into crime and were jailed in 1989 for cocaine dealing, with Mr. Wisby sentenced to 10 years and Mr. Hussey to 7 years. In Mrs. Wisby's book, Gangster's Mole, Marilyn Wisby recounts that on the 8th of June 1988, after returning home from a visit to an abortion clinic and resting, they were raided by the drug squad. The raid uncovered 1 kilogram of cocaine and Rennie and Marilyn Wisby was arrested along with Jimmy Hussey, who had been spotted accepting a package from Mr. Wisby in a park. Mr. Wisby himself was captured a year later in Wilmslow, Cheshire. Mr. Wisby was allegedly staying with another woman to the shock of his wife and daughter. In return for Mr. Hussey and Mr. Wisby's pleading guilty, the 2 women were unconditionally freed from their husbands' grips. Upon their release from prison, both men retired from working. Mr. Wisby later explained, "We were against drugs all our lives, but as years went on, towards the end of the 70s, it became more and more of the in thing to do. Being involved in a great train robbery, our name was good. Other criminals knew we had never grasped anyone. We had done our time without putting anyone else in the frame." On the 26th of July 1989, 2 men pleaded guilty and admitted at Snaresbrook Crown Court, London, that they were a part of a £500,000 cocaine trafficking ring. Mr. Wisby's grandson has also had trouble with the law in Cyprus. Bob Welsh, born March 1929, was released on the 14th of June 1976. Mr. Welsh was the last of those convicted in the Aylesbury to be released from prison. Mr. Welsh later moved back in with his wife June and his son. He threatened the man left in charge of his shares of the theft to retrieve the remaining shares. A leg injury sustained in prison forced Mr. Welsh to undergo several operations, which left him disabled. Douglas Goody was released from prison on the 23rd of December 1975, aged 46, and went to live with his ill mother in her small cottage in Putney. Unlike other robbers, Mr. Goody was exceptionally lucky in that the man he left in charge of his affairs was loyal and successful, so Mr. Goody was able to live a relatively well-off lifestyle after leaving prison. In his final years of incarceration, Mr. Goody had taken full benefit of the newly established Education College at Wormwood Scrubs and studied Spanish to GCSE standard. Mr. Goody later moved to Mallorca, southern Spain, where he bought a property and a bar and settled down, believing to be safer to be out of the United Kingdom entirely. Mr. Goody was at one point accused of cannabis smuggling but ultimately cleared of all those wild charges. Mr. Goody continued to live in Mallorca until his death on the 29th of January 2016, following an illness he inevitably could not beat. While there has been a lot of mystery surrounding several of the gang who were not imprisoned, in reality the police knew almost the entire gang almost instantly, despite what the public or the news was saying. By the 29th of August 1963, Commander Hatherell had 14 names and told the police that Brian Field had tried to enlist another gang to rob the train, who had turned Mr. Field down. Mr. Hatherell's list was unerringly accurate. All the major gang members who were later jailed were identified except for Ronnie Biggs. With the exception of the minor accomplices, Lenny Field, Bill Bowl and the train driver, the list was complete, although of course the Ulster man was not identified. In terms of the ones that got away, there were 4 others identified: Harry Smith, Danny Pembroke, a fair-haired man 25 years old and well-spoken, who was not named, and a nondescriptive man who may have been Jimmy Collins. In 2019, Mr. Pembroke's son, also called Danny, confirmed that his father was present during the raid. Mr. Pembroke escaped detection as he always wore gloves, including at the hideout at the Leatherslade farm, and went outside to the toilet rather than using the one inside of the house. The son stated that Mr. Pembroke, whose share of the loot was £150,000, died in 2015, aged 79. Both Piers Paul Reed and Bruce Reynolds refer to 3 robbers who got away as Bill Jennings, Alf Thomas and Frank Monroe. Piers Paul Reed refers to this man as Bill Jennings in The Train Robbers, while Bruce Reynolds adds the nickname Flossie. Ronnie Biggs refers to him as Mr. One, as do other accounts. According to Bruce Reynolds, Flossie had no previous convictions and stayed well out of contact with the group. A shady figure, nobody knew exactly where he lived or even what his real name was. All we knew that he was 100% and was sure to outlast the Hula Baloo. The last report of Flossie, or Mr. One, said that he was in a safe house, banged up with 2 gorgeous girls and enough champagne to sink a battleship. It is clear that while Mr. Reynolds claims to not have known his real name, Flossie was just a participant in the Great Train Robbery. He was a core part of the gang and participated in the London airport robbery. This robbery was the audacious raid that Gordon Goody and Charlie Wilson were acquitted of. The raid consisted of Roy James and Mickey Ball as the getaway drivers, with 6 robbers: Bruce Reynolds, Buster Edwards, Gordon Goody, Charlie Wilson and Flossie, and a 6th man who did not participate in the train robbery. In the end, the only one caught after the airport raid was Mickey Ball, who pleaded guilty to being a getaway driver when a witness mistook him for Flossie, and to avoid being blamed for the actual violence, Mr. Ball agreed to plead guilty as an accomplice and was in prison during the time of the Great Train Robbery. Mr. Ball was found out to have been given £500 from the proceeds of the train robbery. Henry Thomas Harry Smith, born on the 20th of October 1930, is believed to be Flossie, and unlike most other robbers, actually got to spend his share of the loot, buying 28 houses and also a hotel and drinking club in Portsmouth, England. Mr. Smith was the only man not ultimately arrested that was on both the Hatherell list and Tommy Butler's list of criminals to rob the Royal Mail train that day. Danny Pembroke was an ex-army man who was a South London taxi driver and a South Coast raider. At Leatherslade Farm, Mr. Pembroke was the most careful of the gang, and nothing was ever found to associate him with the robbery, despite the police being satisfied that Mr. Pembroke was one of the gang and had searched his house in September 1963. However, afraid that Mr. Pembroke would be betrayed, he did a deal with Frank Williams and paid back a sum of £47,000. Following the robbery, Mr. Pembroke left for America for a couple of years, knowing he was set up for life, and then returned to live quietly in Kent. Mr. Pembroke later died at age 79 from a heart attack, at home, in his sleep on the 28th of February 2015. Mr. Pembroke had 5 children, and his son Danny Jr. admitted to his involvement in the Channel 4 documentary in August 2019. According to Bruce Reynolds, Frank Monroe, who was never caught, worked as a film stuntman for a while before starting a paper and scrap metal recycling business. The driver, of course, was not a member of the gang, as defined by receiving an equal share, more as just an accomplice. Piers Paul Reed called the replacement train driver Stan Agate, and Stan was apparently the true nickname of the replacement driver. Mr. Reed, concerned that the robbers may have hurt him, went to see Ronnie Biggs in Brazil to get his details, although was dismissed to find that Ronnie Biggs did not know his last name and knew and cared very little about him. With the meagre details provided, Mr. Reed used a detective agency to track down the driver at a town 20 miles south of London and found that the train driver was still alive, although somewhat senile and being cared for by his dear wife. The wife admitted that she had burnt all the clothes that he had worn that night and had nervously waited for either the gang to murder him or the police to arrest him. Mr. Reed promised not to reveal their identities. Unlike the other 3 members of the gang who got away, Peter Fordham does make mention of the replacement driver but notes that he is said now to be dead. Perhaps the robbers who provided material for the book did not want the police looking for the replacement driver, as at the time of publishing in 1965, Mr. Reynolds, Mr. White and Mr. Edwards were still on the run. Ronnie Biggs, in his 1994 autobiography Odd Man Out, said that Bruce Reynolds offered him a chance to join the gang if Mr. Biggs could find a train driver. Ronnie Biggs offers the train driver a £40,000 share of the profits, tells Mr. Reynolds, and gives his address to John Daly, who then proceeds to check this train driver out. It seems that while he was an older man, the train driver still had to apply for 2 weeks leave of absence from his job. According to Mr. Biggs, Peter was paid his £40,000 drink, although other accounts claim otherwise. Mr. Biggs states that Mary Manson drove Peter and John Daly home, while Mr. Reynolds drove Mr. Biggs home. John Wheater was released from prison on the 11th of February 1966 and managed his family's laundry business in Harrogate, North Yorkshire. Mr. Wheater later wrote 2 articles in the Sunday Telegraph, which published the first one on the 6th of March 1966. Mr. Wheater later died in July 1985. Lenny Field was released in 1967 and went to live in North London. Lenny Fields disappeared from the public eye. Mary Manson, an associate of Bruce Reynolds and John Daly, was charged with receiving £820 from the robbery. Mary Manson was held for 6 weeks but was later released. Mary Manson took care of the wives and children of some of the robbers while they were on the run or in jail. Jack Mills had constant trauma headaches for the rest of his life before dying of leukemia in 1970. Mr. Mills' assailant, who was one of the 3 members of the gang that were never identified by others in the gang. However, in November 2002, Mr. Hussey made a deathbed confession that it was him, although there were suspicions that this was a repayment of a debt to divert the attention from the real perpetrator. Frank Williams, at the time a detective inspector, claimed at least 3 men who were directly involved are still at liberty and enjoying their full share of the money stolen and the profits from the way they invested it, one of them being the man responsible for the attack on the train driver. Frank Williams said that the train driver's assailant was not some phantom figure lurking in the criminal underworld, and that he traced him, identified him and took him to Scotland Yard, where Tommy Butler, Mr. Williams, went on to question him. The train driver could not be charged because of lack of evidence. There were no fingerprints or identifying marks anywhere. None of those arrested informed on this person, although it was claimed that this person had completely disobeyed instructions and used violence during the robbery when told not to. David Whitby, born on the 24th of January 1937, died on the 6th of January 1972, was also from Crewe. Mr. Whitby was traumatised by his trackside assault and subsequently rough treatment and never ever recovered from his ordeal. David Whitby was 26 years old at the time of the robbery. He was able to resume his job as a second man but died from a heart attack on the 6th of January 1972 at the age of 34 in Crewe, Cheshire. Engineer William Gerald Bill Ball, born the 22nd of October 1913, died on the 26th of June 1970, was an accomplice after the fact of Roger Corddry. Mr. Ball was considered so at the time because he knew Mr. Corddry, and moreover was found in Corddry's car where a large stash of stolen money was hidden. Mr. Ball's family are now trying to have his name cleared, as they believe, based on evidence not used in the original trial, that Mr. Ball was at best an accomplice after the fact, with no knowledge of the robbery, and that it was likely that Mr. Caudry told him nothing about the provenance of the cash. Furthermore, both Ronnie Biggs and Gordon Goody, two surviving gang members at the time, gave sworn advocates asserting that Bill Ball was innocent. Both gang members stated that they believed Mr. Ball was stitched up by the police. The audacity and scale of the robbery was yet another controversy with which the Conservative government of Harold Macmillan had to cope with. After his success in securing Mr. White and Mr. Edwards, Tommy Butler got the Metropolitan Police Commissioner, Sir Joseph Simpson, to suspend Mr. Macmillan's retirement on his 55th birthday so he could continue to hunt the robbers. This paid off with the arrest of first Mr. Wilson and then Mr. Reynolds. When asked by a reporter after the sentencing of Mr. Reynolds whether that was the end of it, Mr. Butler replied that it was not over until Mr. Biggs was caught. In 1969, Mr. Macmillan was finally forced to accept compulsory retirement and later died in 1970, aged 57. The same day, Mr. Biggs's memoirs were published in the Sun newspaper. Mr. Butler's deputy, Frank Williams, was passed over to be his replacement as the head of the flying squad because Mr. Frank Williams' deal with Mr. Edwards and his deal with another of the robbers who was never caught. Following this, Mr. Williams left the force to become head of security for the airline Qantas. Mr. Williams wrote his autobiography No Fixed Address, which was published in 1973. Jack Slipper of the Metropolitan Police was promoted to Detective Chief Superintendent. Mr. Slipper became so involved in the case that he continued to hunt many of the escaped robbers after he retired. Mr. Slipper believed that Mr. Biggs should not be released after returning to the United Kingdom in 2001, and after he appeared in the media to comment on any news item connected with the robbery before Mr. Biggs' death on the 24th of August 2005 at the age of 81. Detective Chief Superintendent Easton Malcolm Futrell, head of the Buckinghamshire Crime Investigation Department, was born on the 29th of September 1909 and died on the 28th of November 2005, aged 96. Mr. Slipper retired on the last day of the trial after the verdicts were handed down and then compulsory retirement age of 55. This allowed Mr. Slipper with Ronald Payne of the Sunday Telegraph, who was involved in the paper's coverage of the case, to be the first of the investigators to write a book, The Train Robbers, on the robbery investigation of 1964. In the book, Mr. Slipper expressed some frustration with the flying squad, although he mostly had praise for most of the individual officers. Mr. Slipper's one regret was that he had the search for the hideout carried out radiating outwards from the scene of the robbery, rather than an inward search from a 30-mile perimeter. Mr. Slipper worked as an accommodation officer for Portsmouth Polytechnic before retiring to live by the sea near Swanage. Mr. Slipper continued to express disgust at any film that he felt glamorized the robbers. It has been said that Mr. Slipper bore a striking resemblance to John Thaw, who was the star of Inspector Morse, which, perhaps coincidentally, was a television series about a detective in the Thames Valley Police Force, the modern-day successor to Buckinghamshire Constabulary. Mr. Futrell was assisted and later succeeded in the investigation by John Woolley, who served in the Buckinghamshire Constabulary from 1959 to 1984. George Hatherell, alive from 1898 to 1986, had his service extended by 1 year because of the need to complete the investigation of the Great Train robbery. Mr. Hatherell visited Canada and the US as a lecturer on police matters. Mr. Hatherell died on the 17th of June 1986 at the age of 87. Gerald MacArthur died aged 70 on the 21st of July 1996. Mr. MacArthur was famous for breaking up the Richardson gang at a time when a significant number of London-based detectives were known to be corrupt. One of the post office carriages that were part of the remaining train but not involved in the actual robbery is preserved at the Nene Valley Railway Station at Peterborough, Cambridgeshire, and is being restored. The actual carriage that was robbed, M30204M, was retained for 7 years following the robbery, and then taken to Norfolk and burned in the presence of police and post office representatives at a scrapyard near Norwich in the 1970s. This was to deter souvenir hunters. Locomotive English Electric Type 4 D326, later known as 40126, was involved in a number of serious operating incidents. The locomotive was scrapped at Doncaster Railway Workshops in 1984. The retrieved Monopoly board used by the robbers at the Leatherslade Farm hideout and a genuine £5 note from the robbery are on display at the Thames Valley Police Museum in Sulhamstead, Berkshire. For some years, Network Railway described the location of the robbery as Train Robbers Bridge in their infrastructure records, and a structure identification plate showing this was attached to the bridge itself. This led to an outcry advocating the restoration of the original name of the Bridigo Bridge. In late 2013, Network Rail bowed to public pressure, but this time naming it Mentmore Bridge. The sign was replaced around 2017. £2.6 million was stolen, although the police report states that it was £2.59 million. The bulk of the haul was in £1 notes, £5 notes, both the older white note and newer blue note, which was half its size. The £5 notes were bundled in batches of £2,500, the £1 notes in batches of £500. There were also 10 shilling notes in batches of £250. A quantity of Irish and Scottish money was also stolen. With the exception of a few drinks for associates, the loot was split into 17 equal shares of around £150,000 each. However, George Hathrell claims that there were 18 shares. With a few notable exceptions, the money was quickly laundered or divided by friends, family and associates of the robbers. Much was laundered through the bookmakers. Mr. Wilson and Mr. Wisby were themselves bookmakers, although, astonishingly, only a few £100s were identifiable by serial numbers, so the robbers could have spent the money without fear of being traced as a result of those serial numbers. There were 1,579 notes, whose serial numbers were known, and the rest of the money was 100% completely untraceable. The £5 notes were two different types because in 1957 the British government had begun to replace the large white notes with smaller blue ones that came in the rotation later on. The final changeover had not been completed by the time of the train robbery. The white notes quickly became far more suspicious to use, making it harder for them to be spent. Although within 6 months of the robbery, 10 of the robbers had been locked up awaiting trial, and 3 others were wanted criminals on the run, very little of the money had actually ever been recovered. This has led to speculation that there is a great deal of robbery loot still out there in the market today. In fact, the money was soon seized and spent by predatory gangsters and greedy associates, relatives and lawyers. Thus, the proceeds of the greatest cash robbery in British history were quickly used up, with few of the robbers receiving any real long-term benefit for their efforts. Less than £400,000 was eventually recovered by the police. Over half of this consisted of the shares of Roger Caudry, £141,000, and allegedly Brian Fields, £100,000. A further £36,000 was recovered from Jimmy White's caravan. Roy James was carrying £12,000 when he was captured. The final sum of money recovered was £47,245. That was astonishingly found in the telephone box in Greater Dover Street, Newington, South London. The £47,245 recovered from a telephone box included 57 notes whose serial numbers had been recorded by the bank in Scotland. This money was part of a deal struck with Frank Williams by Danny Pembroke. In The Train Robbers, Piers Paul Reed claimed that the police were feeling the pressure because although they had caught many of the robbers, they had failed to recover much of the money that was stolen. While no evidence had been found against Danny Pembroke, he was believed to have been one of the South Coast raiders. Some of the identifiable banknotes had been traced back to Mr. Pembroke through friends who had been charged with receiving stolen money. Given that the police had insufficient evidence against Mr. Pembroke, either at Leatherslade Farm or definitive connection with either of the two gangs, Mr. Butler was prepared to let Mr. Pembroke go. Mr. Williams convinced Mr. Butler to pull Mr. Pembroke in for questioning, and in return for releasing him and not charging his friends with more serious crimes, £50,000 was to be returned to Mr. Pembroke and his friends. On the 3rd of December 1963, which happened to be the same day that Roy James was taken into custody, the police received an anonymous tip directing them to the money in the phone box. The money was driven up to Aylesbury and taken into custody by Detective Superintendent Futrell, who wondered how his London colleagues could know how much money there actually was. Mr. Futrell had to bring in bank clerks to count the damp and musty money to determine the final sum. Mr. Williams made no admission to the recovery of the money is the result of a deal with Mr. Pembroke. Despite claiming that his negotiations were responsible for the return of this money, Mr. Williams, in his book No Fixed Address in 1973, claimed not to know the identity of the person who had returned the money. Although Mr. Williams did mention several robbers to whom he had offered deals through intermediaries. Mr. Williams noted that it seemed to him that Mr. Butler was sceptical of his efforts, and that at the press conference Mr. Hathrell and Mr. Millen did not reveal the circumstances behind the find, and that Mr. Williams was never asked to talk with them about it. Despite Mr. Pembroke being the man identified as the assailant of the train driver, Jack Mills, by Bruce Reynolds, Mr. Williams only makes mention of the assailant once in his book. In this section, often quoted by other sources, Mr. Pembroke confirms that, with Tommy Butler, he questioned the man they knew to be the assailant, but they had no evidence to convict this man. Strangely, however, Mr. Pembroke makes no further mention of this man. The deal done with Mr. Pembroke caused outrage in the police hierarchy. It is hinted in several books that the deals done by Mr. Williams were responsible for him being overlooked for promotion, and that Mr. Williams was unhappy that his efforts were not recognised by his superior, Mr. Butler, but were instead hidden from Mr. Butler's superiors. For his part, George Hathrell, in his book A Detective's Tale, stated that the motive behind the return of the money was not known for certain. Mr. Hathrell said that the money was returned by one about whom extensive inquiries had been made, and who in fact was interrogated at length. But in spite of our strong suspicions, nothing could be proved against Mr. Pembroke, and so no charge could be brought. My belief is that Mr. Pembroke thought we knew more about him than we did, and thinking things were getting hot, Mr. Pembroke decided to get rid of the money to avoid being found in possession with it. Mr. Hathrell does not mention Mr. Williams at all in his book. Mr. Hathrell retired on the last day of the trial at Aylesbury. The 19 gang members who were arrested shortly after the robbery had to spend a large amount of legal fees, which was approximately £30,000 each, which was a heavy sum of money for those times. The robbers who spent much time on the run overseas, Mr. Reynolds, Mr. Wilson and Mr. Edwards, had very little left when finally arrested, having had to spend money avoiding capture and indulging in the lavish lifestyles without finding employment. Much of Jimmy White's money was taken from him. According to Marilyn Wisby, her father's share was hidden by his father, Tommy Wisby Sr., in the panels in the doors of his father's home. Mr. Butler raided them 3 times, but failed to find the train robbery money. The majority of the money was reputedly entrusted to Mr. Wisby's father, and also to his younger brother, Ron, who coincidentally had saved some money of his own that was confiscated by the police, and returned to Ron 3 months later after being verified to be legitimate money. By the time Mr. Wisby was released from jail, all of his shares had either been spent or invested. Mr. Marilyn agrees with Piers Paul Reed's assessment of how her father's share was up. Approximately £150,000 was spent. Although Mr. Wisby's share was one that was not taken by other criminals, Marilyn Wisby is still bitter that her relatives got to spend a fair amount of the loot while the overall sum dwindled away. However, Marilyn Wisby's grandfather used some of the money to buy them a house in Upper Norwood. Up to 6 of the robbers escaped punishment in one way or another: the Ulster man, 3 robbers who were never caught, John Daly, who had his charges dismissed at the trial, and Ronnie Biggs, who escaped from jail and managed to avoid being taken back to the United Kingdom. Mr. Daly had entrusted his money to another crook. This man had betrayed Mr. Daly to the police and had absconded with the money. Upon the release of the others in the mid-1970s, Bill Jennings got in touch with Buster Edwards, and Frank Monroe got in touch with the South Coast Raiders. Both said that they had no money left. Danny Pembroke went initially to America, and John Daly at the time was said to be living on unemployment benefits in the west of England. Ronnie Biggs quickly spent his share getting a new life. Ronnie Biggs loved his life in Australia, although by the time his family had arrived in 1966, all but £7,000 had been spent. £55,000 had been paid as a package deal to get him out of the UK. The rest had gone on legal fees and expenses to keep him out of jail and living a normal, comfortable life. With all the variations of the proceeds and life of the Great Train Robbery being speculated by many of the train robbers and police, who makes the best case for the truth? Please let us know what you think about the story of the Great Train Robbery of 1963 in the comments below. Thanks for joining us, and until next time, stay safe.
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe. Today we're going to take a look at the notorious history of the Chalk Hill Boys. The Chalk Hill estate is located in the Wembley area of northwest London. It is one of the largest council estates in the UK, built in the early 1970s, around the same time of both Stonebridge and South Kilburn's estates. The design was based on the Park Hill of Sheffield, which is why it looked somewhat different as opposed to the other two estates recently mentioned. The redevelopment process began in the early 1990s due to heavy drug dealing and crimes being orchestrated by gang members. The high-rise towers were being knocked down, new rise towers and council houses were being constructed. The redevelopment process had been officially finished by 2009, but prior to 1997, the estate was revamped and looked completely different. A lot of Jamaican Yardie gang members took refuge amongst the Chalk Hill estate. This is because the estate was so huge in terms of size and scope, it was easy for drug dealing to be implemented. Police would have a rough time tracking down criminals due to how the estate would be set up. The high-rise towers were connected, so criminals would go from one side of the estate to the other without touching the ground floor. This is what led to the redevelopment of the estate from the earlier stage, as opposed to any other area in northwest London at the time. Due to a mass amount of crack cocaine being distributed through the estate, for many years, Chalk Hill had been given the nickname Crack Hill. Around this time, prominent members of the estate consisted of main figureheads such as Gregory the Black, who was the boss around that time, Suede, Double G, Benji, Forbes, DW, Bigger, Winston, Carlos, and many more. During the time when most places in northwest London consisted of high-rise towers, a few prominent members from Chalk Hill, Stonebridge, and South Kilburn estates would get together and form a commission known as the A-Team. It had nothing to do with anything else other than strictly organised crime. A few Yardies and British-born members had family members from these different estates and would often meet up to distribute drugs amongst themselves. Most Yardie members went to jail and got deported and banned from the area due to internal beef and the knockdown of the high rises, which made it harder for drugs operations to flourish. Around this point of time, the prominent members of the estate were Gavin, Big French, Kizzy, Murray, Dirty Daps, Rudley, Jay, the Twins and many more. This generation of members would later inherit the Crack title and call themselves by two different names, being flip-flopped, such as Chalk Hill Mob and Crack Hill Boys. Chalk Hill was all one, but there were two different sets in the estate around this time. Due to a heavy Somali population, the Malis would often come together as a collective to beef rival area Kingsbury. In 2003, young prominent senior members of the PRC gang were given bans and lifetime ASBOs for their reckless behaviour. For many years, PRC would go into Chalk Hill's estate and harass the public, even going further to commit crimes such as theft, brutal assaults and stabbings for the thrill. In a small run-down corner of northwest London, fear has disappeared seemingly overnight. Vince Cunningham's wife is no longer afraid to step out of her front door after dark, and the old woman in the flat around the corner does not have to be escorted to her front door when the gangs are about. No one drug deals in the car park flats where people used to live in terror. No one mugs the residents or urinates on their doorsteps. This sudden and extraordinary change was the result of a unique experiment in Neasden, which seen 7 local males aged between 15 and 27 which had been terrorising the neighbourhood. Police say the gang regularly carried knives and drugs and had been convicted of more than 100 offences between them. But now the gang have been banned from the streets of Chalk Hill area in a first mass antisocial behaviour order ASBOs in London. The order covers the largest area of any ASBO so far issued in Britain. To make sure the gang members do not dare venture into the streets where until recently they caused such havoc, a leaflet has been delivered to local homes and firms showing their photographs and detailing the areas from which they have been excluded. The results have been dramatic, one local said. They were absolutely terrorising the area. I'm just glad they were removed peacefully. However, serious doubts have been raised about whether such banning orders do any good in the long run. Professor Tim Newburn, a criminologist based at London School of Economics, said, "There may be a respite, but the likelihood is that it is temporary rather than a solution. There seems little doubt though, that the residents whose lives were being made a misery of are much more delighted." One father of 4, an IT consultant who lived in the area for 18 years, said, "If this thing can stop them, then it's the right thing to do." The language and shouting that used to come out of their mouths was terrible. They would throw stones at people and it was awful. Almost all the residents would only speak if they could remain anonymous. The legacy of fear of the gang had made on the residents. One elderly woman, who lived alone, said, "We have suffered, but it is much quieter now. They used to break windows and write graffiti everywhere. They used to spit all over my front step. It was disgusting. I had to clean it up in the morning and it would make me feel sick." Cab driver Vince Cunningham, who was 67, was one of the few people to talk openly about the terror the gang had inflicted. "The old lady who lives in the corner, we used to walk her in because she was frightened," he said. "My wife was too scared to take the rubbish out at night. You notice them trafficking drugs. You are fully aware of the shootings and stabbing which accompany that. But it appears that the climate of fear the gang instilled, rather than criminal activities, caused the biggest problem." Bobby Thomas, the Brent councillor in charge of housing, said, "They would intimidate you, even if you didn't do anything. Their presence and attitude was far worse than if they had committed a crime or gone away." The ASBO was introduced in 1999 is what was hailed the government's zero tolerance policy. Mr Thomas said the move by Brent Council and the police to apply for them in the case of this gang was meant to show the gang their behaviour would no longer be tolerated. Brent police say crime in the exclusion zone has fallen by 25% since the interim orders were served on the gang in April. But the IT consultant said the mothers of the 3 of the gang went door to door recently asking residents to sign a petition in their support. The families are considering a legal challenge under the Human Rights Act, claiming their privacy and family life has been infringed. It was pretty intimidating with them standing at the door. You don't really have much choice but to sign. Professor Newburn questioned whether the ASBO addresses the underlying problem. It is quite clearly important to respond to an antisocial behaviour and to seem to respond to it as well. There is no doubt people who are on the receiving end of it wish something to be done about it, but it is somewhat misleading to allow them to believe that a simple punitive response is going to be their salvation. ASBOs are perceived as a punishment, but I'm not sure punishment is the solution. We need to think very carefully about what impels them to behave in these ways, and intervene accordingly. Crucially, it needs to have some fairly intensive educational element to it. In 2009, Press Road member Stunts, real name Sean Stanislas, had shot a prominent CHP member, Gavin Green, in Harrow. A month later, Stunts was seen in Stonebridge Estate by a CHP member. He would be shot at point blank range, dying on the estate. Rumour has it Jason Green, known as Coke, was the alleged goodman, who was Gavin's brother and was done out of retribution. This angered members of Neasden and Kingsbury as they vowed revenge. This led to more tit-for-tat shootings amongst rival areas. Throughout the rest of the year, there were numerous shootings done by prominent members of CHP, SKM and PRC. CHP was involved in a few incidences, but the back and forth was mostly done by the other two areas, SKM and PRC. In 2006, the following year, Coke had been driving his kids to school. He came out of the car and he was approached by PRC members. They shot Coke in front of his two kids in broad daylight amongst bystanders. Members of the PRC fled from the scene. One eyewitness recognised one of the drivers. He was later arrested and charged, despite not pulling the trigger. The Wembley father was shot dead outside his home by a masked gunman in front of his two children, the Old Bailey heard. As screaming youths scattered for cover, Jason Green, who was 30, was gunned down as he sat in his car. His 8-year-old son was sat beside him and his 4-year-old boy was in the back seat. The family were on their way to school when the gunman struck in a busy street at 8:20 am, the court heard. He then sped off in the car as horrified passers-by, many of them children, looked on. Jurors heard the gang of armed men in two cars lay in wait for Mr. Green outside his home in Bowater Road in Wembley on July the 18th. When another gang member walked past and gave the signal, the gunman got out and opened fire. The mother of 5 told the court she had witnessed the murder and hid behind bins with her children to escape the gunfire. Christopher Tossant Collins, who was 19, is accused at the Old Bailey of being one of the shooting party. It is claimed the victim was gunned down as part of a tit-for-tat gang war. Jurors heard how on February 2005, his brother Gavin Green was shot in Harrow. It is rumoured that 24-year-old Sean Stanislas was responsible for the attack. Sean Stanislas was murdered himself on the Stonebridge estate. Both Gavin and Jason Green were suspected of involvement, but were released without any charge by police due to insufficient evidence. Christopher Tossant Collins of Druin Rise, West London, was sentenced to 25 years for the murder. In 2007, during this time in London, most gangs throughout the city would flag different colours bandanas. The areas consisted of estates such as South Kilburn, Stonebridge and Monk's Park. Brig French was a close friend with TOS member Smalls, which is what led to a current generation of Chalk Hill reconnecting. All areas affiliated with one another and would revive back the A-Team name. This is because around this time, prominent members from different areas started rapping and wanted to take the name in a different path, as opposed to it being only street orientated.
You know my whip game proper, cause I whip came proper. Got sick, yeah, that twist brains, don't need to call a doctor, I'm the pharmacist.
This was done roughly around the same time as their ops, forming their own commission known as the SMG. St. Raphael's, Kensal Green and the Mozart State were involved. After all alliances had been formed, more drama had emerged from different parts of North West around this time. There were a lot of tit-for-tat stabbings and shootings on a daily basis. In 2008, a couple of members of the Marleys were both arrested and charged during a drug raid on the estate. The police seized thousands of pounds worth of drug money and possessions which were inside the flat. The pair of drug dealers had been sent to prison for a total of 12 years following the raid on the Chalkhill estate. Conroy Roden, of 27 of Bathurst Gardens, Kensal Green, and Farhad Hassan, who was 24 of Lawrence Avenue, Stonebridge, were both found guilty on drug-related offences after a 5-day trial at Harrow Crown Court. The pair pleaded not guilty to possession of cocaine and heroin with intent to supply, but the court heard how on October the 30th, police had raided a house on Windsor Crescent, Chalkhill Estate, and found the men desperately trying to get rid of the large quantity of drugs out of an upstairs window. Officers searched the property and discovered £1,000 in cash strewn over the bedroom floor, electronic scales, and brown and white powder, which, when was tested, found out to be heroin and cocaine, worth a total of £26,000. £12,000 in cash was also found hidden in shopping bags, but Mr. Roden and Mr. Hassan denied having anything to do with the drugs or money. Detective Constable Stuart Outred of Wembley CID said, "The supply of drugs causes misery in communities where dealers openly deal on the estate and in public parks. It also has impact on the victims of crime, whereby users will commit burglary and robbery offences to support their habit. Drug dealing is also seen by many aspiring youths as a way to earn easy money and brings with it disputes which this borough has witnessed the after effects of when a deal goes wrong on a regular basis. The message needs to be sent out that if you deal drugs, you will face conviction and lengthy jail terms, and you will be brought to the attention of the community so they know who you are." Mr. Roden was found guilty on 2 counts of possession of Class A with intent to supply and was jailed for 8 years. Mr. Hassan was also found guilty on the same 2 charges and handed a 4-year sentence on June the 16th. In 2009, there were heated tensions going back and forth between both Kingsbury and Chalkhill. This caught the eyes of the public and the Brent police. The Marleys would often go on ride-outs in broad daylight with TENS members on pedal bikes to look out for their ops. Some would go as far as to arm themselves with knives and stab innocent people for the thrill of it. In 2010, senior members of the Marleys would later go on to be charged and banned from their estate. Members of the Notorious gang, who conducted a 12-month reign of terror against the residents, have been banned from the Chalkhill estate. Police obtained antisocial behaviour orders for the 5 unruly youngsters who were all members of the Chalkhill Blue Boys. Members were told by officers that over the last 12 months the tearaway teens had been responsible for causing criminal damage and theft at a nearby primary school and had trespassed and behaved antisocially in housing blocks, and they had also threatened and abused police officers. Members of the gang had also committed offences including assault and burglary and had stolen from Asda supermarket in 40 Lane, from which the members are already banned, police had said. Faisal Youssef, who was 17, Hashi Ali, who was 18, Zachary Dowd, who was 17, and Awali Mohammed Hassan, who was 16, Kaiba Efran, who was 17, had all been ordered not to enter the area designated by the police, which covers most of the Chalkhill estate. If they behave in an abusive or aggressive manner to a police officer or a member of public, or if they associate in the company of more than 2 Chalkhill Blue Boy members at any time in the borough for the next 2 years, they could be arrested and charged. Those members of the gang who live on the estate are allowed to come and go from their homes. However, they have been given a restricted route which they must take to leave the estate. Mr. Hassan, Mr. Daud and Mr. Efan were also barred from Asda and its car park. Sergeant Parag Gore of Barn Hill Safer Neighbourhoods Police Team said, "The youths self-named themselves the Chalkhill Blue Boys, and they caused significant antisocial behaviour within the Chalkhill estate. The gang has sought to intimidate the local area and the police officers who patrol the area. They have disrupted the quality of life for the residences and the businesses. Councillor Lincoln Beswick, lead member of the Crime Prevention and Public Safety, said, "I fully support these ASBOs. We should be intolerant with any such behaviour. This is a clear message. Don't behave or you will lose your liberty." That same year, there would be a lot of back and forth goings between the TFL and the Marleys. Also, a prominent member, Murray, will start to make music more consistently. Here are a few of his tracks.
Over you.
Like magic, I make guys disappear or come back a different. Yeah, ain't that tragic, ain't that funny. Dudes get gas, keep thinking that their shit's hard. I make that runny. I'm hotter than the spots where they take crack funny. This is what I plan to do. Have my niggas bang at you. Make the pump, make you jump like you was a kangaroo. Murder him, hit him up in Burger King. Heard you got a little name, but I ain't ever heard of it.
There were incidences outside Kingsbury High School involving gang members from both crews, assaulting one another, even going as far of using a range of weapons such as baseball bats. Much life-term bans have been carried out, to the extreme level of violence being carried out as the bystanders looked onwards. The beef between both areas is still ongoing, only this time it is carried out by the younger generations. A handful of CHB members over the years have gone to jail for drug offences and weapon charges. Members of the gang state operating behind closed doors instead of publicising their antics. The gang, for the most part, had been discreet for a short period. The estate was still a breeding ground, consisting of drug kingpins who would later be arrested due to police raids and intelligence. The police were cracking down on gang activity on a notorious Wembley estate by introducing dispersal zones. From midnight on Thursday, April the 1st, police were given extra powers in the area, stretching from the back of the Chalk Hill Primary School across the Blackbird Hill and Bridge Road up to the crossways. They can force groups of people loitering in the area to leave and not come back for 24 hours, and anyone refusing to comply can be arrested. The new powers will be in place for 6 months, until October, and the zone may be extended at the end of that period. Sergeant Parag Gore of the Barnhill Safer Neighbourhood Team, which covers the Chalk Hill estate, said, "We are responding to concerns of residents in the area and are working with the council to resolve these issues. We hope that this dispersal order gives them the means to improve quality of life for the local community and businesses." This is what led to the downfall of the gang, as the most prominent members were banned and locked up. In 2013, Aaron Payne, a CHB member, had gotten himself into an altercation with a rival gang member. The following year, both had crossed paths once again, only this time the rival had a knife with him. He then stabbed Aaron multiple times to death. His accomplice then proceeded to assault him. He was on the ground. He died in hospital days later. Dean Gabbe, who was 23, knifed 26-year-old Aaron Payne in the stomach for showing massive disrespect to him and his friends in Chalk Hill Road, Wembley, on September the 4th. Mr. Gabbe had already killed a homeless Polish man with a single punch in Neasden 4 years earlier and served 20 months inside for manslaughter. The Old Bailey heard that Mr. Payne was targeted after his cousin Simon Campbell and Tanshay Roach Johnson clashed the day before. Prosecutor Sally Hose QC said he was punched and kicked repeatedly and sustained a stab wound to the abdomen for which he eventually died. Mr. Payne was taken to hospital for treatment and was discharged from St. Mary's Hospital in Paddington on September the 13th. He collapsed and died minutes later as he left with his father, Keith Payne. Judge Nicholas Hilliard QC sentenced Mr. Gabbe to a life imprisonment with a minimum term of 25 years for the murder of Aaron Payne. He said, "You, of all people, were well aware that death can result from violence even when death is not intended. His is the second life you have taken. He had the greater part of his life ahead of him when he had the misfortune to cross your path. You have caused untold pain and sorrow. In 2014, David Headlam was stabbed and killed by CHB members after an argument had broken out between him and a few members. Years later, 3 CHB members would later catch up with him and proceed to chase David through the Halsden area. They had stabbed David to death. All members were later arrested and charged for their part in the murder. The seriously ill father of a murdered teenager has still not been able to be told about his son's death, as it emerged the stabbing may have been linked to a trivial row on a football pitch. The church minister's son, David Headlam, who was 18, was ambushed by 2 men wielding knives in the early hours of Sunday and chased for a quarter of a mile before he was stabbed. His father, Bishop Alonzo Headlam, is the leader of the World Vision Apostolic Church of Jesus Christ. Mr. Headlam has been in hospital for the last 3 months following a stroke, and a family friend said he had not yet been told of the murder. Outside the family home in Willesden, northwest London, the friend said, "That's the really sad part about it. His dad just had a stroke and he's been in hospital for about 3 months. I think he's just about ready to come home. At this moment he doesn't know about it because nobody knows how to tell him. At one point he had lost his own speech. The other day I saw David walking down the road with his Father's Day card. It's so sad. I spoke to his dad about David the other day. He revealed David was a talented musician who had played the organ at his father's church services, with his brother Junior playing the drums. Friends also said the teenager had been targeted by men who took a dislike to him after a football match 3 years ago. I think they had an argument on the pitch with some guys about 3 years ago, and they have had it in for him ever since. I think they also had a fight on the bus, and it just carried on from there," a friend said. He said, "I thought perhaps they had stabbed him to scare him, but I did not believe the wound would be so fatal." He added, "They probably thought that they were just trying to make him scared. He was stabbed in the leg." Idris Daud of Anton Place, Wembley, and Tashay Ennis, who was 19, who formerly lived in Wembley and now lives in Langley, were subject to an ASBO when they stabbed to death David Headlam. Under the terms of the 5-year order by Harrow Crown Court in October 2013, they were also banned from the Wembley area. During their Old Bailey trial, jurors heard how the pair and Eamon Coshin, who was 18, took a cab from Wembley to Halsden and carried out their murderous act. They blatantly ignored the order by associating with each other and entering Wembley. Mr. Daud was also on tag for a previous offence at that time of the attack and had breached his curfew to carry out the murder. The trio chased and stabbed Mr. Headlam in Drayton Road in the early hours of June the 29th. All 3 were found guilty of the unprovoked attack and were also convicted of grievous bodily harm with intent to relation to Mr. Headlam's friend. At the Old Bailey, Mr. Coshin, who was just 17 at the time of the murder, was sentenced to life with a minimum tariff of 18 years. Mr. Daud and Mr. Ennis were given a life term with a minimum of 20 years. The motive for the killing remains a mystery, although the court did hear that on the day of the murder, Mr. Daud had uploaded a rap video on YouTube which featured him and Mr. Ennis. Part of a video showed Mr. Ennis bragging about stabbing someone. In 2015, Murray, whose real name was Michael Murray, who was the leading figure of the Marleys at one time in the estate, had been arrested and charged for wraps of cocaine found on him. The police also found thousands of pounds of drug money stored in his house during the raid, with fake bank accounts and documentation. The 6-month probe led to him facing further charges of possession with intent to supply crack cocaine and possession of criminal property in relation to the cash. At Harrow Crown Court, he was found guilty of possession with intent to supply crack cocaine and possession of criminal property and jailed for 3.5 years. DC Fiona Davison from Brent Police said, "This is a good result for the community of Brent, and I am pleased that a drug dealer has been taken off the streets. We will continue to target drug dealers and bring them to justice, those intent in breaking the law in Brent." In 2016, Big French made a return to music and began making tracks on a consistent basis. He would do a lot of features with his associates such as K Coke and many more.
Boys in the hill. Hey, hey. They talk to me. This one's a crying. Lord have mercy on my soul. I had to get it on my own. There's numbers in my phone that I barely use, cause we all came up from the block but we have varying views. I thank my mother cause she taught me how to tell the truth, but my father was a part of me I barely knew.
He would also go on to drop his mixtape within the following year, 2017, titled Game of Thrones. This mixtape gained recognition within his area and other areas associated with him. A new generation of gang members changed the name of CHB to A9, despite other members within the gang coming from different estates. Prominent members are Little Crafty, Mums, Go Get It, Little Shaq and many more. The estates still had their ongoing beef with both Neasden and Kingsbury areas, who are now known as OKB with the Press Road. In 2019, Big French had almost met his demise as he was inside his car sitting down the estate. A gunman saw him from afar and came running and was caught on CCTV. The shooting was done in retaliation for what had happened to Church Road rapper Nines. That same day, TOS and MP affiliate Smalls was killed by the same gunman due to the circumstances. The following couple of days led to multiple tit-to-tat shootings, with bystanders being unfortunately shot down in the head in a park as he bled to death. The men were charged more than a year after Craig Small, who was 32, was shot outside a shop in Harrow Road in Monks Park, Wembley, on the evening of 5th of July 2019. Mr. Smalls had been taken to hospital in North London but died shortly after. Mr. Small's mother previously shared a tribute to her son in July, stating that Craig meant everything to us. He was a loving son, a father, an uncle, and he was a peacemaker. He was the soul of the family. He lit up the room, and now his light has gone. Craig had a past, but he had changed his life for the better. He was moving in the right direction. His life had been taken senselessly. He did not do anything to deserve this. In 2020, the group A9 still consistently put out music on YouTube, with many different members taking the centre stage. Here's a few tracks of what they have done over the years.
I fly birds every day cause I can't get enough for this cash, get enough for this pay. Pissed they got my dogs in the cage, had the judge for their whole life away. One day things will be okay. I've just had enough for the struggle, but the struggles made me who I am today. I've just had enough for the struggle, but the struggles made me who I am today. Used to have books in the rucksack, now I got bricks in the rucksack. Man, I hit my first shot when I was 14. I was lost till the niggas started seeing peas. I realised niggas start to envy, so I separated myself from plenty. Me being a hating ass nigga, man, that's dead like the cemetery. Trap so hard, I'm seeing hella
miss. Brought down bricks, turned that to Liz. And I swear that the hotline blings like drizz. Coming on my chain and wrist. To the up, so please don't slip. Piss, chin man, down few trips. And I moved that white so quick, but now I got dark like my wife and kids. A9K, what, where? How much streets have I ching round there? And the school was never been fair, so I judgment's top and it's nice, one clear. A9K, what, where? How much streets have I ching round there? And the scoreboard's never been fair, so I judge man's top and it's nice, more clear. Jump out gang like rabbit, rapid. Jump at the ride and slap it. If it's me then...
They would indirectly diss the ops, OKB, because of YouTube's guidelines on music. Lil Shaq is currently the most consistent rapper of this generation on the estate. Draquan Patterson was seen in the Wembley area walking until he was attacked by a few OKB members. He was stabbed multiple times, which was seen on CCTV. 3 OKB members made their way back inside the car they came out of and drove from the scene. One of the members who had been allegedly involved in the brutal attack, Boniface Rexon, he goes by the street name BR. He has been arrested in connection to murder, but was released pending further investigation. Draquan Patterson was chased down the road by the gang, with the teen desperately trying to get away from the trio in Wembley. But in the disturbing CCTV, the teen boy is then seen falling to the ground and set upon by the gang on Preston Road. The group can then be seen running to a black Ford Mondeo, leaving Draquan for dead on the night of February the 18th. Young Draquan was seen waving his arm and shouting for help as cars drove past before paramedics were called to the scene. He was rushed to hospital minutes later, but tragically died around 9 AM the following day. Police launched a murder probe into the horror knifing, but no arrests had been made so far. Scotland Yard revealed that the getaway Mondeo was found later by officers, discovered burnt out in a close near to the scene in Preston Road, Wembley. DCI Leonard said, "We have been working intensively since Draquan's killing to establish what happened on that Thursday night and find the people responsible. Our investigation has included detailed forensic analysis and an intensive search for and of relevant CCTV material. These and other lines of inquiry are continuing, and I can assure Draquan's family and the local community of our total commitment to bringing those responsible to justice. I need to hear from any witnesses or anyone with information about this tragic murder. If you know anything that may be significant, please get in touch." I believe this car was used in an initial attempt to injure Draquan in a collision on Preston Road. After the Mondeo had been driven at him, Draquan ran away and was chased by 4 suspects who got out of the car before being caught and fatally stabbed. We have yet to establish who was using this Mondeo in the days leading up to the murder, and I am appealing for anyone who may have seen it to get in touch. This is a fairly large vehicle and quite old, so it would have been noticed. It is possible that the car appeared suspicious and wasn't familiar to local residents in the area where it was parked, or maybe people using the car have seen it behaving suspiciously. This car was clearly the key line of inquiry, and I'm asking anyone, in particular the people of Northwest London, to think carefully about whether they have seen this Ford Mondeo or who have been using it. Gideon Nguendima went by the street name Tonks. He had affiliated with the A9 members. One day he was seen shopping in the Brent Cross shopping centre. He was then approached by OKB members. A fight had took place, which quickly escalated into Tonks being stabbed in front of innocent bystanders as they looked on in horror. The whole shopping centre was closed down and barricaded with armed police. Days later, OKB member BR had been arrested in connection to the murder of Tonks. Boniface Rexon, who was 19, eventually pleaded guilty to the manslaughter of the 21-year-old Gideon Nguendima at Brent Cross shopping centre in North London. In Crown Court, the committed gang member, who appeared in 4 music videos, was jailed at the Old Bailey for 14 years, with a further 4 years on an extended licence. Mr. Rexon had previous convictions for robbery and having a lock knife and Rambo-style blade, the court was told. At the time of the killing, he was also on police bail of suspicion of another murder, the court was told. Following his arrest, he dropped the 6cm long lock knife down a drain at the police station, from where it was later recovered. Judge Leonard said Mr. Rexon was a committed and active member of the Thugs for Life gang, and he had operated the gang's Instagram account, which featured people with guns, YouTube music videos with violent lyrics. The judge also referred to statements from Mr. Nguendima's family describing him as having a heart of gold. Mr. Rexon of Kingsbury, Northwest London, had been due to go on trial at the Old Bailey for murder before pleading guilty to a lesser charge of manslaughter. The judge sentenced Mr. Wrexham to 10 months in jail for possession of a blade to run concurrently with manslaughter sentence. He ordered the charge of murder to lie on court file after the lesser plea was accepted by the Crown. Detective Chief Inspector Linda Bradley of Scotland Yard said, "There are clearly no winners in this case. The tragedy of Gideon's death remained with me throughout this investigation, and again today I wish to express the team's heartfelt sympathies to his family. Mr. Wrexham has also paid a significant price for what he has admitted was a loss of control. There is no doubt in my mind that his gang lifestyle was the reason for his appalling actions that evening. I also want to pay tribute to the security staff and management of Brent Cross Shopping Centre for their initial response to the incident and subsequent support through the investigation. We are very grateful for them. Thank you for joining us today. What are your opinion on the history of the Chalk Pill Boys? Please let us know what you think in the comments below. Thank you for joining us today. If you enjoyed this content, please don't forget to like and share. And if you're new to the channel and want to see more Street Crime UK content, hit subscribe and press that bell so you can join us on the next video. Thank you for joining us, and until next time, stay safe. Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe. Today we're going to take a look at the case of triads in the United Kingdom. Triads in the United Kingdom first appeared during the post-World War era, with the 14K triad emerging in Chinese communities in London, Birmingham, Liverpool and Manchester, in England and Glasgow, Edinburgh and Dundee in Scotland as early as 1952. A later migration followed as members of Chung Mon's organisation fled Amsterdam following the triad leader's death in 1975, as well as those from Hong Kong during the 1980s. Although illegal gambling dens, brothels, opium dens and mahjong schools developed in the 19th century in Chinese communities, it is uncertain when the triads and the Tongs first came over to the UK. The first police were underpaid, under-resourced and overstretched, hence they could not afford to focus on understanding and detecting organised crime. It is unclear which triad was responsible for first importing heroin into the UK. However, authorities believe it was originally transported from Hong Kong via Amsterdam by the NG Sick Ho and received by either the 14K or recently arrived Wo Shing Wo. Although warned by officials from the Federal Bureau of Narcotics and Dangerous Drugs Bureau, later known as the Drug Enforcement Administration, and the Federal Bureau of Investigations through the US Embassy in London, British officials were unprepared to deal with the growing narcotics problem. With the United States becoming aware of the large amounts of heroin being smuggled via the UK, British officials were assisted by a resident officer attached to the US Embassy who was assigned to gather intelligence on drug traffickers and identify couriers before eventually infiltrating their organisation. The resident officer ran into difficulties whilst working with British officials regarding his methods, which contrasted sharply to the British policy. This included the use of a slush fund paid to informants to purchase drugs, whereas British criminals informants are not paid except for expenses. With the corruption within the Hong Kong police force curtailed by the Independent Commission Against Corruption of Hong Kong, many of the city's triads turned to the UK, where a narcotics task force was non-existent and their existence was largely unknown by the British officials. During the 1980s, the power of the Chinese underworld was constantly shifting from one triad to another in an attempt to control Britain's drug trafficking trade. Triads soon began expanding into other criminal activities, including VAT fraud, using innocent loan sharks and extortion victims to provide a front business. The triads also began to turn away from heroin, instead turning to less serious drugs such as cannabis and designer drugs, which were smuggled by triad couriers from the Netherlands and Germany as they competed with rival European competitors. Following the signing of the Sino-British Joint Declaration between the UK and China in 1984, the news of Hong Kong's return to China caused many triads to flee to Britain, specifically the Wo On Lok and the Sun Yi On. These newer triads were far more organised and professional, and as many of its members were respected and prominent Hong Kong businessmen, they were easily able to use their legitimate businesses as fronts for tax evasion and money laundering. The Wo On Lok soon established themselves in Wales, London and Southampton in England, and maintaining links to similarly exiled groups in Ireland, France and the Netherlands and Germany, they engaged in similar crimes such as illegal gambling, counterfeiting and selling illegally copied videos, although they continued extortion activities on Chinese residents. British authorities finally began to crack down on triad activity during the early 1990s, and although law enforcement had been battling the triads for some time, their first insight onto the triad structure and their influence on British society came during the 1993 trial of George Chung Wei Hen, an assassin for the Wo On Lok turned government informant who testified at the Old Bailey against 6 Chinese immigrants who were charged with possession of a firearm with intent to cause grievous bodily harm to the rival triad member Lam Ying Kit after an attempt failed on his life on the 7th of September 1991. According to the testimony by Mr. Chung, he also described his induction ceremony into the Wo On Lok, which followed traditional triad initiation taking place around 2 AM in the basement of the Princess Garden Chinese restaurant in Greyhound Road, Fulham. During the ceremony, he claimed to have paid his sponsor and Day Lo, actor Tang Wei Ming, an initiation fee of £36.50 to operate in the UK. As a result of his testimony, Mr. Chung was given a reduced sentence of 5 years imprisonment. The Wo Shing Wo is considered by authorities to be the largest triad group operating in Britain. Although largely based in Manchester, Birmingham, Glasgow and London, it has also affiliated groups in Bristol, Newcastle, Stoke-on-Trent and Cardiff. In the 90s, Wong Kyung Seng, the chairman, and Kenny Ng Si Hong, the deputy, and Andrew Lam Nagai Khan, the captain, were believed to lead hundreds of Wo Sing Wo members in the London area. Although members are recruited in a traditional manner, they also include prominent businessmen who either rally with organisation for their protection or as a full associate participant in their criminal activity. Although they abide by territorial urban districts of other triad organisations, often centred around a Chinese cultural club or martial arts associations, they have been involved in extortion activities over areas as far as afield as Truro and Great Yarmouth. Despite its declining power since its first appearance in the early 1950s, the 14K Triads, led by Ponytail, remains the oldest and well established in the underworld as the second largest triad organisation operating in the UK. Based primarily in London and Liverpool, the 14K continues its traditional activities of loan sharking and extortion of Chinese businesses, although they have also had a history of targeting other immigrant groups such as Indian and Pakistani, running corner shops and small factories. However, West Indians have been more likely to report incidents of harassment and intimidation than their Asian counterparts. Much of the triad's membership is made up of teenagers or illegal Chinese immigrants, and there are now confirmed reports of non-Chinese and female members as well. The Sun Yi On, led by the chairman, Uncle Po, is an influential triad organisation which, like its Hong Kong affiliates, is a highly organised criminal syndicate involved in white-collar crime as well as owning legitimate businesses. Specifically in the entertainment industry, a key red pole, Teflon, Dill, Serpent and Viobra are all presumed to be British. Incense master Descartes is also presumed to reside in the UK area of Sun Yi On. Branch of the Sun Yi On is run by a man known only as Gideon, based primarily in London and Liverpool. The Sun Yi On are a major Hong Kong triad organisation operating worldwide. Thank you for joining us today. What are your opinions in the triads operating in the UK? Do you believe that the police has cracked down on triad groups? Please let us know what you think in the comments below. Thank you for joining us today. If you enjoyed this content, please don't forget to like and share. And if you're new to the channel and you want to see more Street Crime UK content, hit subscribe and press that bell so you can join us on the next video. Thank you for joining us, and until next time, stay safe. Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe. Today we take a look at the story of William O'Driscoll. This is the story of how William O'Driscoll, who was a legendary Irish bare-knuckle boxing fighter, became Bill the Winner. The year was 1907 and at the age of 18, Bill was recruited as a freedom fighter for the IRA. They had used people like Bill, along with his horse and a barrel-top wagon, to sneak weapons through the British roadblocks, hiding them under horses and in the old gypsy wagons. The British Army used to look down on gypsies and travellers, so when Bill was coming up an army roadblock, the soldiers used to say, "Oh look, it's the dirty gypsies again, let them through." Little did they know that Bill's horse and old gypsy barrel-top wagon was loaded with IRA weaponry. Bill and a few of his friends were basically trying to help the IRA get the British Army out of Ireland. The IRA in those days had a strict code, which was military targets only. This changed in the IRA in the later years. The main leaders of the field unit said to Bill and his lads one time, "No one will thank you for what you're doing for your country, but I will remember it, lads." Eventually, Bill, like many others, ended up getting caught by the British Army for what they were doing, and he became a prisoner in the notorious Spike Island. Spike Island was Ireland's version of Alcatraz, and today is a museum and research site for a team of American archaeologists. It will be interesting to see what they find out. Maybe they'll find out more about what the O'Driscolls got up to in their time at Spike Island. The island was run by the British Army, and they were brutal to the Irish people. Bill was trained up to be a killer, so he was fighting fit and standing at 6'5" and 18 stone. Bill was easily capable of doing what he had been trained for, but he knew that he couldn't kill a man, so he planned his escape from Spike Island. If he didn't escape when he did, the British Army were eventually going to shoot him. Rumour has it that Bill's brother was shot and is buried in an unmarked grave on the island, and so Bill committed himself to intense training for his dangerous swim across Cobb Cork. He waited until night time and for the tides to be right so he could escape, and he swam in the freezing cold water. It was a hard 1800 metre swim, and Bill would have been in the water for around 50 minutes. He attempted the escape at night because he knew the army wouldn't count their prisoners until the morning. Bill would have had a 9-hour head start. Luckily, he made it across safely, escaping from Spike Island. But the island was just the beginning, as Bill was now on the run from not only the British Army, but from also the Blacks and the Tans. The Blacks and Tans were absolutely ruthless. They were mostly ex-prisoners who were let out and sent over to Ireland to be soldiers for the British Army. It is alleged that they were ordered to commit ruthless crimes, and their orders were that if they were ever caught up with Bill O'Driscoll, they were to shoot him on sight. Bill was to be taught a lesson and punished for his escape from Spike Island, which caused a huge embarrassment to the British. While Bill was evading all those who wanted his blood, he came across a travelling circus called Tom Duffy's Circus. Bill joined the circus, and while he was there, one of the house fighters was sending out challenges to the crowd. There was £1 at stake, so Bill, being starving with hunger, threw his hands up and said, "I'll fight him." This well-skilled bare-knuckle fighter was Mr. Duffy's best fighter at the time. Bill threw off his jacket and started fighting. He knocked the man out stone cold within 10 minutes. All the crowd was shouting out, "The winner, the winner, it's Bill the winner." And so Bill won his £1. He brought some food, and because he beat Mr. Duffy's best, Bill then became Mr. Duffy's best fighter. It was then Bill's role to send out challenges to the crowd. In all his time as Mr. Duffy's house fighter, he was never beaten. Because of the reputation Bill had gained at Mr. Duffy's circus, many were considering him to be one of Ireland's best young and up-and-coming bare-knuckle fighters. Meanwhile, the blacks and the tans had put up posters all around Ireland. It was like something out of a western movie, and someone blew the whistle on him and told the blacks and tans that the man they were looking for might be the bare-knuckle fighter at Mr. Duffy's circus called Bill the Winner. Bill realised they were on his tail and left in a hurry, staying one step ahead of the men who were looking for him. Bill was on the run until the 1920s, and the men who were looking for him had caught up with him a good few times. There was a time he was gripped out of a pub, but because Bill was such a well-liked man, and the blacks and tans had a gun against his head, the barman shouted, "He's not Bill O'Driscoll, lads. That fella's Tom Sullivan. He's not the man you're after." On another occasion, Bill was travelling with his wife Nora and family in the horse and wagon, when he was pulled over and ripped from his seat by the black and tans. Because Bill's children were crying hysterically in the back of the barrel-top wagon and worried about their dad, the blacks and tans weren't 100% sure it was their man. One of the blacks and tans took pity on Bill and his family and told the other members to leave the family alone and let them on their way. In 1915, they finally caught up with the man they'd been after since 1907, taking him straight to Portalois jail in Cork City, where they intended to stand Bill against the wall and shoot him dead. Being the natural survivor that he was, Bill broke free from the prison once more, and the blacks and tans were quickly on his trail. They gave chase and Bill ran for as long as he could. In fear of his life, Bill had to take desperate measures and outwitted his pursuers by jumping in the River Lee. The Lee is not far from Portalois jail and runs right through Cork City. Just like he did at Spike, Bill was faced with a dark swim to safety. The darkness meant that his would-be captors lost sight of Bill very quickly, and maybe had thought that he had drowned. During his time on the run, he was also known to camp out in the woods for months on end, and it didn't take much to imagine what he had to do to survive. Fortunately, Bill, being the travelling man that he was, it was second nature to him. Being such a rough and ready man helped him a great deal, and he always found ways to make money. He carried on bare-knuckle fighting, and because of the name he had made for himself in the circus, a lot of Irish bare-knuckle fighters used to challenge him. Think of an Irish fighting surname, and Bill had fought their best men. He accepted challenges of the likes of Waterford Connors and others, and had travelled from Cork down to Waterford, beating everyone that he faced. He also used to travel around Ireland on his barrel-top wagon with his mule, making and selling buckets with his beloved wife Nora. Nora used to make flowers out of coloured paper and sell them, as they travelled all over Ireland selling their buckets and flowers to farmers. Bill was also known to have run-ins with farmers and naturally beat them all. Bill and Nora made a good team and went on to have a good few kids together, and lost count of the number of grandchildren they had. A good few of Bill's heirs went on to be good fighting men, adopting and living up to their father and grandfather's name, the Winner O'Driscoll. One of Bill's sons, Mikey the Winner, was just as tall and just as big as his father, and some people say he was just as good a fighter. No one could beat him, but the Cowley family, who were feuding with him at the time, attacked him. Unable to beat Mikey with their fists, one of them hit him in the temple with a bowling ball. After that attack, Mikey had brain damage and was never the same man again, barely recognising his own children. As for Bill and Nora, they loved each other dearly, but Bill was far from reliable when it came to being faithful to his wife. And there are rumours that Bill had about 3 families. He was like a celebrity in Ireland, and every woman was after the Winner. Some people say that Bill was nothing more but a whoremaster, but he never left Nora, his first love, and their family. Nora loved Bill dearly and forgave him every time. She was an original Romany gypsy woman. Her maiden name was Sheridan, and they were a respectable family back then and are still a respectable family now. It wasn't her fault that she had fell in love with the roughest, toughest Irishman in Ireland. Nora today is buried with her 2 sons and nephew, plus more family, in Tullamore, having passed away before her husband, Bill. She died young and in her 40s. So why was Bill the Winner crowned Bill the King? It was the early 1920s when King Ward sent out a challenge to the best man in Cork, and if Bill the Winner didn't accept this challenge, he would have been known as a coward. There were rumours that Ward and Bill met halfway in a car park somewhere. The pair had fought 3 times in all, and the legendary bare knuckle fights went down in Irish folklore. But the main story that travellers still talk about to this day is this. Bill, being the fighting man that he was, embarked on a 2-month journey from Cork to Dublin, where the 2 men had their first encounter at the city's horse fair. King Ward was supposed to have been the best bare knuckle fighter Ireland had to offer at the time. And to be the king, you've got to beat the king. Bill the Winner fought King Ward for about 2 hours. They were supposed to have been at it like 2 machines, and seemed to be made for each other, both style-wise and in experience. There were hundreds and hundreds of people watching, including travellers, country people, and even the Garda. Everyone was watching and placing bets. It was supposed to have been a very good fight to watch, but Bill the Winner ended up winning the fight. Though King Ward gave his best, and some people say that the fight was the best bare knuckle fight in history. After that day, Bill the Winner was known as Bill the King. Bill the King liked spending time at Dublin's horse fairs, and he was also known to have run-ins with the Joyces, another fighting family. He fought a good few of them, and the main one who he fought was called Tony Teddy Joyce. A lot of people might know his son, Big Joe Joyce, aka the Hulk. Paddy Ward couldn't handle the fact that Bill the King had beaten him, and after hearing about the reputation Bill the King had got for himself as an unbeaten fighter, he wanted another fight. The 2 men would cross paths again at a horse fair held in Ballinasloe, which is still held today. Bill was in the pub having a few beers, and Paddy Ward went in looking for him. It was a known fact that Bill and Paddy hated each other's guts. Bill never went looking for fights, but the fact that he was unbeaten made it that other fighters always wanted a pop at him. Bill was known to never turn down a fight, and if word got out that he was coming to their country, a lot of fighting men would go off travelling or go into hiding because they did not want to let their family name down by losing, even to a bare knuckle legend like Bill the King. And so, in walks Paddy Ward, while Bill was still drinking a pint, and he challenged Bill for a second time. Bill went outside with Paddy, and they had a toe-to-toe again in the middle of the road. Once again, hundreds of travellers were watching and placing bets. The fight lasted for 60 minutes. It wasn't as good as their first fight, but Bill beat him again, knocking Ward to the ground and causing the former champion to say, "I don't want no more, Bill, I've had enough." And so Bill kept his title, the King. This would have been in the early 1930s, and Bill would have been around 32 at the time. This story was immortalised in a song by Lee Lynch called The Fair of Ballinasloe. One of Paddy Ward's great-grandsons, Paddy Jaws Ward, is a good fighting man still to this day, up there with the very best of them. So it shows that some of the names that have been mentioned, that Bill the King was facing good fighting breeds. There is an old lady in her 90s who owns a shop not far from where the second fight took place in Ballinasloe. One of Bill's grandsons was passing through and popped into the shop and got chatting to her and asked her a question. He said, "Excuse me, love, have you heard of a man called Bill the Winner? He was my grandfather, and he fought a man called Paddy Ward just up the pub there." "God, I do," she said. "I watched that fight myself. I was only about 6 years old, but I don't know him as Bill the Winner. I know him as Bill the King, and I remember the men fighting for over an hour." In between Bill the King's time travelling up and down horse fairs all over Ireland, you'd also catch him down the Coal Quay in Cork, accepting endless challenges of fighting men on the cobbles. This would have been around the late 1930s onwards. Of all the fighting breeds that Bill had fought and had beat on the cobbles down the Coal Quay, there was only one man who nearly beat Bill. His name was Jack the Terror, and he was related to Bill through marriage. Bill fought this man twice in one day. Jack also had a fierce reputation as a fighting man, and everyone thought he had just as good a chance as beating Bill. Jack was also an IRA soldier, and a lot more involved in the armed struggle than Bill ever was, running with the famous Michael Collins, whose story was told in the film that bears his name, and also The Wind That Shakes the Barley. These were brave men, and Jack wasn't named the Terror for nothing. He has his own story to be told one day. Bill the King accepted the challenge. There were hundreds of people watching and placing bets on Bill, including the Garda again. It was known for a fact that the Garda used to arrange fights for Bill and his kind so they could make money to line their own pockets. Bill and Jack battled it out on the cobbles. The two men fought until the end. Jack gave it his best and was very close. Both men shook hands and went for a good few points of Dano's stout. Bill admitted to Jack, "Out of all the men I fought, you gave me the best box I've ever had, but I still beat you. I'm the king and will never get beat." Jack wasn't happy with these words and challenged Bill for a second time, just like Paddy Ward had before him. Having beaten Jack fair and square, Bill didn't have to fight him again. But being the proud man that he was, he wouldn't back down to a challenge, and the two men went outside with a good drink inside them both. Both men went at it for a second time on the cobbles, down on the Coal Quay. Word got out that Bill the King and Jack the Terror were going at it for a second time, and before you knew it, a ring was formed and people were placing bets yet again. This time Bill went to work on Jack and didn't let him get close, and that was that. Bill remained the king of the cobbles down the Coal Quay. There's another story about Bill on the cobbles that the old folk tell. There is a funny fella who challenged Bill on the cobbles. This guy was dressed up like Mr. Motivator. Headbands, wristbands, you name it, he had it on. He had stood out because in those days, if you look at Bill the Winner's old photo, you'll see how he dressed. A lot of those men in those days used to dress like that. The only difference is Bill used to wear his trademark hat. That was his crown. This fella was doing stretches and exercises with a crowd around him. Bill was looking at him, didn't know whether to fight the man or laugh at him. Bill didn't even take his jacket off. He walked up to the funny looking man and knocked him out. It was an easy few beers for that day. As for Jack the Terror, his fighting life came to an end after getting beaten by Bill the King. It didn't faze Jack one bit. He went on fighting any man who got put in front of him. For a short, stocky man, he had made a fierce reputation for himself. However, one fighting family wasn't up for a fair fight. A gang of them held Jack down and ended up pulling out a sword and slicing him up so bad that his guts fell out. It wasn't on the Cold Quay that Jack got attacked by the Shields. It was down Blarney Street, where another horse fair used to take place in those days. Because of this, it wasn't the wounds from the attack that killed Jack. A lovely old lady who was at the horse fair gave Jack her blanket to wrap round his wounds, but ink from the blanket got into his blood and fatally poisoned him. Fighting families are well known for doing anything to end the legacy of rival fighting families. But people like Bill and Jack live on forever as bare-knuckle fighting legends. How did Bill the King get the nickname the Man Mountain? In the late 1930s and all through the 1940s, Bill used to travel from Cork up to County Kerry for the Puck Fair. This used to take place in August for 3 days and continues to this day. Bill entered the Puck and was the king of the Puck a good few times. Some people say it was around 6 times in all. He was the king of the Puck, and the reason he got the nickname the Man Mountain was because while he was at the Puck Fair, he always used to stand on the bridge with his hands across the entrance to the fair and challenge any man who came along. He also used to wait for his beloved family, the O'Driscolls, to arrive so he could tell them where he was camped and all the O'Driscolls could be together. Apparently there were around 300 camped there at one time supporting the Man Mountain. There is also a song called Portaloy's Jail, sung by Pekka Dunn, about Bill the Man Mountain and his time being crowned the king of Puck Fair. Today, the people of Killigan have told Bill's family members that what's been written isn't half of what Bill got up to in his fighting life. He was a true legend. There's a film based on Bill the Winner and his time being the king of the Puck, and the film is called Strength and Honour. Philly Jones played the part of Bill the Winner, but in the movie they call him the Smasher. The film came out in 2007 and was directed by Mark Mahon. Considering that there's no video footage or many photos of Bill the Winner, Mark was going off stories that he had heard about Ireland's bare-knuckle fighting legend. Bill had a famous catchphrase if anyone talked to him about his fighting life. He'd just say, "Too much, too much." Bill probably wouldn't have stood for the fuss of a movie, but at the same time, he wouldn't have wanted his achievements to be forgotten. Although he wasn't one to show off, we're quite sure that he would have loved the female attention. Mark Mahon wrote Strength and Honour whilst in hospital recovering from a bad accident. But when he was discharged, he travelled all over doing research on Bill the Winner and his bare-knuckle fighting life. Mark was born in Cork in 1973, so as a child, he would have heard the stories about Bill the Winner. So what happened in Bill the Winner's so-called retired fighting life? Bill the Winner retired in the 1950s. He was cracking on in age, and had started chilling out as an unbeaten man, as far as bare-knuckle fighting was concerned. A fair go, as they call it. But there have been lots of stories that when Bill was a man in his 60s, he still accepted challenges. He wouldn't walk away from a fight, and he wouldn't have anyone taking his name as the winner and the king. In his retirement days, he accepted a challenge from a man called Simon Quilligan. Simon was a good man to fight, but he didn't go round like Bill the Winner used to. Simon was father-in-law to one of Bill the Winner's sons, so it was a bit of a family feud, and if they were on the road together, fireworks would appear between the two families. Some say the fight was nothing but a drunken brawl, but for a man who didn't go around like Bill did, Simon did not go down easy. He put up a good fight, but Bill beat him in the end. Most of Bill's fights during retirement were in pubs, and where people used to recognise him or find out who he was. Some of these drunken men would fancy a pop at Bill. It was reported that even a drunken old priest once had a pop at Bill in a pub in his hometown of Mallow in Ireland. While Bill was enjoying a pint, the priest decided he wanted Bill's jacket off him and said, I've heard you're one of the finest men to ever throw your jacket off. I could take you on and beat you. Despite his drunken challenge, Bill had some respect for the old man's religion, so he laughed it off, saying, "You're too much, father." But the priest kept on and on at him all night, and eventually Bill got fed up and knocked the poor priest out cold with one punch. Feeling guilty, Bill finished his drink, got on his mule and left, taking his prized jacket with him. There's an old story about when Bill was getting on and motor vehicles had started appearing on Ireland's roads. But Bill, being stuck in the old times, was still happy rolling around with his mule and cart. One day, Bill was rolling with his granddaughter, Noreen, when a car bumped into his wagon and broke his wheel. Bill was very upset about his wheel and cart being broken up by this man, and was worried who was going to pay for the damages. When the man saw who he'd run into, he was very apologetic, and got out of his car with all his apologies. He was a young fella, but Bill was concerned about his granddaughter on the cart, and started moaning about the damage that he could have done. Because Bill was an old man, the driver started getting chopsy, and Bill wasn't feeling fresh as he used to be, and was concerned for his granddaughter and his care. Rather than use his fist, he pulled out an old tool from the car and beat the man down to a pulp, breaking the car to match the damage of his car. Even as an old man, Bill took no messing about, and still lived up to his name as the winner. His granddaughter Noreen was laughing all the way home, and still talks about the winner to this day. "I'm a fucking winner," she says to her husband Paddins. He's sick about hearing about the winners, and so are her children. Even though they're Bill's great grandkids, they've changed their family name to Paddon. Bill was already famous in Ireland for being an unbeaten fighter man, but one time he had got really famous, and it had got him on the front pages of the Irish papers. It was the late 1950s, and Bill was at a horse fair in Tralee, where he entered and won a donkey race. Not surprisingly, the retired bare knuckle fighter winning a donkey race was a dream story for the papers. Bill would have been in his 60s at the time, but retired still a winner. Bill used to travel around with his family, spending time with his grandchildren. He often used to take his grandson Danny around the country with him. Danny was good with the old people and used to look after them, fetching water, looking after the horses, and much more. Bill used to be camped with his tent and hay for bedding, and his Danny would occasionally go to the family's wagon and get Bill some bread. One day, his mother Bridget caught him and demanded to know what he was doing. "I'm going to feed Grampy with it," he replied, and his mum said, "No, you're not. Tell him to go and get his own bread. I can't afford to feed that big man out there." His son Jimmy the winner had a big family. Dan, who would have been around 7 years old at the time, used to camp with the old man, and Bill would smoke his old pipe in the tent and tell the boys stories from his life. As young as he was, Dan was still clever enough to say, "Grampy, should you be smoking that pipe? We'll have a fire because of the hay." And Bill would say, "You're right." But he was so drunk, he didn't even know what he was doing and kept smoking inside, happy to be spending time peacefully amongst his family. As a man of the road, Bill liked to keep moving. If one of his sons stayed in one place too long, Bill would travel on with other crowds. He had plenty of family to stay with. But no one can go on forever, and Bill's travelling days were well and truly over in 1965, when he retired to Naz's old people's home in his hometown of Mallow, bringing his life full circle. Bill never wanted to leave Ireland, and never did. He loved his old country and was proud to be a true Irishman. There was a rumour that Bill was a prisoner on Spike Island in 1907. The authorities were going to ship him off to Wales to serve his time in an army prison. Bill wasn't having any of it and set off on his legendary big swim. One of Bill's great-grandsons recently spoke to a member of a Welsh travelling family called the Bucklands, who said, "Bill the winner swam a sea, and the O'Driscolls go way back with the fighting and stuff. And the Bucklins are doing well for themselves. One said Gary Bucklin had won the Lonsdale belt. Because Bill was retired and in a home, his family camped up the road so they could be near him, and so that his grandkids could visit him all the time. Or else Bill would find any excuse so the nurses would let him visit them. The family camped right by the pub, so it was more of an excuse for Bill to go and see them, because Bill wasn't allowed to go out of the home due to his age. He used to tell the nurses he was going for a walk, and promptly walked straight up the road into the pub. If his grandchildren knew he was in the pub, they'd play outside and get crisps and squash from him. They were hard times for travelling communities in those days, so Bill used to help his family out in any way he could, sometimes throwing stolen bacon and sausages from the pub to help his son Jimmy feed his children. By the time Bill got back home, hours later, as he's only supposed to be out for 5 minutes, the nurses used to say, "Where have you been, William O'Driscoll?" And with his breath stinking of booze, he'd just say, "I've been out for a walk." The nurses just laughed it off. They were well used to the old man's tricks. It was 1970 when the king, Bill O'Driscoll, passed away at the grand old age of 82. People have said in the past, that's a good age considering the life that Bill had led. Bare knuckle boxing, and a life on the side of the road. When he was in hospital, the last person he asked for was his grandson Dan. Being young at the time, Dan didn't know what was going on, but went into the room, climbed into the bed, and gave his grampy a big hug. Bill the Winner's last words were, "Dan, I'm going home." Bill the Winner is laid to rest in Shanballymore and buried with his family. It's in the middle of nowhere, and people have asked why Bill was buried there, but it was his choice and he had his own reasons. As for Bill's son, Jimmy the Winner, he was a legend in his own right, a good fighting man who beat some of the best men in Cork, and like his father, challenged a few people at the Puck Fair, ripping his shirt off and inviting any man to test himself against the winner. Just like Bill in his day trade, he was making buckets. Jimmy the Winner used to make gypsy barrel top wagons and had made about 4 in his lifetime. Like his father before him, Jimmy asked to see Dan when he was dying, and when he passed away, Cork came to a standstill for the funeral. Everyone liked Jimmy the Winner. He was a character and a true travelling man. The O'Driscolls are related to a famous Welsh champion, peerless Jim Driscoll. He was a legend of a man who had travelled all over America. Peerless Jim was a house fighter himself and had over 70 fights on his record. William O'Driscoll, or Bill O'Driscoll, Bill the Winner, Bill the King, and the Man Mountain will never be forgotten in the bare knuckle fighting underworld. Thank you for joining us today. What are your opinions on William O'Driscoll or Bill the Winner? Please let us know what you think in the comments below. Thank you for joining us today. If you enjoyed this content, please don't forget to like and share. And if you're new to the channel and you want to see more Street Crime UK content, please don't forget to hit that subscribe button and press the bell so you can join us on the next video. Thank you for joining us, and until next time, stay safe.
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe. Today we take a closer look into one of the most dangerous gang wars to take place in Scotland. The Daniels and Lyons feud. The original source of the animosity between the two crime families dates back to 2001, when a large stash of Daniels cocaine was stolen from a house in the Milton housing scheme and sold on to the Lyons. Milton was Lions territory, and they felt the Daniels from nearby Possil were making moves on their turf. For almost 2 decades now, the bitter feud between the two gangs has seen fatal and non-fatal shootings, knifings, vehicle hit and runs, firebomb attacks, police corruption, witness intimidation, and drugs. Shed loads of drugs. For the most part, the Daniels have been at the top. The Lions, headed up by Stephen Lyons, thought to be in Dubai after a targeted gun ambush in 2006, fled Scotland to Spain. His cousin, Michael, died in the attack. Hitman Raymond Anderson and James MacDonald were convicted of Michael's murder and jailed for life. The Lions are alleged to have forged links with the Dublin crime family, the Kinahans. The Lions have enjoyed immunity and establishment approval since 1992, as Eddie Sr., already well known to the police, was given disused Churnside School in Milton as a community project. He was given $1.4 million in public funding, all whilst using the place as a headquarters of his crime empire. Other known associates of the Lions from Paisley were Stuart Specky Boyd, Robert Piggy Pickett, and George Goofy Doherty. All three are some of the most violent and dangerous villains to ever pick up a blade. They targeted Mark Rennie in 1995 for a £40 drug debt that spiralled out of control. For the first attempt on Rennie's life, Piggy got 12 years and Goofy got 7. Also from Paisley and part of the Lions gang are Stuart Gillespie and William Basil Burns. Stuart, in a separate incident, shot and killed Rennie and was given a 25-year sentence. The Daniels family has been run by Bonzo Daniels since the death of Jamie Daniels in 2016 from cancer. It's also been said that the matriarch Annette Daniels, Bonzo's mum, and was once married to Ian Blink MacDonald, is in charge. She recently called Daniels' syndicate members to a meeting in Dubai. Before Jamie Daniels' death, he was moving between safe houses and was flanked by ex-military armed guards. His death left a vacuum that saw attacks increase. Known associates of the Daniels are Edinburgh Kingpin, Mark Richardson, and Barry and James Gillespie from Rutherglen. Tensions boiled over in 2003 when Eddie Lyons Sr., 8-year-old son Gary's, who died from leukemia, had his headstone vandalised. Kevin the Gerbil Carroll was blamed, and in November that year he was left fighting for his life after being shot. Attacking a family member made it personal for the Daniels. Kevin Carroll was the long-term partner of Jamie Daniels' daughter, Kelly Green, and best friends with his sons Robert and Francis Fraggle since school. In early December came the most bloody attack by the Daniels at the Apple Row MOT Centre, owned by Eddie Sr.'s brother David. 2 masked gunmen walked into the garage and shot Eddie Sr.'s son Stephen, David's son Michael, and their best friend Robert Piggy Pickett. 10 days after the shooting, David Lyons received a ransom note which said, "The boys owe me $25,000 and I want what is owed to me. They all know what it's about and the money doesn't matter to me as it's got to be paid by the piper. I don't want the police, the boys, not even your wife knowing about it. If you keep them out of this, all your lives can go back to normal, as we are all losing money through this. If you have any tricks for my pickup man, then all deals are off. Remember to keep your mouth shut. No cameras, no surveillance, as the pickup man doesn't know anything, so he's no use to you. Drop off 4 PM Saturday. I'll draw you a map, X will mark the spot." Kevin the Gerbil Carroll was suspected of giving the order for the hit and police questioned him, but no charges were brought. In 2008, James MacDonald and Robert Anderson were found guilty and ordered to serve a minimum of 35 years in prison, the longest sentences ever handed down by Scottish courts. This was, however, reduced upon appeal. As Mr. Carroll grew up, he became a top lieutenant in the Daniels gang and ran a group of men who staged alien abductions on rival dealers, mainly dealers who worked for the Lions. They were called alien abductions because so-called victims were usually found wandering in a state of undress and would claim not to remember anything afterwards. Mr. Carroll was by most accounts a maniac and incorrigible, not a great combination. One story suggests that the alien and abduction crew robbed a rival dealer of 4 kilos of cocaine, and Mr. Carroll told him, "You're taxed, you bum." In July 2007, Mr. Carroll was sent to prison for 18 months for possession of high-velocity ammunition. Mr. Carroll met his demise on the 13th of January 2010 as he sat in the back seat of a black Audi outside Asda Superstore in Robertson. There is little doubt he was set up, and a police officer was jailed for leaking information to the alleged hitman. Mr. Carroll was approached by 3 gunmen as he sat in the Audi. The child locks had conveniently been on, leaving him no way to get out, and shot him 5 times through the window as the men in the front seats fled. One of these men phoned Francis Fraggle Green, Mr. Carroll's longtime friend, his partner Kelly's brother, who arrived before the police and searched Carroll's body, removing his mobile phone. In the year before his death, it's alleged that Mr. Carroll had made $1.5 million from taxing drugs, cash and jewellery. William Patterson, part of the Lions gang, was convicted of Mr. Carroll's murder, even though he lodged a defence that more than 6 others could have carried out the murder. He was caged for 22 years in 2015. The Hanlon twins, James and Brian, who were good friends with gangland enforcer Kevin the Gerbil Carroll, both were attacked in separate attacks. Brian was driving along Maryhill Road, Glasgow at 11:30 PM on a Sunday evening when he was run off the road by a silver BMW 5 Series and a dark coloured 4x4. His Audi S4 estate hit a wall and he was hauled out and attacked by up to 7 thugs armed with chisels and hammers. Brian's penis was chopped off in the attack, as well as his injuries to his back passage, multiple fractures and a severe head injury. Just weeks before, his own twin brother James had holes bored in his head with a power drill. James was pursued while driving his silver Vauxhall Vectra for 4 miles by unknown assailants in a black Audi. They proceeded to ram his car, and another vehicle that had been waiting in a lane rammed James's vehicle again. 6 men armed with power tools, hammers and chisels had piled out the 2 vehicles and chased James, who tried to run. They pinned him down and proceeded to drill holes into his head. This brazen attack happened in broad daylight and James only survived as passing motorists rang 999. September 2015. Ross Sherlock, an associate of Kevin the Gerbil Carroll, was outside St Helens Primary School as he went to pick up his daughter whilst wearing a bulletproof vest, where 3 shots were fired and 2 hit him in the arm. William Burns and Alexander Porter stood trial for the shooting. Mr. Sherlock was accused of stealing £2.2 million from a house in Castlemilk. He had previously been stabbed in the face with a car key in the Prince's shopping mall by Mr. Sherlock. Mr. Sherlock was accused of stealing £2.2 million from a house in Castlemilk. He had previously been stabbed in the face with a car key in the Prince's shopping mall. Mr. Sherlock had 6 attempts on his life in total due to the war with the Lion Syndicate. In one of those attempts, he was shot at close range back in 2006 alongside Kevin Carroll. In March 2017, Christopher Dixon attacked Ross Sherlock, who was on remand for failing to give evidence against the 2 men on trial for shooting him. But there are conflicting reports, as another article names a Mark Quigley as carrying out the assault and it mentions just a scuffle. Mr. Dixon attacked Mr. Sherlock in Low Moss Prison, slashing his neck after an argument as they left the church service. This seems to have stemmed from an internal Daniels clan dispute. Xander Sutherland, son of the late Jamie Daniel, was said to control long-term Clyde Hall and knows the Dixon brothers. The prison report fails to mention a weapon, and Mr. Sherlock went on to the protection wing. James and Robert McCann, who were jailed in 2019 for kidnapping and assaulting a man, and both serving 7 and 8 year sentences, were hired as jail hitman by the Daniels. Robert ended up in solitary after attacking inmates related to the Lyons family. James McCann, who was suspected of the murder of James Goofy Doherty, who was knifed in the street and run over 3 times in 2006, was slashed in HMP schools for making threats. SPS struggled to keep a lid on the feud between Daniels and Lyons, after the police ran Operation Crackdown, which saw a large number of foot soldiers sent to jail. EncroChat from 2020 has 40 members from both clans being told that there is a threat to their life after experts decoded texts. Francis Fraggle Green, Jamie Daniels' son, he is also friends with Towie star Mark Wright, was sentenced to 3.5 years in 2012 for ordering a gang to beat up a gran. Robert Daniel got 3 years for his part in the attack on Suzanne Simpson. In 2015, Stephen Bonzo Daniels was carjacked in his cab, and in 2017 he was tailed in his car at 100 miles an hour before being caught up and carved up by bladed thugs. Stephen's mum, Annette Daniels, crime queen, ran an organised shoplifting ring and was jailed in March 2020 for her part at an Aberdeen Sheriff's Court. Author and journalist Russell Findlay, who wrote the book Lion/Daniels Feud, was attacked on his doorstep a few Christmases ago and had acid thrown in his face. He managed to overpower the man and, luckily, had no lasting damage done. William Basil Burns was charged for this incident. In February 2021, 6 men linked to the Lions were found guilty of conspiracy to murder and sentenced to 104 years in total. These men are appealing conviction as a miscarriage of justice. James McGregor, who is linked to the Daniels and Lyons family feud, was gunned down in the street a short while after a close associate of Kevin Carroll, who is said to be part of the alien abduction crew, had rammed a car with a van. The shooting happened in broad daylight in front of people and 3 kids. The shooter walked up to James McGregor and blasted him in the chest at close range. The gun jammed on the first shot. Saturday, the 11th of September 2021, Robert Daniel, nephew of late James Daniel, was held down by 4 men at the Dawes Home Recycling Centre at Anniesland, where he works, and they hacked at his head, back, legs and arms with machetes. It is thought to be a revenge attack for James McGregor's fatal shooting the week before. What are your thoughts on the Lyons and Daniels feud? Thank you for joining us today. If you enjoyed this content, don't forget to like and share, and if you're new to the channel and want to see more Street Crime UK content, then subscribe. Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. For more exciting content, don't forget to like, share and subscribe. Today we look at one of the most dangerous criminal families to ever exist in the UK criminal underworld. A family that held the Manchester criminal underworld with such a tight grip that the effects are still felt to this day. Consisting of 3 brothers, Desmond, the enforcer and hitman, Dominic, the charismatic but predatory entrepreneur, and Damien, who is said was the level-headed but very powerful leader of the family. The siblings had set out to build their criminal empire through the brutal violence, and this would include stabbings, shootings and even sexual assaults. In this video we will detail the beginnings of the siblings and their early life, and how they grew up to live a life of crime, one that would result in them becoming the rulers of Manchester's criminal underworld. Growing up in the Noonan family was a big one, with 14 children within the family altogether, and each child had a name that began with the letter D. This was a reference to Dublin and the Irish roots of their parents. It's believed that the brothers' ability to commit terrifying and brutal crimes were a product of being brought up in the decaying city of Manchester within the 1970s and 80s. The trio, Damien, Desi and Dominic, started out working as security at the Hacienda nightclub, where they would become known and respected as the top hardmen of the city and began selling drugs to the local partygoers. The Hacienda quickly became known as a cult spot in the city, hosting big names like Madonna to play at the venue, and being such a busy nightclub, it was a good place for any criminal gang looking to make a lot of money from drug dealing. This allowed the brothers to sell their own drugs and take cuts from other gangs who were looking to sell inside to pocket up to 50 grand a night, and market themselves as one of Manchester's most established criminal families, a title and privilege they would and did kill to protect. Bob Dunbar, who worked for Greater Manchester Police at the time, said the Noonan brothers were involved with gang culture, drugs and beatings. It became almost a local legend that if you went to a club in Manchester, the brothers in some way would be on or involved in the security at the door. Another former member of the Greater Manchester Police, Martin Harding, claimed the Noonans were synonymous with violence. They displayed very little fear of anyone. They most certainly had no fear of the authorities, and most definitely no fear of going to prison. They were not scared to use violence at any time or any place. Hopefully the brothers had built themselves a brutal reputation, one that would control the streets of Manchester for a very long time. In their spare time, the brothers would also target security vans that were picking up money from local businesses in and around Manchester. where they would disguise themselves with tights pulled over their heads and would proceed to violently push the drivers to the floor before ransacking the van for cash. Journalist Donald McIntyre speculates that the brothers and their associates made an estimated £5 to £6 million from these cash-in-transit robberies. However, a key event in the brothers' criminal organisation was a murder that nearly brought the foundations for their kingdom they had built crumbling down. This was the murder of the flamboyant White Tony Johnson. Mr. Johnson was a leader of the Cheetham Hill gang and drove a white Ford Sierra Cosworth. His shooting was in the car park of the Penny Black pub in February 1991, and it was big news, and after a police investigation, Desmond Noonan went on trial for his murder. But the first trial that was held collapsed amid rumours of jury tampering. However, at the second trial, after all the evidence was heard, Dessie Noonan was acquitted. It had been alleged that Mr. Johnson was killed after a fallout between rival gangs about how £350,000, which was the proceeds from a robbery that had been committed by both, were divided up and split amongst its members. Despite the death of their rival leader bringing an end to any opposing organised crime families in Manchester, the Noonans ultimately benefited as their position was strengthened and they expanded their operations to other cities, despite increased police surveillance of their activities. It is said that the brothers had acquired business interests in nightclubs in Liverpool, London and Newcastle. Desmond Noonan also tried whenever he was free to do deals in other cities with other gangland figures, and was soon becoming involved with several crime bosses, including the Liverpool drugs baron Mr. Curtis Warren, and the head of one of Newcastle's biggest criminal organisations, Mr. Paddy Conroy. And due to the strength and power of the Noonan family, Desmond was able to be a prime peacemaker in the Manchester gang truces, which for a short period of time brought the war in Moss Side to an end. Another event that took place was very important in this story of the gang, and includes an attempt to overtake the doors at the Hacienda nightclub by another rival gang from South Manchester. This attempt was brutally suppressed by the Noonan brothers, and in retaliation Dominic called at the rival gang's local pub and used a machete to decapitate one of their dogs that were outside. He then walked into the pub and placed the head on the pool table, making it clear that anyone who was thinking about it should think twice before having any ideas that they were trying to take over anything that belonged to the Noonans. Despite their vicious nature, the brothers had always made sure they played an active role within their community. In Moss Side, they offered help to the local community by setting up their own makeshift police station in a disused building. They did not require payment in most cases, but acted as vigilantes who required nothing more than a cooked breakfast to sort out any bother. There's also footage of Dominic sitting with families and their children, who served them a feast of bacon and eggs as thanks, many oblivious at this point to his vile predatory character. Each member of the trio was known for their notorious reputation, with the last remaining brother of the trio, Dominic, facing the consequences of his actions to this day. Desmond Noonan was, after the death of Damien, the notorious head of the Noonan criminal firm, was known as Dessie to the family and friends. When asked on camera by reporter Donald McIntyre how many murders police suspected he was responsible for, saying he heard it was around 24, Dessie Noonan broke into a broad smile before signalling with hand gestures at a real total of 27. He was a lifelong Irish Republican and anti-fascist, shown by his activities he did within the Anti-National Front, squads of the early 1980s, and then with Anti-Fascist Action, which was formed in 1985. His last known anti-fascist work was canvassing the BNP British National Party when they stood in Newton Heath in 2002. He shows a significant danger to Manchester's criminal underworld, being the gangland enforcer for his criminal career and openly admitting to his involvement alongside his brothers in the murder of 22-year-old gangster White Tony Johnson in February 1991. The shooting of White Tony was thought to be part of a battle for control of the hard drugs market in Manchester, and although Desmond was able to walk free from the murder case, he was unable to do so 2 years later when he was one of the group that left twin brothers battered and bleeding outside a nightclub. A witness of the event described the then 36-year-old as acting like a complete psycho. Dessie Noonan, however, pleaded guilty this time and was sentenced to 2 years and 9 months in jail for violent disorder and causing grievous bodily harm. and by May 1988 was convicted again of perverting the course of justice and wounding. One charge involved making threats of violence and death towards prosecution witnesses and relatives in an attempt to stop evidence being given at court, where the witnesses were police officers. He lived the last few years of his life as the father of two with an addiction to crack cocaine and booze, despite the best efforts of his brothers and wife Sandra to make him kick the habit. Dominic Noonan was one of the most notorious UK criminal underworld figures of the last 30 years, especially in Manchester. But it was also revealed later that he was also a sex offender. Dominic Noonan worked with his brothers to head their criminal firm and more than 40 convictions for a wide range of offences. These include armed robbery, police assault, possession of firearms, prison escape, and fraud, as well as recent charges of indecent assault and attempted rape. Despite having revelled in a gangster reputation, his notoriety has been enough to influence some young men and manipulate others. This can be seen from the many victims who have come forward to describe some of his heinous actions. His first victim was aged just 10 when Mr. Noonan, who was 6 years older, took him from a care home and indecently assaulted him twice, ordering the boy not to tell anyone. Dominic Noonan also had a second victim who claimed to be 16 or 17 when he first met Mr. Noonan outside a pizzeria. He detailed how Mr. Noonan threatened him, accusing him of having called him gay before he was beaten by a gang of teens with hockey sticks, and then indecently assaulted by Mr. Noonan on a few occasions, once in a disused shop. In his early teens in the 2000s, when he met Mr. Noonan, a third victim stated how he had been molested on 20 or more occasions and described how he would spend time driving around with Mr. Noonan and other young lads and would attend parties where there was drink and drugs. Mr. Noonan would ply them with drink, but not to get drunk himself, and his victim described being brainwashed into thinking the abuse was normal. A fourth victim also said that he was under the spell of Mr. Noonan, aged in his mid-teens when he met him in the 2000s, agreeing to renovate a pub for him. In 2010, a rape charge was dropped, and shortly after, Dominic Noonan was released from a long prison sentence on a licence. He was accused of raping a woman in a hotel room after celebrating his birthday, but prosecutors dropped the case. Mr. Noonan was cleared of child rape charges in 2013 after the court heard his accuser, a boy of 15 who claimed to have been molested in a flat in Bloom Street in Manchester city centre, had a history of making false complaints. In 2016, Noonan was found not guilty of engaging in a sex act in front of a minor, although he was convicted of perverting the course of justice by offering £5,000 to the boy's family to get the charge dropped. The prosecution alleged that the boy was made to cover his face with a poster as a vulnerable adult man was intimidated into performing a sex act on Mr. Noonan in a bedroom. Mr. Noonan was also convicted of arson and blackmail connected to a row over an ice cream van and jailed for 11 years. However, despite his predatory nature, he was not your usual crime boss. Although he was certainly a cunning intellectual individual, he has trumpeted that he is an anti-racist and has made much of being able to speak Urdu, although he only knows a few phrases. He is also a homosexual. Over the years, Greater Manchester Police have found little difficulty in obtaining evidence to lock him up for everything from possessing a gun to arson and blackmail, and in fact he has spent most of his adult life behind bars. Even though this has been the case, Dominic Noonan was recalled to prison again in 2011, suspected of being a ringleader during that summer's riots in Manchester, due to a video depicting him talking to a looter who was carrying a large flat-screen TV on Oldham Street in the height of the riot. Mr. Noonan enjoyed playing cat and mouse with the law, as prison authorities struggled to cope with him, and some prison governors just did not want to have to deal with him as they saw it as a big problem for whoever's custody he was in. There was even a stage where he was housed in the Special Intervention Unit for troublesome prisoners at Strangeways. He was there together with Kieran Psycho Stapleton, a member of the wider Noonan family, who murdered student Anuj Bidvi in Salford, and Clifton Jetter, who committed a gruesome knife murder in Brighton before attacking two guards at the Manchester prison. In the summer of 2014, Mr. Noonan brought Manchester city centre to a standstill while out of prison on licence, by climbing the city's big wheel in protest at the latest efforts to recall him, gathering more than 1,000 spectators at the time. This drama meant that roads were closed, buses were diverted and businesses had to shut, losing an estimated £10,000 in trade. Furthermore, the council and police leaders were infuriated, and Mr. Noonan was charged with causing a public nuisance for his 6-hour disruption 100 feet above the ground, which was later thrown out by the judge, who said that the wrong charge had been laid and that he had suspected the charge had only been made because this offence carried a stiffer sentence than the alternative, aggravated trespass. Around this time, one of Mr. Noonan's friends, who grew up in the same street in Whalley Range, was his right-hand man for many years. They saw what others had seen for a long time, that Mr. Noonan may be a predatory sex offender. He witnessed Mr. Noonan surround himself with an entourage of teens who turned up in force for court appearances, and this man began to feel uncomfortable with what he is seeing. Even telling a news reporter as much as on one occasion being asked how he felt. Being a father himself, he fell out with Dominic after a confrontation with Mr. Noonan. Some of his descriptions include stating, "I remember this lad, he was 13, Mr. Noonan was waiting for him to come home from school. This lad sat on his knee and was told to call him Uncle Dom. He gave this lad a $5. He gave 50p pieces to some other lads. He brought them ice cream. The man also recalls how another lad was 14 and Dom said to call him Dad and he would be kissing him. I told him he shouldn't be doing that, and he was just out of prison and I told him he shouldn't be doing it. It just wasn't right." Claims from the man state how he believed that Mr. Noonan was taking the piss and said that he felt uncomfortable about the situation. He even said he told his children never to be on their own with Mr. Noonan. Furthermore, the man said Dom never had a best mate. I wouldn't have put him down as a best mate either, and that when things started falling into place, I thought this isn't just persecution. I just felt very uncomfortable. Him kissing lads who were 13 and 14, it was very, very uncomfortable. It was staring me in the face. Overall, Dominic's actions ultimately meant that his brothers even saw him as an embarrassment, to the point where he even changed his name to Dominic Latley Footfoy by deed poll, where his adopted surname is an acronym for look after those that look after you, F off those that F off you, and that he now faces the punishment for his diabolical crimes, to which his longtime ex-friend says he deserves everything he gets. Lastly, Damien Noonan. There is a lack of information on Damien. However, it is known and accepted by many that he was a key factor in the success and reputation of the Noonan criminal empire. Damien Noonan was known for being the main part of the trio and everyone respected him. He had no trouble organising or taking part in the crimes the brothers and their criminal gang committed within the criminal underworld, and he was known to be very good at cash-in-transit robberies. Although there is a lack of information about what crimes he committed or took part in during his lifetime, Damien Noonan's death played a significant part in the end of the rule of the Noonan brothers over Manchester, which leads us to the end of their empire. During a space of 8 months, the Noonan criminal empire slowly began to crumble, with Damien's death happening in 2004. The respect and trust that the other gangsters had in regards to Damien and his brothers started to deteriorate. Damien Noonan died in a motorcycle accident while on holiday in the Dominican Republic, and on his colossal black and gold headstone, the family inscribed, "Our family chain is broken / nothing seems to be the same." A friend of Damien's, Paddy Doherty, who was also a bare knuckle boxer and TV personality, says the minute Damien died, they weren't half as powerful as they thought they were. He was the gangster of gangsters in Greater Manchester, the influence. Fear and respect the family enjoyed on the streets at that time was signalled by the size of Damien's send-off, which had posters that went up in town advertising the arrangements. Hundreds gathered on the streets of Salford where he lived, to watch his coffin being carried on a horse and carriage led by an 18-piece bagpipe band, followed by a wagon full of floral tributes, and a mass was broadcast on PA to those who could not get into the All Souls RC Church in Weast for the service, before burial at St. Joseph's Cemetery in Moston. Then, in March 2005, Desi Noonan also lost his life after being stabbed to death by a crack dealer. At the time, Desi had been consumed by an out-of-control alcohol and crack cocaine addiction. His killer was Yardie Derek McDoofus, a part-time DJ who was born in Manchester but raised in Jamaica. It was known that the arguments and threats had gone back and forth between the pair, with there being one occasion where Derek told Desi, "Fuck off, I'll kill you." Many drug dealers have been told by his brothers to not sell drugs to Desi, so Desi tried to circumvent this ban by sending his friends to buy the drugs. On the night of March 18th, Desi drunkenly shambled to get his drugs himself after not finding anyone to go purchase them for him. Mr. McDoofus, who determined to show he was not scared of the bigger man with a dangerous reputation, went out with a kitchen knife and confronted him. A fight broke out with Mr. McDoofus ultimately pushing a knife into Desi before leaving him in the streets to die. Before his death, Desi Noonan managed to call his wife and tell her he had been stabbed, hence how he was found bleeding on the pavement from a stomach wound. Following a trial at Preston Crown Court, Mr. McDoofus, then 41, was found guilty of murder and jailed for life with a minimum of 15 years to serve before parole. It was reported that he was battered so badly upon arrival to the station that he was hospitalised for weeks before he could go to prison. It was also thought he might have been permanently segregated from other prisoners. On the other hand, Desi Noonan was given a big send-off with a 25-piece pipe band, drummers and a horse-drawn carriage, topped with white flowers bearing the coffin. At St Aidan's, Northenden, and then Southern Cemetery, Chorlton in the family tradition. Also in the cortege, 15 black Daimlers filled with red and white floral tributes and wreaths which said, "The Boss," "Uncle," "Our Kid," and "Des." And 2 local schools, St Thomas Aquinas and Chorlton High, closed for the day following police advice about the scale of the event. Dominic commented on this by saying the police totally overreacted, and that Desi wouldn't have wanted the schools to close, there was just no need. There was a turnout of more than 5,000 mourners. Senior Detective Sean Donnellan, who led the investigation into Desmond Noonan's death, certainly thought there was a cautionary tale in it, saying that Desmond Noonan lived a violent and often illegal life. He had a detrimental effect on many people around him, either directly or by association. He considered himself to be a powerful person within the criminal underworld, declaring himself untouchable to television cameras. Yet he died addicted to drugs, lying on the pavement, having had an argument with a drug dealer. Therefore, there is a sense of irony in the death of this once powerful and dominant gangster. Having experienced the loss of his 2 brothers, Dominic was hit badly by the deaths, and according to the journalist Donald McIntyre, was now a man at sea. His dark secrets of paedophilia had always been suspected by many others, and now Dominic was weaker, having lost the 2 most powerful forces in his life. However, despite his losses, he still managed to exert influence and command loyalty in inner city areas, and become a street provocateur. Due to his reputation, he became confident that his rumours that he abused boys would never come to anything. However, he became so feeble that he was incapable of handling the backlash, or had the power he once had to cover up the allegations, and in 2015 he was jailed for 11 years for arson, blackmail and perverting the course of justice. He now also faces the aftermath of being a paedophile and faces time for his sex offences, which he had denied. Having been convicted of all of them, another 11 years was added to his sentence. Therefore, being the last remaining brother of the trio, he is likely to face the rest of his adulthood behind bars, meaning the Noonan Empire has been fully toppled. Overall, the Noonan Empire has left its mark on the city of Manchester, due to the notoriety of the brothers. It can be seen how they started in the economic depression of Manchester and fought against the odds to rise, finding a niche in crime, particularly drug dealing, to increase their reputation. From there, they could expand their empire by pitting up with rival gangs and even forming relations with the gangsters of other busy cities. Ultimately, their formidable, brutal standing became well known, only for it to all go to pieces after the death of Damien and then Desi. Dominic, being the only one remaining, was unable to cope with his losses and as a result had to face the punishment of imprisonment for his crimes and paedophilic behaviour. Since there are no longer any Noonan brothers available to rebirth and regrow the empire they once had, it can be said that they were the 3 brothers who had their peak, ruled much of Manchester and set up a destructive dynasty, the likes of which we are unlikely to ever see again. Their status has even resulted in documentaries such as the one by Donald McIntyre called A Very British Gangster, which even included Desi Noonan boasting of being behind 27 killings and Dominic saying he was gay. Another programme called At Home with the Noonans features Stephen Warburton, or Bugsy Noonan, alongside his father Dominic. Mr. Warburton had been taped boasting of an Audi A6 he had stolen in a call to a friend serving time, which resulted in his arrest and a jail time of 38 months for being part of a £250,000 car ring conspiracy. Concludingly, it can be seen how although the brothers all came to their demise and their rule of terror diminished, Dominic, Damien and Desi will forever hold a piece of history in Manchester, the town they made their own. The crimes committed by the Noonan brothers will never be forgotten in the UK criminal underworld. Thanks for joining us today. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to give it a like and a share, and leave any thoughts or suggestions you have in the comments section. We love to read through them all. And if you're new but enjoy UK true crime content, then subscribe to see when our newest video releases. And as always, stay safe. Hello everyone, welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Thank you for joining us. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe for more content. Today we look into the Northern Bank robbery from Belfast, Northern Ireland, and how the members of the robbery have forever left their mark on the UK criminal underworld. The Northern Bank robbery, where cash was stolen from the headquarters of the Northern Bank on Donegall Square West in Belfast, Northern Ireland, on the 20th of December 2004, have been taken members of two families of bank officials hostage. To ensure their cooperation, an armed gang seized a total of £26.5 million, which was mostly in unused pound sterling banknotes. This was later recognised as one of the largest bank robberies in the history of the United Kingdom. The Police Service of Northern Ireland, otherwise known as the PSNI, the Independent Monitoring Commission, the British government, and the Taoiseach and the Prime Minister of the Republic of Ireland all claimed the Provisional Irish Republican Army was responsible for the bank robbery. This was denied by the IRA and by Sinn Féin. But what or who is Sinn Féin, and what do they stand for? Sinn Féin is an Irish Republican and Democratic Socialist Party, active in both the Republic of Ireland and Northern Ireland. The original Sinn Féin organisation was founded in 1905 by Arthur Griffith, but has split substantially on a number of occasions since then, notably giving rise in the aftermath of the Irish Civil War to the two traditionally dominant parties of the Southern Irish politics, Fianna Fáil and Cumann na nGaedheal, which is now Fine Gael. The contemporary Sinn Féin party took its form in 1970, after another split with the other faction eventually becoming the Workers' Party of Ireland was historically associated with the Provisional Irish Republican Army. Mary Lou McDonald became party president in February 2018. Sinn Féin is one of the two largest parties in Northern Ireland Assembly, winning one seat less than the Democratic Unionist Party DUP at the 2017 Northern Ireland Assembly election. In that assembly, it is the largest Irish nationalist party, and it holds 4 ministerial posts in the power-sharing Northern Ireland executive as of 2020. In the UK House of Commons, Sinn Féin holds the 7 of the Northern Ireland's 18 seats, making it the second largest bloc after the DUP. There, it follows a policy of abstentionism, refusing to sit in Parliament or vote on bills. In the Oireachtas, the lower house and upper house of the Republic of Ireland, it is the third largest party. However, in Dáil Éireann, Sinn Féin currently sits as the main opposition and the second largest party, having won the largest share of the first preference votes at the 2020 Irish general election. In 2005, the police forces in Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland made arrests and carried out house searches. A sum of £2.3 million in 2014 was impounded at the house of a financial advisor, Ted Cunningham, in County Cork, and Phil Flynn was forced to resign as chairman of the Bank of Scotland and Ireland because Mr. Flynn was a director of one of Cunningham's companies. Mr. Cunningham was convicted in 2009 of money laundering and had his conviction quashed in 2012, and was later convicted again at a retrial in 2014 for those same charges of money laundering. Chris Ward, one of the bank officials threatened by the gang, was himself arrested in November 2005 and charged with robbery. The prosecution then offered no evidence at trials and Chris Ward was later released. The robbery adversely affected the Northern Ireland peace process going on at the time, and as a result it caused a hardening of relationships between the Taoiseach Bertie Ahern and the Sinn Féin representatives Gerry Adams and Martin McGuinness. Although Mr. Cunningham and several others were eventually convicted of crimes uncovered during the investigation, nobody has ever been held directly responsible for the Northern Bank robbery. The police investigation is still open and the case remains unsolved today. Northern Bank, now called Danske Bank, was the largest retail bank in Northern Ireland, with 95 branches. It was then later purchased by National Australia Bank and its headquarters were at Donegall Square West in Belfast. It was one of 4 banks in Northern Ireland permitted to print its own banknotes, in denominations of £5, £10, £20, £50 and £100 banknotes. On the night of Sunday the 19th of December 2004, groups of armed men arrived at the homes of 2 employees of the Northern Bank, one in Downpatrick, County Down, and the other in Polglass, West Belfast. Chris Ward was taken from his house in County Down and driven to Polglass, where Kevin McCullen, his supervisor at the Northern Bank, had been tied up by men masquerading as officers from the Police Service of Northern Ireland, the PSNI. The gunman remained at Mr. Ward's home, threatening his family. Mr. McCullen's wife was taken from her home and held, and is still unknown location. The masked men instructed the officials to report for work as normal at the bank's headquarters and left on Monday morning. The criminals kept in touch with Mr. McCullen and Mr. Ward using their personal mobile phones. On Monday, the 20th of December 2004, Mr. Ward was first told to take a bag containing £1 million in cash notes to a bus stop in the nearby Queen Street, where Mr. Ward gave it to one of the bank robbers. This was regarded as being a test run for the main theft later in the evening. Mr. McMullen and Mr. Ward remained at work after the close of their business and loaded crates of banknotes onto trolleys, which were taken to a white van outside. The 2 employees were compelled to open up the bank vaults by the threat that their loved ones would be killed if they did not comply with the robbers' demands. The white vans made 2 runs back and forth from the bank's establishment to take away the loot that was stolen that day. Around 11 o'clock in the evening, Miss McMullen was driven to Drumkeyrag Forest near Ballynickninch and abandoned in a mix of surrounding forest terrain. Miss McMullen found her way to a house to raise the alarm, where Miss McMullen was treated for hypothermia. The criminals took a total of £26.5 million, £10 million in uncirculated Northern Bank pound sterling notes, and £5.5 million in used Northern Bank sterling notes. £4.5 million in used notes supplied by other banks and smaller cash amounts in other currencies, including euros and US dollars. The police quickly set up an investigation with 50 detectives to assist the process of investigating and arresting the criminals behind the Northern Bank robbery. Hugh Ord, Chief Constable of the Police Service of Northern Ireland at the time, accused the Provisional Irish Republican Army, or the IRA, of organising the robbery. Sinn Féin lead negotiator Martin McGuinness denied the IRA was behind the robbery. Although the Police Service of Northern Ireland initially refused to be drawn in as to who may be involved, a number of commenters, including journalist Kevin Myers, writing in the Daily Telegraph, quickly blamed the IRA for their alleged involvement in the bank robbery. One senior police officer quoted in the Guardian newspaper was saying, "This operation required great expertise and coordination, probably more than the loyalist gangs possess." On the 23rd of December 2004, the Irish Times ran a front-page story on the Provisional IRA's denial of involvement in the bank robbery, and on the same day refused to print a column by Kevin Myers which said the Provisional IRA was responsible for the robbery. Mr. Myers was reported to be shocked by the spiking of his news columns stating the involvement of the IRA. Some 2 weeks later, the Irish Times newspaper printed a report that there may be, after all, a nationalist connection in the bank robbery. On the 7th of January 2005, the Chief Constable of the PSNI, Hugh Ord, issued an interim report in which Mr. Ord blamed the Provisional IRA for the bank robbery as well. The British government concurred with Mr. Ord's assessment, as did the Independent Monitoring Commission, who is the body appointed by the British and Irish governments to oversee the Northern Ireland ceasefires. Sinn Féin, however, denied the Chief Constable's claim, saying IRA had not conducted the raid and that Sinn Féin officials had not known or sanctioned the bank robbery. Martin McGuinness is a leading Sinn Féin negotiator, and said that Mr. Ord's accusation represented nothing more than politically biased allegations. This is more to do with halting the process of change in which Sinn Féin has been driving forward, despite anything that has happened at the Northern Bank. But on the other hand, Bertie Ahern, the Irish Taoiseach, said that an operation of this magnitude had obviously been planned at a stage when I was in negotiations with those that would know the leadership of the provisional movement. The Independent Monitoring Commission recommended that Sinn Féin was fined for authorising the heist and remarked in the report that the leadership and rank and file of Sinn Féin need to make the choice between continued association and support for the PIRA criminality and the path of an exclusively democratic political party. The Provisional IRA issued a two-line statement on the 18th of January 2005, which denied any involvement in the robbery. The IRA has been accused of involvement in the recent Northern Bank robbery, and we were not involved. Despite this denial from the Provisional IRA, it was widely believed in Northern Ireland, especially in unionist circles, that the IRA was responsible. Commenters in the UK newspapers speculated that the heist had been intended either to secure a pension fund for IRA active service members or to support Sinn Féin's electoral campaign. In February 2005, the Irish Minister for Justice, Michael McDowell, accused Gerry Adams, who was the Sinn Féin MP for Belfast West, Martin McGuinness and Martin Ferris, who were also part of Sinn Féin MP for Kerry North, of not only being IRA members, but leading it from their positions on the IRA Army Council. On the 10th of February 2005, the day the Independent Monitoring Commission report was released, houses near Barra County, Tyrone, belonging to two brothers were searched in connection with the robbery, but nothing came from the searches. In the Republic of Ireland, the Garda Síochána announced on the 17th of February 2005 that he had arrested 7 people and recovered over £2 million, including £60,000 in Northern banknotes, during raids in the Cork and Dublin areas, as part of investigations into money laundering. The Garda Commissioner, Noel Conroy, did not officially confirm that the raids were related to the Northern Bank robbery, but said the IRA was behind the laundering as far as he was concerned. The arrests were made under the Offences Against the State Act. The arrested individuals included several men from Derry and a former Sinn Féin candidate. 3 men were arrested at Euston Station in Dublin, and Don Bowman was alleged to have been carrying €94,000 that are hidden in a box of Daz washing powder. Mr. Bowman was later convicted of membership of the IRA in 2007, receiving a 4-year jail sentence. The judge said his conviction gave no indication as to his guilt regarding other matters such as the Northern robbery. At a house owned by financial advisor Ted Cunningham in Ferran, County Cork, £2.3 million was impounded after being discovered hidden in compost. Mr. Cunningham and his wife were taken in for further questioning. Phil Flynn, who was the chairman of the Bank of Scotland at the time, a former Sinn Féin vice president and an advisor to the Taoiseach, told the police that he was a non-executive director of Chesterton Finance, a company owned by Mr. Cunningham and not owned by Phil Flynn. In consequence, Mr. Cunningham's home and offices were raided, and Mr. Cunningham went to resign his positions pending the results of the inquiries. The next day, on the 18th of February, the police arrested a man who had been reported to be burning sterling banknotes in his back garden. The man was released without charge, but eventually convicted again in 2009 for possession of 200 rounds of ammunition for a Kalashnikov rifle found in his loft when the house was raided. Another man in Cork handed in £175,000, saying that Mr. Cunningham had given it to him to look after. In a separate incident on Saturday the 19th of February 2005, the PSNI confirmed that it had recovered 50 grand in unused Northern banknotes from the toilet at the New Forge Country Club, a sports and social club in Belfast for serving and retired police officers. The PSNI stated it was a stunt that attempted to divert attention from the Northern Bank robbery. But the robbery investigation was still going very thoroughly by the police. It was later confirmed that the cash sum of £50,000 found at the club had indeed been taken during the Northern Bank robbery. On the 12th of October 2005, Garda Commissioner Noel Conroy told a law enforcement conference in Dublin that Mr. Conroy was satisfied that the money recovered in Cork in February earlier in the year came from the Northern Bank robbery. In November 2005, the PSNI arrested 5 men, 2 in Kilcoo, County Down, and 1 each in Belfast, Dungannon and Collis Island. In protest, crowds started to take to the streets and block the road between Castlewellan and Newry near Kilcoo, with violence and the burning out of local vehicles. Hugh Orr defended the police action as proportionate, while Sinn Féin MP Michael Gildnew claimed the raids were part of a political stunt. A man from Kilcoo was charged with robbery, hostage-taking and possession of a firearm or an imitation firearm. The individual arrested in Dungannon was named Brian Arthurs, a member of Sinn Féin and a brother of Declan Arthurs, an IRA volunteer killed back in 1987. The man from Collis Island was charged with making false statements to police in relation to a white Ford Transit van allegedly used in a Northern Bank robbery. By the end of 2005, the police's investigations had resulted in a total of 13 arrests and 22 searches. All charges against the men from Kilcoo and Collis Island were dropped by the Public Prosecution Service in January 2007. Hugh Ord described the developments as a setback. Chris Ward, one of the two bank officials threatened by the gang during the bank robbery, was arrested with regard to the robbery on the 29th of November 2005, and the PSNI had searched Mr. Ward's home. Another of the bank employees, a 22-year-old woman who was not named, was also arrested on the same day. On the 2nd of December, the police went in 25 Land Rovers to raid Casement Park, the Gaelic Athletic Association Stadium and Social Club in West Belfast, because Mr. Ward had worked there part-time. The GAA reported the matter to the Irish government, stating that it had not been warned about the raid on the 2nd of December. On the 7th of December at Belfast Magistrates Court, Mr. Ward was prosecuted for robbery and using a firearm. The prosecution's case was based on Mr. Ward's actions in the days preceding and during the raid, a suspicious work rota and discrepancies in Mr. Ward's original statements to the police. Mr. Ward denied the charge and claimed that the police were harassing him and his family in an attempt to frame him as the inside man on the bank robbery job. Mr. Ward complained that the police had held him longer than the gang held his family hostage. Mr. Ward was remanded on bail and a date set of September 2008 for the trial in Diplock Court. At the trial for robbery and false imprisonment, the prosecution offered no evidence. Mr. Ward was acquitted of all charges and was discharged by the judge. The prosecution accepted that the work rota change which underpinned their case had been the result of a chance decision by management. Mr. Ward's defence lawyer claimed he had been the victim of a Kafkaesque farce from the treatment from the police and his family. Ted Cunningham and his conviction start in March 2009. The financial advisor Ted Cunningham from Cork was found guilty at Cork Circuit Court on 10 charges of laundering over £3 million, which came from the Northern Bank robbery. In March 2009, financial advisor Ted Cunningham from Cork was found guilty at Cork Circuit Court on the 10 charges of laundering over £3 million, which came from the Northern Bank robbery. Ted Cunningham was remanded into custody and later received a sentence of 10 years imprisonment. Mr. Cunningham's son was also convicted on 1 count of money laundering. When Mr. Cunningham Sr. appealed his conviction, it was quashed by the Court of Criminal Appeals in May 2012. The Court of Criminal Appeal viewed the warrant used to search Mr. Cunningham's house as invalid because it had been issued by the senior Garda officer in charge of the investigation, as permitted by Section 29 of the Offences Against the State Act, a state of affairs which the Supreme Court had recently found to be repugnant to the Constitution of Ireland. The court went on to order a retrial on 9 of the 10 original counts of money laundering against Mr. Cunningham. It directed that the 10th, relating to a sum of money allegedly found in Mr. Cunningham's home, was not to be retried. Mr. Cunningham was remanded into custody with the possibility of bail. At the retrial in February 2014, Ted Cunningham pleaded guilty and received a 5-year suspended sentence on 2 counts of laundering about £275,000. Mr. Cunningham avoided imprisonment on account of his bad health and promised to resign from the Chesterton Finance. The sum of £2.985 million and €45,000 that had been impounded during police raids were forfeited to the state. Ted Cunningham sued Northern Bank in 2020 regarding the impounded money, alleging that the Guardian had seized it improperly. The old Northern Bank's £20 note, which was taken out of circulation in March 2005, as a direct result of the robbery at the Northern Bank. The Northern Bank announced soon after the robbery that it would replace its £10, £20, £50 and £100 notes. The new banknotes would have different colours, new logos and altered serial numbers upon being printed. By March 2005, it had done so, meaning that the uncirculated banknotes which had been stolen would be hard to spend, if not impossible. This still left the £4.5 million in notes from other banks and £5.5 million in old used used northern banknotes, which were untraceable. After the Good Friday Agreement of 1998 had provided a tentative ending to the Troubles, the political situation in Belfast remained tense. By the end of 2004, the different parties in Northern Ireland peace process were reaching an agreement, but at a meeting on the 8th of December at which Bertie Ahern, Tony Blair and Gerry Adams and Martin McGuinness were present, the Sinn Féin representative refused to promise that the Provisional IRA would stop its criminal activity going forward. Less than 2 weeks later, the Northern Bank robbery again inflamed tension since. Despite the denials of Sinn Féin, the IRA was blamed by Mr Ahern and Mr Blair for the robbery. In 2005, the UK Secretary of State for Northern Ireland, Paul Murphy, remarked that I cannot hide my own judgment that the impact of this is deeply damaging. Mark Durkan, leader of the Irish Nationalist, Social Democratic and Labour Party, condemned the IRA as a criminal enterprise. The IRA rejected, and condemnations from Gerry Adams stating that the IRA statement is obviously a direct consequence of the retrograde stance of the two governments. It is evidence of a deepening crisis, and I regret that very much. Leaked US communications revealed that Bertie Ahern suspected Gerry Adams and Martin McGuinness had known about the Northern Bank robbery, and this made Mr Ahern's attitude towards them become more strained and untrusting. The Garda's surveillance had recorded Mr Adams meeting with Ted Cunningham before the Northern Bank robbery had taken place. Alongside the murder of Robert McCartney, the robbery caused the US government to block fundraising for Sinn Féin in the United States in March 2005. The ban was later dropped in November 2005, just 8 months later. The Belfast Telegraph reported that in 2015, 2 murderers were linked to the Northern Bank robbery as part of an international IRA row over the proceeds. Gerard Davison was shot dead in May, and Kevin McGuigan was subsequently killed in August. When Gerry Adams denied that the IRA was involved in any way, shape or form, the Ulster Unionist Party, the UUP, announced that it could not share power with Sinn Féin any longer and withdrew from the coalition governing Northern Ireland. Bobby Storey was arrested and released without charge regarding the murder of Mr McGuigan. Mr Storey had been accused under parliamentary privilege in the House of Commons of the United Kingdom by Ulster Unionist Party Member of Parliament David Burnside of being the planner of the Northern Bank robbery. In 2014, the former head of the Assets Recovery Agency commented that he believed the IRA was still struggling to launder some of the £26 million taken in the robbery, owing to the size of the haul. Former IRA bank robber Ricky O'Rourke published a work of fiction in 2018 entitled Northern Heist, about a Belfast bank robbery which bore strong resemblances to the Northern Bank robbery as we know it now. As of 2018, the Northern Bank robbery remained one of the largest in the history of both the United Kingdom and the Republic of Ireland, and no person or organisation has ever been held directly responsible. Who and what do you believe to be the primary source behind the Northern Bank robbery? Let us know what you think about the Northern Bank robbery, and if you believe the IRA did in fact commit this now infamous bank robbery or not. Thanks for joining us today. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to give it a like and a share, and leave any thoughts or suggestions you have in the comments section. We love to read through them all. And if you're new but enjoy UK true crime content, then subscribe to see when our newest video releases. And as always, stay safe. Hello everyone, welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Thank you for joining us. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe for more content. Today we look at one of the most dangerous gangs to ever exist in the UK criminal underworld. A gang that became so infamous that a TV show was recently made using the name of their gang and was incredibly successful. The Peaky Blinders were a street gang that were based in Birmingham, England, and one that operated from the end of the 19th century to the early 1900s. The group, which grew out of the harsh economic deprivations of working class Britain, was composed largely of young men that were lower to middle classes. They used their many unlawful activities, mainly robbery, violence, racketeering, illicit bookmaking, and the management of gaming, to gain social influence. Members of the Peaky Blinders gang wore a signature outfit that stood out that included tailored jackets, lapel overcoats, button waistcoats, silk scarves, bell-bottom trousers, leather boots, and peaked flat caps. The Peaky Blinders' dominance came about from brutally beating rival gangs, such as the Sloggers, a gang with whom they fought regularly for territory within the city of Birmingham and its surrounding districts. The gang held control of the streets of Birmingham for nearly 20 years and held a firm grip in the criminal underworld of Birmingham until sometime around 1910, when a larger gang called the Birmingham Boys, which was led by the well-known gangster Mr. Billy Kimber, had overtook them. However, even though the Peaky Blinders gang had disappeared by the early 1920s, the name of Peaky Blinders became a popular synonymous slang for any street gang wanting to gain a notorious reputation within the criminal underground of Birmingham. In 2013, the name of the gang was reused for a BBC television series which was entitled Peaky Blinders. The series, which stars Cillian Murphy, Paul Anderson and Joe Cole, is a crime story about a fictional crime family that was operating in Birmingham City, and the setting was just after World War I. The origins of the gang's name, Peaky Blinders, is said to be derived from the gang members' practice of stitching disposable razor blades into the peaks of their flat caps. These razor blades could then be used as weapons if trouble arose. However, as the Gillette company only introduced the first replaceable safety razor system in 1903, and this was in America, it was not until 1908 that the first factory manufacturing the replaceable safety razor system was actually opened in Great Britain. And so this version of the name is considered to be apocryphal, to say the least. The British author Mr. John Douglas, who is also from Birmingham, claimed that the hats that the gang used were used as weapons in his novel A Walk Down Summer Lane, in which he described members of the Peaky Blinder gang with razor blades sewn into their caps that would headbutt enemy rival gang members to potentially blind them, or the caps would be used to slash rivals' foreheads, causing blood to pour from the cut down into the eyes of their enemies and thus temporarily blinding them. The Birmingham historian Carl Shin believes that the name Peaky Blinders is actually a reference to the gang's sartorial elegance. He says the popular usage of peaky at the time referred to any flat cap with a peak. Mr. Chin also explains that the term blinder was a familiar Birmingham slang term, still used in some parts of the city today. This term would be used to describe something or someone of dapper appearance. A further explanation of the gang's name might actually be from the gang's own criminal behaviour. Members of the Peaky Blinders gang were known to sneak up from behind and then pull the hat peak down over a victim's face they planned to attack, so that they could not describe who had fully robbed them. Thomas Gilbert, a powerful member of the gang, had economic hardship and poverty at the time in England and had led to a very violent youth subculture, especially in the streets of Birmingham. Poor youths who were hungry and looking for some way to make a living frequently robbed and pickpocketed men who dared or had no choice but to walk on the streets and slums of Birmingham. These robberies were often executed through brutal assaults, savage beatings, fatal stabbings, and sometimes even manual strangulation. The origins of this very violent criminal subculture can be traced right back to the 1850s. This was a time where Birmingham city streets were filled with dangerous gambling dens and kids outside playing rough sports. When the police started to crack down on these activities taking place in the slums of Birmingham, due to the growing pressure that was coming from the higher classes of society at the time, the youth of Birmingham's slums fought back. They did this by banding together in groups of what would later become known as slogging gangs. These slogging gangs frequently fought with the police in the city and assaulted innocent members of the public who happened to be walking in the streets. At some point during the 1890s, the organisation of different slogger gangs had built these men into a soft hierarchy. The most violent and well known of these brutal youth street gangs had decided it was time they organised themselves as a singular group, and this group became known as the Peaky Blinders. It's reported that the Peaky Blinders gang was likely founded in Small Heath, an area within the city of Birmingham, and possibly by a man named Thomas Mucklow. In the March 24th, 1890 edition of the Birmingham Mail newspaper, you can find a small nondescript headline, "Murderous outrage at Small Heath, a man's skull fractured." The reporter recounts the story of an attack the previous Saturday night on a young man called George Eastwood. Mr. Eastwood had stopped into a pub for a ginger beer. Unfortunately, shortly afterwards, the article reads several men known as the Peaky Blinders gang came in. Mr. Eastwood, aware of the violent reputation of the gang, left the pub. However, the gang followed and beat him with buckled belts, leaving him bleeding profusely, severely wounded. After some ruthless gangsters attacked a man in 1890, they sent a letter to various national newspapers declaring themselves as members of this specific group. The Peaky Blinders' first activities primarily revolved around occupying favourable land, most notably the communities of Small Heath and Cheapside, which were both in Birmingham. The gang's criminal expansion was first noted by their gang rival, the Cheapside Sloggers, who had battled against them many times in an effort to control territories. The Cheapside Sloggers had originated in the 1870s and were very well known for street fights in the Bordsley and Small Heath areas. These were both extremely poor slums of Birmingham at the time. The Peaky Blinders, after defeating their enemies and having now established control in their territory in the late 19th century, the gang now began expanding their criminal enterprise across the city. Their criminal activities they used to infiltrate the criminal slums of each area included protection rackets, fraud, land grabs, smuggling, hijacking, robbery, and illegal bookmaking. The historian Heather Shaw, who is a professor at the University of Leeds, claims the Peaky Blinders and members of the gang were more focused on street fighting, robbery, and racketeering as opposed to much more serious and organised crime. The gang was known for its brutal violence, but not only on innocent civilians walking the streets of Birmingham, also on rival gang members and police constables. Gang wars between rival gangs frequently erupted in Birmingham City, which often led to fights and death brawls and fatal shootouts. The Peaky Blinders were also well known for deliberately attacking police officers in a practice which has become known as constable baiting. Constable George Snipe, who was on duty in Birmingham, was killed by the gang in 1897, and Charles Philip Gunter, who was also killed by the gang in 1901. Hundreds more officers were injured, and some had even left the police force because of the unprovoked violence which was being inflicted on officers on a daily basis. As the violent attacks rose around the city, the term or name Peaky Blinder became a generic term being used for any young street criminal that resided in the city of Birmingham. In 1899, an Irish police chief named Mr. Charles Horton Rafter was contracted in to try and enforce local law in and around the city of Birmingham. However, as the police chief soon found out, police corruption and bribery within the police force at Birmingham was at an all-time high, and this only diminished the effectiveness of his attempts to try and enforce the law. For quite some time, this was at least until Mr. Rafter had sorted out the problem of corruption within the police. The most powerful and also considered to be the most dangerous member of the Peaky Blinders gang was a man who was known as Kevin Mooney. However, his real name was Thomas Gilbert, but he routinely changed his last name to avoid being detected by rival gangs or the authorities. Mr. Mooney had initiated many of the land grabs and taking of rival gang territories that had been undertaken by the gang. Other prominent members of the Peaky Blinders were David Taylor, Ernest Haynes, Harry Foles, and Stephen McNichol. Mr. Harry Foles, who was also known by his criminal associates as Babyface Harry, was arrested when he was 19 for stealing a bicycle in October 1904. Mr. McNichol and Mr. Haynes were also arrested at the same time as Mr. Foles. They were arrested for stealing a bicycle and home invasion respectively. Mr. Taylor was arrested at 13, and this was for carrying a loaded firearm. Each gang member was held for 1 month in prison for the crimes they had committed. The West Midlands police records described the 3 gang members who were arrested as foul-mouthed young men who stalked the streets in drunken groups, insulting and mugging passers-by. Many of the Peaky Blinders gang members later fought in the First World War. despite their history. Henry Lightfoot, the first person to be named as a Peaky Blinder, joined the British Army 3 times in his life and had participated in the Battle of Somme in 1916. One of the youngest gang members when he joined, Henry Fowler, was years later during his service buried alive in the trenches, and after being extracted could not speak or see for some time following his return from the war. In addition to guns being used by the Peaky Blinders, they also like to use an assortment of melee weapons. These would range from belt buckles, metal tip boots, fire irons, canes and knives. Percy Langridge, another notorious gang member, had used a knife to stab Police Constable Barker in the June of 1900s. The gang liked to keep firearms and were known for carrying Webley revolvers, and they were not afraid to use them. The gang had used a Webley in the shooting and killing of a Summerhill gang member. The shooting had been committed by a Peaky Blinder gang member, William Lacey, and this took place in September of 1905. The Peaky Blinder gang members frequently wore tailored clothing. This was something which was uncommon for contemporary gangs to wear at the time. Almost all gang members wore a flat cap and an overcoat, but the Peaky Blinders wore tailored suits, usually with bell-bottom trousers and button jackets. The wealthier members of the gang were known to wear silk scarves and starched collars with metal tie buttons. Their distinctive, very smart dress code was easily recognisable by city inhabitants who were mostly struggling to make ends meet. The wives, girlfriends and mistresses of the gang members were known for wearing lavish clothing. Seeing members of the Peaky Blinders' wives and girlfriends wearing pearls, silks and colourful scarves were commonplace during the gang's active years. But after nearly a decade of criminal and political control over Birmingham, their growing influence and hatred of others had brought the attention of a larger gang that had now emerged, the Birmingham Boys. The Peaky Blinders gang's ruthless expansion into the racecourses around the city led to very violent backlash coming directly from the Birmingham Boys gang. Peaky Blinder families physically distanced themselves from Birmingham city centre and began to start a new life in the countryside. With the Peaky Blinders making a withdrawal from the criminal underworld, the Sabini gang moved in on the Birmingham Boys and solidified political control over central England during the majority of the 1930s. Other elements that played a significant factor, such as education of the gang members, discipline of the gang, and the now harsher policing and sentencing that was now being given for anyone involved in any criminal activities, also contributed to the decrease of the Peaky Blinders' influence and members of its gang, and by the 1920s they had mostly all disappeared. As the specific gang that was known as the Peaky Blinders diminished, their name came to be used as a generic term to describe violent street use by police and those who lived in and around the slums of Birmingham. The gang's criminal activities had lasted from the 1880s until the 1910s. The popular BBC television drama series Peaky Blinders, that were premiered in September 2013, presents a fictional story in which the Peaky Blinders contend in the underworld with the Birmingham Boys and the Sabini gang, and also follows the story of a single fictional gang that was based in post-World War I Birmingham's Small Heath area. The Peaky Blinders gang had many houses located in and around the city of Birmingham, ranging from Longbridge to Sutton Coldfield. Many of the show's exteriors have been filmed on location at the Black Country Living Museum, and the song Cheapside Sloggers by the Danish hard rock band Volbeat was written about the rivalry between the two gangs. The legend left by the Peaky Blinders gang and all of its members will never be forgotten about in the UK criminal underworld. Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Thank you for joining us. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe for more content. Today we're going to take a very detailed look at the history of an incredibly interesting place in the UK, Graham Park. The Graham Park estate is named in honour of Claude Graham White, the pioneer of aviation who established the original aerodrome and aviation school on the site. The building of the estate was a joint project between the Greater London Council and Barnet Council. The plan was approved by the Ministry of Housing and Local Government in 1964, and the first family moved in on 23rd of October 1971. Sir Roger Walters was the chief architect and Gordon Wigglesworth was the housing architect. A typical characteristic of the estate was the plain, square, brick terraced houses and long, winding, low-rise flats, with flat roofs, also known as brick brutalist style. Most building names, walkways and roads on the estates have names linked to the aviation history of the site. Not all of the old aerodrome was sold off for development. The Royal Air Force Museum is situated immediately to the southeast of the estate with free entrance. A secondary road called Graham Park Way, a typical 1970 style collector road, runs along the eastern margin of the estate, paralleling the Midland Main Line or Thames Link Railway, and beyond that the M1 motorway. The estate became the sole site of St James Catholic High School in 1996. Transport-wise, the London Underground Colindale station on the Northern Line Edgware branch is within comfortable walking distance of at least the southeast corner of the estate. The next tube station north, Burnt Oak, is also accessible. Mill Hill Broadway Thameslink station lies to the north, a bus ride away. Several bus routes run into or near the estate. In 2003, residents voted in favour of a full regeneration of the estate. The Housing Corporation earmarked £15 million for the redevelopment. The redevelopment is managed by Choices for Graham Park, a subsidiary of Genesis Housing Association, with new houses being built by Countryside Properties. In 2007, a website was launched by Countryside Properties renaming part of the redevelopment as New Hendon Village. Colindale, including Graham Park, has been designated by the Mayor of London in his London Plan as a proposed area of intensification. As a result, Barnet Council designated a Colindale Area Action Plan and carried out public consultation events. The council has finalised its preferred plan in mid-2009 and it will be examined at a public hearing in the Planning Inspectorate for anticipated approval by the council in 2010. In the 1990s, certain well-known figureheads from the Kingsbury and Neasden area used to associate and hang around the Graham Park estate, cementing their dominance over the local residents. Prominent figureheads were Fat J and Dada Mills from the Kingsbury area, both who also had affiliations with the notorious Press Road crew. The dominance of Graham Park had occurred from the late 1990s till the early 2000s. Graham Park was very well known for many years as being a breeding ground for drug dealers, due to its size and the amount of addicts that the area had at the time. A lot of the local gangs would be in small groups hanging around freely, being instructed by senior PRC and Kingsbury members. Looking at 2001 now, Mr. Osborne had been involved in an altercation where he was accused of stealing his former best friend Christian Andrew Mayer's sister's jewellery, a couple of years prior. Mr. Mayer was a well-known figure in the Finchley area, who it has been reported has many overseas gang affiliations. Mr. Osborne had been stabbed by Mr. Mayer in the Graham Park estate as he was walking with his girlfriend. Prior to Mr. Osborne's death, Mr. Mayer had caught up with one of Mr. Osborne's cousins and threatened to kill Mr. Osborne if he were to see him. After this threat, Mr. Mayer had spotted Mr. Osborne in the estate, and Mr. Osborne was armed with a pair of scissors, due to being made aware of threats being made on his life. After this threat, Mr. Mayer had spotted Mr. Osborne in the estate. Mr. Osborne was armed with a pair of scissors, due to being made aware that threats against his life had been made. Mr. Osborne had stabbed Mr. Mayer during the confrontation in order to defend himself, but it was unsuccessful. Mr. Mayer was later arrested and charged for the murder of Mr. Osborne. The reason police were able to identify the killer so quickly is because of Mr. Mayer, who was apparently boasting about the murder to family members and friends. Some people who didn't like Mr. Mayer's boasting reported the problem to the police. After this information was passed over to the police, Mr. Mayer would be charged later on. Prior to the altercation with Mr. Osborne, Mr. Mayer had not long been released from prison in St. Lucia. This was for partaking in a crack cocaine smuggling plot worth $1.2 million. Now, a 24-year-old Hendon man was stabbed to death in broad daylight following a 2-year feud. Gary Osborne was stabbed repeatedly with a 6-inch double-edged knife by 24-year-old Christian Mayer on the Graham Park estate. Mr. Osborne was found lying injured in Corner Mead at around 2:45 p.m. on April the 9th. He was taken by air ambulance to the Royal London Hospital, but died an hour later from his injuries. John Bevan QC prosecuting told the jury that Mayer had murdered Mr. Osborne after accusing him of stealing his sister's jewellery. Mr. Bevan told the court that a few days before the incident, Mr. Mayer told Osborne's cousin that if you see him, tell him I'm going to kill him. Mr. Bevan said that having spotted Mr. Osborne, the defendant sought him out and launched a violent attack on him with a knife he was carrying, stabbing him a number of times. One of these stab wounds entered his heart and he died shortly after. The court was told that Mr. Mayer's girlfriend's sister, Nicola Rich, yelled for Mr. Mayer to stop, but he just swore at her. When Mr. Mayer was arrested, he told detectives that Mr. Osborne attacked him first. Mr. Mayer from the Grange estate, East Finchley, denies murder, and the trial continued. Eventually, the 24-year-old cocaine smuggler from East Finchley was jailed for life at the Old Bailey after killing his childhood friend. As the jury unanimously found Mr. Mayer guilty, there was cheering and shouts of "Yes, and I hope you rot" from the public gallery. Sentencing Mr. Mayer, Judge Paul Folk said, "You have today been convicted on overwhelming evidence of the murder of Gary Osborne. You, on that occasion, acted in revenge, and you told many people of your intention to kill. When an opportunity presented itself, you brutally implemented this by stabbing him into death, and you did so in broad daylight with onlookers nearby. The only sentence I can pass upon you is life imprisonment." Now, we're going to look at the death of James Peregrino. In 2002, James Peregrino was a well-known drug dealer in the estate and playing football in the park with his friends. Mr. Peregrino was approached by two local individuals known as Delroy Joseph and Michael Morris, who had wanted to buy drugs off him. After striking a deal with Mr. Peregrino, the two individuals had tried to escape from the deal without paying. This provoked Mr. Peregrino into fighting with one of them. During the altercation, Mr. Joseph ended up stabbing Mr. Peregrino and took off, fleeing from the scene. Unfortunately, due to his injuries, Mr. Peregrino later died in hospital. Not too long after Mr. Joseph and Mr. Morris had been caught by the police and both had tried to pinpoint the murder on each other, but the jury did not believe either of them and were both given life sentences for murder. Delroy Joseph and Michael Morris, both 18, were found guilty of manslaughter on May 14th by a jury on a majority verdict after almost 14 hours of deliberation, but were cleared of murder. The Old Bailey heard last month that Joseph grinned as he plunged a 4-inch combat knife into James' stomach on October 13th that year. James from Potter's Bar was approached by the pair, who asked him for cannabis. When James handed them some, they ran off without paying. James chased them into an alleyway known as the Red Path, near Bodmin and Blackburn houses, off Lanarker Avenue, and started brawling with Joseph. During the fight, Mr. Joseph said to Mr. Morris, "Give me the borer," slang for the knife. Mr. Morris handed him the knife and Mr. Joseph stabbed James, the court heard. The pair then fled on their pushbikes as James stumbled across the estate screaming, "Call an ambulance." Joseph had claimed that Mr. Morris stabbed Mr. James, but Mr. Morris accused Joseph. Judge David Paget accepted that Joseph of No Fixed Abode and Mr. Morris of Cambridge Gardens, Kilburn, did not mean to kill Mr. Peregrino, but added, "It seems to me that you are both equally responsible both legally and morally for the death of James Peregrino. Although the sentence I impose will have to be lengthy, you'll still be a young man upon your release, and you may start a life afresh. I have to reflect on the fact that a 17-year-old young man was killed quite unnecessarily with a knife which you shouldn't have had." Detective Sergeant Rex Jones, who was in charge of the case, said that these sentences reflect the severity of this crime. These findings of guilt will not bring back a much-loved son with a bright future ahead of him. Our thoughts are with his family. The prominent members of Thug family were General Pesci, who was the leader, Gully, Yambo, Ish, Blim, and many more. Most members are from Greenwich, the southeast London area, and some were from the Graham Park estate. Mr. Pesci, whose real name was Muzakkar Shah, was very well known in the Graham Park estate for being extremely crazy whenever he was around. From a young age, Mr. Shah would purposely run around the estate looking for innocent people to threaten at gunpoint. Mr. Shah would casually walk up to innocent bystanders, even if they had their kids with them, and aim his gun at their heads, just simply for the thrill of it. Mr. Shah did this to gain a notorious reputation in the area. Many people believe the reason for Mr. Shah's behaviour was because he wanted to imitate the actor Joe Pesci, who played the character Tommy DeVito in the 1990 American classic gangster film The Goodfellas. Mr. Shah would continue with his ruthless actions and would rob people multiple times, and it was reported that he would stand outside the corner shops with other gang members. Due to Mr. Shah's continued violence and feared reputation, the word had now spread, and this had gained him a lot of followers. Mr. Shah's two main accomplices were the Jama brothers, Yusuf and Mustafa, who were also known as Yambo and Mergambo. Mr. Shah had been involved in a lot of crimes from the mid-1990s, and it was reported that Mr. Shah was once stabbed by rival gang members. When this stabbing happened, it made Mr. Shah become even more unpredictable and violent. And this was the turning point where Mr. Shah, who has always had access to borrowing guns, now decided to get himself his own firearm, because he couldn't defend himself against the rival gang which were forming against him. In the vast schemes of organised crime that happened in London, Mr. Shah was a petty robber who did petty crimes to build up a notorious reputation. However, this did help Mr. Shah to create the Thug Family Gang. Mr. Shah built the TF gang alongside other notorious individuals who were from the estate. The Thug Family Gang itself was very well known for robbing local corner shops at gunpoint, and at times the gang would go into the outskirts of London to commit various other crimes. The gang had even reached places such as Bradford in Yorkshire, and this is where the gang go on to commit more armed robberies as well as implementing more brutal assaults on innocent bystanders. The death of a police officer, Sharon Beshenivsky. In 2005, arguably one of the most shocking deaths in recent history happened within the United Kingdom. Thug family members Mr. Pesci and the Jama brothers were in Bradford robbing a local shop using both guns and knives in the process. The customers and employees were tied up and pistol whipped multiple times as the members of the gang had demanded money. One of the employees was able to alert the authorities by activating a panic alarm. As the gang made their way out of the shop, they were approached by two female police officers. Officer Teresa Milburn had survived, but her colleague Sharon Beshenivsky unfortunately didn't. Mr. Pesci immediately opened fire at both of the officers, and all three Thug family members fled from the scene. Days later, all three were the most wanted men in Britain at the time. Mergambo had fled to Somalia, and Mr. Pesci was hiding in Newport, Wales, along with the other Thug family members, including Yambo. However, Yambo had been soon caught because he had been involved in a gang rape consisting of 10 other individuals. Mr. Yambo was also seen on CCTV purchasing resources from a shop, which police were then able to identify him. Weeks later, Mr. Pesci was arrested in a flat. The vehicle Yambo had been in, when dusted for prints, matched Mr. Pesci's DNA, and also a laptop that had been left on the crime scene also had his DNA on, along with the pistol and MAC-10 that had been used. One of the members, whose whereabouts is still unknown to this day, had offered to testify on the gang members by informing the police officers on everything that had happened. After one of the Thug family members had given evidence against the gang, the other Thug family members were also arrested and had been given lengthy sentences. Mergambo had been in Somalia around this time. He had been caught by British police, and the Somali authorities had agreed to help track him down. He would be later caught and brought back to the UK to serve his jail sentence for the murder of P.S. Sharon along with his accomplices. Hassan Razak, 26, of Forest Gate, East London, was found guilty of manslaughter, robbery and gun offences after an 11-week trial. He was cleared of murdering the 38-year-old who was shot dead after a bungled armed raid at a travel agency in Bradford in November 2005. Sentencing him, Mr. Justice Andrew Smith said, "It's the implication of the jury's verdict that you knew that loaded guns, both the highly dangerous machine gun and the fatal pistol, would not only be carried by the raiders, but used to threaten those who got in the way. You were involved in planning the robberies several days before. This was not impulsive behaviour, but measured and determined offending." Outside court, Detective Superintendent Andy Brennan said that Mr. Razak had played a pivotal role in the planning and organisation of the robbery. Mr. Shah, 25, of no fixed address, and Mr. Yusuf Abdillah Jamar, 20, of Small Heath, Birmingham, have both been found guilty of murder and sentenced to life with a minimum term of 35 years. Mr. Razak's younger brother, Faisal, 25, also of Forest Gate, East London, was cleared of the officer's murder, but convicted of her manslaughter, robbery and firearm offences. He was given a life sentence and told that he must serve at least 11 years before being considered for parole. The 300 Blocks Plus gang also referred to themselves as Brown Block City and G Block. The well-known and prominent members of the gang were, young and older, Slooky, the leader at the time, Kingy, Vitz, Persia Dan, Sedge, Spooky, Mad Money, Nizzy Numbers, Larry B, BF, TT, Sav, Troops, Biggie, Capo, AJ, Dagger, Blacker, Ars, Major, Shanklin, Minnie, Coco, Slicer, Wheezy, Bow, Goonie and many more. The gang consisted of many individuals from both neighbouring boroughs of NW7 and NW9, Edgware, Mill Hill and Graham Park. The G Block gang also had blood gang affiliations with other well-known gangs in areas throughout London. Later, the members of the gang would also become a part of the SUK blood set in 2006. The death of Azalea Rodney. Azalea Rodney, locally known as Slooky, and was the main figurehead in the area at the time for the gang. Mr. Rodney was in a car with two other 3PB members. They had been under surveillance by police and were chased by armed police, Operation Trident. Trident officers opened fire and killed him, and he was shot up to 8 times and at point blank range. The police heard a few firearms stored inside of the car afterward. The reasoning for the shooting was that one of the officers thought that Rodney had a gun in his hand, which is what had led to the police officer's reaction. The police officer, known as E7, has had a history of killing people already, as prior to this incident he had killed 2 other people. However, Officer E7 was later acquitted of murder. It was later found out that police had no lawful justification for shooting dead Mr. Rodney. Mr. Rodney's mother, Susan Alexander, has demanded an apology from the Met for his execution. The former High Court Judge, Sir Christopher Holland, has released his findings following the public inquiry into the death. He said that Officer E7 could not rationally have believed that Mr. Rodney had picked up a firearm. Miss Alexander said that she believed none of the 8 shots fired at her son were lawfully discharged by the officer concerned. When I gave evidence to the inquiry on September the 4th, 2012, I said that it seemed to me that Azael was executed, said Miss Alexander. The chairman's report after detailed study of the evidence is that he is sure and satisfied that he shares my view. The fact that he was strongly suspected of being involved in crime does not justify him or anyone else being summarily killed. The police owe me an apology for the unlawful killing of my son. I await an apology from the Commissioner himself. Met Police Commissioner Sir Bernard Hogan Howe said the Independent Police Complaints Commission (IPCC) had referred the case against Mr. E7 to the Crown Prosecution Service. I have read the findings carefully and want to express my personal sympathy to Mr. Rodney's family, Mr. Hogan Howe said. The Met Police Service deeply regrets his death, and I recognise how distressing the inquiry must have been for them. Mr. Rodney, who was described in the report as a mid-level career criminal, was killed when the VW Golf he was in was stopped by police, who had it under surveillance for hours. E7 told the inquiry that he opened fire after fearing the gang had a submachine gun in the car. 3 guns were found in the Golf: a Colt .45 caliber pistol, a Baikal pistol and a smaller gun described as looking like a key fob. Miss Alexander's lawyer, Daniel Machover, criticised the IPC for its initial findings about the shooting. Not only is it shocking that the IPC's investigation found nothing to criticise as regards for the shooting itself, but it found the whole operation virtually faultless, whereas this inquiry has found the whole operation deeply flawed, he said. Deborah Glass, IPCC Deputy Chair, said, "We welcome the fact that Azael Rodney's family have finally seen and heard the evidence in this case as a result of this public inquiry. We understand their anger and frustration about how long this has all taken. The inquiry was held instead of an inquest because of sensitive intelligence information that would have had to been withheld from a coroner. The other 2 people in the vehicle, Frank Graham and Wesley Lovell, were jailed for possession of firearms." The death of Kian Prince. In 2006, the murder of Kian Prince gained a lot of attention, especially considering that the victim was the son of a boxer, Dr. Mark Prince OBE, who at the time was still fighting. He retired in 2015 and made his debut in 1993. Mr. Prince, who had been attending London Academy, was fatally stabbed by Thug family member Hanad Hassan. It was said that the reason for this fatal attack is that Mr. Hassan was envious of Mr. Prince's success as a rising footballer, and Mr. Hassan couldn't stand the fact that someone around him had become more successful than himself. Mr. Hassan had taken his anger and frustration out on Mr. Prince by attacking him. Mr. Prince's friend had intervened and started fighting with the individual. As Mr. Prince was beating up the TF gang members, Mr. Hassan stabbed him outside the school gate and bystanders looked on in horror. Mr. Hassan had recently moved from Somalia into the UK, and this was something that was idolised by the Thug family members, especially Mr. Pesci. Due to their ruthless reputation, Mr. Hassan would often be instructed by older Thug family members to carry out crimes in order to be considered as somebody in the area. Prior to Mr. Prince's death, the school he had been attending had been terrorised by members of the Thug family for weeks. This included both pupils and teachers. Mr. Prince's death led to major frictions between both Graham Park gangs. There were a few altercations involving tit-for-tat stabbings, shootings and assaults from both gangs. No one died from this turmoil, however, this did divide the area even more. Because both gangs prior didn't get along due to other circumstances, so Mr. Prince's death had only increased tensions. Not long after the internal Graham Park beef would later be resolved, despite both gangs not getting along, they had kept themselves to themselves, supposedly to make money and stop police presence in the area. On the 2nd of July 2007, following a trial at the Old Bailey, during which Mr. Hassan denied murdering Mr. Prince, but admitted manslaughter, he was eventually convicted of murder and sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum of 13 years to be served. Mr. Hassan claimed that he had carried the penknife used in the attack like a toy. It was not revealed to the jury that just a few days prior to Mr. Prince's stabbing, Mr. Hassan had used the knife to threaten a schoolgirl on a bus during an argument. The then Mayor of London, Ken Livingstone, in response to the killing, said that he would encourage the Home Secretary and the Lord Chancellor to impose maximum imprisonment sentences for those who carry knives. In addition to this, the Violent Crime Reduction Act of 2006 was enacted, and that increased the age at which a person can purchase a knife from 16 to 18. Mr. Prince, the aspiring footballer who signed for Queen's Park Rangers youth team in 2004, has been described as a prodigious talent, and he was due to collect a Players' Award shortly after his death. QPR's first team coach at the time, Gary Waddock, paid tribute to Mr. Prince, saying that the whole club is mourning the loss of one of our own. We're all devastated. Keane was certainly one for the future, a very talented lad who wanted to forge a career in football. The club later revealed that they had planned to sign him as a professional. In memory of Mr. Prince, QPR established an annual award called the Keane Prince Goal of the Season, which is awarded to the player who scores QPR's best goal of each season. Since June 2019, following a fan vote, QPR's ground on Loftus Road was renamed the Keane Prince Foundation Stadium in memory of Mr. Prince and the anti-knife crime charity that was established by his father. On the 25th of November 2020, the date that would have marked Mr. Prince's 30th birthday, the club encouraged all supporters to wear something blue and something white in memory of Mr. Prince. On the 18th of May 2021, on the 15th anniversary of his death, EA Sports added him to FIFA 21 as a tribute. QPR also stated he would be included in their squad list for the 2021 and 2022 season. Spurred by this personal tragedy, Mr. Prince's father, a former boxer and ex-international IBF and WBO champion, Mark Prince, founded the Keane Prince Foundation, or KPF, in early 2007. The not-for-profit organisation is committed to using Keane's legacy to combat knife crime and other forms of youth violence. The Keane Prince Foundation's mission is to work with young people to increase awareness and address the consequences of gun and knife crime through education. It aims to empower young people by promoting a sense of belonging, self-worth and purpose that can be found outside of gang culture, and offending behaviour through providing access to diversionary and preventative activities. Mark Prince was made an OBE in 2019 New Year's Honours for services to tackling knife and gang crime in London. The rise and fall of Mad Money. In 2007, the most prominent 3PB member was Mad Money, and he was always a known rapper in the local estate. Mad Money was arrested and charged with both firearms and drug offences. A year later, in 2008, his mixtape entitled Money Talks was released. He was then released from prison in 2010, and years later he would go to America and collaborate with other USA rappers under the music group OMF, or One Major Family. They were known for booking rappers for shows such as French Montana and Lil Durk. Due to Mad Money's Chicago connection, he was able to do a feature with Lil Durk. Lil Durk would be impressed with the money that was being paid, and because of the fact that Mad Money was able to implement the American sound with his own. Whilst Mad Money was in jail, he had also managed to build a connection with individuals from Peckham, which is what led to the Gunna D being featured on the track. Later on, Mad Money was set up by an undercover police officer, and he was recorded supplying him with drugs. Mad Money would later be arrested and charged. Nowadays, it's reported that Mad Money doesn't take music too seriously. Well, not as much as he used to anyway. Ian Page was out with a group of friends, and a few 3PB members were present at the time. Both groups had tensions with one another due to a misunderstanding that had taken place. This led to a heated confrontation. Both Mr. Page and 3PB members had barged into one another, which then led to 3PB gang members assaulting Mr. Page brutally by kicking and punching him. Mr. Page died moments later after a severe head injury from the assault. The gang members later came back and robbed Mr. Page by stealing his gold bracelet. CCTV managed to pick up some 3PB gang members involved, and they would later go on to be nicked by the police. Both 3PB members Andrew Campbell and Jermaine Yateman would be later jailed for murder. Lloyd Henry, the older brother of Spooky, was jailed for manslaughter. Some other gang members weren't caught or charged. Mikel Amin, the brother of famous British actor Amel Amin, who grew up temporarily in the Graham Park estate, started releasing music dedicated to positivity and his surroundings. Mr. Amin had started rapping when he was 14 and grew up with most of the gang members on the estate. Years later, he would release his first EP in 2012 called World Changers. The EP got a lot of attention from different platforms such as Radio 1 Extra and other underground stations.
Caught up from good boy to bad man, from playing to chat to hangman. Young age, good place to gangland. It's that NW9, 3BP, GP. Yeah, I rep my family. I don't rep ends, I rep family, rep me. I ain't got friends, I rep men who fret me. Like Tetley, it's up to the T. Walking around gun on you cause you're hot for the B. Hotter than hoodlums, are hot for the P. Leave a brain to dun, this hot scotch on your cheek. Some guys are weak, but they're
Parandita Khan, who was in his 70s at the time, was arrested in Pakistan over the killing of PC Sharon Beshnivsky and had set himself up as a property developer living a multi-millionaire lifestyle in Mayfair of Islamabad. The former bouncer Parandita Khan, 71, had fled to his homeland from the UK after the bungled robbery which led to the death of PC Beshnivsky in 2005. Sources in Pakistan claim that Mr. Khan had faked his own death by registering a false grave. 6 men were jailed on murder, manslaughter, robbery and firearms charges after PC Beshnivsky's death. Mr. Khan had fled to Pakistan and told his family that he had nothing to do with the killing. His younger brother Liaquat said that he came to visit us when he came back to Pakistan. He told us about the incident and he said that he didn't do it. After that he went to Islamabad and we haven't had very much contact with him at all. All these years he has had a property business. Mr. Khan had only returned to his village, which is a notoriously crime-ridden area, once since that time, and that was for another brother's funeral. Mr. Liaquat said that he came and stayed for 4 days. One day, Mr. Khan was heading by motorbike to view a property with an associate near his home in Baraya town, when 2 cars sped up and he was arrested by officers from the British National Crime Agency and Pakistan's Federal Investigation Agency. Once arrested, he was told that he now faces extradition. Police said that Mr. Khan had used several aliases to evade capture, and it is claimed that his death was faked by registering online a grave in his name in his village. Intelligence sources allege that nobody named Parandita Khan had died or been buried there. A source claimed that Pakistani intelligence say a grave under this man's name had been registered in the area, but the man was not dead. This is a very difficult and dangerous part of Pakistan, so it was too difficult to enter his village and make inquiries. Mr. Khan is now behind bars in Adalia jail. He fled the UK after PC Beshnivsky, 38, was shot dead on her daughter Lydia's 4th birthday, after answering a call to a robbery in Bradford, West Yorks in November 2005. She was shot in the chest with a submachine gun. Her partner, PC Teresa Milburn, was seriously injured but survived being shot in the shoulder. Mr. Khan was caught in a joint British-Pakistani operation after wanted posters appeared near his home village offering a £20,000 reward. Police had him under surveillance after a tip-off that he was in a Bahariya town, an exclusive suburb where some of Pakistan's multi-millionaires live. The source said that it is believed he moved to Islamabad because he felt that he was able to disappear there. But this proved increasingly difficult as his property business was doing reasonably well. He had bought a nice home in the area and bought several cars. This is where the very rich live, so he had an exclusive lifestyle. SRE was a music group which was created in the early 2000s and consisted of a variety of different artists who were from the northwest of London. Areas such as Harlesden, Kilburn, Graham Park and more. The prominent members of the group were Scatter, Smizzy, Dirty Daps, Doughstar, Larry B, Flirta D, Dice and many more. The music group took a hiatus around the mid-2000s but would later make a comeback in 2010 until 2012. Some of the members of the group still do music, but not as often as before. The death of Spooky. In 2010, a prominent gang member, Marvin Henry, locally known as Spooky, had been shot by rival gang members. It was said that this had happened because a rival gang member had been humiliated. This was by being beaten up and thrown in a dustbin in Finchley as he was rolled down a hill. This angered rival gang members and they came to the Mill Hill area looking for trouble and had engaged in a brawl with 3PB members. The gangsters began to fire into the crowd and one of the bullets which were fired hit Spooky in his chest. A few rival members were arrested and some were charged for the murder. Others tried to flee out of the country but they were caught just in time. The two men were jailed for life for shooting a teenager in a former RAF barracks after he humiliated a rival by putting him in a dustbin. Shervin Irvani, who was 20, and Ithai McPhee, who was 21, were ordered to serve minimum terms of 30 years each for murder. Judge David Paget said that you and others went armed with loaded guns to seek out Marvin Henry, who was only 17. Several shots were fired. It is impossible to say who the gunman who fired the fatal shot actually was. Mr. Henry's brother Lloyd, who was 20, and half-brother Andre Campbell, who was 24, were jailed in 2007 for the killing of Ian Page, who was 19. Mr. Page was kicked to death in a chilling attack by 3 men after a row in the street. Lloyd Henry was convicted of manslaughter and jailed for 8 years, whilst Mr. Campbell was jailed for life with a minimum term of 15 years for murder. 3PB's music. Some of the first 3PB street anthems that made a lot of noise and gained a lot of interest in the streets were songs like Wake Up Early, Rep My Block, We Goin' In, Brown Block City, and In the Hood. Different members of Graham Park would pursue their solo ventures within the music industry, such as Larry B, who would later change his name to Els and Vitz. However, they would reunite with other members and feature freestyles and songs on YouTube.
Wait for a sec, you see the ice on the chain will make her open her legs. Money's all I get, money's all I see.
Pharrell Benjamin, locally known as Kingy, who was an older prominent figure in the estate, had been kidnapped by rival gang members from Harrow. The cousin of Kingy's wife had visited the house he was staying in and proceeded to let in the rival gang members inside. He had been beaten and tortured to death for weeks in a toilet hostel. He had been drowned, punched, kicked, and also had boiling water thrown over him. All of this was carried out because the gangsters wanted his stash of both drugs and money. All members who took part in the kidnap had been later arrested and charged for the brutal murder. The jurors at the Old Bailey were left in tears after a gangster whom they had just convicted of torturing a father to death with boiling water yelled at them in court. Craig Smith, who was 23, and Tex Crawford, who was 20, were both facing life sentences after they were found guilty of killing 28-year-old Pharrell Benjamin and dumping his body in a hostel toilet. But the solemn atmosphere of the court had turned to drama when a juror tried to storm out of the courtroom as fellow jury members announced they had reached a majority verdict. The male juror, who cannot be identified, was ordered back into his seat by Judge Stephen Kramer QC. But by then the damage was done. After the judge ordered the public gallery, dock and jury box be cleared, uproar broke out and another juror refused to return to court following the interruption. Others were left in tears after Mr. Smith shouted across the courtroom, "You haven't been listening to the evidence. 10 weeks you've been listening to it and you still come back with guilty verdict. It doesn't make sense." Mr. Smith was found guilty by a unanimous verdict while a majority verdict was recorded against Mr. Crawford. The pair had abducted Mr. Benjamin after tricking their way into his home in Edgware, North London. The victim was bundled into the boot of his own car and taken to accommodation run by Brent Social Services in Kilburn, North West London. Mr. Benjamin was then beaten and scalded with boiling water until he handed over information about where his stash of money and drugs were hidden. Mr. Benjamin was then left to die on the floor of the communal toilet, and residents did not alert police until the following day. Mr. Smith was unanimously convicted of murder, kidnap, false imprisonment and conspiracy to rob, whilst Mr. Crawford was found guilty of identical charges by a majority verdict of 10-1. Tashika Campbell, the 22-year-old cousin of Mr. Benjamin's partner, also faced years behind bars after being convicted of conspiracy to rob. She was, however, cleared of kidnap. Hostel resident Samuel Prime Fearon, 25, walked free from court after he was unanimously cleared of murder, manslaughter and false imprisonment. He claimed that he had been in his room listening to loud music when the killing took place and insisted someone else must have let Mr. Smith and Mr. Crawford into the building. Mr. Smith, Mr. Crawford and Miss Campbell were due to be sentenced that Monday. Miss Campbell let the gang into the home of Mr. Benjamin and his girlfriend Carleen Wellington after making a surprise visit on the afternoon of November 14, 2010. The gang then bundled Mr. Benjamin in the boot of his car outside the house in Overbrook Walk, Edgware, North London and drove off. Mr. Benjamin was driven to the hostel in Burton Road and ordered to hand over his mobile phone and the keys to a flat in Aquaton Drive on the Graham Park Estate in Colindale, North London. His body was discovered at the hostel at lunchtime on November the 15th. His body had in fact been seen there by one of the other residents in the early hours of the morning, but she hadn't looked closely at him and thought that he was just sleeping. If she had been looking closely, she would have seen that he had been stripped naked apart from his boxer shorts, and his back had been severely scalded by burning liquid, probably boiling water. Blood spattered on the walls around where he lay, and pools of blood on the floor beneath him showed that he had been beaten and killed in that area. He died from head injuries. The police investigation revealed that Mr. Benjamin was leading a secret life as a Class A drug dealer who went by the street name of Kingy or Blacks. Detectives believe that Miss Campbell was recruited by her boyfriend Mustafa Ali, a rival drug dealer, to help stage a robbery. Mr. Ali also took part in the attack on Mr. Benjamin but has since fled the country. Another suspected kidnapper has never been identified. Mr. Smith and Mr. Crawford both denied conspiracy to rob, kidnap, false imprisonment and murder and were convicted. Mr. Prime Fearon of Kilburn denied false imprisonment and murder and was cleared. Miss Campbell denied conspiracy to rob and kidnap and was convicted. A lot of music for 3PB had been put into YouTube, and some members from outside of the Graham Park areas such as Edgware and Mill Hill would also do some solo music tracks. Other splinter groups had formed such as SUK and Mullen Machines, but they weren't consistent with the music. Over the next couple of years, many members were nicked for both guns and drug possessions. Some left the street life and others got deported. Vitz would still continue to make music after taking a short hiatus with his Pound Cake remix.
Them young bucks, cause them young bucks when they got their guns up.
In 2015, Persia Dan was attacked and stabbed by rival gang members who were from Finchley. It was reported that he had been stabbed brutally multiple times. Local residents began to look out their windows at what was going on, and when they did, they witnessed Persia Dan on the floor. The police were then called and rushed to the scene, and luckily just in time, as they were able to get medical services in time to save his life. After recovering from hospital, Persia Dan was arrested and charged with drug offences. He ended up doing a few months in prison. After his release, Persia vowed that retribution was going to come to those who stabbed him, so he began asking for any information on where any of the rival gang members lived. Persia Dan managed to get an address of the gang members who lived in East Finchley. He then later showed up outside the house armed with a firearm. He then managed to sneak inside the house, and as he opened one of the bedrooms, he saw an innocent man, Mr. Ekofo, sleeping on a mattress on the floor. Unbeknownst to Persia Dan, the man on the mattress was a university student and was only staying in the house for just one night. Prisha aimed the firearm at the back of his head and shot his victim in his sleep. He then made his way down the stairs and opened fire on the auntie, Annie Basala Ekofo, who had only woken up and wanted to go upstairs to know what had taken place. The auntie subsequently died from her injuries moments later. Prisha was later arrested due to the vehicle he was in having his DNA and gun residue on it. Despite no witnesses and no CCTV footage, the sources were enough to convict and charge him for the Devil murders. His trial took years to complete due to a plethora of factors. The COVID virus, the judge being sick. After the conviction, people mock him by nicknaming him 70+. Sentencing Mr. Ezoke, Miss Justice Cutt said that the killing had been rightly compared to an execution. Whatever the motive was, you murdered two entirely innocent people. Your cold, callous and brutal murders of two people has not only cut short their lives, but has ruined the lives of many others. After an unprecedented 5 trials over 4 years, Mr. Ezoke was convicted of the Devil murder in September. The first trial in 2017 collapsed after the then trial judge suffered a bad back midway through, and 2 subsequent juries had failed to reach verdicts in 2018 and 2019, despite a majority direction. The 4th trial was abandoned due to the coronavirus lockdown just as the jury was deliberating in March. The 5th jury to try the case deliberated for 41 hours over 8 days to find Mr. Ezoke of Cambridge Heath, East London, guilty of 2 counts of murder. Miss Justice Cutt added that he was not your intended target, but he was in the wrong place at the wrong time. You have an entrenched criminal lifestyle. Although you are not an unintelligent person, you seem to have shunned living a law-abiding life. Your precise motive for doing so is unclear, and although I have no doubt that its roots lay in your previous criminal behaviour and desire for revenge. Miss Justice Cutt continued, you must now face the consequences of your actions, whatever those are. Both Burville and Annie Ekofo cannot be brought back, and their family must always live with this loss. Chantal Mamie, Mr. Ekofo's mother, said, I don't think any words can describe how traumatic it is for a mother to have their child killed. We grow to accept that death is a part of life, and we should embrace it. However, no one really prepares you for burying your child whose life was taken from them by another. I have no more words as my heart is heavy. I just hope that justice continues to be served. In a statement, Osman Genefi, the husband of Miss Ekofo, said, I think about Annie every day. I can't believe she's gone. Sometimes I feel I'll go mad, and the image of her dying on the floor is always in my head. I hope that our lives will be better, and God will give me the strength to stop crying soon. There is so much sadness in our house now. Mr. Ezoke had denied any involvement in the murders and told successive juries that he had an alibi for the time of the shootings. He had already served 1,472 days in prison, equivalent to 4 years and 11 days, which will be taken into account. After the 40-year minimum term, the parole board will decide if or when to release him on licence. The rise of Troops AFTV. The 3PB affiliate Troops would leave the street life and pursue his enjoyment as a football fan, mainly supporting Arsenal Football Club. Over the years of being on AFT, Arsenal Fan TV, he would gain a mass following for his witty remarks towards management and players on the team, implementing curse words. This caught the eyes of not just the Arsenal fans, but also team players alongside accomplice DT. So far he's doing well in the eyes of social media, along with his accomplices. The Graham Park Civil War. Shortly after, Vit and a few members would quit making music and leave the street life due to unforeseen circumstances. It was around this point in time members within this gang would also start to crumble, due to various reasons. One of the biggest reasons being prominent members within the gang, after being arrested, were becoming police informants to have other members sent to prison, so they could reduce their own sentences. This was the beginning of many dangerous hostilities which were emerging within the gang. 300 Block Plus had now been moved to the Hendon area. They are now known by various names such as 3PB, 4BK, CRK and 9 Block, whereas the rest of the other members remained in the Graham Park estate and formed a new gang. This led to the birth of 9th Street. Prominent members of 9th Street included both young and older Banks, GU, Els, Blacker, Craze, YB, Pumps, YS, Munna, N90, Shady and many others. This is the new generation of Graham Park. Some of them are into music, whereas others aren't. They are very discreet and operate behind closed doors. Over the years, new alliances and feuds have been initiated due to many different circumstances. A few Graham Park members were now affiliated with Stonebridge, Turnpike Lane and other areas. But they currently have ongoing beefs with other areas such as Rayners Lane, Hendon and others. The death of Hussein Ahmed. Hussein Ahmed, who was locally known as Sparks and from Rayners Lane, had been stabbed by 9th Street members. Both gang members who had arrived in the area had clear intentions of causing bodily harm to rival gang members. Mr. Ahmed came to where the scene had taken place. He had a confrontation with the two, then one of the members stabbed him to death. The members got back into the cab they had just gotten out of and went back into the Graham Park estate. They would be later arrested and charged for the murder. Two 15-year-old gang members who murdered an innocent teenager with a Rambo-style knife in a revenge attack have now been handed life sentences. The boys were both aged just 14 when they had taken a minicab to look for youths in the Harrow area of West London. They had taken the cab to seek retribution against rival gang members for an attack on one of their own. Hussein Ahmed, who was 19 and described as a peaceful university student, had suffered massive blood loss and died in hospital 3 days after he was stabbed once in the back outside of South Harrow Tube Station on November 18th. A 17-year-old was stabbed in the arm and stomach while another boy, also aged 17, narrowly avoided injury as a knifeman slashed the sleeve of his jacket. After the 8-minute rampage, which took place during rush hour, the attackers returned to the waiting minicab, telling the unwitting driver, "Drive, boss." The driver described the teenagers as happy as they left the scene, shouting and gesturing at their dying victim. Both 15-year-olds cried and wailed in the dock at the Old Bailey last month as they were convicted of murder, as well as the wounding and attempted wounding of the two 17-year-olds. The way you behaved that night showed a total disregard for human life, Judge Anthony Leonard QC told them as he sentenced them to detention for life. The boy, found to be the stabber, was told that he must serve 16 years, while the other must serve at least 14 years before he is considered for parole. The judge said that the use of disposable surgical gloves by those carrying the knives was chilling evidence of the planning involved in the attack. You have been convicted of murder, arising from a revenge attack on what you believe to be members of a rival gang, the judge told them. The use of knives in the hands of young people who injure and kill without regard for the sanctity of human life is all too prevalent in London. A 16-year-old youth was cleared of involvement, while a fourth suspect was said to have fled abroad. None of the youths can be named because of their age. The court heard that both 15-year-olds had previous convictions, one for kicking a young girl in the back and another for following another schoolboy on a bus to steal his mobile phone. They were known on the Graham Park estate as gang members who acted in retribution for an attack carried out 2 days previously. One had visited the victim in hospital both before and after the attack and sent him a letter which said, "I had to do it, we did it, it wasn't your fault." It is clear that these four youths set out in that taxi that Friday afternoon from Hendon to seek out a youth or youths in the Harrow area with the sole purpose of attacking and stabbing them. This wasn't a plan to rob, it was a plan to stab. It wasn't a shopping trip. There was no other purpose to their 14-mile round trip, and each of them must have been fully aware that this was the case. Mr. Ahmed's father described seeing his son fighting for his life in hospital after he had only recently started a business management degree at university. He said that we never expected to see something like this. We never thought it could happen. Hussein was only 19 years old, a young age to have your life taken from you. We hope no family has to go through what we went through. Nothing we can do or say will bring him back. We hope justice will be served for this mindless, violent action. Sharmark Ahmed said that his brother loved football. He enrolled in university to please his parents and was described by close friends as a peaceful person who would never hurt anyone. In 2017, the music group or gang, 9th Street, would begin to release a plethora of music consistently massing millions of views on YouTube. The botched phone robbery. In 2018, YB, whose real name is Hugo da Silva, and another accomplice, Adam Jalen, made an attempt to rob a group of bystanders by demanding one of them to hand over his phone. After refusing, YB stabbed him and fled the scene. Hours later, the two 9th Street members were later arrested and charged. Hugo da Silva, who was aged 17 and of Marlborough Road, Watford, appeared before Wood Green Crown Court after being found guilty of Section 18 grievous bodily harm. His honour judge Dodd QC praised a first-class police investigation before lifting the automatic court reporting restrictions that would have otherwise prevented the media from naming child defendants, attributing his decision to the seriousness of the offence and the current climate around knife crime in the UK. Adam Jailani, who was 20 of Orange Hill Road, Edgware, was found guilty of Section 20 GBH in relation to the same incident and also appeared before Wood Green Crown Court on the same day. He was sentenced to 16 months in prison. The court heard how on November 7th the victim, a 20-year-old man from Watford, had gone into town with two friends. While they were near the Paddy Power betting shop, they were approached by a number of other young men, including Mr. Jailani and Mr. Da Silva. This was just after 5:30 PM. The group had demanded the victim's phone, and when he refused to hand it over, Mr. Jailani began to physically assault him. During the scuffle, Mr. Da Silva stabbed the victim a number of times. He suffered a perforated lung and bowel, as well as wounds to his arms and shoulders. Despite his injuries, the victim managed to break away from the group and run up the road to Top's Pizza, where he collapsed. He was taken to Watford General Hospital, where his injuries were initially thought to be life-threatening. However, after a stay in intensive care, he thankfully later recovered. With the help of CCTV operators, Mr. Da Silva was identified via still images of the incident. As a result, he was arrested at his address in Watford less than 2 hours after the stabbing. Mr. Jailani was arrested in the following morning. They were both forensically linked to the crime after the victim's blood was found on both their clothes. The weapon used, a flick knife with a 9cm blade, was found discarded in a nearby Iceland car park after officers conducted a search of the area. Watford Chief Inspector Matt Phillips said Mr. Da Silva and Mr. Jailani subjected the victim to a vicious attack simply for not handing over his mobile phone. He very nearly lost his life, but thankfully he made a full recovery after some time spent in the intensive care unit. However, it could have easily been so different. My team and I are pleased with the sentence handed down by the judge, and this wouldn't have been possible without the dedication of Detective Constable Andy Metzler, who spent many hours building a strong case against both defendants. 7 years is the maximum sentence that can be given to a minor for this offence, and the judge was able to achieve this after receiving letters from both the Mayor and the Business Improvement District in Watford detailing the impact the incident had on the town. We hope this result gives the victim some comfort and the ability to move forward from his ordeal. We believe the sentence serves as a robust message to those who choose to carry and use knives. You will be arrested, charged and brought to justice if you engage in mindless and unacceptable acts of violence. Around this time, a prominent 3PB member, Nizzy Numbers, came back to the music scene and released a track onto YouTube called I Just. There had at this point been multiple tit-for-tat stabbings going back and forth between both rival areas of GP and Hendon. The Asante Campbell murder. In 2019, an innocent man, Asante Campbell, who had been waiting for a friend by his car, had been stabbed multiple times by a few of the 9th Street gang members in the Hendon area. YS, whose real name Havel Hall, and two other 9th Street affiliates, Hafid Omar and Kofi Abusa, were later arrested and charged for the murder. YS then later tried to pinpoint the murder of his twin brother to dodge the life sentence. It is believed to be a mistaken identity, and the real target was an associate of Mr. Campbell. Havel Hall, who was 18, and his co-defendant Kofi Abusa, who was 20, were found guilty of killing rail worker Asante Campbell following a trial which was held at the Old Bailey. They were handed life sentences, each with a minimum term of 19 years. The court heard how Mr. Hall had evaded arrest until June 2020 by travelling to Leeds and Manchester. On the night of the murder, which was February 29th in 2019, Mr. Campbell, who was 24, had kissed his fiancée and their baby daughter goodnight before setting off for a shift at work. He had been waiting to meet a colleague at the estate in Hendon, North London, when he was attacked by a group of males, the jurors were told. Mr. Campbell was stabbed through his car window and died from his injuries. In his defence, Mr. Hall claimed DNA matching his profile found on the sheath of a large knife used in the stabbing must have belonged to his twin. He said, "It's not my DNA, I never touched that knife. If it's not mine, it must be his." Jurors rejected his claim and found Mr. Hall from Haynes and Mr. Abusa of Edgware both guilty of murder. The well-known rapper had a previous conviction for having a large combat knife in September 2016. This was shortly before his 14th birthday. At the time of the murder, he was on court bail over an incident at a supermarket in which others went on to admit a fray. In a victim impact statement, Mr. Campbell's mother, Angela, paid tribute to his infectious presence and charitable nature. Miss Campbell told how he stepped in to play football with a lone boy in the park, supported the family of a suicidal girl, and even dropped a total stranger at the airport. She said that all of this was done with a smile on his face, with him often saying, "I just love helping people." Mr. Campbell and his childhood sweetheart, fiancée, shared a unique bond, his mother said. She added that her life has been totally shattered and their existing plans for the future crushed. Their lives seemingly complete with the birth of their beautiful baby girl just weeks before, and he absolutely doted on her. It goes without saying that we are consumed with profound sadness that she will never be able to experience that great character of her father or have him by her side at each of her milestones. Mr. Campbell's devastated mum feels a sharp pain each and every day as she realises she is never going to see her son again. Hafid Omar, 20, was sentenced at the Old Bailey to 3 years and 6 months in prison for assisting an offender in relation to the attack. The 24-year-old drove a short distance to Bellevue Estate to meet a friend before they travelled to work together. Asante was waiting in the car park when a Toyota Prius pulled up next to him. 4 men got out and surrounded his car before stabbing him through an open window. Despite his injuries, Asante was able to drive a short distance away from the car park, calling a family member to tell them he'd been stabbed. He lost consciousness a short time later and collided with a parked car in a nearby Parsons Street. Nearby residents quickly came to his aid and called for an ambulance. He was taken to hospital, but he died soon after arriving. A post-mortem examination found that his death was caused by an incised wound to the chest. Detectives from the Met Specialist Crime Command found that Omar had been driving the vehicle that Asante's killers got out of. The day after the murder, Omar valeted his car, leading to the loss of forensic evidence. He also changed his phone in order to conceal his and the other defendants' tracks. Kofi Abusa, 19, of Waltner Walk, Edgware, and Havel Hall, 18, of Swanage Way, Hayes, were found guilty of Asante's murder and were each sentenced to a life with minimum term of 19 years. Detective Chief Inspector Andy Partridge said that Asante was a hard-working man who was devoted to his young family. Just 15 minutes before his murder, he had left his fiancée and baby daughter, having volunteered to work a night shift. He never returned home to him. The motive for Asante's tragic... Just 15 minutes before his murder, he had left his fiancée and baby daughter, having volunteered to work a night shift. He never returned home to them. The motive for Asante's tragic death has never been determined. He was simply in the wrong place at the wrong time. His family has been left devastated. His young daughter will grow up without him in her life. This is the tragedy that stems from knife crime. Omar played a part in the death of his young man, and I hope he uses this time in prison to reflect on the seriousness of his actions. The Met will continue to prosecute and bring justice to offenders who play any part, no matter how small, in violent crime. The rise of GU. GU was a prominent member from 9th Street who has managed to gain millions of views on YouTube pursuing his solo act within the music industry. He's released music consistently, even going as far as to collaborate with other UK artists like Young Ads and more. He recently released his mixtape titled Pain and Profit. Anthony Adekola. In 2020, Anthony Adekola, locally known as Lizzie, was stabbed and killed by gang members from 300 Block Plus. He was stabbed multiple times as the gang members fled into a taxi and drove off. It was believed that he was at the wrong place at the wrong time, and just a mistaken identity. 9th Street members would mention him in tracks honouring him. His killers would be later arrested and charged for the murder. If you want to know more about what happened to Mr. Adekola, we have a video on our channel. This was a brief history of the Graham Park estate. What are your opinions? Please let us know what you think in the comments below. Thank you for joining us today. If you enjoyed this content, don't forget to like and share. And if you're new to the channel and want to see more Street Crime UK content, then don't forget to subscribe as well. And hit that bell so you can join us on the next video. And until next time, stay safe.
On the 4th of August 2011, the fatal shooting of Matt Duggan by armed police officers in Tottenham, North London, sparked a wave of riots and civil unrest that quickly spread across the city and beyond. The incident was just one of many cases of police brutality and discrimination against black communities in the UK, and it exposed deep-rooted social and economic inequalities that had been, in many people's opinions, ignored for far too long. The shooting of Matt Duggan and the subsequent riots which took place after the fact were a defining moment in modern British history, and they brought to the fore a number of urgent issues, including the role of the police in society, the nature of race relations in the UK, and the impact of austerity and economic inequalities on marginalised communities. This video aims to provide a detailed and nuanced exploration of the shooting of Matt Duggan, from the events leading up to its aftermath, and the wider implications for British society. We will seek to shed light on the complex web of factors that contributed to this tragic event and its aftermath. Ultimately, this video aims to challenge viewers to think critically about the issues of police violence, racial inequalities, and social justice, and to consider what steps we can take as a society to create a more equitable and just future for all. Matt Duggan was a 29-year-old British man when he was shot dead by police in Tottenham, North London on the 4th of August 2011. The Metropolitan Police stated that officers were attempting to arrest Mr. Duggan on suspicion of planning an attack, and that when he was killed, he was himself in possession of a handgun. Unfortunately, Mr. Duggan had died from a gunshot wound to the chest. The circumstances of Mr. Duggan's death resulted in public protest in Tottenham, which led to conflict with the police and eventually escalated into riots across London and other English cities. Mr. Duggan was, at the time, under investigation by Operation Trident, an anti-crime project conducted by the Metropolitan Police to tackle gun violence in the city. He was aware of the investigation of Trident and had texted the message, "Trident have jammed me," moments before the incident that took his life. Mr. Duggan was known to be in possession of a BBM Brunny Model 92 handgun, a blank firing replica of a Beretta 92 pistol, which was converted to fire live rounds. This gun had been given to him by Kevin Hutchinson Foster, and Mr. Duggan had received this gun 15 minutes before he was shot. At an initial trial of Mr. Hutchinson Foster, or October 2012, the jury had failed to reach a verdict. At a retrial on the 31st of January 2013, Mr. Hutchinson Foster was convicted of supplying Mr. Duggan with the gun and was jailed. In August 2013, the Independent Police Complaints Commission, IPCC, said its investigation had substantially ended and that they had found no evidence of criminality by the police. A public inquest looking into the detail which surrounded the death of Mr. Duggan began on the 16th of September 2013 and ended on the 8th of January 2014, with an 8-2 majority concluding that Mr. Duggan's death was in fact a lawful killing. Conflicting accounts of the events leading up to Mr. Duggan's death were provided by the Metropolitan Police, attracting criticism and suspicion from invested parties and other supporters. These critics have accused the Metropolitan Police of misconduct and of failing to cooperate with those who were investigating Mr. Duggan's death. Matt Duggan was born on the 15th of September 1981 and grew up in Broadwater Farm, North London. His parents were of mixed Irish and African Caribbean descent. Between the ages of 12 and 17, he lived with his maternal aunt, Carol, in Manchester. His maternal aunt, Julie, was married to a Manchester gangland boss, Desmond Noonan, a notorious gangster and prominent figure in the Manchester criminal underworld. If you'd like to know more about the Newman family, we have a documentary for you to check out when you have some spare time. At the time of his death, Mr. Duggan and his long-term partner, Simone Wilson, had 3 children together, aged 10, 7 and 18 months. He had a 4th child with another woman, and a 3rd woman was pregnant with his baby at the time of his death. He was the father of 6 children in total, the youngest whom was born after his death. Mr. Duggan had worked at Stansted Airport and had not long applied for a job as a firefighter before he was killed, according to his cousin. Mr. Duggan's son, Kimani, is a member of the UK drill collective OFB, going by the moniker Band OK. According to Tommy Thompson of the London Evening Standard, Mr. Duggan may have been a founding member of the North London's Star Gang, an offshoot of the Tottenham Mandem Gang. Unnamed police sources alleged via the Daily Telegraph that Mr. Duggan was a well-known gangster and was a major player in the drugs game, as well as being very well known to the police in Tottenham. Officers who were attached to Operation Trident had Mr. Duggan under surveillance. The police stated that they suspected Mr. Duggan was planning to commit a crime with a gun he apparently had in his possession, which was in retaliation for the killing of his cousin, Calvin Easton, who was stabbed to death outside a bar in East London in March 2011. Police have requested a review into the running of the club, where a man was stabbed to death in the early hours of Sunday morning. Calvin Easton, who was 23 from Tottenham, North London, was attacked with a champagne bottle at the Bohème nightclub. Paramedics arrived at around 4:30 am, but Mr. Easton was pronounced dead at the scene. According to the police report, which requests the suspension of Bohème's license, the CCTV hard drive was stolen from the club at the time of the assault, after a member of staff let an unknown male into the room where the hard drive was kept. An unidentified man also gained access to the manager's office. The report lists the club's lack of security as one of the reasons for suspending the license, although the managers of Bohème have supplied police with other images from the night. The vital CCTV evidence is still missing. The club has also previously received complaints from Mile End residents about noise, parking problems, and fights outside the premises. Only a week before the stabbing, it was fined £6,000 for covering Tower Hamlets in illegal posters. Reports have said that Mr. Easton collapsed at the bottom of the stairs in front of partygoers. Witnesses have described the aftermath as pandemonium. Post-mortem examination was carried out on the following Monday, and it revealed that the cause of death was a stab wound to the heart. Mr. Easton, also known as Smegs, was an inspiring rap artist. Friends have left tributes on his YouTube page saying, "RIP to this lost soldier," and "RIP Smegs, rest with the angels, sweet." Here is some of the music that he made.
I would get down in my old gang, you feel me? Saying nothing. Slack, my life's kinda hectic. Boys keep violating like I can't select it. Talk behind my back cheeks, it's just a dress shit. Talk to your friends, I'll burst after them. Then I ain't trying to take a diss, so don't get it twisted. I'll blow you out your kicks, cause I'm down for a business. Online in this, and I'm a star in the list. So when you see me on the strip, little boy, hold your lips. I'll clutch for my sticks, you know who this is. And I'm down for my biz, so don't take the
Come and look into my life, it's kinda up still, and I'm surprised I survived. Don't think that I've changed up, I'm still the same guy. I'm just calm, not on the hype. I've got money on my mind, G. I'm older now, so I'm just trying to live my life. Enough to get it twisted till I put it back on the side. Tell you the truth, I don't mind. See the reflection in my eyes, that's a star that shines. That's me, no lie, G. Spangs, pass me the weapon. Skills, let's step in with that 357. Nothing talk hard, but bullet they'll be getting. Nothing move hard, will come and walk in my side sevens. And you get corned for a Ross lesson. Come this a blood and you'll be dead in a Ross second. My done squeeze up, no messing. Stars on top, see a damn right, the star gets it. And plus the sun starts shining. People open mouths when they see the star gliding. My swagger's all emotional, oh yeah, plus I'm light skinned. That's what them not like him. I'm calm, not on the acting. It's on my mind, so you're damn right I'm grinding. And when it comes to war, I love it, switch and start riding. I ain't gonna like it, sometimes it's hard, might slip, never fool G. I got sister, yeah, ha, it's still tense. I'm rolling round the hood, late nights without a vest. My name's still ringing for some dramas and the stress. And you can talk shit, but I slap it in the chest. I don't give a fuck, cause I love it and I'm blessed. A couple of the times I could see my death. I've never seen it happen, so I'm closer to success. I pray to Allah to save me and my friends, but man forget a jest. 9, hugging, going up to 10. I never switch a friend, even if it's the cause of my death. The only thing I'm switching up on is the rims and the skank. Give my gloves and the belly, I play my position instead. I'm coming in your yard, G. Course that is tense, just give me the food and the money, otherwise I'm blooded upset. I have a cover up my face because I'm baiting the ends and feds kicking off my door, say with some dangerous men. I just kick back and laugh as I'm bunning on the Zex. Middle finger up straight, cause I ain't scared of the pen. Do you know what it's like when you ain't got no money to spend? I'm doing the same old thing over and over again, and I'm just standing on the strip cause I know that I'm blessed. And I can do a couple years if they know what I did, but I ain't trying to go back, I ain't trying to do a bit. I gotta think about my people, then I think about kids. I'm a villain, the only things I think about is guns, money and I hit the block and hit some yak and count up some figures. I don't sell weed but I still serve up to niggas. You see me on the strip with the hottest of the bitches, but don't watch me cause I'm a penny, you snitches. Keep your eyes on the ball and don't slip cause you'll be missing. And one force move, me my guns will be clipping, but tributes on the left, don't think that I'm clipping. I'm a straight up blood, so what the in it I'm thinking. And one shot at this strap have your whole body twitching. You see me on the strip cause I ain't taking no disses. You see me posted up but believe it's selected. All day long, trust me.
Detective Chief Inspector Charles King from the Metropolitan Police Homicide and Serious Crime Command said, "We would urge anyone with any information about the murder of Calvin Easton or any witnesses to the incident of the Boheme nightclub to come forward." Boheme's owners have released a statement saying, "We will be working alongside the police, using our in-house ID scan to ensure that the person responsible is caught." In January 2011, Mr. Easton and Warren Allen, who had been friends, fell out on a drunken night out in the Old Jewelry. 3 months later, Mr. Easton stabbed a close friend of Mr. Allen in the Boheme nightclub in Mile End Road. Mr. Easton, who was 23, was then stabbed himself 4 times, including a thrust to his heart. He had tried to escape down the stairs of the club, but collapsed and died. The underworld grapevine pointed at Mr. Allen, who had been at the club that night, as the killer, but he was later cleared by the jury. Mr. Duggan was described as having been increasingly paranoid as the consequence of his cousin's death. The Daily Telegraph alleged that Mr. Duggan was bound to avenge his cousin's death by the street code of the gang. After Mr. Duggan's death, he was described as a drug dealer by the police and others, an allegation which has always been strongly denied by his family and friends. Mr. Duggan's family said the allegations against Mr. Duggan were disinformation, do not try and diminish his character, and that he was not in any way a gang member and he had no criminal record. However, it was later revealed that Mr. Duggan had been convicted of cannabis possession and handling stolen goods. It was also reported that his fiancée said he had spent some time on remand. On Ferry Lane in Tottenham Hale, officers of the Metropolitan Police Service stopped the minicab which was carrying Mr. Duggan as a passenger at around 6:15 PM on the 4th of August 2011. There was at the time no CCTV coverage of the exact place where they had stopped the cab. According to an unnamed firearms officer at the trial of Kevin Hutchinson Foster in September 2012, Mr. Duggan pivoted out of the cab and pulled a self-loading pistol or handgun from his waistband. According to the taxi driver, who was granted anonymity at a subsequent inquest, Mr. Duggan had left the car and had ran. The car that had stopped us, men got out of it very quickly who were carrying guns in their hands. Then I heard the sound of my rear door opening. I saw that a man who was in the back, that I now know as Matt Duggan, got out and ran. At the same time, I heard shots being fired from the front. I saw shots strike Matt Duggan. He fell to the ground. Matt Duggan only got 2 to 3 feet away from the car when he was shot. At the same time, a man came and he opened my door. He very angrily pulled me out by my arm, and then he dropped me or knelt me down on the ground by the rear tyres of the car. The taxi driver told the inquest that the armed officer had threatened to shoot him if he did not stop looking at where Mr. Duggan had fallen on the ground, and said that he was being handled quite harshly and callously by officers at the scene. The police had fired twice, hitting Mr. Duggan in the biceps and chest, killing him. A firearm was found at the scene. Paramedics from London's ambulance service and medical staff from London's air ambulance attended, but Mr. Duggan was pronounced dead at the scene at 6:41 p.m. It was later revealed that the police who had shot Mr. Duggan were part of a Specialist Firearms Command Unit, CO-19, and were accompanying officers from Operation Trident. According to one eyewitness, which was cited by The Independent, Mr. Duggan was shot while he was pinned down on the floor by police. According to another eyewitness, cited again in the Telegraph, a police officer had shouted to the man to stop a couple of times, but he had not heeded the warning. According to a witness cited by the BBC, a police officer twice shouted, "Put it down," before Mr. Duggan was shot. However, the taxi driver who was travelling with Mr. Duggan told the inquest the police shouted no warning before the shooting. A Metropolitan Police Federation representative asserted that the officer who killed Mr. Duggan had an honest held self-belief that he was in imminent danger of him and his colleagues being shot. One of the officers who had surrounded Mr. Duggan was hit by a bullet which lodged into his radio. It had been fired by the policeman identified only as V53 and had passed through Mr. Duggan's arm and then hit the officer. The shot policeman was taken to a hospital and discharged the same evening. Police proceeded to move the taxi in which Mr. Duggan had been travelling. After some dispute over when the vehicle was moved, it was stated that the police moved the taxi for examination and then returned it to the scene. A local equality advocate said that the IPCC initially had no knowledge of these events, but later stated that it had sanctioned removal of the vehicle and then requested that it be restored to the scene. An initial short-form report of the incident which took place, fired by an officer who was only identified as W70, did not say that Mr. Duggan had raised a gun. W70 filed another report 48 hours later, which described Mr. Duggan drawing his gun from his waistband. Officer W70 later testified that short-form reports are deliberately brief. The police did not inform Mr. Duggan's family of his death until a day and a half after he was killed. The police had later apologised for this delay. Initially, a spokesperson for the Independent Police Complaints Commission, IPCC, stated that they understand the officer was shot first before Mr. Duggan himself was shot. Police later called this statement a mistake. A bullet was found embedded in a radio worn by a policeman, and ballistic tests on the projectile indicated that it was a jacketed round, or police-issue bullet fired from a Heckler & Koch MP5 semi-automatic carbine, which is used by the police. Its presence may have been due to the ricochet or over-penetration. On the 18th of November 2011, the IPCC announced that a 9mm gun associated with the scene of the killing had been found 10 to 14 feet or 3 to 4.3 meters away on the other side of the fence. QC Michael Mansfield, a barrister for the Duggan family, told the IPCC that witnesses had told him that they saw police throw the gun over the fence. The IPCC initially reported that 3 officers had also witnessed an officer throw a gun, but later retracted this report. The IPCC had commissioned tests on the pistol by the Forensic Science Service and had received advice that it was an illegal firearm. The gun wrapped in the sock, a practice allegedly used to avoid leaving evidence if it was used. The IPCC announced on the 9th of August that there was no evidence that the gun had been fired, that this had not been ruled out, and further tests were being conducted. It was also announced on the 18th of November 2011 that the IPCC would investigate whether the same gun had been used in an incident 6 days earlier, on the 29th of July 2011, when barber Peter Osadebe was assaulted in Hackney by a 30-year-old Kevin Hutchinson Foster after Mr. Hutchinson Foster had brandished the gun. On the 31st of January 2013, Kevin Hutchinson Foster was found guilty of supplying the gun to Mr. Duggan, during which he admitted using the same weapon to beat Mr. Osadebe. Mr. Duggan's fingerprints were found on a cardboard box, which appeared to have contained the gun when he collected it. The sock with the gun inside was found out of this box as much as 20 feet away from where Mr. Duggan was shot. Neither his DNA nor fingerprints were found on the sock which wrapped the gun, nor on the weapon itself. Additional tests found no gunshot residue on Mr. Duggan. News of Mr. Duggan's death was publicised very quickly. Soon after Mr. Duggan was shot, an image was posted on Facebook showing the police standing over a body that may have been his. Outrage about the police killing quickly escalated. There was a long history of tension between black communities and the police before and since the Broadwater Farm riot in 1985, in which, according to David Lammy, the Labour MP for Tottenham, the cracks that had already existed between the police and the communities became deep fissures. In 1985, there had been some progress made in the relationship between the local community and the police, but the shooting had now raised tensions. Mr. Lammy stated that Mr. Duggan's death occurred as part of a history in Tottenham that involved deaths in police custody. Claudia Webb, the chairperson of Operation Trident, asserted that many black people see Mr. Duggan's shooting as yet another unjust death in custody, and that young black people in Tottenham are still 6, 7 or 8 times more likely to be stopped and searched than their white counterparts. Black British novelist Alex Wheatle, who served a term of imprisonment for crimes he committed in the 1981 Brixton riot, asserted that there was a deep aggravation that, despite many black deaths in police custody, there had never been a conviction of a police officer. He said, in 2011, uprisings were caused by the brutal police shooting of Mark Duggan, a 29-year-old black man who died due to this violence. The uprising first began in Tottenham, where Mr. Duggan was shot. Then happens across London and spread nationally to cities in the UK. In the 2011 uprising, physical damage again impacted black communities. As a young teenager during this time, I remember seeing this both first and second hand. The news was flooded with coverage of damages incurred, such as burning cars and buildings, lootings, and violent clashes between protesters and the police. The media frequently laid blame on black people and did not take into account the systematic racism at the root of Mark Duggan's shooting by the police and the unrest that followed. During this time, I was 13 years old. The upheaval of the uprising invoked strong emotions within me. I felt scared, but the events also seemed intangible, as I mainly saw them in the media. I felt confused, but not in its simple definition of not having a basic understanding of the situation. My confusion was layered with questioning. Why couldn't people who share me and my family's identities be left alone, be allowed to just exist without threat or attack from others? Why did there need to be this destruction for black people's voices to be heard? In 2011, lots of shops were damaged or looted in areas where black communities were located. This again emphasized the many layers of physical damage in these uprisings and the way they reflected larger systematic issues. For example, some of the shops were attacked specifically because they represented large corporate structures whose interests and profits are rooted in exploitative capitalism. But again, this physical damage was happening on black people's doorsteps, causing direct impact to their lives. One of these impacts was highlighting to the rest of the country that the UK has a serious racism issue that must be dealt with. In 2017, Tony Hanley, the firearms officer who recommended the bullets used to kill Mr. Duggan, had a mental breakdown and attempted suicide before fatally shooting himself. Mr. Hanley described feeling responsible for Mr. Duggan's death, seeing his ghost. A Metropolitan Police firearms specialist shot himself because he felt responsible for the fatal shooting of Mark Duggan. Civilian employee Tony Hanley, 51, turned a revolver on himself when negotiations with armed officers broke down near his home in Wallington, South London. Officers had tried to talk to him on January 30th, 2016 and used a taser with 2 rubber bullets to try and bring the standoff to an end. But Mr. Hanley shot himself in the head and died following a day in hospital. An inquest into his death was told how the officer felt responsible for the death of Mr. Duggan, who was shot dead by police in North London in 2011 because he had recommended the type of bullets used by the armed police. South London's coroner court told the firearms specialist who worked for the Met Police as a physical protection technician had also suffered a breakdown due to alleged bullying at work. Prior to his death, he had been off sick for 3 months, suffering from anxiety and depression. He had also been drinking a bottle of whiskey a day, on or off, for 8 years. The inquest heard how, the day before the shooting, he attended his GP surgery saying he had felt suicidal and that he would take others with him. Senior coroner Selina Lynch told the jury that on the day of his death, he had been with his girlfriend Tina Harper. She said, "He told me he was really depressed, and I said to him, 'You will get through it,' and he said, 'You don't know what's going on in my head.' He eventually went to the toilet but came back out the room and grabbed her, which she said was very unlike him." Miss Harper added, "He kept saying he was responsible for the death of Mark Duggan because of the bullets. I said he wasn't. I said, 'You didn't authorize it, and you hadn't shot him.' He said he was the person who recommended the bullets they were using. He said he kept seeing Mark Duggan's ghost, and it never left his mind." Miss Harper said that Mr. Hanley had been drinking and discussed threatening to harm himself and others, and was also in the possession of a handgun. She left his flat to call for help, but just after 8 PM, he called the police saying he had a gun to his head and asked for help. Armed officers rushed to his house, but they found him in a nearby street with a handgun. The coroner said armed officers then approached from the side and fired 2 baton rounds and a taser. He raised the handgun and shot himself in the head. He was taken to hospital by ambulance, but died the next day. Mr. Hanley was described as placid and calm by his sister Laura, who added he collected decommissioned pistols and shells from the Second World War. His brother Gerard said he met with his brother a week before his death, and there was no indication that he was unwell. He said Tony would complain about work and felt his expertise was ignored by the management. The court also heard from his GP, Dr. Mohammed Amjad Khan, who said that Mr. Hanley had previously been off work for 18 months in the year 2000, suffering with depression. He was referred to the mental health services and went to appointments to help with his alcohol abuse. In the follow-up report, clinical psychologist Dr. Yvonne Hemming said he reported extreme depression, which had been triggered by long-standing workplace bullying. He was better when he was not at work. The inquest heard Dr. Amjad had seen Mr. Hanley for an emergency consultation the day before his death. Mr. Hanley had told another doctor he had felt suicidal, saying if he kills himself, he will take others with him. However, Dr. Amjad said by the time he saw Mr. Hanley, he was calm and placid and prescribed him diazepam to help him sleep. But he said he had refused to go A&E for a psychiatric assessment, instead making an appointment to see someone on Monday. The inquest was read in text from Mr. Hanley to his partner, in which he said doctors couldn't help him because it was the weekend. He said, "They told me to go back on Monday. I told them I don't think I'll be around on Monday. I told them that I would take others. They said it's Friday and the hospital will be busy." Ms. Harper said she and Mr. Hanley had been in an on and off relationship for around 20 years. On the day of the shooting, she went to his flat at around 6:20 PM, where he answered the door in boxing shorts and a t-shirt. She added that he said I wasn't safe. There was something very, very different to how he was. He had always made me feel very safe. At around 5:30 PM on the 6th of August 2011, Mr. Duggan's relatives and local residents marched from Broadwater Farm to Tottenham Police Station. The demonstrators chanted, "We want answers," and protested for requested information from the police about the circumstances surrounding Mr. Duggan's death. The crowd had also made broader demands for justice, which many had seen their own way of seeking to publicise ongoing poor relations with the police, which was taking place in their community. The chief inspector spoke with the demonstrators, but they had demanded to see a higher ranking officer. At around 8 o'clock that night, a 16-year-old girl had approached them and may had thrown a leaflet or a stone. Police swarmed the girl with their shields and batons, allegedly causing her head injuries. At around 8:20 p.m, members of the waiting crowd attacked 2 nearby police cars, setting them on fire. According to the Metropolitan Police Commander at the time, Adrian Hanstop, the violence was started by certain elements who were not involved with the vigil. Other observers had stated that the rally had begun peacefully but was incited by the police attack. In 2011, the London riots were a series of violent disturbances that took place across several London boroughs and other cities in England between the 6th of August and the 11th of August 2011. These riots were sparked by the police shooting of Mark Duggan, a 29-year-old man from Tottenham, on the 4th of August 2011. The exact sequence of events leading up to the riots is complex, but there were some protests that happened between the shooting of Mark Duggan and the start of the London riots. Here is a detailed explanation. Following the news of Mark Duggan's death, his family, friends and members of the local community organised a peaceful vigil outside the Tottenham police station. The purpose of the gathering was to demand answers and the justice for Mr. Duggan's death. A group of around 300 people marched from Broadwater Farm, a housing estate in Tottenham, to the police station on the High Road. While the initial gathering was peaceful, the situation began to escalate as some protesters clashed with the police. It is not entirely clear what caused the escalation, but some reports suggested that the tensions were fueled by a combination of factors, including misinformation about the circumstances of Mr. Duggan's death, heavy-handed policing, and a general atmosphere of mistrust between the police and the community. As the situation continued to deteriorate, the peaceful protest turned into a full-blown riot in Tottenham. Rioters set fire to buildings, looted shops, and engaged in violent confrontations with the police. The violence soon spread to other areas in London, including Enfield, Brixton and Wolverstone, and eventually to other cities in England. It is important to note that while the protests following the shooting of Mark Duggan served as a catalyst for the London riots, the riots themselves were also driven by a broader range of social, economic and political factors. These included high youth unemployment, deep-seated grievances about the perceived social and economic inequality, and long-standing tensions between the police and certain communities. Rioting, arson and looting spread to other parts of London and to elsewhere in England. Rioters had expressed mixed motivations for rioting, including policing issues, poverty and racial tension with the police. Mr. Duggan's family commended the disorder. His older brother said, "We are not condoning any kind of actions like that at all." While Mr. Duggan's shooting was perhaps the trigger for the violence, several other causes of the riots have also been suggested. Former British Prime Minister David Cameron rejected a casual relationship between the death of Mr. Duggan and the subsequent looting. Mr. Duggan's death had quickly become a major media story in the UK. Initially, the media, including the BBC, had incorrectly reported that one shot was discharged from an illegal firearm inside a car. The Independent had also stated on the 8th of January 2014 that authorities wrongly said that Mr. Duggan had been hit in an exchange of fire. Some of the media were criticised for portraying Mr. Duggan as a gangster, confused by his criminal record being reported as either extensive or non-existent by different media outlets. The media was also faulted for uncritically reporting of the police's story that Mr. Duggan had fired first, which was also shown to be false. The riots had gotten out of control, had even brought international attention to Mr. Duggan's death, which one Iranian official had even gone as far as describing the incident as a human rights violation. Mr. Duggan's funeral took place at the New Testament Church of God in Wood Green on the 9th of September 2011. The funeral procession was highly publicised and watched by thousands of onlookers. The police did their best not to flare tensions or make the situation within the community any worse, and have maintained a very low profile during the funeral proceedings. The incident was immediately referred to the Independent Police Complaints Commission, IPCC, which was in accordance with police practice when anyone dies or is seriously injured following police contact. Investigators had also distributed leaflets appealing for any witnesses to come forward with any information they have towards the case, no matter how big or small it may be. IPCC officers also searched CCTV footage, 999 calls, and radio transmissions in and around where the police incident had taken place. On the 12th of October 2011, the IPCC announced that, in the immediate aftermath of the incident, they may have given misleading information to journalists to the effect that shots were exchanged between Mr. Duggan and the police. Although a bullet had been found lodged in the police radio, there was no evidence that it had come from a gun in Mr. Duggan's possession. In response to the rumours that the killing of Mr. Duggan was an execution, the IPCC announced speculation that Matt Duggan was assassinated in an execution style involving a number of shots to the head are categorically untrue. Mr. Duggan's family stated that they did not trust the IPCC's ability to conduct a fair and independent investigation of the killing and asked for an independent inquiry into the relationship between the Metropolitan Police and the IPCC. They sought to commission an independent second post-mortem. Coroner Andrew Walker scheduled an initial hearing for the 12th of December 2011. In November 2011, 2 members of the Community Reference Group appointed by the IPCC resigned from those posts. A third remained in post. One of those who left said, "I have been alarmed to learn that not only have the IPCC broken their own guidelines by giving out incorrect information to journalists regarding the shootout involving Matt Duggan and the police that didn't even happen, but I have also discovered that their investigation is flawed and in all probability tainted to the degree that means we will never be able to have the faith in their final report into the killing." On the 29th of February 2012, the IPCC upheld a complaint that the Metropolitan Police had not adequately informed Mr. Duggan's family of his death on the 4th of August 2011. The IPCC's inquiry expressly did not address the events on the 6th of August 2011 and afterwards. Deputy Assistant Commissioner Steve Kavanagh of the Metropolitan Police had already issued an apology in August 2011 to the Duggan family for the manner in which the police initially communicated with them, suggesting that the IPCC did in fact have a responsibility to provide accurate information to Mr. Duggan's family. In late March 2012, the IPCC indicated that the Regulation of Investigatory Powers Act of 2000 made it impossible for the organisation to reveal information obtained during its investigation into Mr. Duggan's death, making it doubtful if a public coroner's inquest into the killing could ever be heard. In April 2012, the BBC aired footage of the immediate aftermath of the shooting. The footage showed paramedics handling Mr. Duggan's body. The IPCC commended the BBC for showing the footage without first consulting with them. The IPCC was expected to release its report on the killing in the summer of 2012. Because no report has been issued by January 2013, a planned inquest into the killing was delayed until September. The IPCC announced in March 2013 that it would issue a report in April for delivery to the inquest in May. Referring to the officers who killed Mr. Duggan, an IPCC spokesperson announced on the 2nd of August 2013 that "we have found no evidence to indicate any criminality at this stage." The IPCC said its investigation has substantially ended and that a final report would later be issued in August. The 11 officers involved had initially refused interviews with the IPCC. The officer who killed Mr. Duggan, now known as V53, later submitted testimony in writing. In December 2019, forensic investigators called for the 2011 case to be reopened, claiming that a virtual model of the shooting cast doubts on its findings. Their report was released to the public in June 2020. The IOPC, the successor for the IPCC, said in May 2021 that it would not reopen the investigation because there was nothing new in the reports to suggest that the findings of its investigation were incorrect. The police stated that no officer had done anything wrong, but announced that the person who shot Mr. Duggan would not remain on active firearms duty. The firearms officer involved in the operation, known only as V53, provided a written statement to the IPCC, but refused to be interviewed. David Lammy, the MP for Tottenham, was critical of his refusal. The IPCC asked for the power to interview police officers, even if they were not suspected of committing a crime. In November 2011, the IPCC began an investigation into the quality of the investigative response by police to an incident on 29th of July 2011, for which police charged Kevin Hutchinson Foster with possession of a handgun, believing the gun may have been the same found at the shooting of Mr. Matt Duggan. On the 18th of September 2012, Mr. Hutchinson Foster's trial commenced in the Crown Court of Snarebrook. The defendant was charged with supplying Mr. Duggan with a BBM Bruni Model 92 handgun found near Mr. Duggan's car after his death. The defendant had denied the charge and gave his explanation for the presence of his DNA on the gun by alleging that he had been beaten with the weapon by a gang that included Mr. Duggan. During the trial, prosecutor Edward Brown QC of QEB Hollins Whiteman contended that Mr. Duggan travelled to Leighton to collect the gun from Mr. Hutchinson Foster before driving to Tottenham with it. The police alleged that Mr. Duggan had received the gun from Mr. Hutchinson Foster 12 to 15 minutes before he was shot by armed officers. The trial included testimony from 7 police officers who were allowed to remain anonymous and use pseudonyms. The police alleged that Mr. Duggan had pulled the gun from his waistband and pointed at the police before they shot him. According to the evidence given by the cab driver and corroborated by one policeman present at the scene, Mr. Duggan got out of the taxi and ran in an attempt to escape. The driver stated, "I saw that Matt Duggan got out and ran. At the same time, I heard firing from the front. I saw shots strike Matt Duggan. He fell to the ground. Matt Duggan only got 2 to 3 feet from my car when he was shot," the taxi driver later testified. Simon Paul, a pathologist who performed a post-mortem on Mr. Duggan's body, testified in January 2013 at the retrial of Mr. Kevin Hutchinson Foster and asserted that the injuries Mr. Duggan sustained in the shooting were not consistent with the account of the incident that was given by the police officer who fired the lethal shot. Questioned by a barrister representing Mr. Hutchinson Foster, Mr. Paul said that the police bullet had penetrated Mr. Duggan's body on the right side and travelled from right to left. Mr. Paul agreed with the barrister's statement, so the scenario can't be right. The officer fires to his left and the bullet hits Mr. Duggan in his chest, and so it should go from left to right, but it went from right to left. Therefore, the scenario can't be right. Mr. Paul also later agreed with the prosecution that if Mr. Duggan had turned to face the officer who shot him, his position relative to them would have changed. A December 2011 IPCC statement had cited Mr. Paul for discovering that a second bullet struck Mr. Duggan's arm. On the 17th of October 2012, the jury failed to reach a verdict. A retrial date was set for 2013, and on the 31st of January 2013, the defendant was convicted of supplying Matt Duggan with a handgun. On the 26th of February 2013, the defendant was sentenced to 11 years in prison, 7 years for supplying the gun, and 4 years related to the offences. The Hutchinson-Foster verdict did not resolve a number of central questions related to Mr. Duggan's killing, which remained open until the inquest later in 2013. Following interviews in the Tottenham area, some residents had revealed that they do not trust the police or investigators and say that Mr. Duggan was executed by the police. A report due in summer of 2012 was announced delayed in October 2012. Mr. Duggan's family and members of his community suggested that they did not consider the IPCC impartial and did not believe that the investigation was succeeding. Frustration with official investigations mounted in May 2012 when it was announced that the 31 police witnesses would not be required to answer questions, instead submitting written testimonies. David Lammy MP from Tottenham stated, "It is unacceptable that police officers have not made themselves available for interview, and it is unacceptable that the IPCC does not have the powers to compel them to do so." Matt Duggan's family did not believe that the police had been honest about the shooting and have pressured the police and the IPCC for greater transparency surrounding what happened. Mr. Duggan's sister, Paulette Hall, has stated that we want justice. We want them to come clean and tell us what happened. The police are humans like us. If you kill someone, you should do the time, just like we would have to do. Miss Hall has reiterated concerns about media portrayals and produced her own film titled The Real Story of Matt Duggan. Mr. Duggan's mother, Pamela, has said that we still don't have justice. I won't give up until I get justice for Mark. People need to be held account for my son's death. There needs to be a full inquest in front of a jury of ordinary men and women to find out the truth. She sought judicial review of the case, requesting oversight of the Association of Chief Police Officers, ACPO, and the IPCC. London's High Court of Justice rejected her application for a judicial review on the 18th of June 2013. The family have criticised the IPCC for delaying the investigation, expecting an inquest to begin on the 28th of January and instead facing indefinite postponement. A barrister for the Duggan family commented, "It is absolutely shocking to find ourselves here today and to hear your counsel saying that there are further investigations, basic investigations, to be conducted, such as a reconstruction and forensics." Stafford Scott, originally appointed as an advisor to Operation Trident, resigned from the investigation because he felt that it was not being conducted fairly. Writing in The Guardian, he stated, "The IPCC has broken its own guidelines by giving out incorrect information to journalists regarding the shootout between Mr. Duggan and the police that didn't actually happen, and its investigation is flawed and in all probability tainted, so much so that we can never have faith in its final report." Mr. Scott blames the police response to Matt Duggan's shooting for the escalation of the 2011 riots. He later criticised authorities for treating the Hutchinson-Foster situation as a proxy for the Duggan investigation, while continuing to delay the official inquest in Mr. Duggan's death. He says that members of Mr. Duggan's community feel ignored and lied to by the authorities, writing in March 2012. In August 2011, the word on the street was they had executed Mark. 7 months later, the word is that the police had control of the gun or worse. After the Hutchinson-Foster trial, Mr. Scott criticised the Trident police for inaction, writing, "So it is now clear that the police had a golden opportunity to remove the identified gunman and a firearm off the streets, but somehow managed not to do so. And this is all the more shocking because the police have a special unit, Trident, established specifically to deal with gun crime in the black community." At a pre-inquest hearing in June 2012, Coroner Andrew Walker said it was quite extraordinary that the IPCC refused to provide witness statements. He ordered the material to be disclosed in 28 days. Representing the Duggan family, Michael Mansfield QC said the IPCC's position was utterly unacceptable and warned them that they would be in contempt if they refused the coroner's order. A public inquest on the killing had been scheduled for the 28th of January 2013. On the 25th of January, the inquest was declared indefinitely postponed because the IPCC had not yet released its report. Judge Keith Cutler later announced that the inquest would begin on the 16th of September 2013. The inquest was expected to last for 6 to 8 weeks. The government created a website for publicising materials related to the inquest and considered a live broadcast for some of the proceedings. Testimony from firearm officers was to remain entirely anonymous. Members of the inquest jury may also be kept anonymous. Inquest hearings began on the 16th of September 2013. The jury began with a visit to the street in Tottenham where Mr. Duggan was killed in 2011. Police maintained that Mr. Duggan was a gang member linked to violent crime as well as gun crime. He was involved in the supply of Class A drugs and possession of ammunition, said Detective Inspector Mick Foote. Mr. Foote denied making the claim that Mr. Duggan had fired at police, saying he was surprised that early reports of the incident had been described as a shootout. The IPCC later concluded it had misled journalists shortly after the shooting by saying that shots were exchanged. A police officer appearing in support of the IPCC wrote in a statement that during informal briefings at the scene of death, officers had apparently thrown a firearm found in Mr. Duggan's possession, over a fence so that it was out of reach and would no longer pose a threat to them. No other officer confirmed this. The jury learned that Mr. Duggan had been killed by a 9mm parabellum hollow point bullet travelling at 870 miles per hour. This type of bullet is designed to cause instant incapacitation. Pathologist Derek Pounder said the police had simply got it wrong in their accounts of the shooting. Mr. Pounder testified that Mr. Duggan was first hit by a non-fatal shot to the arm and then killed by a second shot to the chest. Lawyers for the Duggan family argued that the police had planted the handgun found at the scene. Two witnesses testified that they saw police officers move something from the minicab to the place where the gun was found, 20 feet away from Mr. Duggan's body. One witness, Miss J, said she saw an officer pick up the gun, adding, "It will never leave me for the simple reason it's not often you see a gun in broad daylight." She said the officer had an expression like he had found gold. Miss J was standing 50 meters away from the scene with a fence in between, and the final IPC report noted that there were many discrepancies between her accounts, which overall lessens the weight that can be attached to her observations, as they render her evidence unreliable and contradictory. The driver for the minicab testified that he did not see a gun in Mr. Duggan's hand, nor did he see one fly through the air. He said Mr. Duggan was shot in the back. Another witness said there was definitely a phone in Mr. Duggan's hand. During the inquest, Ian Stern, counsel for the police, suggested that the same witness, the only one to actually see Mr. Duggan being shot, he had earlier told a journalist that he, referring to Mr. Duggan, had been holding a handgun. The witness denied ever making such a statement. V53, the officer who shot and killed Mr. Duggan, had testified that Mr. Duggan was still holding a gun after both of the shots were fired, saying his eyes were glued to the gun. Military surgeon Jonathan Clasper testified that it would be difficult to imagine Mr. Duggan throwing his gun 20 feet after being hit by two shots. Near the end of the hearings, lawyer Leslie Thomas confronted the police officer V59 with the possibility that the gun had been planted, saying, "I'm going to suggest to you, V59, that you knew where the gun was before the officers had gone round the fence, because you and all of your colleagues had planted it there." The officer replied, "I did not plant any gun at any scene. I find that highly offensive." The lawyer accused Officer W70 of inconsistencies and omissions in their testimony. During the inquest, student protesters were heard chanting, "Who killed Mark Duggan? You killed Mark Duggan." On the 11th of December, students protest outside the Royal Courts of Justice while the inquest was underway. The jury began deliberations on the 10th of December 2013 and were asked to render a verdict of unlawful killing, lawful killing, or open verdict. Subsequently, Mr. Cutler told the jury that he would accept the conclusion based on a majority agreement by 8 of the 10 jurors. The jury interrupted deliberations over Christmas and was resumed on the 7th of January 2014. They delivered their conclusions at approximately 4 o'clock on the 8th of January, concluding by an 8-2 majority that Mr. Duggan's death was a lawful killing. Following the inquest, a case was brought by Mr. Duggan's mother to the High Court seeking a judicial review, arguing that the coroner's directions to the jury were legally incorrect. The direction to the jury instructed them to determine whether or not the officer who shot Mr. Duggan was acting on honest belief that Mr. Duggan was a threat, not whether his belief was reasonable. The case challenged the legal standard for self-defense as being incompatible with Article 2 of the European Convention of Human Rights, which protects the right to life. In October 2014, the High Court rejected this challenge. Leave was given to appeal the case to the Civil Division of the Courts of Appeal of England and Wales, but the Appellate Court also rejected the claims in 2017. In March 2019, Mr. Duggan's family brought a civil claim against the Metropolitan Police. This claim was settled in October 2019. The terms of the settlement were confidential. The Metropolitan Police did not admit liability for Mr. Duggan's death. On the 4th of August 2011, Mark Duggan got out of a taxi on Ferry Lane in Tottenham and was shot dead by armed police. Within hours, stories about a dramatic shootout, a violent gangster, and a gangland revenge killings began to circulate. 2 years later, in September 2013, the inquest jury was told that they were on a quest to find the truth, a process that lasted 3 months and involved 93 witnesses. On January 2014, after several days of deliberations, the jury eventually delivered their verdict of a lawful killing, and the public gallery erupted in disbelief and outrage. All 10 jurors agreed that there had been a gun in the taxi with Mark Duggan. 8 of them disbelieved the evidence of the police marksman who shot him, and were sure the gun was not in his hands when he was shot dead. But despite this, an 8-2 majority concluded that he had been killed lawfully. Their explanation for the whereabouts of the gun was that he must have thrown it from the taxi before he was surrounded, but no witnesses gave any evidence to support this idea. Immediately, the family's legal team asked the High Court to quash the verdict as perverse, arguing that Judge Cutler, presiding over the inquest, should have provided clearer direction to the jury. The inquest also raised questions about the possibility of police officers conferring as they produced their statements, and the family was given permission to challenge these practices in March 2014. Despite the lengthy inquest and the long wait, there are still many questions unanswered. What is known is that the death of Mark Duggan will go down in history as an event that sparked the August 2011 riots. As well as understanding this important connection, we also need to be aware that the wider political context of the riots has had implications for the subsequent investigations of the shooting of Mark Duggan. Right from the beginning, the police, the Independent Police Complaints Commission (IPCC), and judiciary, as well as the media, have played an important role in determining how the shooting was framed, long before the jury sat down in the courtroom. The policing operation that led to Mark Duggan's death was run by Trident, a unit within the Metropolitan Police specialising in gun crime within London's black communities. Trident was set up in 1998 following a series of shootings and murders in Lambeth and Brent. At the time, there was a widespread concern within the black community about these shootings, and so there was support for a dedicated unit to tackle gun crime. An independent advisory group, IAG, was set up to ensure community oversight and accountability in this most sensitive area of policing. The IAG was often very vocal in its criticism of Trident's operations, particularly its mostly white workforce. Over the years, Trident operations shift. As well as a reactive investigation of shootings, it began to use proactive teams, conducting covert investigations into particular individuals suspected of having connections to gun crimes. Legislation passed over the last 15 years has progressively increased the use of secret evidence, which has significantly undermined the accountability of policing operations. In 2008, legislation was passed enabling the use of evidence in court from anonymous witnesses to secure convictions. And 8 years before that, the Regulation of Investigatory Powers Act, RIPA, in 2000 was passed, protecting so-called intercept evidence, phone taps for example, from being heard in court. It was the use of secret evidence under the RIPA powers that caused the collapse of the inquest into the death of Azal Rodney, a black man who was shot dead by police officers in April 2005 in North London. During the original inquest, the Rodney family demanded to hear evidence about the police pursuit that the police were withholding. The inquest could not continue, and it was eventually decided to hold an inquiry that had greater powers to close hearings, restrict attendance, and withhold sensitive information. The suppression of some of the evidence relating to Azal Rodney's death and the difficulties that ensued were cited by the government as a reason to extend the use of the secret evidence to civil proceedings, including inquests. These proposals were eventually brought in with the Justice and Security Act, which came into law in 2013, although due to widespread objection, they excluded inquests. However, the Azal Rodney Inquiry Chair, Sir Christopher Holland, appeared to undermine this assertion when he said that much of the secret evidence did not need to be secret. The inquiry eventually found in 2013, 9 years after his death, that he had been unlawfully killed. By the time the circumstances surrounding Matt Duggan's death came under the spotlight, the secret evidence regime had become established, and for some time it was uncertain whether there would be an inquest at all. Intelligence for Trident's operations came from an intercept evidence obtained by the Serious Organised Crime Agency, SOCA, merged into the National Crime Agency since October 2013, and was so protected under the RIPA legislation. The inquest had to be stopped and restarted, with the original coroner replaced by Judge Cutler, who could consider the secret evidence. According to the evidence given by its senior investigating officer at the inquest, Operation Dibri was a Trident investigation that had been running since November 2008, focused on dismantling Tottenham Mandem, the TMD, a group the police said was involved in the supply of guns and Class A drugs. Operation Debris focused on around 100 people with a core of 48 people. Whilst giving evidence about the subjects of Operation Debris, including Matt Duggan, officers made assertions about crimes they thought he had committed and about his being a senior member of the gang. Due to the fact that the intelligence was exempt from being scrutinised in court due to the RIPA legislation, most of the assertions remained untested. What is known is that Matt Duggan had never spent time in prison, and that his criminal record consisted of 2 minor convictions, one for receiving stolen goods and one for possession of cannabis, his most recent in 2007. Both had attracted only small fines, although the police made a variety of other assertions about drugs being stored at Matt Duggan's home and that he had fired shots in a car park, that they had a wealth of intelligence, that he had ready access to guns. They also admitted that until 4th of August, they did not have any evidence necessary to arrest him. Some of the intelligence, they said, was of very poor quality, equivalent to something being said to Crime Stoppers by an anonymous caller who overheard something in a pub. The claims about Matt Duggan being a senior member of a gang were made time and time again by the police. During the trial of the man convicted of supplying the gun, Kevin Hutchinson Foster, up to and during the inquest, and on each of these occasions were repeated by the media as fact. According to the evidence heard at the inquest, Trident's Operation Debris planned a 4-day operation from the 3rd until the 7th of August 2011 to recover guns from around 6 people, including Matt Duggan. This operation involved officers from Trident working together with specialist firearm officers from the CO-19 and armed surveillance officers from SCD-11. The CO-19 officers were plainclothes officers armed with 2 guns and a taser, who had the responsibility for carrying out the operation to recover guns. The operation had planned to target nightclubs, so most of the activity was to take place during the evening. Surveillance officers had tracked Mark on the evening of the 3rd of August before losing him. On the afternoon of the 4th of August around 5:15 p.m, the police received intelligence that suggested he planned to take possession of a gun from an acquaintance that evening. He was followed to an address in Leighton by the surveillance officers, who said they observed him before getting in a minicab towards Tottenham, still being tailed. More intelligence was then received that confirmed Mr. Duggan had collected a gun. Meanwhile, Trident officers obtained a briefing that then deployed them towards Tottenham in a convoy of cars to intercept the minicab, accompanied by CO-19 and SCD-11. At 6 p.m, State Amber was called by the Tactical Firearms Commander, known as Z51, meaning that there was enough intelligence to arrest and responsibility for carrying out the operation passed to the leader of the firearms team, known as V59. 13 minutes later, the officer leading the interception, W42, called State Red over the radio and the order strike strike. The hard stop itself was carried out on Ferry Lane, Tottenham, next to a bus stop and not that far from Tottenham Hale tube station. Officers in 3 cars surrounded the minicab, forcing it to stop, then got out and surrounded it on foot, shouting and pointing their loaded weapons at Matt Duggan and the minicab driver, a tactic designed to shock and awe suspects into submission. It didn't work. Matt Duggan got out of the car onto the pavement, at which point he was shot twice, once in the right arm causing a minor wound, and also in the chest, which was fatal. One of the bullets passed through his body and struck a police officer, W42, who was not injured because it hit his radio. CPR was performed on Mark, but he was pronounced dead at the scene at 6:41 p.m. In the immediate aftermath of the death, the family were not officially informed by the police, in contravention to the statutory obligations. As a result, there was a confusion on the part of the family over whether the dead man was actually Mark. His sister, brother, and Simone Wilson, his fiancée, had attended the scene, but they said they left unsure whether the dead man was Mark, as they had been told the dead man was an Asian, which can be seen in the IPCC report into the complaint. At least one member of the family drove to Whitechapel Hospital believing that he had been taken there alive by air ambulance, only to find out it was actually the injured firearms officer who had been transported. Statements read out at the inquest revealed. Because they had not been formally told, it was difficult for them to comprehend what had happened. Pamela Duggan said, "A mother's worst nightmare is the police coming to your door to tell you that your child is dead. Because this did not happen, I believe the worst had not happened." Frustrated with the lack of engagement, on the 6th of August the family arranged a march to the police station to demand that someone come out to speak to them. Around 300 people gathered. They were there for several hours and continued to demand a senior officer come to speak to them. Later that night, rioting broke out across Tottenham, which over the next few days spread across London and several other cities in England. The police apologised for the lack of communication several days later, on the 8th of August, partially blaming the IPCC. I think both the Independent Police Complaints Commission, IPCC, and the Metropolitan Police could have managed that family's needs more effectively, said the Deputy Assistant Commissioner, Stephen Kavanagh. The IPCC responded defensively saying, "I am very clear that the concerns were not about the lack of contact or support from the IPCC. It is never the responsibility of the IPCC to deliver a message regarding someone's death." The police stated they had not visited the home of Matt Duggan's parents to inform them because the family liaison officers at the scene had not been told to by his sister and partner because it would have been too upsetting. Family members categorically denied this. Police subsequently offered to meet with the family in person and eventually did so on the 2nd of September. The Met repeated its apology in February 2012 when a family complaint was upheld by the IPCC. Meanwhile, misleading information was being fed to the media, resulting in widespread references to a shootout and statements that shots had been fired at the police by Matt Duggan. At least some of this misinformation appears to have come from the IPCC. Its initial written statement made no reference to any shootout, but several media reports that did quoted the IPCC as a source, indicating that at least one spokesperson had verbally misled journalists. The Guardian made reference to an apparent exchange of fire and a confrontation. The Telegraph went further, stating that gunman Matt Duggan opened fire, quoting the IPCC as saying, "We understand the officer was shot first before the male was shot." The Evening Standard said that the IPCC spokesman had stated that the suspect had fired first. The Mirror, on the 5th of August 2011, and The Independent both said that it appeared the police officer had been shot first, and quoted the IPCC as a source. It wasn't until several days later that the truth began to seep out, as media outlets reported on the 8th of August that ballistics examinations had proved that the bullet lodged in the radio was a police-issued bullet. The IPCC refused to comment on the ballistics reports, then issued a statement on the 9th of August confirming that the bullets had been police-issued. The following week, following pressure from The Guardian, the IPCC issued a statement that conceded it may had inadvertently given misleading information to journalists following the shooting, it said. Having reviewed the information the IPCC received and gave out during the very early hours of the unfolding incident, before any documentation had been revealed, it seems possible that we may have verbally led journalists to believe that shots were exchanged, as this was consistent with early information we received that an officer had been shot and taken to hospital. Any reference to an exchange of shots was not correct, and it did not feature in any of our formal statements, although an officer was taken to hospital as per the incident. At the pre-inquest hearing in December 2011, the IPCC's lead investigator, Colin Sparrow, apologised for the misinformation, saying it had been a mistake. The impression that is carefully employed in these statements is that the ballistic examinations were unable to clear up initial confusion over what had happened. The IPCC suggested that its earlier information was incomplete, and this led to wrong inferences being made. However, according to the evidence given at the inquest, there had been no confusion on the parts of the officers involved. V53 stated, "I knew Matt Duggan never fired at us. We knew that straight away." W42, the one hit by the bullet, concurred. Z51, the senior officer on the scene who was responsible for briefing senior officers who were not present, had made notes at 6:30 p.m. stating that a bullet had ricocheted, and also vigorously denied conveying misinformation to anyone else. Even if there had been confusion over what had happened, the Met's own report into the riots acknowledged experience informs both the police and the IPCC that such early information is often unreliable and should not form the basis for press briefings. It is important to see all of this in context of the riots, and that the IPCC's clear awareness of its important political role in the control of information. David Lammy, MP for Tottenham, had asked the IPCC to release information. He stated in The Guardian that very soon after the shooting, he had spoken to them about accelerating the ballistics report. When the IPC did release the information on the 9th of August, the statement took the opportunity to comment on the riots. "I know this is an incredibly difficult time for Matt Duggan's family, who have made it abundantly clear that they in no way condone the violence that we have all seen." Other IPCC statements around this time took a similar conciliatory tone. "I understand the distress, people's need for answers. We would request that people have patience while we seek to find these answers." In November 2011, the IPCC took it upon itself to intervene even more directly in the public debate. Another IPCC statement was made that declared the Guardian article misleading, speculative, and wholly irresponsible. The article originally carried the headline and subheadline revealed, "Man whose shooting triggered riots was not armed. Mark Duggan's investigation finds he was not carrying a gun when killed in Tottenham. The Met also complained to the Press Complaints Commission, and this was upheld. The Guardian concluded that the headline was misleading, as it implied the investigation had concluded and changed it. In its statement, the IPCC urged the public not to rush to judgment until our investigation is complete, and they have the opportunity to see and hear the full evidence themselves. Yet, after stating it was inappropriate to comment on the sequence of events before they had been established, the IPCC made a second statement in the following week saying the minicab had not been moved from the scene before it should have been, and that they were sure the evidence had not been compromised. IPCC Chair Len Jackson said, "I am taking the highly unusual step of clarifying inaccurate, misleading, and more importantly, irresponsible comments that have appeared in the recent days in relation to the IPCC investigation into the circumstances surrounding the death of Mark Duggan. I am doing so because if these inaccuracies continue to gain currency, they risk undermining the integrity of public confidence in our investigation." The context for this later intervention was that Stafford Scott, a long-time campaigner for the rights in Tottenham, had written a comment piece in The Guardian about his resignation from the IPCC Community Reference Group. He made a series of damning allegations about what he called a shoddy investigation, saying that he wanted no part in it. Many of Mr. Scott's allegations stand to this day as unanswered questions, although evidence of the IPCC's mishandling of crucial evidence emerged later that supported some of them. This engagement of a claim and counterclaim, at the very least, distracted from the IPCC's important task of establishing the truth about the death. Meanwhile, police information apparently fed to the media focused on the portrayal of Mark Duggan as a gangster. The Telegraph quoted unnamed police sources as saying that Mark was a well-known gangster, a man killed in a shooting incident involving a police officer on the 4th of 2011, and a major player heavily involved in criminality who lived by the gun. It was also reported that he had links to Jamaican Yardis, and that he was associated with Manchester gangsters. Media coverage painting Mark Duggan as a high-profile and dangerous criminal continued over the next 2 years. Even the funeral, attended by over 1,000 people, was portrayed as a sinister tribute to a gang leader. The funeral processions went from his parents' home in Tottenham through the Broadwater Farm estate, where crowds were gathered. The Mail featured a picture of mourners stretching their hands out to the coffin under the headline, "Gangsters Salute for a Fallen Soldier," and the Express featured a similar description and suggested that they were making gangland salutes. In fact, the mourners were responding to a call by Bishop Kwaku Frimpong Mason for people to stretch out their hand towards the casket and thank God for Mark's life as he began his heavenly journey. The Mail later printed an apology and slightly amended its article. The Express did not. An image of Mark with a set, unsmiling expression was widely used to accompanying article about his supposed gangster background. This expression was grief. The image had been cropped from a larger photo of him holding a tribute to his dead daughter at her grave. The reporting of the Kevin Hutchinson Foster trial had repeated, untested claims made by the police about Mark Duggan's supposed criminality. In the months before the inquest, it was also widely reported that Mr. Duggan intended to kill someone with a gun, and that the inquest jury would be considering this. The Telegraph went into particular detail about a tit-for-tat murder in revenge for the death of Mark's cousin, Kevin Easton. In fact, this question was not put before the jury at all. But when the jury sat down to consider their questions, a spectre of a violent gangster had become firmly attached with the name of Mark Duggan. The first thing most people heard about him was that he probably fired at the police officer. The IPCC statement did too little, too late to dispel these myths, although it intervened with alacrity when reports started to emerge, unarmed man being shot. Furthermore, stories of gangland killings may have discouraged witnesses from coming forward. The only civilian witness to actually see the shootings, witness B, stated he had been reluctant to come forward, not trusting the police, but also not wanting to be bothered with any gangs. The inquest involved 93 witnesses, many of whom were granted anonymity, including most of the police officers. The jury also heard evidence from experts and non-police witnesses. They were asked to reach conclusions on the surveillance and police operation, the hard stop itself, and the vital questions about whether Mark Duggan was armed when he was shot, and whether he had been killed unlawfully. One of the central questions was whether or not the firearms officer who fired the fatal shot, known as V53, had actually fired in self-defense as he had claimed. Another officer, W70, also testified that he had seen Mark Duggan holding a gun. However, questions were raised about this account. None of the other witnesses claimed to have seen a gun in his hand. V53 described in detail what he called a freeze-frame moment. As he's turned to face me, he had an object in his right hand. Mark Duggan is carrying a handgun in his right hand. You can make out the shape outline of it, the handle of it, the barrel. You can make out the trigger guard, not visually, but again, if you imagine it as an L shape, the sock, there's a little bit of a give in it, so that's when the trigger guard would have been. Significantly, despite being trained to follow the gun, none of the police officers said they saw it go flying through the air on a clear summer's evening. Expert evidence from pathologists and Professor James Clasper, an expert in bioengineering, considered it was not credible that Mark threw the gun after having been shot. Nor could any involuntary movement have accounted for the gun ending up 5 meters away from where he fell. Nor did the forensic evidence positively support the account that a gun was in Mark Duggan's hand when V53 fired at him. No gunshot residue was found on the gun or sock, despite Mark Duggan's clothes and face being covered with it. Neither was any of the forensic evidence to suggest he had opened the shoebox or touched the gun or sock. There were 2 civilian witnesses to the shooting. One of them, witness B, said he saw what was definitely a phone in Mark Duggan's hand. He described seeing him look baffled with his hands up in the air as if surrendering, attempting to run, and described seeing a shiny BlackBerry in his right hand. The other civilian witness was the taxi driver. He stated he did not see Mark Duggan open or close the shoebox during the journey, and that he had a good view of him when he left the minicab. He did not see him with anything in his hands, raising his arms or making any threatening movement towards the police. V53 also claimed that it was the first shot that penetrated Mark Duggan's chest, the fatal shot. He claimed that Mr. Duggan then swung towards him, pointing the gun directly at him, and then the second shot was fired, hitting his bicep. However, expert evidence also raised questions about the aspect of the account. Pathologist Derek Pounder was of the opinion that V53 had got the order of the shots wrong, and that the non-lethal arm shot had come first, then the fatal shot to the chest. The other pathologist, Simon Paul, maintained it was impossible to tell. However, the pathologist and Professor Jonathan Clasper, the bioengineering expert, agreed that the bullet wounds on the arm suggested that the upper arm would have been rotated towards the body when the arm shot was sustained, rather than pointing outwards towards V53. The expert also agreed that the chest wound demonstrated that Mark Duggan wasn't in an upright position when he sustained it, but bent forwards. The arm shot wound, on the other hand, was consistent of being upright. Taken together, the lawyers for Mark Duggan's family suggested these insights indicated that Mark had been shot in the arm, staggered forward, and was then shot in the chest. Firearm officers claiming to have found a gun known as R31 said he found it in the bushes around 5 meters from the spot where Mark Duggan had been shot dead. Z51, the most senior officer on the scene, also testified to having found the gun. Questions were raised by the family's legal team about the accounts given by the officers about finding the gun, as they did not appear to be consistent with video footage provided by witness B, known as the BBC footage. V59, the firearms team leader, gave several statements and initial evidence at the inquest that stated that he had directed another officer, R31, to look for the firearm. According to V59, R31 returned and told him he had found it on the grass. Subsequently, armed response vehicle ARV officers had arrived, whom V59 had directed to go and secure the gun. All 3 ARV officers gave evidence to the same effect. However, this version of events was contradicted by the video evidence that showed that when the ARV officers arrived and were apparently directed to secure the gun, actually the gun had not yet been found by R31 or by Z51. V59 was later recalled to the court to account for this discrepancy and claimed he had got it chronologically wrong. This would have meant that all three ARV officers' evidence was also wrong. Leslie Thomas, a barrister for the Duggan family, suggested that the gun had been planted, and that was why V59 apparently informed the ARV officers to secure the gun before it had been found. The judge noted during his summing up that this was not a simple mistake, but a direct contradiction, a stark problem. Police statements raised concerns about the possibility of collusion. The initial statements made by the police on the evening of the 4th of August were very sparse. Full statements were provided several days later on the 7th of August. Important details did not appear in these later statements. For example, the finding of the gun in the bushes and the specific number of shots that had been fired. W70's claim that he saw Matt Duggan raising a gun, a crucial piece of evidence, was not mentioned in his initial report but appeared in his second report. When asked whether this was a deliberate omission during the trial of Hutchinson Foster, W70 said, "I don't know." At an inquest, police officers also described how these longer statements were written over a course of 8 hours, as officers sat together in a briefing room at their Lehman Street base, with a flip chart at the front of the room, V59 said. "We did them in segments. As you finished your section, you then left the room, got a cup of coffee and had a comfort break, etc. When everybody had finished their section 4, for example, on the 3rd of August, we all came back into that room together and went through the flip chart process, wrote the next section, and we all wrote that." The officer said they had agreed on details such as times, places, locations, postings, sequence of events, but denied they had discussed the actual shooting or their honestly held beliefs about it. When questioned about why they had omitted important information from initial statements, officers said they were deliberately briefed and insisted that their statements had been made in line with the Association of Chief Police Officers ACPO guidance. The IPCC did not have a staff member present at the statement writing because there were no resources available, according to the IPCC Deputy Senior Investigator Colin Sparrow, which was reported in the Telegraph on the 28th of September 2012. Following the inquest, Pamela Duggan began court proceedings into judicially reviewing the ACPO guidance. In March 2014, the Court of Appeal denied the challenge could go ahead. There were further concerns raised about the IPCC's handling of the investigation. During the Kevin Hutchinson Foster trial, the IPCC's Colin Sparrow said he failed to grasp the significance of the shoebox that contained the gun until a week after the shooting. By the time he was told about the shoebox, he admitted the minicab had been taken to a police car pound and security seals on the car had been broken. Another IPCC investigator told the court that he had discovered the shoebox had been moved within the vehicle, apparently during searches. The minicab had been moved from the scene the day after the shooting and was returned there that day, before being removed for a final time that night, a process which the recovery driver said was very unusual. The IPCC was also criticised for ignoring the possibility that the gun could have been planted by police officers. 2 civilian witnesses, Miss J and her daughter, gave evidence at the inquest that they had seen an officer moving a gun from the minicab in the immediate aftermath of the shooting. But the IPCC, despite being given this evidence early on in its investigation, chose not to explore it further. Even more troubling was, according to Stafford Scott, the community advisor group to the IPCC, he was told that 3 police officers had given statements saying that they had seen an officer throwing a gun away. These police statements were later denied. Even after the long inquest, the legal wrangling, and the ongoing attention the case has attracted, the family and the Justice for Matt Duggan's campaign face further struggles for the full answers. The 2011 England riots, more widely known as the London riots, were a series of riots between the 6th and 11th of August 2011. Thousands of people rioted in cities and towns across England, which saw looting and arson, as well as mass deployment of police and the deaths of 5 people. The protests started in Tottenham Hale, London, following the death of Matt Duggan, a local man who was shot dead by the police on the 4th of August. Several violent clashes with police followed Mr. Duggan's death, along with the destruction of police vehicles a double-decker bus, and many homes and businesses, which rapidly gained the attention of the media. Overnight, looting took place in Tottenham Hale Retail Park and in nearby Wood Green. The following days saw similar scenes in other parts of London, with the worst rioting taking place in Hackney, Brixton, Wolverstone, Wandsworth, Peckham, Enfield, Battersea, Croydon, Ealing, Barking, Woolwich, Lewisham and East Ham. From the 8th to the 11th of August, other towns and cities in England, including Birmingham, Bristol, Coventry, Derby, Leicester, Liverpool, Manchester and Nottingham, faced what was described by the media as copycat violence, with social media playing a role. By the 10th of August, more than 3,000 arrests had been made across England, with at least 1,984 people issued with criminal charges for various offences relating to the riots. Initially, courts sat for extended hours. A total of 3,443 crimes across London were linked to the disorder. Along with the 5 deaths, at least 16 others were injured as a direct result of the related violent acts. An estimated £200 million worth of property damage was incurred, and local economic activity, which in many cases was already struggling due to the 2008 recession, was significantly compromised. Significant debate was generated amongst political, social and academic figures about the causes and context of the riots. Attributions for the rioters' behaviour included social factors such as racial tension, class tension, economic decline, and its consequent unemployment. The peaceful march on behalf of the death of Mark Duggan, which took place on the morning of Saturday the 6th of August in Tottenham, was followed by rioting and looting. First in Tottenham and later in Tottenham Hale Retail Park. Rioting occurred shortly after about 120 people marched from the Broadwater Farm Estate to Tottenham Police Station via the High Road. The spread of news and rumours about the previous evening's disturbances in Tottenham sparked riots during the night of the 7th of August in the London districts of Brixton, Enfield, Islington and Wood Green, and in Oxford Circus in the centre of London. In the evening of Monday the 8th of August, many areas of London were affected by widespread looting, arson and violence. There were significant outbreaks in parts of Battersea, Brixton, Bromley, Camden, Croydon, Ealing, East Ham, Hackney, Harrow, Lewisham, Peckham, Stratford, Tower Hamlets, Waltham Forest, Wandsworth, Woolwich and Wood Green. A man was found shot in Croydon and died later in hospital. Another man who had been assaulted in Ealing died in hospital on Thursday the 11th of August. Similar riots were reported outside London, most notably in Manchester, Birmingham, Nottingham, Wolverhampton, Liverpool and Bristol. There were reports of unrest on a smaller scale in other parts of the country, including Gillingham and Derby. Following a greatly increased police presence, London was quiet on Tuesday the 9th of August, but rioting continued in Nottingham and Birmingham, where, according to the police account, 11 shots were fired at the police, including at a police helicopter, and petrol bombs were thrown at officers, and spread to Leicester and parts of the West Midlands, and to parts of Greater Manchester and Merseyside in the northwest of England. On the 10th of August, London remained quiet whilst hundreds of arrests were being made by the police. 3 men were killed in Birmingham in a hit-and-run incident related to the disturbances. Looting and violence continued in 2 locations around Manchester and Liverpool. The existence of social media made the 2011 riots unparalleled to any before them in terms of the speed at which the issues managed to spread and at which the rioters were able to mobilise and organise. Many used sites such as Facebook and Twitter to promote and advertise sites for looting and disorder. As a result, many online organisers were handed severe sentences for their roles in the violence. Throughout the rioting, many of the rioters failed to cover their faces. Some posed for pictures with stolen goods, posting them on social networking sites. Although London employs CCTV cameras to monitor crime and large events, reports indicate that citizens' footage contributed more to capturing looters in action than the police force. Beyond the CCTV, looters were filmed and photographed with their faces visible. Police forces and investigators used websites like Flickr to find galleries of the looters to help solve and prevent cases of vandalism and further damage. Facebook pages were also created to identify looters. Several interactive maps were implemented in the Google Maps website that showed satellite views of what was happening in the streets during the rioting. James Cridland, the managing director of the Free Media Resources, created a Google map that tracked verified locations of rioting. Channel 4 News also has similar maps that progressively tracked the damage in the streets as well. News channels also were able to utilise this public service to capture live footage on the streets and inform citizens of dangerous or crowded areas. There were reports that the BlackBerry Messenger (BBM) service was used by looters to organise their activities, and that inflammatory and inaccurate accounts of Matt Duggan's killing on social media sites may have incited disturbances. One of the many messages shared between users was the following: everyone in Edmonton, Enfield, Wood Green, everywhere in North, link up at Enfield Town Station at 4 o'clock sharp. It began, start leaving your yards and linking up with your mates. Forget the feds, bring your ballies and your bags, trolleys, car, vans, hammers, the lot. Research in Motion assisted British police in tracking rioters who used the BBM, stating, we comply with the regulation of Investigatory Powers Act and cooperate fully with the Home Office and UK police forces. Increased connectivity amongst individuals led to greater ability to organise and execute massive gatherings. This was not only occurred during the riots in England, but with other collective gatherings such as the Arab Spring and the Egyptian Revolution of 2011. Much like BBM, activity on social media shaped the London riots. During the Tottenham riots of 1985, citizens had to head to the public place to voice their message. Yet with access to Twitter as a communication medium, social media was used to rapidly spread the message of the riots. On Radio 4, a police official said social media was used to organise and create greed and criminality. The Daily Telegraph described Twitter as being an outlet for promoting gang violence. Evidence showed that Twitter is powerful because tweets of individuals were inspired by news content. However, an article in Time magazine suggested that BlackBerry Messenger was more to blame. During the riots, Twitter accounted for 4 out of every 170 UK internet visits on Monday the 8th of August. In addition, citizens also used Twitter to band together after the destruction with hashtags including #RiotCleanup. Evidence showed that people were tweeting and retweeting news related to the riots, which were not original content. Other than BlackBerry Messenger and social networking sites, mobile phone operator T-Mobile and Orange prioritized police requests for information about phones that were used to plan the riots that hit British cities. Under the regulation of Investigatory Powers Act, phone companies were required to hand over data about the location of calls which were made from the owners of the phones and a list of calls made to and from a particular handset. Trevor Ellis, a 26-year-old man from Brixton Hill, was shot dead in Croydon, South London on the 8th of August. His family denied reports that Mr. Ellis, who had come from the Brixton area to Croydon with a group of friends, had been involved in looting. 13 people were arrested in connection with the murder. All were later bailed and then released without action. On the 16th of December, the eve of Mr. Ellis's birthday, detectives opened a fresh appeal into the murder, asking for any witnesses to come forward. On the 10th of August in Winston Green, Birmingham, 3 men, Haroon Jahan, who was 21, and brothers Shazad Ali, who was 30, and Abdul Musiva, who was 31, were killed in a hit-and-run incident whilst attempting to protect their neighbourhood from rioters and looters. On the 19th of April 2012, 8 men, each indicted on 3 counts of murder, were tried at Birmingham Crown Court before Mr. Justice Flux. The jury acquitted all the defendants on all charges. A 68-year-old man, Richard Mannington Bowes, died on the 11th of August after he was attacked whilst attempting to stamp out a litter bin of fire on the evening of August the 8th. The attacker inflicted severe head injuries which resulted in a coma. The assault was caught on CCTV and reportedly filmed on mobile phones by associates of the alleged assailant. The attack on Mr. Bowes was witnessed by several police officers, but due to the number of rioters, they were unable to come to his aid until riot squad officers pushed back other rioters while being attacked to reach Mr. Bowes. A line of officers then held back the rioters as paramedics arrived. Mr. Bowes' wallet and phone had been stolen, and police faced difficulty in identifying him. He died of his injuries at St. Mary's Hospital on the 11th of August 2011 after being removed from life support. Many tributes were paid to Mr. Bowes, including Ealing Council, who flew the Union flag at half-mast over its town hall and announced the launch of a relief fund in his name, and the Mayor of London, Boris Johnson, who described him as a hero. 16-year-old Daryl D'Souza of Hounslow was charged with the murder of Mr. Bowes, violent disorder and 4 burglaries. He appeared at Croydon Magistrates Court on the 16th of August 2011, where he was remanded in custody until his appearance at the Central Criminal Court on the 18th of August 2011. His 31-year-old mother, Lavina D'Souza, was charged with perverting the course of justice. On the 12th of March 2012, at the Inner London Crown Court, Daryl D'Souza pleaded guilty to manslaughter after previously pleading guilty to burglary and violent disorder. The following day, the Crown withdrew the murder charge against him. After a trial at the Inner London Crown Court before Mr. Justice Saunders and a jury, Lavina D'Souza was convicted of perverting the course of justice after she destroyed the clothing of her son wore that day of Mr. Bowes' death. On the 17th of April 2012, Mr. Justice Saunders sentenced Daryl D'Souza to a detention for a term of 8 years and Lavina D'Souza to imprisonment for 18 months. In London, between Monday afternoon and the early hours of Tuesday, 14 people were injured by rioters. These included a 75-year-old woman who suffered a broken hip in Hackney. In Barking, East London, 20-year-old Malaysian student Ashraf Haziq was beaten and then robbed twice by looters, emptying his rucksack. Footage of the second mugging, which appears to show the second set of muggers pretend to help him and then proceed to ransack his rucksack, was uploaded to YouTube. He suffered a broken jaw requiring surgery. On the 2nd of March 2012, 2 men, John Kafunda of Ilford and Rhys Donovan of Romford, were found guilty of the robbery and also violent disorder by a jury at Wood Green Crown Court. The convictions were quashed by the Court of Appeal on the 29th of November 2012. In Chingford, East London, 3 police officers were hit by a car used as a getaway vehicle by a group who had looted the Aristocrat store on Chingford Mount Road. 2 of the officers were seriously injured and taken to hospital. In total, 186 police officers were injured, as well as 3 police community support officers. 5 police dogs were also reportedly injured. 10 firefighters were injured as the London Fire Brigade dealt with 100 serious fires caused by the disturbances. The LFB also reported 8 of its fire appliances had their windscreens smashed and 2 fire cars were attacked. Vehicles, homes and shops were attacked and set alight. At least 100 families are thought to have been made homeless by arson and looting. Shopkeepers estimated the damages in their Tottenham Hale and Tottenham branches at several £1 million. The riots caused the irretrievable loss of heritage architecture. It was estimated that the retailers lost at least 30,000 hours of trading time. The Association of British Insurers said that they expected the industry to pay out in excess of £200 million. Estimated losses in London were indicated to be in the region of £100 million. On the 8th of August 2011, a Sony DADC warehouse in Enfield at Enfield Lock, which also acted as the primary distribution centre for independent music distributor PIAS Entertainment Group, was destroyed by a fire. Initially, because millions of items of stock were lost, including most of the PISA's inventory, it was thought that long-term damage to the British independent music industry might result. On the 18th of August 2011, PIAS confirmed that their operations were back to normal. On the 11th of August 2011, London police reported that they had arrested 3 teenagers in connection with the warehouse fire. The Financial Times reported that an analysis showed that 48,000 local businesses, shops, restaurants, pubs and clubs had suffered financial losses as a result of the looting and rioting in English streets. According to the BBC News, a total of 2,584 businesses were attacked and looted, 231 homes were targeted for burglaries and vandals, and 664 people were robbed and injured. A 20-year-old student, Ashraf Haziq, was attacked while cycling along Queen's Road in Barking. The prosecution said that the victim was punched in the face by one of the group of 100 youths. His bike, a PlayStation Portable, and a mobile phone were stolen. In September 2011, an accusation of robbery was made against 24-year-old Reese Donovan. The same month, a 17-year-old Bu Izagaba was accused and in February 2012 convicted of breaking the victim's jaw with an unprovoked punch. In February 2012, John Kafunda and Reese Donovan were convicted of stealing from Rossley after being identified on camera pretending to help him. Sony offered to replace his PSP after the video of the attack became popular, and Namco Bandai sent him a package of games. Four London buses were set on fire during the riots, 2 of which were completely destroyed. One suffered serious damage but was subsequently repaired, and one suffered less serious damage and was also repaired, and the other buses suffered broken windows and other minor damage. On the 9th of August, Croydon's tramlink was partly shut down due to damage inflicted along its route. Transport of London, London Overground and London Underground shut Barking, Peckham Rye and Harrow-on-the-Hill and Hackney Central stations. The train operating company Southern later announced that trains were stopping at many stations in South London. National Express coaches stopped serving Wolverhampton and suburban stops in the Birmingham area, but not Birmingham coach station itself, and Manchester, but not Manchester Airport. Five Football League Cup games, due to be played on the 9th or 10th of August, were postponed after requests from the police due to the riots. The games at Bristol City, Bristol Rovers, Charleston Athletic, Crystal Palace and West Ham United were all postponed, as they were all situated within a short distance of areas which had seen some of the worst disturbances. There was also uncertainty as to the third Test cricket match between India and England at Edgbaston in Birmingham, but the match was played. The international football friendly between England and the Netherlands at Wembley Stadium, due to take place on the 10th of August, was cancelled, as well as the international friendly between Ghana and Nigeria, scheduled for the 9th of August at Vicarage Road, Watford. Tottenham Hotspur's opening game of the 2011-2012 Premiership League season against Everton on the 13th of August was also postponed. The League 2 game between Cheltenham Town and Swindon Town, due to be played the same day, was also initially postponed until further consultation allowed Gloucestershire Police to provide the required resources. Following the initial disorder in Tottenham, the constituency Labour MP David Lammy appealed for calm, saying that true justice can only follow through investigation of facts and that Tottenham had had its heart ripped out by the riots. He said that the rioters were not representative of the local community as a whole, and insisted that the Independent Police Complaints Commission must fully establish the circumstances of Mark Duggan's death. Mr. Lammy voiced concerns that the EDL and BNP were playing on the London riots and people's fears to advance their political motives. Streatham's Labour MP, Chuka Amuna, commended the violence in Brixton and Tottenham and called for BlackBerry Messenger service used by some of the rioters to coordinate their activities to be temporarily disabled between 6 PM and 6 AM. The use of BlackBerry Messenger to encourage violent disorders led to arrests. A Colchester man was detained under a Serious Crime Act. John Randall, the Conservative MP for Uxbridge and South Ruislip, said, "It's a small minority of people causing the trouble. The events in Ealing brought it home. It's just down the road from Uxbridge Road." Hackney North and Stoke Newington MP Diane Abbott called for an introduction of a curfew. Newark MP Colonel Patrick Mercer called for the deployment of a water cannon. In December 2010, Theresa May, the Home Secretary, has said that the deployment of a water cannon by police forces on British mainland was an operational decision which had been resisted until now by senior police officers. On the 9th of August 2011, Miss May rejected their use and said, "The way we police in Britain is not through the use of water cannon. The way we police in Britain is through the consent of communities." Ken Livingstone, the former London mayor, said, "The issue of water cannons would be very useful given that the level of arson we are seeing here." Scotland Yard said officers did not have any water cannon, and if their use was approved, they would have to be brought over from Northern Ireland. Miss May said, "I condemn utterly the violence in Tottenham. Such disregard for public safety and property will not be tolerated, and the Metropolitan Police have my full support in restoring order." She returned to the UK from holiday early to meet with senior police officials on August the 8th. A spokesman for the Prime Minister's office also added, "The rioting in Tottenham last night was utterly unacceptable. There is no justification for the aggression the police and the public faced, or the damage to property." The Deputy Prime Minister, Nick Clegg, said that the riots were completely unacceptable and described the violence as needless and opportunistic. London's Mayor Boris Johnson, who cut short a holiday in Canada to return to the UK on the 9th of August, said, "I'm appalled at the scenes of violence and destruction in Tottenham," whilst his deputy, Kit Malthouse, told Sky News reporter that criminal elements were to blame for the trouble. Prime Minister David Cameron commended the terrible scenes of people looting, vandalising, thieving, robbing, and told the rioters, "You will feel the full force of the law. And if you are old enough to commit these crimes, you are old enough to face the punishment." Croydon Central MP Gavin Barwell called the damage caused in the London borough of Croydon sickening, in a strongly worded criticism of what he deems as a misplaced hypersensitivity about race, dating back to the Macpherson report of 1999. Civitas director David Green attributed the reluctance of the police to use force to a fear of disciplinary action. He said that the officers in charge of handling a riot think it's safer to wait for orders from the top. In a public speech on the 15th of August, David Cameron blamed a broken society in a moral collapse. Broad societal change themes common to his party's election campaign theme, Broken Britain. The city councils of Manchester and Salford were reported to be investigating their powers for ways of evicting tenants if they or their children had been involved in the violence or looting in their cities. The London Borough of Greenwich also stated on its website, "We shall seek the eviction of anyone living in council property if they are found to have been engaged in criminal acts." Several countries issued warnings advising caution to travellers visiting the United Kingdom during the riots. Khalid Kane, the Deputy Foreign Minister of the Gaddafi government in Libya, called on Mr Cameron to resign over the riots, stating that Cameron has lost all legitimacy and must go. He also called for an international intervention into the UK against Mr Cameron and accused Mr Cameron of using Irish and Scottish mercenaries against rioters, mocking Mr Cameron's comments on Gaddafi during the first Libyan civil war that year. In 2012, the Syrian ambassador to the UN, Bashar Jafari, compared the situation and the government response of the Syrian uprising to that of the 2011 English riots. The riots were described by one journalist as the worst disturbances of their kind since the 1995 Brixton riots. Commentators likened the riots to the Broadwater Farm riot of 1985, during which a police officer, Keith Blakelock, was murdered. The disturbances were preceded by calls for better oversight of the Metropolitan Police, repeating observations which go back to the death of Stephen Lawrence and the New Cross fire. In April 2011, there was a large non-violent march to Scotland Yard as a result of the death of Smiley culture. The very widespread scale of the violence prompted comparisons with the Gordon riots of 1780. The Daily Telegraph's editorial said, "What we have experienced in London and elsewhere since Saturday night is a wholly new phenomenon. Violent disorder whose sole intent is criminal. In such circumstances, there can only be one response if the law-abiding majority is to be protected. The thugs must be taught to respect the law of the land the hard way." Telegraph also reported Tottenham riots. Police let gangs run riot and loot. Britain's biggest police force is facing criticism after it let looters run riot in North London for almost 12 hours. The Guardian called for the public to back the police. Britain's 2011 riots have become a defining contest between disorder and order. In that contest, important caveats notwithstanding, there is only one right side to be on. The attacks, the destruction, the criminality, and the reign of fear must be stopped. The rule of the law in the cities of Britain must not only be defended against delinquent destruction, it must also be enforced. During the heights of the riots, The Guardian was accused of anti-Semitic incitement by the Media Monitoring Organisation. Comment is free to watch CIFW. After Guardian journalist Paul Lewis singled out Hasidic Jewish residents who were not involved in the rioting. The content of his report stated, the makeup of the rioters was racially mixed. Most were men or boys, some apparently as young as 10, but families and other local residents, including some from Tottenham's Hasidic Jewish community, also gathered to watch and cheer at the police. CIFW responded by commending the newspaper, saying, "At 1,800 word Guardian report doesn't mention the race, ethnicity, or religion of the rioters, but somehow found it pertinent to note that some of those who gathered to jeer the police were allegedly Hasidic Jews." As a result of the negative publicity, The Guardian revised the story. In its 9th of August leading article, The Independent said the police handling of Mark Duggan's death looked to have been poor, and that there is context of mistrust of the police here. The paper added that it is spurious to draw a connection between that disaffection by the inner city youth and specific outbreaks of violence of the sort we have seen in the recent days. Psychiatrist Theodore Dalrymple wrote an opinion piece for the New York Daily News, in which he blamed a sense of entitlement that he sees being common amongst Britain's youth and a cause for the riots. He said that British youth are today among the most unpleasant and violent in the world as a result. Some journalists made comparisons between these riots and the 2005 riots in France. In both cases, the unrest started with the death of a young person during a confrontation with the police. In fact, a television report by France 2, broadcast in November 2005, showed a visit by a delegation from Évry, just outside Paris, to Tottenham, with the report calling Tottenham part of London, regularly shaken by riots. In earlier decades, where a lot of money was invested and the promotion of ethnic minorities had been made a priority. Writing in Pakistan's Newsline, Mahir Ali likened the government's response to that of Margaret Thatcher's response to the 1981 England riots. Many people call for the government to urge the police to deploy anti-riot methods often used outside Great Britain, such as water cannons and baton rounds, which have been used in Northern Ireland, the use of which has been long resisted by senior police commanders and politicians. Pauline Pierce, a 45-year-old woman from Hackney, was filmed close to the rioting, furiously chastising looters over their criminal behaviour. She is seen holding a walking stick and gesturing. The resulting video, subsequently went viral. Its rapid spread was helped by tweeting from famous people such as newspaper editor Piers Morgan.
She's working hard to make her business work, and then you lot want to go and burn it up for what? Just to say that you're warring and you're bad man. This is about a man who got shot in Tottenham. This ain't about having fun on the road and busting up the place. Get it real, black people. Get real. In the middle. Do it for a cause. If we're fighting for a cause, let's fight for a cause. You lot me the off. I'm ashamed to be a Hackney person. Because we're not all gathering together and fighting for a cause. We're running down Foot Locker and TV Shoe. Dirty teeth or not.
Miss Pearce was hailed as a heroine for helping to ease tensions in Hackney. Her influence was acknowledged by politicians and national press. MP for Hackney South and Shoreditch, Meg Hillier, has invited Miss Pearce to the House of the Parliament. Speaking to the Australian newspaper, Miss Pearce described the looting and vandalism as being heartbreaking and also contrasted people's relative poverty with expenditure for the Olympic Games. Miss Pearce has been since featured in The Spectator, dismissing David Starkey's view that hip-hop culture was partly to blame for the riots. In September 2011, she was awarded the Team of London Award at the annual Peace Awards by Boris Johnson. On Amazon, sales of baseball bats and truncheons increased significantly overnight. Deputy Assistant Commissioner Stephen Kavanagh stated, "We are already seeing a community kickback. People are angry. This is their neighbourhoods that are at stake." Political commentator and foreign affairs analyst Niall Gardiner suggested that the British government should prompt a debate which would allow British business owners the right to keep and bear arms. 3 men killed in a hit-and-run incident in Birmingham, Haroon Jahan, Shahad Ali and Abdul Musiva Tariq, were described as heroes for dying whilst attempting to defend their neighbourhood. Tariq Jahan, the father of the 20-year-old victim Haroon, gave a speech appealing for calm, social unity and to end the violence hours after his son's death.
Last night we lost 3 cherished members of our community. They were taken from us in a way that no father, mother, sister, brother should have to endure. Today we stand here to plead with all the youth to remain calm, for our communities to stand united. As we stand here today, this is not a race issue. The family has received messages of sympathy and support from all parts of the community, all faiths, all colours and backgrounds. Please respect the memory of our sons and the grief of our family and loved ones by staying away from trouble and not going out tonight. Basically, I lost my son. Blacks, Asians, whites, we all live in the same community. Why do we have to kill one another? What started these riots and what's escalated? Why are we doing this? I lost my son. Step forward if you want to lose your sons. Otherwise, calm down and go home. Please. And last, to all those people who were there when the incident took place, I was there too. I know who you guys are. Please come forward. I need witnesses to prove that my son was innocent and the 2 other chaps that died with him for no reason. Please, I beg you, come forward. You guys know me, I know you. We were all there together. Please come forward. Thank you very much.
Jahan was hailed as a hero and a patriot for helping to ease tensions in Birmingham. His influence was acknowledged by politicians and the national press, receiving him an award at the 2011 Pride of Britain's Award. Conservative MEP Daniel Hanahan said of him, "Uncomplaining in the control of his emotions, Tariq Jahan reminds us of what it means to be British." The Financial Times described Mr. Jahan as eloquent and inspiring, and said his selfless intervention contrasted with the rapacious self-interest of the looters and was a timely reminder of the obligations of the community. Tens of thousands of users of social networking sites coordinated clean-up operations of their local shopping areas and streets. Some of these groups began being referred to as riot wombles, taking up brooms and other tools to clear the streets of debris and wreckage. a term that was later used by Prime Minister David Cameron during the speech on the aftermath of the riots of the 15th of August 2011. Social media sites Twitter and Facebook were also used for reporting information on the riots and to coordinate a voluntary citizens' operation to clear out the riot-hit areas. In Clapham Junction, dozens of volunteers carrying brooms turned out to assist with the cleanup efforts. On Facebook, over 900,000 people joined a group entitled Supporting the Met Police Against the London Rioters. Manchester City Councillor Pat Carney, the city centre spokesperson for Manchester City Council, said, "The true Mancunian civic spirit has been shown in Manchester today. Staff from the city centre businesses and Manchester Metropolitan University joined the volunteers as food outlets gave out free drinks and snacks. There were several fundraising initiatives to help independent business owners rebuild their businesses and livelihoods. A petition was submitted to the UK government proposing that any convicted rioters had their benefit payments cut. The petition had been signed by over 200,000 people. A petition on the UK government's website demanding convicted rioters to be banished to the Outer Hebrides of Scotland was set up in the summer of 2011. The reaction caused a public outcry in Scotland, and eventually Westminster offered an apology to the Western Isles MP Agnes Brendon McNeill. By 8 PM on the 7th of August, the major rioting had spread to Wood Green, but some riot police were on hand. Again, the police did not intervene to stop the looting. The mostly Turkish and Kurdish shop owners along Wood Green, Turnpike Lane and Greens Lanes, Haringey, were said to have formed a local protection unit around their shop. On the 8th and 9th of August, people from the Indian, Bangladeshi, Pakistani, Kurdish, Turkish, Sikh and English communities chased down mass youths in several areas of North and East London, including Green Street, Hackney, Haringey and Tower Hamlets. Conservative MEP Daniel Hanahan praised the community for their brave and responsible reactions to the crisis. On the 9th of August, vigilantes assembled in Enfield, including several members of the English Defence League, locals and supporters of Millwall FC in Eltham, and the Sikh communities in Southall, East Ham, Ilford and Romford. Sangat TV, a Sikh channel, urged their viewers to protect Sikh temples after a report that one was attacked in Birmingham. On the night of the 9th and 10th of August 2011, following violence, arson and rioting in London, members of the Sikh community in Southall volunteered to stand guard at various city gurdwaras, with as many as 200 to 300 Sikhs from different age groups gathered in various gurudwaras across Southall to safeguard their place of worship from rioters, some armed with swords and hockey sticks. The Sikh drew praise from Prime Minister David Cameron for this action. On the 10th of August in Eltham, police clashed with a bottle-throwing crowd of around 200 vigilantes, including many English Defence League members. It was reported that 50 EDL members joined force with the locals to patrol the streets. That same day, a senior police officer said that some vigilante groups were hampering police operations in London. The ethnic makeup of the rioters varied in different cities. 76% of those arrested in Manchester were white, whilst 29% were white and 39% were black in London. And the West Midlands was the only area where more than 6% were Asian. Research conducted by the University of Nottingham suggested that race relations in Britain deteriorated in the period following the riots, and that the prejudice towards ethnic minorities increased after the hit-and-run incident in Birmingham, in which 3 Asian men were killed by a black driver. Racial tensions between blacks and Asians in Birmingham increased. Hostilities were diffused by public appeals for an end to the violence by Tariq Jahan, the father of one of the victims. The effects of black culture were discussed by historian David Starkey in the edition of BBC's Newsnight programme on the 12th of August. Mr. Starkey singled out an influence of black gangster and rap culture on youths of all races, contrasting contemporary youth patois with the speech patterns of black Tottenham MP David Lammy, who Mr. Starkey asserted sounded white. The author, Dredder Say Mitchell, countered this argument by saying there is no one single black culture. Some commentators remarked on the apparently high proportion of black people involved in the riots, and took the view that there was a disproportionately high number of rioters who were black, compared to the overall demographics of the United Kingdom. As the Ministry of Justice had admitted, the group of people brought before the courts is only a subset of all the people who took part in the public disorder. In February 2012, a report was published by the Ministry of Justice providing demographic statistics of the people charged over participation of the riots up to the 1st of February 2012, which revealed that 41% of those brought before the courts identified themselves as being from the white group, 39% from the black ethnic group, 12% from the mixed ethnic group, 6% from the Asian ethnic group, and 2% from other ethnic groups. These figures were disproportionate to the average UK population. However, the figures revealed varying demographics in different areas when compared to local populations. For example, in Haringey, the figures revealed that 55% of defendants in the court over riot-related charges were black, compared to a 17% black population. In Salford, 94% of the rioters in court were white, compared to an 88% white population, and 6% of the rioters were black, compared to the 2% black population. Additionally, looters from 44 foreign countries were jailed, with Jamaicans representing the largest group. The Ministry of Justice report also noted that rioters brought before the courts were disproportionately male, 89%, and young, 53%, were aged 20 or under, with the number of juveniles ranging from 26% in London and 39% in Merseyside, and very few listed as over 40. The Metropolitan Police launched Operation Wither, an investigation into the events leading up to and during the riots. The operation was initially led by Detective Superintendent John Sweeney of the Metropolitan Police, with detectives from the Homicide and Serious Crime Command, specialist investigators from the Public Order Branch, and police support staff. Detective Superintendent Robin Barrain took over the post-event investigation, where officers were drawn from all over the MPS, from different business groups, and placed into 10 investigation hubs across London. Deputy Assistant Commissioner of the Metropolitan Police, Steve Kavanagh, stated that the number of officers deployed tripled between the 6th and 7th of August. The BBC reported that West Midlands riot police were issued with plastic bullets to use against looters, but that none were fired. Metropolitan Police Deputy Assistant Commissioner Steve Kavanagh confirmed that police in London were considering using baton rounds against the rioters, not previously used by mainland police in public order operations, though they were first approved for use in England and Wales in 2001. The Metropolitan Police assigned 450 detectives to hunt for rioters and looters. The list of photographed looters was made available on their website. Assistant Chief Constable Jerry Shewan of Greater Manchester Police criticised unprecedented criminality. On the 10th of August, he warned, "Hundreds and hundreds of people, we have your image, we have your face, we have your act of wanton criminality on film." Research in Motion, RIM, the maker of BlackBerry, are reported to have contacted the police to offer help in investigating the use of their system for the organisation of riots. According to The Independent, the cost to the Metropolitan Police of policing the disorder and disturbances in London were expected to exceed £34 million. This would have been more than their total bill for policing of all major public disorder events in the year from April 2010 to March 2011. By the 15th of August 2011, around 3,100 people had been arrested, of whom 1,100 had appeared in court. On the 25th of August, the BBC reported that more than 2,000 people had been arrested in connection with the disorder in London. It was reported in mid-August that some courts were advised by senior justice clerks to deal harshly with offences committed during the disturbances. The advice was said to tell the courts that they could ignore existing sentencing guidelines and hand down heavy sentences. David Cameron defended the courts for handing out tough sentences, while some Liberal Democrat MPs and civil rights groups criticised some of the sentences being handed down. Groups of lawyers complained that the Crown prosecutors were opposing bail in more cases than usual. Empirical evidence suggested tougher sentences reduced riot-related offences, but that non-riot offences increased. On the 1st of September 2011, the BBC reported that the official Ministry of Justice figures showed that of 1,566 people that had appeared before the magistrates on charges connected with the disorder, 1,027 had been from London, 190 in Greater Manchester, and 132 in the West Midlands, 67 in Merseyside, and 64 in Nottingham. Sentences of 4 years in a young offenders institution were given to 2 males who promoted riots via Facebook. The proposed events in Northwich and Warrington were not attended by any other people. These sentences were affirmed on the appeal by the Court of Appeal. Giving the judgment of the court, the Lord Chief Justice of England and Wales, Lord Judge, sitting with Sir John Thomas and Lord Justice Leveson, stated that there is an overwhelming obligation on sentencing courts to do what they can to ensure the protection of the public, that the imposition of severe sentences intended to provide both punishment and deterrent must follow, and that those who deliberately participate in the disturbances of this magnitude, causing injury and damage and fear to even the most stout-hearted citizens, and who individually commit further crimes during the course of the riots, are committed aggravated crimes. The appeals were dismissed. On the 25th of April 2012, the Court of Appeal, Lord Judge C.J. Openshaw and Irwin J.J. increased the sentence imposed by the Inner London Crown Court on Adam Ahmadazi from 4 years detention to 7 years detention for offences of violent disorder, robbery, burglary and criminal damage committed during the riots on the 8th of August 2011, after a reference from Attorney General Dominic Grieve QC. The Lord Chief Justice stated that the offences were of the greatest possible seriousness. A woman who had not taken part in the riots received 5 months for receiving a pair of stolen shorts. The sentence was later reduced on grounds of appeal. Greater Manchester Police used Twitter to celebrate the 5-month sentence. They later apologised and removed the tweet. A teenager was freed when prosecutors found evidence he had been wrongly charged with arson. While in prison, his own flat was burnt down. The detaining of the under 18 without criminal records was criticised by UNICEF in October 2011 for possibly breaching the 1989 UN Convention of Rights of a Child. By August 2012, 1,292 rioters had been handed custodial sentences totaling over 1,800 years and 16.8 months on average. The Tricycle Theatre in Kilburn presented a piece of new writing, The Riots by Gillian Salovo, which looked into the events over the days in August and the thoughts and opinions of a range of people directly involved and politicians. It transferred to the Barney Grant Arts Centre in Tottenham, about 400 metres from where Mark Duggan's protest took place. On the 5th of January 2012, it was due to run until the 15th of January. The piece included community leaders Stafford Scott and Martin Sylvester Brown, police constables on duty that night, and a former resident of the Carpetwright building. The burned remains now providing a remainder of the events. They were combined with the views of Diane Abbott, Ian Duncan Smith, Michael Gove and Pastor Nims Abunji. It was received well by all critics, with 4 stars from The Guardian. Australian mod rock band The Feldons referenced the riots in their song London Town from their 2012 Goody Hallett and Other Stories. The causes of the 2011 riots, both immediate and long term have been subjected of media and academic debate. Several speculations have emerged as to what was the likely contributory factors which might be for the riots. From socio-economic causes focusing on unemployment and spending cuts, as well as social media, gang culture, and criminal opportunism. The House of Commons Home Affairs Select Committee began examining the police response to the riots in late 2011. The then leader of the opposition, Ed Miliband, called for a public inquiry into the wider causes of the riots and has stated that his party would set up such an inquiry if the coalition fails to do so. A wide-ranging LSE study called Reading the Riots concluded that the major contributory factors were opportunism, perceived social justice, deprivation, and frustration at the way communities were policed. A YouGov poll was carried out on the 8th and 9th of August 2011 for The Sun, asking what those surveyed believed to be the main cause of the riots. In it, 42% of those polled for criminal behaviour to be the main cause, whilst 26% thought gang culture was to blame. 8% thought that government cuts were to blame, 5% thought unemployment was to blame, and 5% thought racial tensions were to blame, as well as 3% thinking that poor policing was to blame. In a Comres poll for the Sunday Mirror and Independent on Sunday, in which the question was, do you agree or disagree with the statements about the recent riots? 90% of those polls agreed that the police should be allowed to use a water cannon to disperse rioters. 90% agreed that there is no excuse whatsoever for the violent rioting and looting over the last few days. 61% agreed that the government ministers failed to return to their desks quickly enough from holiday, and 50% agreed that the government's response to the economic crisis, e.g. cut to services, unemployment, reduced education funding, is helping fuel the rioters. Researchers who study the causes of political instability suggest that the critical common factor is the density of youths. The nation's extent of political unrest, i.e. its vulnerability to riot, war and regime change, is directly associated with the percentage of 15 to 24-year-olds in its population. They argue that communities with more than 20% of individuals in this age group run the greatest risk of more frequent and more intense political instability. They describe the phenomena as the youth bulge theory, where the bulge refers to the fattening of the population pyramid just before the base of the youngest age groups. The riots in Tottenham after the death of Mark Duggan were initially blamed on poor relations between the police and the black community. Professor Gus John has argued that the tactical use of frequent stop and search, particularly among young black men, has caused resentment of the police in the black community. According to David Lammy, the MP for Tottenham, the cracks that already existed between the police and the community became deep fissures. The Guardian's Reading the Riot survey concluded, although rioters expressed a mix of opinions about the disorder, many of those involved said they felt like they were participating in explicitly anti-police riots. They cited policing as the most significant cause of the riot, and anger over the police shooting of Mark Duggan, which triggered initial disturbances in Tottenham, was repeatedly mentioned even outside of London. The rioters themselves cited exclusion as a reason for their actions. One person asked by a journalist if rioting was really the best way to accomplish their objectives. They responded, yes, because if we weren't rioting, you wouldn't be talking to us. Camilla Batman Galidi, writing in The Independent, blames social exclusion and social deprivation. Various journalists have identified poverty and the growing gap between the rich and poor as causative factors. In a House of Commons debate on the riots, the Home Secretary Theresa May stated that the riots were symptomatic of a wider malaise, including worklessness, illiteracy and drug abuse, but also stated that everybody, no matter what their background or circumstances, has the freedom to choose between right and wrong. Former Prime Minister Tony Blair, writing in The Observer, stated that the riots were not caused by a broken society, but due to a group of young, alienated, disaffected youth who are outside of the social mainstream, who live in a culture at odds with any canons of proper behaviour. He added that this is found virtually in every developed nation. An article from the IWCA dubbed the riots as the Lumpton Rebellion, an example of a neoliberal riot. Max Hastings of the Daily Mail was quoted as blaming young people with an entitlement culture after being bereft of discipline. A journalist on Al Jazeera suggested a similarity to the disenfranchisement behind the Arab Spring revolutionary wave in 2011. Links were made to high youth unemployment and general disenfranchisement. The study by the Financial Times, published in September 2011, found a strong link between rioting and deprivation. Christine Adone, writing in the Daily Telegraph, links the riots to a lack of male role models and argues that, like the overwhelming majority of youth offenders behind bars, these gang members only have one thing in common: no father at home. This has been linked further with England having the worst record in family breakdown in Europe. The spending cuts of the coalition government in the United Kingdom have also been cited as a cause. Ken Livingstone, the Labour candidate for mayor in London in 2012, has argued that the economic stagnation and cuts being imposed by the Tory government inevitably created social division. Nick Clegg, the Deputy Prime Minister and leader of the Liberal Democrats political party, made it clear that the government's planned cuts to the police budgets will go ahead. The local government's budget had been cut in the past year, so Haringey Council, which includes Tottenham and Tottenham Hale, decided to close 8 of its 13 youth clubs in 2011, rather than save money through increased efficiency or make cuts in other areas. Scrapping of the education maintenance allowance, removing of funding for courses where students already has an equal or lower qualification, and trebling of university tuition fees, combined with high youth unemployment, has placed the British youth between a rock and a hard place, alienating and angering the youth population. Proponents of this argument say that the Scottish youth did not riot partly because the Scottish students do not have to pay tuition fees. David Lammy MP has said that Tottenham has the highest unemployment rate in London and the 8th highest in the United Kingdom. The number of people chasing every one job vacancy in Haringey has been put at 23 and 54 in separate reports, and fears have spread of disorder after youth club closures in recent months. One report about a citizens' inquiry conducted in the aftermath of the violence noted that in Tottenham there was about 10,000 unemployed residents and only 367 job vacancies when the riots broke out. Haringey has the 4th highest level of child poverty in London and 8.8% unemployed. Other academics have pointed to a more prosaic causes of the 2011 riots, citing the carnivalesque atmospheres created through the unusual uses of urban space. For example, researchers from the University of Birmingham noted that another sound could be heard above the melee, that of laughter, above the bark of dogs, and behind the masked and hooded face of the throng were smiles, laughter, and shrieks of joy. In a Newsnight discussion on the 12th of August, historian David Starkey blamed black gangster culture, saying that it had influenced youths of all races. The BBC received nearly 700 complaints about his statement that whites have become black. Cottrell Boyce, writing in the Youth Justice Journal, argued that gangs were constructed as a suitable enemy by politicians and the media, obscuring the wider structural and economic roots of youth violence. During the riots on the 9th of August 2011, UK Home Secretary Theresa May said, "I think this has been about sheer criminality. This is what we have seen on the streets. The violence we've seen, the looting we've seen, the thuggery we've seen. This is all sheer criminality. And let's make no bones about it." Paul Hobbs, London's correspondent for One News, said that the looters are not politically motivated and called the riots recreational violence. A Manchester rioter said to a BBC correspondent, "Every time I go into town, I just think how the shops got smashed up in 2011 by all of us. I just laugh about it every time I go back in there now." The BBC reported that the Chief Constable of the West Midlands Police has stated that he thought that the motivation for the rioters targeting the city centre was not anger but greed. Daily Telegraph columnist Peter Osborne stated that moral decay is just as bad at the top of society as it is at the bottom, with the rich and powerful generating anger amongst the British population. He cited the MP's expensive scandals, bankers' bonuses, and the phone hacking scandal as setting poor examples. In the Financial Times, cartoonist Ingram Pin depicted a Union flag being broken through by a looter in a hoodie carrying a stolen box of Adidas trainers, preceded by two men in suits carrying piles of cash, one saying MP's expenses and another saying bankers' bonuses. Kenneth Clarke, the Lord Chancellor and Secretary of State of Justice, writing in The Guardian, described the riots in part as an outburst of outrageous behaviour by criminal classes. He drew attention to the statistic that almost 3/4 of the adults who had been charged with the offences related to the disorder already had a criminal record. Mr. Clarke characterised this as a legacy of a broken penal system, one that did not have a good record for perverting reoffending. He said that he was proposing radical new measures intending on focusing on a robust punishment and delivering reductions in reoffending. A conference held in November 2012 and its subsequent report by Dr. Leah Bassel of the University of Leicester, entitled Media and the Riots, A Call for Action, examined the relationship between the mainstream media and the communities affected by the riots. It criticised the portrayal of young people in the media coverage, particularly young black people who were disproportionately singled out as being involved. It also criticised the press in spreading misinformation and unreliable sources, and a particular disinformation emanating from the police. In the article Youth Voices in Post-English Riots Tottenham, the role of reflexivity in negotiating negative representations, Elster explores the subjective accounts of a group of 18, 15 to 25-year-olds from Tottenham. This study shows the media portrayals of the communities associated with the riots were unrecognisable to those actually living in those communities. Its findings also indicate a consensus among the research participants, who were all from the riot-hit areas, that the UK general public perceived them, and the wider communities in which they live, through media's riot discourse. As we reach a conclusion of our exploration into the Mark Duggan incident and the subsequent 2011 riots, it's clear this period marked an important chapter in British history. Mr. Duggan's fatal shooting by London police triggered a wave of unrest, touching off a deep vein of social political tension and raising cultural questions about police conduct, racial profiling, and the country's systematic disparities. The death of Mark Duggan, a case that has been fraught with controversies, inconsistencies, and unanswered questions, not only provoked the tumultuous events of the summer of 2011, but has also etched a permanent mark on public consciousness. It was a watershed moment that brought into sharp focus the fragile relationship between the police and the communities, and ignited discourse of law, justice and accountability. The 2011 England riots, which erupted in the aftermath of Mr. Duggan's death, illuminated the long-seated social and economic tensions lying dormant beneath the surface of Britain's diverse communities. Cities like London, Birmingham, Liverpool, Manchester were all scenes of violence, looting and destruction, echoing the frustrations of marginalised communities and the generation's sense of alienation. Yet, amid the violence, there were glimmers of resilience and community spirit. Neighbourhoods pulled together to protect their homes and businesses. Clean-up operations united strangers, and online initiatives sought to bridge divides, demonstrating that even in the darkest times, unity and compassion could prevail. The story of Mark Duggan and the England riots is a pivotal part of British history, a stark reminder of the simmering tensions that lie beneath our societies and the urgent need for systematic change. It beckons us to question, reflect and act to ensure that such an event never repeats. As we move forward, it is essential to remember and learn from these events. They serve as a catalyst for change and dialogue, whether it's regarding police reform, racial justice, social economic equalities, or community coercion. It's this conversation, sometimes uncomfortable, often challenging, but always necessary, that will propel us towards a more fairer and equitable society. Engaging with this history isn't just about recounting the past, it's about paving a way forward for the future, where all citizens feel safe, respected and heard. The shooting of Mark Duggan and the 2011 England riots offer a powerful lesson and an opportunity for us to do better, and we owe it to ourselves and future generations to heed them. Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe. Today we're going to take a look at the case of the 40 Elephants, or the 40 Thieves Gang, which were a 19th to 20th century all-female London crime syndicate who specialised in shoplifting. The gang was notable for its longevity and its skill in avoiding police detection. The 40 Thieves operated from Elephant and Castle in the London area, and they were allied with the Elephant and Castle mob led by the MacDonald brothers. They raided quality stores in the West End of London and ranged all over the country. The gang was also known to masquerade as housewives for wealthy families before ransacking their homes, often using false references. They were in existence from at least 1873 to the 1950s, with some indications that they may have existed until the late 18th century. During the early 20th century, the gang was led by Alice Diamond, known variously as the Queen of the 40 Thieves, and as Diamond Annie, and as a friend of Maggie Hill, sister of the gangster Billy Hill. Their heyday was in the inner war period, when the gang raided on a large scale, not only on the West End of London, but also in other major shopping centres across the country. They also forced smaller gangs to pay a tribute on what they had stolen, and would punish criminals who did not obey their rules. The gang had its own set of rules and demanded loyalty from its members, and in others of their supply and distribution network. Alice Diamond ruled with absolute authority, with the cooperation of Maggie Hill, Gertrude Scully, the Partridge Sisters, and many others. Over 70 direct members of the gang operating in the 1920s and 1930s have been identified. Reports that the gang collapsed when their leaders were jailed for the 1925 Battle of Lambeth were incorrect. The gang was still in existence after World War II, as new family members replaced the old hands. They were often said to be able to meet equal numbers of men in battle, and were admired by their male counterparts in the Elephant Gang for their organisation and expertise. One member of the gang, Lillian Goldstein, or Nee Kendall, was known to the police as the bobbed-haired bandit, the lover of Elephant Gang associate Ruby Sparks, and driver on his smash-and-grab raids. It is unclear how long the gang operated. The earliest mention of the gang in the newspaper dates to 1873, but police records from London indicate that the female shoplifters had been active in the area since the late 18th century. The original gang members wore women's clothing, which was modified to include hidden pockets. They could hide their loot in their coats, cummerbunds, muffs, skirts, bloomers and hats. They raided large stores in the West End of London. Due to the prudish attitude of the era, female customers were afforded privacy from the store staff, giving female shoplifters the opportunity to escape notice. The gang stole goods worth thousands of pounds. The female gang members earned enough money to financially support their male spouses. The spouses in question included both idle men who who lounged at home, and inmates of the British prison system. The gang eventually became well known to the area, and especially with the high-class shops which they typically targeted. Their mere presence would cause panic, eliminating the secrecy for requirement in their activities. Their response to this challenge was to expand their activities from London to other British towns, where they were much less known. They targeted rural areas and seaside towns. During the 20th century, the gang modernised their activities. They invested in fast cars to transport their loot, and to use as getaway vehicles which they could outrun the police. The loot was transferred through the British railway system. The members used the trains to travel to a town and deposited their empty suitcases at the railway stations. During their return trip, the suitcases were filled with stolen goods. Besides shoplifting, the gang developed sidelines such as looting houses and blackmailing individuals. Gang members used false reference letters to get hired as maids and then rob the houses of their employers. They also managed to seduce men into brief affairs and then blackmailed them with threats of ruining their reputations. By the 1920s, the gang members started imitating the so-called Bright Young Things group, whose exploits appeared in popular press. The gang members led extravagant and decadent lifestyles by imitating the exploits of the era's movie stars and flappers. Part of their earnings was used to finance party events and spend lavishly at clubs, pubs and restaurants which the gang members frequented. The gang was particularly territorial of their turf. Other shoplifters who stole from their shops on their turf were forced to pay the gang a percentage of their takings. If the intruder refused to pay, the gang arranged beatings and kidnappings for the offenders until the payment was received. While various gang members were arrested and convicted at times, their prison sentences tended to be short. They could be sentenced to either 12 months or penal labour of 3 years of incarceration. Once released, they returned back to the gang. Several members remained with the gang for a relatively long time. Gang member known as Ada Wellman was initially arrested in 1921 and was still with the gang and arrested for another offence in 1939. While the gang members often stole clothing items, they typically did not wear the stolen clothes. Their loot was distributed to a network of fences, street market traders and pawnbrokers. Part of the stolen clothing items was sold to clothing stores, which simply replaced the labels and modified their designs. Some of the fences associated with the gang were also arrested, but could not be convicted. Ada McDonald was arrested and suspected of offence in 1910. She used the ledgers of a suspected authenticity to convince the authorities that the goods in her possession were the products of a legitimate financial transaction. Jane Durrell, another suspected fence, and her common-law husband Jim Bullock were both placed on trial in 1911. The jury decided that the police evidence against them was insufficient and they were acquitted of the charges and released. One afternoon in 1915, a group of elegantly dressed women arrived in hired cars at the prestigious Selfridges department store in London. They were dressed in furs, jewels and expensive dresses, and the staff treated them as if they would any upscale female customer. Given the error's prudish ways, this meant ignoring the women in order to allow them to try on clothes in privacy. It was only after the women had left that the staff realised these women had shoplifted a fortune's worth of gems, furs and clothing. These were no ordinary shoppers. They were members of London's first documented all-female gang, the 40 Elephants, also known as the 40 Thieves. The 40 Elephants were established in the 1870s when the female thieves of South London organised to remove themselves from the control of the male-dominated Elephant and Castle mob. The men's gang had occasionally worked with women as accomplices, but the smaller role meant that smaller cut of earnings were given out. Schism was overseen by the artist model and expert thief named Mary Carr, who became the queen of the new gang. The Elephant and Castle gangsters agreed to provide protection and occasional assistance to the 40 Elephants in exchange for a portion of their earnings. Miss Carr's expertise was in hoisting, stealing goods, then reselling them through fences. The gang's goal was never to retain the items they had stolen, but to become rich by selling them to third parties. They acquired most of their goods through shoplifting, seducing and blackmailing influential men, and conning their way into jobs as housemaids, only to loot the homes where they worked. The gang focused primarily on the theft of gems, jewellery, furs, and fashion items. With the money they made through resale, purchased even more expensive items for themselves, never wearing what they had stolen. Alice Diamond, an even more formidable woman, succeeded Miss Carr as the Queen in 1916. Miss Diamond had been a skilled shoplifter since her childhood She was known to wear diamond rings as a makeshift brass knuckle. This was her way of displaying her love for glamour and her love for violence. She was striking, powerful, and stood at 5'9", in a time where the average man was probably about 5'6". The other thieves, most of whom were much older, fell in line behind her leadership skills and vision. She intuitively knew the effect of styling could have on their chances for success. And under her influence, the 40 Elephants became known for their decadent excess and trendy expensive attire. Media attention increased along with their coffers. Miss Diamond effectively reorganized the gang by splitting them into separate cells. This allowed for simultaneous robberies to occur in various parts of the city, dividing the police's attention and catching shopkeepers by surprise. She created a Hoisters Code, a code of conduct that outlined the democratic manner in which the gang had operated, including provisos detailing the equal division of money from the heist jobs, an expectation for the gang to care for family members of an imprisoned thief, and for the women to always provide alibis for each other. Miss Diamond also codified an expectation of absolute loyalty, and it was punishable by ridicule or beating when disobeyed. While her guidelines were strictly enforced, so too were a number of other rules ensuring the smooth operation of the criminal syndicate, such as one forbidding theft or money or boyfriends among the members. The group's shared treasury was used to assist members in trouble and pay for lawyers, as well as to fund extravagant lifestyles. Members in the gang were akin to being part of a union with unusually fair benefits for all. Miss Diamond was ruthless in protecting her gang's territory. Should an outsider steal from a shop in their area, they demanded that the interloper pay a percentage of their taking. If an offender refused, the gang would beat and sometimes kidnap until they agreed to pay the terms. The media's portrayal of the 40 Elephants continued to expand their legend, and their enemies continued to underestimate them. The newspapers wrote about Miss Diamond and her gang as gorgeous party girls, but the women were just as brutal as other street gangs. Glamour was both a goal and a smokescreen for the 40 Elephants, through which they created their own thrilling world of fashion, money and fame. In the 1920s, the 40 Elephants reached the pinnacle of their success and notoriety. Miss Diamond instituted numerous clever tricks into the gang's arsenal, ensuring that all thieves were equipped with secret pockets and flaps in their gowns to facilitate shoplifting. They were also early adopters of automobiles, making their getaways in the most glamorous of models. They confounded police by handing off stolen goods to an unseen accomplice on foot before dashing off in a high-speed car chase. Police were left befuddled when they caught up with the car and found it devoid of any stolen goods. Cars also allowed the members to expand their operation outside of London to nearby towns. All the better once Miss Diamond and other faces became too well known to the local law enforcement agencies to go incognito. Ultimately, Miss Diamond was undone by her interesting fixation on controlling the gang. The Hoisters Code forbade members from doing anything against Miss Diamond's wishes, including marrying men she did not approve of. When a member defied her in 1925, Miss Diamond led the gang in a brutal attack against the newlyweds, so disruptive that it became known as the Lambeth Riot. For her role as the instigator, Miss Diamond was sentenced to 18 months in prison. By the time she was freed, a new queen had taken over. Miss Diamond turned to a career of managing a brothel, while still offering advice to young aspiring thieves. One of her proteges, Shirley Pitts, was acknowledged the queen of the gang in the 1960s. Miss Pitt's operation was on a smaller scale than that of her mentor. Changing fashions made it harder to stow shoplifted loot inside clothing as stores increased security and surveillance. The 40 Elephants officially disbanded upon Miss Pitt's death in 1992, but membership and activity have been in decline for decades. By the time of Miss Pitt's passing, the 40 Elephants were a folk legend rather than the active threat. Yet the 40 Elephants remain one of the most successful and longest lasting criminal organisations in English history. While men gangs rose and fell around them, Miss Carr and Miss Diamond's ruthless efficiency and canny leadership allowed for their group to thrive. Miss Diamond's gang stormed into department stores so many times that the staff grew to recognise her and knew to keep watch. Ever flexible, she knew her own notoriety and, to her advantage, turned herself to distracting to a lesser known member to rob them unnoticed. Her mentorship grew in future generations of female thieves, providing both a role model and a route for lower class girls to achieve independence. Thank you for joining us today. What are your opinions on the 40 Elephants gang? Please let us know what you think in the comments below. Thank you for joining us today. If you enjoyed this content, please don't forget to like and share, and if you're new to the channel and want to see more Street Crime UK content, press subscribe and hit that bell so you can join us on the next video. Thank you for joining us. Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe. Kensal Green, or Kensal Rise, is a notorious area in northwest London. Kensal Green can be found in the London borough of Kensington and Chelsea. The surrounding areas are Halsden to the west, Willesden to the north, Brondesbury and Queen's Park to the east, and North Kensington and White City to the south. As of June 2014, the area has seen significant gentrification, attracting people from surrounding areas such as Notting Hill and Queen's Park. It was characterised by numerous independent stores, restaurants, pubs and cafes, and had earned a reputation as a celebrity haunt meets Nappy Valley. In 2009, Chamberlain Road in Kensal Rise was named the hippiest street in Europe by Vogue magazine, and in 2021 it was described as London's version of Beverly Hills. Luxury goods maker Mulberry named its handbag Kensal after launching an advertising campaign with Cara Delevingne. The area is characterised by numerous independent stores and restaurants, pubs and cafes. Popular cafes include Bell and Nev, Cable, Sonora and Wildcard. The pubs include the Island, the Whippet, the Rise, formerly the Chamberlain, and Parlour, which all offer outdoor dining. The area also features the original 60s gentleman hairdresser G Barber, which has featured in numerous TV shows and commercials, including one for Pinterest. There are also various sports clubs and gyms and house studios such as the Mobley Sports Centre and Graceland Yard. The area also boasts Britain's first independent boutique cinema and social enterprise, the Lexi Cinema. It is staffed by local volunteers and its profits go to an eco-village in South Africa. It has been the home of residents including musicians Pamela Faith and Rita Ora, chef Thomasina Myers, film directors, DJs and musicians Don Letts and Mark Ray, actress Tandy Newton, singer Lily Allen, model turned actor Sophie Dahl, author Zadie Smith, David Cameron's ex-strategy guru Steve Hilton, and the actor and writer Phoebe Waller-Bridge and Sienna Miller. It has traditionally been popular with those working in media and creative industries, but those buying properties increasingly include people working in the financial district of the city and others moving from the nearby Notting Hill in search of more space. The area also attracts Americans thanks to the American School in London of neighbouring St John's Wood, as well as being popular with the French, partly due to the Lycée Français opening in Brent's former town hall. But there is a past to Kensal Green that will never be forgotten about in the UK criminal underworld. During the time of the Windrush generation, a lot of Caribbean immigrants migrated to the UK. Many members of the Windrush generation settled in London and other cities in the UK, such as Birmingham, Manchester and Liverpool. The communities they formed in these cities became important centres of Caribbean culture, and many of them continue to be vibrant and thriving today. In London, many Windrush generation immigrants settled in the neighbourhoods such as Brixton, Tottenham and Hackney, where they established close-knit communities. They set up Caribbean-style businesses and built vibrant cultural institutions such as churches and community centres. These neighbourhoods remain important cultural hubs for the Caribbean communities in the UK and continue to play an important role in shaping British culture and history. In other cities such as Birmingham and Liverpool, Windrush generation immigrants also established vibrant communities which became centres of Caribbean life and culture. These communities helped create a sense of belonging for Caribbean people in the UK and provided a support network for them as they adapted to their life in the new country. The Kensal Green area had a large population of people with ties to Caribbean heritage who had moved there. As the years went on and people began to settle into their new lives, a large influx of drugs started being implemented into various parts of the country, and this had a very negative effect, especially in black communities, and things only got worse during the 1980s. This unfortunate situation created heightened tensions between opposing rival areas who used violence and intimidation to keep control of their very wealthy share of profits that the drugs had created. The war on drugs had begun and had only gotten worse during the 1990s when the formation of criminal gangs started to emerge. The leading prominent gangs residing in the northwest area of London were the Kick-Off Head Crew, the Must Love Crew, and the Lock City Crew. The Must Love Crew was created in the 1990s by the Yardies and British-born gang members residing in London, England. Family ties and affiliations. Gang members from both Brixton and Kensal Green formed the gang. During the day of the Yardies, there weren't any hostilities about any of the postcodes. It was all about both money and drugs. Many Yardie gangs were formed from different parts of London, but would often affiliate themselves with other gang members from outskirts of their boroughs. For example, the Must Love Crew. The origins of the Must Love Crew was said to be created by Yardie gang members within the area and other gangsters who were from Brixton. The younger Kensal Green members had begun in the early 2000s. They were known as the Kensal Green Boys, or the KGB. The KGB were an extremely notorious gang in the northwest London area of NW10 and were well known for pursuing younger members who wanted to affiliate with the gang and wouldn't mind committing crimes for the older members of the group. It was reported that some members of the gang who were as young as 15 were carrying out hits for older members. The younger members were told that if they get nicked, they would only get a light sentence as opposed to someone being of an older age. The gang also warred with both the Stonebridge and South Kilburn estates. Numerous members of the Must Love Crew would take part in ride-outs against both rival estates, the TOS and the SKM. The gang also had friction with members of the Church End area, or as the locals call it, Church Road, CRS. Luckily, nothing major has been recorded as happened between both areas. However, this is unlike many feuds that we are about to look into. The most notorious gang within the borough of Brent was the Lock City Crew, located in Halsden, led by the Yardie gang leader Winston Harris, locally known as Escobar. They had an intense feud with the Kensal Green and Brixton rivals, known as the Must Love Crew. This rivalry started in the late 90s and ended in the early 2000s, which involved 17 murders altogether. This is on record as being one of the most bloodiest gang wars in London, due to the large amount of casualties in such a short amount of time. The notorious Lock City Crew, which originated from Halsden, and the ruthless Must Love Crew from Kensal Green, had what some would call one of the most intense turf wars within recent history within the UK. In total, there were 17 gun murders and 69 attempted gun murders in the borough between 1999 and 2003. The brutal back and forth violence, murders and senseless shootings had been one of the main reasons why Operation Trident had been created. Operation Trident was a specialised police task force in the United Kingdom that was established in 1998 to tackle gun crime in the black community. The unit operated within the Metropolitan Police Service in London and is responsible for investigating serious crimes including murder, attempted murder and other violent crimes involving firearms. The goal of Operation Trident is to reduce gun-related violence and bring those responsible to justice. Over the years, Operation Trident has been credited with making significant progress in reducing gun crime and gang-related violence in London, and it continues to be an important part of the Metropolitan Police Service's effort to maintain law and order within the city. However, the unit has also faced many criticisms in the past for its approach to policing and its relationships within certain communities, and it continues to be a subject of ongoing debate and discussion. One of the killings during the tit-for-tat shootings over the years involved TOS member Calvin Francis Hotwood. In 2003, the police held a month-long gun amnesty, but it appeared to have little effect in the communities where it really mattered. One family had told of their story. On the 16th of May 2003, Patsy and Martin Hotwood had to bury their son. Cavian, who was a 21-year-old college student, had died in a hail of 6 bullets on the Stonebridge estate near Halsden in northwest London. He was killed on the 2nd of April, which was a day after the start of the nationwide gun amnesty. His parents don't know why he died, and the killers may not have known, but Cavian wanted a career as a local social worker to help others who were worse off than himself. Patsy Hotwood takes what comfort she can from her 3 younger children and the congregation of Willesden New Testament Church of God. I know that I will find true justice through Christ, and I can find the strength to forgive the person who killed Cavian. I know that deep down, true justice will eventually be done one day. She said her son was a wonderfully dedicated and upstanding young man. Cavian was very, very quiet, she said. Neither I nor Martin ever heard anyone complain about him. He just had a smile on his face. face, and I'll always see that smile before I see anything else. I just can't see why Cavian got killed. His life was wasted by somebody who did not have anything to do other than use my son as target practice. It seems that nowadays they feel useless unless they carry a gun. They don't feel like they are somebody unless they have it, and it has to stop. Unfortunately, Cavian was not the only young black man to have died that year in London, but each time somebody had died, the detectives at Operation Trident, the unit that was charged with tackling the gun-related crime within the black communities, had the same problem. Not enough people were feeling confident enough to come forward. In Cavian's case, some 250 homes had overlooked where he had fell at 2:40 PM. Of the 250 homes, the police had only 2 statements, and very little except hearsay evidence from anyone else. To this day, the police have yet to establish a motive. From the start of the year, just up until May 2003, Brent Borough had witnessed 3 murders, 5 attempted murders, and numerous shootings after 2 years of success of reducing gun crime. Only 15 of the 250,000 people in the area had given police information on guns, and by the start of the final week of the gun amnesty, only 6 firearms had been surrendered by the borough. Similarly, disappointing figures were to be expected from the other key areas Trident were monitoring: Lambeth, Haringey and Hackney. Police chiefs had cheered a huge drop in gun crime at the start of the year. The coming months would be the real test of the gun amnesty. "I take this very personally," said the Chief Superintendent Andy Bamber, the at the time Commander of Brent Police. "My officers take this very personally, and Trident also takes it very personally. We want to make a difference, but we can't do it on our own. We need help, and I can understand that people may be afraid, but if you're afraid of being identified, then why can't you just give us information anonymously?" Commander Bamber said that the full force of the Met is being thrown at gun crime in Brent. Some of the best hand-picked police officers of the Trident team, armed response vehicles on almost constant patrol, elite officers prepared to risk their own lives with armed stops and suspects, and soon 40 more beat officers are going to be dedicated to the borough. But with all those resources at their disposal, they still need the information from the community. To better understand what the commander meant, he said, "Take a look at the murder of Herschel Broderick, for example. He was targeted in a drive-by shooting in Halsden High Street on the 27th of March. The killers fired at him a dozen times from a black Ford Escort, which sped off down the wrong side of the road. Drive-by shootings lead very little forensic evidence, so the officers desperately needed information on the car's registration. Police have an open mind about the motive and believe up to 100 people could have seen what happened. Nowhere near that number have come forward. Detectives still don't have the car registration." Commander Alan Brown, head of Operation Trident, attended a public meeting that week in Brent, where the frustration was written all over his face. "The inescapable truth is that this crime is a problem that affects the black communities totally disproportionately," he told the audience. "The profiles of those shot is not those of organised criminals. The perpetrators are mostly 16 to 26-year-olds who are prepared to carry a firearm and have little regard for their safety or that of others around them. That's a massive challenge, and we can't do it without the support of the communities who are being affected. So the real question is, why is the trust not there?" At the time, it was 10 years after the murder of Stephen Lawrence, and the suspicion of the police had ran deep. But for many years, fears of retaliation from the local gunmen had ran much deeper. Cavian Hopwood's father, Martin, said, "Both the police and communities have to find a way to work together so that we can do more." Brent has had one of the weakest responses to the appeal. "If I had just a toy gun in my hands, I would turn my back at the police station, because I did not even see posters that were appealing for them to be handed in. We as a community cannot solve this on our own. However, neither can the police. The silence of this community is the only music the killers are listening to right now." The then Brent councillor, Lincoln Beswick, one of the local leaders involved in developing Trident, went further on the subject. 5 years ago, we were sleepwalking into a big disaster. Now we must all be completely dead inside, because only the dead keep silent. What are we doing? Why are people in the community saying only black people can deal in guns and drugs? We are more than that. We have contributed to everything that has made this country. When Councillor Beswick posed that question on Monday's public meeting, he met both a chorus of jeers and loud applause. Divisions are deep and answers are hard to find, none of which helps Patsy and Martin Hopwood as they prepared for their son's Cavian's funeral. "If it was not for the Lord on my side, I don't know how we would have coped," said Mrs. Hopwood. "But I know that I will find true justice through Christ. I can forgive the person who killed Cavian. True justice will eventually be done." Gavin Hales, who worked as an in-house criminologist for Brent Council from 2003, had this to say in 2015, after spending years studying the criminal data that had been collected from the borough. After watching the final episode of Channel 4's 3-part documentary Murder Detectives last week, I was struck by the fact that the murderer's motive was merely speculated about, and much of the wider context in which the murder took place was left unexamined. One teenager, previously unknown to the police, had murdered another, apparently in a retaliation to a firearms purchase that hadn't worked out, as is typical in the youth murders, of which there have been 15 so far this year in London. The events appeared senseless. I wanted to examine that perception of senselessness and suggest that it may, at least in part, be a consequence of not seeing the world through the eyes of the young people involved. Although that does not is to justify their actions, my intention is to try and explain, but certainly not excuse. I then want to focus briefly on what it means for the policy responses to youth homicide. In 2002, I started work as an in-house criminologist for Brent Council in northwest London, second from the University of Portsmouth. For several years, Brent had been in the headlines as a result of violent crime, and in particular gun violence, as economic war between rival groups of drug dealers was playing out, most notoriously between the Lock City crew from Harlesden and the Must Love crew from the nearby Kensal Green. A succession of murders followed, as robberies, debts, territorial disputes, reputational grievances and revenge attacks piled up. In total, there were 17 murders and 69 attempted murders in the borough between 1999 and 2003. Indeed, Brent was one of the boroughs where Operation Trident had first started, at the behest of the local communities horrified by the violence on their streets and the apparent inability of the police to secure convictions. Two notable murders in Brent in 2003 attracted particular revulsion. First, 21-year-old college student Kavian Francis Hopwood was gunned down in broad daylight in the middle of Stonebridge Estate, despite having no apparent connection to any local feuds. Then, a 7-year-old Tony Ann Byfield was shot dead alongside her father, Bertram Byfield. Bertram Byfield was a convicted drug dealer, while his killer, Joel Smith, who reportedly specialised in robbing drug dealers, was a member of the Must Love crew. In 2004, I undertook a research project on gun crime in Brent with my Portsmouth colleague Daniel Silverstone, funded by the local authority. That involved detailed analysis of police data and interviews with 15 convicted gun offenders from the local area. I was also involved in the local Not Another Drop anti-gun crime initiative. Daniel and myself later teamed up with Chris Lewis to conduct a study of gun crime for the Home Office, based on prison interviews with 80 convicted gun offenders. Since then, I have spent periods of time in and around policing, including a year working for the Metropolitan Police Strategic Research Unit, where, amongst other things, I was involved in the research of local drug markets and policing of cannabis possession, and strategy level work on gang, gun crime and violence. I later spent 2 years embedded in the Metropolitan Police at borough level with a desk in the intelligence unit. Drawing on all that, here's how I think you can start to make sense of the many apparently senseless murders involving youths in places like London. First, these are often young men with limited resources to build secure and resilient sense of masculine identity and esteem. They are often from broken homes that lack positive male adult role models, have poor levels of education and uncertain economic prospects. It is, in my view, that this is the first reason why disrespect is often given as at least part of the motive for assaults and even murders. The young men concerned often have a particularly fragile sense of self-worth. Second, they often have very low and narrow horizons. At my time in Brent, I was told of residents who rarely, if ever, left the neighbourhood in which they lived and its immediate surroundings, something compounded by postcode territoriality that placed young people at risk if they crossed the wrong areas. Things that might appear trivial to a privileged observer can apparently take existential proportions in the confines of a tiny social and geographical world. Third, these young men very often live in communities where there is an active and visible criminal economy into which there are low entry costs, which is cash based and which actively recruits young people to fill risky positions, notably carrying and selling drugs, but also carrying weapons. This recruitment can be exploitative and targeted at some of the most vulnerable people. It can also be encouraged or not discouraged by family members and others who benefit from the profits. Fourth, the street criminal economy and the networks that often facilitate it, gangs, peer groups, kinship networks and the like, have certain seductions, particularly if there are criminals visible in the local community who display the material signifiers of success to which young men aspire. Offending such as robbery can seem to provide credible shortcuts to satisfy unmet wants, while group membership can confer identity, status and esteem upon the members, who may perceive a sense of safety in numbers. It also exposes them to the risks of peer pressure, including to carrying weapons, collective responsibility and revenge, and the boundaries between victims and offenders are often blurred. Our gun crime interviewees describe the ways that rivals and trivial origins can persist and escalate across generations. Fifth, the criminal economy is by definition illicit and unregulated, and participants do not generally have recourse to the law, or to do so they may have to implicate themselves. It is also cash-based and generally involves the physical delivery of commodities. All of this means that the participants are especially vulnerable to criminal predation, but also that the contracts are enforced to a lesser or greater degree by threat of violence or actual violence. In this world, reputation is absolutely critical, and signs of vulnerability may be ruthlessly exploited by others. This is the second reason why there may be an acute sensitivity to the perceived disrespect. To allow somebody to disrespect you without consequence is to admit weakness and invite trouble. 6. Expectations about weapons used by rivals and potential criminal predators can influence decisions about whether or not to carry and use weapons, while group membership can facilitate access to less common weapons such as guns. In our Home Office crime study, offenders described the way that at times they felt that their choices were constrained to be shoot or be shot, which implied early recourse to extreme violence. Some also expressed the view that their risk of being injured or killed outweighed the risk of arrest and imprisonment for carrying weapons. 7. The communities from which these young men are often drawn, such as those in areas like Harlesden and Stonebridge in Brent, have had a history of difficult relationships with the police. Explicit anti-police norms are not uncommon, and indeed may be underpinned by intimidation with very real risk to anyone identified as a grass. Dealing with issues such as drug dealing and violence against the background of a poor community support, policing has tended to be adversarial in nature and typified by high levels of stop and search, with all the risk of the police legitimacy and the community confidence that can result. Among other consequences, these factors can combine to promote informal retribution. None of this is detrimental, and most young people from the affected communities will steer a path away from the worst, or indeed all forms of crime and violence. But for those who do not, cumulative impact of their circumstances can have a devastating consequence that, when understood, goes some way in making sense of the apparent senselessness of the youth murders. As to the policy of implications, it is clear that the factors outlined above are deeply rooted and are not amendable to quick or easy fixes. Longer sentences may offer some deterrence, as may tactics such as stop and search, but ultimately, policymakers aspiring to prevention must meaningfully address opportunity, esteem, and the worldview held by vulnerable youngsters. For a young person whose life is dominated by fear and survival, carrying and even using a knife may seem completely rational and indeed essential. Talk of consequences is only meaningful if understood from the young person's perspective and backed up with credible alternatives. Over a dozen KGB gang members would purposely go on Kensal Green train station and jump onto trains during the process, robbing innocent civilians for their possessions such as money, phones, and any other accessories that could be worth money. There were also multiple occasions where the KGB members would for no reason assault and stab innocent members just for the thrill. However, some gang members who took part in such activities would eventually be caught on CCTV and then later jailed for their crimes. The gang had been found guilty of carrying out 150 robberies. The Kensal Green gang stabbed, punched and kicked their victims during 8 months of robberies, including numerous attacks on the London Underground trains. Described as a pack of animals, 6 of them were to be sentenced at Middlesex Guildhall Crown Court in March of that year. Commuters were wounded in the neck, chest, legs and threatened with death whilst being robbed. The gang members had ruthlessly threatened one female victim with rape at gunpoint unless she surrendered all her valuables. Jurors had heard the details of 32 reported assaults in the London Underground trains, where items including iPods, mobile phones, watches and cash were stolen. The police said the gang was responsible for up to 70 attacks on the London Underground, most of them taking place in northwest London. Thousands of pounds worth of property was stolen during the crime spree. The gang had compiled a robbery guide to the underground stations, and it was found in the bedroom of one of the gang members. Mr. Dennis had an extensively mapped out robbery guide to explain to others how to rob commuters on the underground stations in the most effective and efficient ways. Underground stations were being rated according to their police presence and likelihood that the victims would resist being robbed. The Kensal Green gang's attacks had culminated in the murder of the 31-year-old Mr. Reese Price, which happened in Kensal Green tube station in northwest London. Toyan Vassell, who was 18, from Stanmore, Ishmael Kowa, who was 23, and Harry Bees, who was 17, both from Harrow, and Kareem Al-Edabat, 18, from Willesden, were convicted of conspiracy to rob. Mr. Vassell, Mr. Cowell, and Mr. Bees were also found guilty of 3 charges of wounding with intent to endanger life. They were to be sentenced on the 19th of March, with 2 other gang members who had admitted conspiracy to rob and admitted committing some of the individual attacks that had taken place. They were Aaron Dennis, who was 19 from Harrow, and Sebastian Heidi, who was 19 from Notting Hill. Another defendant, Andre Lake, who was 22 from Kent, was cleared of the conspiracy charge after maintaining he was with the gang but played no part in any of the robberies. These train robberies had been going on from the 90s to the late 2000s, but they had peaked during the early till mid 2000s. A lot of the local residents and commuters felt the robberies were only taking place because of the lack of CCTV, witness testimonies and lesser security throughout the train. Tony Ann Byfield was 7 years old at the time of her death. She was born in Jamaica, but raised in the United Kingdom for most of her life. Her mother, Rosalind Richards, did not emigrate to the UK with Tony Ann and her partner, Bertram, but arrived in the UK soon after the murder to make an appeal to the public to assist in finding the killer. While she was in the UK, she claimed asylum, but her request was rejected and she was due to be deported. A former member of the notorious West London street gang who had murdered the 7-year-old Tony Ann Byfield and Bertram Byfield, who she knew as her father, was sentenced to life imprisonment. Joel Smith had listened to the guilty verdicts at the Old Bailey and the sentence an hour later with no sign of emotion. But as he was led from the dock, the muscular tattooed 32-year-old gave the middle finger gesture of abuse at the detective who had first questioned him. Mr. Justice Goss told Mr. Smith that he had shot Tony Ann, a lively 7-year-old of full hope and excitement, in the back at close range in a cold-blooded, cynical, callous fashion. She had been killed in a drug-related crime, either a robbery or an assassination, in order to silence her as a witness to the slaying of Bertram Byfield, who was 42. They were killed in Mr. Byfield's West London bedsit when Tony Ann was formerly under the care of Birmingham Social Services. After the hearing, Detective Superintendent Neil Basu of the Operation Trident, Scotland's specialist squad in dealing with gun crime, thanked members of the community who were brave enough to help the police. Mr. Smith notoriously robbed crack houses, sometimes even at gunpoint. He was well known and had hung out with members of the Must Love crew, a gang who had a reputation for pulling guns at the slightest provocation. Shortly after midnight in September 2003, he and, police believe, an accomplice blagged their way into the ground floor bedsit on Harrow Road, Brent. Mr. Byfield, a Jamaican, was found on the floor tangled up in a bicycle. Tony Ann was found cowering in her nightdress and was murdered with a single shot. Mr. Byfield, who was born Anthony Pinnock in Jamaica, had moved to England and had dealt drugs after buying a British passport in the name of Bertram Byfield. He had a 10-year relationship with Tony Ann's mother, who bore him 2 sons. The little girl whose life was taken believed him to be her father. However, DNA tests showed that they were not related. In January 2000, while Mr. Byfield was serving a 9-year sentence in London for trafficking cocaine, Tony Ann was brought to the UK for what was supposed to be a holiday. At first, she stayed in Birmingham with Mr. Byfield's ex-partner and one of her half-sisters, but concerns about physical abuse were raised by her school teachers. Birmingham Social Services intervened and it was decided that she would be placed with a foster care family. Mr. Byfield had only been out of prison for a year, and for the summer holidays of 2003 it was agreed that she could stay with an aunt who lived in Brent and occasionally go and see her father. An independent report had found that Birmingham Social Services was in fact seriously inadequate in handling of Tony's care. At first, the police targeted Mr. Byfield's drug associates for the murder. Although Mr. Smith had a string of offences going back to his teens, he was not on Trident's radar for heavy gun or gang related crime. But nevertheless, he had panicked, and in doing so had left a trail of incriminating conversations with friends and associates. He thought it would be more safe for himself if he headed north and stayed up in Liverpool. The public revulsion in Tony Ann's murder meant intelligence began to filter through Trident detectives. In fact, Mr. Smith could have been involved in the murders. On Merseyside, where he now resided, he was known as Kane or Caney, short for cocaine. The breakthrough on the ruthless crime came a year later when police went on Crime Watch to appeal for information. "We aimed this directly at him," said a senior officer. The suspect, the programme was told, was a black British male in his 30s, formerly living in Brent but now in Liverpool and still involved in crime. Mr. Smith watched the show with mounting dread. He was on B wing of Liverpool's Walton prison, serving a 3-year sentence for wounding. A day later, on September the 16th, Mr. Smith phoned his girlfriend, Tony Blackett, about the programme he had watched the night before. This was damning evidence. "I feel like I'm a dying man, Tony. I will never see the light of day again." Tony Blackett began crying and asked, "What do you mean? What are you trying to say?" Mr. Smith said, "The watch thing. Did you watch it yesterday?" "No, I didn't. It's deep shit. They've got everything. The clock is ticking." Mr. Smith was arrested a few days later before he was due to be released. He claimed that he had visited Mr. Byfield's flat to buy cannabis at the time when Mr. Byfield and Tony Ann were shopping for her school uniform. In court, he claimed an old friend of the Must Love crew, who was currently serving a 30-year sentence for another killing, had actually carried out the shooting. Mr. Smith, who himself was one of the Must Love crew members, was an assassin for the crew, and it was reported that he had a rough background, being abused by his parents as a baby and was subjugated to a life of crime. He was known in Kensal Green area as a local drug dealer and wanted to make a name for himself and would do anything to increase his reputation. He was known by his street name, Kane. Both Kane and Bertram Byfield, who was known as Blacker, knew each other. Their first encounter was at Notting Hill Carnival in 2003 when Kane had bought drugs off Blacker and informed him where he was in case he needed more supply. Later on, Kane was hired as a hitman and promised £25,000 by one of the Must Love crew members to kill Blacker and rob him for his drugs. He entered the hostel with a handgun and shot Blacker 3 times. Tony Ann was inside her room at the time and went to see what was going on. After witnessing the horrific murder, she attempted to run to her bedroom, but it was too late. Kane shot the 7-year-old in the back and she died on the scene as she was trying to flee. For years, the public had been wanting to track down the assassin, but once Kane started talking about the situation with friends and family members, they immediately handed him in to the police and he was given a life sentence. This double murder sparked so much press throughout London, especially within the northwest region. Rival gang member Rico Aubrey Joseph shot dead Sean Perch, known as Wings, in the Kensal Rise area whilst attending a partner. Both Rico and his accomplice had been after Wings due to personal disputes. They had caught up with him and they had spotted him inside a local corner shop. They waited for the intended target to step out and immediately fired 3 shots at point blank range, killing him with a fatal gunshot to the head. Rico would later be arrested but acquitted due to insufficient evidence. Years later, he would get recalled and charged for the murder due to new evidence. The others who participated in the ride-out had fled to Jamaica a year ago and changed his identity to hide from the British police. The Old Bailey heard Rico Joseph had no previous convictions before he shot Sean Perch dead outside an off licence on Kensal Rise. Barrister said Mr. Joseph, who was at the time 23, of Alba Road, Wembley, had fallen in with those who were far more sinister. While Mr. Joseph was convicted of murder, a second gunman involved in the crime is thought to have fled to Jamaica. Mr. Perch, who was 31, had left the party to buy a beer on April 18, 2003, when he was shot in the street by 2 men on a motorbike. They fired 3 shots at Mr. Perch and rode off on a motorcycle, which was later traced to Mr. Joseph's home. He was seen driving away in a car in which 2 loaded revolvers were found, the court heard. Michael Borelli QC, defending, told the court Mr. Joseph had no previous convictions, adding he should not be treated as a professional killer, but rather someone who was falling in with those who are far more sinister. But Recorder of London, Michael Hayham, told Mr. Joseph only he and his accomplice knew why they had shot Mr. Perch. He said, It was a determined assassination. You fired 3 shots, one of which proved fatal. Mr. Joseph was told he would serve a minimum of 18 years in prison after being found guilty of murder. He was given a concurrent sentence amounting to 12 years for firearms and possession of crack cocaine. Lee Sabaram, who was 27, was dancing with friends when he was confronted by Leon Roberts of Mee Court, Buck Lane, Kingsbury, who he had dissed years before, jurors were told. The court was told how Mr. Sabaram had pleaded, now is not the time for war. But the 27-year-old Mr. Roberts and his 10-strong gang pulled out their weapons in the middle of a crowded outdoor party and started firing at him. Mr. Sabaram, known as Ma, and also known as Gangster, ran through the revelers to escape, but he had been blasted in the neck and right through the chest before he could escape. He had collapsed and died shortly afterwards. The court heard Mr. Sabaran and his brother, Tyrone, had attended an after-party event in the Kensal Rise shortly after the 2004 Notting Hill Carnival. Prosecutor Rebecca Pollitt, QC, told the jury they went to listen to music. There was a very large crowd of people there. Everyone was chatting and enjoying themselves. Tyrone said that his brother was dancing and enjoying the music. Not long after 10 PM, 3 men walked past the Sabaran brothers, staring at them. They then walked past them again with as many as 7 others, this time including Mr. Roberts. Pollitt QC said they stood around close to the brothers. Tyrone recognised the group as part of a larger gang who called themselves the Must Love Crew, occasionally known as the Love Lords. Tyrone remembers Leon saying, "What are you dealing with?" meaning what are you doing? Then Leon said, "You guys dissed me before." He was clearly talking to the brothers. Tyrone said his brother's reaction was to say, "Now is not the time for war, hold down the vibes and just leave it good." He was trying to calm things down. Tyrone was aware that 2-3 years before, his brother had in some way stood up to Leon over bullying of someone else. This had left a bad feeling between them both. Another member of the gang, 30-year-old Tunde Thomas, is then said to have pulled out a gun and pointed it at Lee, but Tyrone bravely tried to disarm it. Miss Poulette QC said Tyrone grabbed it and tried to wrestle it out the man's hand. As he was doing so, he saw Leon also pull a gun out and point it at his brother's face and neck. Within seconds, 2 more men standing with Leon also pulled out guns and pointed them at Lee. Tyrone described the guns firing. He believed Leon firing at his brother's neck at close range, less than 2 or 3 feet away. He had managed to get control of the first gun, but as he did so, 3 other guns were being produced. He fell down and dropped the gun that he had managed to grab from the first man. Looking up, it seemed all 3 men were shooting at his brother. The gunfire continued as Tyrone and Lee tried to escape through the crowd. Tyrone ran towards Hazel Road and so did his brother. Lee staggered as much as he could, but then he collapsed. He had been shot already through the neck, but he had now also been shot through his back and right through the chest. That wound was the fatal one, and despite attempts at resurrection, he was pronounced dead by the time he had arrived at the hospital. Mr. Roberts and Mr. Thomas both denied murder on August the 30th, with Tafari Dacus, who was 29, and Shane Taylor, 27, and Jermaine Lebastide, 26. Mr. Dacus of Willesden and Mr. Roberts, Mr. Taylor of Willesden, Mr. Thomas of Kensal Green, Mr. Lebastide of Brixton also denied possession of a firearm. The cousin of one of the killers of the city lawyer, Tom Ap Reese Price, was jailed for another murder, that of a Jamaican man at the Notting Hill Carnival. Leloywin Carty, who was 25, was part of a gang who shot dead Lee Mark Sabaran, who was 27, at point blank range for showing disrespect to a mate on the last night of the carnival in 2004. On the 13th of December 2006, he was jailed for life. A month before, his cousin, Donnell Carty, 19, had also gotten a life sentence for stabbing to death Mr. Ap Reese Price near Kensal Green Station. He and Delano Brown, who was 18, attacked the young lawyer yards away from his home and took his phone, Oyster card and £20. Both murders took place within a few streets from the house in Burroughs Road, northwest London, where both the Carty cousins had lived with their grandfather. The 2 men were tried at the same time at the Old Bailey, at first in courts right next to each other, but Donnell's trial, which started a few days after Llewellyn's, was moved to another floor after the coincidence had came to light. Judge in both cases made contempt of court orders banning reporting of cases together. In August 2004, the jobless Llewellyn, and about a dozen members of a drug-dealing Musluf crew surrounded Lee and his brother Tyrone at a carnival street party. "What are you dealing with?" demanded gang member Liam Roberts. Lee replied, "I'm not dealing with anything." Mr. Roberts then accused Lee of treating him with contempt. Lee of Mill Hill, North London, tried to defuse the situation. "Now is not the time for war. Hold down the vibes and just leave it good." But the men drew up to 6 guns and fired shots from at least 3 of them, one of them a Mac-10 machine gun. The crowd of about 600 people fled, trampling some underfoot. Llewellyn Carter was found guilty of the murder alongside Halsden kitchen assistant Conroy Smith, who was 29, and music promoter Jermaine Lebastoy, 28, of Kennington in South London. All 3 were sentenced to life with a minimum term of 30 years each. Judge Stephen Cramer said, "Whatever the motives was for this cold-blooded execution, Lee did not deserve that death." In another court case, 3 more gangsters who were involved, Mr. Roberts, Tafari Dakas and Shane Taylor, were also jailed for life. The happy atmosphere of Notting Hill Carnival was destroyed the night Lee was shot, said Detective Inspector Steve Horsley, the investigating officer. "There were many witnesses to the murder who had been out enjoying themselves, who could have died or been seriously injured had they been caught in the crossfire. For over 2 years, my team has relentlessly pursued the gang responsible for this murder and these convictions, and have taken some very dangerous armed criminals off the street." Jamal Moore, also known as Footage, was a KGB member and CRS affiliate, and his friend, Sean Stefanis, also known as Fuzi, the boss of TFL at the time, was celebrating at a family party and then decided to take a taxi home. The TOS members were looking for Fuzi. This is because of letters which were mailed to people's houses about the murder of Playboy, an ex-TOS member. Members of the TOS faction did not take a liking to threats. So once they got the information that a rival, Fuzi, was nearby, they made their move. They saw Footage and immediately turned their attention to him. They opened fire as he got out to get some beer from a nearby shop in Willesden Green. He was hit in the chest and rolled down a hill. He got on the phone with the police and told them that he was shot. Roberto Parchman, also known as Rufus, was a prominent gunman out of the bunch. After the shooting, Spider, also known as Darren Matherin, drove the car away from the crime scene and set fire to it to burn the evidence. But he got his hair caught on fire along with his legs. He was immediately rushed to hospital and later nicked for his involvement. He agreed to testify in court to decrease his life sentence on various charges, thus becoming London's first ever black supergrass. All the members of the gang were later given life in jail. If you'd like to see more about Darren Matherin's case, check out our video that we've got in our crime playlist. As he was led away in handcuffs, having given evidence at the Old Bailey, Darren Matherin had the look of someone who knew he would be forever glancing over his shoulder. Supergrasses, beginning with Bertie Smalls in 1974, have always negotiated deals while in custody awaiting trial. What made Mr. Matherin's case unusual, aside from his ethnicity, is that his deal came after he had been convicted in December 2008 of murdering Jamal Moore and had been jailed for life with a minimum tariff of 22 years. He subsequently did a deal with the police and the Crown Prosecution Service, and his sentence was reduced to 8 years. In return, he agreed to give evidence at several trials. The most recent ended with 3 men being sentenced to life for the murder of Liam Lebastoy in 2004. Gavin Grant, Gareth Downey and Damian Williams were told they would spend at least 25 years in jail. Suzella Palmer, a criminologist in the University of Bedfordshire, said that there was a resistance to help police in many black communities. There is a no grassing culture. If you grass, the repercussions are very serious, she said. Miss Palmer, who was brought up on the Stonebridge estate, said, "In 9 out of 10 cases, the community knows who is responsible. Names go round. People know who the culprits are. But whether they share it with the police is very unlikely. The police are almost irrelevant." Gus John, a professor of education who has worked with gangs in Manchester and Birmingham, said, "There has been a wall of silence going up across the country as far as this type of crime, and this represents a dent in that wall. You can see why the police and the judiciary would decide to make a gesture in reducing his sentence." In May 2009, 28-year-old Shaka Anderson was acquitted after an Old Bailey jury rejected Mr. Matherin's evidence. Stephen Batten QC, prosecuting, admitted to the jury Mr. Matherin had a history of a life of crime, but said the alternative to offering him a deal was murderers may go free. Mr. Matherin claimed he was only a getaway driver in the killing of Jamal Moore in January 2005, naming Romain White and a second man as the gunman. In May 2006, Mr. White and the second man were convicted and jailed for life for Mr. Moore's murder, but their convictions were later overturned upon appeal. The background to the killing starts in January 2004 when the flat of Mr. White's girlfriend was burgled while he was in hospital. She suffered broken legs when she jumped out the window to escape. Leon Lebastoy, suspected of involvement in the burglary, was shot dead, sparking a series of tit-for-tat shootings between Mr. White's friends and another group who included Jamal Moore. In 2005, anonymous typewritten letters were sent to Mr. White and several other men. The letters read, "Murderer 230504 at 22.20. I know what you did on this date and this time. What you do in the dark will come out in the light, and everyone will know what it is what you did. If it don't come out, the people that matter will still know. You will not get away with your past, and it will haunt you." Mr. Moore's friend, Sean Fusi Safinas, who was acquitted in 2001 of murdering a man at Notting Hill Carnival, was allegedly the intended target of a second shooting, but he left the house in Housden shortly before the gunmen arrived, and they shot a 23-year-old Mr. Moore instead. Mr. White was also acquitted of the attempted murder of Mr. Safinas. Mr. Moore's girlfriend, Sasha Newcastle, gave evidence from behind the screen, but she admitted lying in previous trials and said that she could remember very little about the shooting or what she had said to the police. Unlike some supergrasses, such as Michelle Hogg, who gave evidence against the security robbers, the shaven head Mr. Matherin, wearing a grey prison sweatshirt and biting his lip nervously, was not disguised and was not protected by screens. But Mr. Matherin will be offered a new identity and relocated to another part of the country when he is released from prison. It is thought that his family have also been rehoused. The murder of the lawyer, Mr. Price, shocked the nation for very many reasons. The victim was a well-known lawyer who worked for an international firm in London and had been murdered in London. This murder was committed by both KGB members Donal Carty, who was known as Armani, and Delano Brown, who was known as Shy, and was the end result of a robbery inside Kensal Green Station. Tom was seen on CCTV making his way out of the train station, but both KGB members chased him and stabbed him numerous times all over his body. They robbed him of his money, phone and Oyster card. Both members were jailed for life 6 days after the murder because of their lack of awareness and police cooperating. One of them used Tom's phone to call his girlfriend within less than an hour, and the other used Tom's Oyster card for travelling. One of the girlfriends used this as evidence to help convict the KGB member. The two teenagers were convicted of the murder of a promising city lawyer who died clutching his wedding plans after being attacked outside the tube station. Tom Ap Reese Price was stabbed through the heart during an attempted robbery at Kensal Green, northwest London, as he made his way home from an after-work function on the January the 12th. Donal Carty, who was 19 of Kensal Green, and Delano Brown, 18 of Sudbury Hill, northwest London, had killed Mr. Price and attacked and robbed another man at the same underground station less than 20 minutes earlier, and used both victims' mobile phones later that night, the Old Bailey heard during a trial. The jury was also told that traces of Mr. Price's blood were discovered on a pair of trainers found at a house where Mr. Carty was arrested. Forensic tests linked Mr. Brown with the clothing worn by Mr. Reese Price when he was killed. The jury saw CCTV footage of the man being robbed on the platform at 11:07 PM, and a minute later, two men in hooded tops running out of the tube station. Mr. Price was attacked outside the station at 11:30 PM. The jury also heard that the morning after the murder, Mr. Carty tried to use Mr. Price's Oyster card to travel, which he claimed to have found lying on a wall. After the verdicts, Mr. Carty went over to Mr. Brown and shook his hand, putting his arm around him. Crown prosecutor Jaswant Nawal said, "The streets are far safer without them." Acting callously and stupidly, they viewed their victims as easy targets for getting hold of cash, mobile phones and Oyster cards. If anyone resisted, they were attacked. Mr. Price unfortunately paid with his life. We now hope that Tom's family can at least gain some comfort from this conviction. Richard Horwell, prosecuting, told the trial that the two defendants murdered Mr. Price, a promising young man with everything to live for, through sheer greed. It did not matter to them that this man had worked hard for his position in life, and that he had a promising career in the legal system ahead of him, said Mr. Horwell. It did not matter to them that he was to marry in September. All that was best in life was ahead for him. But to them, it was no more than a means to an end, and they treated him accordingly. The motive was greed. He was being targeted as a victim of robbery. Mr. Horwell described the victim as a proud man, and said there were indications that he had tried to resist his assailants. Mr. Price was a proud man, and there was a real prospect that he did not submit to the demands of the robbers. He may well have taken them on, and if he did, the robbers rose to the challenge. and they proceeded in their attack on him. He said the last call Mr. Price had made on his mobile phone was to his fiancée before he boarded the tube to let her know that he was on his way home. After the murder, Mr. Carty used the mobile phone and Mr. Brown used one belonging to the other man to phone their girlfriends. Mr. Carty sold Mr. Price's phone to a shop assistant for £30 the next day. Mr. Carty and Mr. Brown both denied murdering Mr. Price. Mr. Carty also denied robbing him, and Mr. Brown admitted this charge. Both men pleaded guilty to robbing the other man. When arrested on January the 18th, Mr. Carty said he was innocent of the allegations and claimed to have been in a pub in Kilburn with relatives and friends and stayed the night at a relative's house. When the police searched his house, they found a pair of trainers that forensic tests showed that had a drop of Mr. Price's blood on one toe. DNA from several people, including Mr. Brown, were found on the trainers. Officers also found a top with traces of Mr. Brown's DNA, and fibres of Mr. Reese Price's overcoat were microscopically indistinguishable from the material of that on the top. Mr. Brown also said that he had been in Kilburn on the night of the murder and initially claimed that he had nothing to do with either the robbery of the man or the robbery and murder of Mr. Price. When the other victim's mobile phone was discovered at his home, he claimed he had brought it from two men, but when remanded in custody the next day he said he had robbed Mr. Price, but claimed that it was Mr. Carty who killed him. One of the two robbers convicted of murdering Mr. Price had his minimum custodial term increased by the Court of Appeal. The Lord Chief Justice Lord Philip, sitting with two other judges in London, ruled that the 17-year imposed sentence in the case Delano Brown, who was then 19, was unduly lenient and raised it to 20 years. But they ruled that the 21-year minimum period to be served by his co-defendant, Daniel Carty, who was also 19, before he can apply for release on parole, was perfectly appropriate and not unduly lenient. The pair were found guilty at the Old Bailey in November of stabbing the 31-year-old solicitor during an attack just yards away from the London home he shared with his fiancée. Mr. Carty was originally given a detention for life with a minimum of 21 years, and Mr. Brown, who was only 17 at the time of the murder, was ordered to be detained at Her Majesty's pleasure, serving a minimum of 17 years. The move to have their minimum terms increased by the Court of Appeal was made by the Attorney General Lord Goldsmith QC, who considered that they did not sufficiently reflect the very serious nature of the case. The three judges rejected submissions on behalf of Mr. Carty and Brown, who were both present in the dock for the ruling, that far from being unduly lenient, their sentences were too long. Lord Philip described it as a very serious matter. One man had been killed and another two seriously hurt in separate shootings in or near London clubs over a weekend. Daniel Ross, who was 22, was shot in the head at the Scala nightclub, King's Cross, in the early hours of Sunday, and he died later in hospital. His death was being investigated by Operation Trident, which specialised in the shooting in the black community. Daniel's family are understandably distraught and very confused as to why their son was killed. Detective Chief Inspector Fiona Mallon said, "Mr. Ross is thought to have been or near the dance floor on the middle floor of the club when he was shot. The club's light went on and the 850 to 1,000 people in the club at the time spilled out of the club through the fire exit. Scala attracts people from all over the country and police want to speak to anyone who was inside and saw what had happened." Detective Chief Inspector Fiona Mallon from Operation Trident said, "Daniel's family are understandably distraught and very confused as to why their son was killed. I would ask anyone with information on who was in the club at the time to contact us." She also asked anyone working in the club that night to get in touch in confidence. Police said it was a rare occurrence and they worked closely with the club on its licensing and security. 6 weeks prior, Sheriff Zayden, 18, from Ladbroke Grove, was shot dead on the dance floor at a nearby egg club in King's Cross. The grieving parents of the young man shot dead in King's Cross nightclub are pleading for anyone who knows who killed him to examine their conscience and name them after years of silence. Father of two, Daniel Ross, was just 22 when he was shot dead in the middle of the Scala nightclub in Penfield Road on the 24th of September 2006. Witnesses said the killer swaggered to the dance floor and pulled the trigger at close range before evading capture and blending in with the 1,000 clubbers who fled the packed venue at 3:45 AM. Although the murder was carried out in front of hundreds of people, the gunman is still a free man. Police were offering a £10,000 reward for capture of the young father's killer. Daniel's parents said, "We have endured an emotional rollercoaster of anger, grief, pity, despair and disbelief that people around us refused to share the information information they have about our son's murderer. There are no such words that could describe the pain we feel for not having our son Daniel in our lives. Our handsome son had natural charisma. He was full of love for his family. We loved him so much. They continue, saying Daniel would go an extra mile to help family, friends and other people around him, even strangers. We remember not long after his death, a lady who we did not know told us that while struggling to carry her heavy shopping bags on a Saturday afternoon, she stopped and put the bags down to rest for a while, and at the time saw a car driving past her. The car stopped and a pleasant young man came out and offered to carry her shopping and asked her whether she had to go far. She told him her home was just a short distance away. Daniel took the bags and walked and chatted with her all the way home. She did not know his name at that time. Indeed, she did not know Daniel, nor did he know her. When she saw Daniel's picture in the paper, she told the people of his kindness and someone told her where he lived. She came and told us of our son's kindness and that he was such a lovely young gentleman. That is the essence of our son. Daniel's parents recalled how he had spent time that evening before he died with them, and the moment he received that fatal call that made him decide to go to the nightclub at 1 AM. Nearly 3 hours later, he walked onto the dance floor near the DJ box to tell his friends he was leaving when the shots were fired that killed him. The 950 plus people at the club ran for their lives. But for our son, running was not an option. They said he couldn't run, he had been shot. We thanked the very kind young lady who stayed with him, held him, and gave him his first aid until the paramedics arrived. Tino Kavula, whose street name was Tank, was a prominent member in the South Kilburn estate, which back then was known as the South Kilburn Mandem. On March 4th, 2007, Tino was shot dead in his Audi in broad daylight. Tino, who was 20, was at a bus stop on Scrubs Lane in Housden, northwest London, when he was shot at around 4:15 PM. It was believed that his killer, who to this day has not been found, pulled up next to him in another car and fired a gun at him, shooting him 3 times. The killer then drove off towards Hammersmith, leaving Tino to die in the back of his Audi A3 near the junction of Harrow Road and Willesden Junction Station. He was pronounced dead at the scene, and his post-mortem gave the cause of death of being multiple gunshot wounds. Rumour has it that it was the members of the KGB that commenced the hit. This sparked a lot of heightened tensions between both SK and the KGB at the time, with tit-for-tat shootings going back and forth along with the TOS. Tino Kavula, who was known as Tank, is thought to have been part of a South Kilburn gang, and his murder is believed to have been part of a feud between his gang and the rivals of Kensal Green Boys. His older brother told a newspaper that he was shot 3 times, twice in the shoulder and once in the neck. I came as soon as I heard it and I saw him lying there on the ground. Despite the police reaching out to a large number of people during their investigation, many wouldn't give statements. Perhaps because the murderer has gang links. Detective Chief Inspector Stephen Lawrence, who led the investigation, said in 2009, "This was a ruthless and calculated attack in broad daylight on a busy road. The investigating team have no doubt that there are people out there who know exactly who did this and why. I am appealing to those who come forward to speak to the police so that the killers can be stopped." Ultimately, this wall of silence has meant that Tino's murder has remained a closed case for more than 14 years. Several murders are believed to have been linked to Tino's killing, including that of Daniel Omari Smith in 2010 and teacher Sabrina Moss in 2013. In both linked cases, those who were killed were not believed to be the intended targets of the attack. Daniel Omari Smith's killing in 2010 happened outside a KFC in Harrow Road, and he was believed to be an unfortunate case of mistaken identity. It was thought that he was believed to look familiar to Tino's killer, but after a lengthy trial, the suspects who were accused of Mr. Smith's murder were ultimately found not guilty. A post-mortem revealed Mr. Smith was shot in the back and the left shoulder and the upper arm, with a bullet travelling into his chest causing fatal injury. He was just 22 years old. It was believed that the rival gangster who suspected the shooting of another man dead had gone into KFC just moments before Daniel, and he was unfortunately mistaken for him. Daniel Smith had never had any involvements with the police or gangs, but the court heard that he bore a striking resemblance to the person who was believed to have killed Tino. 2 years after his death, Tino Kavula's brother, Kervin, and 2 others were found not guilty of his murder. The BBC reported at the time that the trial in 2012 that the prosecution said the murder in revenge for the shooting of Mr. Kavula's brother, Tino, who was found shot in his car in Scrub Lane, North Kensington in March 2010, the victim of disputes between 2 Kilburn gangs. But Mr. Kavula told the courts he suspected the police of shooting his brother. He said he had nothing to do with Mr. Smith's death and he was with a friend at a social event at the time of the murder. John Cooper QC told the jury that any suggestion that the killing was a result of revenge was utterly without any foundation. His killers have still not been found. Sabrina Moss's killers, Hussein Hussein, 29, from Willesden, Martin Warren, 22, of Kensal Green, and Yasin James, 20, from Wembley, were all convicted in 2014. She and her friend, Sabrina Gachette, 25, were out celebrating her 24th birthday when they were shot outside a takeaway by two men armed with submachine guns and a shotgun. Her friend was shot in the back with more than 50 pellets but survived, while Sabrina Moss was shot in her heart and died in hospital. Old Bailey heard that they were not the intended targets of the attack. The gunmen wanted to hit the members of the South Kilburn gang, which Tyno was thought to have been part of, who were also outside the shop at the time. Her killers were jailed for a minimum of 37 years. Daniel Dennis was shot in his car as he drove along Brassey Avenue near East Acton Tube Station. He had been driving along in a black BMW 118 5-door saloon car when another car drove alongside his car and fired shots at him at 10:30 p.m. on Wednesday the 17th of September 2007. The other car then sped up. A few moments later, before 10:30 p.m, two vehicles came up Brassey Avenue on Old Oak Common Lane. They stopped at Brassey Avenue at the junction with St Andrews Road. Shots were fired from one vehicle to the other. A single occupant of the targeted vehicle was a local man who we now know as Daniel Ezra Dennis of Ekron Wold St. Dennis was 26 years old. He was attended to by the locals who came out to assist, but sadly died in Charing Cross Hospital, where he was taken by the ambulance which attended the scene. The victim was in a black BMW 118 5-door saloon. After the shooting, the other vehicle drove up Brassey Avenue towards Long Drive, according to the witnesses. We have no description yet of the other car, and no witnesses to the shooting itself. Obviously, we would like as many witnesses as possible to come forward to maximise the information we have. This is a quiet residential area. It was only around 10:30 p.m. and I am sure that people would have been up and about, perhaps watching TV, and would have heard the gunshots. There would be people who saw Daniel in his black BMW turn into Brassey Avenue. This was a targeted attack, and we are determined to put those responsible before the courts. We would like anyone with any information about this murder to contact the incident. Brassey Avenue, a residential road which runs parallel to the A40, was closed while the police searched for the evidence. A post-mortem was carried out at Uxbridge Mortuary and established that Mr. Dennis died from a gunshot wound to the head. Locals spoke of being scared to go out at night due to gangs who hung around the area. On the 19th of October, a woman in her 20s was arrested in the morning at her home address. She was taken to the North London police station, where she was later bailed to return pending further inquiries. Earlier that same month, two men in their early 20s were arrested in West London in connection with the murder. They were later released on police bail to attend the police station in West London at a date in mid-December that year. 5 people were eventually arrested in relation to the murder, but all released without charge. Detectives investigating the drive-by shooting of the dad, Daniel Ezra Dennis, decided to put a £30,000 reward to nail his bragging killers. The Met officers say they want to attract the basic instincts of reluctant witnesses by posting £20,000 for information leading to a conviction, plus £10,000 for the murder weapons recovery. Mr. Dennis, who was 26, was the 7th person to be killed by one of the 90 MAC-10 machine guns reactivated by Armour Grant Wilkinson, who was 34. His BMW was hit by 17 bullets in Acton in London. The Met Detective Inspector Dave Rock said, "Some people have been bragging about the shooting. We've got to appeal to the basic instincts of people with information. It was thought that his killers might have come from the Housden or Brixton area. The murder remains unsolved, and rumour has it that it was done by rival members of the Kensal Green and Brixton, i.e. Musluff crew." The Stonebridge estate had been warring with different areas that didn't get along with the TOS gang and started linking up. This began the SMG Commission, which consisted of St. Ralph's, Mozart and Kensal Green gang members. All of these 3 areas will do a lot of tit-for-tat ride-outs on their opposition. London at this time was in the phase of copying American gang culture, and different gangs all over the city started embracing the Bloods and Crips. That year was also crucial for a lot of reasons. When the bandana movement came to northwest London in 2007, more areas linked up. TOS and other affiliated sites resurrected the 18. Their ops did the same by creating the commission of SRS, HRB and KGB. The blue flag represented South Kilburn, the SKM, Stonebridge, TOS, Chalk Hill, CHB, Monks Park, MPM, and they all equaled the 18. The red flag was the Mozart, HRB, St. Ralph's, SRS, and Kensal Green, the KGB, and together they were SMG. From then on, the KGB members flagged the red bandana to represent their affiliations with other areas that didn't get along with both South Kilburn and Stonebridge estates. Some prominent members of the gang, some from different generations, included Bully, Kenny, Slice, Risky, Stutter, Looney, Crib, Max, Ice, ZZ, and many more. Detectives were shocked to learn about a killer who was a 15-year-old schoolboy and who was only paid £200. When a young mother was shot dead on the eve of her son's 9th birthday, detectives were initially baffled. Gulistan Sabasi, who was 26, lived in Turkey but had returned to London to see her son, who was living with relatives of her estranged husband. Fortunately, a CCTV camera had caught the killing on camera. The footage shows Santre Sanchez Gale ringing the doorbell and waiting calmly and patiently for Miss Sabasi to open the door before blasting her from point blank range with a sawn-off shotgun. Off camera, she collapsed and died in the arms of her mother, Dondu. Hooded and hiding his face from the camera, the assassin gave the impression of being an experienced professional hitman, which is why Detective Chief Inspector Jackie Sabiri and her team were so shocked when they discovered that he was just a schoolboy. She said, "When we saw the CCTV, we all thought it was a professional hitman. There was no hesitation and he showed no nerves. It did not look like a 15-year-old schoolboy." The minicab driver, who unwittingly took the killer to and from the crime scene in Clapton, East London, later testified that Mr. Gale, whose street name was Riot, appeared totally normal when he got into the back of the taxi. Detective Inspector Chalmers said, "We absolutely did not have a clue. We were at a dead end." However, the teenager had bragged about the killing to his friends in Willesden, and it was this loose talk which unlocked the case. Isaac Billy, aka Iceman, 21, a member of the Kensal Green Boys, KGB, in northwest London, had been threatening to take the life of a teenager called Ryan Hutanga. Mr. Hutanga told the police that Billy, a drug dealer with the street name Iceman, had threatened to shoot him because he knew about the murder of a Turkish woman. Mr. Hutanga made the statement that the killer had confessed to carrying out the shooting and that he had been taken there by taxi and that a security grille covered the door of the victim's flat. Detective Inspector Chalmers said, "When I heard about the grille, I knew only the killer could have known about that. We had never revealed that." In a second state, Mr. Hutanga said the killer had told him his payment for the murder had just been £200. But Detective Inspector Chalmers said, "I think he thought he was going to get more money for it. My gut feeling is that the money was an element, but there must have been a lot of peer pressure, kudos, and an attempt to impress all the members of the gang." He said the killer, he is not a very bright lad. He did not have much schooling or much parental control. He was easily manipulated, and in many ways himself a victim. Miss Sabasi was estranged from Sadar Ozbek, the father of her son. She was due to get married in Turkey that summer, and had mentioned regaining custody of her son. This was said in court to have been the motive for her killing. Detective Chief Inspector Miss Sabiri said it took a lot of detective work to fit the pieces together. Police examined hundreds of mobile phone records, eventually focusing on a flurry of calls in the days running up to the murder. Call is the contract being put out on Gulistan, and within hours Billy has spoken to the killer and he is on his way over to do a recce, says Detective Inspector Chalmers. Billy, who was understood to have received £2,000 for his part in the contract killing, arranged for the killer to be shown the flat and may have obtained the murder weapon used. At 8:20 on the 22nd of March 2010, there was a knock on the door at a home in Clapton. In a witness statement, Mr. Bassi's mother later said, "I said, 'No, daughter, we don't know who's at the door. I will answer the door.' But she didn't listen to me." Inspector Chalmers said he believed Miss Sabasi might have opened the door because she hoped it might have been someone bringing her son to see her on the eve of his birthday. She had brought him a present and was desperate to see him. After working out the conspiracy, the police eventually rounded up their suspects. Mr. Osbeck was cleared of murder, as were Paul Nicolai, 29, of Tottenham, Leah Bryan, 25, of Hornsey. Mr. Gale was jailed for life and must serve a minimum of 20 years. Mr. Billy, 22, of Willesden, was given life and must serve 22 years. It was revealed that Mr. Gale was related to 2 other young men who were in jail for life serving life sentences for unconnected murders. His half-brother was Llewellyn Carty, who in December 2006 was locked up for a minimum of 30 years for the murder of the 27-year-old Lee Sabaru at Notting Hill Carnival. A month earlier, Carty's half-brother, Donnell Carty, was given a life sentence for murdering city lawyer Mr. Price during a botched mugging in Kensal Green. In 2011, Martin Phillips, chief feature writer at The Sun, wrote an article in which he said, "The neat street of bay-fronted Edwardian houses where Santra's Gale grew up is not a picture of inner city squalor. The rows of lace-curtained homes in West London echo the footsteps of hard-working young families. But the footsteps Mr. Gale followed in were imprinted with blood. The teenage hitman was jailed for a minimum of 20 years for the cold-blooded contract shooting of a young monk, Gulistan Sabasi, carried out when he was just 15 years old. His older half-brother, Llewellyn Carty, is already 4 years into a life sentence for a separate murder. He was jailed 2 weeks after another half-brother, Donnell Carty, was caged for life for his part in another brutal shooting. Family ties and 3 murders, which begs the question, were the violent destinies of these 3 young men written in their genes? Some academics believe that some people are just born bad, and that these 3 illustrate that fact. Yet in America, Kevin Beaver, Associate Professor at College of Criminology and the Justice of Florida State University, has published a study of a gene resulting in a deficiency of brain enzyme monoamine oxide MAOA, which has been linked to a propensity for violent criminals and antisocial behavior. He said, "What I have found is that a variance of this particular gene predicted for males who would use a weapon in a fight and who would join a gang. So if you had this particular genetic variant, you were more likely to join a gang. And if you had this particular genetic variant, you were more likely to use a weapon in a fight." In terms of genetic research, it was increasing the likelihood of violence among gang members by about 400%, but experts are divided, and it is not known how common the defective MAOA gene is. Steve Jones, Professor of Genetic Evolution and Environment at University College London, finds it hard to believe that one gene can be such a predictor of criminal behaviour. Referring to the gunman, Mr. Gale, he said, "The fact that this little bugger's brother and cousin have also done terrible crimes is much more likely to be due to a shared environment than shared genes. The truth about what determines a person's risk of life of crime could, however, be a complex combination of nature and nurture." Terry Moffat, Professor of Social Behaviour at the Institute of Psychiatry in London, wrote in 2002 that a bad MAOA gene could be switched on by a bad upbringing. Specifically, she showed that boys with the gene variant who had been treated badly in childhood were 9 times more likely to be antisocial or violent by boys who had the same gene variant but had happier childhoods. The Reverend Les Isaac, whose street pastor initiative has workers helping youngsters in areas where Mr. Gale lived, does not believe Mr. Gale's family is evil either. He thinks that there is bad in any young man, which can be brought out by the wrong influence. He said, "The fact that other members of his family have been involved in crime should have us asking the question, who has been influencing these young men? We have got to understand that in their world, it is all about aggression and that life is cheap." Reverend Isaac maintains that there are plenty of young men from otherwise respectable families who get dragged into a life of crime. He said, "When they come home, they are good as angels. They adhere to all the rules and cultural norms. But when they are out with their friends and in their world, they are as vicious as anything. There are people seeking to influence them, and if you are not on your toes, you could lose your child from right under your nose." Mr. Gale lived with his mother in a semi-detached house in Kensal Green, northwest London, in a street where similar homes fetch £500,000. His parents had split when he was young, however, and detective says he was frequently unsupervised whilst growing up. Detective Chief Inspector Jackie Sabiri of the Metropolitan Police's Homicide and Serious Crime Command said his mum had some personal problems and he was left to look after himself. He ended up rooming with a gang, but these street boys can be easily manipulated. With his family connections, it was almost inevitable that Mr. Gale, left to his own devices, would be drawn to street gangs. He joined the Kensal Green Boys, the KGB, which had evolved from the Kensal Green Tribe gang, to which his murderer cousin Donnell had belonged. The sadistic KGB were responsible for carrying out hundreds of robberies and have even written a good mugging guide for recruits. Mr. Gale became a gang younger when he was 13 and, using the street name Riot, was desperate to prove himself. Detective Inspector Andy Chalmers said of him, he was a bit of a wannabe. Mr. Gale was just 14 when he was expelled from the Capital City Academy in Willesden in 2008 for violent behaviour towards staff and fellow pupils. He was sent to a special exclusion unit in Housden, the Brent Pupil Referral Unit, but police say he rarely attended. Mr. Gale seemed to be already set on imitating the murderous examples of his relatives. His mum had an older son, Lowen Carty, by her former husband, Jeff Carty. Lowen, who was 24. Lowen was 24 when, after Notting Hill Carnival in August 2004, he was part of the Must-Love crew who gunned down Lee Suburban, who was 27, in a revenge for showing disrespect to the gang leader. Lowen, whose part in the slaying initially went unpunished, was living at the time with his God-fearing Caribbean-born grandparents in a pleasant terraced home in Kensal Rise, close to the home of his already errant Sanchez Gale. Grandfather Lebert Carty knew nothing of his grandson's crime. A year later, another grandson, Donald Carty, 18, was also living under his roof while following his own life of crime. Donald was the younger son of Lebert's son, Jeff Carty, and a community worker. Barbara Prince, born after Jeff, split from his wife. By the age of 18, Donald had become a ruthlessly efficient, violent robber and a key member of the Kensal Green tribe. In January 2006, he and his 17-year-old cousin, Delano Brown, notoriously targeted the 31-year-old lawyer, Mr. Price, as he walked from Kensal Green Tube to his home he shared with fiancée Adele S. just a few streets away from where the Carty family had lived. Tom had resisted. He was stabbed to death for his phone, Oyster card and £20 in cash. By the time of Donald Carty's trial, his half-brother, Loiben, had been arrested for the murder of Lee Suburban. Within 2 weeks of each other, in December 2006, both youths were jailed for life. Now, with Mr. Gale being jailed, it has made 3 murders, all with family ties. A notorious gangster made a rap video vowing to avenge his brother's murder hours after an innocent man was gunned down outside a takeaway after being mistaken for a rival linked to a bloody feud, the Crown Court heard. Members of the South Kilburn gang, also known as Family About Cash, recorded the rap in which Kevin Kavula pointed at a tattoo of his brother, Tino Kavula, whilst another member sang, "This all started when my brother died, and it won't end until I see another homicide." A jury was on.
Yo, this shit's been going crazy ever since my brother died. They keep on asking why you warring with the other side. Why? I'm riding on the blood, I keep on banging on them. And I ain't stopping till I see another homicide.
Later that same day, a rival from Kensal Green gang, blamed for Tino Kavula's murder, was spotted in a KFC on Harrow Road in West London, and Kevin Kavula was tipped off, it is alleged. But the killers mistook electrician Daniel Smith, 22, for their intended target. He was shot dead as he left the restaurant after returning home from the first day. He staggered back inside, but collapsed and died despite efforts by air ambulance doctors to save his life. Prosecutor Richard Whittam, QC, told the jury, "This case involves the murder of an innocent man committed against the background of gangs, of which he was no part of. What had been and should have remained a pleasant evening for Daniel Smith and those who knew it ended in tragedy. After taking a young woman out for the first time and resisting the temptation to stay with her a little longer because he had work the following day, he had decided to go home. On the way home, he decided to get a KFC. He spoke to his sister on the phone, both before and whilst he was at KFC. That was the last time she spoke to him. He was murdered because he was a victim of mistaken identity. The murder was intended to be a revenge killing for a previous murder, the murder of Tino Kavula, Kevin Kavula's brother, in 2007. His life was taken all too easily. He was shot barely a quarter of an hour after a phone call was made from the area of KFC, and the man for whom he was mistaken to had entered the shop. In that short time, a loaded firearm was obtained and taken to outside the KFC where it was used to kill him. The Old Bailey jury was told that in 2007, a Class A dealer, Tino Kavula, known as Tank, was shot dead as he sat in his car, allegedly by rivals of the Mozart Kensal Green gang. However, no one has ever been charged with his murder. In May 2010, his brother, Kavula, 27, and Zaliki Ford, 30, and Jonathan Yaboa, 25, who had recorded the rap video entitled Cowboy Freestyle uploaded onto YouTube were tipped off that rival Stacey Theopen, who was linked to the murder, was inside the KFC, it was claimed. It was alleged that Mr. Kavala is said to have told Mr. Yaboa to go and get him a gun. Police do not know who pulled the trigger, but all three men were charged because they are said to be connected by phone calls. Mr. Kavala's fingerprints were also found on the outside of Mr. Smith's car. Mr. Kavala, Mr. Ford and Mr. Lewis all denied murder. Mr. Yaboa denied trying to get a gun to use in the murder or to endanger life. Mr. Whittam QC told the jury the prosecution could not say who shot Mr. Smith, but said all three were guilty of murder because they had acted together by tipping each other off. He said Kevin Kavala would not have known the presence of Stacey Theopen in the KFC had it not been for the action of Shane Lewis and Zaliki Ford. They made the calls in clear knowledge that there was a real risk that, in the context of this case, Kevin Kavala would then try and kill Stacey Theopen. It had been 13 years since Daniel Omari Smith's life was brutally cut short as he walked to his car. The 22-year-old electrician from Paddington was gunned down by at least one suspect after collecting food from his local KFC on Harrow Road on May the 22nd, 2010. Police believed the murder was a case of mistaken identity and that Daniel was not the intended victim of the crime. Almost a decade had passed and nobody had been brought to justice for the killing of Daniel, although there had been numerous arrests and even a trial. His heartbroken mum, Winnie, made an emotional plea as police renewed their appeal for information. She said, "Daniel was my light and my life. He filled my heart with joy and was a son to be proud of. I'm still very proud of Daniel and I miss him very much. He held me up whenever I was down. His favourite line was, 'Mum, we can do it,' and I miss hearing him say that. I used to feel like we were a family that stood on 4 pillars, but 9 years ago, our biggest pillar was removed. That was my son Daniel. He filled the gap in all of our lives because he was there for all of us. Daniel, like the rest of us, enjoyed family. Family meant everything to him. His sister is getting married next year. We talked about times like that and how he would walk her down the aisle. He was such an inspiration. Now I have 2 grandchildren and they will grow up without knowing their uncle and the amazing person he was. This is often very hard as the eldest one always talks about him and wants to know so much about her Uncle Dan. Moments like these are extremely hard and painful, but they bring so much joy to our lives and that helps bridge the gap at times. What has bothered me so much for the last 9 years is how people can live with their conscience knowing that we have never had justice and that the people who killed my son, an innocent man, still walk these streets. I would like to appeal to those who have information and know who killed my son. I would like for you to free yourselves, your minds and your conscience, because I am sure, as hard as it has been for my family for 9 years, it must be troubling you too, and an important part of your lives. The main suspect taken in for questioning was the South Kilburn rapper known as Justo from the South Kilburn estate. The KGB individuals are not notably known for releasing music and they rarely take part in it. However, they have done a few collaborations with other area gang members with who they are affiliated. For example, Kingsbury and Mozart Estates. Here are a few of their tracks.
Yo, Grim, P-Block, Ice, Cube, my nigga Burns. Okay. I'm gonna go hard for them. Hard. Niggas heard of me. Now they wanna copy me. Half a box in a day. I make proper P. Better wake up. Life's not monopoly. Run up in your trap house and I take your property. Feeling kinda pissed. Feds are kinda onto me. Same routine. Getting chased by authority. Put my cousin in the bing. Now they wanna bother me. Tryna make $1 million. Nothing's fucking stopping me. Feeling kinda pissed. Mumsy's kinda stressing me. So I kick back with a zoo and some Hennessy. Got some real coldies and I got some enemies. Mind out because your best friend could be your enemy. Hated by some snitches that probably wanna murder me. Roll up on you pricks like, do you remember me? Then I'm back on that Ross Clark strip. Tryna move that dro or that Ross Clark sniff. If I cock it back I won't Ross Clark miss. Straight headshots, take off your Ross Clark wig. Bang. I load up the strap call it soul games. One shot, you're flying like soul plane. Rubber shot of stacked peas, it's so plain. I feel pissed, the D's know my name. Shit's got me thinking in different mind frames. Got me bunning on the sour, the highest grade.
I'm well respected where I come from. We never run from the guys that we backed our guns on. I'm on a foulness, nothing nice. I squeeze up his block for a price. $5, nigga. Tell them joke shooters they better think twice, cause I put a half a brick on his life. Arts raps, fam. I'm in the streets like the clothing. With a 357 dog, you can hold a toasting. I've been around guns from a young age, so I see niggas' faces unknown on the front page. Some more time, like I stay with a 9. When I got 15 Bobby claps, blow my line. Let's go with mad. Plus these dickheads think they're bad. If I can't catch this youth, then I'm gonna burst his dad. Real talk, cause you know the roads are real. KGT town busy, we ain't scared to kill.
Yo, fuck 'em, cause I know they're saying fuck me. So I'm gonna buck 'em, give them time to buck me. Ban, I'm laying, fam, I'm spraying. Fuck a pagan and all these fake friends hating. Burst a prick that's working with Satan. Got an eye and a friend that's working with the enemy. Fam, I got frenemies and friends that pretend to me. But it's love and loyalty to the end for me. And rules and regulations can't bend for me. But if it does cut, scales, Q, straight bullet off a send for me. And I ain't asking anyone for fend for me. I know I'm kinda fucked up and got bad tendencies, but he's saying he's come back with a vengeance. He don't remember me.
Say nothing, these niggas I don't pen G. When it goes down, these little tongues are gonna remember me. I don't fuck around for my cause, I will dead G. I'm ready for the challenge, you testing me. Know my man's blessing me, I'm confessing B. Sometimes I feel like a celebrity. Nah, I ain't begging G, yeah, me everything. All about the cheddar kites getting peed. Feds on the beat, taking man off the street.
You might see me in a ding dong, Q7 ride or the bike. I'm the type that don't let shit slide. Catch you by myself, I'm looking angry in my ride. The truth is there's bare pricks in the ends that I don't like. The 380's alright, it busts kinda fine. When you wear the 4-5, have jeans that are tight. It might fall down your trousers and get you 5. Got CID in the end, they're trying to play I Spy. Head's kinda tricky, my fingers kinda itchy. My dog's got the ding dong that's moving kinda nippy. If you're thinking about Strizzy, 380 daily, I'm Starish fam. I shot food to the kitties, my ends is kinda tricky. The feds are trying to nip me, so I stay diplo, I'm shotting coke to the nitties. Whole time of niggas that put in the work like DB9, Slim Bums, Mouse or Mickey. Yeah, you don't know, free Slim, free Bums, free Mouse, Mickey, all the official dons that put in the work. A little mission to the prison, soon come home.
Big up my KG dons, big up my busy block dons, big up my farm dons. Real niggas do this thing. Get peas, squeeze on set. If you want it, you know we on it. If you don't, then humble yourself, say nothing. Starish.
Free shotgun show, free biff, you done no busy all day, you done no GMG farm.
It's like ways to get money, there's 1,000 I could think of. Dog, yeah, I get paid cause I'm a thinker, blazing on that piffer. I'll do anything to get my figures. I'm a grinder, I'm trying to get more paper than the printer. A lot of niggas claiming that they're killers, but if shit gets peak, I take that 4-5 and clip up. The jakes to be surveilling, taking pictures, but I'm still doing dirt. I've been popping shit, shotting it, barely using traces on my fingers. Weren't at the scene, that's what I leave them jakes thinking. And look, me I don't talk, so keep your fucking faces out my business. If you're trying to get me rage, I'll get it finished. Listen dog, you better listen, real talk, cause I ain't on this boxing. I'll pull out the 3-way and leave me out of boxing. In a sticky situation, pull it out, I'll be popping. Big strap, a couple shells will take this out of often. Look, spend on gums, family might need guns. You'll be better off copping that Beretta, cause I ride out, popping, having hot, wearing a sweater. Nigga, fuck your lines, gotta get you peppered, get your wig top severed, and you snap back, spun like webs. No forensics, fam, my yard ain't get spun by heads. Niggas looking all pissed, need to up those left, I'ma cock it back, touch those heads. Nigga, fuck them feds, cause they took my niggas right and scares. Free kid, I ain't tryna ride it in the pen, I'm ducking them poles. Trust me, grinding. I'm a star, I'm shining. All my niggas rubbing, stacked to keep the baller piling. Let a Donny try it. I get the Donny flying. Fuck the squally, trying to come with words like they gonna find it. Long nights, OT, fam, I'm fucking tired. Always local niggas see me pushing on my fucking bike. Only speak when you're meant to. Green side of that Kenzo. Yeah, my niggas official. My finger won't kill ya. Trying to get with them millions, billions. Look, give a fuck if you're hating. Every girl loves a pagan. And I'm stacking every money of this money that just to cop the biggest sprayer. I'ma spray it, setting pace cause I ain't trying to get closer to my death. So I ride, pedal bike, got that lonely down my leg. Fuck the feds, to my brother's plats, BDK and skips. Got me screaming off my face while I'm lighting up his head.
Listen, young CC is a fucking G. Young nigga all about folding the piece. Niggas wanna talk shit, they can't talk to me. Cause doggy dog, I only roll with certain G's. Every nigga around me will fucking squeeze. Come and chat doggy, leave you on your knees. I hear that a lot of people wanna pitch me. I be trapping hard in my fucking city. I'm a shot caller, you could ask about the blue still is peak. When it comes around, niggas getting hit up, instant car. Young ZZ's running on your block for a victim. I will pop out a witness if I catch a pagan slipping. These niggas know about ZZ. I will shove the clip in. It's them KG boys, nigga, it's that trap city. We'll be trapping so hard, I be slanging to the knees. You could phone up my phone if it only mean cash. All the bitches are premium because they love the flash. Got that watch up on my wrist, you know I take the piss. I'm stunting on your bitch, who wants some of this? Got the light and the dark, I was trapping in the park. You was in college, nigga, I was in the park. Hitting bird cells, it feels like I'm in hell. Under 80, and niggas tryna get at the kid. Holla rap me, if you want the zest from the trap. I be about doggy, all about flipping packs. Get that money in my chauffeur. Got the bitch screaming bird. KG niggas, don't come with no tiny bro. I come around, let the sun sound, I hit him up. Niggas pissed off cause man that icky will hit him up. I ain't got a chat, my circle does this. OJ, the juice mate, we round it, trapping. Teats be slanging, and kite be banging. Swats is anti, and you know that we're slanging. Man like AIDS, will hit you up, the trade pound will lift you up. Leave a nigga dead when I come with a fucking clutch. KG, done that, bang. Fuck all the pagans. Free all the fucking man them. Free bully, free young slash. Free Kenny, free Ross Clark Riot. Free Kenny, free Ice. Free Platinum, free Ross Clark Big. Free Ross Clark Risky, free Risky, free Stutter. Shit, Zimmy W, free Looney, free Dennis, free Crew. Zimmy W, some real nigga-ish. Maxu Land Road, free Max, free Max. Why these niggas trying to act bad man, and they know that ZZ's a madman. If I grip that tool, I'ma bang that. Bullet in his face, man, all his guns full back. I don't really have to chat, I do this act. Icky done licked off the fucking snap back. I grip that, and I motherfucking clap that. Flash, there niggas getting flashbacks. One shot to his head, that's a dead nigga. Flip a pack in the trap, that's a Z pickup. These niggas know me, I'm a lead spitter. A red rapper, blue youths come back. Beretta rise up in any type of weather. Bully say the words and I put on the levers. These niggas are light works, the real feathers. Old 12 don't slip, will get wetter. This year, I ain't putting niggas in the stretcher. Straight M, straight cuddy, a real gutter, a real nutter. You know that I smash peas, promise Stevie Wonder can't see you wanna clap me. These niggas wanna blast me. Don't make me come and move nasty. I don't give a fuck if that bitch know karate. Take out the pumping, all his guns departed. Talking all the beef, but doggy restarted. Niggas know the hard love, doggy I've lasted. Couple man in the end, Starry is riding. So when we riding, you know that we're smiling. Niggas gonna be pissed, we come round and climbing. Over buildings when the 4-5 stop banging. Niggas wanna act, but my team ain't jamming. If I back out the yank, we know I'm gonna shank him. Niggas know me, I ain't motherfucking wet. If a nigga diss me, I'ma tech out the tech. Some KG boys, you know what I rep. Subaru is my set. Violate, you're gonna dead. Ask around doggy, I line up the Z. Phone up the bitch and line up the peps. Niggas wanna talk till I line up your head. Man like skins and icky, like eat.
Me, I'm on the grind tryna rape them racks. Early OT, nigga, I be trapping. Feds on the block, they tryna get a nigga wrapped in, but I ain't going jail. Nigga hit them alleys, and I duck that, I'm back to the block with the man them. And if I'm with Z, then fam, it's Aggie. If I'm with Teeks, then dog, it's madness. Don't get gas like it can't be a man to me. What you think, man like Icky is ramping till he comes out with that flipping stabs in. What you think? Nowadays ain't happens. Smoking on cheese, fam, it can't be standing. Building up facts, get them zoo strapped. Chipping in bills, trying to get them straps. You be on the block, all you do is chatting. Niggas turn bad, all of a sudden full fashion. Thinks that you bad till a gunshot catch you. Me and my
Okay, Mel Dizzle, any guy, KG, TFL. Get me, man's here. I've been in the box for a hot minute. Get me, I hear a lot of grease going on. But, right, listen, look, yo, they tried to kill me, but my life they couldn't take away. I spent years in jail, I need to break away. And I've paid for my sins, so it's safe to say. Used to go hard in the street, delivering crack like takeaways. And music's the key, I'm a breakaway. And death's the ultimate price I would hate to pay with my life right now, so I'm chasing papes. First 100 from the game, I'ma take a break. Spend some time with my kids and maybe bake a cake. And it's a cold, cold world, I gotta keep them safe. While I'm trying so hard to not catch a case. Shooting in the ends, the feds wanna invade my space. Cause, quickly, jump back on it. Yo, look, yo. I try hard to sleep, but I don't count sheep. I'm trying to get up the hill, but it's too steep. I gotta roll with the ting, my life's that bleak. Might have to rinse it on the feds, cause it's that peak. And then run up in the yard like an athlete and crush everybody like it was a stampede. I put niggas in the box, flat scream, call me Freddy Krueger, cause the way that I crash dreams. And I'm on the block, but I'm not a vagabond. You could never lead my crew, you're a tag along. And you can hide, you will get sniped when I put the AK over the wall like a ragga song. And if it's beef cuzzy, we can set it off. You would have thought they were planes the way they jetted off. He wants to eat all the food, man will let him scoff. Now he's got something in his throat, fam, let him cough. Enough man talk this, they got a bag of chat. Keep talking, man and man will rally back. Far from happy, but you still get a happy slap. Put it on the net, watch it grow while I'm kicking back. And now I'm all up in your head like shampoo. I will tell you to your face, I can't stand you. I don't wanna catch a case, so. And now you wanna give me stick like bam. Look.
The anger flows from my arteries. I sit and wonder where this pain comes from, where it still remains a part of me. Lord knows that my heart cries, but somehow my eyes remain dry like the sands of time. You know, I realized last year I don't know how to shed tears. These parasites live in fear, I live in none. It's Sandra's first son. I'm proud of the guidance that I gave the youngest one. I'm 26, so clued up and nothing like the old me. And there ain't nothing you could show me, my brown eyes seen it all from a young age. Cause fam, we be stuck in some dark days. My whole life I've done left when I should've done right. I feel like the earth stops when I lay down at night and I close my eyes and pray to the Most High, asking for guidance so I can get by.
I'm hustling, juggling, crack and B. Real shooter, I love to click, clack and squeeze. Holds 31, real mac and cheese. No French Montana, raw max and grease. Aim for headshots, I ain't trying to clap at knees. If you're real bitch boy, come clap at me. But I'll squeeze first and leave your body wrapped to sheets. TFL, D&G, stack for heaps. So ride your own wave, don't ride ours.
Do you ride your ting cause you ride ours? Only ride out with a couple certified dogs. 3 straps, 2 max and a nice star. Only buy sticks, I don't buy nice cars. You little niggas ain't ready for my life, dog. Most of my niggas are behind bars. Shoot bare face, I don't really like Mars.
Get me, it's rage. With air. Get me all the dons. Nothing. Listen, that's what I'm saying.
Get it, right?
Yo, listen. Yo, listen. That's what I'm saying.
Big up all the Spiff TV gangsters.
Nothing. Listen.
Big up.
TFL bang bang.
Yo, we get a roundabout. If we caught slipping, you better know what's down and out. More shits thinking they're hard when they're softer than the baby's bottom. Me and my vocab's got them from 16 to 32, 32 to 64. Bring your whole block to the booth, man will drop them all. Me, I say what I feel, yeah, I lived it all. Say what's on my mind, so now I'm gonna give you more. Don't trust no chick, but yeah, I like to fuck them all. Wifey's on me, but still I'm out ducking calls. I can't help it, I'm still young. I gotta move the way, get the cash, roll with the real ones. Plus these pigs on my back like a flying circus. I've got words, you bears, I just die and wordless. Yo, me, I speak the truth, it's R.A. any guy. Watch how I hit the booth.
Look, the burner's magnificent. Any boy gets out of line, I show him discipline. Yo, it's peak when I grip the ting. I got the bag with the strap and the shells and the whistling. I'm in the ring, I'm moving reckless with my nigga Grim. F and Vens moving kinda nutty with the spinning ting. They'll hit him up, but the AK will finish him. If the slugs touch him, they'll do more than itch his skin. Niggas always asking me to bring him in. I tell them holler another day, I got bricks to spin. Why these niggas in parks with chicks to swing? People say, do your hair, I ain't in the trims. It was always me and Grim in the cabs on our way, getting any things we can grab. So much burners around, that's the thing that turned us mad. I had to tell Dottie she's the best I ever had.
Sabrina, who was a teacher, had been out celebrating her birthday with friends and family members in Kilburn. Her and her friend were shot from near point-blank range, although they were not the intended targets, the jurors were told. Hussein, 29 from Willesden, and Martel Warren, 29 from Kensal Green, as well as Yasin James, 20 from Wembley, were convicted at the Old Bailey. Miss Moss and Sabrina Cachette, 25, were outside a takeaway shop, the Woody Grill, with other people when they were shot by 2 hooded men armed with submachine guns and a shotgun. Miss Moss was shot in the heart and died in hospital. Miss Cachette was hit in the back with more than 50 pellets but survived. Drug dealers Mr. Hussein, Mr. James and Mr. Warren were also convicted of the attempted murder of Miss Cachette. They were also found guilty of 2 further counts of attempted murder of Mahad Ahmed and Edson De Silva, possession of a MAC-10 machine gun with intent to danger life, and possession of a shotgun with intent to danger life. The court heard the women were not the intended targets, but the gunmen wanted to hit the South Kilburn gang, who were also present outside the shop. However, Mr. Hussein discharged the MAC-10 spray and pray machine gun 6 times anyway, and Mr. James fired both barrels of the shotgun at near point blank range before fleeing in a car driven by Mr. Warren. During the court case, security had to be increased where Mr. Warren gave evidence after he implicated Mr. Hussein and Mr. James in the shooting but denied his own involvement, saying he had just been there to do a drug deal. In return, Mr. Hussein and Mr. James said Mr. Warren was a dirty lying scumbag who would only name them to protect the real killer. A 4th offender, Simon Baptiste, 29 from Cricklewood, was convicted of conspiracy to cause grievous bodily harm between August 22nd and August 25th the year before. Prosecutor Mark Haywood QC said the attack took place against the backdrop of violent tension and animosity between groups of young men. He said the reason for that is not clear, but it was very serious. All the defendants were due to be sentenced on the 12th of September. On the verdicts, Ms. Cachette said, "Justice has not only been served for us as victims, it has also been done for the community, where there are violent people off the streets." In a statement following the convictions, Miss Moss's family said, "She was a beautiful, loving, caring person. As much as we are pleased that these individuals will be behind bars for a long time, it doesn't alter the fact that Sabrina is gone and her son has been left without a mother. Sabrina was a completely innocent victim of a totally senseless and callous crime, and even though this chapter is now closing in our lives, we will never be the same and our lives have been forever affected. The trio of killers, who were all from Brent, who were serving life sentences for the murder, had their appeals thrown out of the appeal courts. The Kensal Green Boys KGB gang members challenged their convictions at London's Criminal Appeal Court on Tuesday, May the 24th, where 3 top judges said the case against them was strong and compelling. Hussein, who was 31 of Cranhurst Road, Willesden Green, and Martel Warren, 24 of Napier Road, Kensal Green, and Yazin James, who was 21 of Chaplin Road, Wembley, had fired indiscriminately into a crowd of people, killing a nursery teacher, Sabrina Moss. She was shot in the heart while celebrating her 24th birthday in Kilburn Highbrow. Her friend, Sabrina Cachette, suffered life-threatening injuries but survived, while 2 other people were hurt in the shooting on August 23, 2013. The appeal court also rejected a bid by Mr. Warren and Mr. James to have their minimum sentences cut, with Lady Justice Hallett saying long sentences were reserved for the gravest crimes, which this was. All 3 men were found guilty of murder, 3 counts of attempted murder, conspiracy to cause grievous bodily harm, and 2 counts of possession of a firearm with intent at the Old Bailey in August 2014. They were ordered to serve 37 years in jail before they can apply for parole. After the sentencing, Sabrina Moss's uncle spoke about her as an angel and was thankful to the justice system following the sentence of her killers. The prosecution's case was that Mr. Warren, Mr. Hussein, and Mr. James, who were members of the KGB, which had a long-standing feud with a rival gang, South Kilburn. Mr. Warren, Mr. Hussein, and Mr. James all denied the charges against them, with Mr. Warren claiming the other 2 had used him as an innocent dupe to drive them to and from the scene, while they denied any involvement whatsoever. Lawyers for all 3 argued the jury should have been discharged after an unidentified witness was only revealed during the trial, and that the detectives' evidence on gangs in the area should have been excluded. Dismissing their appeals, Ms. Hallett said the trial judge handled both issues appropriately and no undue prejudice was caused. She added, for reasons that remain unknown, they planned the revenge attack upon a rival gang using 2 particularly deadly weapons. They could have killed far more people and could have faced multiple charges of murder. As it was, 1 young woman lost her life, and her family are grieving at the loss of Sabrina. For the other young woman, her life will never be the same again. We are satisfied that the sentences imposed, albeit extremely severe, were merited on the very grave facts of these offences. That same year, an affiliate of the Must Love crew, whose real name was Donovan Gordon, locally known as Sonny, a music producer, was gunned down by a former drug dealer partner from Ealing, Daniel Bidace Anthony. The reason for the shooting is a botched drug deal worth over £100,000. The gunman kicked in the door where Sonny and his missus were staying and shot him in the chest. He then tried to kill the missus, but the gun jammed. Later on, the individual went on the run because he found the victim had affiliations with the Must Love crew. He was later nicked by the police after CCTV footage and sentenced to life. The gunman, who tried to kill a disabled woman after shooting her partner dead in a cold-blooded deliberate execution, had been jailed for a minimum of 42 years. Daniel Bidace Anthony, who was 30, fired twice double-leg amputee Amy Asherty, who was 28, as she lay in bed. 1 bullet pierced part of her lung and remains lodged in her body, whilst the other missed before the gun jammed, the Old Bailey heard. Bidace Anthony, a drug dealer, had already killed Miss Asherty's partner, Dothan Gordon, in the living room of the couple's home in Ealing, West London, during the attack in June. He wanted to kill Miss Asherty because she recognised him, jurors were told. Mr. Anthony showed no emotion in the dock, as he was given a life sentence for murdering, told he must serve at least 42 years before considered for parole. He was given a determinate sentence of 36 years, with 15 to run concurrently for the attempted murder and possession of a firearm with intent to endanger life respectively. Judge Timothy Pontius said, it was difficult to imagine a case involving a murder committed with such cold-blooded and totally merciless deliberation. You took Mr. Gordon from the room where he and Amy had quietly been watching television into the living room where the evidence makes it abundantly clear you made him kneel on the floor, forehead against the stool, and then executed him with a single shot in the back of the head. Judge Pontius said there was a genuine and understandable public concern about the availability of guns in major cities, and that the sentences made it abundantly plain that the courts will punish those convicted for gun crimes with exclamatory severity. In light of the horrifying brutality of these crimes, I am wholly unable to regard you other than someone to whom deliberate violence comes very easily readily available. Despite having no previous convictions for violence, the judge said the defendant's large-scale dealing in Class A drugs meant he could not be treated as a person of good character. Another defendant, Tony Joseph, walked free from court after he was cleared of assisting an offender. In a statement read to the court after the verdict, Miss Ashity paid tribute to her partner, who was known as Sonny, as the father of their two beautiful girls. But Miss Ashity said she had hoped to walk down the aisle with Mr. Gordon, who was 32, at a wedding ceremony planned for August that year. He was such a huge part of my life, she said. In her statement, Miss Ashity said the bullet in her body was a constant reminder of what had happened. Prosecutor Jonathan Rees QC previously told the court that Mr. Gordon was shot in the back of the head as he tried to act as a middleman in a £100,000 drug deal. He said the case involved the cold-blooded execution of a man with a callous attempt of a murder of a double amputee lying in her bed when she was shot. The man was trying to kill her because she had recognised the killer. Bidace Anthony of Earls Court, West London, denied the charges but was found guilty on a majority verdict. Four members of a notorious gang were jailed for a total of 39 years for random street attacks on an insurance broker and his friend. Two men, both 26, escaped with their lives after they were targeted as they headed home from a city nightclub. The gang inflicted life-threatening knife injuries on the men in the attack, which is believed to have been triggered by a trivial slight. One needed resurrective surgery and 42 stitches after he had been left with permanent 5-inch scars across his face. The other man suffered a gash across the top of his head with a spleen injury that left him unable to work for 2 months. Pierre Alcindor, 25, his brother Dean, who was 28, Dwayne John Baptiste, who was 27, all admitted their part in the latest attack and were each jailed for 10 years at the Old Bailey. Julian McLeod received 9 years for what Judge Paul Worsley described as an unprovoked, cowardly and mindless violent attack. He added, "For no reason at all, you set upon these two young men in the street at night, armed with a knife. Neither man had done anything to you at all to deserve or attract your attention." A fifth gang member involved in the attack remains at large and is wanted by the police. The victims were heading back from a birthday party at Apt Bar near Bank Tube Station in the early hours of April. As they walked home nearby King Street, one was struck across the head and fell to the floor before both were attacked with at least one knife. The attackers then left their victim for dead and fled the scene in 2 cars. City of London detectives were able to track the vehicles using CCTV and link the gang members to the stabbing. DI Doug Blackwood said, "These men came to the city and violently and randomly launched a violent assault which left one young man needing reconstructive surgery to his face. Pierre and Dean Alcindor, both of North Holt, Middlesex, Mr. McLeod and John Baptiste, both of Kensal Rise, all admitted 2 counts of wounding with intent." Put on hold. For years, the Kensal Green area has been notorious for its gang culture and extreme violence being implemented. Nowadays, with gentrification on the rise, most of the prominent gang members are now off the streets. The same thing can be said about London as a whole. Here are a few tracks from the Kensal Green Riders.
Keep running your lips. I was OT, sandwich and Chris. Dishing out 6th and 5th, no ticks. Lord knows that I take these risks. Bad that pack, got a vast that quick. Doing up country, I love these trips. Morning, doing up nighttime shift. Rising jet when I rot it split. Hands on hips, let me tap that quick. Hands on deck, arch, bend your back and then dig it. Don't shit fuck with me cause I'm hitting it. So don't ask for no bringing in. I'm back. She holds my rams and my pack. That's facts, I only hold on to cash.
I be whizzing. Gotta make bands, I ain't chillin'. I'm done with these niggas, they're bitching. KRD with the realest. Bad beat, come here, you're listening. There's no talking, no kissing. Straight D, feel it in the system. She tripping, the set's got her lusted. Now she's texting me, talk about cuffing. I'm married to the money and Elizabeth, who I'm loving. Yeah, the niggas are bluffing, who you touching? Look back in the photo, cutting. Bro, got the fit, this one's Russian. Touch a button, galley on me, man, loving. Bend her back and digging my mask. Give it that unknown something. If her friends on me, she can hold this something. Oxtail or curry, mutton, serious munching. Carney, 1 bag crashed him. Not talking alcohol when I say this 1 shot touched him. When I say this 1 shot touched him.
Whoa, them man firing blanks, but them man really killing. They ain't doing no drills, so why them man they fibbing? Man pull up and shoot, pray my man don't hit him. Try violate us, I'm like no, I won't let him. Man do drills on the main road, they shoot when I say so. Big ting do the flame throw, see that's word to my cane roll. Every day be the same bro, I just grind for the day yo. Tryna make me a way bro, I soon find me a way though. See my slide with a Nina, on my schemes she a beater. Yeah your bitch she a eater, she give me brain she a cheater. I just grind get my peas up, see feds tryna speed up. I do the dash and I leave off, man slide and breeze off.
In March with all of the lifers. But I don't wanna get into that, that's Coley whipping a kettle fryer. Servery, now we got a lineup. Breakfast patch, tuna baguettes, that's a whole new diet. Bust man's head with a mackerel tin on the wing, now I just started a riot.
Pull up and dash, and it came we get this cash. It's skins we touch and you know it's us we splash. Man I dip, yeah I dip. Yeah for talking a smack, don't slip, trip if I catch you bro, don't lack. Why did he run? Now don't go smashing his back like how do you feel about that? But K that's cancel rise gang. What do you know about gang? I hardly know myself gang, let alone know about man. And I'm out here where you man, and I'm out here where you man.
Pulled that 3 times, Eddie. How many times did the fence prevent? ITV or BBC, just know that the youth got slapped on silly. Send my young boy OT, no Jeffrey. I love the bump with a bottle of Henny. How many peps I hold on Jenny? Rap that clean, we disperse that plenty. Rap that clean, we disperse that plenty. Smoky settings back, we'll get techie.
I don't know what your gang's on, but if I bang this door on God, the nigga won't hang long. New flow be damn son. Niggas know what my gang's on, and my man's got his scram on. Automatic, no sham dog.
15-inch, so they ain't no lacking. Pistol packing, none of my ops on action. Big man roll her drink, now we action. Nuts in the one bang fast him. If I see her up, I'll grab him. Back up my knife and stab him. I ain't into the chatting, schemers known for attacking. I come like Marcus Rashford.
I'm like, why does the ops then run? Back out shank is the longest one. Go on my own, are you dumb? Man get chef, he shanks in lungs. Test man, that certified one. Manipin tracks, that where's that grub? I see him and run him down. Back out shanks and I'm steering out. Four-door trucks and we're steering out.
Whoa, niggas know that I'm 30. KG from early. Whoa, pat fly like a birdie. I'm sure you fuckboys heard me. Whoa, niggas moving no girly. When I back it like Shirley. Whoa, up block or swervy. Tryna leave him like curly.
Local, exercise with no social plus no phone calls, it's crazy. First time I held that dot, I held it like a newborn baby. Up in the 12 section was shady. How you gonna talk about beef and you ain't got gravy? Dirty dancing like Patrick Swayze.
From my brothers, I do damage. Slice man up in his head and I turn him cabbage. Like how you got cope, how you got manage. Shot the white thing right now, I'm bringing the pack in. I get that grub, band we're bagging. 25-8, bro that's KR trapping. Kicking back in the band, no smoking like Rocky. Like wow, this Ami is banging.
Thank you for joining us today. What is your opinions on the history of Kensal Green? Is it now a safe place to live, or is it still very dangerous and ridden with gangs? Let us know what you think in the comments below. Thank you for joining us today. If you enjoyed this content, please don't forget to like and share. And if you're new to the channel and want to see more Street Crime UK content, hit subscribe and press that bell so you can join us on the next video. Thank you for joining us, and until next time, stay safe. Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe. Today we look at a man who in 2018 was in the slums of Sierra Leone helping those less fortunate than himself. A man who's had spats with Stephen French and Ross Barkley. A man who's been described by judges in Liverpool as one of Liverpool's most enigmatic and puzzling crooks. It is none other than Sam Walker, the self-confessed career criminal with an astonishing story. From an early age, Mr. Walker's criminal career had already begun. He would rise to prominence during his drug peddling days. Originally from Liverpool, he rose to fame as part of a group dealing heroin and crack cocaine on the streets of Holton. The criminal gang had made up to £2,500 a day selling drugs in Wines, Runcorn, and all the surrounding regions. Yet the gang's activities were apprehended in an undercover 6-month police operation called Operation Strikeout, which resulted in the seizure of £12 million worth of high purity cocaine, as well as many luxury cars, extensive amounts of cash, and very expensive jewellery. A total of 30 people, 20 from the Holton area and 10 from Merseyside, were arrested, where more than 200 officers launched dawn raids in January of 2009. This event was what led Mr. Walker, who was 26 at the time, being the last accused of the gang, to be put before the courts, where he pleaded guilty to 4 counts of supplying a Class A drug in court. He also had a previous conviction for drug offences. In 2009, 11 of the 15 charged pleaded guilty at Chester Crown Court and were jailed for between 1 and 3 years. It was said that Mr. Walker was snared in a car with others, dealing heroin and crack cocaine to an undercover officer who was acting as a junkie, and on 2 different occasions. When Mr. Walker found out about this, he pleaded guilty on the second day of his trial. The sentences handed out to the gang totaled more than 30 years. Residing on Marlborough Street, Vauxhall, the Liverpool Echo said that Mr. Walker was making a name for himself in the local underworld, and he had once posted his mobile phone pictures of himself smoking cannabis in his jail cell on the internet, only to be rumbled by the prison authorities later that day. Police believed that the dealers operating in the 2 towns on Merseyside's border could have earned up to £2,500 a day selling heroin and crack cocaine. The sophistication and the organisation that Liverpool gangsters had in comparison to local dealers made it so tiny boroughs were easy markets for them to control. Sergeant Ian Allen from the Cheshire Police Dedicated Drugs Unit said, "We set out to target the supply networks in the area and take out the street level dealers. Because we are so close to Liverpool and Manchester, we have a lot of mobile dealers coming up to us and setting up with the vulnerable local users. Once we started to scratch the surface, we found out a lot more about the higher reaches of the drug supply chain into the area. This operation has led to a lot of people being convicted and sent to jail, but we also worked with the more vulnerable people we encountered. With the help of the local drug action team, we got 7 users into treatment, and they are still there, so we are combating the problem and helping to resolve it for the future." Mr. Walker's story continues after he served half of the sentence of 4 years and 8 months and was released on licence from HMP Liverpool in May 2012. Yet his return to society was only temporary, for he found himself rearrested after being stopped by the police on the 9th of June 2013 for driving a BMW down King Edward Street in Liverpool city centre, despite not having any insurance and being disqualified from driving. The police said he had failed to comply with parole conditions after not reporting to probation service and searched the Garston area in particular in a bid to track him down. Furthermore, it can be noted how Mr. Walker was cleared in the February 2013 at Sheffield Crown Court of being involved in a plan to smuggle drugs and a mobile phone into Doncaster Prison, whilst an inmate there. After which he unveiled a black t-shirt bearing the slogan "Not Guilty" beneath his jacket. However, he was subsequently charged with driving a Ford Mondeo on Park Lane West, Bootle, without insurance and was disqualified on the 3rd of April 2013, as well as leaving a threatening voicemail message on a policeman's answering machine on the 22nd December 2012. The court was told that this message intended to cause the officer or another person distress and anxiety. At the close of a short hearing on the 5th of August 2013, magistrates ordered Mr. Walker to serve an extra 5 months in jail on top of his drug sentence for the threatening message, with a 4-month sentence being given for the driving offences, which would run concurrently along with an extra 14 days for obstructing a police officer. In December 2013, Mr. Walker found himself amid another series of crimes that related to being part of a house raid, where a man involved in an armed robbery told the jury he was handed threatening letters in prison warning him not to grass on an alleged sidekick. This man was convicted criminal Ashley Udu of Rockfield Road in Anfield, and he gave evidence at the trial of Mr. Walker. Mr. Walker was accused of being one of the 3 men who raided a Runcorn home equipped with imitation guns and spoke to the prosecution witness at Chester Crown Court after earlier admitting his role in the raid. However, Mr. Udu claimed that he was pressured into the mission by Mr. Walker over a £10,000 debt, where 3 men wearing balaclavas and armed with Beretta air pistols struck at the home of Dad Kevin Beach in June of 2013, with one delivering a blow to his head as he tried to force him out. Additionally, jurors were shown handwritten letters that Mr. Udu claimed were sent to him by Mr. Walker whilst the pair were on remand in Old Course Prison. The first of these was said to have been delivered by a third party in September of 2013 and warned Mr. Udu to remember what happens to grassers by reading, "You have said all this shit in the police statements, calling me a gangster and I'm involved with guns and drugs. Then you're gonna go around saying you and me will end up fighting. Listen mate, the moment me and you start fighting, I'll be straight on the phone and sending someone to your mum's address to turn her life upside down. You only need to look back at my last court case and remember what happens to grassers on that one." On the second letter that Mr. Udu claimed was from Mr. Walker, he apologised for threatening his mother and said they should talk about the case to get it sorted for both of their sakes. There was also a third note that claimed Mr. Beach had been given cash to lie under oath so that the case will be kicked out, and this note read, "My mate has given Kevin Beach 5 grand and is going to give him another 10 grand after he gives evidence. He said, when he stands in the dock, he is going to look at you and say, Ash, what is he doing here? I know it's definitely not him." Mr. Udu, who had 13 previous convictions including robbery and assault, claimed he was also sent a bogus defence by Mr. Walker, which would have pinned the robbery on others. Mr. Walker denied aggravated burglary and possession of an imitation firearm with intent, and having any involvement with the incident, as well as writing the letters. Furthermore, Lloyd Morgan, who was defending Mr. Walker, accused Mr. Udu of trying to frame Mr. Walker by concocting the letters after Mr. Walker refused to lie on his behalf, further commenting by saying, "When you and he were remanded in Old Course, you told him what happened and he asked you what had gone on because he knew nothing. You confessed to him that you had been using Sam's car and that you had picked up 2 people and went to Runcorn looking for a graft, and then you decided to burgle someone's house. What really upset you was when you asked Mr. Walker to lie on your behalf and say he never loaned you his car. You made wicked lies up about Mr. Walker because he wasn't prepared to play ball with your lies. Eventually, jurors found him not guilty on aggravated burglary and possession of an imitation firearm with intent on the 19th of December 2013. Mr. Walker had made a comment in his defence when he told the court that Ash was a scumbag and had tried to frame him, saying, "Ashley is a robber, that's what he does. I'd be surprised if you could find 2 brain cells in his head. I'm not a robber, I was a drug dealer. Both are occupations, criminal occupations, but occupations, and they are completely different." He also went on to tell the court he had abandoned being a criminal when he was in prison at the time of his son's birth, and insisted that he had been with Mr. Udu earlier on the day of the attack and went to Crosby Beach when Mr. Udu had driven a BMW that Mr. Walker had hired, as Mr. Walker was disqualified from driving. The arrangement with Mr. Udu was that he could borrow the car after dropping him back near to his child's home, and Mr. Walker managed to convince the court that his DNA was only found on the balaclava thrown out of the BMW during the raid because Mr. Walker had used it for paintball. Mr. Walker also went on to tell jurors that no way at 30 I'm going to commit an aggravated burglary and get 15 years. It makes no logical sense. I might as well have just stayed selling drugs, but I chose not to. In the end, it was said that Mr. Udu would be sentenced at a later date after admitting aggravated burglary and possession of an imitation firearm. Time passed until the 7th of February 2014, where Mr. Walker found himself yet again in front of Liverpool Crown Court to enter his plea to 2 charges, both dating from December 2012. He pleaded guilty to being in possession of a Class A MDMA drug, otherwise known as ecstasy, but denied a separate charge of being in possession of a counterfeit currency, which had a trial set for the 31st of March 2014. As he left the courtroom, Mr. Walker, who was of no fixed abode, but whose last known address was in Garston at the time, was heard to say audibly, "That'll be another not guilty then." Yet it was later on in the same year when Mr. Walker continued to face the consequences after being arrested by police when he was recognised walking along Temple Lane at 4:30 AM on the 22nd December 2012, where he was chased and arrested and found to have 10 ecstasy pills on him, as well as having 11 fake £20 notes. However, he denied having any knowledge that the notes were fake and said in his trial in August 2014 that he had sold a laptop and a BlackBerry phone to a man he had met in a barber shop on Lodge Lane and had been paid £500 in fake notes, which he had counted but had no inkling to see if they were real or not, and he did not know they were not real until he was told by the police. Nevertheless, Lee Bonner, who was prosecuting, said that was a lie, and it only took 2 hours for the jury of 5 men and 7 women to return a unanimous guilty verdict, causing him to blow out his cheeks and shake his head. After all, he did make an overconfident claim during his previous trial of how he would get away with the offence. Mr. Walker was given an unconditional bail, but was told to return to face sentencing in September the 10th, to which Judge Norman Wright warned him that the fact he was given bail was no indication of the sentence he would receive, saying, "Possession of counterfeit currency ordinarily would attract immediate custody. That's the position you are facing." It can also be noted how the jury had not been told that he already admitted to possession of the ecstasy for which he is waiting a sentence. The judge, Norman Wright, commented on this when he told the jurors the defendant was stopped by the police officers who believed he may be under the influence of drugs and found 10 ecstasy tablets on him. It's right you did not know about that because it's totally irrelevant to the issue under your consideration. Yet this issue was not over, for Mr. Walker escalated the situation by missing his court sentencing and therefore going on the run. Despite a warrant being issued for his arrest, Mr. Walker still appeared voluntarily at the Crown Court days later with a sick note explaining his non-attendance due to gastroenteritis. That meant he was not fit to attend court. Judge Wright also said that the investigation should take place over the circumstances of the sick note being made and instructed police to make inquiries with the doctor, to which he added, "I can't see why the doctors can't be spoken to in relation to this certificate and its coming into being." Eventually, Mr. Walker was handed a 12-month sentence for possession of counterfeit currency and 2 months for possession of a controlled substance. Some further notable comments made during the trial include how the judge was urged to pass a suspended sentence by Mr. Walker's barrister, Lloyd Morgan, who said his client wanted to turn his back on crime and wanted a career change, and had expressed a desire to help young offenders end their criminal ways. Mr. Morgan also went on to say how Mr. Walker has received custodial sentences after custodial sentences, and it doesn't seem to have done much good at all. It clearly doesn't appear to have done society much good at all either. While this is a case that attracts an immediate custodial sentence, in my submission, It will just be giving this defendant and society more of the same. Yet Judge Wright said the impact of the counterfeit currency on the economy generally meant that the immediate prison sentence was warranted, and described Mr. Walker as the sort of person who would know people who would know people who would have access to this sort of currency. The judge told him, "Having given your anxious consideration to the submissions given on your behalf, I cannot accept them. There has to be an immediate custodial sentence." Hence, Mr. Walker was finally placed behind bars for these offences. "2014 was not just an eventful year for Mr. Walker due to these trials, but also due to an altercation he had with the England footballer Ross Barkley. It was said that Mr. Walker, who was 30 at the time, had sent a tweet to the then 20-year-old Everton football star and World Cup hopeful, which read, "Inbox me your number, you little rat. You know what this is about, so don't play stupid or your footy career will become to an end." It was believed that Merseyside police had made contact with Mr. Barkley following the threats, but the sportsman declined to make a complaint. At the time, this would have been a crucial moment in Mr. Barkley's career, for the England manager Roy Hodgson was looking to select the final 23 for the World Cup that was taking place in Brazil. Mr. Barkley demonstrated his prowess with a 45 appearances for Everton in the stellar season and scoring 5 goals. This had helped the Toffees to 5th place in the Premier League, 1 point behind Arsenal, and within touching distance of the Champions League football for the next season. Eventually, it was said by sources that Mr. Walker and Mr. Barkley had had discussions in a high-profile Liverpool nightclub, The Playground, a popular wag hangout frequented by Strictly Come Dancing winner Abby Clancy, Alex Gerrard, and was frequented by many celebrities. However, CCTV footage was soon leaked which showed Mr. Barkley being punched after having a conversation with another man in the Santa Chapito's bar while celebrating Everton's 4-2 victory over Leicester City. Later, it was stated that the member of staff who had been leaked the footage had been sacked, with a spokesman for the management of Santa Chupos on Slater Street saying he was aghast that the footage was made public following the 1 AM assault. In response to this, the bar's management team acted quickly to discover how the film had been released, and after a meeting, decided to dismiss the member of staff who was believed to have recorded it on his phone and forwarded it on, with Santa Chapito saying they were hugely disappointed and doing everything possible to help the authorities. Further comment from the spokesman consisted of saying, "We take privacy of anyone in our bar extremely seriously, and what has happened is very disappointing. In the first instance, it's very rare that any altercations happen in the venue. We're a friendly bar, and this is not something that happens all the time. It's very much an isolated incident. We'll work with the authorities to help in any way we can now. We found out how the footage was made public and acted quickly to remove the person responsible from the company. He will be losing his job." A tweet was also put out by Mr. Walker at the time, which read, "Got to say, Ross Barkley did have it coming to him. Getting banged out again last night by one of the lads. That's what he gets for thinking he can go round trying to blag the lads' birds, the little rat. Far too many footballers and boxers in this city who think they can go round and try and grip any of the lads' birds when they are out in town drunk. It's only a matter of time before somebody does something bad to them for it." Said that he was the victim of an unprovoked attack by a stranger who approached him. Whilst his solicitor said in a statement, "We can confirm that Mr. Barkley was a victim of an unprovoked attack by a stranger who approached him on Sunday evening." Soon, Merseyside police had commented on the situation by confirming the force had received unsubstantiated information from a third party about an alleged threat towards a 20-year-old man in South Liverpool. It was also added by the spokesperson that officers have visited this member of the public and discussed the information with him. As a result, no further police action is required and no formal allegation or complaint has been made. Everton declined to comment on the situation, but a spokesperson for Mr. Walker added, "Reports of an incident between Sam Walker and Ross Barkley have been blown out of all proportion. Any dispute there may have been has now been resolved. Judge Everett said he had originally detected a slight change in Mr. Walker's approach compared to when he appeared on a video link at an earlier date, and went on to state, "You are 33 now, and your record is dreadful. There really just isn't any other way of describing it. Here you are at 33. When you look back at the last 15 or 16 years, you have spent most of that time in prison. Here you have really spent the best part of your adult life. You have thrown it all away. You have spent all of your time in and out of prison." Additionally, the judge continued to say how it appeared doing prison terms was absolutely nothing to Mr. Walker, adding, "You've done it before and you're perfectly able to do it again." Contrastingly, he commented on how prison terms were also for the benefit of the public, to keep Mr. Walker away from them, whilst also asking Mr. Walker, "You may want to reflect on that and ask yourself, is that how I want to be perceived in the future, as somebody the public wants to shun and avoid?" The judge also told Mr. Walker that when he said the drug matters would be dropped at an earlier hearing, as they would be a waste of court time, your reaction was, you wanted the police to be showing up for planting drugs, and your initial view was that I was only doing this to prevent the police from being shown up. Furthermore, it was said that he would be facing disciplinary measures for contempt of court, to which Judge Everett stated how he was not going to get upset or offended by what was said, but was in fact saddened by it, and further commented by saying, "I was rather saddened by it if you think the judiciary are in cahoots with the prosecution and police in some kind of way. I'm one of the most fiercest critics of the prosecution and the police when they get things wrong." The judge said he did not know Mr. Walker's background, but perhaps he did not have a good start in life. Mr. Walker interrupted the judge and told him, "I've had a good life." When told to be quiet by the judge, Mr. Walker continued to say, "You're wrong though. I've got no excuses, and don't think the world is against me, and I committed these crimes." Judge Everett then told Mr. Walker to be quiet again, and said he is the one who is talking, and he must listen, and then continued on to say, "If you have a good life, it's even worse. I see people who come from very difficult backgrounds, and they commit offences because they haven't had chances in life. If you have come from a very good background, and a decent background, then that is worse because you have made these choices and have taken it down the wrong path, and you had an advantage that others hadn't had in life. That is not a good thing. I have to sentence you for what is appalling driving, nothing more and nothing less." The judge then went on to detail the dangerous driving that Mr. Walker had done, which consisted of coming off the motorway and going through a residential area where traffic had to try and avoid him. He went on to describe the scenario by saying, "It is utterly astonishing that nobody was injured or killed. You and they were all indeed very fortunate in that regard. You could have been killed in truth, but if you kill somebody, you will be facing a very long sentence now." And the judge was right, for he went on to say how the maximum sentence for causing death by dangerous driving was 14 years, and Mr. Walker would have been near the top end of that. However, the maximum sentence for dangerous driving was 2 years, and hence Judge Everett sentenced Mr. Walker to 20 months in prison. This only enraged Mr. Walker and caused him to start shouting and storm out of the dock, to which the judge told him, "Off you go, see you later," and mentioned how he would continue sentencing without him. Mr. Walker then burst out with shouts like, "Little paedophiles come to this court and destroy people's lives and get a community order," and he also made a serious allegation towards the judge, who then ordered Mr. Walker to be escorted down to the cells. Eventually, Mr. Walker was brought back into the dock, since the judge had said that he would be brought back into the court shortly before 1 PM, where he may be sentenced for the contempt of court and handed a consecutive sentence. David Woods, who was defending, addressed Judge Stephen Everett, and the judge went on to say, "When I sentence the defendants, generally, judges ignore comments that are made in the heat of the moment. But I mean, accepting for a second that he appeared to be showing a slightly different manner, he did not. He started to rant at me and suggest that the courts don't treat paedophiles in the same way, and he completely lost it. The question is now whether or not I will deal with him for contempt." Mr. Woods attempted to defend Mr. Walker by saying he had a number of things on his mind which were in fact possibly mistaken, and that Mr. Walker initially thought that the sentence that he had been given did not include the discount for his guilty plea. He also said that Mr. Walker felt very strongly about the fact he had never claimed he did not have a good upbringing and had never used his background for mitigation, and that this caused him to lose his reason a little bit. He continued to say he does not hold the view that public policy with regards to sentencing in matters that have got nothing to do with him. He accepts, perhaps, he may not have been or may have been right, and decided to bring that into it at the heat of the moment. He understands, Your Honour, and does not want people to be shouting, even in the heat of the moment in the court of law. They are my instructions with regards to the matter. Then the judge said he would allow Mr. Walker to address him. So Mr. Walker said, "You've given me the chance to speak frankly. In these courts, right, only a couple of months ago, there were dirty little paedophiles," to which the judge cut him short by saying, "Stop and sit down. Stop and sit down. I'm going to make myself clear now. If I wasn't clear enough for you, I'm giving you the opportunity whether or not you want to apologise for what you said or not. Do you want to apologise or not?" Mr. Walker replied by saying, "I honestly don't feel any of my views deserve an apology. If that deserves me getting an extended sentence, then fine." The judge retorted by saying, "I don't want to hear your views on sentencing policies." After an outburst from Mr. Walker, the judge said he's had the opportunity to consider whether he wanted to apologise. He behaved disgracefully, rudely, and clearly in contempt of court. All he wants to do is express his views. He doesn't give two hoots about how he should behave in court. The judge then went on to say he will now consider whether he passes a consecutive sentence for contempt, and Mr. Woods said he had made representations to the limit of his instructions he had received from his client, but asked the judge to take into account the length of the contempt when making his decision, and that this was the heat of the moment situation. Mr. Walker, who during his trial had waved a copy of the newspaper containing a story about a sex offender being spared jail, was trying to make the point that, in comparison to his punishment, paedophiles were being given lighter sentences, such as community service. He continued to be adamant and refused to apologise to Justice Everett, and was given an additional 3 months for contempt of court, then a further 6 months for a second outburst. Mr. Walker further commented on the situation by saying, "Nonces come to this court, they destroy people's lives forever. They don't get jail. Yet I get jail. Where the fuck is the justice in this? There is no justice for these victims of paedophiles, and that's why every time I see them in jail, I punch their heads in every chance I get. I have to dish out the justice because you don't. Give me any sentence you want. I don't give a fuck." Judge Everett also dismissed the suspicion by Mr. Walker that there was a police, prosecution and justice conspiracy against him, stating, "The world has only been against you because of the crimes you have committed. The sad reality is, he appears to have spent most of his adult life in prison. What a waste. He's throwing his life away." In the end, Mr. Walker's sentence was later reduced to 23 months on appeal. After he got back to his cell, he realised the errors of his way and cleverly sent a letter of apology to Judge Everett for his comments. – 2017 found Mr. Walker getting into an online feud with another notorious Liverpool gangster, who was known as Stephen French, aka The Devil. You can find the story about Mr. French in our UK Crime Legend playlist, so make sure you go and check that out. The feud consisted of the two trading a cocktail of insults and allegations in a heated Facebook battle. The pair were once in jail together, and during this dispute, they branded each other as liars and ridiculed their respective reputations as city hardmen. It was believed to have started when Mr. Walker questioned why Mr. French had chosen to speak out about his alleged Savile experience. At the time, instead of before, since the Echo had revealed police were investigating claims Mr. French may have been assaulted by the paedophile Jimmy Savile while he was a child. In a lengthy post, Mr. Walker said, Mr. French says, he, referring to Mr. French, says that they, the authorities, would have believed him 40 years ago, and then hundreds of victims would have been saved. Well, if you was that concerned about the victims, then why didn't you expose him when you wrote your book? Savile was still alive then. However, Mr. Walker did not stop there. He sparked a series of new messages during July and August of 2017, in which he branded French a disgrace, before moving on to post several images and recordings supposedly of the high-profile former criminal and campaigner. There was even an image that was a mock-up of Mr. French in a Teletubby costume. All of these messages were even encouraged to be shared by Mr. Walker, which led them to attract hundreds of comments and likes, whilst one video received more than 1,500 views. In response to this, Mr. French posted a series of replies, including 2 recordings of his own, which saw Mr. French dismiss Mr. Walker's allegations as lies.
These people want to talk about hate, dark and despair. So let's talk about hate, dark and despair.
Mr. French wrote, "My regular friends and followers, you are going to have to excuse me, but I have to answer this man. I'm sorry if you are bored with all of this, but this guy has lost his mind, so I address him on my page. People are worried I am not okay, so judge for yourselves." Then the 57-year-old added a few days later, "I'm telling him to take down his whole page, apologise for all the lies you have told about me, and got other people to tell on his behalf, and I will forgive him. I will never talk of him, and I will never shake his hand, but I do offer him unconditional forgiveness. If he can do as I demand, I am not asking, I am telling him. If he cannot do that, it's fine too." Yet it was said that Mr. French and Mr. Walker had each challenged each other to settle their dispute face to face. Both were high-profile Merseyside criminals, with each other having earned notoriety for their past actions. Mr. Walker's actions included those described in this documentary. As for the former martial arts champion, Stephen French, he was nicknamed the Devil because he struck fear into the drug dealers he taxed and tortured, although he was jailed for 3 years in 2013 for possessing a knife and threatening a business associate with an imitation firearm. Before that, he claimed the road to Damascus-style conversion, and it had put him to his end of his wrongdoing. And once again, he promotes himself as a reformed character. This is surprisingly similar to Mr. Walker himself. Relating to settling the dispute face to face, it was said that there would be a fight in October of the same year in Wrexham due to a countdown that Mr. French, who had begun to go by the name of the Fighting Preacher, had put on his profile, along with the poster featuring headshots of himself and Mr. Walker. This was as well as a boxing ring with the catchphrases, "Whenever a problem arises, you do 3 things: face it, fight it, and finish it." This only led Mr. Walker to go back on Facebook to deny the claims, where he said, "I didn't want to comment on this freak Frenchie again, but I need to clear up a post he's put up. Stop trying to use me for attention and publicity by putting silly pictures up of us both, just because you're trying to pretend you're selling tickets for a fight between us in October. Who do you actually think you are, saying you will sell thousands of tickets? No one is arse, lad. You're the only one saying that for attention, to use me as your talking point on Facebook. You had your chance when I went to London last week and you didn't turn up. Every place you asked me to go. Since then, it seems as though the dispute has been put aside and no further actions have been taken by the pair, thankfully. Hopefully Mr. Walker and Mr. French can come together in the future and help the younger generation learn from the mistakes they made. Alongside the Stephen French spat, it can now be seen how Mr. Walker had found himself in a negative light since he had been held over an allegation of violence at a bar he was about to fly to in Dubai on holiday. He was escorted from the departure and taken to the police station since it had been claimed that he was involved in an altercation at the Botanic Gardens bar at the Baltic Triangle on Sunday, July the 9th, 2017. He was then arrested on suspicion of conspiracy to commit grievous bodily harm and taken to the St Helens police station for questioning, although he was released pending further inquiries as the police continued to investigate the incident. The police further commented on the situation by saying, "We can confirm that a 34-year-old man was arrested on Friday the 21st of July at Manchester Airport on suspicion of conspiracy to cause wounding at Botanic Gardens Bar, Newburgh Street, Liverpool, on Sunday the 9th of July. He was released from St Helens police station under investigation on Saturday evening, the 22nd of July. This just goes to show how Mr. Walker has always been involved in incidents that get him into trouble with the law and affect his life. The beginnings of Mr. Walker trying to turn his life around can be seen back as far as March 2017, when he paid for 8 rough sleepers to spend 2 nights in a luxury Liverpool Shankly hotel. He told Liverpool Echo that he wanted to give something back to the people in the situation that, quite frankly, we could all find ourselves in at any point. He went on to say, "I put them up there because I can. I'm in a position where I can come out of prison and I can still live a stable life. Many people don't have that luxury. Every single one of us are really only one step away from being made homeless. It could happen to any of us. I just wanted to show these people who may have lost a bit of faith that there are still people out there who are thinking of them and we aren't just sweeping them under the carpet." Mr. Walker paid for 2 executive rooms for the 8 men and women, and Nicola Twigg from Rainhill, one of the people Mr. Walker had invited, said how words couldn't describe how much the gesture had meant to her. She said, "It has been like something out of a fairy tale story. We would never have expected something so extravagant of anyone, and I still can't believe we got to say at the Shankly. It's something you always dream of, but when you're on the street, you don't think that could ever happen." Stuart Thompson had also been sleeping on the streets since he had been released from prison and told the Echo newspaper, "On a normal night, I would be on the street just long enough to gather enough money for a gas canister so I can light a fire in my tent. You're always in fear of being robbed or not being able to shake off the cold, so to be able to have a hot shower and a sleep in a warm bed is just amazing. What Sam Walker has done for us is out of this world. He has such a good heart." In addition to kindly providing them with accommodation, Mr. Walker also treated his 8 new companions to a day of shopping to replace their wet clothes and said, "We all take these things for granted, sleeping in a warm bed, wearing clean clothes every day, but for some people that's not just a reality." A spokesperson for the Shankly Hotel said, "People from all walks of life are welcome at the Shankly Hotel. However, in common, all hotels, and in line with the strict legal guidelines, it is procedure for ask for names and nationality of all the guests. Furthermore, these details are essential for health and safety reasons, in particular fire regulations. The reason for these comments was likely because there had been issues at the reception when Mr. Walker was trying to book the rooms for these people. Either way, this just goes to demonstrate a more charitable, kinder side to Mr. Walker that should not be overlooked." it can be further seen 2018 was the year when Mr. Walker made his most grandest gesture to charity and made an attempt to change his life around. This all began with a 4,500-mile journey to Sierra Leone, where he would find himself providing aid to the impoverished members of Freetown. His voyage consisted of a flight in a private plane from Belgium, from which he would find himself taking a 14-hour Spain to Morocco boat crossing, and then spending up to 3 days driving through the Sahara Desert, only for this to be seemingly unnecessary, since he could have spent a few £100 on a flight that would have got him to his native Liverpool to Freetown in less than a day. So why did he go through all this ordeal? Apparently it was due to the fact that he was wanted by Cheshire Police and had failed to answer bail on a relatively minor charge of driving while disqualified. While he may have taunted the police via social media during his journey, the police also had a laugh because police sources consulted by the Independent mused, "People are strange, aren't they?" He does seem to have gone quite a strange route because I'm not sure he would have been nicked at the airport. If there was a concern the defendant would leave the country, their details would be sent to all the ports and airports straight away. But if there isn't that concern, usually it would be left for the local force to deal with it. Mr. Walker documented many parts of his journey through posts which are said to have been a guide for the fugitive who wanted to leave the UK, and the video consisted of him apparently leaving Britain in a passenger seat of a hired light aircraft, laughing about the armed Belgian police packing some serious artillery.
These guys in Belgium are packing some serious artillery here.
And jumping a boat to Morocco. He ended the video with a final taunt and hearty laugh where he said, "Better luck next time trying to catch me when I go out of the country, Merseyside Police."
Better luck trying to catch me when I go out of the country next time, Merseyside Police.
So what truly were Mr. Walker's motives? He commented on the situation by saying how he fled because he feared he was being jailed for driving whilst disqualified, which could have prevented him from delivering a container full of donated goods to a slum in Freetown, the capital of Sierra Leone. Yet the experience, however, baffled police source reporting to the Independent said, "It's a strange one. He appears to have fled the country when he didn't exactly have the worst charge hanging over his head. If convicted of driving whilst disqualified, he would have probably got banned from driving for a year and got a fine. Instead, he's gone to Africa and put taunting videos online, and now he's going to get jailed if he comes back. He seems a complete moron to me." Even Mr. Walker was apparently aware that his chances of getting arrested for the charges were remote. However, it was inevitable that his actions were seen in the positive light by his fans and followers, who described him as an absolute legend and a modern day Robin Hood, who had defied the law to do a lot of work for charity. This was despite his past that could be politely described as checkered. His initial social media posts on Twitter showed him in a British setting complaining about being watched by undercover detectives.
It's been trying to follow me. Now we're in pursuit of them.
Taunting police with old footage of me and the lads doing stunts in fast cars, confronting a local house robber, and calling somebody else a supergrass nonce. Yet, when arriving in Sierra Leone and starting to change his life around, it could be seen how there were posts that showed him talking about how a fresh water pipe had been fitted, so that no woman or child has to ever risk their lives again by drinking dirty sewage water in the slums. Mr. Walker further commented on the situation of the area by saying, "Why can't charities do this? I've come by myself and done it," even going so far as to accuse charities of robbing money that was donated to help those people. Mr. Walker continued to post more videos of his time in impoverished locations, such as a video where he is being surrounded by grateful slum dwellers, one of who said, "We are happy that our brother Sam has come to help us with water and sanitation. We thank God for him." In fact, Mr. Walker seems to have been very well received by the government of Sierra Leone, as his Twitter page had a post which said, "The new president, Julius Maada Bio, is good and for the people. I met his wife today. Another video posted by Mr. Walker in June of 2018 was of him in what looked like a government building and said, "I'm just sat waiting to see the Vice President of Sierra Leone and tell him my plans." Mr. Walker had established a friendlier relation with the local police than he had with officers in Britain. Mr. Walker said in a video of him in the company of armed officers, "Thought for a second they were going to open fire. Luckily, they were security police who had been seen by myself in a taxi and thought I was potentially in danger because it was at night." Whilst it may have seemed positive for Mr. Walker in Sierra Leone, it can be seen how some people back home were not happy. As the negative comments started coming in online, people wrote, "Pocketed a little picker mix, jumped the ship to Africa for a few likes, the things people do nowadays." Merseyside police said that they would not elaborate on what it was already in the public domain about Mr. Walker, and the Cheshire Police said it was aware of Mr. Walker's online video and was reviewing it. If you would like to see more of Mr. Walker's video or the footage he has, go and check out his channel or his social media pages. During his time in Sierra Leone, Mr. Walker showed off video tours around mines where he claimed to be doing charity work. Footage showed how he also visited former blood diamond mines and sent images of gems being weighed on a scale and encased in a handkerchief, which provoked comments from Liverpool's underworld, with one crook posting online, "Get in touch, dickhead, or I'll ruin ya." Sierra Leone was rocked by a civil war for 12 years, with the profits from so-called blood diamonds being used to fund armed trades. And to this day, the country still depends on the jewel trade. So why did Mr. Walker post these images? It turns out that his purpose was for a documentary, which he commented on by saying, "As part of my documentary, I went to a rebel-held diamond mine. I wanted to experience everything firsthand, just like the people of Sierra Leone have had to. That is why you will see me at a diamond mine. It's all for my documentary." Yet these charitable actions of Mr. Walker came to a temporary halt when he returned to the UK. His return involved him sneaking back in on an undetected helicopter flight and immediately taunting the police by booking a £250 night Hilton hotel opposite Merseyside's 500 police officer HQ, only for him to be rearrested. A Merseyside police spokesman said that on the 23rd July 2018, "We arrested a Liverpool man who was wanted on a court warrant for failing to appear for a driving offence in Cheshire. Samuel Thomas Walker, who was 35 years old, was wanted by Cheshire Police following an incident in Cheshire on the 4th of April 2018. Matrix disruption officers from Merseyside Police assisted colleagues at Cheshire Police in their efforts to locate Mr. Walker, and yesterday he was arrested at around 11:20 PM in Crompton. He has been remanded in custody to appear at Cheshire Magistrate Court this morning. Before moving on to Mr. Walker's more recent activities, it is interesting to note that he did an interview with Voice about his time in Sierra Leone. Whilst Mr. Walker mentioned many pieces of information that have already been mentioned in this documentary, some anecdotes truly display Mr. Walker's personality and the justification for his actions of helping those that are impoverished and can be found in this documentary. When asked, how does a convicted drug dealer from Liverpool end up going to the slums in Sierra Leone, Mr. Walker said, "My granddad is from Freetown, and my great-grandfather was one of the first slaves granted his freedom there, hence the name Freetown. In the slums, people have nothing. They literally build their homes out of rubbish and waste. You can see amputees everywhere. During the Civil War, rebel troops would attack civilians, and their calling card would be a hacking off a limb as a warning to others. There are women who have been gang raped. One former child soldier, called Streets, told me that when he was 7 years old, his village was attacked. The rebels put a gun in his hands and told him, "If you don't go and kill your mother and sister, we will kill you." He did it. Because of the poverty, these victims now live shoulder to shoulder with the people who did it to them. Street said, "I forgive them for what they did to me, but how did I forgive myself?" From Mr. Walker saying all of this, hopefully you can understand where his desire and desperation to provide aid come from. But it does not stop there, because Mr. Walker was asked about when he had begun to seriously consider lending a help to the needy. He said, "I remember meeting a sick baby girl. Her name was Aaliyah. Her eyes were rolling rapidly from side to side. It was awful. I'd never seen anything like it. Her mum said the hospital was 30 miles away and she had no money to get there. So I took us. I remember the baby squeezing my finger on the way there and thinking, I've got to help these people. When we reached the hospital, the doctor came out and asked for my money for the treatment. I gave him what I had, but when he realised I was English, he asked for more money, so I gave him my Rolex." The interview continues on, and when Mr. Walker was asked about what happened to Aaliyah, and how much the donations he had chosen to give due to her fate that day had cost, he said, "Aaliyah died. I returned the next day and I sat there in the corridor listening to the mum screaming and crying. I promised myself that I would return as soon as I could with an aid container to help others. I don't want to give an exact figure. I set myself a target of getting a parcel, clothes and toys, sweets, food, water, up to 200 homes. I brought 2,000 water bottles. I wanted to make sure everyone we met was given something. I see the Red Cross in a lot of places, and they are the only ones on the front line. But apart from them, I don't see any other these celebrity-backed charities. They don't exist out here." An interviewer went on to mention Mr. Walker's reputation on social media and questioned him on it, saying how people on social media had accused him of using the aid container to smuggle drugs or wash dirty money. To which Mr. Walker stated, "I have my own legitimate security businesses, which is doing well and pays a salary. I have served my time for all my previous offences, except an outstanding driving one. I've seen comments from people saying I'm smuggling drugs, diamonds, or washing dirty money. It's ridiculous. Thousands of people are having their lives changed in a positive way for the first time in years. The long-term goal is creating a completely transparent charity where all the receipts are published online and videos show people getting the aid that they are paid for." It was also mentioned during the interview how there was a video on Mr. Walker's Twitter showing him threatening to shoot a port security guy, and Mr. Walker explained the situation by saying, "I had paid all my port fees in advance, yet the guy in the video demanded another sum, which I paid. The next day he wanted more cash. I told him he was breaking the law. He says, I'm above the law, and I lost it. I said, but you're not above a bullet, are ya? And I shouldn't have said it, but I was desperate. It's one thing ripping off the system, but another keeping aid from people in the slums for cash. Even when I met the Vice President of Sierra Leone, he said, I have no say in the ports. I can waive government taxes, but the ports have their own way. Yet Mr. Walker said he did not mind a bit of corruption that the police of Sierra Leone had, such as paying a prison officer £1,000 to smuggle in a phone, or to get off a driving offence, as long as normal walking people don't get ripped off. This was in response to a question about comparing the British police to that of the Sierra Leone ones. One final net-worthy thing to take away from this interview is Mr. Walker's response to a question, have you given up on crime for good now? Mr. Walker replies to this by saying, you can't change overnight. You have to unlearn bad behaviour. But what's happened in Africa has accelerated my progression. For the first time in my life, my mum and my son told me that they're proud of me. It's given me a new sense of purpose to make change and do something positive. Hopefully this goes to show a side of Mr. Walker who desires to seek the path of redemption for his past crimes. In more recent times, Mr. Walker has found himself being brought in front of the courts numerous times for a range of reasons. These crimes included 2 high-speed police chases, 1 charge for smuggling a smartphone into prison, leading to him being jailed for another 33 months. Surprisingly, this was a little over 18 months since he had brought smiles to the faces to the children and the families of Freetown, when he risked his own freedom to supply fresh water to the village that didn't have any. When he returned home, he found himself back at Liverpool Crown Court, and it was here Mr. Walker was found guilty of stealing a £160 replacement car window screen after a misunderstanding with the owner. Even after he was asked to drop the charges, Mr. Walker was hit with a further 12 weeks in prison, to which he replied, "Nice one," to the judge upon sentencing him. This incident was around the 28th of June 2020, where it was said in court that he had distracted the owner of the superfast auto glazing in St Helens before making off in a Silver Rover MG ZT. Although he informed the jury that he had always intended to pay and only fled because he spotted police looking for him. Yet Mr. Walker was caught by officers from Merseyside Police's Matrix unit on July the 21st, and he later posted pictures of his injuries he claimed were inflicted by the officers during his arrest. Even though he was taken to Cheshire Magistrates Court, he was again released and led police on a 100 mph police chase around Speke in a white BMW, which he crashed. However, he escaped, but this was not the only pursuit he would get into. For a 55-mile-hour chase in a Ford Focus in Kensington on August the 11th followed, which ended when he clipped the car on the street of Old Swan with children playing outside. Ultimately, Mr. Walker found himself locked up after police stopped and arrested him in a Mercedes in Helsby, Cheshire, on August the 21st when he had 4 ecstasy tablets. During his trial over the windscreen, Mr. Walker claimed a friend paid £200 cash on his behalf for it just a few days afterwards, but prosecutors said nothing was paid until May 2019, almost 11 months later. This is what led to him being convicted of theft. Despite repeatedly telling the jury he didn't think it was in the public interest for him to be on trial over such a minor matter, and that proceedings must have cost the taxpayer thousands of pounds. The response to this sentencing by his fans portrayed the belief that Mr. Walker was a victim of mistreatment at the hands of the police. A female supporter posted that Mr. Walker was in his friend's dad's car and would have stayed and paid, but it was the fault of the police not being hot on his heels that he fled. She stated online that this man gives away thousands to charity, even when he's in prison, so why would he try and steal a £150 windscreen? It was quite clear throughout that the police forced the witness to turn up and pursue this, even when he said he didn't want to because he had been paid. So it wasn't theft. Clearly, the police have some vendetta against Sam. In all honesty, all that can be said now is that we hope Mr. Walker makes good on his promise and continues to help those in need, although this certainly is very difficult, especially since he found himself being transferred from prison to prison. Eventually, Mr. Walker reached a point where he became one of the most prolific and enigmatic criminals of the UK criminal underworld, with allegedly more than 45 convictions after being arrested on what has been more than 130 offences. Even some of the judges were shocked by his crimes that Mr. Walker had committed, and were only attempting to persuade him to realise the error of his ways and realise that he has a much more important mission in life and is destined to much greater things. Thank you for joining us today. What are your opinions on the crimes committed by Mr. Walker? Would you have went on the run to help people in the slums of Sierra Leone? Please let us know what you think in the comments below. Thank you for joining us today. If you enjoyed this content, please don't forget to like and share. And if you're new to the channel and want to see more Street Crime UK content, press subscribe and hit that bell button so you can join us on the next video. Thank you for joining us, and until next time, stay safe. Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe. Today we take a closer look into one of the most dangerous gang wars to take place in Scotland. The Daniels and Lyons feud. The original source of the animosity between the two crime families dates back to 2001, when a large stash of Daniels cocaine was stolen from a house in the Milton housing scheme and sold on to the Lyons. Milton was Lyons' territory, and they felt the Daniels from nearby Possil were making moves on their turf. For almost 2 decades now, the bitter feud between the two gangs has seen fatal and non-fatal shootings, knifings, vehicle hit and runs, firebomb attacks, police corruption, witness intimidation and drugs, shed loads of drugs. For the most part, the Daniels have been at the top. The Lyons, headed up by Stephen Lyons, thought to be in Dubai after a targeted gun ambush in 2006, fled Scotland to Spain. His cousin, Michael, died in the attack. Hitman Raymond Anderson and James MacDonald were convicted of Michael's murder and jailed for life. The Lyons are alleged to have forged links with the Dublin crime family, the Kinahans. The Lyons have enjoyed immunity and establishment approval since 1992, as Eddie Sr., already well known to the police, was given disused Churnside School in Milton as a community project. He was given 1.4 million in public funding, all whilst using the place as a headquarters of his crime empire. Other known associates of the Lyons from Paisley were Stuart Specky Boyd, Robert Piggy Pickett and George Goofy Doherty. All three are some of the most violent and dangerous villains to ever pick up a blade. They targeted Mark Rennie in 1995 for a £40 drug debt that spiralled out of control. For the first attempt on Rennie's life, Piggy got 12 years and Goofy got 7. Also from Paisley and part of the Lyons gang are Stuart Gillespie and William Basil Burns. Stuart, in a separate incident, shot and killed Rennie and was given a 25-year sentence. The Daniels family has been run by Bonzo Daniels since the death of Jamie Daniels in 2016 from cancer. It's also been said that the matriarch Annette Daniels, Bonzo's mum, and was once married to Ian Blink MacDonald, is in charge. She recently called Daniels' syndicate members to a meeting in Dubai. Before Jamie Daniels' death, he was moving between safe houses and was flanked by ex-military armed guards. His death left a vacuum that saw attacks increase. Known associates of the Daniels are Edinburgh Kingpin, Mark Richardson and Barry and James Gillespie from Rutherglen. Tensions boiled over in 2003 when Eddie Lyons Sr., 8-year-old son Gary's, who died from leukemia, had his headstone vandalised. Kevin the Gerbil Carroll was blamed, and in November that year he was left fighting for his life after being shot. Attacking a family member made it personal for the Daniels. Kevin Carroll was the long-term partner of Jamie Daniels' daughter, Kelly Green, and best friends with his sons Robert and Francis Fraggle since school. In early December came the most bloody attack by the Daniels at the Apple Row MOT Centre, owned by Eddie Sr.'s brother David. 2 masked gunmen walked into the garage and shot Eddie Sr.'s son Stephen, David's son Michael, and their best friend Robert Piggy Pickett. 10 days after the shooting, David Lyons received a ransom note which said, "The boys owe me 25,000 and I want what is owed to me. They all know what it's about and the money doesn't matter to me as it's got to be paid by the piper. I don't want the police, the boys, not even your wife knowing about it. If you keep them out of this, all your lives can go back to normal, as we are all losing money through this. If you have any tricks for my pickup man, then all deals are off. Remember to keep your mouth shut. No cameras, no surveillance, as the pickup man doesn't know anything, so he's no use to you. Drop off 4 PM Saturday. I'll draw you a map, X will mark the spot." Kevin the Gerbil Carroll was suspected of giving the order for the hit and police questioned him, but no charges were brought. In 2008, James MacDonald and Robert Anderson were found guilty and ordered to serve a minimum of 35 years in prison, the longest sentences ever handed down by Scottish courts. This was, however, reduced upon appeal.
Hello everyone and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe for more content.
Today we look at one of the most notorious UK crime legends to ever exist in the UK criminal underworld. Viv Graham was born in 1959 to Hazel and Eric Graham, and he grew up in Highfield, Rowlands Gill, a village on the outskirts of Gateshead. After quitting his career as a successful amateur boxer, Mr. Graham became a doorman, eventually working with the well-known Gateshead hardman Billy Robinson and Paddy Leonard. With his irrefutable abilities, a talented 17-stone boxer who could bench press 520 pounds, he was soon operating a small army of doormen himself, and he protected various licensed premises in central Newcastle, Biker and Wallsend. Mr. Graham became a reputed organised crime figure in the city and was involved in high-level extortions and racketeering. In 1988, he was shot at during an incident that is believed to have been a revenge attack for an earlier unprovoked assault by Mr. Graham and a fellow bouncer, which left the victim with permanent injuries. Mr. Graham's activities brought him a very large income, occasionally in excess of £30,000 per week. Away from the worlds of bars and nightclubs or enforcement activities, Viv Graham would often frequent bookmakers and was well known for placing bets of over £1,000. However, if he wasn't at the bookmakers, it was also well known you could find Mr. Graham at Andy Webb's gym. He lived with girlfriend Anna Connolly in Walkerville, Newcastle upon Tyne with her children that she had from a previous relationship. Although they were unmarried, they were engaged, and he acted as stepfather to the children, and they viewed him as their father. Miss Connolly's brother Peter was a pub owner in the Biker area of the city, and he would often be approached by fellow pub owners requiring the services of Mr. Graham. Mr. Graham became one of the most well-known and feared men of the northeast of England, and earned a huge reputation amongst fellow criminals for extreme violence and showing no mercy on his enemies. This reputation over time was only increased further when Mr. Graham had annihilated several ever well-known Tyneside hardmen. This resulted in many more people staying clear of Mr. Graham without wanting any confrontation. Following an incident in which he was severely assaulted, rival doorman Stuart Watson, who himself had also a substantial reputation in the criminal underworld. During 1989, Mr. Graham was working with a dangerous criminal gang who had been refused access to a nightclub by the then head doorman Stuart Watson. Mr. Watson believed that the ruthless gang would show no respect to other revelers and would treat the place as if they owned it. Furthermore, he obviously wanted to preserve his own position and dominance over the club. Years later, Mr. Watson said of the incident, "I was just doing what I had to do to keep trouble out of the club. As a doorman, your job is to prevent any bad characters from getting in." Unable to intimidate the formidable Mr. Watson, the members of the gang subsequently left, but later returned to the club, accompanied by this time by Viv Graham and some of his associates. It is said that Mr. Graham had been deliberately misinformed about Mr. Watson's activities, and that he was wrongly told that Mr. Watson had made threats against him. The ruckus that ensued took place at the now demolished Hobo's nightclub in Newcastle and was later revealed to have been recorded on CCTV. Mr. Graham can be seen delivering multiple debilitating punches to Mr. Watson and throwing the 17-stone doorman around the reception area of the nightclub. This incident resulted in Mr. Graham's conviction and inevitable prison sentence in spite of his victim refusing to give any evidence against him. While serving his prison term, Mr. Graham took a keen interest in the case of Stephen Craven, who by then was serving his sentence for murdering Penny Lane in Newcastle Studio nightclub on the 24th of December 1989. Mr. Graham attempted to assist Mr. Craven, who protests his innocence to this day. We will go into the story of Mr. Craven very soon, so stick around for that, guys, it's a really interesting one. The BBC programme Rough Justice covered the murder conviction in Murder at the Studio, which was first broadcast on the 1st of April 1997. Although he protests his innocence even to today, Mr. Craven's conviction still remains in place to this day. Upon Mr. Graham's release from prison, he broke all ties with his former gangland associates, and by doing so, a prolonged bitter gangland dispute ensued. It was also reported that he attempted to mend fences with the previously mentioned Mr. Watson. However, Mr. Graham was soon back in court for an assault in which he is said to have punched a man completely senseless.
Around this time, various adversaries with their own agendas began working against Mr. Graham. He had confronted a gang member in a popular Newcastle nightclub about him supplying drugs in one of his establishments, and following a scuffle, the man escaped via the fire exit with Mr. Graham in hot pursuit. Many unsolicited confrontations were set up to try and catch Mr. Graham, one with a notorious, well-known, now deceased fighter that he avoided. He had also at this point survived several attempts on his life. Mr. Graham's apparent dislike of drugs and how he had seen them ruin lives and antagonize the gangs that had a vested interest in selling them. They wanted to expand their drugs enterprises across the city and make more money, but Mr. Graham's anti-drug stance was the only thing that stood in the way. Mr. Graham was aware of their plans to remove many of his men from the doors and pubs of the clubs of Newcastle. He was starting to receive death threats almost daily, and shortly before his death, a car drove past Mr. Graham's home, and one of the passengers leant out of the car and shot out the windows of his house. On Christmas Eve 1993, Mr. Graham was involved in another confrontation with another notorious gang in Newcastle. An attempt was made to remove Mr. Graham's firm from an establishment, but the attempt failed, as Mr. Graham, being there in person, repeatedly punched one of the gang members, breaking his jaw, whilst the other members made a hasty retreat. On New Year's Eve 1993, Viv Graham was ambushed whilst returning to his car, which he had parked in a side street at Wallsend High Street. The offside front window of his Ford Sierra Sapphire Cosworth had been broken, possibly to make him hesitate before entering the vehicle, or to activate the alarm so as Mr. Graham would return to the parked car. However, there is speculation as to whether this was done well before the shooting in a separate incident. He was shot 3 times by an unidentified gunman, one shot leaving a large hole in his back, but even after being left in such a bad shape, he still managed to drag himself back to Wallsend High Street, where he was found by a fellow bouncer, Terry Scott. In spite of him receiving 30 pints of blood, Viv Graham unfortunately died at North Tyneside General Hospital 4 hours later, just aged 34. He was later buried at Hookergate Cemetery. It was reported that he had received a telephone death threat just hours before he was shot, that Viv Graham had often told others that were close to him that he most probably wouldn't even get to C40, something that would later turn out to be true. He had curtailed the activities of several drug-based gangs by refusing them access to pubs and clubs that employed him, but maybe to his own downfall, he was known to never carry a firearm. The Northumbria police interviewed an informant who named the killer and confessed to his role as the getaway driver. In 2014, a police transcript was obtained by a local newspaper that outlined a police visit to a so-called supergrass whilst he was serving a prison sentence. During the visit, the informant watched a video and showed detectives a safe house, a bungalow in Heaton, which had been used by the hitman in the immediate aftermath of Mr. Graham's death. He then detailed his own involvement in the notorious murder and named the gunman who allegedly murdered Mr. Graham. It is documented that he claimed to be in possession of a tape recording of the gunman admitting to the shooting, but he did not hand it over to the officers. He claimed to have stolen a Ford Escort from Berkeley to use for the shooting before travelling to Heaton. On the 31st of December in 1993, he picked up the gunman who said he was going to shoot Mr. Graham in the legs for retaliation for an ongoing dispute they had had. They went to Mr. Graham's house, but his car wasn't there, so they drove around Wallsend and soon discovered Mr. Graham's car parked just off Wallsend High Street. The stolen car was then parked with a view of the back of Mr. Graham's car. The gunman got out, walked over to Mr. Graham's car and smashed the driver's door window. When Mr. Graham returned to his vehicle, 3 shots were fired at him. The gunman ran back to the stolen Escort, got in, and the informant drove off. Once back in Heaton, the Escort was set alight and the pair were picked up by other criminal associates. The informant stated that the gunman had used a .357 Magnum. He stated that he believed the gunman was high on cocaine at the time of the shooting, and they both believed that Mr. Graham was only wounded, as he was last seen alive on all 4s beside his car. In 1998, Northumbria police questioned 5 men about an alleged conspiracy to murder the bouncer. In 2002, Tyneside career criminal Lee Sean Watson turned supergrass after he admitted the murder of Freddie Knights in Long Benton, Newcastle upon Tyne. During the Knights murder trial, the jury at Leeds Crown Court heard how Mr. Watson had told police who was responsible for the shooting of Mr. Graham. The court was also told after he was arrested for a separate offence in 1994 that Mr. Watson had boasted to police, "You couldn't catch us for shooting Viv Graham." But Mr. Watson's account is widely disputed. Mr. Graham's family offered a £100,000 reward for any information leading to the arrest and conviction of the killers. Over 500 homes were visited and some hundreds of statements were taken. In spite of these developments, no one has ever been brought to justice and the murder remains unsolved to this day. Viv Graham and the crimes he committed will never be forgotten in the UK criminal underworld. Thank you for watching, and until next time, stay safe.
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe. Today we take a look at the case of Carl Dobson, who's a famous grime MC also known as Crazy Titch. Carl Dobson was born on the 31st of January 1983. He is better known as his stage name Crazy Titch. He is a British grime MC who is now serving a life sentence for murder. Crazy Titch was a successful and well-known grime MC during his active period of MCing. Mr. Dobson was born in Plaistow, East London. As a teenager, Mr. Dobson spent 5 years in Feltham Young Offenders Institute for robbery, handling stolen goods, theft, burglary and criminal damage. Upon his release from prison in 2003, Mr. Dobson turned his attention to grime music, a culture which was steadily growing in the UK music industry. Mr. Dobson had become estranged from his brother Dirty Goods during his childhood, but they had later reconnected and became musical collaborators. Mr. Dobson had gained underground fame due to his membership of a grime collective called Boys in the Hood, which featured the members Dirty Goods, Titch's half-brother, Crazy Titch and Delta Force. Amongst his better known work was a single that he released called Sing Along in 2004. And Gully, in which he collaborated with the Sugar Babes Keisha Buchanan.
It's crazy! Mineral connection, yeah! We got the boys in the hood, we got the kids, let's move, 2005!
Growing cold, can't console, emotions overflow. Gotta get up and make that money, no time for waiting, honey. Hands on down, my time now. Pick it, I'll put it down. Gotta make it gully, no time for wait.
Mr. Dobson also produced a mixtape entitled Crazy Times Volume 1 and appeared on the Grind DVD Practice Hours. In 2006, Mr. Dobson had made an appearance as himself alongside many other MCs on Channel 4's show Dubplate Drama.
Hey man, what's all this? No! No one don't wanna hear that! That's bullshit!
The grime MC Crazy Titch had a reputation for violence during his time in the grime scene. Notorious footage exists of a heated argument between Crazy Titch and another famous UK grime artist who is known as Dizzy Rascal. And there is also footage of Crazy Titch allegedly kidnapping a rival and dumping them naked in the countryside. The music videos for Crazy Titch's most popular hits, I Can See You and Sing Along, received heavy airplay on Channel AKA and Channel U. Mr. Dobson and his stepfather Anthony Green were sentenced to life imprisonment for the murder of a 21-year-old Richard Holmes, which had took place in the Chingford Hall estate in Chingford in November of 2005. Possibility for parole was set at a minimum of 30 years, by which time he will be in his 50s. Dirty Goods, who was Crazy Titch's half-brother, was acquitted in the same trial and released a song about its events entitled A Letter to Titch in 2007. The Mac-10 submachine gun used in the murder was found 4 years after the killing. In February 2009, a local drug dealer was sentenced to 7 years imprisonment for its possession. In prison, Mr. Dobson is considered to be a high-profile prisoner and has been able to use prison facilities to record material and hold interviews with the outside media. In 2010, Mr. Dobson released his second mixtape, a sequel to the 2005 Crazy Times, with material having been recorded whilst incarcerated. In 2017, Mr. Dobson appeared on the interlude on Stormzy's album Gang Signs and Prayer, talking to Stormzy over the phone.
Yo, gang. Yes, my brother. You still don't sound sure? No, I'm in the booth right now. I'll be there right now.
In 2020, a lyric video was produced titled Voldemort, which included new audio from Crazy Titch. It was uploaded to YouTube to celebrate Titch's birthday in 2020.
Can't know if a man writes hard, man best know that I'm raw. These rappers are just bike arms. What's a man talking for? You can have heart, it's when you...
On the 22nd of June 2020, a YouTube channel called Justice for Titch uploaded a video in which Crazy Titch, also known as Carl Dobson, explains briefly details which have led him to be incarcerated and why he feels of why he was wrongly convicted for the crime of murder. Mr. Dobson also asks for anyone who truly believes in him to go and visit his petition page and sign it. As of today, that petition has 14,000 signatures.
Rubbish to listen up. I think rubbish is a polite way to say, do you know, like that, because there was things I was asking that wasn't happening that could have easily proved my innocence or even disproved some lies that was being told in court.
The petition was started by Lisa Stepanovic, and it is a petition to be sent to the Criminal Cases Review Commission. On the petition, it says, "Everyone deserves a fair trial. Justice for Carl Dobson, aka Crazy Titch." The hashtag Justice for Titch campaign is determined that Carl Dobson, aka Crazy Titch, gets justice that has so far been denied to him in the criminal justice system. In 2005, Crazy Titch was a 22-year-old with an exciting future ahead of him. As a pioneer of the grime scene, together with his contemporaries Wiley, Dizzy Rascal and Kano, they were influencing hundreds of thousands of young people across the UK. Their passionate lyric voiced the lived experiences of working class kids while shining a light on our underrepresented communities. Every deprived housing estate was influenced by grime music. It challenged the powers that be and offered a way out. Within months of his career really taking off, Crazy Titch, aka Carl Dobson, was charged with the murder of Richard Holmes in Chingford. Mr. Dobson stood trial in 2006 and was convicted. We believe that the conviction came about because of the combination of injustices. Some of the injustices that Mr. Dobson and his supporters feel that happened are as follows. Character assassination due to the moral panic over the genre of urban music in the UK at the time. The joint enterprise law, which often convicts individuals for crimes they have not committed, and it is disproportionately young black men who suffer from the joint enterprise law. Anonymous witness testimonies, which deny individuals the right to know their accusers. The police failings, in which the investigation and the handling of witnesses was not done so correctly. The inherent unreliability of eyewitness evidence. The effect of institutional classism and racism within our court system. The failings of representation. The previous solicitor firm representing Crazy Titch was shut down by the Law Society whilst preparing his defence. The petition states that the evidence in Mr. Dobson's case is unsafe and must be challenged again. Everyone deserves a fair trial. Some of the facts we know are in the court records. It was agreed at trial that Titch did not fire the fatal shot. A supposed eyewitness failed to pick out Crazy Titch from an identification parade close to the date of the shooting. 6 months later, the same witness attended another parade and picked him out after admitting that they had seen a photograph of Crazy Titch in the Evening Standard naming him as a suspect. Another supposed eyewitness, said to have been standing with the identifying eyewitness claiming to recognise Crazy Titch, was unable to pick him out of an identification parade very shortly after the shooting. Also, another supposed eyewitness who did pick Crazy Titch out from a lineup admitted they had seen him in photographs and in newspapers or had recognised him from music videos. Mr. Dobson and his legal team have been working with the criminal defence law Commons for the past 18 months to take the case back and present new evidence to the Criminal Case Review Commission. They are seeking to overturn the conviction. Mr. Dobson had applied on 2 separate occasions to have his sentence re-looked over by the Court of Appeals. Lord Justice Keane revealed the outcomes of these applications and said the following: "These are the renewed applications for leave to appeal against conviction. This was after leave having been refused by a single judge. On the 2nd of November 2006 in the Criminal Central Court, before His Honour Judge Barker QC, the Common Sergeant, both applicants were convicted of murder and were sentenced to life imprisonment. A co-defendant, Mr. Mahorn, was acquitted of murder and indeed of the alternative of manslaughter. The victim, Richard Holmes, was shot and killed at about 12:45 AM on the 4th of November 2005 outside the community centre of Chingford Hall Estate in North East London. Mr. Holmes was shot 3 times. There was expert evidence that one shot to the leg had been fired from a converted MAC-10 submachine gun. 2 further shots, one to the arm and the fatal one to the back, which had passed through his heart, had been fired from a .45 revolver. There was also ballistics evidence of a 3rd firearm having been at the scene. Mr. Green and the co-defendant, Mr. Mahorn, lived on the estate at the same address. Mr. Dobson, however, lived in Stratford, East London. It was not alleged by the Crown at the trial that the fatal shot had been fired by any of the 3 defendants. That shot was said to have been fired by a 4th man who was not on trial. But it was alleged that all 3 defendants were jointly responsible for the killing on the basis of joint enterprise. All 3 were alleged to have been part of a gun-carrying group and were to have known what was likely to happen. Mr. Dobson was said to have a MAC-10 submachine gun and was to have fired the shot into the victim's leg. The Crown's case was that Mr. Green and Mr. Mahorn were present and had participated through encouragement. In an interview, Mr. Dobson did not overtly deny presence at the scene. In a prepared statement, he said that at the time of the alleged offence, he was not in possession of a firearm. Mr. Dobson's statement went on to say, "I would further like to confirm that I adamantly deny pointing a gun into the chest of Richard Holmes or shooting Richard Holmes." At trial, he denied being present and had relied on an alibi. In interviews, both Mr. Green and Mr. Mahorn denied presence at the scene of the shooting at the relevant time. At trial, both said they had been on the estate at times that evening but were not present or participating at any time of the shooting. It will be apparent from what we have said that all 3 defendants gave evidence at trial. Events that evening began with some form of confrontation between Mr. Mahorn and Sabah Shah, both of whom were involved with the music business. Things had developed from there. A group of youths, including Mr. Shah and his friend Richard Holmes, went to Mr. Mahorn's address. There was Southside evidence that proved that Mr. Mahorn had telephoned Mr. Dobson and Mr. Green, and that they had travelled to the estate along with others. Later that evening, there was a further confrontation between two groups, which ultimately led to the death of Richard Holmes. The prosecution case turned largely on the evidence of 3 eyewitnesses who gave evidence anonymously and from behind screens. They were referred to as A, B and F. We do not propose in this judgment to take their evidence in great detail, since this application is for leave. Their 3 accounts varied. In summary, all 3 named Mr. Dobson, who was known as Crazy Titch, as being present at the shooting and as having the MAC-10 submachine gun. The strength of that identification varied between the 3 of them. Witness F identified Mr. Dobson at an identification parade on the 2nd of February 2006. In his evidence, he described Mr. Dobson as jumping around, excited and shaking a gun. Witness B failed to identify Mr. Dobson at a parade on the 28th of January 2006, but she did so at another subsequent parade. The basis of that identification was challenged. Witness A's evidence was that Mr. Dobson was there at the shooting, but she had failed to pick him out in a video identification parade in November of 2005. As for the other 2 defendants, Witness F said that they were both there. He already knew Mr. Mahorn, and he identified Mr. Green at an identification parade. Witness F described the applicant, Mr. Green, as saying to Mr. Dobson about another man, "He's okay." That man was allowed to walk away. Witness A identified Mr. Green as having been with Dobson at the time of the shooting. She was firm about that under cross-examination and said that she was not mistaken. Her evidence was that she did not see Mr. Mahorn there, but she thought that he would have been there. Witness B said that Mr. Mahorn was there, but that Green was not. There was, however, evidence that she had named Green on the night of the shooting as being present. The Crown also successfully applied to use evidence of Mr. Dobson and Mr. Green's previous convictions to show that this was not the first time that they were involved in gun crime. The judge unanimously convicted the applicants, Mr. Dobson and Mr. Green, and unanimously acquitted Mr. Mahorn. Mr. Dobson and Mr. Green now contend that the verdicts in their cases were perverse as being inconsistent with the acquittal of Mr. Mahorn. In addition, and indeed connected with that first point, they both argue that the judge was wrong to allow in evidence of their previous convictions, which may go to explain the willingness of the jury to convict the 2 applicants while acquitting Mr. Mahorn. The appeal court will deal with these issues first before coming to a separate point raised on behalf of Mr. Dobson. It is convenient to take first the issue of admissibility of the previous convictions, as have counsel today. In his ruling, the judge spelled out the basis for the application by the Crowns as follows. Mr. Dobson was convicted of robbery in August the 27th, 1999, whilst using an air pistol with another in a betting shop. He was sentenced to 5 years detention. This, the prosecution say, is relevant to the matter in issue under section 101D of the Criminal Justice Act of 2003, and it shows that the criminal is willing to commit gun crime and is okay with the knowledge of knowing that a gun is being carried by another man. In the case of Mr. Green, he was arrested in May 1994 in possession of a fully loaded semi-automatic handgun, and in the previous 2 days before he was caught with the gun, had held up 2 petrol stations and a store with the handgun and robbed employees. No one saw Mr. Green with a firearm at the community centre when the murder of Mr. Holmes took place, but the prosecution assert that these offences go on to show a willingness to commit gun crime, and whether he would lend himself to gun crime, and also his knowledge of others carrying loaded weapons. It was also revealed that the 3 robberies and firearm offences on part of Mr. Green were committed in Canada. The judge summarised the arguments on behalf of the defence, which were mainly that the convictions did not help on the central issue of identification, and that the prejudicial effect would outweigh the probative value. In his notes, the judge asked 3 questions to himself. Does the history of the conviction establish that the offender is likely to commit the offences of the kind charged? Does that likeliness make it more likely that the defendant committed the offence charged? And is it unjust to rely upon the convictions of the same description or category, and in any event, will the proceedings be unfair if they are omitted? Having posed the 3 questions, the judge continued as follows. The circumstances surrounding the previous convictions of each defendant are different, and I have considered each case in isolation. The points made by counsel have force, and clearly the admission of this evidence against either will have a substantial effect. I bear in mind that these are single convictions, although in the case of Green there were several offences involving the same firearm. Further, in his case, they were 12 years ago. I have considered the other evidence in the case, as well as the section 101 1D and section 103 of the Act. In my view, although effectively single convictions, the circumstances demonstrate much force in relation to the offence charged, and the age of Green's case does not diminish the importance. The critical issue is whether either of these defendants would lend themselves to an attack with firearms. The likeliness in each case has been established. It goes to the heart of the case, and it would not be unjust for them to be revealed. The provisions of the Act are satisfied that I grant the application to place these matters before the jury, and I have in mind that a careful direction must be given in the summing up. On behalf of Mr. Dobson, Mr. Trimmer QC emphasises that his client's previous convictions was allowed in under section 101D, which requires it to be relevant to the important matter in issue between the defendant and the prosecution. He acknowledges that the section 103 renders the issue of whether the defendant has a likeliness to commit the offences of the kind of which he is charged, and this is a matter in issue between the defence and the Crown, except where having such likeliness makes it no more likely that he is guilty. But it is submitted that there was no more important matter in issue to which any such likeliness was relevant. The only important issue, it is said, was whether Mr. Dobson was correctly identified, and his previous conviction could not assist on that. The issue at trial, submits Mr. Trimmer, was whether Mr. Dobson or Mr. Green would lend themselves to an attack with firearms. The only important issue was identity. It is said that the law still retains identity as a special case, despite the Criminal Justice Act of 2003. Something akin to the signature or striking similarity about the previous offences needs to exist before such an offence or offences can be seen relevant to the issues of identity. That was not the situation in the present case. In addition, Mr. Trimmer challenges whether the previous conviction of his client was capable of establishing the likeliness to commit an offence of the kind his client was being charged with, namely murder. Mr. Dobson stresses that the past conviction was for a robbery involving an air pistol, It had happened 5 years ago when Mr. Dobson was still a youth. It was a single offence committed for the purpose of gain. Certainly it was not strikingly similar. Finally, on behalf of Mr. Dobson on this topic, it is contended that it is unjust to admit this evidence because of the prejudice that it involved, and the judge failed to give the jury an adequate direction as to its relevance. The judge should have told the jury to exercise great care in how they use this bad character evidence. It should have been tied to the issue of identity. The decision of this court in Turnbull on identification requires the judge to identify what evidence may support the identification of the defendant. That was not done so by the judge here. On behalf of the applicant Mr. Green, Mr. Borelli QC makes similar points on this ground. While adopting what has already been submitted on behalf of Mr. Dobson, Mr. Borelli also emphasises the argument that the likeliness is of no relevance when the defence is one of the alibi and the central issue is the one of identification and the correctness of that identification. It could, it is said, only be relevant if the jury had first been sure that the applicant was present at the scene. While he does not go as so far as to say the previous convictions can never be used to support an identification, Mr. Borelli contends that, in the present case, there were two separate issues in respect of the applicants. First, their presence at the scene, which was denied, and secondly, the participation of the killing if they were present. The likeliness, it is submitted, could only go to the second of those, namely in participation, not in the presence. Furthermore, it is said that the Crown did not seek to have this evidence admitted at trial on the issue of presence at the scene. We turn to consider these arguments. The trial judge posed for himself 3 questions suggested by Rose LJ in Hanson at paragraph 15. When the Crown seeks the admission of such evidence on the grounds of propensity. We have quoted these questions earlier in this judgment and do not need to repeat them. The first of them deals with the issue of whether the propensity of the relevant kind exists. In Hanson, the court made it clear that no minimum number of previous convictions is required to demonstrate a propensity. It very much depends on the nature of the previous conviction, its age, and the rest of the factual circumstances. See paragraph 9 in that case. That same paragraph made it clear that there does not have to be, in the words of earlier authorities, a striking similarity. The number of previous convictions will often be relevant if there is only one considerable iniquity without the special distinctive features, and without such offences in the interim, then it may not be capable of establishing such a propensity, in which there was a single firearms offence 20 years earlier. What was also made clear in Hanson at paragraph 15 is that this court will be slow to interfere with a judge's ruling on the admissibility of bad character evidence if the judge has directed himself or herself correctly. It is only if his judgment as to the capacity of the prior events to establish propensity is plainly wrong, or his discretion has been exercised unreasonably in the Wensbury sense, that this court will interfere. We agree that this is the approach which should be adopted in the court in cases of this kind. On those principles, it seems to us that the judge here was entitled to conclude that the previous convictions in this case and both the applicants were such as to show the propensity to commit gun crime, whether it be a principal or secondary party. In respect of Mr. Dobson, his was a relatively recent conviction involving firearms for criminal purposes. Even though it is only a single conviction, it could, in our view, suffice. In the case of Mr. Green, his convictions for firearm offences and robbery were earlier in time, 1994, but they were several in number and demonstrated a willingness to carry and use firearms for criminal purposes, if only to threaten. One of the offences involved a loaded firearm. The only purpose of having ammunition in the gun could have been for the possibility that it might have to be used. In both their cases, the past offences, as we have indicated, they both involved the use of firearms. If there was such propensity as the judge found, was it relevant to an important matter in an issue between the defence and the Crown? There was here no dispute that Richard Holmes was shot, and indeed shot by two different weapons, and that there were others accompanying the gunman who fired the fatal shots. What was in issue was whether these two applicants were the men, or some of the men, who were there and were participating in a way alleged in the murder. There was an important matter in issue. We do not accept that the previous convictions showing a particular propensity cannot be relevant to showing that the defendant was the person who committed the crime charged, merely because identity is put in the issue and the alibi raised. Merely because identity is put in issue and an alibi raised, it does not render propensity irrelevant. It will not by itself be enough to establish the identity, but it may often be capable of supporting the credibility and reliability of other evidence of identification. The point as a matter of principle may be more readily appreciated by postulating more extreme circumstances, as where someone accused of sexual assault of a woman in a street pleads that it is not him and provides an alibi. She identifies him as best she can. Would not evidence that he had several recent convictions for similar assaults be admissible to show that it was him on the occasion now charged, and to support the identification evidence by the victim? We are in the view it would be relevant and therefore admissible, subject of course to the judge's usual discretion. We have taken there what may be a more extreme example, but we do so only in order to make the point more obvious. We do not accept Mr. Trimmer's point about the need for striking similarity in the cases where the main issue is identification. Not only is paragraph 9 of Hansen, which was quoted earlier, contrary to that, but the correct test is now to be found in the provisions of the 2003 Act, and in particular for the present purposes of section 101(1)(d). Is it relevant to an important matter in an issue between the defendant and the prosecution? As Mr. Borelli acknowledged, bad character in a sense of previous convictions can, if they demonstrate in a particular propensity, be relevant in the issue of identity, which was crucial in the present case. We entirely accept that the matter of degree whether the propensity is established and whether the propensity is relevant. We entirely accept that it is a matter of degree whether the propensity is established or whether the propensity is relevant, but striking similarity is not the test. This can be appreciated from the decision of this court in R vs Eastlake 2007 EWCA Criminal 603. That was a case in which two male teenagers had been attacked by two males who then ran off. The appellants denied that they were the assailants. They relied on defence of an alibi. They asserted that the identifications of them by witnesses were mistaken. Evidence of previous convictions for assault was allowed to go before the jury under section 101(1)(d) and section 103, and in the event both defendants were convicted. On the appeal, it was argued that since the defence was an alibi, the previous convictions were irrelevant. Such evidence, it was said, did not make it more likely that the appellants were present at the scene. The argument was rejected. The court said this: "We do not accept this submission. The jury had to decide whether the two appellants were the two young men who committed the offence. The evidence of bad character was capable of establishing that there was a propensity to commit the offence of street violence and to do so together. The evidence was capable of lending support to the conclusion which the Crown invited the jury to reach, namely that the two appellants were correctly identified as those who committed the attack. This is so even though there is no dispute in the trial that those who committed it, whoever they were, acted as aggressors. We agree with that conclusion for the reasons which we have already indicated. Such evidence may go to show that the witness or witnesses identifying a defendant as present or participating is correct in doing so. Mr. Trimmer, on behalf of Mr. Dobson, sought to distinguish Eastlake on the basis that it was a case of striking similarity. We cannot agree with that. The previous offences which were there were simply ones of street violence. It is true that in one instance the two accused had in the past acted together, but no emphasis had been placed by the trial judge on that particular fact. R vs Purcell 2007 EWCA Crim 2604 is another instance where previous convictions were held to have been properly admitted to support an identification and to rebut a defence of an alibi. Implicit in what we have just said is that we reject Mr. Borelli's argument that the evidence of propensity was only relevant in the present case of the participation of the killing, as opposed to the presence. Just in Eastlake, the propensity in question was capable of supporting the identification of the applicants as being present and participating in the offence. Indeed, it seems to us somewhat artificial in the present case to separate those two matters of present and participation. What the evidence of propensity was capable of doing was supporting the eyewitnesses' evidence of identification. In short, that what they said they had seen was correct. In other words, had they identified the right people? We can see no merit in the argument that the Crown only sought the admission of this evidence on the issue of participation and not on the presence. This is far too narrow of a reading of the judge's ruling. The judge said that this evidence of character goes to the heart of the case. Patently by that, he meant whether the two applicants were present and whether they were involved in the offence of killing. So far as the exercise of his discretion on the justness or the otherwise of admitting these convictions is concerned, we can see no basis for saying that the judge's decision fell outside the range of decisions properly open to him on the evidence. It was not Wensbury unreasonable. He had directed himself in accordance with the proper principles. As to his decisions to the jury, the judge gave the requisitive, careful directions about the previous convictions, along the lines indicated in Hanson and Edwards, 2005, EWCA Crim 1813. Amongst other things, he emphasised that, by themselves, previous convictions could not establish guilt. He also made it clear that the jury could not convict wholly or even mainly on the strength of those previous convictions. In our view, he did not need to go no further than he did. Given our conclusion on the relevance on the previous convictions to both the presence and the participation, no specific direction about the relevance of those convictions to the defence of alibi was required. The judge gave the normal direction about the Crown having to disprove the alibi, and indeed repeated it a second time in the course of his summing up. It seems to us that it must have been obvious to the jury that his directions about the possible relevance of previous convictions were relevant to the issue of identity. We say that because it was a central issue in the case. It follows that we can see no proper basis for an appeal on this first and indeed main ground which is put forward on behalf of each of the applicants, Mr. Dobson and Mr. Green. Connected with that, but also said to be an independent ground of appeal on its own right, is the issue with the inconsistent verdicts. It is submitted on behalf of both applicants that the convictions of these applicants is so inconsistent with the acquittal of Mr. Mahorn as to render them unsafe. As a matter of oral submissions, that is the point which has been particularly emphasised by Mr. Borelli, but we take it on board in respect of both of these applications. It is submitted that the cases at trial against Mr. Mahorn and Mr. Green are inextricably linked. We have been taken in some detail through the evidence of the three main eyewitnesses. It is said that to have convicted Mr. Green but acquitted Mr. Mahorn was perverse. As we have indicated already, this overlaps to a degree the other ground, the admission of the previous convictions, in that it is said that the admission of Mr. Green's previous convictions must have been what made the difference, since Mr. Mahorn had none that were put before the jury. The same in effect is said on behalf of Mr. Dobson. In dealing with this as a specific ground, we remind ourselves of the well-established approach as a matter of law to the contention that verdicts are inconsistent and unsafe as a consequence. The legal principles apply whether one is talking about different verdicts on counts faced by the same defendant or different verdicts in respect to two or more defendants. The essential principle is that it is necessary for the appellant to establish that there is a logical inconsistency in the verdicts, in the sense that no reasonable jury, applying their minds to the facts, could have reached those verdicts. It is not enough that it seems surprising that the jury returned the verdicts that they did, or that the appeal court itself might not have returned such a combination of verdicts, had it been sitting as a jury. If there is a possible legitimate chain of reasoning which could explain the apparent inconsistency, this court will not interfere. It is open to a jury to believe a single witness on part or all of her or his evidence, but not accept another part. Those are the established principles. The present case concerned an incident which is in a critical phase, which in its critical phase was relatively brief and fast moving. It took place at night time. It seems there was a considerable number of people around. It is acknowledged by the advice of appeal for Mr. Green that there was a deal of inconsistency in the evidence given by the three main eyewitnesses. Indeed, this is prayed in aid, of course, of the submissions on his behalf. All of that is true. Perhaps, unsurprisingly, and certainly not unusually, the eyewitnesses' accounts of events differed in certain respects from each other. The jury, for its part, had to access the credibility of each of those witnesses and the reliability of their evidence in the various aspects and in the respect of each of the defendants. They had to evaluate what each of those witnesses said about each of the defendants. The jury then heard each of the defendants give evidence, just as they had to do so with the Crown's witnesses. So here again, the jury had to decide how far they believed each of the defendants. In the light of that complex assemblage of decisions about at least 3 Crown eyewitnesses and the 3 accused, the jury then had to decide whether they were sure of guilt, considering each defendant separately. In considering the cases against the 2 applicants, they also had their previous convictions to consider. It was not illegitimate to take those into account. It seems to this court that, in that complicated situation, it is quite impossible to say that no reasonable jury, properly approaching their task, could have reached a combination of verdicts which the jury did. We do not know what they have made of each of the 3 eyewitnesses and the 3 defendants. As the single judge said, they may have found witness A particularly convincing when she said that she saw Mr. Green there at the relevant time, but did not see Mr. Mahon. That indeed was a point made on Mr. Mahon's behalf to the jury by his counsel. All 3 eyewitnesses said that Mr. Dobson was there and with a submachine gun. The evidence in the case was patently complex. That being so, we could see no prospect of a successful appeal on the basis that the verdicts were logically inconsistent and therefore perverse. Finally, there is a point raised on behalf of Mr. Dobson about a reference by the judge to the internet. It was a reference made at the outset of the case. What he said was this: sometimes people like to look up on the internet and try and find out anything they can about the background. What is there does not matter. I am not banning you from looking at the internet, but it is really of no help because what you are doing is deciding this case on the evidence that you hear in this court, which we all hear together. It is argued now by Mr. Dobson that that statement undermines the safety of the conviction. A strong warning should have been given not to seek from the internet information relevant to the case, whereas the words used by the judge implied that it was not forbidden to look at the internet. Mr. Trimmer, on behalf of Mr. Dobson, whose submissions on this were adopted by Mr. Borelli on behalf of Mr. Green, contends that the judge in effect implied that the jury had permission to look up matters on the internet. If a juror takes into account any such material, then the principle that the defendant is entitled to see all the material on which the jury decides his case is flouted. In that connection, reliance is placed heavily on R vs Karakaya 2004 2 CR APP R5, where that principle is strongly endorsed. Mr. Trimmer has obtained some sample pages from the online encyclopedia Wikipedia. Some of the extracts post-date convictions, but others do not. They refer mainly to Dobson's musical activities, but they also include references to other offences for which he is sentenced for in 1999, along with a robbery about which they knew. Those other offences included handling theft, handling stolen goods, theft, burglary, and criminal damage. There is also a reference to him being on trial for a murder by paying someone to kill the victim. We do not find this argument persuasive. The facts here are a long way from those in Karakaya, where documents downloaded from the internet were found in the jury room and had been introduced there after their retirement. The material in question was patently relevant to the issues in the case. Here, there is not a shred of evidence that any juror sought to obtain or did obtain any such material. The submission is based entirely on the judge's comment to which we have referred. That comment could have been put in stronger terms. In our view, it would have been better had it been put in stronger terms. Nonetheless, in the course of it, the judge made it clear that no jury had to decide the case on the evidence which they heard in court. We have not been provided with transcript of the whole of the judge's remarks to the jury at the start of the case from which this extract have been taken. He came back to that again at the start of his summing up, but as the single judge said, and as Mr. Borelli believes happened, the trial judge has evidently just given the jury the unusual warning, the usual warning about not discussing the case, save in the jury room, and basing their verdicts only on the evidence which was heard. We can see no reason to believe that they did otherwise. In that situation, it seems to us that this ground provides no basis for a potential successful appeal. We have taken these various grounds separately, but looking at them, whether separately or together, we can see nothing that cases us to doubt about the safety of these convictions, and nothing which merits the further detailed scrutiny of a full appeal. It follows that both of these applications must be dismissed. Mr. Dobson was in the papers again recently when it was exposed that he was in a sexual relationship with a married prison worker whilst he was incarcerated at HMP Long Lartin. Jody Malins, who worked for a courier firm DHL, bringing supplies to the canteen at HMP Lartin. The police arrested Miss Malins at HMP Long Lartin on suspicion of misconduct in a public office and smuggling contraband. In 2010, the mother of Mr. Dobson's victim, Lynn Holmes, criticised how Mr. Dobson was able to record an album using his PlayStation while he was in his previous jail, HMP Swellside. Because of this, Mr. Dobson was moved from HMP Swellside to HMP Long Lartin, which houses some of Britain's most violent criminals. Thank you for joining us today. What are your opinions on the crimes committed by Mr. Dobson and Mr. Green? Do you believe the sentences were too harsh or not harsh enough? Do you believe that Mr. Dobson, also known as Crazy T, and Anthony Green deserve a retrial, or do you agree with the appeal judge's decision? We will put the link to the petition in the description. Please check it out and let us know what you think in the comments. Thank you for joining us today. If you enjoyed this content, please don't forget to like and share, and if you're new to the channel and you want to see more Street Crime UK content, please don't forget to subscribe and hit that bell button so you can join us on the next video. Thank you for joining us, and until next time, stay safe.
Hello everyone, welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Thank you for joining us. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe for more exciting content. Today we'll be taking an in-depth look at a notorious English gangster and underworld figure, Mr. Anthony Thomas Lambrianou. Mr. Lambrianou was known for his association with the Kray twins, although being nearly 10 years their junior. Anthony, who was better known as Mr. Tony Lambrianou, was an underworld figure who achieved a peculiar 20th century celebrity status for his association with two of Britain's most notorious criminals, Reggie and Ronnie Kray. In his time, he had been a violent career criminal who had been attracted to the glamour and easy pickings of the Kray crime syndicate, but he acquired more status and respect for his loyalty to the Krays, even after they were dead, than for any of his criminal exploits. Born in Bethnal Green in 1942, Mr. Lambrianou grew up around Howland Street, Fitzrovia, London, with his father Christos Lambrianou, a Greek Cypriot, and Lillian Lambrianou, an Irish Catholic, who married in Camden on the 24th of June 1965. Having spent 5 years of his childhood in the County Durham town, Mr. Lambrianou was proud of his northeast roots. Then moving to Soho, he was then soon evacuated to the Midlands during the war with his brothers. His father Christopher was a Cypriot who had been sold into slavery at the age of 12. He had escaped in Egypt and arrived in England as a teenager. He found work during the First World War in a Newcastle munitions factory, after which he trained as a chef in London. A highly successful gambler in the late 1930s, Christopher Lambrianou brought a restaurant in Charlotte Street in the West End. At this time, he was also drafted into the RAF and was sent to work in the same Newcastle munitions factory, where he met and married Lillian, the daughter of a strict Roman Catholic farming family from Consett. By 1945, he had acquired another restaurant in Charlotte Street and seemed set for prosperity. However, 2 years later, a rat was discovered in one of the restaurants and Christopher killed it by pouring boiling water over it. At the High Court, he was found guilty of animal cruelty and was forced to sell the restaurants to pay the massive legal costs. The family fortunes took a nosedive from which they were never able to fully recover. Christopher picked up whatever casual kitchen work was available, but this did not prevent the family enduring a spell in a South London workhouse. In 1949, the Lambrianou family was rehoused in a flat in a bomb-ravaged Haggerston, not far from Tony's birthplace in Bethnal Green. Despite Lillian's ferocious defence of her sons, immersed in poverty and the detritus of war, the Lambrianou brothers quickly acquired a reputation as tough guys and petty thieves. As a child, Tony was not averse to hard work, and from the age of 8 he had supplemented the family purse by working for a coal merchant and by selling sheets of race results. By the time he left school at the age of 14 to work for a local bed manufacturer, the Lambrianou brothers, despite their hard-working, strict and religious parents, were well established as thieves and fighters, and a more exciting world of dance halls, violence, scams and gangs beckoned them. Tony Lambrianou left the bed factory and made his money from thieving and protection, and eventually received his first conviction for burglary in 1960. The violence became more extreme, and Mr. Lambrianou thrived as an all-purpose moneymaker, stealing, running protection rackets, and working as both a bookmaker's runner and a thug who would do most tasks at £50 per day. He received another conviction in 1961 for housebreaking, resulting in a 3-year probation order. Mr. Lambrianou, who was born in the East End of London, was the third of 5 sons born into his family. However, despite Mr. Lambrianou's strict upbringing, he and his brothers soon began to develop a reputation as thieves and fighters who eventually progressed into UK gangland crime. Named after saints, Mr. Lambrianou's life was far from saintly. As time went on, Tony progressed up the ladder by running protection rackets and being involved in other activities which included being a bookmaker's runner. By this time, Mr. Tony Lambrianou and his brother Mr. Chris Lambrianou were well known and attracted the attention of Mr. Ronnie and Reggie Cray. Tony married a cab driver's daughter, Miss Pat Strack, in 1962, and that year became a father for the first time. Altogether, he had 1 son and 1 daughter with Miss Pat. In 1963, he received his first prison sentence, 18 months for stealing a car, but was released on appeal 9 months later. Tony's older brother Chris was busy forging an even more formidable reputation for reckless and violent adventurism, and both Chris and Tony eventually attracted the attention of the gangsters Mr. Reg and Mr. Ron Cray. 3 years younger than his brother Chris, Tony began to establish himself as a criminal around the Dalston and Haggerston area during the early 1960s. Tony had a small gang consisting of close associates and his younger brother Jimmy, and would visit the dance halls and nightclubs, earning money from protection and other criminal acts, where he would be earning around £140 a week. The twins and the Lambrianou brothers were aware of each other as early as the late 1950s, but had not become close associates until the latter end of the 1960s. Mr. Lambrianou lived with his wife Pat just off of Bethnal Green Road in Blythe Street, where he became a fringe member of the notorious London gang, the Therm. By the early 1960s, the Crays were well established in the East and West Ends of London, and were always on the lookout for up-and-coming criminal talent. The Lambrianous would also appreciate the benefits of association with such a potent brand as the Cray twins, and they found that they could make good money with minimal effort by just merely uttering the twins' name. In 1965, Tony received a prison sentence of 30 months for assault with intent to rob. By 1967, Tony Lambrianou had 6 convictions, including shopbreaking and assault with intent to rob. He was released from his last prison sentence in November 1966, and on his release became closely associated with the event that was to mark the demise of the Cray firm. In 1967, Tony Lambrianou and his brother Chris were told they needed to lure Jack McVitie to the basement flat of 97 Evering Road in Stoke, Newington, London for a party. Mr. McVitie had been recently drunk and had been waving a shotgun around the Regency. He had threatened the twins in his drunken rambling. Mr. McVitie had been a nuisance and embarrassment to the Cray twins for quite some time, and in the chaotic atmosphere that enshrouded the firm, in the wake of the Cray engineered prison escape and subsequent killing of Mr. Frank Mitchell, Ron's shooting of Mr. George Cornell, and the suicide of Reg's wife, Miss Frances, a further violent escalation was now inevitable. Furthermore, Mr. McVitie had recently bungled a shooting for which the Crays had paid him to do. His final mistake was threatening the twins after ripping them off on a drug deal. Tony Lambrianou, along with most of the Cray firm, assumed that a punishment beating would take place. But Reggie Cray had produced a handgun which had failed to fire, and so wanting to cause serious harm, he proceeded to butcher Mr. McVitie with a carving knife. The Lambrianous assumed responsibility for getting rid of the body, which was wrapped in a bedspread and placed in Mr. McVitie's car. Tony said that when they moved Mr. McVitie's body, the liver fell out and had to be burnt in the fire. Chris reckoned the liver had been skewered out. Tony then drove the car to St. Mary's Church in South London, where the body was later picked up by Mr. Freddie Foreman and apparently given an informal burial at sea. When in 1968 the entire Cray firm was mopped up by a special squad of detectives, Tony Lambrianou found himself under a media spotlight. The ensuing trial at the Old Bailey saw several key members of the firm turn Queen's evidence informants, while the Lambrianou brothers remained staunch, tight-lipped throughout all proceedings. The brothers received life with a 15-year recommendation before being considered for parole. Many members of the firm turned Queen's evidence and testified against the twins, but Tony and Chris stood by their principles and defended their honour by remaining silent and completely loyal to their gang bosses. Mr. Lambrianou served 15 years in jail for his part in the murder of Jack the Hat McVitie in 1967, when he was aged 26. At the start of his sentence for his part of the murder of Mr. McVitie, Tony was a 26-year-old father of two, and he was about to serve some very hard time. 3 of his 15 years were spent in punishment blocks as a result of various assaults, riots, and thefts. For a decade, the Cray twins ruled the East End with an iron fist, sipping champagne with Miss Judy Garland and Miss Barbara Windsor, while leaving a trail of blood and broken bones in their wake. And East End gangster Mr. Tony Lambrianou was the man forced to clean up that mess. It was a dark and dangerous job. Mr. Lambrianou and his brother Chris were close to shooting 2 police officers to escape after the Crays forced them to dump the body of hitman Jack the Hat McVitie in October 1967. The infamous murder forms the chilling climax of the much anticipated new film about the twins, which stars Tom Hardy as both Ronnie and Reggie Cray. Ex-EastEnders star Jamie Foreman remembers them looking after him at the snooker hall while his father Freddie, an enforcer for the twins, did their dirty work. The Lambrianou brothers reluctantly agreed to help the Crays driver, Ronnie Bender, take the body south of the river and dump it on a railway line, so a train would obliterate it. But Mr. McVitie's body was too big to fit into the boot of his car. Tony would drive Mr. McVitie's car with the bleeding corpse on the back seat. Chris was following in his car with Mr. Bender. Mr. Lambrianou says that he was hoping the nightmare wouldn't get any worse, but it did. They were sitting at a red light when a police car with 2 officers pulled up behind Tony. They thought they were going to pull him over. Chris had a gun in his pocket, so there he was, ready to kill 2 policemen and orphan their kids to save himself. Luckily, the police car turned off at the next junction, and Tony was allowed to drive on until the car ran out of petrol outside a church in Rotherhithe, deep in Foreman's territory. On his release in September 1983, Tony faced a more complex world than the one he had left behind. Both of his parents were dead. His brother Chris, who had discovered religion whilst in prison and was released on the same day, became a market gardener. Tony clashed with his wife and with his by then grown-up children. Divorce and serious illness followed, and in the late 1980s Tony Lambrianou began a relationship with Miss Wendy Mason, whom he later married. Tony Lambrianou was a passionate keeper of the Cray flame and was willing to defend their most indefensible crimes. He campaigned for the release of the twins, and even after their deaths was always available to speak to the mass media in never less than glowing terms on their behalf. He often spoke of a set of underworld ethics that now seem as dated as bowler hats and bubble cars. He was most eloquent about traditional family values. If you didn't have a family of brothers with you, you were nothing, he said. Brothers were your strength. Mr. Lambrianou knew all about brothers. In 1991, Tony published an autobiography, Inside the Firm, The Untold Story of the Crays, Reign of Terror, and more recently co-authored with Mr. Freddie Foreman, Getting It Straight, Villains Talking in 2001. The public's enormous fascination with 1960s gangland increased throughout the 1990s, and he became a highly visible celebrity at boxing matches and charity events. In 1995, Tony collaborated with a latter-day Cray associate, Mr. Steve Rafe, in raising thousands of pounds for the Gateshead burns victim Terry Moran. Patsy Manning was given a good kicking by the twins' muscle Tony and Chris Lambrianou, after pocketing money which had been given to him to visit an inmate in Parkhurst prison. The potentially fatal rift between Mr. Manning and the mob was revealed in Tony Lambrianou's book Inside the Firm, The Untold Story of the Crays' Reign of Terror. Tony described how he and his brother Chris, both enforcers for the twins, were tasked with giving Mr. Manning a slap. Mr. Lambrianou recalled that there was an incident, for example with Patsy Manning, The twins had taken the hump, and after giving him money to go and visit a certain individual in Parkhurst prison, Mr. Patsy didn't bother going to visit the man, but went out drinking instead. The Lambrianou brothers didn't know anything about this at the time, but the twins found out, and Ronnie said to them, "Tell Patsy Manning we want to see him." Tony went to Birmingham and spoke to Patsy, offering to bridge the divide between him and the twins. One night back in London, Tony went out to a pub called the Old Horns in Bethnal Green. When he walked into the pub, the twins were there with a couple from the firm and Mr. Patsy Manning. He was standing well away from them. He went over to say hello, and Ronnie said, "Invite Patsy Manning round to a party." If the twins were upset with anyone, an invitation to a party was a very dangerous thing, but Ronnie was right to be annoyed. Mr. Patsy was collecting money to visit the prison, and he wasn't doing it, even though he knew what he was dealing with. "Leave it to us and we'll take care of it up in Birmingham," said Tony, and Ronnie agreed. "As long as it's taken care of, we'll leave it to you." A couple of nights later, the brothers came out of the Cedar Club and got into the car. They pulled up at the traffic lights, and Patsy Manning drove up alongside them. They hadn't been making themselves busy to find him. They knew where he lived, and they knew his brother Alan, who owned a well-known club called The Wheel. They didn't want to make an issue of it. If they came across him, he would get a right-hander, and that would be the end of it. They both stopped at the lights, and Chris jumped out of the motor saying, "Look who's here." He got in beside Mr. Patsy, and they followed Tony to Patsy's flat. They went indoors, and Chris gave him a dig which bust his eye open, telling him, "You know why you're getting this, over the man you should have been visiting, and you're taking the dough off everyone for." They gave him a right kicking. After coming out of prison, Tony became a regular at charity events, and jumped at the chance to return to the area in 1995, and again in 98 to attend fundraisers organised by Mr. Wraith to help two local youngsters. Mr. Wraith said, "I first got to know Tony because of my connection with the Craze, and when I suggested he might like to come to Tyneside to support the events, he didn't even hesitate. He was proud of being part of Geordie and loved the Geordie people. His parents had both died when he was in prison, and he never got the chance to go to their funerals. When I got to know Tony and his connection to the Northeast, I located his mother's grave for him and arranged for him to visit it and pay his last respect. In 1995, he collaborated with Mr. Wraith to raise thousands of pounds for Gateshead Burns victim Mr. Terry Moran. He also helped Mr. Wraith with his own book, The Craze, The Geordie Connection. Mr. Wraith acted as security guard at Ronnie Craze's send-off in 1995, and one of his roles at Mr. Lambrianou's funeral was to stand guard over the coffin to stop ghouls snatching photographs. Tony died in 2004 at the age of 61 from a heart attack, and was given the traditional gangster funeral send-off, and was laid to rest at New Southgate Cemetery in London. Whatever the case, Tony Lambrianou's name will live on as one of the firm. Old school UK gangsters had a rule that people only did what they had done to their own kind. The everyday public was safe from their activities. The East End of London came out in force for the funeral of former Cray henchman Mr. Tony Lambrianou. Mad Frankie Fraser, Charlie Richardson and Freddie Foreman all paid homage to him. A white wreath spelling out the single word gentleman was on one side of the hearse, with a floral tribute reading good man on the other side. Tony was an old school gangster, and films like Lock, Stock and Two Smoking Barrels and Snatch probably used Tony as an inspiration. When he was released from prison, he could have tried to piece his life back together, but he did the reverse and decided to maintain the gangster image, regularly going to celebrity parties. Crime had been his life, and in 1991 he published an autobiography, Inside the Firm, and in 2001 co-wrote with Freddie Foreman Getting It Straight, Villains Talk. The gangster's ex-wife Pat also revealed in an exclusive interview that Mr. Lambrianou was a fall guy for the Craze, who then betrayed his underworld loyalty. It would have been a false move to testify against Ronnie and Reggie Cray at their murder trial, so fellow mobster Tony Lambrianou kept his mouth shut and spent 15 years in jail. In an exclusive interview, she opened up her secret stash of letters from jailed Mr. Lambrianou. One says, "Pat, I will mention it just this once and never again. I'm innocent of this charge and will fight it for the rest of my life, and I will win it. In the end. Wait and see." Pat tells how she was left to fend for herself with their two children when the Cray twins were jailed and she was abandoned by the mob. Pat, who was 73 at the time, said Tony always said that he was innocent. He was told to take Jack to the party so he could sort out an argument with the Crays. He had no idea that they were going to kill him, but he just kept quiet. He always said, "You can't be a grass in the East End of London." Tony felt that he was a fall guy for the Crays. The Lambrianous were given the job of taking small-time crook Mr. McVitie to a flat in Stoke, where they thought the Crays planned to give him a beating for failing to carry out a hit. Instead, Reggie attacked Mr. McVitie with a carving knife whilst Ronnie held him. Tony Lambrianou was given the job of disposing of the body. It was the culmination of a decade of violence for the Cray twins.
who ruled London's East End while mixing it with stars, sipping champagne with actresses such as Judy Garland and Barbara Windsor. In letters that were penned in HMP Brixton the night before his sentence, Mr. Lambrianou told Pat, who still lives in East London, "Well, Pat, as you know, there is only one sentence I can get. But to me, it will mean nothing in the sense of the word. I only hope you take the same attitude as I do. Pat, please God, be strong and have courage, as I'm sure you have. The road ahead is going to be tough, but it will smooth itself in the end." Pat was just a naive 16-year-old schoolgirl when she met Tony at the Tottenham Royal Dance Hall in 1958. She remembers an easygoing and quiet young man. 4 years later, in August 1962, they tied the knot during a modest ceremony at the Old Street Register Office. But when Mr. Lambrianou met the Cray twins with his brother Chris over a drink at the Regency Club in Hackney, their lives went into a downward spiral. The Crays, with their associates and their empire of pubs and clubs, became the focus of a huge police probe led by a top cop, Leonard Nipper Reid. Pat said, "I remember when he was arrested. I'd been working overnight as a cleaning supervisor and got home at 6 a.m. At 10 a.m. the doorbell rang and I looked at the window and there were police cars and police everywhere. I knew it was serious, and that's when my normal life just finished. That night changed my life forever." To this day, Tony said, don't worry, I'll sort it," but he never came home. Nipper Reid offered him the chance to help the prosecution, but like Tony always said, there was no way you could be called a grass living in the East End. Pat said when Tony was released from jail in 1983, he wasn't the same man. Prison had taken its toll. She said that he became abusive and attacked her repeatedly. She filed for divorce and got a restraining order the following year. Despite the Cray's glamorous reputation, Pat remembers them not as Robin Hoods, but as cheats intent only on their own gain. She said, "It angers me now. They ruined my life. We had nothing. We'd go to the laundrette to keep warm and they never gave us anything. We were abandoned. Everyone thought that because Tony went to prison, people would say, 'You must be alright, he was with the Crays.' Don't tell me they never looked after you, but they never did. Not a single penny changed hands. Staying loyal to the Crays didn't help at all. People said that they were the Robin Hoods of Bethnal Green, but that was nonsense. Not in my eyes. They were out for themselves. I blame the Crays for everything." What do you think about the crimes committed by Mr. Lambrianou? Do you agree that he should have kept his loyalty towards the Crays? Let us know what you think in the comments below, and stay tuned for more interesting videos coming your way. Don't forget to watch the videos on the twins, Mr. McVitie and Mr. Foreman, to understand the full picture. And as always, stay safe.
Hello, and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe. Beginning in at least the 1960s, the United Kingdom gained a reputation worldwide for football hooliganism. The phenomenon was often dubbed the British or English disease. However, since the 1980s and well into the 1990s, the UK government has led a wide-scale crackdown on football-related violence. While football hooliganism has always been a growing concern in some continental European countries in the recent years, British football fans now tend to have a better reputation abroad. Although reports of British football hooliganism still surface, the instances now tend to occur at pre-arranged locations rather than the matches themselves. Football hooliganism dates back all the way to the Middle Ages in England. Fights between groups of youths often occurred during football matches organised between neighbouring towns and villages on Shrove Tuesday and other holy days. The local merchants were concerned over the effect of such disturbance on trade and called for the control of football as early as the 14th century. King Edward II had banned football in 1314, and then King Edward III had banned it again in 1349 because he felt the disorder and violence that accompanied the matches had led to civil unrest and distracted his subjects. A number of other monarchs and various other authorities also tried to ban football throughout the centuries in England and Scotland, but they were largely ineffective. Hooliganism in the modern game of football in England dates back to the establishment in the 19th century. Individuals who were referred to as roughs were known to cause trouble at football matches in the 1880s. For example, when they attacked the visiting team in the match between Aston Villa and Preston North End in 1885. Local derby matches would usually have the worst trouble in an era where fans did not often travel to other towns and cities, and roughs sometimes attacked the referees and visiting team players. Incidences of fan violence have been reported from the late 19th century into the early 20th century in England and Scotland. In 1909, thousands of Rangers and Celtic fans rioted at the replay of the Scottish Cup final at Hampden Park. Crowd troubles also extended to the areas outside the ground, into the town as well as the trains and the railway stations. For example, Leicester City fans vandalised the train in 1934, and several trains were damaged in 1955 and 1956 by Liverpool and Everton fans. John Moynihan in The Soccer Syndrome describes a stroll around the touchline of an empty Goodison Park, the Everton home stadium, on a summer's day in the 1960s. Walking behind the infamous goal, where they built a barrier to stop objects crushing into visiting goalkeepers, there was a strange feeling of hostility remaining, as if the regulars had never left. The News of the World's Bob Pennington spoke of the lunatic fringe of support that fastens onto them, meaning Everton, seeking identification in multinational port where the roots are hard to establish. The same newspaper later described Everton supporters as the roughest, rowdiest rabble who watches British soccer. Incidences of disorderly behaviour by fans gradually increased before they reached a peak in the 1970s and the 1980s. Between 1946 and 1960, there were on average 13 incidents reported per season, but between 1961 and 1968, the number had increased to 25 per season. Hooliganism in the modern age has been attributed by some sociologists to the decline of the British Empire. Many organised hooligan firms had emerged in the 1970s, associating themselves with the clubs, such as Arsenal, who had The Herd, Aston Villa had Villa Hardcore, Birmingham City had the Zulu Warriors, Blackpool had the Muckers, Burnley had the Suicide Squad, Derby County had the Derby Lunatic Fringe, Cardiff City had the Soul Crew, Charlton Athletic had the B-Mob, Chelsea had the Chelsea Headhunters, Everton had the County Road Cutters, Hull City had the Hull City Psychos, Leeds United had the Leeds Service Crew, Middlesbrough had the Middlesbrough Frontline, Millwall had the Millwall Bushwhackers, Newcastle United had the Gremlins, Nottingham Forest had the Forest Executive Crew, Manchester United had the Red Army, Portsmouth had the 657 Crew, Queen's Park Rangers had the Bush Babies, Tottenham Hotspur had the Yid Army, Sheffield United had the Blades Business Crew, Shrewsbury Town had the English Border Front, Stoke City had Naughty 40, Sunderland AFC had the Voxies and the Seaburn Casuals, West Ham United had the Intercity Firm, and Wolverhampton Wanderers had the Subway Army. In 1974, when Manchester United were relegated to the second division, the Red Army hooligan firm caused absolute mayhem at the grounds up and down the country. And in the same year, a Bolton Wanderers fan stabbed a young Blackpool fan to death behind the Kop at Bloomfield Road during the second division match. These two events led to the introduction of crowd segregation and the erection of fences at football grounds in England. A bad-tempered FA Cup quarter-final tie between Newcastle United and Nottingham Forest on the 9th of March 1974 was halted mid-match when hundreds of fans invaded the pitch, one whom attacked Nottingham Forest midfielder Dave Sorella. The so-called relegation battle when Tottenham Hotspur and Chelsea fans fought on the pitch before Spurs relegated Chelsea in the return fixture in 1975, made national news when shown on the BBC television programme John Craven's News Round. Leeds United were banned from Europe soon after, when their fans rioted after the 1975 European Cup final against Bayern Munich in Paris. Manchester United were banned in 1977 after rioting before, during and after their UEFA Cup game with Saint Etienne, also in France. In March 1978, a full-scale riot broke out at the Den during an FA Cup quarter-final match between Millwall and Ipswich Town. Fighting began on the terraces and spilled out onto the pitch and into the narrow streets around the ground. Dozens of people were injured. During the 1970s, black footballers became an increasingly frequent presence in English football, mostly born to Afro-Caribbean immigrants who had settled in Britain from 1948. With racial tension high in many parts of Britain and the far-right National Front peaking in popularity at the same time, many of these players were subjected to regular racial abuse from the fans of the rival teams, whose fans often pelted them with banana skins, as well as making monkey noises or shouting racist obscenities. Perhaps the most notable player to suffer this type of racial abuse during the 1970s was Viv Anderson, the Nottingham Forest fullback who became England's first black senior international player in 1978. Black players became an increasingly frequent feature in the English game during the 1980s, and with hooliganism still widespread, incidents of racial abuse continued on large scale. John Barnes, who made his Football League debut for Watford in 1981, was soon targeted with racial abuse by rival fans, which continued after he joined Liverpool in 1987, soon after which he suffered severe racial abuse. In 1984, not long after breaking into the England national football team, Mr. Barnes was racially abused during a friendly match in Brazil by a section of England supporters identifying themselves as supporters or members of the National Front. The intercity firm, like the subgroups from other clubs, specialised in infiltrating the terraces reserved at games for rival fans. Its members wore no club colours and would carry apparently inoffensive weapons like umbrellas or hardened hats, their anonymity by avoiding official supporters' transport. Once the game had started, they lay into their rival fans, causing havoc, and would melt away into the crowd. During the 1980s, clubs which had rarely experienced hooliganism feared hooliganism coming to their towns, with Swansea City supporters anticipating violence after their promotion to the Football League First Division in 1981, at a time when most of the clubs most notorious for hooliganism were playing in the First Division. While those living in Milton Keynes were concerned when Luton Town announced plans to relocate to the town, although this relocation ultimately never happened. On the 1st of May 1982, after a London derby between Arsenal and West Ham United, a supporter was killed in a riot between fans of the two teams. On the 5th of January 1985, an FA Cup third round tie between Burton Albion and Leicester City, after the Albion goalkeeper, Paul Evans, was wounded by a block of wood thrown from the city end of the neutral baseball ground. On the 13th of March 1985, Millwall supporters were responsible for large-scale rioting in Luton when Millwall played Luton Town in the quarter-final of the FA Cup, although a number of Luton fans were also involved in the violence. In response, the Prime Minister at the time, Margaret Thatcher, had her government set up a war cabinet to combat football hooliganism in the UK. This was the first of several high-profile incidents of hooliganism in 1985. Certainly, it has been a long time since the followers of the Scottish national team, or Scotland's great club sides, have caused the sickening mayhem which England fans have produced in Belgium, France, Luxembourg, Spain and Switzerland in the past couple of years. English fans have become regarded in continental football circles as by far the worst in Europe, if not the world. On the 11th of May 1985, the same day as Bradford City's stadium fire, a 14-year-old boy died at St Andrew's Stadium when fans were pushed by police onto a wall which subsequently collapsed following crowd violence at a match between Birmingham City and Leeds United. The fighting that day was described by Justice Popplewell during the Popplewell Committee investigation into football in 1985 as more like the Battle of Anningcourt than a football match. Because of the other events in 1986 and the growing rise of football hooliganism during the 1980s, an interim report from the committee stated that football may not be able to continue in its present form for much longer, unless hooliganism was reduced, perhaps by excluding away fans. On the 29th of May 1985, 39 Juventus fans were crushed to death during a European Cup final between Liverpool and Juventus at the Hazel Stadium in Brussels, an event that became known as the Hazel Stadium disaster. Just before kick-off, the Liverpool fans had broke through a line of police officers and ran towards the opposing supporters in a section of the ground which had contained the Italian fans. Many of the fans tried to escape the fighting and a wall collapsed on them. As a result of the Hazel Stadium disaster, English clubs were banned from all European football competitions until 1990, with Liverpool banned for an additional year. On the 8th of August 1986, rival gangs of Manchester United and West Ham United hooligans were involved in violence on a Sea Link ferry bound for the Hook of Holland. 8 football hooligans, all either Manchester United or West Ham supporters, received prison sentences totaling 51 years, 16 months later. Another incident was soon forthcoming. On the 20th of September 1986, Leeds United hooligans overturned and immolated a fish and chip van in Ostell Stadium, the temporary home of Bradford City, following the fire at Valley Parade the previous year. On August the 15th, 1987, thousands of Wolverhampton Wanderers supporters invaded the seaside town of Scarborough for their opening game of the division. 56 people were arrested and thousands of pounds worth of damage was caused in some of the worst violence the town has ever seen. Millwall hooligans were involved in their third highest profile incident of the decade on the 9th of January 1988, when in an FA Cup tie between Arsenal and Highbury, 41 people were arrested for rioting after the herd and the Millwall bushwhackers clashed. Football hooliganism has also featured prominently with relation to the Hillsborough disaster, with barristers representing the officers policing the ground, where 96 people died, saying they had a duty to prevent hooliganism and unruly behaviour from the Liverpool supporters, following the Hazel Stadium disaster. The UEFA president, Jacques Georges, caused controversy by describing the Liverpool supporters as beasts, suggesting that hooliganism was the cause of the Hillsborough disaster. His remarks led to Liverpool FC calling for his resignation. Many newspapers also reported that football hooliganism was a major factor in the tragedy, most notably The Sun, whose article entitled The Truth sparked a sharp fall in sales on the tabloid of Merseyside, with many agents refusing to stock it. However, In 2016, an inquest found that the 96 victims were unlawfully killed due to the failings by police and the ambulance services. Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher made a high-profile public call during 1985 for the country's football hooligans to be given stiff prison sentences to act as a deterrent to the others in a bid to clamp down on hooliganism. Her Minister for Sport, Colin Moynihan, attempted to bring an ID card scheme for football supporters. This scheme was set out in Part 1 of the Football Spectators Act in 1989. However, it was never implemented following criticism by the Taylor Report following the Hillsborough disaster. Documents released in 2014 revealed that the Conservative government of the 1980s crafted a number of schemes to combat hooliganism. This included an initiative to be titled Goalies Against Hooligans, consisting of getting more articulate goalkeepers, who are often first in the line of hooligan fire, to speak out against the violence. Racial abuse of black players was a common feature of hooliganism during the 1970s and even more so in the 1980s, when they were first prominent in the English leagues. Before the 1970s, only a small number of black players had ever played in English football, but the arrival of the common Welsh immigrants from Britain from 1948 saw many black players born in Britain to Afro-Caribbean parents breaking onto the scene a generation later. The first wave of black players mostly appeared for clubs who were based in areas which now have significant black communities, including Birmingham, Luton, Nottingham and West Bromwich. John Barnes, capped 79 times for England, was first racially abused by rival fans from Luton Town when he began his professional career at Watford in the early 1980s, regularly being targeted with racist chants and having banana skins hurled at him during the match. Soon after his transfer to Liverpool in 1987, Mr. Barnes was racially abused by Everton fans in the Merseyside derby. The Everton chairman at the time, Philip Carter, then denounced the racist Everton fans as scum. Mr. Barnes was only the second black player to appear for Liverpool, the first being Howard Gale, who had played a few games for the club at the beginning of the 1980s, while Everton still had yet to put their first black player on the field at this stage. Also in the 1980s, Paul Canaville became Chelsea's first black football player, as well as being racially abused by the fans of rival clubs. He was even abused by some of his own team fans, who had a reputation for being some of the worst hooligans in the English game at the time. Viv Anderson, who had become England's first black full international in 1978, was also subjected to regular racist abuse during the 1980s when playing for Nottingham Forest and later in Arsenal. By the 1990s, the hooliganism problem in English football had reduced to the extent that UEFA lifted its ban on English clubs in European competitions. In 1994, a few days before Sunderland AFC's versus Nottingham Forest game, police snatched a pile of weapons and drugs worth thousands of pounds from Seaburn Casuals, which was a firm from Sunderland. They were preparing for a showdown with the Nottingham hooligans. A riot on the 15th of February 1995 during an aborted England vs Ireland friendly at Lansdowne Road in Dublin resulted in 20 injuries and 40 arrests. When the English equaliser was disallowed, English fans in the upper tier threw items onto the lower tier, ripped up seats and benches and fought the Garda riot police. After England's defeat to Germany in the Euros 96 semi-finals, a large-scale riot broke out in Trafalgar Square with a number of injuries, and a Russian youth was stabbed in Brighton after his attackers mistook him for a German. However, by 1997, it was said by Reuters that the English game had virtually rid itself of the hooligan scourge. Before the 1998 FIFA World Cup, 26 hooligans from Seaburn Casuals, a Sunderland AFC firm, after a military issue smoke bomb at a local pub after a fight with the bouncers. By the end of the operation, over 60 were facing charges. Some of the Seaburn Casual hooligans picked up in the raid were also involved with neo-Nazi groups like Combat 18. The operation failed when a judge ruled the CCTV footage from the pub inadmissible. France 98 was marred by violence as English fans clashed with the North African locals of Marseille, leading up to 100 fans being arrested. At the end of 1999 and the 2000 season, Sunderland topped the hooliganism table in the Premier League with 223 fans arrested that season. By the end of 2002 and the 2003 season, Sunderland topped the football arrest table with 154 arrests. According to Colin Blaney in Hot Shot, The Story of a Little Red Devil, many of the Manchester United hooligans turned to serious crime during this period. He states that roughly half of the team's hooligans became involved in selling Class A drugs, partly because of the wave of drugs that came in the early 1990s rave culture, a scene that football hooligans were at the centre of. In the 2000s, English football hooligans often adopted clothing styles associated with casual subculture, such as items made by Shark, Burberry and Stone Island. Prada and Burberry withdrew some garments over fears that their brands were becoming linked to hooliganism. The England team was threatened with being withdrawn from the Euro 2000 because of the poor behaviour of the fans. In March 2002, the Seaburn Casuals, the Sunderland AFC firm, fought with the hooligans from the Newcastle Gremlins in a pre-arranged clash near North Shields Ferry Terminal, in what was described as some of the worst football-related fighting violence ever witnessed in the United Kingdom. The leaders of the Gremlins and the Casuals were both jailed for 4 years for conspiracy, with 28 others jailed for various terms, based on evidence gained after police examined the messages sent by mobile phones between the gang members on the day. By the end of the 2002-2003 season, Sunderland topped the football arrest table with 154 arrests. The England reputation improved as a result of good behaviour at the 2002 FIFA World Cup and the 2004 UEFA European Football Championship, despite reports of the arrest of 33 England supporters at the latter tournament. The 2000s saw several death threats. Peter Ridsdale was a target of death threats from Leeds United fans. Swedish referee Anders Frisk quit his position after receiving death threats from Chelsea fans. Reading players Ibrahima Sonko and Stephen Hunt also received death threats from Chelsea fans in 2006. Fernando Torres received death threats from Liverpool fans. Sol Campbell received death threats from Tottenham fans. A steward had died after serious clashes between firms from Aston Villa and Queen's Park Rangers after a League Cup game in 2004. On the 28th of January 2007, the Wolverhampton Wanderers hooligans rioted after their sides 3-0 home loss to local rivals West Bromwich Albion. 11 officers were injured, as well as 9 hooligans arrested, as bricks, bollards and road signs were thrown. This was as well as gas canisters being let off. The police fought running battles with hundreds of thugs as chaos descended onto the city centre. Drivers were surrounded by violence in Stafford Street and bus passengers looked on as the angry mob surged past. Officers used dogs to catch yobs who tried to flip over police vehicles near Monolux. A number of pedestrians were injured after being caught up in the violence. After some 20 years of improved behaviour amongst English football fans, extreme scenes of rioting and hooliganism took place at Upton Park on the 25th of August 2009 during a Football League Cup second round tie between London rivals West Ham United and Millwall. The pitch was invaded several times during the game by West Ham fans, and rioting in the streets followed. In one incident, a Millwall fan suffered stab wounds. The West Ham United and Millwall rivalry has led to officials to threaten to hold fixtures between the two sides in private, although the threat has never been executed. It was used for a November 2014 Under-21s Premier League Cup tie between the two sides with their development squads, which was ordered by the Metropolitan Police to be played at Rush Green with a 12 PM kickoff behind closed doors. On the 1st of December 2010, supporters of Aston Villa and Birmingham City clashed at St Andrew's Stadium after a second City derby match in the League Cup, and 14 people were injured. Missiles were hurled onto the pitch, a rocket flare was released in the stands, and there were scuffles in the nearby street. The use of bother boots in football hooliganism was countered in 2012 by warnings to fans that they would have to remove such boots in order to attend football matches. Bother boots is a type of boot that has been associated with violence. Such boots are generally sturdy design and may be steel toe-capped. They have been considered as offensive weapons used by hooligans for kicking opponents while street fighting. The boots became known in the late 1960s in the United Kingdom and continue to be a fashion statement associated with rebellion. The term bother in the UK developed as a fronting slam, probably Cockney for brother, and was used in connection with aggro or aggressive behaviour by skinheads and hooligans in the late 1960s. Heavy steel toe-cap boots were stereotypically worn by skinheads and were termed as bother boots. Initially, heavy black army surplus boots were worn, but later, yellow stitched Dr. Martens were adopted as the boot of choice. In a match between Sheffield Wednesday and Leeds United on the 19th of October 2012, Leeds United hooligan Aaron Corley attacked Sheffield Wednesday goalkeeper Chris Kirkland during a pitch invasion to celebrate a goal. The hooligan was identified on social media sites as someone who had previously been banned from every football ground in the UK. At a semi-final match of the 2012-2013 FA Cup between Millwall and Wigan Athletic at the new Wembley Stadium on the 13th of April 2013, Millwall fans fought amongst themselves, although it is believed that a group of Wigan supporters got into the Millwall end. 14 arrests were made. The very next day, Newcastle United fans rioted when their team lost 3-0 to Sunderland in the Time Wear derby match in the Premier League. Bottles were thrown, bins were set on fire, and a horse was punched as mounted officers tried to move back crowds to allow visiting fans to be escorted away. 29 arrests were made during the game itself. On the 7th of March 2015, during a quarter-final match of the FA Cup between rival clubs from the West Midlands, Aston Villa and West Bromwich Albion, hundreds of Villa fans invaded the pitch whilst the game was still in play. A further invasion took place at full time, causing players from both teams to flee the pitch. Despite police officers and stewards' best efforts to restrain the fans, it is believed almost 1,000 fans entered the pitch. On that very same day, just 21 miles away, A group of Wolverhampton Wanderers hooligans clashed with Watford FC hooligans, one who spent 3 weeks in a coma. 4 teenagers were jailed and 2 more received suspended sentences. In his autobiography, Undesirables, Colin Blaney, a high-ranking member of the Manchester United's intercity jibbers firm, claimed that one of the main developments in the 2010s was that football hooligans were no longer involved in acquisitive crimes overseas, whereas they had once stolen designer clothing from abroad and used international games as an excuse to loot jewellery shops on the continent. The football firms of today solely engaged in profit-orientated forms of crime within the UK. On the day of the UEFA Euro 2020 final between Italy and England, riots broke out on the entrance to Wembley Stadium and in Piccadilly Circus, Leicester Square and Trafalgar Square. 86 people were arrested by the police that day. Northern Irish football suffered a major setback in 1948 when the supporters of Linfield invaded the pitch after a match against Belfast Celtic, attacking and seriously injuring 3 Celtic players. A historical rivalry between Linfield and Glentoran has escalated somewhat in recent years. There were riots in 2005 and on Boxing Day in 2008. In the 1970s, the political troubles in Northern Ireland spilled onto the terraces of football stadiums. This is seen as a major factor in the Derry City leaving the Irish Football League to join the League of Ireland. Rangers and Celtic have the most committed fans in Britain. Their following has not only sporting but religious significance. Rangers represent the city's Protestant faction, and Celtic players are the idols of the Catholics. Today's incidents are usual when the teams meet, and the police always try to keep their respective fractions apart on the terraces segregated in stadiums. One of the first recorded incidents of large-scale crowd violence took place after the 1909 match between Rangers and the Celtic. The Glaswegian clubs clashed at Hampden Park at the 1969 Scottish Cup final, with 50 arrests reported on the terrace relating to fighting and the throwing of objects onto the pitch. More arrests followed after the post-match fighting between the supporters and the police. Worse violence took place in the aftermath of the 1980 Scottish Cup final between the Celtic and the Rangers. Hundreds of fans from both sides invaded the playing field after full time and fought a pitch battle with one another. TV commentator Andy McPherson likened the riot to a scene out of Apocalypse, adding, "At the end of the day, let's not kid ourselves. These supporters absolutely hate one another." In the aftermath of the clash, an Act of Parliament was passed that banned the sale of alcoholic beverages within Scottish sports grounds. By the 1980s, the casual manifestation of football hooliganism was adopted by the fans of many clubs in Scotland, with Aberdeen being the first club with a casual following, and the established skinhead/punk hooligan elements, the Hearts and Rangers, that had dominated prior to this, were then challenged by the casual firms, or mobs as they were more popularly known in Scotland. Casual firms were attached to clubs such as St Mirren, who had the Love Street division, Clyde, which had Shawfield Shed End Boys, Aberdeen, which had the Aberdeen Soccer Casuals, Dundee and Dundee United, which had the Dundee Utility, Hibernian, which had the Capital City Service, Morton, which had the Morton Soccer Crew, Motherwell, which had the Saturday Service, Patrick Thistle, which had the North Glasgow Express, Falkirk, which had Fear, and the Dunfermline Athletic, which had the Carnegie Soccer Service. Aberdeen, under the Aberdeen Soccer Casuals ASC, became the best known. From the 1980s onwards, Aberdeen's ASC and Hibernian's CCS became the most feared casuals in Scotland. The CCS had gained particular notoriety. From the 2000s, hooliganism had declined in Scotland, but Aberdeen, Dundee Utility, Celtic, Hibernian, Hearts, Motherwell, Patrick Thistle, Airdrie, St Mirren and Rangers still have a number of hooligans. While the Scotland's national team's travelling supporters, the Tartan Army, are not generally violent these days, hooliganism does occur in other areas of Scottish football. Pre-arranged fights between firms on match days mostly take place away from the football grounds. Most Scottish football fans are against this behaviour, and authorities have taken several measures to reduce football hooliganism. Celtic and the Rangers are two of the biggest teams in Scotland, and the Old Firm rivalry is one of the most heated football rivalries in the world. The Old Firm rivalry is largely motivated by religious sectarianism and is related to the conflict between the Loyalists and the Republicans in Northern Ireland. Rangers hooligan element, the IFC, have strong rivalry with Celtic's CSC and Aberdeen's ASC, with Celtic being their traditional cultural enemy. They have also had major clashes with Motherwell, Hibs, Patrick Thistle and Dundee's Utility. At the 2008 UEFA Cup final, when Rangers reached the final, Rangers fans and the ICF rioted in Manchester with huge media spotlight. The oldest rivalry in Scotland is between the Hibernian and the Heart of Midlothian, and contained a sectarian hatred from the outset, as the Hibernian were initially an Irish Catholics only club, and the Hearts represented the Scottish Protestant establishment. However, this aspect of the rivalry is now almost non-existent. At the first ever match between the Heart of Midlothian and Hibernian on Christmas Day 1875, the Hibs fans chased the Hearts captain Tom Purdy after allegations of foul play, and since then the rivalry has escalated into more serious crowd trouble at virtually every game between them over the next 15 years. This continued as an issue between the clubs and the fans indefinitely. In European competitions, the CCS also had clashes with the Belgian hooligans and local residents in 1989 and in 1992. In 2005, they clashed in Ukraine against the Ukrainian hooligans. The Hibernian CCS story has been told in books such as These Colours Don't Run and Hibs Boy, and many stories have been told online by former notable members. During the Euros 96, the CCF, along with Celtic's CSC, Dundee's Utility, Patrick Thistle's NGE, Motherwell's SS, St Mirren's LSD and Aberdeen's ASC organised a well publicised fight with Chelsea, Millwall, Rangers and RD's B-section hooligans in the centre of Trafalgar Square. This incident attracted worldwide media attention, with footage of both sets of casuals attacking each other and the police. In the 2000s, Aberdeen Soccer Casuals, the ASC, had clashes in England at Bradford and Hartlepool and also in Europe. On the 6th of January 2007, came to Airdrie in the 2006-2007 Scottish Cup, with fighting breaking out on the main street. Cardiff City's hooligan firm, the Soul Crew, has been involved in full-scale riots since the 1970s. In January 2002, Leeds United and Cardiff City fans, players, and the Cardiff City chairman, Sam Hammond, were hit by missiles during the match, and hundreds of Cardiff City fans invaded the pitch after the final whistle to celebrate knocking the then leaders of the Premier League out of the FA Cup. Cardiff City was fined £40,000 by the Football Association of Wales for the events that took place that day. Mr. Hammond was criticised by the head of English police spotting teams for encouraging the hooligans by saying before the game, "It's better for us to play them at Ninan because the intimidatory factor will be so big. It's a bit like the old den at Millwall, except 10 times more." Mr. Hammond at first blamed what he called racist English media for exaggerating the trouble at the Leeds game, but he also launched a war against hooliganism. In October of 2004, a BBC report stated that Cardiff had more fans banned than any other Football League club, with 160 banning orders against the fans, showing a willingness to stamp out hooliganism. Despite the club's small size, Wrexham Football Club has had a significant football hooligan element known as the Frontline. It has been involved in major riots with many UK firms, such as those in Chester City, Everton, Port Vale, Shrewsbury and Oldham Athletic. Thank you for joining us today. What are your opinions on hooliganism in football in the UK? We will be doing an in-depth story on each hooligan firm in the UK, so make sure you keep an eye out for when it drops. Do you believe it's not as bad as it used to be? Or do you think that it's getting worse? Please let us know what you think in the comments below. Thank you for joining us today. If you enjoyed this content, please don't forget to like and share. And if you're new to the channel and you want to see more Street Crime UK content, don't forget to hit that subscribe button and press the bell so you can join us on the next video. Thank you for joining us, and until next time, stay safe.
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Thank you for joining us. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe for more content. Today we look at one of the most ruthless killers to ever exist in the UK prison system. A man whose name was used to take out fellow inmates who owed debts, and a man who came to the UK and killed an innocent member of the public in a botched robbery revenge job. So, who was Victor Castigador? Victor Castigador was an illegal immigrant when he moved from the Philippines to Britain in 1985. But way before any of this, going back to his childhood, Victor was raised in Quezon City, a place that was surrounded by active volcanoes, and was a place that was notoriously known as the Ring of Fire. The Philippines was also prone to earthquakes and typhoons, and because of all this, Mr. Castigador had grown up in a very impoverished area. The Philippines has been fought over by countless invaders over the last 100 years, from the Spanish to the Americans to the Japanese. And although the Treaty of Manila saw this newly independent country become a democracy, like so many others that were in it, the country soon slid into a dictatorship. Being a small and scrawny lad as a youngster, Mr. Castigador was bullied a lot by older children, in a way to assert their dominance over him. In response to all the bullying, he worked out a lot, and what he lacked in height, he made sure that he made up in for his strength. By the age of 21, Mr. Castigador had applied for the army and for the secret police, but was denied both positions due to his height. The height requirement in the 1970s was 5'4" for the army and 5'2" for the police. Due to his lack of skill and being partially deaf because of a childhood infection, it is most likely that he started off as a security guard. Mr. Castigador repeatedly lied about joining the army, the police and a quasi-military death squad, and this was only the beginning of his lies. He had only worked as a diver and also lacked the basic literacy skills for an administrative role. It was more than likely that the only role that he was able to get that he could have been labelled as a career in uniform was a security guard. When it came to his love life, Mr. Castigador had met Jacqueline Haddon while she was still involved in a 7-year marriage. They had an affair and quickly fell in love. The couple travelled to England in 1984 and lived in a coastal village in Middleton-on-Sea, where they later had their son in October of 1984. They got married in August 1985, and in October of 1986 their daughter Robin was conceived. Unfortunately, Victor ended up abusing his wife and mistreated his children, and so his wife told him to leave and later filed for divorce. With him now being alone, as a UK citizen with a passport and a legal right to remain, by the winter of 1986, Victor had moved into a relative's flat at Coventry Cross, a council estate in Bow, East London. Being too small for a career in the British military or the police, he headed to the West End in search of a job. Eventually, he came across the amusement arcade at 23 Gerrard Street, open from midday to midnight, Monday to Sunday, with a strict over 18s only policy. The arcade consisted of 2 ground floor rooms filled with 30 pinball machines, penny drop machines, computer games and slot machines. The duty manager was a 24-year-old Yurev Alejandro Gomez from Chile, who was nicknamed Yuri to those who worked there. He was the one that ended up hiring Victor, giving him his job. Victor was one of the 3 security guards who worked in shifts, with 2 on duty always. It was a simple job with regular hours, nice staff and a decent wage. You couldn't really complain about someone that didn't have much work experience. The day started from 12 PM and finished at 12 AM. When it was time to close, one security guard would watch over the floor, whilst the other would escort the duty manager and the receptionist down to the basement. Behind a thick steel door stood the strong room, a reinforced concrete hold with no windows. Inside the strong room, there was a 6-foot square wire cage, where the takings were stored in a safe until the morning. The only one that had the key to unlock it was Yuri. The basement was also used as a storeroom and stacked with cleaning products, newspapers and paints for general purposes and repairs. By 12:30 AM the doors would be locked, the lights off and the alarm set, and then finally everyone would be ready to go home. The cleaners would start at 8 AM, but the staff would not come in until 12 PM and would start the day again. For Victor, every day he resided in a small room with one of the other 2 security guards for 12 hours, stuck seeing the same sights, the same familiar faces whilst executing the same routine. He had been working on the amusement arcade as a security guard, but after working there for 3 years, he asked for a position as a deputy manager. But his low literacy skills and short temper made him unfit for the job. When they denied his request for a promotion, Victor started to retaliate by being lazy and unreliable, causing a fuss for everyone else who worked around him. He was relieved of his position as security guard, and instead of moving on and finding a new job, that was not enough for Mr. Castigador, and it was now that his plan was made to rob the arcade. Mr. Castigador, followed by his 4 other accomplices, 17-year-old Calvin Graham Nelson, 19-year-old Paul Stephen Clinton and their girlfriends 17-year-old Karen Dunn and 20-year-old Alison Linda Woodside, were to rob the arcade of all its cash. They broke into the arcade late at night on August 2nd, 1989. The relief manager Yuri and the cashier Debbie were closing everything and counting the money when the 5 figures came rushing into the arcade and pointed guns in their direction. Mr. Castigador knocked out the first security guard. The staff had already been made aware to not resist in the case of a robbery due to all the money already being insured, in an event that such thing would happen. The staff stayed quiet and calm, following all instructions and paid close attention to everything that was happening in the situation. It didn't take much for them to identify the ringleader of the operation as Mr. Castigador. This was due to his short and stocky frame and thick Filipino accent. As soon as Yuri had led the gang of thugs into the storeroom where they kept the money, Mr. Castigador whacked him across the head, knocking him down to the floor. Together the gang were able to obtain around £9,000, but alone that wasn't enough for Mr. Castigador, as he had a deep-rooted problem with the arcade's manager. 3 out of the 4 accomplices decided to leave the scene, which now left Victor Castigador and Paul Clinton to deal with the victims. Mr. Castigador decided that he would force his ex-colleagues onto their knees and tie up the 2 Sri Lankan security guards. As well as Yuri and Debbie, they were all restrained in the inner cage of the security vault, before Mr. Castigador doused them in wise spirit and tossed a lit match and locked the door behind him. They all cried out for mercy, but it fell on deaf ears. Yuri had pleaded that he'd rather he'd be shot to death than dealing with the slow and painful death of being burned alive, but the guns that Victor had brought were all but real. To make sure that they had no chance of escaping or surviving, Mr. Castigador used a metal coat hanger to lock the steel door of the strong room. The two security guards unfortunately died from third-degree burns and asphyxiation. Eventually, Yuri had managed to break free from his restriction and tried to kick the door with his rubber-soled shoes, as the cage was too hot to touch. He kicked it, but it was to no avail, and Yuri and Debbie were able to survive only by putting out the fire and rolling around and breathing air through the keyhole of the door and a very thin gap underneath the steel door. It was only when the cleaners arrived in the morning at 7:55 AM that they were able to be saved and released from the cage. After calling 999, it did not take long for the Shaftesbury Avenue Station Police to arrive at the scene and to take control of the whole situation. As the detectives reached the basement, the whole area was charred black, making it hard to identify much. But one thing that did stand out was the smell of burnt flesh emanating around the room. Luckily, Yuri and Debbie were alive, but they were in critical condition. They were excessively lucky to be able to survive the whole night. While the victims were stuck trying to fend for themselves, Mr. Castigador and Mr. Clinton had decided to celebrate the success of the robbery with a meal, going out clubbing and then taking a trip to Torquay, which is a seaside resort town in Devon, southwest of England. As an inside joke, they had amused their taxi driver with their own rendition of the Beatsmaster song Burn It Up. All five were arrested a few days later in Torquay and in a joint operation between the Devon and Met police. They were escorted back to Cannon Row police station on April 14, 1989. Mr. Castigador was charged with 1 count of robbery, 2 counts of murder and 2 counts of attempted murder. Calvin Nelson and Paul Clinton were convicted of robbery, murder and attempted murder. On April 14, 1989, Mr. Castigador was charged with 1 count of robbery, 2 counts of murder and 2 counts of attempted murder. Calvin Nelson and Paul Clinton were convicted of robbery, murder and attempted murder, with Calvin being sent to a Young Offenders Institute for life. Paul was held in detention under Her Majesty's pleasure, and Karen Dunn and Alison Woodside were found guilty of robbery. Despite Yuri having suffered from 30% burns on his arms and chest, as well as losing a lung due to the inhalation of toxic fumes, and Debbie with 28% burns on her arms, hands, backs, thighs and lungs, they were able to testify on February 28, 1990. All 5 culprits were found guilty. To truly comprehend how vicious the whole ordeal was, James McCulley, the Mr. Castigador's own defence barrister, said to the jury during the trial that it would be very surprising had you not come to the conclusion that Mr. Castigador was a ruthless, callous and inhumane monster. The judge, Mr. Justice Rougier, concluded that I find it almost impossible to understand a mind as evil as yours, and sentenced him to life in prison. To which Mr. Castigador smiled, looked at the judge and said, "Fair enough." There were in fact several things that went wrong with Mr. Castigador's plan to rob the arcade. The disguises that the gang had chosen to wear were far from impressive or appropriate for such a job. Mr. Castigador wore an oversized hood, a slipping scarf, and no gloves to cover up his fingerprints. If the whole operation wasn't bad enough, Mr. Castigador decided to do the operation with a toy gun rather than a real one, which might have gone in his favour if he had just taken the cash and left. Despite them gaining so much money, the gang didn't think to collect the money from the slot machines, and they didn't take into consideration the CCTV, which had recorded everything that had happened. It was very ill planned, and all the sloppiness that took place had contributed to the detectives being able to figure out who was involved quickly and track them down. What makes it worse is that he also involved 4 youths who were about half his age to be involved in a robbery, and in doing so essentially ruin their lives at such a young age. The only thing that actually was done right by Mr. Castigador was the execution of actually obtaining the cash, and this was only down to the fact that he knew the ins and outs of the arcade. So he knew exactly what he needed to do to get the money. It is just very unfortunate that his grudge against the arcade and his ego couldn't stop with just robbing the money. Mr. Castigador had to take it one step further and went out of his way to endanger and take the lives of the very same people that he not so long ago used to refer to as work colleagues. 5 years ago, Victor Castigador brutally murdered another inmate and convicted child killer, Sidonio Teixeira, with a rock. He claimed to the judge that it was now his job to punish evil. At the age of 61, Mr. Castigador had wrapped a stone, one that he had got from a fish tank, inside a sock and had thrown many strong blows at such a velocity that the victim, Mr. Teixeira, later died as a result of these injuries on the way to the hospital. The judge heard how it was a premeditated attack that took place at around 9 AM on June the 20th. Mr. Teixeira was currently serving a life sentence himself for the murder of his 3-year-old daughter, as well as his attempted murder of his 9-year-old son. Mr. Castigador had declared him a horrible man and a bully, and stated that if his victim had somehow survived, that he would have done whatever it took to kill him again. It was surprising how Mr. Castigador had reacted, considering the way that he treated his own children and wife before his own incarceration. Even though Mr. Castigador was already serving a life sentence for the incident in 1989, he was handed another whole life jail term at Birmingham Crown Court on October 21st, 2016. According to the barrister, Mr. Castigador had a history of violence against other prisoners. He stabbed an inmate in the eye in 2006 and another in 2011. Mr. Castigador has even been recognised as a very established prison hitman by Yami B and Quincy Thwaites, who discussed doing time with Mr. Castigador and how he was a man who had many accomplished hits under his belt. According to the report, at 4:59 PM on March 18, 2017, Mr. Castigador was found slumped, with his right side shaking in an erratic manner. He was breathing, however there was a white frothy liquid spilling from his mouth, and he had also been very sick. The officers put him into a recovery position and called out a code blue across the radio channel, which was code for when an inmate is unconscious or not breathing. According to records, Mr. Castigador had a high pulse of 104 beats per minute, but a normal blood pressure of 107/86. He had no verbal response to officers, however he would open his eyes to express verbal stimuli. Regardless of his crimes, at no time was Mr. Castigador mistreated whilst being taken care of by medical professionals. An ambulance was called immediately at approximately 5:12, 13 minutes after Mr. Castigador was found by the prison guards. It was instructed to hospital staff that for their own safety they had to always have Mr. Castigador in restraints, with double cuffs, and he was escorted at all times by 3 prison officers. One hand was cuffed in front of him, and the other was cuffed to a prison officer by a different set of cuffs. There were times like they had to do a CT scan when they would take the cuffs off, but it wasn't until the next day that they decided to uncuff all of him together. This was due to him being unconscious and ventilated. On March 21st, 2017, Mr. Castigador died of a stroke at the age of 62. Victor Castigador was declared dead at 10:53 AM due to a blood clot that had developed in an artery. Mr. Castigador had previously had to go to the hospital for similar issues back in 2012, as he was suspected of a stroke. After being looked over by doctors, Mr. Castigador was diagnosed with hypertension, a high blood pressure, and fibrillation, an abnormal or rapid heartbeat. Mr. Castigador was prescribed medication, but he refused to take it, and because of this decision, he had to be monitored by prison staff on a regular basis, all the way up until his death. On January the 5th, Mr. Castigador had to undergo a health assessment. It was reported that a healthcare professional had made a brief record of Mr. Castigador's health, and made no reference to his history of a stroke, or his hypertension and his fibrillation. It's also reported that the healthcare professional also did not check on his vital signs, which included his blood pressure, temperature, heart rate and respiratory rate. Some may consider it as an injustice that he died before he was able to complete his life sentences. It was, however, reported that when it came down to the day of his funeral, no one was there to say goodbye, not even his daughter Robin, who was the only one notified of his death. The crimes committed by Victor Castigador will never be forgotten about in the UK criminal underworld.
Thanks for joining us today. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to give it a like and a share, and leave any thoughts or suggestions you have in the comments section. We love to read through them all. And if you're new but enjoy UK true crime content, then subscribe to see when our newest video releases. And as always, stay safe. In the early hours of October the 10th, 1990, a shocking double murder took place in a quiet town of Obury, Leicestershire. Two men, Gary Thompson and John Weston, were killed in a shooting incident outside the home of Gary and Mavis Thompson on Glen Road. The police suggested that Warren Slaney, alongside the victims, were involved in an armed robbery that had gone devastatingly wrong. As a result, Mr. Slaney was arrested and subsequently charged with the murders of Mr. Thompson and Mr. Weston. In 1992, he was handed a double life sentence. Despite this, Mr. Slaney has consistently declared his innocence, a claim that he still maintains to this day. Gary Thompson, who owned a string of hot dog and fast food vans, became the namesake for the case, which the press dubbed the hot dog murders. The assailant made off with approximately £60,000, leaving Mr. Thompson and Mr. Weston severely wounded from gunshot injuries, which they later died from. Mr. Slaney, on the other hand, claimed he was at a family party during the time of the shooting and stayed there till about 4:30 AM. 9 witnesses corroborated this account, but despite their statements, Mr. Slaney was still charged with the murder and remained in custody until his trial. Several aspects of the case raised questions about Mr. Slaney's conviction. For instance, the physical description of the killer as provided by 2 eyewitnesses do not match Mr. Slaney. The perpetrator was described as being over 6 feet tall and in similar build to the victim, Gary Thompson. One of them was reportedly heavily built with a thick moustache, a ponytail and a hat. Mr. Slaney, on the contrary, is 5 foot 8 inches, had short hair at the time of the murders, and weighed between 9 and 10 stone. Moreover, crucial evidence that could have proven Mr. Slaney's innocence was apparently not presented at the trial. The defense attorney briefed the QC only 2 weeks before the trial, leaving insufficient time for adequate preparation for Mr. Slaney's defense. Out of the trial's duration, only 3 hours were allocated to the 9 defense witnesses, compared to the 8 days spent on the 3 prosecution witnesses. The Criminal Case Review Commission revisited Mr. Slaney's case and examined evidence, including testimony from new witnesses. Mr. Slaney's mother, Mavis, appealed to the public, saying, "New witnesses have come forward, and if there's anybody out there who can help with our inquiries or knows anything about the murders of John Weston and Gary Thompson, then please come forward and help us to end this travesty of justice." Mr. Slaney continues to fight for his freedom, spending the past 21 years in a prison cell and often in solitary confinement, asserting his innocence throughout. The ordeal has also had a tremendous strain on his family, who have faced years of intimidation, including multiple death threats. On Saturday the 15th of October 2011, it marked the 21st anniversary of Warren Slaney being held in custody for a crime that he proclaims he did not commit. To mark the occasion, the family, friends and supporters gathered in Leicester City Centre and released 21 balloons, one for each year that he had been in prison. Amongst those present was Mr. Warren's son, Jake, who was a baby when his dad was taken into custody for the notorious hot dog murders of 1990. Jake is now a young man working as a fitness instructor, having growing up only ever seeing his dad on prison visits. The protesters will also hand in a letter to the leader of the city council, highlighting the cost of the Leicester taxpayers of keeping, in their words, a wrong man in prison, whilst the actual murderer remains unpunished for these crimes. Estimates of the cost of Mr. Warren's wrongful imprisonment well exceed £1 million. An application was made to the CCRC in 1999. Warren Slaney's case, whilst initially refused, was being re-examined by the CCRC following a recent discovery of new evidence. The campaign has brought support from Dr. Michael Norton of the Innocent Project, based at Bristol University. In 2002, Dr. Michael Norton conducted a report for the Miscarriage of Justice organisation, Mojo, and showed that miscarriages of justice were costing the public purse in excess of $200 million a year in the following 4 areas: the cost of imprisonment, legal aid, compensation, and the CCRC. This does not account for the other costs such as welfare payments for dependents and the loss of taxes that will have been paid into the public purse. Dr. Michael Norton said, "Every wrongful conviction has far-reaching implications for us all. The total waste for the public resources in today's terms amount to in excess of £1 million, and it is rising. It is certainly an aspect of miscarriages of justice that is largely overlooked. The scale of the problem indicates that each case must be investigated thoroughly. A conservative estimate for Warren Slaney's case stands at well of excess of £1 million in his trial, appeal and police investigation. You may wonder what this means to you. People aren't aware just how much public money is being absorbed by miscarriages of justice. Money that could be better used on services such as education, health and provisions for the elderly. West Midlands Against Injustice, Innocence Manchester and the Innocent Project Bristol are all supporting Warren Slaney. Some of the points being raised by those seeking a retrial for Mr. Slaney is the physical descriptions given by eyewitnesses do not match Warren Slaney's appearance. Witness 1 said that the perpetrators were over 6 foot and the same build as Gary Thompson, who was about 21 stone. Witness 2 said that one was 6'6", broad, heavily built with a dark tan, a big moustache, a hat and a ponytail. Warren Slaney is 5'8", white, clean shaven and had very short hair. At the time he weighed between 9.5 and 10 stone. 9 witnesses were with Mr. Warren at a party until 4:30 AM on the morning of the murders. A crucial prosecution witness testified in court that she had falsified her statement to the police. This statement implicated Warren Slaney directly in the robbery. The man who disposed of the gun admitted that Mr. Slaney had nothing to do with the murders, and this statement was not used in court. Warren was accused of firing the Beretta handgun which killed the 2 men. Shots fired displayed a great degree of accuracy. Mr. Warren had previously suffered hand injuries, which resulted in insertions of metal plates. He would not have been capable of such an act because he would not have been capable of pulling the trigger. This medical evidence was never used by the defense. There was no forensic evidence to link Mr. Warren to the murders, although the police searched his home 4 times. Warren Slaney, who has spent over 21 years in jail protesting his innocence for the infamous hot dog murders of 1999, has now been told that the CCRC has agreed to re-examine the conviction of the alleged hitman. The review has been prompted by evidence suggesting that a key witness who helped incriminate the then 24-year-old Mr. Slaney and was subsequently relocated by the police and may have received a reward for her testimony, something that was never disclosed at the trial. Mr. Slaney and another man, Terence Berg, were sentenced to life for the murders of the fast food tycoon Gary Thompson and his business associate John Weston. Mr. Thompson had built a multi-million-pound business from his fleet of hot dog and burger vans, which raked in huge sums of money at rock festivals and sporting events. Known by many as the Burger King, with a reputation for intimidating rivals, Mr. Thompson had inevitably made some enemies on his rise to the top of the burger van business. In 1990, when he was found with 3 bullet wounds and with his days taking of around £60,000 missing. When the police arrived, they put his death down to a robbery that had gone terribly wrong. At the height of what became known as the hot dog wars, and in a scene straight out of a mafia movie, a pig's head was dumped outside one of the rivals' houses. Several friends and family of Mr. Slaney, who was a boxer and a nightclub bouncer, said he was at a party at the time of the killings, but he was convicted after Mr. Berg and another man, who admitted conspiracy to rob, had blamed Mr. Slaney for the shootings. Another witness put Mr. Slaney in the company of Mr. Berg, trying on masks immediately before the murders, and said he had later boasted about them. It is this witness who is subject to the new CCRC review. Mr. Slaney's lawyer, Mansland Merchant, says there was no forensic evidence linking his client to the crime, and no test performed to match a partial fingerprint found on the murder weapon. And on the top of that, Mr. Slaney's slight frame did not match the figure described in the original eyewitness accounts of the shooting. Mr. Slaney's case has now been taken up by the University of Bristol Innocent Project, where law students investigate claims of injustice. As the CCRC looks at the possibility of rewards and incentives for witness in this murky gangland case, the only clear fact is that it is far from a simple bungled robbery that was depicted at Mr. Slaney's trial. However, there is an alternative theory to what happened that night. Instead of it being a robbery that had gone wrong, there have been claims that it was an international hit by an Iraqi nightclub owner, Ramzi Kachik. Posters went up in Leicester implicating Mr. Kachik in the murders. He was also accused of being behind threats, shootings, and attacks on other catering vans that tried to move in on Mr. Thompson's old patch after his death. Mr. Kachik belonged to a gun club, had firearm convictions, and was questioned by the police about about the murders because his car had been spotted at the scene 2 hours before the crime. Subsequent police taps on his phones relating to other crimes record him boasting about how important it is to case an area well in advance. Mr. Kachik was asked about his involvement in the hot dog murders by Sean Atwood on his True Crime podcast. He had this to say about his involvement.
You were accused of being involved in hot dog murders. What was that about?
There was a guy that did hot dog concessions. His name was Gary. He used to supply, mobile food things, concessions to the great big music festivals and things. So he could take £150,000 in a weekend.
Wow.
Which was all cash.
Nice.
And he was robbed. And what happened, one of the people involved shot two of them, sort of just executed them. I don't think it was necessary. But when it happened, the guys eventually got nicked for it actually used to work for me. Well, they did work for me. One of them used to work for me, sort of on and off, and the other two did. So when this happened, somebody came up to me and said, the police visited me, said, and they reckon that you killed that guy, hot dog man. You killed him. What? So that I killed him? I said, yeah, they're telling everyone that they're interviewing that you did it. So we ended up all getting arrested twice, and then there was no charges on me because first of all I did it. Then they wanted to say I arranged it. Then they want to say I supplied the gun, and then they said I supplied the packed lunch. It just kept going down and down. He must have supplied something.
Conspiracy.
Yeah, the conspiracy thing. Yeah, and the guys got done for it, but the guy that was the driver, he went QE against them, and I all got embroiled in that. What happened was there was a guy called, and I'll name this prick. He was a police informer. And if anyone fucking wants to contradict that, I've got his fucking interview tapes, at home. So he's a fucking grass. He decided to become agent provocateur with the police to try to rile me into saying something that could probably get me in trouble. And this went on for ages. He's ringing the house, and there was posters for the murders that they were putting out. So, does anyone know who murdered this guy? And he doctored them and just put Ramsey Kachik killed Gary Thompson, and put them up all over the place. I think what it was, he should have been with Gary that night, and he thought he got in his twist because he was on drugs and everything. He decided in his own mind, and he also was a hot dog man as well, that it was a hit on him and this Gary. And he just got that into his head, and he thought if he made enough noise around it, I won't be able to get him, because he thought I was going to get him. But I did terrorise him a bit, but I didn't do anything about it because he didn't scare me. I knew he wasn't a danger to me, as a person. Otherwise, I would have had to have done something about it. But he made some serious threats, and the police said that there were people wanted to, kill me and stuff, and.
But you did end up getting busted, and that was for having guns and drugs in the house. How did that arrest come about?
It was Sam actually got arrested, and she got stitched up by a friend's boyfriend. He asked if she could get him a bit of whiz, and I always had little bits of, because I was doing the raves and doing the doors, and I had an all-night nightclub, and you'd take stuff off people, and I just had bits of my pocket. She just thought she was doing him a favour, and he grassed her up.
Oh, that's right.
So they could really basically get to the house. There was no drugs or anything in there, only those little bits. There's a little bit of acid in there, but nothing of any consequence. But I had a gun, a loaded gun, and a loaded shotgun. Shotgun had a license for it, but the gun I didn't. And the reason I had it in the house because the police had been to me twice and told me that there was a hit out on me, and they actually said you need to have something in the house to protect yourself because it's a serious threat that you're going to get shot, and that's why I had the gun in the house. And then I got 5 years for that.
And did they tell you the motive for the hit out on you?
No.
No.
Warren Slaney is a former professional boxer from the United Kingdom, and he was active in the super lightweight division between 1985 and 1988. He stands at 5'7" and is a native of Leicester, Leicestershire, where he also resided in a boxing career. Slaney's professional boxing record stands at 1 win and 4 losses and offers no draws, with 1 knockout to his name. His fight history is as follows. On October the 17th, 1985, he made his professional debut against Split Dwyer, who at the time had a record of 1 win and no losses. The fight took place at De Montfort Hall, Leicester. Mr. Slaney lost the bout by points decision, and the referee was Frank Parks. His second fight was against Paul Wetter on the 6th of November 1985. Mr. Wetter had a record of 2 wins, 11 losses and 1 draw. The match took place at the Marine Ballroom in Evesham. Mr. Slaney lost again by a points decision, and the referee was Paul Thomas. Mr. Slaney won his first and only professional fight on the 24th of February 1988. He faced Whipper Dean, who had no wins and 2 losses at the time. The fight took place at De Montfort Hall, Leicester, and Mr. Slaney won by technical knockout. TKO. The referee for this bout was John Keane. Slaney's 4th professional fight was against Mark Kelly on March the 21st, 1988. Mr. Kelly had a record of 3 wins, 1 loss and no draws. The match was held at the Holiday Inn, Leicester. Mr. Slaney lost by technical knockout. The referee was again John Keane. His final fight took place on March the 17th, 1988 against Tony Foster, who had a record of 5 wins, 9 losses and 1 draw. The bout was held at the Belgrave Working Man's Club in Leicester. Mr. Slaney lost by a points decision, and the referee was again John Keane. Mr. Slaney had fought a total of 20 rounds over his career, with a knockout percentage of 20%. Warren Slaney has been described by many as one of the most fearsome and dangerous prisoners in the Cathay prison system, which in the UK is the highest security prison you can be in, mixed with some of the most dangerous criminals in the country. It appears that Mr. Slaney's reputation far exceeds himself, and many have shared their experience of knowing him or just being around him whilst being incarcerated themselves. Here are a few stories from other YouTubers who have shared their experience.
You've got Warren Slaney. Everybody in the system, or just about everybody, knows Warren Slaney or who he is. If you haven't met him, you'll have heard of him. He is right up there at the top as being one of the hardest in the system, because everybody knows him in the category A's, and the majority of people are actually scared of him or in fear of him because he's got that much of a reputation and he's that much of a fighter. In his earlier years before he went to prison, he was actually a boxer. So that's where he's gained his skills doing boxing. And when he's come into the system and he's been fighting, he's fought his way through the system. He's still, I'm forgetting exactly, he's nearly coming up to 30 years as a category A prisoner for a murder that he didn't commit. Warren is from Leicestershire. Everybody down in Leicestershire knows Warren, and he's got a big name down there. So Warren is definitely up there as one of the hardest men in the category A system.
Gary Nelson and Warren Slaney had a big fallout. I think it was in Long Lawton where they had the first fight. I don't know the full ins and outs of that one, but I remember Warren was in Franklin, he was on G wing. Gary Nelson landed on my wing. And I remember they were both arguing through the fence, because on the exercise yard, you've got G wing. On this side, you've got F wing here. There's a walkway in the middle, and there's 2 fences separating the 2 yards. But obviously you can see through and talk through the fence. And this day we were walking around the yard, Gary Nelson shouting over to Warren, Warren shouting back, and they're both griefing each other. And I remember Gary Nelson shouting over to Warren, which antagonised Warren even more. Warren shouted over, "You just got it because you got done in off a black man
and he's griefing him, and Warren's at the fence, shaking the fence, going crazy, saying, I'm gonna fucking kill you when I get you down the gym. And we were walking around the yard, everyone quiet as a mouse. And everyone just stopped talking, just listening to what was being said backwards and forth. And like I say, Gary Nelson ended up getting moved because of an altercation on the wing. He got put down the block. And then there was a bit of a riot on G-Wing. It was the Muslim lads against... I was going to say like the lads from down south, but I suppose it was all of them. It was like the white lads, the Muslims against the white lads. And when I'm talking about the Muslims, I'm talking about like black lads as well that have converted to Islam. And they were everyone was just fighting on the wing. Warren laid a few of the lads out. And I'm sure a couple of people ended up getting slashed. I'm not, obviously because I was on F-Wing, we didn't know what was going on properly. But that's what happened on that wing. It went off big style, and then everyone was getting moved about. And then not long after,
so after all these months, you lot from Leicester, right? You finally get your wish, and you lot, the great Warren Slaney supporters, you get what Yami knows. One of you said to me the other day, right? You said, Yami, you don't like Slaney, do you? No. At the end, I didn't really like him. There were some things that bothered me. I didn't get it, but I told him. I'll explain to you when we get to the end of the story. But I'll break it down from the beginning. Warren Slaney is one of the greatest warlords that ever walked through the Cates in history. That is fact. You can't get away from that. All the big names you never had your one of your altercations, but I saw little things in mixes and little exchanges in letters and words that meant that you didn't really want to fight. You wouldn't want to really tangle with him. In his 20s and 30s, he was unbeaten. No, you got to talk the truth. You got to talk the truth. Everyone fell over. That is a fact, right? In later years, the last few, coming when he was in his 40s, we're talking about 2000 onwards kind of thing, you started to have a few close ones, and then you got caught slipping. And in an instant of you never hitting the deck, the legend became kind of a bit mythical. But you all got to get old, like he always says, Yami, older, younger, fitter, but no matter what, I'll still have it. No matter what. He's not stupid, Warren. He knows what it is. What hurt him the most? Let's get the facts right. It starts from the court case. The 2 hot dog murders. Right. During that time Warren was out, there was a lot of problems in nightclubs, demand ups, allegedly. He was throwing it around. They was worried. They wanted to get rid of him. There was a lot of stuff going on. They were shook of him. You know that. Everybody knows that in Leicester. That when he was around, it was real problems. When he got the bird, and remember he got convicted. Remember he had a all right, not bringing colour into anything. He had a black Cody, right? So the story goes, which I don't get, because I've seen him knock over white people as well, white geezers as well, is that every man that was black, he wanted to fight him. Because his Cody grasped him, and when Queen's Evidence had turned against him because of the feds. That's what they done to him. They railroaded him. It is fact. It is facts. I don't care what anyone says. They could say, yeah, but Yami done it. But yeah, I'm telling you what I know. And if I tell you, I'm going to tell you exactly what I read with my own eyes, and my conversations, and my natural ability to look at what he could be lying and what could be facts and what could be fiction. Do you see what I'm saying? But I tell you what, it hurt him bad. The double life hurt him bad. No, he didn't. He wanted to get back out, Warren. Warren was a ladies' man, He got girls. Warren got girls. He used to get loads of girls. He used to like going out. He used to like his old 80s stuff, his things. He said, Yami, play that again for me. He loved me. right? But the only thing is, them lot thought that he was not bullying me, but they thought I was a bit in fear of him because no one used to like sitting with him because of his character and the funny things he says, and he comes out with some silly things and blah, but he used to shout, Yammy, 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 and everybody used to be hiding and saying, Yammy wants you downstairs, because you know that to have me with him, his afternoon's going to be all right, but he'll sit at the dinner table on his own or whatever, and he won't call for no one. But people walk past and all he ever says is, don't like him. That's it. That's the way it was, right?
For over 2 decades, Warren Slaney has maintained his innocence of the infamous hot dog murders that took place in 1990 in Oadbury in Leicestershire. He and another man, Terence Burt, were convicted of the murders of the fast food tycoon Gary Thompson and his associate John Weston. 2 victims were found shot dead in Mr. Thompson's front garden and £60,000 had been stolen. His death was claimed to have been the result of a botched robbery. Mr. Slaney was convicted after Mr. Burke and another man who admitted to conspiracy to rob gave evidence for the prosecution that Mr. Slaney was the one who committed the shootings. In addition, another witness also claimed to have seen Mr. Slaney with Mr. Burke shortly before the shootings and claimed that he had boasted to others about the attacks. Mr. Slaney had a cast iron alibi. He was seen by several friends at a family party at the time of the murders. Further, he does not match the descriptions of the original counts by eyewitnesses who described the attackers as over 6 foot and heavily built, over 20 stones. Mr. Slaney was 5'8" and weighed 9 to 10 stones. The man who disposed of the gun admitted that Warren had nothing to do with the murders. This statement was not used in court. There was no forensic evidence linking Mr. Slaney to the murders despite his flat being searched 4 times by police. In 2010, the CCRC refused Mr. Slaney's application. His case is currently being investigated by the Winchester Innocence Project. While it is true that there isn't much public information about Warren Slaney's life prior to his boxing career and subsequent conviction of murder, we do know that he was a father, professional boxer and a nightclub bouncer. The era in which Mr. Slaney lived was different from today, with less of an online presence to leave a digital footprint, making it difficult to construct a comprehensive portrait of his life prior to his conviction. Only those involved in the case, close family and friends, will ever know if Mr. Slaney did have past prior convictions. But to finish up the documentary, we will share a comment which was left on an online forum dedicated to discussing Mr. Slaney's innocence, and it provides a different perspective on the matter. It was left by the user named M. Thompson USA on the 12th of July 2018, and they said the following: I find it strange that this article about Warren Slaney doesn't mention that a month before he was charged, he had murdered 2 men and he was up in court on a robbery charge at a petrol station, but the cashier knew him and was too scared to say anything, so the case had to be dismissed. But the judge said to him, if you don't mend your wicked evil ways, you will be back in court in the not too distant future on a murder charge. So let's see you put that in your report. If you're looking to learn more about the Warren Slaney case or show him support, an address for mailing him in the prison has been shared online. You can find this address in the provided description below. Remember, when writing to someone, it is important to follow all the rules and regulations of the prison.
Hello everyone, welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Thank you for joining us. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe for more content. Today we take a look at a man who has been described by some as a muscle-obsessed stalker. This man, it has been alleged, has been harassing young men and boys to feel and measure their muscles since at least the 1980s, and with deadly consequences. Akinwale Arobiki was born on July 15, 1961, at Crumpsall Hospital in Crumpsall, Manchester. His mother, Abisola Arobiki, was a secretarial student and his father is unknown. At the age of only 6 months, he entered the foster care system. He spent time in Barnardo's home in Llandudno in Conwy, but would later move to Liverpool. But this seemingly normal and uneventful early years didn't give a true representation of the monster that was soon to come. In the 1980s, Mr. Arobiki turned his attention to Gary Kelly, a 16-year-old athlete from Birkenhead. He would follow him around and ask to feel his muscles. Eventually, the young man would become so disturbed that he went to the police. The officers already had a picture of Mr. Arabiki ready to be identified, which Gary Kelly promptly did. Mr. Arabiki was served with a harassment order, and he wasn't allowed near the area in which Mr. Kelly and his family lived. But this tale wouldn't end with that. While at a swimming pool with his friends, Mr. Kelly would catch sight of Mr. Arabiki. Terrified, he bolted from his friends, desperate to get away from the man who had been stalking him. He tried to evade the man ducking around the crowds, but Mr. Arabiki had seen him and allegedly started following him. Panicked, Mr. Kelly had attempted to evade him by hiding in New Brighton's railway station, hiding in a stationary train before wandering around the platform waiting for the coast to be clear. When he saw Mr. Arabiki again, he made a bid to escape by crawling under a train, and accidentally touched a live rail. Gary Kelly was electrocuted to death, having only been trying to escape the person he should have been safe from in the first place. He left behind a 3-month pregnant girlfriend. During the sentencing, an additional 12 alleged offences were gathered to lie on file in order to keep track of any patterns that would and did emerge. Mr. Arabiki was convicted of manslaughter. However, this was overturned only a few years later. He argued that there wasn't any law against standing and watching the trains, and no evidence to confirm that he had actually been chasing the teenager down. Mr. Arabiki also complained of the racist overtones in the case from the prosecution and the officers involved, and was given £35,000 in compensation after a Home Office investigation in 1989. Mr. Arabiki would only spend 2.5 years in prison for his manslaughter charge. In the following years, it wouldn't be his only run-in with the law, nor would it be the only time his threats were taken at face value. In March of 1997, an article was run by the Sunday People detailing how warnings had been issued to rugby teams after Mr. Arabiki focused his attentions on some of the players. He was accused of gaining information of players' addresses from a fake press pass. He attacked players' houses, vandalised their cars, and threatened them with violence. One player complained to the club that Mr. Arabiki had lifted him off the ground and actually was doing squats with him on his shoulders. Another claimed that the man had thrown a brick through his window. The police were notified, but he evaded another prison sentence. When she was 13 in the year 2000, Kelly Mullaney lived with her family, including her younger brother. Whilst walking to the park one time, Mr. Arabiki attempted to talk to Mullaney's brother and feel his muscles, and she threatened to call the police on him. But this wasn't to end with just that. 30 minutes later, arriving back to their home, rapid banging at the door startled Kelly Mullaney. When she looked out the window and saw it was Mr. Arabiki, who demanded that she come outside, she refused. He then greeted her with a gun pushed through the mailbox, and the 6-foot 5-inch man screaming, "You're fucking dead, you're dead, you're dead." Petrified, the teenage girl called the police, who arrived with 6 police vehicles. Mr. Arabiki was arrested for threatening to kill, but no traces of a gun were ever found. While he denied any wrongdoings, he acknowledged that his actions could be perceived as threatening, even though he had been approaching them out of want of genuine friendship, or at least so he claimed. He was jailed for 30 months at Warrington Crown Court on August 3rd, 2001. But Miss Mullaney still didn't feel safe. Mr. Arabiki's words still rattling around inside her head. She entered a witness protection program and moved halfway across the country. After Mr. Arabiki was convicted of harassment and threatening to kill Miss Mullaney, Merseyside police launched an investigation into his behaviour, dubbing it Operation Ice. Over 120 people were interviewed, and a disturbing pattern quickly started to emerge. Mr. Arabiki would wait outside gyms, sports clubs and colleges until finding a suitable target, namely muscular young men. He would approach them and ask to feel their muscles or watch them squat, and he wouldn't leave until they would let him do so. Mr. Arabiki even carried a tape measure around to measure the calves, thighs and chests of his victims. When he had his sights set on a particular boy, he would grow obsessive and start showing up wherever they were, learning private details of their lives and their families. A family entered into a witness protection program after Mr. Arabiki wouldn't leave their son alone. And when the police searched Mr. Arabiki's home, they found numerous pictures of muscular men and the personal details of over a dozen victims, including phone numbers and their body measurements. The investigation would end with Mr. Arabiki pleading guilty to 15 separate counts of harassment and witness intimidation. An astonishing 61 counts of harassment were also alleged, but weren't pursued during the case. 31 restraining orders were granted by the judge to protect the young men and witnesses that had been named during the case. On December 15th, 2003, Mr. Arabiki was jailed for 6 years. His reign of terror didn't end there either now he was in prison. Multiple inmates came forward to say that Mr. Arabiki had demanded to measure their biceps with a shoelace, but the man denied the accusations were true, saying that they were baseless. No matter how unfounded these accusations were, Mr. Arabiki was moved 14 times because of them. Following the release of Mr. Arabiki from prison in 2006, the Merseyside police appealed for an interim sexual offences prevention order against him, and it was considered unusual as he had never been convicted of a sex offence, and denied getting sexual gratification from touching muscles, but it was still granted due to the cases that had been ordered to lie on file. Under the Sexual Offences Prevention Order, he was not allowed to feel people's muscles, ask them to do exercises in public, or approach any young person under the age of 18. It also banned him from St Helens, Warrington, and Widnes without the permission of either the Chief Constable of Merseyside or the Chief Constable of Cheshire. He was also banned from loitering around or entering gyms and sports clubs. The SOPO order was originally meant to be temporary, but it was made permanent by Judge Bruce Macmillan in 2007. His reasoning was that it was clear that his touching of boys and young men is motivated by a sexual urge. Mr. Arabiki admitted that he had an unhealthy obsession with muscles and the potential of young men to improve their physique, but still denied that it was sexual. No matter what his intentions were, the SOPO order strictly forbade any contact with minors or asking men to feel their muscles. It quickly became apparent that this was outside of what Mr. Arabiki could or would be willing to do. On May 25, 2007, Mr. Arabiki breached the SOPO order by approaching a young man and touching his bicep after travelling to Preston, Lancashire, and he was jailed for a further 15 months. Later in the summer of 2008, Mr. Arabiki would be back in court as he tried to appeal the Sexual Offences Protection Order, claiming that he had been through counselling that had helped him realise what he was doing, and he apologised to the victims, saying that if I am towering over them and I am a big black man, they may not really be consenting, they may be consenting out of fear. Despite the claims, he still showed erratic and unstable behaviour during the court proceedings, and the judge upheld the SOPO order. The second confirmed breach of the SOPO order was in April of 2009, not long after the SOPO order had actually been upheld by the court. Arabiki accosted a frightened 17-year-old boy in Birkenhead, trying to feel his biceps. He was jailed for 18 months, and it was his 72nd confirmed offence. Another 2.5 years were slapped onto Arabiki after he breached the SOPO order again by touching the muscles of a 16-year-old boy in Llandudno, North Wales. Mr. Arabiki defended himself in court, arguing that it was all a hoax. The police received several calls a day saying that I am in locations across the country, even when I'm in prison. Unswayed, the judge found him guilty. In August of 2013, Mr. Arabiki started to win his court cases. He was cleared of all charges relating to his breaking of his SOPO order after defending himself, claiming that it was nothing more than a modern-day witch hunt. He was partly able to prove his point because of the mishandling of the case on the part of the officers, who, desperate to prove his guilt, had approached an alleged victim before the 16-year-old had been ready to come forward. The police also continuously referred to him as Purple Aki. The nickname itself is inherently racist. The purple is derived from people saying he is so black he's practically purple. And this misconduct on the part of the police force became a foreboding cloud that only weakened their case against Mr. Arabiki. Another case in October of 2013 collapsed when it surfaced that the officer involved had been provoking Mr. Arabiki and made other questionable conduct decisions. And Mr. Arabiki wasn't charged. However, he had been forced to spend up to close to 2 years on remand awaiting charges that would inevitably be dropped, or that he was acquitted from. Mr. Arabiki was inevitably charged with breaking his SOPO order once again on the 1st of October 2015. Calling himself Andy, he had met a student on a train and asked to feel and measure his biceps. The student wouldn't realise who he had been talking to until a month later when he read an article on Mr. Arabiki. Despite claiming that it was a setup by the police, he was convicted by a unanimous jury decision. Eventually, Mr. Arabiki would have his Sexual Offences Protection Order lifted. In May 2016 at Manchester Crown Court, Judge Richard Mansell said that there was no justifiable proof that Arabiki obtained sexual gratification from feeling his victim's muscles, and that order restrictions could no longer be justified. Now, the name Purple Aki has become an urban legend in the UK underworld. Parody accounts of him can be found across all social media. There's an Instagram page dedicated to him wanting to legalise cannabis, and a Twitter profile with his face photoshopped onto a naked muscular man. Most of the fear that once surrounded him has faded away, and to many he's nothing more than a local boogeyman. But the question still remains, is this an act of taking a predator's power away, or is it laced with racism overtones that will do more damage than good? Hello everyone, welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Thank you for joining us. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe for more content. Reaching the peak of his power in the 1950s, Arthur Thompson was a gangster who established a criminal empire in Glasgow City. From working as a strong-arm enforcer himself, to rising in the ranks and becoming a godfather making £100,000 a week, today we take an in-depth look into the life of the last godfather. Glasgow's chronic overcrowding and rampant poverty, made worse by the Great Depression, fed into the city's growing underworld, creating the perfect environment for gangs and crime to spring up. Arthur Thompson was born to a normal, law-abiding family in September of 1931. His father worked as a steel worker, and his early years were filled with petty fistfighting, then with open razors and petty thievery before escalating. Mr. Thompson started his criminal career with the racketeering of local shops. At first he was just an enforcer, a strong arm to convince people to pay, working for local loan sharks and then eventually the Crays in London. He would mention to shop owners that if they wanted their windows intact by the morning that they should pay him. Those that wouldn't pay would find themselves sweeping up broken glass, or worse, crucified to the floor or their front door. His wife, Rita Thompson, would work as a singer at some clubs, being paid hefty sums for her talent. However, they weren't paying her for her services, and she wasn't a singer. It was simply a means to pay Thompson without arousing suspicion. Gradually, he would begin loan sharking on his own, using the methodic and ruthless tactics he'd learned from the Crays to place himself at the top of the pile in Glasgow. Mr. Thompson quickly graduated to safe blowing, the preferred method of robbing banks at the time. Many shops and banks hadn't upgraded to the state-of-the-art safes that had relocking mechanisms, making them vulnerable to brute force and strategically placed bombs. Mr. Thompson was clumsy on a particularly sloppy robbery, and the police hunted him down and his associates. He would only spend a few years in prison though compared to the others, a pattern that would repeat itself numerous times throughout his 30-year criminal career. Along with bank heists, money lending and protection rackets with local shops, Mr. Thompson started investing his money in legitimate businesses. He had always seen himself as a businessman, and he put in the work to make this true. This worked to keep money flowing in and to hide the income he was getting through illegal means. He owned scrapyards, dance halls and pubs, gradually accumulating enough money and status to be one of the most powerful men in Glasgow. He bought a manor that was nicknamed the Ponderosa after the television show Bonanza, a popular 1970s series. It was rumoured by some that by the end of his life, he was making somewhere close to £100,000 a week from his combined incomes. On the 22nd of August 1966, Mr. Thompson was dosed with his own medicine. A car bomb had been placed under his car, and it erupted after he and his mother-in-law had entered the car. Mr. Thompson was very luckily able to walk away with minimal injuries, but his mother-in-law, Maggie Johnston, wasn't as lucky, and she unfortunately passed away later. The blame was placed on Patrick Welsh and James Goldie. Mr. Thompson had been feuding with the Welsh family for a while up until this point, but justice was swift in the eyes of Mr. Thompson. Not long after the death of his mother-in-law, an unidentified car pushed Welsh and Goldie's car right into a lamppost, killing both of them on impact. Arthur was quickly detained as a possible suspect, as it seemed obvious that this was a revenge killing, and his eye-catching Jaguar matched the description of the perpetrator's car. With the police hunting for evidence, Mr. Thompson found himself in the unique position of being in two court cases at once. In the case of his car bombing, he was a witness, and he was a suspect in the case of Patrick Welsh and James Goldie's murders. He refused to work with police to find who had killed his mother-in-law. His hatred of law enforcement ran that deep. On the other case, he and his people intimidated almost all of the witnesses into silence, threatening to bomb houses if they tried to speak against Mr. Thompson. Eventually, the case around the bombing was dropped due to lack of evidence, leaving Thompson's lawyers still defending him on the case of the 2 other murders. Soon the jury would come back with a shocking verdict: not proven. Without any evidence that Arthur Thompson was actually behind the wheel of the car that killed Welsh and Goldie, and no witnesses, they were forced to let him walk free. The violence in the Thompson family didn't rest solely with Arthur either. His wife, Rita, spent 3 years in prison for stabbing Patrick Welsh's wife numerous times, a final act of revenge for killing her mother. While crime ran deep in the Thompson family, not all of the children inherited Arthur and Rita's tenacity when it came to illegal activities. Arthur Thompson Jr. was proving not to be the most clever either, and the large shoes that he had to fill left by Arthur Sr. were proving to be too much for him. With the waning influence of Arthur Sr., his son, nicknamed Fat Boy, had to make his own way in life, while still keeping the Thompson family name alive. He did so by tapping into the then exploding heroin epidemic in Glasgow, but was met with numerous blunders. One of his most notorious rumoured incidences involved him buying £30,000 worth of liquid heroin in a glass bottle, only to discover that he'd been scammed into buying water. Instead of leaving with what was left of his dignity, Arthur Jr. doubled down on the drug dealing. His clumsiness landed him 11 years in prison for dealing heroin. It wasn't as if Arthur Jr. was wasting away in prison though. His father had pulled some strings and used his prison contacts to ensure his son was well taken care of and had luxuries such as steak, alcohol and chocolate. During this time, Mr. Thompson Sr. hadn't slipped into a quiet retirement either. He was still an extremely powerful criminal, which made him a target for assassination attempts. He survived at least 3 major attempts, including the car bombing that killed his mother-in-law. A hitman hired from Ireland by a rival of Mr. Thompson walked up to him and pulled the trigger. However, the gun misfired, and in the shootout that followed, Thompson would only be shot in the groin rather than between the eyes. He drove himself to the hospital and refused to tell police anything, adamantly stating that it had been the result of a construction project gone wrong. The 3rd assassination attempt was a hit and run, in which he only broke his leg. He was otherwise alright and refused to aid the police in finding the culprit, but his troubles didn't stop with the attempts on his own life. After being given 48 hours leave from prison to prepare for his impending release, Arthur Jr. was publicly putting together a hit list of people that he perceived to have done wrong to him and led to his time in jail. Drunk one time, he loudly announced his plans to the people near him, drawing unwanted attention. But because he was in one of his father's establishments, the Proven Mill Inn, he saw himself as safe. He wasn't. Later that night, when walking the short distance between his house and the Ponderosa, 3 men jumped Mr. Thompson Jr. and he was shot 3 times. One shot grazed his cheek, the second punctured a lung, and the third was deliberately fired into his anus. He died bleeding out in front of his father's home, where Mr. Thompson Sr. would find him. And Arthur Thompson Jr. wouldn't be the only tragedy to befall the Thompson family. Margaret Thompson, Sr.'s daughter, would die from a drug overdose in 1989, and his other son, Billy, would also die due to complications from drug addiction in 2017. Both were heroin users, and the exact drug that Arthur Jr. had been building his empire on. Thompson Sr.'s second daughter, Tracy Thompson, lives in secrecy of who her family really was, in fear of revenge attacks, as do Thompson Sr.'s grandchildren and great-grandchildren. Paul Ferris, a one-time accomplice of Arthur Jr., was charged with the murder and remanded to HM Prison Barlinnie, and 2 of his associates were implicated in the murder as well. It seemed logical that Mr. Ferris had been close to the Thompson family for a long time. Some sources even saying that Arthur Thompson Sr. saw him as another son. He had worked as an enforcer and been able to get close to the younger Arthur as well, before he left the family and started his own gang. It would make sense that some hostilities had been held over that, especially for a man who had a history of crucifying those who wronged him. What would follow after the murder of Arthur Thompson Jr. was the longest and most expensive trial that Scotland had seen. The trial lasted a total of 54 days and cost over £4.1 million. Along with Mr. Thompson Sr., over 300 witnesses were called to the stand. During the investigation, Strathclyde police raided the Ponderosa, but couldn't find anything to incriminate Thompson Sr. The man had been in the game too long and to be dumb enough to leave evidence of his illegal business dealings around his home. Paul Ferris pled not guilty, saying that a hitman had been brought from Ireland to eliminate the young kingpin. In the end, Paul Ferris was found not guilty on all charges and released from prison in 1992. Either as a present for the grieving father, or an attempt to get into his good graces, The bodies of Ferris's friends, Robert Glover and Joe Hanlon, were found dead inside a car on the funeral procession route. They had been shot in the back of their heads, execution style, and had been shot in their anuses, an act of final revenge for the way that they had killed Arthur Thompson Jr. Rumours spun around that Mr. Thompson had paid over £20,000 for a hitman to take the two out, as he believed them to have been a part of the murder of his son, Mr. Thompson Jr. But it wasn't the only event that would happen at the funeral, because when they reached the cemetery, a bomb scare would also rattle the nerves of all the funeral attendees. In the end, it was an innocuous heart attack that killed Arthur Thompson Sr., the godfather of Glasgow. He died at the age of 61 on the 13th of March 1993. Only a year after the conclusion of the court case at Glasgow Royal Infirmary. With him went the remnants of a golden age in organised crime in Glasgow, as the empire he had spent decades building quietly faded away. Thanks for joining us today. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to give it a like and a share, and leave any thoughts or suggestions you have in the comments section. We love to read through them all. And if you're new but enjoy UK true crime content, then subscribe to see when our newest video releases. And as always, stay safe. Hello everyone, and welcome back to Street Crime UK. In today's video, we're going to take a look at Mr. Bartley Gorman, the undisputed gypsy fighting king. So, just how did this seemingly normal travel man from Nottingham, England, go on to be labelled the king of the gypsies? Well, in this video, we're going to break it down and have a look. But as always, if you enjoy UK crime content, make sure to subscribe to the channel, hit the like button, and use the notification bell if you never want to miss an upload from us again. So let's begin, shall we? Gypsies and travellers are people who live a nomadic lifestyle and consider travel to be an important part of their ethnic or cultural identity. The Irish Travellers are an ethnic group in Ireland with their customs, language and traditions. Many people spend all or part of their year in the United Kingdom. One of the things that are a custom in the travelling community is bare knuckle boxing. The original form of boxing, bare knuckle boxing, is closely related to ancient combat sports. It involves two people fighting without the use of boxing gloves or other hand protection. The difference between street fighting and bare knuckle boxing is that the latter has a set of established rules, such as not striking a downed opponent. The London prize ring rules were the rules that governed bare knuckle boxing for much of the 18th and 19th centuries. With the American promotion, Bare Knuckle Fighting Championship, bare knuckle boxing has seen a resurgence in the 21st century. Modern bare knuckle boxing is only practiced on a small scale around the world. Among the competitions are bare knuckle boxing and ultimate bare knuckle boxing, otherwise known as BK/BTM in the United Kingdom, Bare Knuckle Fighting Championship BKFC in the United States, and Top Dog Fighting Championship in Russia, Top Dog FC. There are a few differences between traditional glove boxing rules and modern bouts. Any knockdown triggers an 18-second countdown. The 18 count is used only in BK/BTM, whereas the traditional 10 count is used in BKFC. One man who lived for bare knuckle boxing was Bartley Gorman, who was born on the 1st of March 1944 to English parents Samuel and Katie Gorman, who did not like fighting at all. Bartley supposedly had his first bare knuckle fight at the age of 12, which is hard to believe given modern day standards. Well, this is according to press reports anyway. In certain respects, he thought he was the natural heir to his great-grandfather Boxing Bartley, Ireland's king of the tinkers in the 19th century, and his grandfather Bulldog Bartley, another undefeated bare knuckle boxer, so he felt a lot of pressure growing up. In the realm of illegitimate gypsy fighting, he reigned supreme from 1972 to 1992. He was the undisputed king of bare knuckle boxing. He fought in a mineshaft, a dump, horse fairs, campsites, bars and parties, and on the street throughout these years, and even challenging infamous London brawlers Lenny McLean and Roy Shaw. Nathan Gorman, Hughie Fury, and Tyson Fury are the three of Bentley Gorman's relatives who have gone on to become professional boxers in recent years, with Tyson Fury having a 24-0 record. I think it's safe to say he inherited a lot of the strong fighting genes from his family. Bare knuckle fighting was regarded as a legal and acceptable practice by gypsies. As well as a means of expression, young gypsy boys dream of becoming the champion boxer of their patch of territory. Just like young boys are today aspire of being David Beckham or other celebrities, these young boys wanted to be the best boxer of their patch. Bartley Gorman was 28 years old, 6'1" and weighed 15.5 stones when he captured the title of bare knuckle champion of Great Britain and Ireland after defeating the competitor Jack Fletcher in a contest at an abandoned quarry. According to reports online, this was a brutal and bloody fight. However, things weren't always easy for Bartley. He was nearly murdered by an armed crowd at St. Leger's Day in 1976. He had arrived preparing to face Ricky Top Hat Donahue, but was instead attacked by the gang, who had allegedly been paying £25,000 to carry out the assault. It's unknown who exactly ordered the attack, but it was likely someone trying to make a name for themselves in the gypsy community. In his novel, Bartley explains, "I arrived at the agreed upon time of 10:30 AM, but he, Mr. Donahue, was nowhere to be found, and it was strangely quiet, and almost out of nowhere 25 plus men with crowbars and bricks emerged. I was thrashed mercilessly. I was knocked unconscious and don't remember much about it." After David Pierce KO'd former WBA World Heavyweight Champion John Tate in California, Bartley Gorman and David Pierce agreed to compete for the World Unlicensed Championship. "Dave Pierce is Britain's best gorger fighting guy, and I am the king of the gypsies," Gorman said. "If I win, I'll challenge Muhammad Ali to a contest for the crown." This was made possible by their friendship with Paddy Monaghan, and a former bare-knuckle boxer and Ali's mate. If Pierce participated, the BBC threatened him with a worldwide ban. Pierce was pressured to decline and was saddened as a result, feeling like he let his legacy down. Muhammad Ali, who was nicknamed the Greatest, is widely regarded as one of the most significant and celebrated sporting figures of the 20th century. And he was one of Bartley Gorman's heroes, and he based much of his fighting technique and skills on this. He dreamed of one day challenging Muhammad for the World Championship. It seemed that Bartley Gorman had never lost a fight until he announced his retirement from boxing after getting a draw with Graham O'Loughlin Kennedy. Gorman died on a traveller site in Uttoxeter, England on the 18th of January 2002, where he had spent his final days. For Uttoxeter, he was more of a town wonder, where they honoured him by inscribing his name on their Millennium Monument alongside such illustrious Staffordshire greats as Joseph Bamford, the founder of JCB. So this shows that he was pretty well revered and well known. Not only was he a well known and revered person in his own culture, but his fame had spread far and wide, catching the attention of even his hero, Muhammad Ali, who knew exactly who Bartley Gorman was, and even somewhat admired his heart and his fighting spirit. It is reported that the pair even met and practiced sparring together, with Muhammad Ali saying that Gorman had a great technique. During a 2014 interview, actor Tom Hardy said that Bartley Gorman's voice was an influence for Bane's accent in the 2012 film The Dark Knight Rises. According to rumour, Bartley Gorman is credited with helping to inspire professional wrestler Wade Barrett's bullhammer elbow finisher, which is known simply as the bullhammer, which further serves to demonstrate the spectacular amount of recognition his fame and reputation have survived over the years. Gorman's 210-page autobiography, King of the Gypsies, was completed just before his death in 2001 with the help of Peter Walsh. Gorman tells an unflinching but moving story about a man driven to fight and suffer by the weight of his violent family history. According to the book, he was only 9 years old when he first witnessed the horrors of violence. Bartley witnessed his uncle being killed by a rogue showman's single punch. Something like that must have gone on and messed him up really badly over his years. Tales of brutal fights at fairs, racetracks and bars take up a large portion of the book, as you would expect, so it's worth a read if you get the chance, and it's available to download on Amazon. Peter Walsh, who knew Bartley for the last 18 months of his life, summarises him as follows. He was a one-of-a-kind individual. He was a lovely man with a wicked sense of humour, but a perpetual sense of melancholy. And when you look up the meaning of the word melancholy, it says a feeling of pensive sadness, typically with no obvious cause. Which is pretty heartbreaking to think that that's how he felt at the end of his life after achieving so much within the travelling community. In 1995, Shane Meadows, an English director and screenwriter, filmed a short documentary called King of the Gypsies. To be honest, it's an outstanding documentary. The film gives an honest and humble insight into the life of undefeated world champion bare-knuckle boxer Bartley Gorman.
a true legend in which he interviewed Gorman about his life. Some poor quality clips are available on YouTube if you want to check them out for yourself, although the picture quality is not great, but you do get to hear Bartley's distinctive voice. So guys, that was the brief and somewhat sad story of the life and career of Bartley Gorman. Let us know in the comments section below what you think about this gypsy fighting king. To us, he seemed like an interesting character that lived his life on his own terms. Also, let us know if there are any other UK true crime cases that you would like to see us cover here on the channel. Please don't forget to like the video and subscribe to the channel for more content. As always, stay safe. Hello everyone, welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Thank you for joining us. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe for more content. Today we're going to listen to the story of a man of many names. Michael Peterson transformed into the man he is today through decades of crime, isolation and violence. But how did a failed robber turn into the most dangerous prisoner in the UK? And how did a man rack up a total of 22 years in solitary confinement? Before he was Charles Bronson, he was Michael Peterson. Michael Peterson was born into the respectable and law-abiding family of Ira and Joe Peterson. The middle of three boys, his mother describes him as a kind and affectionate child, and he lived a normal childhood. He dabbled in petty theft with his friends, stealing things like shoe polish before being apprehended and reprimanded in juvenile detention. Peterson ended up leaving school at age 15, turning straight to the workforce. He went to live with his grandmother where he worked labour jobs, and on a night out he met the woman who would soon become his first wife, Irene Kesley. After a few months, she discovered she was pregnant and the two married. With the marriage came a sigh of relief from Peterson's parents. They hoped that with his new family, Peterson would settle down, and it seemed like this was the case for a few years until he started drinking and staying out late again, sometimes days at a time. When questioned by his wife, he claimed to be sleeping off his hangovers. In actuality, he was planning the armed robbery that would end with his first of many prison visits. At age 22, Peterson robbed a jewellery store with three other men. The men all beelined for the safe, however most of the money laid in the jewellery that was on display, and they made off with scant amounts of money. The police quickly found them, and while the amount that was stolen wasn't much, Peterson had been carrying a loaded gun, and he was sentenced to 7 years in jail with the promise of being out in 3 for good behaviour. It was quickly realised that good behaviour wasn't something that Peterson was going to keep up with. After 6 months of maintaining his sanity, it all became too much for Peterson. He started attacking everything and anything around him, destroying a prison workshop, attacking another inmate. His actions led to beatings and extended stays in solitary confinement, and extra months tacked onto his sentence due to excessive violence, such as when he attacked another inmate with a glass jug. He was given an additional 9 months for that incident alone. His wife Irene divorced him. She served the papers to Peterson after one of the many beatings from prison guards. It would be 23 years before Peterson would see his son after the divorce. Peterson was transferred numerous times and from prison to prison due to his volatility, and met violent career criminals like the Cray twins, whom he befriended. He was disconcerted by the number of dangerous and psychotic inmates around him, such as John White, a child molester and murderer, whom Peterson ended up strangling to death at Broadmoor. A broken tie saved another man from a similar fate. He was the first inmate in almost 100 years to reach Broadmoor's roof, staging a protest against the conditions he lived in and the forced medication. The environment mixed with the concoction of drugs, including the sedative antipsychotic Largactil, made Peterson extremely ill and turned him into a different person, according to his family. They said that there were times his letters to them were so muddled that they couldn't even understand him, and he faced horrific side effects such as paralysis, lockjaw and muscle seizures. Peterson reached Broadmoor's roof 3 separate times, doing upwards of £250,000 worth of damages to the hospital. During 2 of the protests, he had to be talked down by his visiting family, who were heartbroken at seeing him that way. He also staged an 18-day hunger strike after his 3rd rooftop protest, which resulted in his transfer to a different hospital. To cope with the forced medication, Peterson took up art and fitness, both of which he greatly excelled at. His cartoons portrayed his everyday life and the little scenes he had created for himself, such as befriending the family of rats in his cell. The name of his style of art matched himself, outsider art, meaning it wasn't influenced at all by the greater art world and society. His fitness regime was intense, and it bulked up his already impressive stature. When he left the ward for what should have been the last time, a guard said, "See you soon," knowing he wasn't ready for the outside world at the time. He finished his first sentence in 1987. After leaving prison, Michael Peterson stayed with his parents in Aberystwyth for only a few days before leaving for London, complaining that the city was just too small for him. Searching for ways to make ends meet, Peterson followed the advice of friend Reggie Cray to take up bare-knuckle boxing in illegal underground rings. It was here that Michael Peterson became known as Charles Bronson, named in honour of the actor with the same name. Funnily enough, he claims to have never seen a Charles Bronson film. He was moderately successful, mostly known for his brutality, but the prize money didn't last, and he returned to his old habit to pay the bills. Going back into robbery, at one time he made off with around £1,000 in jewellery. It didn't take long for the police to find him though, partly because of the bulk he had put on in jail. Bronson would spend 69 days out of prison before he was apprehended by the police for robbing the jewellery shop. During his sentencing, multiple prisons denied him, as he had proven himself to be volatile and uncontrollable, and he was placed in a maximum security unit. His new sentence was 7 years. The patterns from before emerged again, and he fought with prisoners and prison officers. He started riots, destroyed prison property, and even held a deputy governor hostage. This behaviour was met with beatings and long periods of time in isolation. Bronson was moved from prison to prison, sometimes spending as little as a month in one prison at a time. This constant shifting of location made treating him and his anger issues nearly impossible. Most psychiatrists refused to work with him, and the ones that did manage to start treatment with him only had a short amount of time. And this led to a much larger question. Was prison truly there to rehabilitate Charles Bronson, or was it there to merely contain him? At one of the prisons, they relaxed some of his restrictions, and they saw improvement. A guard who worked with Bronson called him polite, and he didn't start as many fights. But any progress this may have led to was dashed when he was moved once again and forced back into solitary confinement. Jim Dawkins, a security guard who worked with Bronson, said it was always one step forward before the prison system forced him back 2 steps. No matter what the answer to this question, Charles Bronson was dangerous, and when left to his own devices, he just wouldn't change. He spent long stints in isolation for numerous offences, including punching an inmate and running around Long Lartin prison in a nude during a riot. He was released from prison, this time for a mere 53 days. In an interview, his mother said that her son was traumatised from his stay in prison, partly due to an attack that led him to being stabbed in the back several times. The attack left him unable to stand people walking behind him, but left without any way to reform himself, Bronson was arrested again. The charges of conspiracy to rob were dropped this time, but in February of 1993, he was arrested for conspiracy to rob yet again and possession of a shotgun. While out of prison on bail for the newest charges, Bronson snapped, and in Wood Hill he kidnapped a librarian and held them hostage. Whilst negotiation with the police was going on, he demanded an inflatable doll and a helicopter and a cup of tea. He was captured and the trial continued, arguing that the shotgun was to commit suicide. He was just charged with possession and was given 8 years in prison. When he was transferred to Wakefield, he immediately spent 40 days in the isolation ward, in the nude. The conditions pressed him closer to another mental break, and in 1994 he took a deputy governor hostage on Easter Monday, continuing to add to his notoriety. And notorious Bronson was. With the help of his constant moving, his reputation had travelled quickly, and more than a few correctional officers had tried to take a shot at Britain's most violent inmate. He was beaten with batons, had fingers broken, and he was kicked in the testicles repeatedly, and he had his moustache ripped out. This only cemented what Bronson already knew. Violence was the only way to get what you want in this world. At Belmarsh prison, another hostage situation played out. After 2 Iraqi phone hijackers bumped into him, he kept them captured for 7 hours, along with another prisoner. He openly admitted that he was losing it badly, which was showcased in forcing the 2 Iraqi men to tickle his toes and call him general. Eventually, he willingly released the hostages and went back to his cell in the isolation unit. He was given an extra 5 years on his sentence for the hostage situation. In 1998, Charles Bronson attempted to reach out to his son that he had with Irene Kesley. 23 years ago is a long time to go without speaking to any kid, so with the help of a childhood friend, he was able to track down his son, Michael,
and have him visit. The two immediately bonded, and when it was time for Michael to leave, he told his father, "I'll keep out of trouble if you can keep out of trouble." His father agreed, and for a while he did behave himself, but he had yet to go through the ordeal that would give him his life sentence. In January of 1999, Phil Danielson was working as an educator in prison. Rumour reached Bronson that Danielson had been slagging off his artwork. Showing his now famous temper, Bronson took the man hostage in an ordeal that would last for 44 hours. Danielson made it out safely, but was traumatised, and later said that the time was drawn out because Bronson wanted to surpass a previous record. During the ordeal, he also destroyed upwards of $500,000 of property, throwing around furniture, refrigeration units, and even a washing machine. Up until this point, Bronson had evaded a life sentence, and he hoped to continue this. He defended himself by arguing that the prison system had turned him into what he was, so he shouldn't be held accountable. How would you feel waking up in the morning with a window? "I'm not living, I'm existing." This defense didn't work. The judge deemed him mentally fit to stand trial, and he was sentenced to life imprisonment. Danielson, his victim, did not return to his job educating criminals due to PTSD. This slice sentence didn't stop Bronson from maintaining relationships with women. Since first entering prison, the list of girlfriends and fiancées ran long, including 3 total wives and at least 2 girlfriends. He had a daughter with Fatima Sayara Rahman, who he married in 2001. In honour of her religion of Islam, he changed his name to Charles Ali Ahmed. Despite claiming that his wife and daughter were helping him rehabilitate, they ended up separating only 4 years later. His third wife was Paula Williamson, an actress. They were married in the prison chapel in November of 2017. Despite following the same trajectory as his previous relationships and divorce being on the horizon, she passed away in 2019 before the divorce could be finalised. In total, Bronson had held over a dozen people hostage and racked up nearly £1 million in damage to the prison property. Collectively, he spent over 22 years in solitary confinement, where he continues to create art and work on his fitness. In honour of Salvador Dali, he changed his name to Charles Salvador, which is the title that he used for setting up the Charles Salvador Art Foundation, which promotes his artwork and encourages the participation of inmates in art. He has written and published 11 books and won 11 Koestler Trust Awards. Funds from the auctioning of his artwork have gone to his mother, who is still alive today and heartbroken over her son, and also to charities that help children with cerebral palsy. His appeals on his sentencing have been soundly rejected many times. No matter how much of Charles Bronson's behaviour was a product of the prison system or his own nature, years of solitude and lack of psychological help created a violently murderous man that truly deserves the title of the UK's most dangerous and notorious criminal. Thank you all for watching, and if you enjoyed, please don't forget to like, share and subscribe for more UK true crime content. Hello everyone, welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Thank you for joining us. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe for more content. Today we take a look at one of the most dangerous criminal families to ever exist in the UK criminal underworld, especially in the Everton area. A family that became so notorious that police were forced to create a specialist team in order to try and take back control of the streets in which the gang had taken over. The G family were a very notorious crime family that grew up on the dangerous Grisdale estate, which can be found in Everton. Darren and Daniel G were very well known on the estate and part of the larger family, which included their other siblings Billy, Ian and Stephen G. In particular, out of all the brothers, Daniel and Darren G had both become involved in very serious crime at an early age. The brothers made it clear that they wanted to make their mark in the Grisdale estate. In many previous interviews, Darren has explained how the brothers had nothing but a poor experience in the education system, and because of this bad experience, he had been left with no choice but to leave school at the age of 13. By the time the brothers were young adults, Darren explained that most of the G family did not have the necessary qualifications or skills that were required to get a decent job, especially one that would support them on the estate. Just a few miles to the north of the city centre, Everton's Grisdale estate had been turned into an extremely dangerous drugs market by the brothers in a quest to make money and gain control. The brothers and their extensive criminal activities left the police with no choice but to task an independent team with the job of taking down the G organisation. Ordinary families who wanted no part in crime had no choice but to look the other way as crimes were committed on a daily basis.
And once the G family realised that the local residents had lost all faith in police, it only got worse. The brothers now terrorised anyone who stood in their way, on their conquest to turn the residential estate of Grisdale into an area that was exempt from the rule of law. The Grisdale estate was home and stomping grounds for the G brothers. The crime family enjoyed their status as gang leaders, and it's mostly agreed that the crime gang that polluted Grisdale was led by Darren and Daniel G, who both had no trouble using extreme violence and intimidation tactics to dominate the back streets and alleyways in the North Liverpool estate. The brothers were always associated with very serious violence and had also made a lot of money drug dealing. The leading members of the G family understood the game and became employers as well as enforcers to people who resided on the estate. The G brothers had surrounded themselves with many people that they had grown up with and knew they could trust. The brothers and their criminal gang had reportedly used the profits that they had made from selling drugs in the local community to buy more loyalty, protection and better security. It was also reported that the G brothers paid children to be on the street corner rather than go to school. These young foot soldiers were paid large sums of money to give more incentive to be willing to participate in the criminal activities of the gang. The brothers created an extensive criminal network in and around Grisdale estate, one that became so big that many reported it was a common sight to see mums and dads selling drugs around the clock. The worst thing about this was mums and dads would have the kids with them as they tried to sell as much crack and heroin as they possibly could. At the brothers' height in the drugs game, it was reported that the Gs were earning at a very minimum around £20,000 a week from their extensive criminal activities in and around Everton. The police and the local residents all knew that the brothers were running a 24-hour Class A drugs business, and one that was based in the heart of the Grisdale estate. The brothers and their gang would go on to operate around-the-clock drug sales with pay-as-you-go mobile phones being used to take orders, then dispatching outriders on mountain bikes to deliver the product to the customer. Younger kids, who were not yet ready in the eyes of the gang for handling the drugs and large amounts of cash, would instead be offered a chance to be employed for £50 a week to act as lookouts to spot police and rival gang members. It must have been unimaginably difficult for locals who just wanted to live a law-abiding lifestyle and did not want any involvement in the G's criminal enterprises. They, in essence, all had become outsiders on their own estate, and the locals were forced to confront the many inherent risks and dangers of living next to some of the country's most dangerous criminals. A survey conducted on behalf of the police had shown that the fear of violence being committed stood at 80% among the law-abiding community on the Grisdale estate. As well as their ability to inflict extreme violence without hesitation, it has also been suggested that the G family had also been able to flourish in such a way because of a peculiar situation that allowed them to thrive in the Grisdale estate. Many people describe the Grisdale estate as a place that's removed from the rest of the world. Many presumed that there was another much more organised and higher powered criminal organisation behind the G crime family. This theory was especially believed by the police and detectives, who were working in the G case. To them it seemed the brothers appeared to be the public front of what was a very violent and extremely sadistic regime. It was clear that the Gs appeared to relish that notoriety that the criminal exploits had earned them, amongst the local community especially, and they liked to be in the thick of the action whenever it occurred. Tit-for-tat shootings became commonplace around the estate, and it was made very clear that nobody was allowed to stand in the way of the brothers' profitable money-making rackets. In 2003, there were simmering tensions between the G brothers and a rival faction of drug dealers who were also in operation in the area. But by 2004, the fallout had resulted in a wave of shootouts across the north of Liverpool. On the first day of January 2004, there was a double shooting in the Royal Oak pub in West Derby. One man died from the shooting and another was left fighting for his life. Relations between another local drug boss named William Moore and the G's criminal family had deteriorated at a rapid rate. On the evening of the 6th of April 2004, the G's returned to the Grisdale estate after attending a funeral in Speak. The brothers and the two friends were driving along Robson Street when Darren's younger brother spotted a suspicious car on the street. They stopped the car and reversed to see who was inside. However, upon doing so, they were met by former SAS officer Darren Waterhouse. Mr. Waterhouse was a hitman, and he was hired by the opposing crime boss to take out the rival gang or any of its members. Upon seeing his intended target, Mr. Waterhouse began shooting.
He riddled the Ford Galaxy with bullets. However, the intended target, Darren, had just switched seats with his friend Craig Barker, who was only 18 at the time. And to make matters worse, the group was driving a new car they had just brought recently. As this car was a different model to the Galaxy they were used to driving, the group was still getting used to using the new clutch. And as the shooting began, in a rush to escape the shootout, the car was stalled and unfortunately Mr. Barker was left in point blank range of the gunfire. He was consequently hit with many bullets from the hitman. After the shooting had taken place and upon realising that he had shot the wrong target, Mr. Waterhouse made his exit. Darren tried to take Mr. Barker to hospital in the car that had just been shot up, but a bullet had been lodged into the gearbox of the car, and because of this the car was now stuck in second gear. Unable to drive the car above second gear, Darren pulled the car over and stopped another car passing by. The woman who was driving the car pulled over but was met by Darren covered in blood screaming at her to open the car door. She was so scared that she refused to let him in. Darren had no choice but to smash the car window and steal the car so that he could rush his friend to the hospital. But unfortunately, Mr. Barker died of his injuries. Ian G, who was driving the vehicle at the time, suffered life-changing injuries. Mark Richardson, another associate of the G's, suffered a minor wound and managed to escape. Darren G, according to intelligence, was thought to have been Mr. Waterhouse's intended target for the shooting, but after unknowingly changing seats with his friend, was very luckily not hurt. Darren recounts that the whole incident is something that will never leave his thoughts, as his best friend Mr. Barker was fatally shot in a case of mistaken identity right in front of him. He even recounted that the bullets were clearly meant for him, as they immediately stopped shooting once they realised they had hit the wrong person. The gunman, Mr. Waterhouse, used to serve with the Coldstream Guards, and was honoured for his highly commendable actions by way of a military cross, and also presented with the Radar People of the Year award. Darren Waterhouse was convicted in 2005 for the murder of Craig Barker and sentenced to 30 years in prison. Darren has always professed his innocence to the crime and still does to this day. The courts found Mr. Waterhouse guilty of being involved in the shooting of Craig Barker. Mr. Waterhouse had admitted he had associates from that area, associates that he had met whilst in prison previously while serving time on a drugs charge. For one reason and another, Mr. Waterhouse became involved in the drug culture, having left the army. While serving his prison sentence, he met his co-defendant, William Moore. Mr. Waterhouse and Mr. Moore became very good friends, and had even associated outside of the prison environment. William had a brother called John, who had explained to Mr. Waterhouse that there appeared to be some discontent with a notorious family that was competing for control of the drugs market, the G's in Liverpool. On the night Mr. Barker was killed, Mr. Waterhouse had agreed to attend Liverpool to see William. He travelled up in his own car using his own mobile phone to keep in contact with William and taking his dog with him. The prosecution alleges that Mr. Waterhouse attended Liverpool as a contract killer and that Darren G was the intended victim, not Craig. The shooting occurred on Robson Street on the Grisdale estate in Everton on April 6, 2004. Craig was in a car with three of his friends, Darren G, Ian G and Mark Richardson. The driver of the car was usually Darren G, the one whom Mr. Moores was having trouble with. Darren G has just got in the back of the car as he was playing with a new computer game that he had just installed, so Craig was now the driver. The group were driving around the Everton area when a man jumped out of a car and opened fire on the Galaxy they were sitting in. Shots were fired all over the car in what was described as an uncontrolled manner. Craig was shot several times as he scrambled around in the car in an attempt to escape. Two passengers received no injuries, and one, Ian G, received injuries to his leg and thigh. The gunman left the scene in his car, which was later discovered burnt out. The police attended the scene and all parties refused to cooperate with the police. Later that evening, Craig died from his injuries. Later on, further statements were obtained from the other occupants of the car. Darren G had described the gunman as having red or ginger hair and looking like a male wearing an alpine hat. Mr. Waterhouse was arrested in Luton at his home address. Whilst at the police station, Mr. Waterhouse was asked to cooperate in an identification parade, to which he consented. The identification suite was new at Luton Police Station, and Mr. Waterhouse had been arrested with no clothing on his upper body. It was a hot summer's day at the time, and the police ID suite at the time did not have any clothing to offer Mr. Waterhouse to wear, but the officer investigating the crime had a spare t-shirt that he had brought to work with him that day. The t-shirt was taken to and worn by Mr. Waterhouse on the ID parade. It was a video parade. The t-shirt was navy coloured,
and the other volunteers in the parade were specifically selected around this, as well as a few with navy coloured t-shirts to blend in with the t-shirt Mr. Waterhouse had been given to wear. By the time the video had made its way up to Liverpool, the volunteers had been changed by the inspector as he found them not to be suitable, and the volunteers who were wearing a navy t-shirt had now been removed. The video was thereafter shown to 3 occupants of the car, who had now changed their minds and decided to cooperate with the police about the shooting. Ian picked out Mr. Waterhouse from the video parade, albeit in his statement he said, "I didn't see him fire or what was firing because I ducked down straight away, and I can only recall both were white males, and that's it really. I don't recall any clothing, ages or sizes, it all happened too fast and my head was down in my lap area." The others did not make an identification. An anonymous witness who stood approximately 12 feet from the junction phoned the police and gave a description of the gunman as wearing a balaclava hat, cricket style, and coveralls and gloves on. Mr. Waterhouse was charged with the murder, along with William and John Moore. During the trial, it emerged that Craig's mother had given the police a list of several names that she believed were responsible for killing her son, and all the names on this list have since been shot and killed. There was also another male who was ginger-haired from the area, and someone who had a fractured relationship with the G's. This same male had secured his alibi, as he was in an off-license around the time of the shooting, where his girlfriend worked, and he secured the CCTV footage from the shop and lodged it with his solicitors before he had even been arrested or questioned. Mr. Waterhouse suggested to the court that that is slightly strange behaviour for someone who has nothing to do with the crime. Mr. Waterhouse accepted that he was in Liverpool that night, but on the basis that he was not there to shoot or kill anyone. During his trial, an ex-soldier who served with Mr. Waterhouse attended the trial to give character references. The ex-soldier was now a serving police officer and stated to the court that Mr. Waterhouse was an expert in using firearms. In his personal opinion, an uncontrolled shooting of this nature was not in Mr. Waterhouse's style, or in fact, for that matter, how the pair had been trained to shoot by the special forces. All military personnel had been taught to execute a double tap when shooting to kill in the army. A double tap is when 2 shots are fired to the chest and 2 shots are fired to the head, and the ex-soldier wanted to make clear that the courts, in a way without sounding like boasting too much, that Mr. Waterhouse was way too much of a professional and had too much expertise to shoot in such a haphazard way. However, regardless of this statement, Darren Waterhouse and William Moore were both convicted by the jury and sentenced to serve 30 years in prison each. The CPS proceeded to have another trial with William's brother John Moore, who then decided to change his plea to guilty on the basis that he knew harm was going to be caused to an individual, but not harm which would result in death. Some years after the conviction, Mr. Waterhouse claims Darren G sent him a Christmas card, and inside the card was allegedly a note from Darren stating that his brother had been able to pick Mr. Waterhouse out on the ID parade as the police had told him what t-shirt Mr. Waterhouse was wearing in the picture. A statement was taken from Darren G by the solicitor representing Mr. Waterhouse regarding this incident. Mr. Waterhouse also claims that during the disclosure of the trial, the CPS refused to disclose the 999 call that was made during the shooting. The judge said it did not assist the defence or undermine the prosecution case enough to be used in court. It was alleged that Mark Richardson had phoned 999 when the car was under attack, and within this recording there are specific questions that the operator asks, especially in particular to descriptions of suspects that are attacking. Based on this new evidence, an application was made to the Court of Appeal, the COA, on behalf of Mr. Waterhouse, who considered that this new evidence from Darren G should be enough evidence to warrant a retrial. However, the Court of Appeal dismissed the application, stating that Darren G was not a credible witness and could not be believed. An argument was presented by John Cooper, QC, acting on behalf of Mr. Waterhouse, that the 999 call that was made during the attack was highly relevant in light of this new indication for an appeal. The Courts of Appeal refused to see any reference under the new evidence and did not agree the 999 calls that were made under extreme duress should be disclosed. Darren Waterhouse argues that if the 999 call does not undermine the prosecution or assist the defence, then why is it that this recording has not been disclosed? The solicitors who work for Mr. Waterhouse stated that in most cases the 999 transcripts are served, especially during such a high profile trial. Darren Waterhouse is adamant the 999 tape recording will prove his innocence. Mr. Waterhouse believes this is a complete miscarriage of justice. His defence is that he is a highly trained soldier who, according to the prosecution's case, could not carry out a contract killing on the right victim, used his own car and phone, and had to spray a car with 9 bullets from 3 feet away. The very same man was awarded the Military Cross for bravery and leadership and served 14 years, most of which he was an instructor in weapons tactics. He also served on covert ops for the SAS. The prosecution suggested that Mr. Waterhouse received money for the killing, but stated there was no evidence that funds had ever come from William Moore. Mr. Waterhouse explained that he did have money around him at the time, but that was from cultivating cannabis. The police said that the crop he was currently growing when arrested had not come to its fruition, and served an account statement from the electricity company which showed money had been put on the electricity meter from November 17, 2003 to January 22, 2004 in the sum of £210. After the court case, his defence team managed to obtain a full electricity statement which showed that £1,650 worth of electricity had been used from July 2004 and a full crop of cannabis had been grown by this stage, contrary to what the police/prosecution suggested. However, regardless of Darren Waterhouse's complaints, he remains in jail to this day for the contract murder of Craig Barker. In 2005, William Moore, who was 45 at the time, and Darren Waterhouse, who was 39 at the time, were both jailed for life for the Craig Barker murder after a trial at Liverpool Crown Court. The 2004 summer shooting was the explosive climax of a North Liverpool drugs war that rocked the area. David Regan, who was 36 at the time, was blasted 3 times in the back and legs at the car wash that he owned on Prescott Road, Old Swan, on May 18, 2004. Mr. Regan was thought to have been shot after he was wrongly blamed for the murder of Craig Barker, and also what Darren G believed was in fact an attempt on his own life, one that had gone wrong during a North Liverpool drug war. Darren said he plotted the murder after being wrongly told that Mr. Regan was behind the attack on him. Darren also explains that when he was given this information about Mr. Regan, he was not in the right frame of mind and that those around him did not pull him to the side and tell him to think about what he was doing, but instead encouraged him to take revenge. Darren G was arrested for the crime and admitted to his part in the murder and was placed on remand to await sentencing. Darren was originally facing a recommended minimum of 35 years under the current sentencing guidelines, as his legal team seen his crime as borderline contract killing. Whilst on remand and awaiting sentence, Darren had accepted in his mind that a sentence of 30 to 35 years was on the horizon, and he had prepared himself mentally to spend the rest of his life in jail. However, on the day of sentencing, something that nobody was expecting happened. When Darren appeared before the court for sentencing, the judge told him that as his crimes were committed pre-2004, Mr. G would now be sentenced under the old law. And because of this, it now gave the judge 2 choices. A discretionary life sentence if the judge felt Darren would continue to be violent or had a history of violence which was increasing. A sentence where he would not be released until parole approved him being released. Or a fixed long-term determinate sentence. This could be imposed if the judge felt Darren could in fact change if given a second chance to start his life, where he would be given a release date. The judge looked at Darren's criminal record, and upon seeing there was only one previous charge of violence, this was for threatening to blow up a prison officer's car, but as this threat was never actually carried out, the judge ultimately decided to give Darren another chance, and so Darren G was sentenced to 18 years in prison after being found guilty of conspiracy to murder at Manchester Crown Court in 2006. During Darren G's years in prison, he has described how he has seen and was many times part of more criminal activities, and has even told the story of how he was caught having a sexual relationship with a nurse whilst incarcerated. Darren G claims a nurse who was working at the prison, Jane Jackson, was caught topless in a private treating room with himself at HMP Woodhill in Milton Keynes. The Category A prison, which was dubbed Britain's Alcatraz, houses some of the country's most dangerous criminals, including rapists, murderers and terrorists. Miss Jackson had jammed a mop under the door of the treatment room and stripped off in front of the inmate Mr. G. The Nursing and Midwifery Council panel had ruled that a nurse had in fact had an inappropriate and highly sexually motivated relationship with a prisoner whilst at work. Miss Jackson's fitness to practice was found to be impaired because of the misconduct she had taken part in, and she was struck off because of the incident. Paul Morris, who was chairing the hearing, said, "It was quite clear that Miss Jackson had not provided a high standard of practice at all times whilst working, and had acted without any integrity or had respect to uphold the reputation of the profession, especially of those who work with vulnerable people." The hearing found that Miss Jackson had failed to establish and maintain professional boundaries with the prisoner that she was meant to be providing care for. and also found that Miss Jackson was in breach of her obligations as a nurse, which when mounted together amounted to Miss Jackson taking part in very serious professional misconduct. Her flagrant disregard of policy seriously undermines the risk of security, and not only to herself and colleagues who she works with, but the security of the entire prison and its population. Her misconduct carried an unwarranted amount of risk of harm, and brought the whole medical profession, especially those who work within the prison system, into major disrepute. It was reported that Miss Jackson was caught out on February 7, 2009, when a prison guard, Rebecca Langley, had burst into the treatment room during her fling with Mr. G. Her top half was naked as she was holding her bra and staff tunic in her hand, said Barry Dooley for the NMC. A sobbing Miss Jackson was taken straight to the prison governor's office and suspended for her actions before being marched off the premises. Miss Jackson admitted to breaking strict regulations by being alone with a prisoner, and also further breaking the regulations by taking off her clothes. But Miss Jackson had claimed it was a one-off, and she said that she had been pressured into the act by the inmate, and only committed the misconduct as she was fearing for her life. Miss Jackson told how Mr. G had said, "Let me into the treatment room," and he's had this horrible look on his face. She said, "I just froze and panicked and then very stupidly opened the door." She added during the hearing that she opened the door like a robot, adding that the prisoner had the remote control of my body. "At least that's how I felt." HMP Wood Hill is one of the country's maximum security prisons, housing inmates that have committed some of the most serious crimes. But Mr. Dooley, who was in charge of overseeing the hearing, stated, "If Miss Jackson was so scared and feared for her life in the way she described, then why would she open a locked door and go in with a prisoner simply based on just a scary look? She did not call out for help at any stage, although she knew that there were prison officers nearby. She even admitted to another member of staff she had put the mop across the door for extra privacy." Miss Jackson had previously said to another officer that she had strong feelings for the prisoner. "I knew deep down that I was a professional and he was a prisoner." It was also suggested that Miss Jackson just threw her keys to the prison doors on a chair during her time with the prisoner, putting the entire security of the jail at risk, the hearing was told. "Being in a confined space with a prisoner means that you have potentially put at risk the entire establishment," said Hannah Pugliese, a senior manager with Milton Keynes Primary Care Trust, which provides medical care at the jail. "You could have been held hostage, you could be at very serious risk, especially in that particular environment," she says. Miss Jackson had already confessed to breaching strict security by smuggling a Lynx deodorant and Radox shower gel into the jail for the prisoner in January 2009. "Very stupidly I brought toiletries in just to shut him up," Miss Jackson said. "I knew it was absolutely wrong, but I still did it." The contraband items were found in his cell following Miss Jackson's suspension, adding weight to the NMC's case that Miss Jackson had not just had a momentary fling with a random prisoner, but that it was in fact much more serious and a sexual relationship with one particular prisoner. Mr. G worked in the prison laundry along the corridor from Miss Jackson's office, and would regularly chat to the nurse on his way back to the cells. Miss Jackson also denied that the 2 drug cabinets that were located in her treatment room were left open during her encounter with the prisoner, a claim that was later rejected by the panel. Miss Jackson was fired by the Health Trust on July 9, 2009, following a lengthy and in-depth internal investigation. After serving his time, and now in his 40s, Darren G was released from prison. Darren had mentioned in interviews and to the newspapers that he organised Mr. Reagan's murder because he wrongly believed that he was involved in the murder of his best friend, Craig Barker. Darren said that he felt guilty over the deaths of Mr. Reagan and Craig Barker. He said that his friend Craig was not involved in any serious crimes and that he died that day because of his casual association with the G's. Darren also explains that he has tried to reach out to the families of those who have been affected with his actions, but it seems unsurprisingly that not everyone is ready to forgive and forget everything that has happened. Nikki Reagan, who spoke on behalf of the Reagan family, had this to say: "The murder of David Reagan in 2004 destroyed our family. We were left isolated and vulnerable. So-called friends disappeared, but that's what happens when a loved one is shot dead." There was a long and complicated court process which led up to the conviction of Darren G. We were subject to threats and intimidation throughout the trial. The Reagan family has struggled to forgive Darren G for the role that he played in organising David's cold-blooded murder. But we do not want or seek revenge. We are painfully aware that nothing good can ever come from acts of revenge or violence. It only ruins more lives. Our message is that the Reagan family wishes to be left alone, and especially left alone by Darren G. He will know what we mean by that. He is active on social media and often posts content which we object to. He appears to hold a grudge of sorts against our family, and we objected to seeing him boasting about chopping heads off on television and on the internet. Surely this was not necessary. After Darren G left prison, he was released into a different world, and has explained how at times he felt so depressed and angry that he himself would have very bad thoughts of taking his own life. But one time whilst having these bad thoughts, he saw a campaign for choose a life and not a knife, and said the message hit him hard. It was at this point Darren decided to focus all his energy into something completely different. He decided that he would devote his time to help others not make the same mistake in life that he had made. From that point on, Darren became a prolific anti-knife campaigner, and has spoken of his regret he has felt, especially over the years of his life that he wasted on gangland violence. Darren joined the knife crime charity, the Ben Kinsella Trust, which educates young people on the dangers of knife crime, and helps them to make positive choices in life to stay safe. The Trust also campaigns for the action and justice of those who are already affected by knife crime, and their campaigns have won numerous awards in recognition of their success. The Ben Kinsella Trust is a trust which campaigns for change, challenging government, businesses and society to ensure everyone takes responsibility for tackling knife crime. However, now becoming a social media sensation and maybe not realising that he was under the watch and scrutiny of millions of people who were touched by his experience, Darren G was removed from the charity after threatening to destroy a podcast host in an online bust-up. The charity had been alerted to inappropriate language used in a public forum and explained that this conduct was contrary to their values and ethics. The charity referenced several articles that were published online, which reported Darren G threatening James English, who hosts the podcast Anything Goes. Darren and Mr. English began to clash in a public disagreement, which saw the pair claiming each other had been used by the other to gain publicity online after Darren had appeared on Anything Goes 3 times for interviews. It had also been reported that Mr. G was uncomfortable with the later appearance of Marvin Herbert on the podcast. Mr. G has also reportedly said himself that he declined to appear on Anything Goes alongside a prison guard. At the time of the bust-up, Mr. G had posted a series of posts on Instagram saying he's a rat, referring to James English. I classed him as a friend for a very long time. You've tried to stab me in the back and this isn't a game, you effing ball bag. He also posted that he elevated Mr. English's podcast to a whole new level by suggesting that he helped Mr. English secure 100,000 subscribers in a few months. Mr. English responded by removing all 3 podcast episodes he had conducted with the ex-gangster from his platforms, and said he would not be re-uploading them until he received an apology. In 2008, Liverpool Crown Court was told how Jamie Starkey fired at Danny G after claiming his family suffered months of violence and death threats. Danny G, it was said, cruised around the Grisdale estate in a chauffeur-driven £60,000 Range Rover, whilst children he had recruited to work for him delivered drugs on bikes to the local addicts. Lawyers for Mr. Starkey alleged Danny G's gang had thrown bricks at the Starkey's home, rammed his brother's car off the road, and repeatedly threatened his relatives in their day-to-day lives. On one occasion, criminal associates of Danny G and his gang were said to have smashed every window at Mr. Starkey's home, covering his 4-year-old sister in glass and leaving his family in even more fear. Days before the shooting of Danny G took place, it's claimed Danny had kidnapped one of Mr. Starkey's friends and imprisoned him in a derelict house, where a gang had beaten and stoned him for his friendship to Mr. Starkey. On New Year's Eve, Mr. Starkey had been out celebrating in Everton with friends, when he encountered one of Danny G's criminal associates, who threatened to shoot him. The youngster fled the scene to a nearby derelict property on his road. It was here that Mr. Starkey received a Colt revolver that was hidden inside. During a 15-minute confrontation outside a pub at 5 AM the following morning, witnesses hear Danny G threatening Mr. Starkey's family and goading Mr. Starkey to shoot him. At one point, Danny G told Mr. Starkey, "Shoot me now or I'm going to go and kill your mother." Mr. Starkey felt he was left with no other choice as a way to protect his family and fired. One of the bullets went into Danny G's stomach, which pierced his lung and went straight out of his back. He was taken to the hospital but refused treatment. 4 days later, Danny G was arrested for masterminding a city centre drugs conspiracy and was subsequently jailed for 7.5 years for his part in the drugs plot in June 2008. Mr. Starkey was also jailed in October 2008 after he admitted wounding Mr. G with intent and possessing a firearm with intent to endanger life. It emerged following the shooting Danny G had sent a text message to Mr. Starkey offering not to speak to police in exchange for £20,000. But it was also revealed to the courts that Mr. G was plotting revenge on Mr. Starkey within hours of being injured. When a policeman went to speak to Danny G about his injuries, Mr. G said, "I fell over, mate," and then winked at the officer, but added, "Don't worry though, I'll get the little C word that did this to me." Mr. G then made a call to Mr. Starkey's mobile just hours after returning home from the hospital after being shot. Danny G is alleged to have said, "All be ready, cause one of yours is gonna get killed. We're not gonna go in there, you stupid little tools. You haven't got a clue. We're gonna go to one of your girls' mas or anything first. You little wankers, they're gonna go first." Also adding, "We're gonna deal with every one of them until we get all of you." Police, who by that time had bugged his plush flat in an attempt to trap him over his drug deals, had also managed to obtain recorded phone calls which showed Danny G conspiring to buy guns and threatening to kill Mr. Starkey. Police officers and detectives working the case overheard Mr. G plotting revenge against Mr. Starkey and referring to a .45 and a MAC-10 machine gun. In a conversation with his partner, Danny G was overheard saying, "Don't worry, the little fucker is going. The only place he is safe is in jail, and he won't be safe there. It'll be even worse in there. Then when he is out, I'll slit his fucking throat." The next day he is alleged to have said on the phone, "Pit me in for 12 guns, I'll buy the lot of them." And in another conversation the court heard, "We're going lad, we're going big time, right through the front door, right through the back door, and bring this family down. Kids, whatever, it's all fine lad, see you soon lad." In 2010, Danny G was found guilty of 2 counts of threats to kill and another of 2 of blackmail, and he was told to serve a minimum of 4.5 years, which was to run concurrently with the term that he was already serving for drug dealing. Danny G's barrister, Stuart Lawson Rogers QC, told Liverpool Crown Court that his client had only conspired to arm himself because he feared another confrontation with the Starkey family. QC Rogers claimed that Mr. G had been targeted by the police because of his underworld family name, and revealed to the court that his client's greatest fear was receiving an indefinite sentence, an IPP, because Mr. G believed he would never be released from prison again. Judge Henry Globe QC told the courts, "I am in absolutely no doubt that the public must be protected from you, now and in the future." He also said, "In my opinion, I really do not know when it will be safe to release you to the public again." He ordered the very well built and extremely intimidating Danny G to serve a minimum of 4 years behind bars before his case can go before the parole board. But he also said the sentence will run at the same time as the 7.5-year sentence he is currently serving for drug offences. Mr. G's partner, Kelly Wallace, had wept in the public gallery as Mr. G was led down. Danny G was found guilty of 2 counts of threats to kill, and another 2 of blackmail at a trial. But jurors were unable to agree on the 2 more serious charges of conspiracy to murder and the conspiracy to possess a firearm and ammunition. Jamie Starkey was only 16 when he shot and wounded Daniel G at a point-blank range during a 5 AM New Year's Day standoff outside a pub. He served 3.5 years out of a 7-term sentence before being released in September 2011. Shortly after being released from prison and telling officers that he feared for his life, upon release from prison at around 8 PM on Sunday night, Mr. Starkey was walking to his car outside his home in Fazakerley in Liverpool when a hitman dressed in dark clothing approached Mr. Starkey and cut him down in a hail of bullets. The hitman ran off across the playing field, leaving Mr. Starkey to die. Merseyside police went to interview Danny G in jail, where he's serving an intermediate prison term, or IPP, for threatening to kill Mr. Starkey in a revenge attack. Chief Superintendent John Ward of Merseyside Police said this was a cold-blooded, calculated shooting of a 21-year-old man who had recently been released from prison after shooting another male on New Year's Day 2008. There is no doubt that this was a targeted shooting, and whoever did this meant to kill Jamie Starkey. We believe that some members of the criminal fraternity will know who did this, and will know what lies behind it, and I would appeal to them to contact us. Jamie Starkey was just 21 years old, and should have been looking forward to his future, but he chose a path which ultimately led to his death. 5 men were arrested in connection to the murder, but to this day the crime is still unsolved. Merseyside Police said it is committed to tackling gun crime and taking offenders off the street, and can reassure residents that they are doing everything in their power to find those responsible for this shooting. Danny G, it has been reported, was known as someone who cannot control his anger, not even half as much as Darren. Many ex-prison officers on YouTube who have worked in prisons that he was locked up in have compared him to Charlie Bronson, Both Charlie and Danny are known for their physical strength, but also being trapped in a system with no sight of being released anytime soon. Many even believe that the prison service created Danny G and have moulded him into the new notorious prisoner to take Bronson's place after his numerous prison stunts and experience in the prison system since a young lad. Many stories that have given to us recently about Danny G are from his brother Darren, or have been recounted by Neil Samworth, who served as a Manchester prison guard for 11 years, and has now left the prison service and decided to tell his story online in podcasts. Mr. Samworth describes Danny G as someone who has little to no respect for the prison guards, who are tasked with a job of looking after him whilst being locked up. Danny was described as standing about 6'2", with having a thick neck and thick wrists, and was known to be extremely powerful. He was categorised as a 1%er in the prison system. This is someone that has brought and can reignite at any time huge problems to the entire prison and its population. Mr. Samworth explained that Danny G was a prisoner who was always in the segregation unit or place that is otherwise known as a solitary confinement. Recalling one particular incident when Danny G had smashed his cell up, it triggered 10 officers to get all padded up and try to confront him about his behaviour. However, Danny was in a very violent mood and single-handedly beat up each one of them as they entered the room to confront him. Mr. Samworth explains how Danny G pulled helmets off the officers' heads, pushed them down and even dealt many of them vicious blows. Following this incident, Danny G was moved to a special cell, one that was stripped bare with nothing except a wooden bucket that was to be used as a toilet. In April 2014, a hitman gunned down a member of the G family, Ian G, in the middle of a residential street in a drive-by shooting. Ian G was found lying in a pool of blood by a passing paramedic response car. Ian had been shot twice in the leg on a previous occasion when he was in the car during an attempt on his brother Darren's life. However, it's also believed that Ian survived this attack and went on to be a very close associate of Danny and Darren G in their drug business. William G, better known as Billy, was found unresponsive at his parents' home on Maryport Close, Everton, on February 19, 2016. Billy was last seen alive at 1 AM that morning after leaving a pub where he had been drinking with his mum. Billy, who was only 38, had a medical history of epilepsy, drug overdoses and alcohol abuse. It was reported that he had taken cocaine and 6 bottles of Copperberg cider before he died. Stephen G in 2017 reportedly targeted a 77-year-old victim and burgled him. Stephen G was arrested after an incident in Cotsbrook Road, Norris Green on the evening of Friday, July 7th, 2017. Mr. G admitted to robbing the elderly man's car keys and car in court. It was revealed by the court that Stephen G's past convictions include violence, assault, public disorder, theft and criminal damage and robbery. In another later incident, Mr. G was handed a 2-year antisocial behaviour order, banning him from entering parts of North Liverpool in July 2009. Just weeks after being given the ASBO order, Mr. G carried out 2 more burglaries, for which he was jailed by a judge for 33 months in February 2010. It was reported that this time Stephen G took advantage of the 2 women while they were distracted working in the shops by stealing their purses. After the second raid, he was chased by police and jumped from a flyover, but was tracked down by the police force's helicopter. Desmond Lennon, defending in court, said Stephen G had been homeless and desperate at the time and suffered from acute dyslexia. Stephen G was released on licence, but then went on to run and was returned to jail in June 2011 after stealing from a car. Darren G has come home from spending 12 years in jail to a completely different world and no family support, but has quickly adapted to the new world and become a social media sensation. After spending such a substantial amount of time locked up in prison conditions and having to endure the experiences that he grew up with, it will inevitably take him a while to readjust fully to society and his freedom. However, regardless of personal opinions about Darren, he has, no matter what has been thrown at him, remained focused on spreading his message of choose a life, not a knife, and Calnack UK. With all the life experience that Darren has gained, be it inside or outside the UK criminal justice system, along with his self-described and very traumatic upbringing, Darren G is now in a position where he is now fortunately equipped with more than enough knowledge and life experience to educate and share wisdom with those who might be headed down a wrong path or thinking of making a bad or wrong life-changing decision. In his journey to change his own mindset, whilst also being in the process of trying to help others change and become more positive to make the right choices in life, we wish him the best of luck. The G family, the crimes they committed, and the reputation that they earned will never be forgotten about in the UK criminal underworld.
Thanks for joining us today.
If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to give it a like and a share, and leave any thoughts or suggestions you have in the comments section. We love to read through them all. And if you're new but enjoy UK true crime content, then subscribe to see when our newest video releases. And as always, stay safe.
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe. Today we will be covering UK criminals who have been found guilty of committing a serious crime and have been sent to jail. While serving time, criminals insist they are innocent and have written out to the public to share their stories. Firstly, we look at William Gage. So, who is William Gage? Mr. Gage was jailed for life and ordered to serve a minimum of 20 years in prison. Mr. Gage has always protested his innocence and lost his 2 previous appeals to overturn his conviction for murder. Both were rejected at the Court of Appeal in Edinburgh and Glasgow, Scotland. Mr. Gage, 40, was found guilty of shooting 30-year-old Justin McElroy 6 times as he returned to his family home in Cambuslang in March 2002. Mr. McElroy was shot repeatedly as he returned home with his pregnant wife, Tracy. Mr. Gage's trial heard the businessman was murdered outside his home in Cambuslang, Acacia Way. The court was told that Mr. McElroy had been leading a double life and had a conviction for a drug offence. While Mr. McElroy appeared to be working in his family business, he was also said to be mixing with drug dealers and heavily involved in the heroin trade. Undercover police were said to have been keeping a watch on Mr. McElroy for 3 years prior to his murder. Mr. McElroy's murder was supposed to have been ordered because he owed a drug debt of approximately £50,000. Mr. Gage's appeal sought to convince 5 judges at the Court of Criminal Appeal in Edinburgh that Mr. Gage did not get a fair trial and was the victim of mistaken identity. Mr. Gage also challenged claims that a burnt-out Saab car, which prosecutors said was a getaway vehicle, was used in the shooting. Mr. Gage also claimed that there were substantial inconsistencies in evidence about the clothing which was said to link him to the shooting by traces of DNA and firearm discharge residue. Gunshot residue, also known as cartridge discharge residue, gunfire residue, or firearm discharge residue, is residue deposited on the hands and clothes of someone who discharges a firearm. It is principally composed of burnt and unburnt particles from the explosive primer, the propellant and possibly fragments of the bullet, cartridge case and the firearm. A graphic representation of the GSR left on a target when fired upon varying ranges. Law enforcement investigators test the clothing and skin of people for gunshot residue to determine if they were near a gun when it was discharged. Gunshot residue can travel over 3 to 5 feet from the gun. At its furthest distance, only a few trace particles may be present. Judge Lord Hamilton, sitting with Lords Reed, Carloway, Mackay and Nimmo Smith, rejected Mr. Gage's appeal. Their written ruling stated, related criticisms can undoubtedly be made of the evidence in each of these strands, but when the evidence is looked at as a whole, the case against the appellant was, in our view, compelling. The Lords added that they were not persuaded the trial against Mr. Gage was actually unfair. Mr. Gage went on to protest his innocence against the court's ruling. The decision concluded, in all circumstances, this appeal must be refused. After telling Mr. Gage his appeal had been rejected, there were shouts heard from the public gallery. "The fight goes on," and "keep your head up." Speaking outside the court, Mr. Gage's solicitor, Jim Keegan, said, "For 8 years, William Gage has protested his innocence, and we will continue to do so. He is deeply disappointed by the decision. Once we have an opportunity to read the judgment, we will consider whether to seek appeal to the Supreme Court." William Gage, 34 at the time, was jailed for life for shooting of 28-year-old Justin McElroy in Cambuslang in 2002. Appeal judges in Edinburgh had told Mr. Gage in advance his appeal would be refused. They were due to give a final decision, but were halted by an outburst from Mr. Gage, who said he had not had a fair hearing and his lawyer had simply let him down. After Mr. Gage sacked his lawyer, Mr. Keegan, Judge Lord Hamilton agreed to give him 2 weeks to find a new representative. Claiming to have been misrepresented, Mr. Gage said, "As far as I am concerned, I have not had my appeal, as my solicitor was obviously working for the other side. Mr. Gage had failed to explain when asked why he had not raised this concern before. Lord Hamilton said the court had completed its written judgment and ordinarily the appeal would be refused. Lord Hamilton added, "In view of the unusual circumstances of this case, the court is prepared to afford you a short period of time with a view to getting additional legal advice." The judge warned Mr. Gage that any written evidence should be logged well in advance of the 9th of February. Mr. Gage from Hillhead in Glasgow was convicted of killing a millionaire's son who was returning home to his pregnant wife. Widow Tracy McElroy later told a trial that she would always remember the staring eyes of the hooded assassin who shot her husband 5 times as Mr. McElroy stepped out of his Mercedes. Mr. Gage has continued to protest his innocence since he was jailed for the high-profile shooting in March 2002, claiming he was the victim of mistaken identity. Mr. Gage's campaigns for freedom has attracted a number of supporters in and around Glasgow. Mr. Gage claimed that the trial heard evidence which cast doubt on the certainty of Mrs. McElroy's identification. Solicitor Jim Keegan, who represented Mr. Gage before being sacked, told an earlier appeal hearing the Crown case was peppered with inconsistencies. Trial Judge Lord Emsley, describing the jury's guilty verdict in his report to the appeal court, said, "What is clear, however, is that there were exceptional difficulties to overcome if such a verdict was to be reached." Lord Hamilton gave Mr. Gage a further 2 weeks to talk to his new lawyer. After a brief hearing in Edinburgh, Solicitor Amar Anwar said he would be taking on the case. "It is unfortunate that we claim to have the best justice system in the world, yet innocent men like William Gage continue to be incarcerated," Mr. Anwar said. The original murder trial in Glasgow heard that Mr. McElroy was murdered over a £50,000 drug debt. After the fatal shooting, it was revealed that the businessman had been living a double life. Mr. McElroy was said to have been dealing heroin, and a detective from the Scottish Drug Enforcement Agency told the trial that Mr. McElroy had been a target for surveillance for 3 years. Just days before his death, Mr. McElroy was approached by a mystery man who warned him to pay the money that he owed. Hours after a visit to Perth prison to see 2 inmates, Mr. McElroy was gunned down as he stepped from his car outside his home in Acacia Way. Mr. Gage's new representation, Mr. Anwar, told appeal judges that while the jury was trying to make up their minds, they had asked to see phone records and a diary kept by a girlfriend who backed up Mr. Gage's alibi. But the court also heard that DNA tests linked clothing to Mr. Gage. They had been found in a partly burned white Saab in Easterhouse, thought to be the getaway car. The cagoule and trousers also revealed traces of firearm discharge residue. Lord Hamilton said that the Court of Criminal Appeal intended to reject the arguments put forward on behalf of Mr. Gage, but would not finally decide the appeal. Now we move to the letter sent directly from Mr. Gage himself. It was recently announced that William Gage's appeal against the conviction of murder had been denied. This judgment is a travesty of justice, which relies on circumstantial evidence. It is inconceivable that the evidence, the burden of proof led at the trial, can prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Gage has any involvement with the shooting of Justin McElroy. There is no direct evidence that connects Mr. Gage with the shooting at Acacia Way in Cumberslang. They are keeping a man locked up in what can only be described as a spurious innuendo, and not facts that should be used in a court of law. To continue to maintain that a white car found in Easterhouse is linked to William Gage via a DNA sample found on particles of the clothing in the boot of the car. There were also 2 other unidentified DNA samples found on the clothing in the car as well. They allege that 8 particles of firearm discharge residue was found on particles of the clothing. This shows that the white car was involved with a gun crime. And as no reporting of a gun crime involving a white car, then this shows that this car must be tied to the shooting of Justin McElroy. More importantly, there are a number of problems with this argument. First, the appeal court accepts that the FDR was a common type and similar to the FDR found at the scene of the crime. Similar means that it is not the same, therefore the 8 particles did not come from the gun that shot Justin McElroy. The worst part of the appeal court and Crown's argument is the fact that they maintain that 8 particles prove a gun crime. This is an absurd assumption, as one shot would release thousands of particles, never mind 5 shots that killed Justin McElroy. According to Dr. John Lloyd, former House Office forensic scientist, said, "When a gun is fired, the gun leaves behind thousands and thousands of mini particles." But only 6 were found on the jacket, 3 on the surface and 3 particles in the pocket. It is more likely that the lack of FDR shows it has come from cross-contamination. Even in the likes of the USA, a number of states will not allow the use of FDR as evidence, as it is highly contaminable. Therefore, there is no proof that this jacket was worn when a gun was fired, and certainly no proof to link it with the gun that killed Justin McElroy. Mr. Gage's fight for justice goes on. The quality of evidence presented at trial, and now propped up by the Scottish Appeal Court, it is a disgrace and should enrage any intellectually honest person. This case will be going to the Supreme Court and, if necessary, to the European Court of Human Rights. This is a travesty of justice, that in the 21st century, a man wither in a Scottish prison serving a life sentence that is purely circumstantial. And rather than be interested, Lord Hamilton makes a mockery of justice. Lord Hamilton should hang his head in shame. Messages of support and solidarity can be sent to Mr. Gage. His postal address is in the description below. So what are your thoughts about Mr. Gage's story and letter to the public? Do you believe he is innocent of his crimes? Please share your thoughts in the comments below. Thanks for joining us, and until next time, stay safe.
Hello everyone, welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Thank you for joining us. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe for more content. Today's video is slightly different to our normal content, as today's case takes place hundreds of years ago. It's been over 200 years since the last execution in Pembrokeshire. In 1821, at Haverford West Castle, murderer William Roblin had been hanged after murdering a former employee, William Davis, after a drunken dispute over unpaid wages. So who was William Roblin? William Roblin has achieved a rather infamous reputation, especially within the Welsh area in which he lived, after being the last person to be executed in Pembrokeshire. However, Mr. Roblin's tale is one filled with uncertainty. Having been the talk of the town for so long, fabrications surrounding his name have been very popular. Though this is what we do know about this controversial figure. William Roblin was born in 1776 in Burton, Pembrokeshire, Wales, to a poor farmer called Richard Roblin. However, in his adult life, Mr. Roblin struggled to settle down into a single job due to suffering from a crippling drinking problem. Eventually, Mr. Roblin was able to get by running an inn at his Deep Lake farm. It was there he also oversaw an alehouse known as Homebound. Homebound has been described as a veritable vortex sucking in vicious tales of murder and debauchery. Mr. Roblin had been previously linked with several other crimes before shooting his former employee. An Irish hawker had visited his Homebound and was never seen again. William Roblin was later accused of secretly murdering the Irishman, and had also been previously linked with the body of an unknown woman found within the orchard of his Deep Lake farm. Mr. Roblin was described by locals as having a fiery temper with a psychopathic rage. William Roblin was born in the rural idyll of Martltwy in 1776 in Pembrokeshire, Wales. Pembrokeshire is a county in the southwest of Wales known for its coastal landscapes and excessive agricultural significance. Even today, 86% of Pembrokeshire land is focused on oil, agriculture and tourism. Within Mr. Roblin's own hometown, there is no known record of his baptism. Mr. Roblin was often accused of hating religions by locals. This alleged indifference to Christianity had only further ruined his reputation in his hometown of Pembrokeshire. Though, as well as this, William Roblin was involved in drunkenness, blasphemy, and failure to properly observe the holy day, otherwise known as the day of the Sabbath. He would spend his Sundays instead cockfighting, dogfighting, and sometimes outdoor gambling, much to the town's disapproval. Such activities were carried out with recklessness that got Mr. Roblin a bad reputation amongst the Pembrokeshire people. From this, many people suggest that William's later motivations for the murders he was accused of were much easier to understand. Mr. Roblin was an outcast who didn't have much of an easy life.
though it didn't excuse the crime or crimes that he committed. In some ways, Mr. Roblin could be seen as a rather tragic character, having turned to drink in this way. Some say that he was clearly attempting to escape his mundane everyday life, though he eventually failed, as this drinking problem had been a major factor that led to his untimely death. However, with his fiery temper, drinking had only worsened things for Mr. Roblin, as his emotions were more susceptible to slipping away and growing into something he himself could not control. Many townsfolk, including his wife Margaret Roblin, admitted this in several reports concerning Mr. Roblin. In 1814, Mr. Roblin had found a job as a servant, most likely agricultural, to Richard Barsey on a family farm. Barsey had apparently often scolded Mr. Roblin for his brutal treatment of the animals on the farm. Mr. Roblin was recalled having been especially cruel to the animals after drinking, so Barsey threatened William with termination unless he changed his ways. Though Barsey never went through with his threat, as he suddenly died shortly after, on the 27th of February 1814, aged 71. There had been no clear evidence of foul play, and no cause of death, although rumours arose that the death was under suspicious circumstances, and that Mr. Roblin may have been to blame for the death. Furthermore, a large portion of Barsey's money that he kept in his house had also disappeared around a similar time. This had never been directly linked to William Roblin, though rumours only grew concerning this mystery. This, of course, only worked to further ruin Mr. Roblin's reputation even more. While working at that farm, Mr. Roblin met his future wife Margaret, who was also working there at the time. The couple courted and married the following year of meeting, with the marriage taking place at St. Petrock's Church. Soon after their marriage, they took a lease of a small farm that they called Deep Lake Farm in Oosmaston Parish, 3 miles from Haverford West. There, the couple also ran a public house in 1811. An alehouse licenses show how John Page opened an alehouse there in 1815, so many people suspect that Page was later succeeded by William Roblin in 1816. In the 4 or so years that Mr. Roblin ran the inn and lived in Deep Lake Farm, he attracted more of an undesirable reputation compared to before. Mr. Roblin had by then become a figure in the town who no one wanted to associate with. William became well known to break the bounds of the law for whoever he considered being his enemies or whoever offended him, however small the disagreement. With his wife, Williams had a single daughter known as Little Margaret. She had been described as sweet and an interesting girl in her 4th year, at the time of Mr. Roblin's execution. Throughout his life, Mr. Roblin would also cart materials for local farmers and buildings to maintain a healthy income for the Roblins family. However, during such deliveries, Mr. Roblin would beat his horse so badly that Mr. Jones, the prison governor, had to warn William not to do it again. Otherwise, he threatened that Mr. Roblin would be forced to stand in front of a magistrate. In response, Mr. Roblin pointedly replied that it was his own horse. Nevertheless, William thankfully never did it again, at least not in front of Mr. Jones. So, what crime did Mr. Roblin commit that caused him to be hung? William Roblin was sentenced to death by hanging after shooting a former employee in the head with a gun in a mad fury. It happened during one day in 1820, where Mr. Roblin fell into a heavy argument with his eventual victim, William Davis. However, Mr. Davis wasn't all that good of a person either. Mr. Davis was also described as hot-headed and bad-tempered, likewise to Mr. Roblin. Mr. Davis was known for having a hare lip and had actually previously served a 1-year sentence for an abhorrent crime. In March 1818, Mr. Davis had been convicted of flaying a calf whilst it was still alive. From this, Mr. Davis spent a year in custody and was released on the 10th of March 1819. Both Mr. Davis and Mr. Roblin were also known to have had bad blood on account of Mr. Roblin's bad habit and attitude, as well as unpaid wages that Mr. Roblin had failed to fix. Both intoxicated, they started to argue over unpaid wages during Mr. Davis's time working in the Deep Lake Farm under William Roblin. Mr. Roblin and Mr. Davies almost got physical with each other, but were prevented from doing so by a passerby. This was because one of the lime burners who was working there at the time split up the pair. Instead, both Mr. Roblin and Mr. Davies left town to resume the argument a couple miles outside of it. From this point, the argument grew worse and worse until Mr. Davies challenged William Roblin to a fight. It was then Mr. Roblin decided to retreat to his own home. Differing reports suggest that Mr. Roblin went home to retrieve his pistol to then shoot Mr. Davis at point blank range into the side of Mr. Davies' head. Other reports argue that instead, Davis pursued Roblin to Roblin's family home, pounding on the door and threatening Roblin. At this point, Margaret Roblin went outside to desperately persuade Davis to leave, fearful of her husband's explosive temper, especially as Roblin and Davies were incredibly drunk. From this, Mr. Roblin rushed outside where a single gunshot rang out. Instantly, Mr. Davies fell to the ground, bleeding excessively. Whichever account is correct, whatever was left of William Roblin's reputation was then in tatters. The wound Mr. Davies had suffered had been described as to the head, an inch wide and 3 inches deep. It was definitely a gruesome injury, from which Mr. Davies would later succumb to after a few more painful weeks hanging on to life. After the confrontation, Mr. Roblin went on the run, immediately recovering from his state of intoxication and stuck in a sheer state of panic. Usmaston Parish constables working together with special constables tried to hunt Mr. Roblin down, though to no avail. This was because Mr. Roblin knew the countryside and was so easily able to conceal himself in several different locations. While on the run, 2 constables encountered an old woman living at Silver Hill. What was different about this woman, however, compared to other potential witnesses' accounts, was her genuine fear of Mr. Roblin being anywhere nearby and near her home. Mr. Roblin had almost grown as a boogeyman type of reputation, which this woman seemed to take very seriously. The old woman promised both constables every possible assistance she could offer them if Mr. Roblin were to make any sort of appearance. In the end, she didn't turn out to be all that useful, as she wasn't able to or didn't want to turn in any information concerning Mr. Roblin. 18 days after the search started, locals, Griffiths and Corker, had spotted Roblin roaming in Caniston Woods alone. They pursued Mr. Roblin and demanded he surrender, but Mr. Roblin refused, instead of running away. But they reacted to this by discharging their firearms onto Mr. Roblin's, though their guns weren't terribly accurate, so eventually lost Mr. Roblin through the trees. After this, Lord Milford even offered a bounty of 40 guineas on Roblin's head, which was unusually large for that period. This didn't aid the capture of Mr. Roblin, so instead both Griffiths and Corker have rewarded 5 guineas each for their efforts. Instead, it was Mr. Roblin who decided to turn himself into a Mr. Phillips, a farmer residing at Maryborough in the parish of Wiston. Mr. Roblin begged the farmer to take him into Haverfordwest, where Mr. Roblin would later hand himself over to the police. William Roblin did this on the 4th of September 1820, hoping that turning himself in would give some kind of merit with the locals as well as the law. On this day, he had been described as being in utter despair and desperation, but this didn't help William Roblin at all. From turning himself in, Mr. Roblin was never given a lighter sentence or any leeway from the Pembrokeshire constables. He was delivered into the custody of Mr. Jones, the prison governor. The next day, on the 5th of September, he was committed to Haverfordwest Gaol, where he was placed in Ward 7. Since his victim, Mr. Davies, was still alive at the time, in Haverfordwest's eminent surgeon, Mr. Roblin, had only been charged with battery at first. However, Mr. Davies died 3 agonising weeks after being shot, so William Roblin's charges were changed to murder, and he was sentenced and to be hung. Mr. Roblin denies these charges, though that didn't help him at all. During his time incarcerated, William Roblin even encountered a tale of how he was present in the cottage at Silver Hill. According to him, he was present while 2 constables were questioning the previously mentioned old woman from Silver Hill, who turned out was secretly hiding Mr. Roblin. Despite the old woman getting questioned by the 2 constables, Mr. Roblin got away with it and resumed life on the run afterward, as she never sold Mr. Roblin out to the law. In total, it took 3 days to convict William Roblin to be hung. Though Mr. Roblin had received no legal representation and no right to appeal his sentence during this time. Suspicion had also arrived that Mr. Roblin's wife, Margaret Roblin, had been an accomplice to her husband. Margaret Roblin had even fled her home in Deep Lake for 2 days before she was detained by constables with Mr. Roblin's daughter, Little Margaret. There, Margaret and her daughter, Little Margaret, were taken into custody on the 15th of September 1820. They were later released on the 21st of April, 2 days before William Roblin's death, though without any contact with their husband and father from Mr. Roblin during that time. During Roblin's time in custody, Mr. Roblin had also attempted to commit suicide by hiding iron pins in the sleeve of his jacket. With these, Mr. Roblin intended to pierce several vital veins in different places to bleed to death. However, Mr. Roblin was unsuccessful in doing so, and stayed alive until his execution, saying, "Justice has not been done, but I shall have justice in another world." Mr. Roblin would repeatedly deny having killed William Davis, as well as denying even owning the pistol that was used to shoot Mr. Davis.
This, however, was simply not true, as William Roblin had certainly shot Mr. Davies with a gun that Mr. Roblin himself owned. The date had been set for Monday, the 23rd of April 1821. On the Monday before his execution, Mr. Roblin requested that he see his daughter, saying, "I shall never see her again after this." Recounts say that Mr. Roblin was very emotional, begging the prison governor at this time. His daughter and wife were being held in the same prison. On the 23rd of April at 6 o'clock in the morning, Mr. Roblin was hung. Mr. Roblin's last words, when asked if he had any, were, "No, I have nothing. I suppose you want me to confess the murders of which I am not guilty." Some people believe that this was about the mysterious death of the Irishman at his inn. William Roblin also added, "I am clear of that, why should I conceal it? They could do no more to me after." Reverend Adams asked him about it in the day of his execution. By this, Mr. Roblin meant that he had no reason to conceal any more information, having accepted his fate. A clergyman read a portion of the 55th chapter from Isaiah. Mr. Roblin reportedly hadn't even eaten since Friday, hence claimed to have a pain in his stomach. So, Mr. Roblin called for tobacco, since he enjoyed smoking, but kept his composure throughout the execution, right up until his grisly end. After calling for the tobacco, Mr. Roblin resumed his prayer until the drop fell. Some people say that Mr. Roblin hung from the Haverfordwest Castle gates, though this has never been fully confirmed or denied. However, we do know there was a lot of interest from the locals surrounding Mr. Roblin's hanging, as it was the first in the town after perhaps 10 years or more. At the point of death, Mr. Roblin was described as an inanimate corpse suspended between heaven and earth by onlookers. Historians think that thousands of people would have attended Mr. Roblin's execution, as it was a big deal at that time. However, after Mr. Roblin's hanging, his father, Richard Roblin, drunkenly promised to show and explain the bodies of both the Irishman and that of the unknown body that he claimed his son William Roblin had killed. Of course, his father promised this information in exchange for a rather grand £5. The second unknown body he spoke about was that of a woman who Roblin had buried in his orchard. In support of this, William Llewellyn, who also admitted that Mr. Roblin had told him about a similar story after Mr. Roblin drunkenly confiding in Mr. Llewellyn. To see if this was true, several people went to the site and dug up the orchard in search of this body, though nothing was found. Some people even speculate that Mr. Roblin lied for his own amusement, even through into the afterlife. Sadly, Mr. Roblin was ultimately never laid to rest in peace. Mr. Roblin's body was instead sold to a sailor as a mere curiosity, rather than respectful human remains. By 1914, Dr. Williams of St. David's had Mr. Roblin's remains moved to his house, though today Mr. Roblin's skull is now in Pembrokeshire Castle. It was on display for some time, though now has been placed into storage away from public eye. A lot of people dispute the proper handling that these remains have gone through, arguing that Mr. Roblin was never really given the full respect that he deserved, despite the horrific crimes that he was indeed guilty of committing. The rest of Mr. Roblin's skeleton has been long lost, but the skull still stands as a grisly reminder of his troubled life and the crimes that he committed these 200 years ago. The life and crimes committed by Mr. Roblin will never be forgotten about in the UK. If you would like to see more cases of old crimes committed in the UK, please let us know in the comments below. And as always, thank you for joining us and stay safe.
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Thank you for joining us. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe for more content. Today we look at Stephen French, a notorious Liverpool gangster. Stephen French is a well-known name across the UK, as well as many other countries. Mr. French seems to be a jack of all trades, having a background in many different industries and constantly pursuing different courses of life. With a tangled life path and seemingly no straight destination, Mr. French has a story with lots of plot twists. Stephen French began his rise to criminality as early as 1972. Since then, Mr. French has been involved in a variety of crimes, such as petty theft and robbery, all the way to severe burglary and assault claims. This UK gangster has brought other people into the world of organised crime as well as faced various charges throughout his lifetime, and spent numerous years in jail. The question is, what did a life of crime turn him into, and where did he end up today? Growing up in the 1960s, Mr. French did not have an easy childhood, nor was he able to be supported by a good family life at home. At an early age, Mr. French was removed from his family when it was discovered that his mother was not able to take care of him and his 4 siblings. Mr. French grew up in a town called Toxteth, a small inner city near Liverpool. While the elder three of his siblings were able to be put in the foster system after the family separation, Mr. French and his younger sibling were placed in a different type of care home because of their race. This unfortunate separation and discrimination may well have played a role into his deterrence from a normal life. The separation resulted in them growing up in a form of an orphanage, but under terrible conditions. Mr. French recalls that after meeting with a psychiatrist on many occasions, he ended up remembering suppressed memories from this part of his childhood. These are memories your brain hides on purpose because they cause damage to you at the time, so remembering them is hurtful and suppressing them helps you to feel better. Mr. French recounts that his care home was later shut down in the 1980s. During this shutdown, there were also about a dozen employees charged and tried for cases of physical and sexual abuse toward the children they tended for. From here on, Mr. French was involved in many activities of petty criminal activity during his childhood. Mr. French grew up with a very negative view of life, and also the idea that money was hard to come across. These two factors are commonly seen in the upbringing of soon-to-be criminals. A lot of teens that end up joining the world of street gangs don't have supportive families to rely on at home, and are commonly in dire need of money. As you can see, Mr. French was in a situation where both of these things were true for him, which as you can imagine cannot be easy to handle. Although this is no excuse for somebody to turn to the world of crime. This might explain what had happened to evolve such a life for him. For example, as the saying goes, both nature and nurture play a role in our lifetime's development. The environment you place a child in is almost always related to how their life ends up, and based on how he was raised, he was not put in a very good situation to make a life for himself. Interesting enough, aside from his life of street crime, Mr. French was also a professional mixed martial arts fighter, known as the Warrior. Mr. French had the record of being an ex-champion. He also had somewhat of a reputation in the film industry, and many TV appearances through 2008 to around 2019. He seems to have been well known in other industries, and not only for his gangster name that seemingly followed him wherever he went. Throughout the 1970s and 1980s, when Mr. French was between his teenage years, he faced numerous charges and was already engulfed into the street gang life of petty crime. At this point, he was now involved in street criminal activity such as theft and house burglary. Mr. French has actually written a book about this, outlining the early stages of his life and how he spent his teenage years beginning to be involved in the gang activity. Since he was left without a support system at such a young age, we can assume that this is what led him into joining a street gang. This is an interesting viewpoint to how gangs can lure in children and why the enticement seems appealing. Young kids can sometimes be easily swayed against their will to joining this life of crime. However, this life doesn't turn out to be as good as the young kids think. Young teens are told they will have support from the group for life and will make enormous amounts of money from it. Children who join gangs at a young age are commonly roped in for life and begin to see the fierce consequences of not being able to leave the group. This is why gang members evolve their crime to grow from petty criminal activity to more serious arrest-worthy behaviours as they age. As the state of the drug business continued to prevail in Toxteth, Mr. French evolved and his behaviour grew with the times. With what he saw as an opportunity for fortune by abusing the people who had money to pay for drugs. By the time the late 80s and 90s came around, Mr. French was no longer involved in petty criminal activity and had moved on to robbing the richest people in the UK. Known as the taxer of the rich, Mr. French moved on to crime with a bigger reward, stealing from the most powerful crime lords in the UK. He knew these individuals had the most money to pay, and finding a way to take it from them was going to pay off big time. At this point, Mr. French was robbing city barons and torturing them until they pay large fines of money. These city barons were the largest illegal drug dealers across the UK, with large amounts of illicit money on them at all times. This was a prime opportunity in Mr. French's eyes to make a quick amount of money. These criminals could not report Mr. French to the government because their money is illicitly made, meaning if they report them, they're going to also be investigated. Mr. French manages to stay under the radar for quite some time, avoiding any serious fines or prison time at this point in his career. During the 80s and 90s, Mr. French managed to net over £20 million from these famous crime lords found across the UK. To take his illegal activity one step further, Mr. French was beginning to take youngsters from the gangs assimilated with him and turn them into criminals that followed his guide. A prime example of this is Curtis Warren. Curtis Warren began his career in gangster crime under the wing of Mr. French, who taught him his techniques and gave a way to make his own money across the streets. Mr. Warren ended up being named one of Britain's biggest drug dealers, actually titled as one of the richest men in the UK in 1997. Mr. Warren advanced his career from street crime and created a worldwide web of trafficking, generating huge amounts of illegal money that would end up leading him to some serious jail time. Once this network across the world was detected by authorities, Mr. Warren was put behind bars after failing to pay back £198 million. French pretty much brought up to one of the UK's most notorious criminals, who to this day is still in prison. It is clear to see that Mr. French has had a building career of crime since his early childhood. This again speaks on the ability of gangs to take a young child without a good support system and convince them to rely on illegal activity to make their way in life. Mr. French's story doesn't get much better from here, only starting to spiral downwards into worse activities that end up landing him in some jail time. What is interesting about Mr. French is that he does not follow a straight or usual life of a street criminal. Mr. French created a really distinctive name for himself, being a self-proclaimed peace activist and also an anti-gun campaigner. Mr. French also did grow up in a very rich lifestyle, and although started off in an orphanage with no family and nearly no money, did end up making lots of capital off property investments. This goes to show that he had an opportunity to clean his life up and distance himself from criminal activity. Mr. French goes on for nearly 10 years after some of his petty crime charges to portray himself as a highly reformed Christian and a peace provider. This is interesting because even after living a life of prompting peace and within communities and having a stand-up job for himself, his reputation is still to be damaged in the future with these allegations and incarcerations that are soon to come. This nice guy reputation does not last for very long and continues to be broken apart when his crime stories return to the media yet again. Once he moved on from petty burglary and car theft, Mr. French ended up in some more serious situations. In 2009, Mr. French was tried and put in jail for 3 years after being caught possessing a knife and threatening one of his business associates with a fake firearm. This incarceration is one of the first events leading up to the rest of his jail time and charges that are pressed later on in his life. He is again incarcerated for pistol whipping or using a handgun as a weapon of blunt force a fellow businessman. He later tossed the essentially fake gun as well as a machete into the nearby river, the River Mersey. Mr. French was handed a 3-year term for attacking said businessman at an office complex near Liverpool City. After only spending approximately 2 years behind bars, Mr. French was released to live on parole according to some very strict conditions. As you may know, parole conditions and rules are serious, and any breach can land you back in prison just as quickly as you were released. However, this release again doesn't last very long. Although Mr. French was given the specific limitations of what he was allowed to do while he was out of jail, it's been reported that rather than stick to these guidelines and report to the probation centre as directed, he chose to live by his own will and go against these rules. In 2015, Mr. French was caught on photograph sitting at a Liverpool soccer game next to one of the football stars. This media attention is one of the things that brought him back into the spotlight at nearly 55 years old. Mr. French was caught breaking the rules of his probation, which landed him back in jail in order to finish his sentence from 2013's assault charges. This is another time when the media attention was almost fully set on him, exemplifying how he continued to switch back from a life of crime to a life of being a peace campaigner. Nobody could understand the constant changes in direction. After serving the rest of his sentence in 2013's conviction, Mr. French again stayed out of the media eye for the next few years. However, if you've been following the story so far, you can probably guess that this isn't the end yet. In 2016, Mr. French's story makes a really interesting twist, this time in an unfortunate manner for him. Although Mr. French has been in and out of jail and fighting convictions for the majority of his life, this time he faced allegations of a more serious criminal activity. Charged with 2 counts of rape and lethal threats, Mr. French appeared in court during April of 2016 to fight back against these allegations. It seems fair to say that based on his history, the odds were most likely not in his favour, regardless of whether he is guilty or not. It seems almost impossible that the courts will side with him at this point. The women who came forward with the allegations against him seem to have a very disheartening story about the tales she was telling him. Coming from a life of crime with multiple jail times and incarcerations behind him, Mr. French didn't seem like the most honest and trustworthy guy, making it really hard for the courts to believe him when he was denying these allegations. At 56 years old, Mr. French was being charged with 2 rape allegations. Even more so, this woman's son filed that Mr. French made threats to kill him as well. These trials took place at the Liverpool Crown Court. The son had heard an argument between Mr. French and his mother happening in the house. He says that he could hear what sounded like spitting going on between them, as if they were angry with each other. First his mum spitting at Mr. French, and then the return. Out of curiosity and apprehension, the son approached the area of the house where Mr. French and his mother were, and found his mum lying on the floor in obvious pain. Although the son cannot claim to have seen Mr. French commit any physical act, he naturally tried to push Mr. French away, out of the assumption that Mr. French had hurt his mother. Following this, the son tells the court that Mr. French aggressively approached him during this situation and threatens to kill everyone in the family if he gets him arrested. Knowing Mr. French's reputation and fearing that the threat did hold some truth to it, the son took action instead of shrugging it off. The mother and son contacted the police, and so these charges were made. However, this case doesn't end there. Mr. French completely denied any accusation of raping the woman. With a good defence lawyer on his side, the charges ended up being dropped when there was no evidence of the act of sexual abuse. His defence lawyer also claimed that some of the prosecution's evidence was in fact faulty and totally unreliable. Mr. French did, however, plead guilty to the charge of threatening the son, and so these charges were continued accordingly. From here, Mr. French was given 16 weeks in prison and a 5-year-long restraining order against the family, after admitting to threatening the son that day. He was legally recorded as not guilty for the 2 counts of rape and assault. So Mr. French again ended up in prison, possibly for one of the more violent allegations he faced over his lifetime. Although most of his crimes were fraudulent acts of robbery, this media attention was much worse. Now finished with his most recent sentence, Mr. French has again returned to his character of a reborn Christian, running anti-gun campaigns and peace protests. Known as the fighting preacher, French seems to be trying this more devout path of life and possibly straying away from the street crime and gangs. However, this does not seem to be the first time he has taken a break, since his life route is far from being normal. Many individuals have gone public with their statements and thoughts about Mr. French, stating that coming out of a life of crime is difficult to do. Although Mr. French may very well want to live a normal life and forget about his younger, less modest days, these demons are not so easy to let go of. A big issue spoken about on his behalf is the amount of people looking to cause some harm to him. After all, he stole from and tormented so many big-name criminals back in the time of illegal activity that it seems he will forever have to watch his back. The so-called devil could very well have a genuine desire to live opposite to how people know and remember him, but this could prove to be difficult. Mr. French is known as an advocate for anti-gun violence despite his past, as well as being a supporter of the Christian religion. Mr. French is now devoted to living his life to helping others, which includes showing young people why they should stay away from the life of crime. In many of his interviews, he discusses how he uses his own experiences to teach people to stay away from organised crime. No matter your living conditions, even with a life in and out of prison, he seems to act quite as an advocate for being on your best behaviour. On another strange note, Mr. French also frequently discusses the difference between his crimes and the crimes we are seeing happening now. It is as though he believes his form of criminal behaviour is somehow above others, placing himself as one of the better robbers and thieves in history. He often discusses how his form of crime was to rob someone, tie them up and walk away with the money in his pocket. This in comparison to today's world, where we see more of gun violence and unnecessary killings. It is indeed an interesting comparison, but not something that's unheard of from old school criminals who think of themselves above these younger criminals who perform almost identical acts. This is especially true for Mr. French, as he does have a history of charges against him for assault and violent cases in his younger days. However, if we are to take a look at where he is now, Mr. French seems to be living almost his normal life, or a life as normal as it can be for an ex-criminal with such a deep history. It's not every day that you see somebody with a background such as himself be able to broadcast themselves as being a person with such high values and a peaceful reputation. Seemingly bouncing back from crime to a heavy religious life, and even leading peace protests and civil rights movements. Mr. French has been involved with a lot of high-level criminals throughout his lifetime, and some who may always have bad blood towards him. Regardless of personal opinion on Mr. French, he has been through a lot throughout his life, and gained so much experience that he is now able to tell his story and help those who might be growing up in a similar circumstance as himself to find a way to change or take a better path. We hope Mr. French is able to continue spreading his knowledge to the younger generation and is able to stay focused and not get drawn back into the criminal underworld. The life and crimes committed by Stephen French will never be forgotten about in the UK criminal underworld. Thanks for joining us today. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to give it a like and a share, and leave any thoughts or suggestions you have in the comments section. We love to read through them all. And if you're new but enjoy UK true crime content, then subscribe to see when our newest video releases. And as always, stay safe. Hello everyone, and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Thank you for joining us. Please like, share and subscribe for more content. Today we'll be looking at the life of a very famous criminal, Mr. Ivan Graham, who is also dubbed to be the crime lord Mr. Big, who ran a £35 million empire of drugs and guns. Over the course of 2 years, Mr. Graham was involved in a distribution network that pushed tens of millions of pounds of drugs into towns and cities across the Midlands. He was a drugs kingpin who distributed a staggering £35 million worth of heroin and cocaine from his suburban home. The level of activity in the property was quite frankly staggering. In shutting this operation down, a major supplier of drugs who has and would have continued to cause untold misery to thousands of families across Derbyshire and the wider region has been cut off. Police said drugs arrived at Mr. Graham's house in their raw form, and after being cut and repackaged, they were then supplied to other dealers for sale. Mr. Graham of Whetstone Drive, Rugby, was dubbed Mr. Big by neighbours. A police raid at a home owned by Mr. Graham uncovered 4 terrifying loaded weapons, including an Uzi submachine gun fitted with a silencer, a Walther PPK 22 caliber pistol, and a Smith & Wesson 38 caliber revolver, and one stun gun disguised as a firearm. Officers also seized 5 kilograms of cocaine, 3.6 kilograms of heroin, 1 kilogram of crack cocaine, and 40 kilograms of cannabis, and more than £350,000 in used notes during a 2-day raid at the property in Derby. It took police officers more than 2 days to search the property after the raid at an address in Wakami Crescent, Chelseaton, Derby. Beat officers stood guard as others searched the house on May 22, 2018. The vast amount of drugs and the 4 loaded weapons were removed. Also discovered at the property was £354,000 in cash. It was previously stated in court that more than 1,000 exhibits were found, which helped the prosecution prepare its case against Mr. Graham. One of the areas that was searched was a back garden shed, and in that shed were hundreds of bin bags full of wraps, which relate to kilos of drugs. It is to be believed that there are 2 years worth of wraps there. Mr. Graham was conducting industrial scale drug operations that in less than 2 years saw £35 million worth of Class A substances pass through a quiet residential street in Derby. The loaded Uzi submachine gun fitted with a silencer was one of 4 fearsome weapons discovered at a bedroom at the Chelseaton address. A drawer full of banknotes was just one of the Wakami Crescent properties that saw officers remove more than £350,000 in cash from 2 days. In the cooker you could see lots and lots of blocks of crack cocaine which was made by a drug kingpin, Mr. Graham, in the kitchen at the address. A drawer full of cannabis was among the 35 kilograms discovered around the house. And although the shed full of bin bags looked harmless, stuffed inside each of them was packaging from the original high purity cocaine and heroin imported from abroad by Mr. Graham. Analysis carried out by police enabled them to conservatively estimate that from July 2016 to May 2018, £35 million worth of drugs would have gone through the address. This was a well-organised criminal enterprise, and Mr. Graham played a leading role in it. He had the ability to obtain significant quantities of high-purity Class A drugs from source. Analysis of the drugs and packaging seized at the address at Wakami Crescent showed 996 kilograms, almost a metric ton, of Class A drugs could have gone through it in less than 2 years, and that's a conservative estimate. The case began with a routine street arrest on May 22nd, when 2 officers on uniformed patrol stopped Mr. Graham shortly after he left the property. They let themselves into the address using his front door key and having been greeted by the sight of large quantities of drugs. They immediately called for help, and Mr. Langdale, over the next 2 days, police conducted a search through the entire property. He then detailed exactly what was discovered in which cupboards, drawers, bags and storage units were found. In total, they discovered 35 kilograms of cannabis, 5.2 kilograms of cocaine, 3.6 kilograms of heroin, 625 grams of crack cocaine, and 354,795 pounds in used notes, which was removed from the home. A number of hydraulic presses, which are also used to compact down packets of powdered drugs, were found. Numerous sets of digital scales were found in many of the rooms, as well as Pakistani rupees, which still remain a mystery to the day. The address was being used for an industrial-sized enterprise, which saw the storage, cutting, production and wholesale supply of Class A drugs on a level so vast that it is unprecedented within the Midlands. The property in Wakami Crescent is understood now to be occupied by a new tenant and is in no way part of the police investigations. This offence took place in a quiet street alongside people going about their law-abiding business. The police soon mentioned that they have cut off a major supplier who would have continued to cause untold misery. Mr. Graham pleaded guilty to 3 counts of possession of a Class A drug with intent, possession of a Class B drug with intent, producing a Class A drug, 2 counts of supplying a Class A drug, supplying a Class B drug, 2 counts of possessing a firearm with intent, possessing a prohibited firearm, possessing a disguised firearm, possessing criminal property, and possessing ammunition without a firearm certificate. He was sentenced to 24 years in prison at Derby Crown Court. Judge Robert Egbunda said, "You are clearly deeply rooted in the underworld, and drugs are a way of life for you." This was a well-organised criminal enterprise, and Mr. Graham played a leading role in it. He had the ability to obtain significant quantities of high-purity Class A drugs from the source. The people of Derby are safer now that this weapon, along with others found at the address, is off the streets. Criminals like Mr. Graham should be looking over their shoulder at all times, because the police will catch up to them, and when they do, they'll bring the full force of the law to bear on them. Judge Martin Nolan sentenced Mr. Graham to 6 years in prison and Mr. Pelkovic to 4.5 years. They were caught red-handed in a taxi in possession of the drugs. Mr. Pelkovic had a previous conviction for money laundering. The 2 English men smuggled more than €500,000 worth of cocaine into the country and were jailed at Dublin Circuit Criminal Court. Mr. Graham and Mr. Pelkovic of Chime Close, Oakwood, Derby, pleaded guilty to possession of cocaine for sale or supply at Perth Square, Perth Street, Dublin on April 10, 2008. Judge Martin Nolan said that it would be unfair to impose the presumptive mandatory minimum sentence of 10 years in this case, as these were 2 young gentlemen who were making very little money from the drugs. He acknowledged that Mr. Graham made admissions, pleaded guilty, and showed remorse that he was prepared to accept the risk involved with a huge amount of drugs for a small level of profit, and he accepted that Mr. Pelkovic was not involved in the same degree, but that he had to consider his previous serious convictions for money laundering. He said that he had a chance to back out, but didn't. The Garda National Drugs Unit stopped a taxi at Perth Square after mounting a surveillance operation. The two accused were sitting in the back of the vehicle and Mr. Graham had a black holdall bag on his lap. Just more than 8 kilograms of cocaine was found in the bag, which was valued at €563,000. Mr. Graham admitted his involvement when questioned, saying, "You have me red-handed," and you told him that he agreed to transport the package to clear £2,000 of a £30,000 debt. Mr. Graham said he was afraid to go back to England in case he'd be shot dead. Mr. Pelkovic became involved in the venture to pay off a debt which had arisen after he was convicted for money laundering. Mr. Pelkovic said that the people he owed money to were putting pressure on him to pay them back. Mr. Pelkovic was not party to the nitty-gritty of the deal and was hired as muscle, but when he realised drugs were in the bag, he chose to remain involved. Mr. Graham had demonstrated a significant degree of honour and personal risk in admitting that he was more involved in the venture than Mr. Pelkovic, and that he had been cynically targeted by the police he was indebted to. Mr. Pelkovic could have denied knowing that the drugs were involved, but instead made full admissions when questioned. Mr. Owen Manahan, Mr. Hafiz Soul and Mr. Troy Colbert were sentenced to prison for their part in the conspiracy to supply Class A drugs, namely cocaine, crack cocaine and heroin, after a long-running police operation by the East Midlands Special Operations Unit, the EMSOU, dating back to 2017. The first arrest took place on the Thursday, the 7th of December 2017, when Mr. Manahan was arrested after his car was stopped on the A38 by a traffic officer at 8:45 p.m. Mr. Manahan had driven to Birmingham and was on the way back to Derby when the car eventually pulled over for the officer initially after failing to stop. The officer immediately smelt a strong smell of cannabis and called for support to search the vehicle. Inside the vehicle was found £940 in £20 notes and cannabis worth an estimated street value of around £800. The second arrest took place on Wednesday the 17th of January 2018 when Mr. Hafiz Soul was arrested after his car, a Seat Leon, was stopped in Uttoxeter, Old Road, Derby. Inside the car was an amount of cocaine found in various bags and a search of his home was ordered. At his home address in James Close, Derby, a large quantity of drugs were found, including crack cocaine, cocaine and diamorphine. The cocaine found in the car and the house in James Close were of very high purity and were given a street value of up to £278,000. A number of mobile phones were seized in the car which showed drug dealing activity, including images and videos of drugs and drug dealing paraphernalia. A BlackBerry was also seized and was found to have encryption software in an effort to hide the activity taking place on the device. Over the intervening months, further investigations were carried out into the offences of Mr. Soul and Mr. Manahan when a significant development occurred in May. Forensic work carried out on the cash seized at Mr. Graham's address found the fingerprints of Mr. Manahan and another man, Mr. Troy Colbert. Following the arrest of Mr. Ivan Graham, Mr. Manahan, Mr. Soul and Mr. Colbert were all arrested again at their homes on Tuesday, the 4th of September 2018. Mr. Colbert was arrested on suspicion of conspiracy to supply controlled drugs at his home in Elm Park Court, Derby. Quantities of drugs and cash were found along with 2 mobile phones. Mr. Soul was arrested on the same charge at his home in James Close, Derby, and inside the property were found a small set of digital scales and drug dealing paraphernalia. Mr. Manahan was also arrested on the same charge and found in possession of £1,300 in cash and was sentenced to 11 years in prison. Mr. Colbert was sentenced in his absence to 8 years in prison. Detective Inspector Mr. Richard Monk, who led the investigation into the trio, said that today's sentencing is the culmination of more than 3 years of hard work to disrupt and dismantle a high-level drugs network. The trio were benefiting to the tune of thousands of pounds as they peddled potentially lethal drugs that cause untold misery in our communities. And it is the communities that are affected by this, and that the police rely on the public being aware of what is going on in their local area and helping provide information that can make their communities safer. A trio of drug dealers linked to Mr. Graham were recently sentenced to more than 13 years in prison for their involvement in a multi-million-pound drug operation. The 3 dealers were caught red-handed buying large quantities of high-purity cocaine from 2 Chaddison brothers, Mr. Ross Stroud and Mr. Bradley Fowles. Mr. Ben Rogerson would arrange to meet Mr. Kirk and Mr. Luke Guy, who have pleaded guilty to conspiracy to supply Class A drugs and will be sentenced at a later date. In pub car parks, a gym, or rural locations, and hand over in exchange for drugs. The cocaine supplied by the Guys was sourced from Mr. Graham, who was responsible for importing vast quantities of drugs into the Midlands from a base at his home in Wakami Crescent, Chelston. The Guy brothers brought their cocaine from Graham, and in turn the trio of dealers who were sentenced at Derby Crown Court purchased large amounts to sell onto their customer base. Following a deal at the Rose and Crown pub, Morley, officers attempted to pull over Mr. Stroud's personalised registration Range Rover, but the 28-year-old led officers on an 80-mile-an-hour chase through Alkston and Kirk Hallam in an unsuccessful bid to escape. His attempt to flee landed him with charges of dangerous driving, which he also pleaded guilty to. Mr. Stroud of Tulip Road, Allsworth, pleaded guilty to conspiracy to supply Class A drugs and was jailed for 5 years and disqualified from driving for 3.5 years. Mr. Fowles of Featherstone Close, Gedling, Nottingham, pleaded guilty to conspiracy to supply Class A drugs and possessing criminal property and was jailed for 5 years and 3 months due to a previous conviction for drugs. Mr. Rogerson of Wildhay Brook, Hilton, pleaded guilty to conspiracy to supply Class A drugs and was jailed for 3 years. Drugs don't just impact those who abuse them, they tear families apart, they cause marriages to break down and jobs to be lost. The negative impact their drug dealing has on our society is unquantifiable, and we must continue to target those involved, no matter how hard they try to avoid detection or cover their tracks. Do you think the sentence Mr. Graham served was adequate or unfair? Let us know in the comment section down below. And if you liked the video, don't forget to drop us a like and subscribe for more content. Thanks for joining us today. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to give it a like and a share, and leave any thoughts or suggestions you have in the comments section. We love to read through them all. And if you're new but enjoy UK true crime content, then subscribe to see when our newest video releases. And as always, stay safe.
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe. Today we look at the infamous serial killer Harold Shipman, aka the Angel of Death, and how he left a deep, unforgiving imprint on the UK. Harold Frederick Shipman, born on the 14th of January 1946, died on the 13th of January 2004. Known to acquaintances as Fred Shipman, was an English general practitioner who is believed to be one of the most prolific serial killers in modern history. On the 31st of January 2000, Mr. Shipman was found guilty of murdering 15 patients under his care. His total number of victims was approximately 250. Mr. Shipman was sentenced to life imprisonment with the recommendation that he never be released. Mr. Shipman died by suicide, hanging himself in his cell at HM Prison Wakefield, West Yorkshire on the 13th of January 2004, a day before his 58th birthday. The Shipman Inquiry, a 2-year-long investigation of all deaths certified by Mr. Shipman, which Dame Janet Smith chaired, examined Mr. Shipman's crimes. The inquiry identified 218 victims and estimated his total victim count at 250, about 80% of whom were elderly women. Mr. Shipman's youngest confirmed victim was a 41-year-old man, although suspicion arose that he had killed the patients as young as 4. Mr. Shipman is the only British doctor to have been found guilty of murdering his patients, although other doctors have been acquitted of similar crimes or convicted on lesser charges. Harold Frederick Shipman was born on the 14th of January 1946 on the Bestwood Council estate in Nottingham, Nottinghamshire. Mr. Shipman, second of 3 children of Harold Frederick Shipman Sr., born on the 12th of May 1914 and died on the 5th of January 1985, a truck driver, and Viren Britton, born on the 23rd of December 1919 and died on the 21st of June 1963. Mr. Shipman's working class parents were devout Methodists. When growing up, Mr. Shipman was an accomplished rugby player in youth leagues. Mr. Shipman passed his 11 plus in 1957, moving to High Pavement Grammar School, Nottingham, which later he left in 1964. Mr. Shipman excelled as a distance runner and in his final years at school served as vice captain of the athletics team. Mr. Shipman was particularly close to his mother, Vera, who died of lung cancer when Harold was just 17. Harold's mother's death came in a manner similar to what later became Mr. Shipman's own MO, In later stages of her disease, she had morphine administered at home by a doctor. Mr. Shipman witnessed his mother's pain subside despite her terminal condition until her death on the 21st of June 1963. On the 5th of November 1966, Mr. Shipman married Primrose May Oxtoby. The couple had 4 children. Mr. Shipman studied medicine at Leeds School of Medicine, University of Leeds, graduating in 1970. Mr. Shipman began working at Pontefract General Infirmary in Pontefract, West Riding of Yorkshire, and in 1974 took his first position as a general practitioner at the Abraham Ormerod Medical Centre in Todmorden. In the following year, Mr. Shipman was caught forging prescriptions of pethidine for his own use. Mr. Shipman was fined £600 and briefly attended a drug rehabilitation clinic in York. Mr. Shipman became a GP at a Donnybrook Medical Centre in Hyde, near Manchester in 1977. Mr. Shipman continued working as a GP in Hyde throughout the 1980s and established his own surgery at 21 Market Street in 1993, becoming a respected member of the community. In 1983, Mr. Shipman was interviewed in an edition of Grenada television documentary World in Action on how the mentally ill should be treated in the community. A year after Mr. Shipman's conviction, the interview was rebroadcast on Tonight with Trevor McDonald. In March 1998, Linda Reynolds of Bruck Surgery in Hyde expressed concerns to John Pollard, the coroner of the South Manchester district, about the high death rate among Mr. Shipman's patients. In particular, she was concerned about a large number of cremation forms for elderly women that Mr. Shipman had needed to be countersigned. Police were unable to find sufficient evidence to bring charges and close the investigation on the 17th of April. The Shipman inquiry later blamed the Greater Manchester Police for assigning inexperienced officers to the case. After the investigation was closed, Mr. Shipman went to kill on 3 more people. In August, taxi driver John Shaw told the police that he suspected Mr. Shipman of murdering 21 patients. John Shaw became suspicious of many of the elderly customers Mr. Shipman took to the hospital, who seemed to be in good health but died under Shipman's care. Mr. Shipman's last victim was Kathleen Grundy, who was found dead at her home on the 24th of June 1998. Mr. Shipman was the last person to see her alive, and he later signed Mrs. Grundy's death certificate recording the cause of death as old age. Mrs. Grundy's daughter, lawyer Angela Woodruff, became concerned when solicitor Brian Burgess informed her that a will had been made, apparently by her mother, which was raised doubts about its authenticity. The will excluded Angela Woodruff and her children but left £386,000 to Mr. Shipman. At Burgess's urging, Mrs. Woodruff went to the police, who began an investigation. Miss Grundy's body was exhumed and found to contain traces of diamorphine, often used for pain control in terminal cancer patients. Mr. Shipman claimed that Miss Grundy had been an addict and showed them comments he had written to that effect in his computerized medical journal. However, examination on his computer showed that they were written after her death. Mr. Shipman was arrested on the 7th of September 1998 and was found to own a Brother typewriter, that kind used to make the forged will. Prescription for Murder, a 2000s book by journalists Brian Whittle and Jean Ritchie, suggested that Mr. Shipman forged the will either because he wanted to be caught, or because his life was out of control, or even because he planned to retire at 55 and leave the UK with his small fortune. The police investigated over other deaths Mr. Shipman had certified and investigated 15 specimen cases. The police discovered a pattern of his administering lethal doses of diamorphine, signing patients' death certificates, and then falsifying medical records to indicate that they had been in poor health. In 2003, David Spogelhalter et al. Suggested that statistical monitoring could have led to an alarm being raised at the end of 1996, when there was 67 excess deaths in females aged over 65 years, compared with 119 by 1998. Harold Shipman's trial began at Preston Crown Court on the 5th of October 1999. Mr. Shipman was charged with 15 murders of women by lethal injection of diamorphine, all between 1995 and 1998. Mr. Shipman's legal representatives tried unsuccessfully to have Mrs. Grundy's case tried separately from the others, as a motive was shown by the allegedly forged of Mrs. Grundy's will. On the 31st of January 2000, after 6 days of deliberation, the jury found Mr. Shipman guilty of 15 counts of murder and 1 count of forgery. Mr. Justice Forbay subsequently sentenced Mr. Shipman to life imprisonment on all 15 counts of murder, with a recommendation that he never be released, to be served concurrently with the sentence of 4 years for forging Mrs. Grundy's will. On the 11th of February, 10 days after his conviction, Mr. Shipman was struck off by the General Medical Council. 2 years later, Home Secretary David Blunkett confirmed the judge's whole life tariff, just months before the British government ministers lost their power to set minimum terms for prisoners. While authorities could have brought many additional charges, they concluded that a fair hearing would be impossible in view of the enormous publicity surrounding the original trial. Furthermore, the 15 life sentences already handed down rendered further litigation unnecessary. Mr. Shipman became friends with fellow serial killer Peter Moore while incarcerated. Mr. Shipman consistently denied his guilt, disputing the scientific evidence against him, and he was never made any public statements about his actions. Mr. Shipman's wife, Primrose, steadfastly maintained her husband's innocence even after his conviction. Harold Shipman is the only doctor in the history of British medicine found guilty of murdering his patients, giving him the nickname the Angel of Death. John Bodkin Adams was charged in 1957 with murdering a patient, amid rumours he had killed dozens more over a 10-year period, and possibly provided the role model for Mr. Shipman. However, John Adams was acquitted of those rumours. Historian Pamela Cullen has argued that because of Mr. Adams's acquittal, there was no impetus to examine the flaws in the British legal system, until Mr. Shipman's case was brought to light. Harold Shipman hung himself in his cell at HM Prison Wakefield at 6:20 AM on the 13th of January 2004, the eve of his 58th birthday, and was pronounced dead at 8:20 AM by prison staff. A statement from Her Majesty's Prison Service indicated that Mr. Shipman had hanged himself from the window bars of his cell using bedsheets. After Mr. Shipman's death, his body was taken to the mortuary at the Medico Legal Centre for a post-mortem examination. The West Yorkshire coroner David Hinchliffe eventually released Mr. Shipman's body to the family after an inquest was opened and adjourned shortly after. Some of the victims' families said they felt cheated, as Mr. Shipman's suicide meant they would never have the satisfaction of his confession, nor answers as to why he committed his crimes. Home Secretary David Blunkett said the celebration was tempting. You wake up and you receive a call telling you Mr. Shipman has topped himself, and you think, is it too early to open a bottle? And then you discover that everybody's very upset that he's done it. Mr. Shipman's death divided national newspapers, with the likes of the Daily Mirror branding him a cold coward and condemning the prison service for allowing him to commit suicide. However, the likes of The Sun ran a celebratory front page headline, "Ship, ship, hooray." The Independent called for the inquiry into Mr. Shipman's suicide to look more widely at the state of the UK prisons, as well as the welfare of its inmates. And lastly, in The Guardian, an article by General Sir David Ransbotham, who was formerly served as Her Majesty's Chief Inspector of Prisons, suggested that the whole life sentencing be replaced by indefinite sentencing, for this would at least give prisoners the hope of eventual release and reduce the risk of their ending own lives by suicide, as well as making their management easier for the prison officials. Mr. Shipman's motive for suicide was never established, though he reportedly told his probation officer that he was considering suicide to assure his wife's financial security, after he was stripped of his National Health Service pension. Primrose Shipman received a full NHS pension she would not have been entitled to if Harold Shipman had lived past 60 years old. Additionally, there was evidence that Primrose, who had consistently protested Mr. Shipman's innocence despite the overwhelming evidence, had begun to suspect his guilt. Mr. Shipman refused to take part in the courses that would have encouraged acknowledgement of his crimes, leading to the temporary removal of privileges, including the opportunity to telephone his wife, Primrose. During this period, according to Mr. Shipman's cellmate, he received a letter from Primrose begging him to tell me everything, no matter what. A 2005 inquiry found that Mr. Shipman's suicide could not have been predicted or prevented, but that procedures should nonetheless be re-examined. After Mr. Shipman's body was released to the family, it remained in Sheffield for more than a year, despite multiple false reports about his funeral. Mr. Shipman's widow, Primrose, was advised by police against burying her husband in case the grave was attacked. Harold Shipman was eventually cremated on the 19th of March 2005, at Hutcliffe Wood Crematorium. The cremation took place outside normal hours to maintain secrecy and attended only by Primrose and their 4 children. In January 2001, Chris Gregg, a senior West Yorkshire police detective, was selected to lead an investigation into 22 of the West Yorkshire deaths. Following this, the Shipman inquiry submitted in July 2002 concluded that he had killed at least 218 of his patients between 1975 and 1998, during which time Mr. Shipman practiced in Todmorden from 1974 to 1975 and from Hyde from 1977 to 1988. Dame Janet Smith, the judge who submitted the report, admitted that many more deaths of a suspicious nature could not be definitely attributed to Mr. Shipman. Most of Mr. Shipman's victims were elderly women in good health. The judge, Dame Janet Smith's 6th and final report, issued on the 24th of January 2005. Dame Smith reported that she believed that Mr. Shipman had killed 3 patients, and she had serious suspicions about 4 further deaths, including that of a 4-year-old girl during the early stage of Mr. Shipman's medical career at Pontefract General Infirmary. In total, 459 people died while under Mr. Shipman's care between 1971 and 1998, but it is uncertain how many of those were murder victims, as Mr. Shipman was often the only doctor to certify a death. Judge Dame Smith's entire estimate of Mr. Shipman's total victim count over the 27-year period was 250. The GMC charged 6 doctors who signed cremation forms for Mr. Shipman's victims with misconduct, claiming they should have noticed a pattern between Mr. Shipman's home visits and his patients' deaths. All these doctors were found not guilty. In October 2005, a similar hearing was held against 2 doctors who worked at Tameside General Hospital in 1994, who failed to detect that Mr. Shipman had deliberately administered a grossly excessive dose of morphine to a patient. The Shipman inquiry recommended changes to the structure of the GMC. In late 2005, it came to light that Mr. Shipman may have stolen jewellery from his victims. In 1998, police had seized over £10,000 worth of jewellery that they found in Mr. Shipman's garage. In March 2005, when Primrose was asked for its return, police wrote to the families of Mr. Shipman's victims asking them to identify the jewellery. Unidentified items were handed to the Assets Recovery Agency in May. The investigation ended in August. Authorities returned 66 pieces to Primrose and auctioned 33 pieces that she confirmed did not belong to her. Proceeds of the auction went to Tameside Victim Support. The only piece of jewellery returned to a murdered patient's family was a platinum diamond ring, for which the family provided a photograph as proof of ownership. A memorial garden to Mr. Shipman's victims, called the Garden of Tranquility, opened in Hyde Park, Hyde, on the 30th of July 2005. As early as 2009, families of over 200 of the victims of Mr. Shipman were still seeking compensation for the loss of their relatives. In September 2009, letters Mr. Shipman wrote in prison to friends were to be sold at auction, but following complaints from victims' relatives and the media, the sale was withdrawn. The Shipman case and a series of recommendations in the Shipman Inquiry report led to changes to the standard medical procedures in the UK, which is now referred to as the Shipman effect. Many doctors reported changes in their dispensing practices, and reluctance to risk over-prescribing pain medication may have led to under-prescribing. Death certification practices were altered as well. Perhaps the largest change was the movement from single doctor general practices to multiple doctor general practices. This was not a direct recommendation, but rather because the report stated that there was not enough safeguarding and monitoring of doctors' decisions for their patients. The forms needed for cremation in England and Wales have had their questions altered as a direct result of Mr. Shipman's case. As an example, the persons or persons organising the funeral must answer, do you know or suspect that the death of the person who has died was violent or unnatural? Do you consider that there should be any further examination of the remains of the person who has died? Harold and Fred, They Make Ladies Dead, was a cartoon strip in 2001 issue of Viz Comic featuring serial killer Fred West and Harold Shipman. Some relatives of Mr. Shipman's victim voiced anger at the cartoon. Harold Shipman, Dr. Death, an ITV television dramatisation of the case, was broadcast in 2002. It starred James Bolam in the title role. A documentary also titled Harold Shipman, Dr. Death with new witnesses' testimony about the serial killer was shown by ITV as part of its Crime and Punishment strand on the 26th of April 2018. The programme was criticised as offering little to no new insight. A play titled Beyond Belief, Scenes from the Shipman Inquiry, written by Dennis Wolfe and directed by Chris Honer, was performed at the Library Theatre in Manchester from the 20th of October to the 22nd of November 2004. The script of the play comprised edited verbatim extracts from the Shipman Inquiry, spoken by actors playing the witnesses and lawyers at the inquiry. This provided a stark narrative that focused more on personal tragedies. A BBC drama documentary entitled Harold Shipman and starring Ian Brooker in the title role was broadcast in April 2014. The satirical artist Cold War Steve regularly features Harold Shipman in his work. The Shipman Files, a very British crime story, a 3-part documentary by Chris Wilson, was broadcast on BBC Two and focused on the victims and how he went undetected for so long. Podcast episode Catching a Killer Doctor from the Cautionary Tales with Tim Harford podcast series featuring the story of Harold Shipman and how it could have been detected much earlier with good statistical models. So what are your thoughts about Mr. Shipman, aka
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe. Today we're going to take a look at the case of the infamous Curtis Warren. Curtis Francis Warren, who was also known as Cocky, was born on the 31st of May 1963. He is an English gangster and a drug trafficker who was formerly Interpol's target number 1 and was once listed on the Sunday Times rich list. Curtis Warren is the second son of South American-born Curtis Aloysius Warren, a seaman with the Norwegian Merchant Navy, and Antonia Santre, the daughter of a shipyard boiler attendant. He grew up with his elder brother, Ramon, and his sister Maria in Toxteth, Liverpool. After Mr. Warren was released from jail, local police commented that he had turned his life around working as a bouncer in a Liverpool nightclub. But it was here that he learnt about the drugs trade, as bouncers have the power to control who comes in and outside of the venue. He was able to control dealers, access, and then befriend them, giving him an inside education. In the late 1980s, Mr. Warren came to a working agreement with Middlesbrough businessman Brian Charrington. In September 1991, using Mr. Charrington's personal yacht, the two men sailed to France on a then legal British visitor passport. They then travelled to Venezuela on a 10-year British passport and arranged a deal with the Cali cartel to smuggle cocaine in steel boxes concealed in legged ignots. On arrival to the UK, HM Custom and Excise cut open one ingot but found nothing. Having let the shipments pass, they were later informed by Dutch police that the drugs were held in steel boxes, by which time Mr. Charrington, Mr. Warren and the shipment were untraceable. However, a second shipment of 907 kilograms using the same method was already in transit from South America. When the shipment landed in the UK in early 1992, Mr. Charrington, Mr. Warren and 26 others were placed under arrest in a prosecution brought by HM Custom and Excise. However, in the preliminary court procedures, it was revealed by police that Mr. Charrington was a police informant for the North East Regional Crime Squad. HM Customs officials went forward with their prosecution despite protests from his police handlers Harry Naggs and Ian Whedon. In Newcastle Crown Court, it was alleged that Mr. Warren was so well informed that he knew the length of the largest drill bit owned by HM Customs, and therefore the size and depth of the required ignots. Eventually though, through Conservative MP Tim Devlin, a meeting was arranged in which Customs was ordered to drop the charges against Mr. Charrington on the 28th of January 1993. The case was dropped with all the accused, including Mr. Warren, acquitted of all charges. It is alleged that on release, Mr. Warren purposely walked past the HM Customs agents saying, "I'm off to spend my 87 million from the first shipment and you can't touch me." Several months later, Mr. Nags was spotted by HM Customs officials driving a £70,000 BMW previously registered to Mr. Charrington. Mr. Warren returned to Liverpool, but with the combination of various ritual killings of several organised crime figures and the police pursuing him following the high-profile case failure, he decided he had to move. In 1995, Mr. Warren relocated to a villa in Sassenheim in the Netherlands. He owns casinos in Spain, nightclubs in Turkey, a vineyard in Bulgaria, land in Gambia, and money stashed away in Swiss bank accounts. He could have retired rich, but he decided to continue. Monitored by police calling his contacts in the UK, it was now that Mr. Warren's photographic memory was useful to him. He never called contacts by their names, but by code words. All of the Swiss bank account details were kept in his mind, never written down, and he never kept accounts for his drug dealing business. The result was that he had an unlimited credit line from the cartels in South America and with cannabis traffickers in Turkey and Eastern Europe. On the 24th of October 1996, the special police officers from the Netherlands raided Mr. Warren's villa and other property that he owned in Netherlands. Mr. Warren and several associates were arrested, with police finding 3 guns, ammunition, hand grenades, crates with CS canisters, 400 kilograms of cocaine, 1,500 kilograms of cannabis resin, 60 kilograms of heroin, 50 kilograms of ecstasy, and 400,000 Dutch guilder, plus 600,000 US dollars in cash. The whole haul was estimated to be £125 million. Mr. Warren made his only appearance in the Sunday Times Rich List, which stated as a property developer, his fortune was estimated at £40 million. His conviction in the subsequent trial ensured his removal. In court, Mr. Warren's plan was shown to be the shipment of South America cocaine to Bulgaria. Shipped to his vineyard, the drugs were then suspended in wine for onward shipment to the Netherlands and then Liverpool in the UK. In total, police had regained illegal goods, drugs and wine valued at £125 million. Mr. Warren was sentenced to 12 years in jail in a maximum security Dutch prison in Voort. However, further forensic accounting investigations only found 20 million of his estimated 120 million fortune, and none of that could be legally touched or confiscated by the Dutch police, British police or Interpol. On the afternoon of the 15th of September 1999, Mr. Warren had a fight in the prison yard with a Turkish national, Semul Gaklu, who was serving a 20-year sentence for murder and attempted murder. Yelling abuse at Mr. Warren, Mr. Gaklu walked towards him and tried to punch him in the face. Evading the punch, a short fight ensued, during which Mr. Gaklu fell to the ground and Mr. Warren kicked him in the head 4 times. Mr. Gaklu got up and went again for Mr. Warren and was again punched to the ground. It was here that he hit his head and became unconscious, from which Mr. Gaklu never recovered and died in hospital. In his trial defence in 2001, Mr. Warren said he had acted in self-defence. Finding Mr. Warren guilty of manslaughter, the Dutch judge commented that the defendant had used excessive violence, sentencing him to an additional 4 years, with release scheduled in 2014. In 2002, Dutch police, still investigating the Bulgarian shipment, obtained an asset seizure order against Mr. Warren. Although they could only find £180,000, they legally charged him to repay 26 million guilders, which is $14 million, under the Proceeds of Crime Act, or face an added 5 years in prison. This would have extended his release date to 2019. After a legal discussion ensued, Mr. Warren agreed to pay Dutch police 50 million guilders, which is just short of $8 million. In February 2005, Mr. Warren was charged by the Dutch authorities for running an international drug smuggling cartel from his Dutch prison cell. Moved around 6 jails during his trial for his own safety, he was found guilty but successfully appealed and was released from prison in June 2007. Refused a passport by the British, Irish and Portuguese governments, the UK Serious Organised Crime Agency then followed Mr. Warren's every move as part of a lifetime offender management programme under the codename Operation Floss. In November 2007, Mr. Warren's former right-hand man, Colin Smith, was shot dead whilst leaving Nell's gym in Spate. Under the Soccer's Operation Floss, just 3 weeks after being freed from prison in the Netherlands, on Saturday the 30th of June 2007, Serious Organised Crime Agency officers called Jersey police to inform them that Mr. Warren had arrived at Manchester Airport and paid cash for a plane ticket. Observed in Jersey with a known Liverpool associate and now Jersey resident Taffin Carter, the pair drove around in Mr. Carter's VW Golf to various locations, included the isolated St. Catherine's Breakwater, with drugs at 3 times the street price in Jersey compared to the rest of the UK or France. After Mr. Warren returned to the UK, Jersey police created Operation Koala, monitoring and bugging various locations including phone boxes and the home of Mr. Taffin's girlfriend, Suzanne Skirt. From this, they discovered that a friend of Mr. Warren, John Welsh, intended to travel to Amsterdam to meet with a known Warren associate, the Moroccan Mohamed Lazid. Jersey police wanted to bug Mr. Welsh's hire car from St. Malo, but were refused permission by French and Belgian police, saying it was a breach of the European Conventions of Human Rights. In what Judge Sir Richard Tucker later described as a reprehensible and unlawful act, Jersey police, which is not signed into but bound by the ECHR, bugged the car anyway, and with Dutch police, Soccer and Interpol monitored the transitions. In subsequent operations, Soccer monitored Mr. Warren in Liverpool, whilst Dutch police monitored police informant Mr. Lazid in Amsterdam and coordinated the information from various phone boxes to correlate who was speaking to whom. In the subsequent trial, it was revealed that Mr. Warren had 3 UK and 1 Jersey mobile and had made 1,587 telephone calls in 3 weeks. From these and phone boxes across the North West and North Wales, including Wirral, Liverpool, Manchester, Llangollen and Chester to Mr. Lazid. In 2007, Mr. Warren was arrested in St. Helens over conspiracy to smuggle drugs after a joint investigation involving Jersey police, Merseyside police, Soccer and law enforcement from Belgium, France and the Netherlands. He pleaded not guilty, and there ensued a 2-year legal argument over the legality of the information obtained by bugging Mr. Welsh's car. After agreement that there was sufficient evidence from other sources to substantiate the case, Jersey police offered him a deal for pleading guilty of an 8-year jail term and no confiscation of assets. Mr. Warren turned this down. The Metropolitan Police agreed to lend Jersey police a manned armoured prison transfer van so Mr. Warren and his associates could be transferred safely during each day of the trial. The court heard that no drugs had been imported as the Jersey contacts had failed to come up with the money. Senator Ben Shurton raised concerns that Mr. Warren's legal representation was at the cost of the Jersey taxpayer, whilst Progress Jersey, a charity which is based in Jersey, raised concerns that the entire resources of the Jersey drug squad had been targeted at Mr. Warren. Mr. Warren was found guilty on the 7th of October for conspiracy to smuggle cannabis. He was sentenced on the 3rd of December 2009 to 13 years imprisonment for his part in the plot. Jersey police also started an investigation into his wealth with the aim of confiscating his gains from drug trafficking. After initially serving his sentence at HMP Full Sutton near York, he was moved to HMP Belmarsh. On 2 occasions, he has unsuccessfully appealed to the Lieutenant Governor of Jersey, General Sir John McCall, for leave on appeal to his conviction. Once in March 2011 and secondly in September of 2011. In November 2013, Mr. Warren was ordered to pay a £198 million confiscation order or face another 10 years in jail. On the 27th of March 2014, it was reported that Mr. Warren had lost his appeal over his failure to pay the order and so would remain in prison. In 2020, Stephanie Smithwaite, a prison officer, was jailed for 2 years after having an intimate relation with Mr. Warren. In 2021, the media reported that Curtis Warren was being prepared for release after 14 years in jail, but will face strict conditions. Mr. Warren, who is now 58, will not be allowed any assets worth more than £1,000, despite allegedly having £198 million put away. He will be hit with a string of other curbs on his lifestyle, including a serious crime prevention order, including foreign travel and any use of the internet, phones and vehicles. Alison Abbott, the head of lifetime management at the National Crime Agency, said, "Many career criminals regard prison as an interruption, which rarely marks the end of their involvement in organised crime. crime. This is why the NCA has a policy of a lifetime management. Through the NCA's Lifetime Management Program, we use serious crime prevention orders, travel restriction orders, and financial reporting orders as an extra layer as prevention. They ensure we firmly have these individuals on our radar, especially after prison, and anything that suggests they're slipping into their old ways can be detected early on. Sources said that Mr. Warren is due to be automatically released next year. He will not have to go before a parole board because he's not serving a life sentence. Having spent the last 25 years in jail, let's hope that he gets out and lives the rest of his life as a free man. Thank you for joining us today. What are your opinions on the crimes committed by Mr. Warren? Do you believe the sentences that he got were too harsh or not harsh enough? Do you believe that anyone should be kept on a lifetime order? Please let us know what you think in the comments below. Thank you for joining us today. If you enjoyed this content, please don't forget to like and share. And if you're new to the channel and you want to see more Street Crime UK content, hit subscribe and press that bell button so you can join us on the next video. Thank you for joining us, and until next time, stay safe.
Hello everyone, welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Thank you for joining us. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe for more content. Today we will look at one of the most ruthless criminals to ever exist in the UK criminal underworld. A man who murdered 4 people. During his revenge attack, he took the lives of a dad, a son and 2 female police constables. Dale Cregan was born on June 6, 1983, to Paul Cregan and Anita Marie Cregan at Tameside General Hospital. His father was a tool setter. The middle of 3 siblings, he had an older brother and a younger sister. Eventually his father would leave his wife to raise their 3 children and would marry a policewoman who worked for the Greater Manchester Police. Mr. Cregan began dealing cannabis when he finished his schooling at Little Moss Secondary School and would eventually graduate to selling cocaine in his 20s. He would also get into regular fistfights with other local boys, including the nephews of David Short. He claimed to have lost his left eye in the fight in Thailand. However, the authorities believe it was lost during a fight with other gangsters in the UK. During examinations, police confirmed that it lacked any scarring that would come with being punched hard enough to break an eye socket. His distinctive look would be what helped identify him after his first 2 murders of a father and son, David Short and Mark Short. While his official occupation was plasterer, Mr. Cregan was raking in upwards of £20,000 a week as a cocaine dealer and one of the local top dogs in the industry. He was spending lavish vacations in Asia and around Europe, flying business class back into the UK. He drove a Mercedes 4x4 ML and would make almost 200 calls a day related to drugs dealing. He would amass a collection of 10 guns, including a submachine gun. Mr. Cregan would also have a son with Georgia Merriman at the age of 24. They lived in a flat in Droylsden, less than a mile away from David Short's home. It started with an associate of Mr. Cregan punching David Short. The Atkinsons and the Shorts had been rival local families after Leon Atkinson decked David Short because the man had been glaring at him. From there, spats and small fights broke out between the 2 families and their accomplices. The back and forth continued and escalated to Leon's father having his knee blown off in a local pub. David Short had blamed the Atkinsons' right-hand man, Mr. Cregan, for an attack on him when he was riding his bike and had a knife pulled on him. The 2 families reached an uneasy truce in 2008 when the 2 heads of the family shook hands and attempted to ease the rising tensions, but it would all fall apart only 4 years later. Teresa Atkinson had been at a pub when she got into a row with a member of the Short family, who slapped her. Promising to get her boys together for revenge, she called her son Leon Atkinson, who then contacted Mr. Cregan, starting a domino effect that would have deadly repercussions. A mere 12 days after Cregan was called, Mark Short, 23, the son of David Short, was out for a night drinking with his father and some friends at the Cotton Tree pub. They had been playing at a snooker table before the group of 3 men clad in all black burst in, brandishing guns. The men opened fire, peppering Short and his friends, and fled into the night, leaving Short's father and the stunned pub patrons to try and stabilise the young men. Mark Short would die that night in his father's arms, and 3 of his friends were left in critical condition. The police had trouble at every turn while trying to find the killers. The pub had been a well-known spot for those who dabbled in illegal activities, and most of the witnesses, including David Short, refused to tell anything to the police. Even if no one was speaking to the police, they were still speaking, and rumours flew around who the culprits were. Eventually, Dale Cregan was identified,
along with two of his associates, Luke Livesey and Damien Gorman, known as Scarface. Mr. Cregan was arrested in June of 2012 at the airport after returning from a trip to Thailand. He would later be released on bail due to a lack of evidence and would disappear for 5 weeks. With Mr. Cregan on the prowl once again, the woes for the Short family weren't over yet. Despite the Greater Manchester Police issuing David Short 3 warnings that there was a threat to life and he needed to be careful, but it wasn't enough. On August 10th, only a couple of months after the murder of his son, David Short was unloading his car when Mr. Cregan and Anthony Wilkins, a friend of Mr. Cregan, jumped him, and he was chased by his attackers into his house, where he was caught and beaten. A gun was pulled on him and he was shot, but that wasn't the end of it. To complete his revenge, the attacker threw a grenade into the room holding David Short, ensuring that there was no way he could make it out alive again. It didn't take long for the police to connect Mr. Cregan to the scene of the crime. After the murder, he had been seen on CCTV chucking a grenade almost absently at a passing house, proving the man had access to explosives and hadn't been afraid to use them. He wouldn't be found for another 5 weeks. The use of explosives had the Greater Manchester Police rightfully on high alert, and they declared Cregan a threat to national security. Not only did his use of explosives make him dangerous to general public, but the police identified over a staggering 100 individuals who were possibly at risk and needed protection. A reward was posted of £50,000. But with the Olympics in full swing on the television, it was hard for police to convince the news to run bulletins with Mr. Cregan's image. Even with the addition of a monetary reward for information that could help capture Mr. Cregan wasn't enough to gain useful information. It wasn't long before they received reports of friends of Mr. Cregan ripping down the reward posters and threatening those who may have shared information with the police. With the double homicide of father and son, it wasn't hard to keep people hushed. It turned out that the police wouldn't have to wait for witnesses to come forward. Mr. Cregan was already putting his plan into motion and would double his body count. On September 18, 2012, police dispatch received a call from 30 Abbey Gardens in Mottram. It seemed routine. The caller claimed that a rowdy teenager had thrown a slab of concrete through the man's back window, and he wanted officers to come and check it out in case the culprit was still in the neighbourhood. 2 constables, Nicola Hughes and Fiona Bone, were attached to a routine check, but what happened was anything but routine. The day before, Mr. Cregan had taken the family that resided at the address hostage. The family included the parents of a young daughter who were forced to bend to the man's whim. The father was even forced to go to work to prevent suspicions arising, under the promise that something terrible would happen to his daughter if he didn't. Later, the family would recall the bipolar nature of his behaviour and how he would shift rapidly between normal conversation and threats of murder. He even forced them to cut his hair and trim his beard for the impending arrest. PCs Hughes and Bone went to the door at 30 Abbey Gardens and knocked. When the door opened, Dale Cregan had been ready and waiting with his gun. He fired 32 shots at Hughes and Bone, with at least 8 bullets hitting each target. 3 went into PC Fiona Bone's head, who had attempted to deploy her taser when she realised what was happening. When he was finished shooting, Mr. Cregan threw out his signature, a military-grade grenade, which landed next to them on the sidewalk. Fiona Bone was pronounced dead at the scene, while Nicola Hughes would be rushed to the hospital and would later succumb to her wounds. After the shocking murder, there were still more surprises. An hour after committing the double homicide, Mr. Cregan turned himself in. He drove himself to the nearest police station and announced himself, where he was quickly arrested. However, panic still thrilled through the police force. Was this another trick? Did he have explosives on him again? Was his car rigged to explode as soon as another unsuspecting officer went to do their jobs? There was a small breath of relief when none of their worst fears came to fruition. When Mr. Cregan was questioned on why he had murdered the 2 policewomen seemingly out of the blue, his answer was just as disturbing. He simply said revenge. While Cregan had been on the run, the police had been harassing his family in an effort to find him. The man had needed some sort of retribution before turning himself in. The case garnered national news coverage, with the then Prime Minister David Cameron commenting that it was despicable and an act of pure evil. Nothing was held back when it came to ensuring that Mr. Cregan wouldn't slip away. Armed guards were posted on rooftops and at every entrance, and scaffolding was erected for guards to stand on. His false eye was taken out and his eye socket was inspected twice daily to ensure that he hadn't been hiding anything in it.
Over £5 million would be spent on a security detail to ensure the police killer wouldn't be able to escape custody. Around 120 Lancashire constabulary officers were deployed daily, and even a helicopter would follow the convoy between Manchester Prison and Preston Crown Court. The trial began on the 4th of February 2013 and would paint a gruesome picture. David Short, the father of Mark Short, had publicly denounced the killers as cowards, but quietly he had been doing some threatening of his own. He promised to kidnap, torture, rape and burn Mr. Cregan's 4-year-old son for revenge. It haunted Mr. Cregan. He said, "I couldn't get him out of my head anymore. I thought maybe if I kill him I can get some rest. The night that I shot David Short, I had the best sleep of my life." Mr. Cregan took the threats very seriously, as most people would, and fearing retaliatory attacks, sought to extinguish a target on the family he cared about so much. What also shocked the public and prosecution was the apparent blasé attitude Mr. Cregan took on regarding the impending murders and surrendering himself. The night before the murders of Constables Fiona Bowen and Nicola Hughes, he drank alcohol and smoked cigars while looking himself up in the news. He boasted that the £50,000 reward was rare, like taking joy in the police's increasingly frantic search to find him. The judge inferred that Mr. Cregan had been able to see the two police constables had been unarmed as they approached, and had still decided to act on his bloodthirsty need for revenge. The judge went on to say, "You acted with a premeditated savagery. You drew those two officers into a calculated trip for the sole purpose of murdering them in cold blood." Throughout the trial, Mr. Cregan would eventually admit to the 4 murders and 3 attempted murders, the friends of Mark Short who had been shot in the Cotton Tree pub, along with admitting to the earlier grenade tossed into someone's front garden. Yet he would still attempt to plead not guilty to the charges, which was resoundingly rejected by the court. For the murder of 4 people, Mr. Cregan was sentenced to a whole life sentence without the possibility of release. 9 other people were also on trial for charges related to the deaths of the Shorts, but only 5 were charged. When the verdicts were returned, Mr. Cregan smiled and shook hands with the other defendants. Mr. Cregan is still in jail today, where he will likely be until the end of his life. He's refused to fade quietly away into obscurity and launched a hunger strike in 2013 in an effort to be moved from HMP Full Sutton to Manchester so he could be nearer to his family. He was relocated to Ashworth Hospital, where he stayed for 4 years and boasted about the amenities he had access to, such as a snooker and tennis table, and eventually found his way back to Strangeways Prison, formerly HMP Manchester. No matter where he ends up, Dale Cregan isn't being released anytime soon, and the UK will never forget his vicious crimes. Hello everyone, welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Thank you for joining us. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe for more content. Today we look at a very high profile criminal case that took place in London, and also the implications of that case and how it will never be forgotten about in the UK criminal underworld. Mr. Darren Mathurin, who was from Harlesden in northwest London, was originally facing 16 years in jail for conspiracy to murder when the police decided to offer him an exclusive deal, one that had not previously been given to anyone in the UK, and especially to anyone who had been convicted of a murder. The proposal of the deal was one that offered a new life and a new identity. This would be given to him upon release from custody, and he would be able to start his new life with his family. But it was to come at a high price, one that would cost him his reputation. Mr. Mathurin was to become one of Britain's most notorious supergrassers, and one from within a community in which police were previously unable to infiltrate and find an informant within. After his own conviction of a murder case of which he was involved in, Mr. Darren Mathurin had told the police he was prepared to give information on inside knowledge that he had about high-ranking gangland murders within the community, and also gave the details of his own lifetime of violent robberies, prolific drug dealing, and extreme gang-related violence. Jamal Moore and his friend Sean Stefanis had been celebrating at a family party that was being held near Willesden Green in North London. About 11:30 PM on that January evening in 2005, Mr. Stefanis left the address where the party was being held and had been driven off in a taxi. There was, however, some grainy security camera footage that was recovered later by the police, and the footage that was recovered showed 4 hooded men walking in the darkness towards a house. The men who are heading toward the party see a taxi pass them and are unaware the man they are looking for has just passed them in that very taxi that had just gone by. The men then move off camera as they continue towards the house. The men had come to the party in search of Mr. Stefanis, but realizing they had missed him and already now in the mindset of wanting to hurt someone, the group then unfortunately spotted 24-year-old Mr. Moore and decided to turn on him instead. He was at the time with his girlfriend collecting a case of beer, a case that he had collected from the shop earlier that day. He had only left the party to collect the beer as supplies were running low, and so he went to his car with his girlfriend so that he could collect the case and return to the party with more drinks. As he was unloading the case of beer from his car, the three gunmen approached, and all three withdrew their guns and started firing towards Mr. Moore. It was later reported by police that 16 shots had been fired from the gunmen in total. The bullets had completely peppered the silver Renault Megane that Mr. Moore was stood next to with his partner. The dramatic CCTV footage of that night then shows the four men who shot Mr. Stefanis running away from the scene. It also showed that at least one of them was still carrying a gun in his possession, as it could be seen glinting in the streetlights by the CCTV camera, as he attempted to make a swift exit from the crime that had just taken place. Although he had been hit by 5 of the 13 bullets that had been fired, Mr. Moore had somehow during the commotion been able to dive away from the car and was able to roll down a bank. He was also followed by his very luckily uninjured girlfriend. As he was lying at the bottom of the bank with his life on the edge of being taken from him, Mr. Moore somehow found the strength to call 999 on his mobile phone. During court proceedings, the jury heard how he told the emergency operator that he needed help, and it was noted that he sounded to be in immense pain. He then said, "I've been shot, I need help." When he was asked where he was, he replied, "I'm in a back garden, please be quick, I've been shot." He is then heard by the jury on the same phone call naming one of the shooters he thought had shot him. "It was Rufus. Rufus was the one who shot me." Another male's voice is then heard in the background. The unidentified male could be heard saying that Mr. Moore's breathing has now become even more difficult and that the ambulance needs to hurry up. This was unfortunately another brutal tit-for-tat killing between the feuding gangs, which according to police had the majority of time come from neighbouring housing boroughs from within the inner city suburbs of London. But for the police officers and detectives who were operating from within Operation Trident, which was a task force that had been created by the Met to deal exclusively with the gun crime that according to police at that time was on a dramatic increase within London's low-income communities, and they were now adamant that this was in fact a major turning point in the fight against the gun crime. For it was this incident that created the moment in which the detectives who were working within Operation Trident had managed to find their first supergrass. The supergrass was a man who was deeply entrenched within the community and with extensive criminal knowledge of crimes that officers were desperate to get evidence for to be able to secure a conviction. This was also somewhere that the detectives had been trying to infiltrate for a very long time, and have tried to get an informant who would be willing to cooperate with the police from within these communities for many years. Mr. Darren Matherin, who was 24 at the time, had explained to police detectives how he himself had actually drove the killers to the scene of Mr. Moore's murder. He also explained to detectives that after reading the description of the van that he had used to drive the killers to the shooting in the local newspaper, Mr. Mathurin had now decided that it was now probably a good time to get rid of the van and decided to drive it to East London. It was here where he would burn it out. He did this in an attempt to destroy fingerprint and DNA evidence. As he doused the vehicle with petrol that he had brought with him in a jerry can, and the fact that Mr. Mathurin did not have any trained experience at all with explosions, meant that he was stood way too close to the van when the van had blown up. The explosion that occurred caused his woolly hat to blow off and badly burned his legs. He was now in immense pain and so decided to call a taxi to take him to the hospital. It was reported by the taxi driver that his legs were in so much pain that he drove Mr. Mathurin to the hospital with his legs poking out of a window to cool them down and try to dull the pain. However, this would turn out to be a costly mistake for Mr. Mathurin, as the police, who were called by a member of the public to investigate the explosion, had in fact during their investigation managed to find Mr. Mathurin's hat at the scene. The DNA fibres from the hat matched those of the fibres of which had been found by forensic detectives in the van. Around this time, detectives who were working the case had now been able to identify who Rufus was. This was the nickname of a gangster who lived in the area surrounding the crime, whose real name was in fact Roberto Parchment. On the night in which the murder took place, both men who were present at the murder had left their mobile phones switched on. This allowed police to use their cell site analysis on both of their phones, and this was enough evidence to place them at the scene. Cell site analysis is a common practice used by police, in which the police are able to triangulate your phone signal and position by using the cell site masts. The cell site mast in which your phone is always connected to if it's turned on is always able to track your location at all times. After an intense 2-year investigation by some of the best detectives in the force, Mr. Parchment and a third man who was also involved, Mr. Romaine White, were found guilty of killing Jamal Moore. Mr. Mathurin was also found guilty at the same trial by a jury and was convicted of conspiracy to murder. 2 other men, Sean Bennett and a professional footballer who has played for Millwall and would later go on to sign for Bradford City, a man named Mr. Gavin Grant, were cleared of the charge at this trial and were free to go home. After his conviction of conspiracy to murder, Mr. Mathurin told the police that he was now prepared to give information. This information he was prepared to give was on previously unsolved gangland murders that he had told detectives that he had knowledge on. And he was also prepared to give details of his own lifetime of robbery, drug dealing and gang-related violence. This is what the police had always longed for, a chance to get an inside look into a previously closed-off world. It was even hoped by the police that his decision to become a supergrass might even set an example for others to follow within the community. The example the police wanted to show was that you can cooperate with them and that it's okay for people who are from within the community to give information to the police. But the plan and message it was meant to deliver was to backfire spectacularly. Not only was this a big mistake, it also ended up costing the UK taxpayers an estimated £500,000. However, Mr. Mathurin did not decide to help the authorities put a stop to the violent crime that was being committed in his and many other communities, which was similar to the one he himself had grown up in. What had actually happened was that he had now himself become a victim of what he called the dog-eat-dog world in which he lived, and now facing the reality of having to do a very considerable custodial sentence himself, he realised he had to find a way to get his sentence reduced, and more importantly, avoid leaving prison as a middle-aged man, which would mean coming home to a completely different world. It was now that Mr. Mathurin realised that to do this he would have to be prepared to betray his former friends and criminal associates. In the past, when such deals have been negotiated with UK criminals, the vast majority of previous supergrasses have not been implicated in murder cases before being given a deal. The deals that were normally hammered out by the Home Office and the high-ranking members of police were usually done so after a criminal had been arrested by police. However, the majority of the time, this was done before they were put on trial. As well as becoming the first supergrass that Trident has ever had, Mr. Mathurin is also believed to be the first person to get such a deal given by a Home Office after being found guilty of murder. The approval for this unusual move was given by the then Director of Public Prosecutions, Mr. Ken MacDonald. The police had originally wanted this move to be seen by the public as the government's committed determination into making inroads into tackling the escalating problem of fatal shootings that were taking place. But the deal that was made has since turned sour. Much to the embarrassment of police and prosecutors, he was a complete disaster in front of juries, admitted one Trident officer to a local news source. It is now understood after documents were released under the Freedom of Information Act that around £250,000 of UK taxpayers' money was spent on holding Mr. Mathurin securely with his family while he went through the debriefing process. It was also reported that same amount, or maybe even more, will also have to be spent after his release from the debriefing process on relocating him and his family to a new secure location with a new identity to live under. But the question still remains today, has Mr. Mathurin effectively managed to manipulate the authorities for his own benefit? It was, however, in all actuality, reported that Mr. Mathurin had in fact turned out to be precious little help at all in jailing the other criminals involved. But it was said, however, that he very well might have in fact indirectly contributed to other dangerous and convicted murderers being released from the UK prison system. However, what he did manage to do is get his sentence of a minimum of 16 years reduced to only 8 years, which now meant that he would be out and back on the streets with his family with a brand new identity after only serving just 4 years. There has, however, been a lot of controversy surrounding the use of the term supergrasses, and there has been for many years. Scotland Yard's use of the term resident informers was used when it was at its peak in the late 70s. It was reported that a string of major criminals had took the deal that was given to them, and took this deal by accepting reduced prison sentences of 5 years for serious crimes they had committed. but in return for being given such lenient sentences, they were expected to give full confessions to all their crimes, and in the process of doing so, name all of the associates involved in the crimes that they had committed. But the informant system had started to fall into disrepute and was put under extra security in the early 80s when it became clear that both sides, the police and the informants, were both manipulating the process for their own personal agendas. It started to become clear that criminals would get their 5-year deal, but then at a later date refused to give any evidence, or when they did get put in a situation where they had to give evidence and were needed to enter the witness box, they would make deliberate mistakes, and in doing so, allowed defendants to be found not guilty of crimes that would otherwise have been found guilty of if it had not been for the misleading testimonies given by the criminals. The police were also accused of using the term supergrass to their own advantage. They did this by using the supergrass's information to fit up criminals they could not catch for crimes, especially those of which they might have previously had difficulty obtaining evidence to secure a conviction before. However, the supergrass system was resurrected again a decade ago, when Scotland Yard started a campaign to expose corruption scandals from within its own ranks. But having learnt its lesson and trying to avoid the earlier abuses of the system that they experienced using the powers before, new safeguards were now introduced and then formalised under the new Serious Organised Crime and Police Act of 2005. Mr. Darren Matherin grew up on the notorious and at one point extremely dangerous Stonebridge Park estate, which is in northwest London. After leaving school at 16, he worked for his father, who was a painter and decorator. By the age of 18, he was a full-time dealer, and now had advanced in the drugs business to selling crack and heroin, which is known to be a much more profitable but very dangerous business to be involved in. This is due to the fast nature of the business. Mr. Darren Matherin then decided that in order to avoid being robbed and to maintain his status within the community, which in his words was something that must be kept in order for him to be able to maintain his drugs business, unfortunately made the mistake that has been made by many other young people who enter the drugs game and seek to find a way to protect themselves. He went and bought a gun, and in doing so gradually became more and more deeply entrenched in the dangerous criminal culture of violence and ruthless no mercy revenge killings. When Mr. Matherin was convicted in a 2007 murder case of Jamal Moore, Mr. Matherin was in fact already serving a 6.5-year prison sentence that was imposed upon him in 2006 for possessing a Mac-10 machine pistol which was capable of firing over 1,000 rounds a minute. It was reported that Mr. Matherin had in fact owned or had in his possession at any one time at least 3 other guns. This over the years he was an active criminal: a sawn-off shotgun, a small .22 caliber automatic pistol, which he said fitted nicely in his pocket, and an old .32 cowboy gun. At his debriefing with detectives in Trident Squad, he described to officers robbing other drug dealers and also told detectives how he was confident that his victims would not call the police because he knew that if they did, they would have no choice but to reveal their own criminality. Using the same reasoning, Mr. Matherin had also explained how he ripped off other drug dealers by buying drugs from them with counterfeit money. He had confessed to many other offences, including a shooting in which a rival gang member was hit whilst he was sitting in a car. Mr. Matherin had himself been arrested for the offence at a previous date. The victim had also named Mr. Matherin as the shooter, but the victim had also refused to attend any identity parade, and the case was later dropped on Mr. Matherin due to insufficient evidence. Of much more greater importance to police though, was his descriptions of murders of which he admitted to detectives to being present at. But when Mr. Matherin was finally called upon to appear as a prosecution witness, he caused quite a commotion. Instead of telling the whole story to his debriefers, it turned out he had not only withheld key information, he had also lied in the version of the story that he had given to the detectives. Mr. Matherin first gave evidence about a double murder that had taken place at the Tudor Rose nightclub in Southall in 2002. The rapper Dizzy Rascal was at the time currently performing at what was, ironically, an anti-gun crime event. 2 men were shot dead on the dance floor. 21-year-old Mohammed Shorty Corner was hit by 3 of the 4 bullets, one of them to the back of his head. Mr. Corner did in fact have a Luger pistol tucked into his belt, but he didn't have time to pull it out to defend himself. The other victim, Selorga Besmete, who was also 21, was hit in the neck and staggered through a fire exit before collapsing in an alley. The terrified onlookers who had seen the shootings fled the scene. Soon afterwards, the detectives made inquiries and arrested 2 men, a 21-year-old DJ Shakar Anderson and Wayne Freckleton, who was aged 20. Although both men admitted they had in fact been at the nightclub that night, The police did not, however, have enough evidence at the time to link either of them to the murders. Then, in 2008, the Supergrass Mr. Mathurin announced to police that he himself had witnessed the shootings, and upon receiving this new information, Mr. Anderson was rearrested. But it was, however, too late to detain Mr. Freckleton. He had unfortunately himself been shot dead 3 months before at a barber's in Harlesden, northwest London. Mr. Mathurin appeared very relaxed at Mr. Anderson's trial, telling the jury he had seen the defendant and Mr. Freckleton heading across the dance floor towards their intended target, Mr. Corner. As he was hit by gunfire, Mr. Corner fell. His body was still twitching with the impact of the bullets that had hit him. Mr. Anderson's barrister, David Etherington, QC, said Mr. Mathurin's versions of events differed quite substantially from that of another witness who had come forward in the case, and he accused Mr. Mathurin of making up parts of his story to be able to qualify for the Supergrass deal that he had so desperately wanted. He accused Mr. Mathurin of being extremely intelligent and a very manipulative individual. He also described him as being an admitted liar and someone who could not be trusted by anyone. To which Mr. Mathurin simply replied, "I think you're forgetting, I'm not on trial here. You lot can believe me or you don't have to. I'm gonna be honest, I don't really care." To which he was then asked, "Is this because you have already done your deal to secure your own freedom, regardless of the outcome of this trial?" To which he replied, "Yeah, that's right." The jury, who listened to everything that was said, went straight away to deliberate, and soon returned with a unanimous verdict of not guilty, after only a few hours to think it over. With his reputation now tarnished due to being labelled a Supergrass, Mr. Mathurin was then due to appear as a witness at a retrial that was to be held in December of 2009. This retrial was to be held for the men who were convicted along with himself for the murder of Jamal Moore. The two other men who were involved were Mr. Roberto Parchment and Romain White. The new hearing had now been ordered by the police and the Crown Prosecution Service, mainly parts of Mr. Mathurin's new and very consistent testimony that he was now prepared to give to the police in exchange for getting a deal in which he could start a new life under a new identity with his family. Before Mr. Mathurin made his appearance in court, his case was reviewed by the appeal court judges, who made it very clear about their views regarding a Supergrass being used in court proceedings. The witness is a fluent and very circumstantial liar who says whatever suits him to get whatever he needs in the moment, and is adept at tailoring it to the known facts to make it a good story. This was declared by the Lord Chief of Justice. The previous accounts that he originally made to police of this killing had now been garnished with much of his own invented material, and this material was given as Mr. Mathurin entered the cleansing process or debriefing process. The powerful interest which he has to serve, and still has, lies in obtaining and retaining any type of dramatic reduction in his sentence that he can find. However, despite this damning verdict, the Crown Prosecution Service still went ahead with the trial, using Mr. Mathurin as their key witness in the retrial, which would also be considering a second earlier murder, which he allegedly had been committed by the defendants. When Mr. Moore was gunned down himself in 2005, it was alleged that this was a revenge killing for a murder that had taken place the previous year. This was following the burglary of a flat which was being used to sell drugs. It was reported during the burglary 3 women who were previously friends of the gang member Mr. Damian Williams were also at the flat during the burglary. To find where the drugs and money was being kept, they were terrorised by the burglar, and it was said in a courtroom around £20,000 worth of drug money was stolen during the process. The suspicion for who he had committed the crime had fell upon the head of rival gang member Mr. Leon Labastide. The day after the burglary had taken place, and as Mr. Labastide had stood on the street talking on his mobile phone, 2 men approached him and shot him dead. Mr. Williams, along with his friend Gavin Grant, who had been cleared in 2007 of the Jamal Moore murder, were accused of the killing, which took place along with a third man, Gareth Downey. However, this time in court, Mr. Mathurin appeared very nervous in comparison to his last appearance. He was looking pale, tired, and he had frequently chewed on his lower lip. He said after learning of the shooting of Mr. Labastide by word of mouth in the local community, he went to Mr. Williams at his house to see if he had known anything about what had happened. He said when he went inside and saw Mr. Grant coming out of the bathroom, he noticed that he had been washing gunpowder off of himself, and that water was dripping off his head when he finally appeared. He saw me, and the first thing he said was, "Is he dead?" I said, "I think so, he's on the floor." Mr. Mathurin then came under a sustained attack from the defence barristers, who were both QCs. as when asked questions about the Devil Murder nightclub trial, he again admitted having lied on oath, agreeing he would do anything to save his own skin, and this included letting any innocent people take the blame if that's what it took. He insisted he had in fact been telling the truth since turning into a supergrass, but he could not have presented his intentions to the jury any better when he said with a smile on his face that his drastically reduced sentence meant he would hopefully be out of prison in time to watch the Olympics. Only 3 of the 5 defendants had actually gone into the witness box to give evidence. Mr. Grant and Mr. Downey admitted being at Mr. Williams' home, but had also said they had not left the house to shoot Mr. Labastide, and they also proclaimed they had not been there in the immediate aftermath of the murder either, which was now the version of events now being claimed by Mr. Mathurin. In his closing speech, even the prosecuting QC, Stephen Batten, described Mr. Mathurin as odious and as someone who had found it very easy before to lie, but what he did say was that it was believed that Mr. Mathurin was now telling the truth, and that even without his testimony there was still enough compelling evidence to find the men responsible of guilt. But he was wrong, and the jury however did not agree, although they did once again find Mr. Roberto Parchment guilty of Jamal Moore's murder, and this was probably because of the dying victim's final words and his girlfriend's evidence in court, rather than Mr. Mathurin's testimony that he made. Mr. Parchment was sent back to prison to resume his 28-year sentence, but his co-defendant, Romaine White, who had also been given a 27-year term, was now found not guilty. It is open to speculation whether Mr. White would still be behind bars if Mr. Mathurin had kept quiet about the information he said he knew about that fatal night. The jury failed to reach verdicts on Mr. Grant, Mr. Downey and Mr. Williams for the murder of Leon Labastide. Anonymous threatening letters were sent to all the families of the men who were suspected of killing Mr. Leon Labastide. The 3 men faced another retrial in July later that year. This time the prosecution had decided not to use Mr. Mathurin as a witness, this time realising that they believed him to be a liability to the prosecution's case. According to Mr. Grant's barrister, Mr. Nigel Rumfit, QC, Mr. Mathurin had taken to the Met Police and Trident for a complete and absolute ride. In his opinion, Mr. Mathurin had essentially had them over and made them look extremely foolish in the eyes of the public and the criminal justice system. All 3 defendants were found guilty of the crime. Mobile phone evidence helped tie Mr. Grant to the murder scene, and he and Mr. Downey were sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum of 25 years behind bars, while Mr. Williams had received the same sentence for conspiracy to murder. Mr. Rumfit's criticism of the Met and the task force it had created, Trident, has however been rejected by Detective Inspector Steve Horsley, who was the lead detective in charge of Mr. Mathurin's cases. Despite what has been reported in the media, he gave us very good intelligence, and this was without him telling us what he knew in the incident which took place in Tudor Rose nightclub, or any information that he had on the murders of Mr. Moore and Mr. Labastide. We would not have reopened those investigations and put those 3 dangerous men behind bars, if not for Mr. Mathurin's newfound willingness to now cooperate with the police. Opinions of using Mr. Mathurin in the same way the police did of those who were and still are in the legal profession is not, however, so positive. Paul Mendel, who was the chairman of the Criminal Bar Association at the time, says the use of supergrasses is deeply flawed in criminal cases and that they should come with a health warning before being used. Another leading QC, Michael Mansfield, also agreed with Mr. Mendel. He said that there is a serious risk to the truth of being told because most of these people are not speakers of truth, and in my own personal opinion they should not be allowed at any time to be brought through the doors of the courts. Although it is known that Scotland Yard and other police forces are still currently using supergrasses in and around other cases around the country, Operation Trident stated there is no plans to currently use supergrasses anymore. Trident's head detective superintendent Gary Richardson concedes that in his experience the majority of juries in court do not like supergrasses. But even after making such a big mess with Trident's use of supergrass, he still won't admit that Mr. Mathurin was at least a very expensive mistake, and all at the expense of the British taxpayer. He says each case where deals could or may be offered will be looked at upon its own merits, and he stresses the deterrent value of the supergrass system, especially in a community where gun crime is a common occurrence. The detective also stated that if you are a criminal and you think that someone with you could potentially give evidence against you, then it's been proven that you're going to be less likely inclined to commit the crime. That's always been one of our hopes and the outcome of this operation. The case of Darren Mathurin and the implications of him becoming a supergrass, and what it did for the police and the supergrasses who abused the system, will never be forgotten in the UK criminal underworld. Thank you all for watching, and until next time, stay safe. Hello everyone, welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Thank you for joining us. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe for more content. Today we take a look at one of the most infamous UK criminals to ever exist in the UK criminal underworld. From his early years as a gangster in London, to his later career in writing, charity work and acting, along with all the controversies. Mr. David John Courtney was born on the 17th of February 1959 in Bermondsey, London. Born to a normal family with a younger brother, his family nor upbringing had anything to do with a turn to crime, according to Mr. Courtney. In interviews, he has described himself as a born leader and someone who was destined for crime at an early age. He was the funny guy in high school and got along with most people around him, but wasn't afraid to employ violence when he needed to assert dominance or someone was trying to mess with him. Mr. Courtney had been involved in debt collecting and bodyguard work, even minding clubs. In his time as an active criminal, Mr. Courtney has also been shot, stabbed, and has his nose bitten off and sewn back on, and also explained at times that he had to kill to stay alive. However, he was mostly known for the intense web of connections that he had ready to help him with any task, earning him the nickname of the Yellow Pages of the underworld. He was propelled into the public eye and stardom when he organised security at Ronnie Cray's funeral. Arranging the funeral as well as he did made him the enemy of the police and painted a target on his back. A man who was able to organise the most serious organised criminals up and down the UK wasn't something the police were just going to bat an eye at. Newspapers painted him as the heir to the throne and used him as a visual for the face of organised crime in the UK. Overwhelmed, Mr. Courtney attempted to back off and stop the titles from being thrown at him, which is when he wrote his first book, Stop the Ride, I Wanna Get Off. And without meaning for the situation, he did begin to become more organised in his methods. Instead of bursting into people's apartments to demand money, he had to be quieter and sneakier about it. The police had painted a target on his back and warned anyone that worked with Mr. Courtney that they needed to watch out. Soon after, he was the star of a 3-part observational documentary called Dave Courtney's Underworld, which followed him during a police corruption case. He was eventually found not guilty of the crime, and the documentary shows him celebrating with his friends and family. Mr. Courtney has had an illustrious career outside of crime. With his acting to writing, his acting career consists mostly of television documentaries and his appearances as himself, and he has directed a movie called Hell to Pay, which he also starred in. He had a role in the 1990 movie The Craze. It has also been claimed that Mr. Courtney may have been the inspiration of Vinnie Jones's character in Lock, Stock and Two Smoking Barrels. Mr. Courtney is the author of 6 books, all of them very interesting and entertaining to read, with 4 of them reaching #1 bestsellers. Stop the Ride, I Wanna Get Off in 1999, Raving Lunacy in 2000, Dodgy Dave's Little Black Book in 2001, The Ride's Back On in 2003, and Fuck the Ride 2005, and Heroes and Villains in 2006. Interestingly enough, the books amassed major success with little to no marketing on the parts of the publishers. Due to certain laws, it could be constructed as glamorising crime to display posters everywhere of the book, which is prohibited. The cover depicts him smoking a cigar, which is also limited in its advertising in the States. In 2002, while he was driving, Mr. Courtney was forced off the road in a suspected gang hit. His car was forced off the road by another vehicle and went somersaulting over the highway at 70 miles an hour. He was left for dead with a broken pelvis, a punctured lung, 4 broken ribs and a broken foot, with bruised kidneys. Mr. Courtney was pulled over by police on October 29, 2007. Because the red BMW that he was in had the illegal vanity license plate reading Bad Boy 1. Officers searched his car and found a singular live bullet in his pocket, along with a number of other prop weapons. He claimed it was all for one of his shows to at-risk youth, but he was still taken into custody. He claimed it was blank ammunition, and he was extremely surprised to learn that in fact it was real. However, he was able to talk himself out of a jail sentence by showing the judge how he had reformed as a criminal, and now worked on convincing young men who are on dangerous paths that the crime doesn't pay, and had a slew of charities writing in as character witnesses. The judge presiding over the case, Judge Ticehurst, ended the sentencing by saying it perhaps undermines your street credibility and your stage performance that you cannot distinguish between a real round and a fake round,
But perhaps that's not for me to say. He was given an 18-month sentence and a conditional discharge. Later in 2009, in May, Mr. Courtney reportedly owed £400,000 to creditors, including £250,000 in taxes. After filing for bankruptcy, auditors started searching Mr. Courtney's home, Camelot Castle, for assets, and discovered 3 illegal guns. He claimed they were simply used as props for his charity shows and belonged to his wife, who owned a company called Proper Job. However, this didn't change the fact that some of his weapons were prohibited, and he was still on conditional discharge for the possession of a bullet. He spent time on remand in prison, but was eventually cleared of the charges by a jury. The gun that had been prohibited, a Brocock air cartridge pistol, had been legal just a few years earlier when Mr. Courtney claimed to have come into possession of it, but was banned due to the ease in which it could be modified into a cartridge-firing weapon. On October the 30th, 2011, Dave Courtney pled guilty to attacking his wife, Jenny, in their home. He served his sentence for his attack in Belmarsh Prison. In 2013, tragedy struck Dave Courtney and his wife Jenny Courtney. Mr. Courtney's stepson, Jensen Pinto, 23, was shot at point-blank range whilst he had been talking on the phone outside of his girlfriend's house. It was a suspected revenge hit over a drug feud that had left the whole family grieving, including his 2 younger sisters. Things hadn't been smooth for the Pinto Courtney family in the upcoming months to Jensen's murder, which led to Dave Courtney being a suspect in the murder. Mr. Jensen was a drug dealer and had started lashing out repeatedly and flying into rages after taking steroids. Mr. Jensen and Mr. Courtney had even gotten into fistfights, but eventually resolved their issues with one another. In a show of restraint, Mr. Courtney publicly begged anyone seeking vigilante justice to let police find out who did it. Dozens of gangsters from Sheffield, Cardiff and Liverpool offered to help him find who did it, but he graciously turned them down, saying, "I don't want to carry on the cycle of violence." He recognised that the situation at hand could lead to a full-on gang war in the area, which the police were readying for with bated breath. 2 men were eventually convicted of the murder of Jensen Courtney. One was Robert Bleach, who had been the getaway driver, and the second was David Pinto, Jensen Courtney's uncle. They were given lifelong sentences and told to serve them with a minimum term of 31 years before being considered eligible for parole. There are some inconsistencies. Numerous questions and concerns have been raised over the years with regard to the authenticity of Mr. Courtney's life story. One of the largest inconsistencies lied with the relationship with the Krays. Courtney claimed to have worked with them in their heyday, but if that were true, he would have been working with them as a 9-year-old or younger. Frankie Fraser, a former member of the Richardson gang, had also accused Courtney of embellishing and fabricating his illustrious criminal career and position in the underworld. But Mr. Courtney is resoundingly denied overstating his past, and Mr. Courtney explains that what really happened was that Frankie Fraser had held a huge grudge over his wife running off with one of Mr. Courtney's employees, which is what their disagreement had actually stemmed from. Mr. Courtney turned the tables in an interview and claimed that it was Mr. Fraser who in fact was lying about his career and the 40 or more hits that he claims to have carried out. He also argues that he shouldn't have had to look up to Mr. Fraser for spending 47 years in prison because it means he was clumsy. You only have to read one of Mr. Courtney's books or watch his films or interviews to understand that Mr. Courtney is a man with extremely valuable knowledge and given the right platform could change the life of many of the troubled youth who might be heading down the wrong path and give them a push in life in the right direction in the UK today. Regardless of personal opinions on Mr. Courtney and his stories from the past, it doesn't change the fact that he's built a successful career and helped change lives. He now works with various charities promoting staying on the right side of the law and using the catchphrase "crime doesn't pay." He claims that by sharing his stories he's not attempting to make the world of crime sound appealing. He says, "I'm not trying to glamorize crime, I'm trying to glamorize Dave." Truly, this man is deserving of the OBEs he's given himself, which stands for one big ego. Thanks for joining us today. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to give it a like and a share, and leave any thoughts or suggestions you have in the comments section. We love to read through them all. And if you're new but enjoy UK true crime content, then subscribe to see when our newest video releases. And as always, stay safe. Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe. Today, we look at one of the most dangerous drug lords to ever exist in the UK criminal underworld. David McMillan was born on the 9th of April 1956
and is a British/Australian drug smuggler who is best known for being the only Westerner on record as having successfully escaped the infamous high-security Bangkok's Klong Prem prison. Mr. McMillan's exploits were detailed in several books, such as Unforgiving Destiny and Escape the Past, and in the 2011 Australian telemovie Underbelly Flies: The Man Who Got Away. Mr. McMillan even quotes at one stage, going on to say, "Imagine losing everything you care about: home, family, freedom, every object that built your life," wrote Mr. McMillan. Then, locked in some of the world's worst prisons, even if you survive, there are little deaths feeding on your guts, and when that happens 5 times over 30 years, those little deaths drain your soul. In the book Unforgiving Destiny, the relentless pursuit of a black marketeer reveals the ultimate cost of survival in the darkest of dark worlds. Mr. McMillan was born in St Marylebone, London, England on the 9th of April 1956. Mr. McMillan is the son of John McMillan CBE, who was the controller of Associated Red Diffusion Television, and his Australian wife. After McMillan's parents separated, Mr. McMillan emigrated to Australia with his mother and sister. Mr. McMillan attended Caulfield Grammar School in Melbourne, Victoria. Caulfield Grammar School is an independent, co-educational, Anglican, international baccalaureate day and boarding school located in Melbourne, Victoria, Australia. Caulfield Grammar School at the time was an all-boys school, founded in 1881, which later merged and became a school for both boys and girls. After working as a cinema projectionist and a camera operator in Sydney, Mr. McMillan began a short-lived career in advertising with Mazius Wine Williams in Melbourne. A part-time job at a city cinema introduced Mr. McMillan to the fringes of the criminal underworld, a group of safecrackers who had turned to narcotics when police surveillance curtailed their traditional profession. Connections with the free marijuana hippie lobbyists brought these two worlds together, and a tempting opportunity for Mr. McMillan, who was himself well-travelled. At the time, Mr. McMillan was a distributor of a monthly magazine, The Australasian Weed, a drug reform periodical, and advocated the complete lifting of the prohibition against drugs for recreational use. Mr. McMillan then began a career as a drug smuggler, during which Mr. McMillan had developed the bag duplication system at Sydney's Kingsford Smith Airport in the late 1970s, where Mr. McMillan smuggled hashish in from India. In 1979, Mr. McMillan fell out with the disgraced peer, Lord Tony Monaghan, after the exiled Lord attempted to trap Mr. McMillan in a gambling sting operation, using the large-scale bets of the Chinese-run cockfights in Manila. Lord Monaghan had hoped to employ Mr. McMillan's technical expertise to detonate an explosive capsule in the necks of fighting cocks, and so determine the winners in advance. Lord Monaghan planned to swindle Mr. McMillan out of the betting stake after a test game had been completed. Mr. McMillan was alerted to the scam by his Chinese filmmaking friends and left the Philippines after cautioning Mr. Monaghan for attempting to fix the cockfights. Mr. McMillan would later move on to hoodwink smuggler Howard Marks in the 1980s, resulting in Mr. Marks' conviction and imprisonment in America. Imprudent spending attracted the attention of federal police when a Clarnet Coachworks car was imported from California bearing papers that had greatly undervalued the vehicle. This slip-up led to a major investigation which eventually revealed houses, businesses and properties along the eastern coast of Australia, brought with cash and valued in the millions of dollars. These assets later became the subject of Australia's first important confiscation of drug-earned assets. At the peak of Mr. McMillan's career in the 1980s, Mr. McMillan was a multi-millionaire and maintained homes, offices and apartments all over the world. After 3 years, Mr. McMillan and business partner Michael Sullivan were arrested following Operation Aries, a Victoria Federal Police Task Force operation reported to have cost over $2 million of Australian dollars. Mr. McMillan and Mr. Sullivan, along with their partners Clelia Vigano and Mary Castillo, were arrested on the 5th of January 1982 for conspiracy to import heroin. The four had several false passports between them, and stood trial with S. Chowdhury and Brendan Healy on 12 counts of conspiring to import drugs between 1979 and 1981. Mr. Healy was acquitted on all charges, and 9 others accused of the conspiracy accepted indemnity against prosecution in exchange for testifying against their co-conspirators. Mr. McMillan stood accused of travelling under 30 false passports and keeping station houses in London, Brussels and Bangkok. The trial here charges for an attempt to escape Melbourne's high-security Pentridge prison by helicopter using former SAS personnel in a scheme engineered by a vengeful Lord Monaghan. The prosecution opposed bail from Miss Castillo, who had a 4-month-old baby with Mr. Sullivan, because she had access to funds and it was thought Miss Castillo could flee to the wealthy parents in her native Colombia. The police surgeon reported that all 4 defendants were habitual heroin users. Clelia Vigano and Mary Castillo were 2 of 3 women who died at a fire at HM Prison Fairley on the evening of Saturday 6 of February 1982. After Miss Castillo's death, Miss Castillo's baby went into the custody of Mr. Sullivan's mother. The consequent 6-month trial produced 116 witnesses and a hung jury that finally returned a verdict after 7 days of sequestration. Despite being acquitted of 11 of the 12 counts, Mr. McMillan was found guilty of the remaining count and was sentenced to 17 years before being released in 1993 on parole. During the trial, agents from the United States Drug Enforcement Administration testified against the Thai national Mr. Chowdhury, who they believe had links to the Golden Triangle's 3rd biggest heroin exporter, and the kidnapping and murder of an agent's wife in Chiang Mai. Mr. McMillan denied any connection with Mr. Chowdhury and was acquitted of the relevant charge. However, the American involvement led to a lifelong antipathy between the DEA and Mr. McMillan. Mr. McMillan, 51 at the time, escaped from the notorious Bangkok Hilton high-security prison 11 years ago. 2 years earlier, Mr. McMillan paid $250,000 US Australian dollars in a failed attempt to be helicoptered to freedom from Pentridge Prison in Australia. Mr. McMillan would make a daily trip from Kensington to Dorking to pack healthy food nutrients in tins for a living. The Evening Standard tracked down Mr. McMillan, who was still wanted in Thailand for heroin trafficking and in Australia for breaching parole. Mr. McMillan is safe in his humdrum lifestyle because the government refuses to extradite anyone to a country that carries out the death penalty, and dodging parole is not an extraditable offence. Now, in the style of Howard Marks, the international drug dealer who became a best-selling author, Mr. McMillan is touting a book about his 30 years moving heroin from Southeast Asia, Pakistan and Afghanistan to Europe and Australia, and Mr. McMillan's prison escapades. The book, entitled Escape, is selling well in Asia and was later published in Britain. In the 80s, Bayswater-born Mr. McMillan, son of one of the first controllers of ITV, was a multi-millionaire with homes in Mayfair, Melbourne, Bangkok, Hong Kong and Brussels. Mr. McMillan remembers, "I was a stubborn little bastard and I wanted my own way in all things, and a life of adventure. The drug world provided that opportunity." But it wasn't until Mr. McMillan stopped planning his own death that he started to plan his escape, writes convicted drug trafficker David McMillan, the only Westerner to have escaped from Bangkok's infamous maximum security Klong Prem prison, which is a high security complex that houses up to 20,000 inmates in squalid conditions. In August 1996, Mr. McMillan escaped Bangkok's Klong Prem prison, where unlike the normal drug dealers who suffered from vermin, worms, tuberculosis and AIDS, surviving on a diet of soup at the occasional fish head as well, Mr. McMillan's wealth had brought him a chef, servants and a sanitary toilet. "I knew I was going to get the death penalty, so I had to move before being sent to the Bakwang prison known as the Big Tiger, which holds Thailand's death row," Mr. McMillan says. Mr. McMillan gave the guards the impression he was content, but secretly acquired hacksaws hidden in posters for his cell walls. Mr. McMillan used these to saw through 2 bars in his cell and descend 40 feet to the ground using webbing belts. Reaching the prison factory, Mr. McMillan collected a stash of gaffer tape, 8 picture frames made by prisoners, civilian clothes, and drinking water. Mr. McMillan then constructed 2 ladders using bamboo poles, tape, and frames to scale the prison walls. Before reaching the outer wall, Mr. McMillan had to negotiate Mars Bar Creek, an 8-foot wide trench full of raw sewage that would have at the time had the most atrocious smell.
Afterward, Mr. McMillan washed with the water and changed clothes before tackling the prison's electric wire, feeling only 2 surges of electricity on his rubber soles before dropping to the ground below. Finally, Mr. McMillan skirted the outside of the prison with an umbrella over his head, because escaping prisoners don't carry umbrellas. Within 4 hours, Mr. McMillan was on a flight to Singapore after using the new passport to clear Thai immigration. By the late 90s, Mr. McMillan was back in Britain and was arrested at Heathrow in 2003 with half a kilogram of heroin. Mr. McMillan was sentenced to 4 years at the time and was later out on parole. "I'm gonna go straight now," Mr. McMillan claimed. The Thai Department of Corrections said, if Mr. McMillan comes back, he will be arrested and recharged. As of today, the fugitive known as Mr. McMillan admits that life on the run was exciting and it was ultimately unfulfilling. "Such a life is not quite worth the suffering," Mr. McMillan said. "Most of my friends from those days are all dead now." Mr. McMillan travelled to Balochistan, Pakistan, where Mr. McMillan lived under protection of Mir Noor Jahan Magzi of the Magzi clan. Mr. McMillan then began exporting a significant amount of illegal Class A drugs to Scandinavia. Mr. McMillan was later arrested in Lahore, Pakistan, as a result of the confession of a captured courier Mr. McMillan was an associate of. Mr. McMillan was flown to Karachi, Pakistan, and held in Karachi Central Jail until sentencing. This jail maintained a class system for prisoners, through which Mr. McMillan kept servants and private rooms due to the way Mr. McMillan was able to bribe or pay for luxuries other prisoners did not have access to. Due to a financial dispute with the prison superintendent concerning Mr. McMillan's illegal mobile phone, Mr. McMillan was transferred at night to the Hyderabad jail where Mr. McMillan was kept in the dungeons until being rescued by Lord Magzi. Not wishing to add to the existing Interpol warrants, Mr. McMillan returned to Karachi to stand trial, where Mr. McMillan was acquitted by a customs court judge who found that there was no evidence that Mr. McMillan had sponsored the courier, and the government of Thailand had not made representations for extradition. Mr. McMillan decided to return to London in 1999, but was later arrested again in 2000 in Copenhagen, Denmark. Mr. McMillan was arrested at Heathrow Airport in 2002 for smuggling 500 grams of a Class A and served 2 years in prison. Mr. McMillan's Thai warrant for heroin trafficking remained outstanding, as did a warrant for Mr. McMillan in Australia for breach of parole. Mr. McMillan was arrested again in April 2012 in an operation referred to Bromley Police by the UK Border Agency, concerning an ounce of heroin mailed from Pakistan to the United Kingdom. In the consequent trial, an undercover policewoman testified to delivering a package from which 30 grams of Asian heroin had been removed. Mr. McMillan had not opened the parcel addressed to a previous resident and denied any knowledge of the unidentified sender. After a 6-day trial, Mr. McMillan was sentenced at the Croydon Crown Court to 6 years imprisonment for the evasion of the prohibition on importing Class A drugs. Mr. McMillan was later released in 2014. In November 2014, Thailand formally began extradition proceedings against Mr. McMillan in London to have him extradited back to Thailand to serve outstanding warrants against Mr. McMillan. Mr. McMillan was arrested at the request of the Thai government and held at HMP Wandsworth Prison in London. A long-running challenge began at Westminster Magistrates Court headed by defence barrister Tim Quen, QC. Evidence was presented detailing human rights abuses under the rule of the Thai generals who had staged a coup in May of that year, as well as expert evidence on Thai prison conditions. However, Judge Arbuthnot ruled against Mr. McMillan, as did the UK Home Secretary. 2 weeks before Mr. McMillan was sent back to Bangkok, the Thai authorities withdrew their request, stating technical reasons, and Mr. McMillan was released in September 2016. As a 12-year-old, David McMillan appeared nightly on the Nines Network Peters Jr. News, presenting news stories for children in a regular 5-minute TV bulletin. In June 2009, Mr. McMillan appeared as a guest in a 50-minute episode of Danny Dyer's Deadliest Men 2, Living Dangerously, which aired on Bravo TV. The episode presented Mr. McMillan as having settled peacefully with his partner Jeanette and their children. In 2011, Australia's Nine Network produced and aired Underbelly Flies, The Man Who Got Away. The third in the Underbelly Fly series, the film was based on McMillan's smuggling, arrest, imprisonment in Bangkok, and briefly outlined Mr. McMillan's escape from the Klong Prem prison, a Bangkok high security prison where no one had ever escaped. That is until Mr. McMillan did just that and broke the stigma of a once invincible prison. An accompanying book, McVillain, The Man Who Got Away, was published by Pan Macmillan in April 2011, based on Mr. McMillan. 6 years following, in the late April 2017, Mr. McMillan published Unforgiving Destiny, The Relentless Pursuit of a Black Marketeer, a second autobiography detailing Mr. McMillan's experiences in Afghanistan and Thailand, and his 2016 trial. The actions by David McMillan will forever be remembered throughout Bangkok, and the UK criminal underworld. And if you enjoyed learning about Mr. McMillan's story, and what he went through as an infamous drug smuggler, prison escapee, and author, be sure to stay tuned for more. Please let us know what you think about David McMillan and his story in the comments below.
Thanks for joining us today. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to give it a like and a share, and leave any thoughts or suggestions you have in the comments section. We love to read through them all. And if you're new but enjoy UK true crime content, then subscribe to see when our newest video releases. And as always, stay safe.
With high-powered cars parked on the driveway. It was the chief executive lifestyle, funded by an unrelenting but sophisticated campaign of organised crime, which Mr. Slade orchestrated over many years. Police believe he headed a tight-knit gang of men, mainly long-term friends, whom he knew well and trusted implicitly. The organisation's inner ring involved no more than 6 members, possibly as few as 2. But Mr. Slade is also suspected of overseeing specific criminal divisions thought to be behind armed robberies and drugs offences. It was a network so efficient that Mr. Slade was able to move from Leeds to Spain in the early 2000s and run his operation from there. He was settled there for a couple of years, a police source said, but that didn't prevent him from coming back to Britain to do what he needed to do. Mr. Slade returned to Britain in late 2005 or early 2006 and initially lived in Harrogate, where his children were enrolled in independent schools, charging fees of more than £10,000 a year. He later moved to Leeds and bought a property in Sandmore Drive, Al Woodley, identified as Yorkshire's most expensive street in 2007, which estimated an average house price at more than £1 million. He indulged in high-performance cars. He owned a Porsche Cayenne, a Bentley Arnage, and a Lincoln Navigator. Among Mr. Slade's subordinates, Michael Baxter drove a Range Rover and 2 Mercedes, and James Hudson owned a Volkswagen Passat and an Audi. But Richard Pearman, who lived in Swarcliffe, Leeds, did not even own a car when he was arrested. Mr. Slade's control of the operation became so regimented that it led to discontent amongst the lower ranking gang members. Unaware that their conversations were being bugged by police, Mr. Pearman and Mr. Baxter once had a disgruntled discussion about how Mr. Slade were receiving a larger share of the group's ill-gotten gains than they were. Mr. Slade's extravagance drew a veil over a murky past. His convictions for grievous bodily harm as a teenager, and his family connections to some of West Yorkshire's most notorious underworld figures. He is the nephew of Frank Burley, another man known to the police who operates in Leeds, and a cousin of Frank Burley Jr., also known as Frank Gatt. Mr. Burley Jr. died in mysterious circumstances from a single bullet to the head in Meanwood, Leeds in 2000, 6 months after he was freed from prison for his part in a £147,000 shotgun raid on a jewellery shop. The coroner recorded a verdict of unlawful killing after hearing that Mr. Burley Jr., who was 34, who was wearing a balaclava, could have been killed by a masked accomplice. Detectives hope Mr. Slade's conviction will help unravel other unsolved cases. These include the execution style of one of Mr. Burley Jr.'s associates, Mark McCall, in 2003 in a Jinnah in Pudsey. Mr. McCall's criminal record included convictions for GBH, wounding, and making a false statement to obtain a false passport. And in 1995, he was one of 4 men acquitted of conspiring to murder another underworld figure, Clifton Jr. Bryan of Chapeltown, Leeds. Mr. McCall's murder and Mr. Burley Jr.'s killing were 2 of several shootings within a short period as gang violence escalated in Leeds in the early 2000s. After one of Mr. McCall's friends, David Clark, died in 2005, Mr. Slade was arrested but never charged. Mr. Clark, a 36-year-old father of 3, known to have moved in criminal circles, was shot in the mouth at his brother-in-law's house in Moortown, Leeds. The police inquiry concluded that the death was accidental and the coroner recorded an open verdict, but the circumstances of this and other apparently gang-related shootings remain unclear. There is no doubt that the criminal fraternity will have been following this case, because Mr. Slade is regarded as untouchable, a police source said. Now that the police have successfully prosecuted this untouchable, they will be wondering who's next. We never closed the book on undetected crimes. The police finally arrested Dennis Slade after a plot to kill another criminal backfired, bringing officers to the scene. It is now believed that Mr. Slade had been planning for several days for someone to shoot his intended victim before the final incident on March 4th, 2008. But at the time, the gang's sudden interest in the East Park area of Leeds was thought to be in a security depot. Robert Smith QC prosecuting told the jury that police believe his target was probably Ralph Roberts. He also had a criminal record. The jury was told not a reason why Mr. Slade might want him dead, but after the case, an officer said it wasn't really a personal problem, it was more of a financial problem. The gang were unaware that they were already under police surveillance when they went in a couple of cars to the area of Dulwich Crescent, where a car was attacked with a baseball bat. At 7:40 PM, a resident was sitting in his living room when he suddenly heard noises outside. When he went out to investigate, he found the windshield and some side windows of a Vauxhall Vectra had been deliberately smashed and the bodywork damaged. Mr. Smith told the jury that the man was not the intended target, but Mr. Roberts' partner lived nearby on York Road, with the rear of the property on Dulwich Crescent. It is believed that the car was attacked in an attempt to lure him out to investigate what was happening. However, the police, hearing the sound of smashed glass, thought it was gunfire and quickly moved in. Although some of those involved escaped in one car and on a motorbike, taking away a sawn-off shotgun, another car containing Mr. Slade, Richard Pearman and Michael Baxter was found nearby. The gang's operation was planned with care, involving use of not only vehicles but also sophisticated technical equipment capable of trapping the movements of intended victims, said Mr. Smith. Mr. Slade also tried to dispose of a tracking device he had made himself, which he had probably intended to put on the target's car if the plan did not succeed that night. An earlier attempt had already failed when the gun jammed at the critical moment. In the event, no one was injured. One of the cars involved was later found burnt out. Even as a teenager, Dennis Patrick Slade was described by Judge Paul Hoffman as a callous, dangerous and determined young criminal. He was just 18 when a judge first sentenced him after hearing how Mr. Slade had left a woman seriously injured when he tried to stop him from taking her family's car from outside their home in Swillington's, Leeds in 1992. G. Moses suffered 5 separate fractures of the skull and was put on life support machine after she and her husband Ronnie were thrown out of their Nissan sports car as Mr. Slade drove away with the couple on the bonnet. The judge commended the law because it allowed him to only pass a 12-month sentence in the Young Offenders Institution on Mr. Slade because he was only 17 when convicted of the offences. He had already spent 7.5 months in custody on remand, so the sentence at Leeds Crown Court in October 1993 meant his immediate release. The judge told him then, "If I had my way, I'd be sending you away for 7 or 8 years, because that's the sort of sentence you richly deserve." Mr. Slade had admitted causing GBH to Mrs. Moses, 3 charges of taking vehicles without consent, escaping from custody, conspiracy to burgle, handling stolen goods, and using a false instrument to obtain a passport. Following an appearance at Leaf's Youth Court, Mr. Slade was being taken back to jail handcuffed to a policeman when 2 men helped him escape, cutting the cuffs with bolt cutters. He committed further car crimes and burglaries before he was rearrested months later at Newcastle Airport with a fake passport. The judge said, having caused serious harm to Mrs. Moses by his wicked, callous driving, while on the run, he had gone on to commit more serious crimes in the big league. Little did he know how true his words would be. Armed police formed a ring of steel around Dennis Slade for months to prevent him from escaping from a massive security operation thought to have cost millions of pounds. Mr. Slade travelled daily between Wakefield's maximum security prison and Leeds Crown Court in an armoured van surrounded by cars and motorcycles and surveyed from above by a police helicopter. The operation took different routes each day and motorcycle officers held up traffic to allow it to sweep past, causing disruption and leaving passers-by wondering what was going on. Once Mr. Slade was inside the court's complex, armed police were positioned at the doors of the trial courtroom and elsewhere in the building. Metal detectors were also erected outside the courtroom. The tight security was ordered because Mr. Slade had escaped from custody in 1992 as a teenager. West Yorkshire Police refused to disclose the security costs, but Northumbria Police revealed in 2002, in a 12-week trial heard at Leeds under the similar conditions, it had cost taxpayers millions. A West Yorkshire police spokesman confirmed that Mr. Slade's investigation was right up there, alongside the force's largest cases in the last 20 years. It was the early morning of March 8th, 2006, and the duo of Noel Newby and Charles Smithhurst was set for another routine transfer of funds in their securities van. Travelling from Merseyside to their depot near Warrington, they followed the same route they had made countless times before, but this day was different. Unbeknownst to them, it was the day they would encounter the Slade Gang. The gang was known for its meticulously planned and audacious operations, and this day was to be no exception. As Mr. Newby and Mr. Smithhurst left the M6 highway, they came onto a junction where they found themselves behind a Volvo flatback lorry loader. It was an ordinary sight, but what they didn't know was that they had driven into a meticulously planned trap set by the infamous Slade Gang. With the loader strategically positioned to prevent them from moving forward, the van was suddenly hit from behind with a powerful force. The loader's arms attached to the tractor slammed into the rear door of the security van. A violent intrusion allowed partial access into the secured van, offering the Slade Gang the opportunity they had planned for meticulously. Inside the van was a whopping £1.4 million. With the van compromised and the crew caught off guard, the robbers managed to extract just over £1 million before making their getaway in a stolen car. Their operation was executed with ruthless precision and had netted them a small fortune, setting off one of the most intense manhunts of the year. Witnesses reported seeing the gang transfer bags from the Volvo car into an Audi estate about a mile away from the scene of the crime. Despite their attempts to burn the Volvo and remove evidence, the operation was only partially successful. The Volvo had been stolen 10 months earlier in Leeds and had only done a scant 300 miles in the interim, providing investigators with their first significant lead. Adding to the intrigue, the loader and the tractor used in the raid were also stolen. These vehicles were not randomly chosen. They were stolen to order from Wilberforce near York, specifically for this operation. In a testament to the gang's meticulous planning, the width of the tractor's arms corresponded exactly with the width of the door on the security van. The Slade Gang had made their mark in a dramatic and unforgettable fashion. In the aftermath, they had left behind a shaken crew, a damaged security van, and the beginnings of a trail for investigators to follow. The securities robbery would go down in criminal law as a testament to the audacity and meticulous planning of the Slade Gang, kicking off a manhunt that would span years and cross country lines. Almost 2 years after the notorious securities van robbery, the Slade Gang set their sights on a new target, a Sainsbury's supermarket in West Yorkshire. They had hatched a daring plan to rob the supermarket of £500,000. An audacious plot that, if successful, would add a significant amount to their ill-gotten fortune. On the evening of January the 29th, 2008, Suzanne Pease, an administrative manager of the store located in Colton Retail Park in Leeds, was cleaning paperwork in a security area. The location was strategically chosen. It housed the supermarket safes and a purpose-built room where the money was delivered for staff to refill the ATMs. Suddenly, the silence of the night was shattered by an unexpected sound of drilling. Intrigued and alarmed, Miss Pease went to investigate, only to hear the unsettling sound of footsteps in the roof space above her. Fearful for her safety and realising something was amiss, she immediately alerted the police. The criminals had fled by the time the police arrived, but they had left behind signs of their aborted heist. There was damage to the roof and abandoned equipment, including a set of ladders, hinting to their audacious plan. They intended to gain access to the secure cash room through the roof and the adjacent electrical room, lying in wait to strike when staff were busy reloading the ATMs. Unbeknownst to the officers first responding to the scene, those behind this plot were already under extensive police scrutiny. Dennis Slade and his closest associates had been under surveillance by undercover officers for months. The surveillance operation showed the gang frequently scouting out potential targets across West and North Yorkshire, with a white Toyota van linked to the gang often spotted near the Sainsbury's store. The covert tracking device in the Toyota van revealed a busy itinerary for January the 10th, 2008, just 2 weeks before the failed supermarket heist. In just one day, the van had visited numerous towns and cities, raising suspicions of a major operation in the works. However, despite their meticulous planning, the Slade gang was foiled in their Sainsbury's plot thanks to an alert Suzanne P. Her timely action resulted in the plan's failure and offered police further insights into the gang's audacious operation. Despite facing setbacks, the Slade gang remained undeterred in their pursuit of ill-gotten gains. Their next target was a seemingly innocuous post office in Leeds. The events that unfolded on December 12, 2007 transformed an ordinary day into a scene straight out of a crime thriller. Beverly Robinson, the assistant branch manager at Crossgates Post Office, and 7 other staff members were engrossed in a stock take after closing hours when chaos ensued. Without warning, a massive digger accelerated from the opposite side of the road, its massive telescopic arm breaching the post office wall. If it weren't for her split-second decision to move away from the point of impact, Miss Robinson might have been fatally injured. Instead, she was left shaken, watching in disbelief as rubble replaced the place she had been standing just moments before. Emerging from a cloud of dust were 2 figures, the driver of the digger and his accomplice, both dressed in black. Upon breaching the wall, they issued threats demanding money. In their haste, they managed only to seize 2 security boxes containing stamps, blissfully unaware of the £50,000 in the main safe. Fleeing the scene in a stolen Ford Focus, the robbers believed they had executed a successful heist, but the stolen car, discovered in a garage in Moortown, Leeds, would serve as another breadcrumb leading back to Dennis Slade. The Ford Focus had only been stolen 5 days prior from a driveway in Cottingley, Leeds. The garage where it was found was rented by an associate of Dennis Slade, further implicating him in the robbery. In a tactic reminiscent of the securities van robbery, the heavy equipment used in the raid was stolen. The digger was taken from a building site on Sandmore Drive, just around the corner from Mr. Slade's residence. This raid not only exposed the Slade gang's brazen disregard for the law and order, but also highlighted their audacious tactics and detailed planning. Yet the evidentiary trail they were leaving behind was gradually closing the net around them. The puzzle pieces were coming together slowly, but surely, pointing to the notorious criminal Dennis Slade. Mansour Mahmoud Hussain, fondly known as Manny, was a successful businessman running a property empire worth more than £10 million. His opulent lifestyle and amicable personality were a stark contrast to his ties to one of the most notorious criminals in the UK, Dennis Slade. This connection would soon bring the downfall of his seemingly untouchable empire. Mr. Hussain was more than an acquaintance to Mr. Slade. After Mr. Slade's conspiracy to murder conviction was quashed, he found refuge in Mr. Hussain's multiple luxury properties, living rent-free. Mr. Hussain's association with Mr. Slade was not limited to providing him with accommodations. There were whispers in the underground of numerous joint ventures, hinting at a deeper involvement in Mr. Slade's illicit activities. It was only a matter of time before Mr. Hussain's ties to the underworld attracted the attention of the police. The very properties he lent to Mr. Slade became the focus of a wide-ranging investigation. All of Mr. Hussain's assets, including his business ventures, were scrutinised, revealing a web of suspicious transactions and dubious sources of income. The investigation unveiled that Mr. Hussain's legitimate business empire was a facade, a front for money laundering and other illegal activities. As the noose of the police tightened around him, the vast wealth and influential connections he had amassed over the years offered little protection. The consequences of his association with Mr. Slade were severe, leading to the collapse of his empire and tarnishing his reputation irreversibly. The chapter of Hussain's downfall serves as a warning to others enticed by the allure of easy wealth through association with the criminal underworld. It echoes the adage that crime does not pay, and those who seek to benefit from it will eventually face their day of reckoning. Following his release from prison, Dennis Slade, a criminal once categorised as a Premier League offender, returned to society, albeit under strict conditions. The authorities, believing that Mr. Slade had made a significant progress through his rehabilitation, decided to grant him conditional freedom. This decision was not made lightly. Mr. Slade had demonstrated apparent reform by successfully completing courses designed to address his offending behaviour. However, old habits die hard, and Mr. Slade found it difficult to completely disassociate himself from his former life. He maintained contact with his old associates, particularly Mr. Pearman and Mr. Baxter, both integral parts of his previous criminal endeavours. The first few months of freedom saw Mr. Slade living a relatively quiet life, taking strides to integrate himself back into society. But beneath the seemingly calm surface, the former crime boss was meticulously planning his return to the criminal underworld. The trio began meeting in secret, plotting audacious heights reminiscent of their past exploits. Their first act, following Mr. Slade's release, was a daring daylight burglary of a high-end jewellery store. The carefully orchestrated operation, coupled with the audacity of the act, signalled to the law enforcement that Mr. Slade was back in action. Despite the subsequent investigations, the evidence was not enough to pin the crime on Mr. Slade and his associates. Yet the crime world had changed during Mr. Slade's incarceration. Surveillance was more pervasive, law enforcement techniques were more advanced, and the consequences of getting caught were higher than ever. The return to his old ways marked the beginning of Mr. Slade's slow decline, setting up the stage for the inevitable fall of the infamous Slade Gang. November of the year following Mr. Slade's release brought a blow to the newly reformed Slade Gang. The UK law enforcement seized more than £250,000 from Mr. Slade under the Proceeds of Crime Act. This legislation, introduced in 2002, allowed authorities to recover assets obtained through criminal activity. The Proceeds of Crime Act served as a potent tool for authorities seeking to cripple the financial strengths of criminals like Mr. Slade. Following an intense investigation, law enforcement successfully proved that a significant portion of Mr. Slade's assets were proceeds from his numerous criminal activities. Consequently, the court ordered the confiscation of Mr. Slade's property and assets, effectively stripping him of his wealth. Simultaneously, the authorities turned their attention to Maxine Valentine, Mr. Slade's former partner. Miss Valentine had enjoyed a lavish lifestyle funded by ill-gotten gains of Mr. Slade's criminal endeavours. Despite claiming ignorance about the source of Mr. Slade's wealth, the authorities managed to demonstrate that Miss Valentine had benefited significantly from the proceeds of Mr. Slade's criminal activities. Using the Proceeds of Crime Act, they confiscated her assets as well. This double blow was a significant setback for the Slade Gang. Not only had they lost a considerable amount of their criminal wealth, but it also brought additional unwanted attention from the police. The financial blow, combined with the increased scrutiny from the police, marked a significant turning point in the history of the Slade Gang. They were forced to become even more cautious in their actions, marking the beginning of their decline and eventually leading to their downfall. Despite the audacious heights and apparent invincibility, the Slade Gang's downfall was inevitable. The double blow dealt by the Proceeds of Crime Act was just the beginning of the end. The increasing pressure from police agencies, combined with the crippling financial losses, were beginning to take a toll on the gang. Undercover operations were launched to infiltrate the group, and information about their activities began to leak. The once tight-knit gang started to crumble under the pressure, with trust within the group deteriorating. Members of the gang who were less loyal started to turn against Mr. Slade, providing crucial information to the authorities. In an unprecedented operation involving multiple police forces, the Slade Gang was concerned. Dennis Slade, the charismatic leader of the gang, was captured in a dramatic showdown. His associates, Mr. Pearman and Mr. Baxter, amongst others, were apprehended in a series of coordinated raids across the country. Described as callous, dangerous and ruthless, the infamous trio, Dennis Slade, Richard Pearman and Michael Baxter, finally saw their reign of criminal exploits come to an abrupt end. Their trial, held in August under high security at Leeds Crown Court, was the culmination of a lengthy investigation into their daring crimes, revealing a sordid history of robbery, conspiracy to murder, arson, criminal damage and handling stolen property. Their key crimes were recounted in court, each painting a chilling picture of their audacious tactics and ruthless nature. These included a high-profile robbery of the security vans in Woolston, Warrington in 2006, using a digger to ram raid a post office in Leeds in 2007, and conspiring to rob a cash machine at Sainsbury's supermarket in Leeds. Despite the weight of the evidence against them, the men were steadfast in their denial of the charges. Judge Paul Hoffman, presiding over the case, described Mr. Slade as the instigator and architect of the crime. Mr. Pearman and Mr. Bacter were characterised as his loyal henchmen and followers in crime. Judge Hoffman stated, "You three were an inseparable trio of hardcore criminal gang members. It's plain all three of you are dedicated to serious crime. I conclude all three of you are very callous, dangerous and ruthless men, particularly when you act as a gang." Mr. Slade, the ringleader of the gang, who had lived a life of luxury with his wife and 5 children in an occupant property in Woodley, Leeds, was hit hardest by the judgment. Having 9 convictions for 64 offences, his first being when he was just 14 years old, Mr. Slade was handed a life sentence. He was told he would serve a minimum of 19 years and 206.5 days. His cohorts, Mr. Pearman and Mr. Baxter, also received life sentences with minimum terms of 17 years and 206.5 days. As he was escorted from the courtroom, Mr. Slade, remaining defiant, exclaimed, "It would have been nice to get a fair trial. We'll see what the Court of Appeal says." Alongside the life sentence, Mr. Slade was handed a serious crime prevention order, banning him from using the internet whilst in prison. The 3 men were told they will remain unlicensed for the rest of their lives, effectively meaning they would be monitored and would be recalled to prison if they breached the conditions of their release. Their trial was one of the most sensational in recent history. The public was captivated by the audacity of the gang's crimes and their dramatic capture. The evidence against the gang was overwhelming, resulting in substantial sentences for Mr. Slade and his accomplices. The once feared Slade gang was no more. The fall of the Slade gang served as a stark reminder to the temporary nature of wealth obtained through criminal activities. Their story, whilst filled with audacious acts of seeming invincibility, ended up in imprisonment and loss. It showed that no matter how long it takes, justice does eventually catch up, and thus the reign of the infamous Slade gang came to an end. The streets were safer, and the public could breathe a sigh of relief. Their tale serves as a reminder of the power of law enforcement and the inevitability of justice, no matter how cunning the criminals might be.
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe. Today we look at Donald Neilson, aka the Black Panther, who is now an infamous British armed robber and murderer that spans over from 1974 to 1975. Donald Neilson, born Donald Nappy, born on the 1st of August 1936, died on the 18th of December 2011, alias the Black Panther, was a British armed robber, kidnapper and multiple murderer. Mr. Neilson murdered 3 men during the robberies of sub-post offices between 1971 and 1974 and murdered kidnapped victim Leslie Whittle, an heiress from Highway, Shropshire, in January 1975. Mr. Neilson was apprehended later that year and sentenced to life imprisonment in July 1976, remaining in prison until his death in 2011. Donald Nappy was aged 10 in January 1947 when his 33-year-old mother died from breast cancer. Mr. Neilson was said to have an unhappy childhood and was caught shopbreaking in 1948, but due to his age and circumstances was given a police caution or a stern warning, and went on to get married to 20-year-old Irene Tate in April 1955 at the age of 18. Mr. Neilson's wife persuaded him to leave the army, where he was serving as a national serviceman in King's Own Yorkshire Light Infantry. 4 years after Mr. Neilson's daughter's birth, Nappy changed the family name to Neilson, so that the little girl would not suffer the bullying and abuse Donald had endured at school and in the army because of his surname's similarity to the word nappy. According to David Bell and Harry Hawks, Nappy bought a taxi business from a man named Mr. Neilson and decided to use that name instead of the former. An alternative theory, proposed by a lodger, Lena Fernley, who stayed with the Neilson family in the early 1960s, is that Donald took the name from an ice cream van from which he and Irene bought ice cream for their daughter. Lena Fernley told the BBC in an interview that Donald had told her, "I like that name." Mr. Neilson committed over 400 house robberies without detection during his early days of committing crimes. Before Mr. Neilson became notorious as the Black Panther, Mr. Neilson was sought under a variety of nicknames such as the Phantom, and Handy Andy. To confuse the police, Mr. Nelson adopted a different modus operandi every few weeks. For example, Mr. Nelson would steal a radio from each house and abandon it nearby. When that pattern of behaviour was established, Mr. Nelson would then drop it and do something else. Proceeds from simple housebreaking were low. However, after stealing guns and ammunition from a house in Cheshire, Mr. Nelson upped his criminal activity, turning to small post offices. Mr. Nelson committed 18 such crimes between 1971 and 1974. Leslie Richardson, the postmaster, and his wife woke up to find a hooded man in their bedroom. Mr. Richardson leaped out of bed to tackle the intruder while his wife phoned the police. During the struggle, Mr. Nelson showed Mr. Richardson his sawn-off shotgun and said, in a fake West Indian accent, "This is loaded." Mr. Richardson saw the gun was pointing at the ceiling and there was no danger of anyone being shot. Mr. Richardson responded, "We'll find out if it's loaded," and pulled the trigger himself, blasting 2 holes in the ceiling. The fight continued and Mr. Richardson pulled off Mr. Nelson's black hood. Mr. Nelson stomped on Mr. Richardson's feet, breaking several toes and kneed him in the groin. As Mr. Richardson collapsed on the floor, Mr. Nelson made his escape empty-handed. Mr. Richardson gave a police description of his masked intruder, which turned out to be inaccurate in many respects. Several other photo fits of Mr. Nelson were similarly unhelpful to the police, but one, made by sub-postmistress Margaret Grayland, was extremely accurate. Mr. Nelson committed his first 3 murders in 1974. During post office robberies, Mr. Nelson shot dead 2 sub-postmasters and the husband of sub-postmistress, as well as brutally battering sub-postmistress Margaret Grayland. Mr. Nelson killed Donald Skepper in Harrogate in February 1974, Derek Austin of Baxenden in September 1974, and Sidney Grayland in Langley, West Midlands during November 1974. The Baxenden murders resulted in Mr. Nelson being called the Black Panther, as, during an interview with local television reporter, Mr. Astin's wife, Marion, described her husband's killer as so quick he was like a panther. Alluding to the killer's dark clothing, the enterprising reporter ended his piece by asking, "Where is the Black Panther?" and the nickname stuck from then on. Mr. Nelson was linked to the post office shootings after he shot security guard Gerald Smith 6 times while checking a ransom trial. Forensic examination showed the bullets were fired from the same .22 LR pistol used to murder both Mr. Astin and Mr. Grayland. Leslie Whittle, born 1975, later dying on the 14th of January 1975, was a 17-year-old girl. She became Mr. Nelson's youngest victim. Mr. Whittle was the daughter of noted coach transport business owner George Whittle and his mistress. Mr. Whittle had left his entire fortune to his mistress and their children, Ronald and Leslie Jr. After reading about a family dispute over George Whittle's will, Mr. Nelson planned for 3 years to gain some of this fortune for himself. On the 14th of January 1975, Mr. Nelson entered the Whittle family home in Highley, Shropshire, and kidnapped Mrs. Leslie from her bedroom. Mr. Nelson calculated that the family would not miss £50,000 of their fortune, and so a subsequent demand for that sum in a note left at the family home. A series of police bundles and other circumstances resulted in Mr. Whittle's brother, Ronald, being unable to deliver the ransom money to the place at the time demanded by the kidnapper, Mr. Nelson. Leslie Whittle's body was later found on the 7th of March 1975, hanging from a wire at the bottom of the drainage shaft where Mrs. Whittle had tethered her in Blackpool Park at Kids Grove, Staffordshire. The subsequent post-mortem examination showed that Mrs. Whittle had died from vaginal inhibition, not from strangulation. The shock of the fall had caused Mrs. Whittle's heart to stop dead. Some analysts thought it was possible Mr. Nelson pushed Mrs. Whittle off the ledge where Mr. Nelson had kept Mrs. Whittle. An alternative scenario is that Mr. Nelson was not present when Mrs. Whittle died, and that Mr. Nelson had panicked and fled on the night of the failed ransom collection without returning to the shaft, believing the police were closing in on it. Mrs. Whittle may have lived in the dark for a considerable period of time before she fell to her death. The pathologist noted that Mrs. Whittle weighed only 98 pounds when found. Her stomach and intestines were completely empty. Mrs. Whittle had lost a considerable amount of weight and was emaciated. The pathologist concluded that Mrs. Whittle had not eaten for a minimum of 3 days, the length of time it takes for food to pass through the body, but said the actual duration may have been much, much longer. In his closing speech for the defence, Gilbert Gray QC, described the conditions that Mr. Nielsen provided for Miss Whittle, noting ways that Mr. Nielsen tried to provide for Miss Whittle's comfort. For instance, Mr. Gray asked the jury whether they believed any hangman's noose would be padded and lagged with 77.5 inches of elastoplast to avoid chafing, or that any scaffold would be cushioned for comfort by a rubber mattress and sleeping bags. Mr. Gray QC noted that Mrs. Whittle would not have died if the wire had not snagged on a stanchion, because Mr. Whittle's feet were only 6 inches from the bottom of the shaft. The QC said, "This is not something the defence has made up." Mrs. Whittle's height from the neck was 4 feet, and there was 5 feet length of ligature, giving an overall length of 9 feet. The drop from the landing to the floor of the tunnel was 6 feet 11 inches, so that, if it had not been for the unforeseen snagging, which shortened the tether, there would have been 2 feet to spare, and she would have landed on her feet at the bottom of the shaft. Mr. Gray QC asked the jury why Mr. Nielsen bothered to keep her alive once he had recorded the ransom messages, saying he could have simply clubbed her to death and hidden the body in woodland. Mr. Gray finished his speech by saying, "I submit that when Leslie Whittle went over the platform, it was an unlooked for misadventure, unplanned and undesired. Mr. Nielsen started something that went hideously wrong." In December 1975, 2 police officers, Tony White and Stuart Mackenzie, were in Panda car in a side road keeping a watch on the main A60 trunk road leading out of Mainsfield in North Nottinghamshire, when they spotted a small wiry man passing who was carrying a holdall. As this small wiry man passed the police car, he averted his face, drawing Mr. Mackenzie's attention. As a matter of routine, they called the man over to question him, not knowing who they were dealing with. The man said he was only on his way back from work, then produced a sawn-off shotgun from the hodl. He ordered Mr. White into the back of their car, Mr. Mackenzie's armpit. The policeman opened the car door, but the gunman snapped, "No time for that. Climb the seat." The officer did so, and the gunman settled into the passenger seat, jamming the gun into Mackenzie's arms. The gunman ordered them to drive to Rainsworth, 6 miles away, and told them not to look at him. This presented Mr. Mackenzie with a problem. Gently, Mr. Mackenzie explained to the gunman that they were going the wrong way and he would have to turn the car around. The gunman agreed, but warned both officers if there were any tricks, they would both be dead. As they were driving along Southwell Road, the gunman asked if they had any rope in the vehicle. As Mr. White pretended to look, Mr. Mackenzie reached a junction in the road. Turning the steering wheel, finally one way then the other, Mr. Mackenzie asked, "Which way? Left or right?" causing the gunman to look towards the road. Mr. White saw the gun drop a few inches and realised this was his chance. Mr. White pushed the gun forwards, and Mr. Mackenzie stamped on the brake to slow the vehicle and bring it to a stop. They screeched to a halt outside the Junction Chip Shop in Rainsworth. The gun went off, luckily only grazing Mr. White's hand. Mr. Mackenzie fell out of the driver's seat, banging his head on the road. Mr. Mackenzie staggered to his feet and ran towards the fish and chip shop, screaming for help. 2 men, Roy Morris and Keith Wood, ran from the queue outside the chip shop and helped to overpower the unknown armed gunman. Mr. Wood subdued the gunman with a blow to the neck before Mr. Morris grabbed his wrists and held them for Mr. White to snap on the handcuffs. It was later found out that the armed gunman was Donald Nielsen. The locals attacked Mr. Nielsen so severely in the end that the police had to protect him. They hauled Mr. Nielsen to an iron railings at the side of the bus stop and handcuffed him there before calling for backup. In the subsequent investigation, Mr. Niels' fingerprints were found to match one of those in the drain shaft. In the interview at Kids Grove Police Station, when Mr. Nielsen confessed to the kidnap of Mrs. Whittle, Mr. Nielsen gave an 18-page statement to DCS Harold Wright, head of Staffordshire CID, and Commander Morrison of Scotland Yard, with the statement handwritten by DCI Walter Bohr. During Mr. Nielsen's trial at Oxford Crown Court, his defence lawyer, Gilbert Gray QC, contended that Mrs. Whittle had accidentally fallen from a ledge and had died as a result. Mr. Gray noted that Mr. Nielsen had fed her chicken soup, spaghetti and meatballs, and bought her fish and chips, chicken legs and polo mint. The prosecution contested these claims. Evidence showed that Mr. Nielsen had provided his victim with a sleeping bag designed to prevent hypothermia, mattresses, survival blankets, survival bags, a bottle of brandy, 6 paperback books, a copy of the Times, and 2 magazines for reading, a small puzzle, and 2 brightly coloured naps. These items were found in the shaft and in the subterranean canal running below it by the police. In July 1976, Mr. Nielsen was convicted of the kidnapping and murder of Leslie Whittle, for which he was given a life sentence. 3 weeks later, Mr. Nielsen was convicted of the murders of 2 postmakers and the husband of a post mistress. In total, Mr. Nielsen received a total of 5 life sentences. The judge, Mr. Justice Miles Jones, also gave Mr. Nielsen a further 61 years, 21 years for kidnapping and 10 years for blackmailing her mother. 3 further sentences of 10 years each were imposed for 2 of the burglary charges Mr. Nielsen stole guns and ammunition from, and for possessing the sawn-off shotgun with intent to endanger life. All the sentences were to run concurrently. The judge told Mr. Nielsen that the enormity of his crimes put him in a class apart from almost all other convicted murderers in recent years. Mr. Nielsen's defence team, solicitor Barrington Black, junior counsel Norman Jones and leading counsel Gilbert Gray all claimed that Mr. Nielsen's conviction was a reflection of public opinion, a backlash of the publicity given to the hunt for the kidnapper and killer of that Mr. Nielsen should have been convicted only on the lesser charge of manslaughter. Mr. Nielsen was acquitted of attempted murders of sub-post mistresses Margaret Grayland and PC Tony White, but found guilty of lesser alternative charges of inflicting grievous bodily harm on Mrs. Grayland and of possessing a shotgun with the intent of endangering life at Mr. Mansfield. A charge of attempted to murder security guard Gerald Smith, whom Mr. Nielsen shot 6 times while checking the Mrs. Whittle ransom trail, was not pursued due to legal complications. Mr. Smith died more than a year and a day after being shot. The trial judge recommended that Mr. Nielsen receive a whole life tariff. After the verdicts, Mr. Gray visited his client in a cell below the courthouse and found Mr. Nielsen in a corner of his cell curled up in a fetal position. Purportedly dejected and allegedly filled with remorse, Mr. Whittle and her family. According to Harry Hawks, when Donald Nielsen was first caught in Mansfield, his wife Irene became worried when Mr. Nielsen failed to return home. Irene burned around 50 postal orders in their coal fire. Police noticed the charred remains within the chimney when the house was later searched. Irene Nielsen was later convicted of cashing over 80 stolen postal orders, stolen in one of her husband's post office raids. Mr. Nielsen claimed to have been forced into cashing these items in various post offices over a large area. Her solicitor, Barrington Black, placed the blame squarely on Donald Nielsen's complete domination of his wife, describing Mr. Nielsen as a Svengali who had exercised a hypnotic influence. He added he was a quasi-military figure who barked orders at his wife and daughter, and woe betide anyone who betrayed him, who disobeyed him. The solicitor said he felt this portrayal was confirmed by Donald Nielsen when he had visited him in his top security cell. It seemed a formality that Irene, then aged 42 with no previous convictions, would be placed on probation. It seemed a formality that Irene, then aged 42 with no previous convictions, would be placed on probation, but a court report said that the probation would not be suitable. Black pressed hard for Irene Nielsen to be fined, asking the magistrates if she really deserved to be harshly treated for a situation that was forced upon her, and saying her last 3 years with Mr. Nielsen before his arrest had been simply hell. The magistrates said that while they had every sympathy with the lady before the courts for the first time, they regarded Mr. Nielsen's activities as a deliberate course of misconduct. Mr. Nielsen received 12 months in prison per official court records. An appeal was immediately lodged. Gilbert Gray QC was briefed to represent Mr. Nielsen, and he produced Donald Nielsen as a surprise witness. The QC told the judge, sitting with 2 magistrates, that he was anxious that the court should be aware of the pressure and constraints placed upon Mrs. Nielsen as a result of her husband. Mr. Gray said Mr. Nielsen was the man who struck fear and dread into pretty much the whole community, and this woman lived with him. But the judges found Donald Nielsen's testimony to have a vagueness, and they upheld his wife's conviction and sentence. While Irene was in prison, a major newspaper paid a large amount of money for Mrs. Nielsen's story. 6 years later, in an interview with the Sunday People, Irene Nielsen claimed that she doubted she would have been jailed had she not been Mr. Nielsen's wife. Mr. Nielsen said everyone had wanted blood after her husband's trial. In the event that Mrs. Nielsen served 8 months before being released, with full remission for good behaviour. Following subsequent legal judgments in various other cases and the implications of European Union human rights laws, Mr. Nielsen was confirmed on numerous occasions to be the one on the Home Office's list of prisoners with whole life tariffs. A succession of Home Secretaries ruled that the life should remain life for Mr. Nilsen. In 2008, Mr. Nilsen applied to the High Court to have his minimum term reverted to just 30 years. On the 12th of June 2008, Mr. Judges Thiers upheld the whole life tariff, saying, "This is a case where the gravity of the applicant's offences justifies a whole life order. The manner in which the young girl was killed demonstrates that it too involved a substantial degree of premeditation or planning. It also involved the abduction of the young girl. The location and manner of Leslie Whittle's death indicate that she must have been subsequent by the applicant to a dreadful and horrific ordeal." In the early hours on the 17th of December 2011, Mr. Nilsen was taken from Norwich Prison to Norfolk and Norwich University Hospital with breathing difficulties. Mr. Nilsen was pronounced dead the next day on the 18th of December 2011. Mr. Nilsen's life and crimes were portrayed in the 1977 film The Black Panther, starring Donald Sumster as Donald Nilsen. It was released on DVD in 2012. A fictionalized account of Mrs. Whittle's kidnapping and Mr. Nilsen's trial forms the basis of Adam Mars Jones's short story, Bathpool Park, which attempted to show how the court and judge had missed the point. Mars Jones's father, Sir William Mars Jones, presided over the trial, and Adam Mars Jones served as his father's marshal. So what are your thoughts and opinions of the complexity and tragic life story and childhood that Donald Nilsen had to deal with on a daily basis? Please let us know what you think in the comments below. Thanks for joining us, and until next time, stay safe.
Hello everyone, welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Thank you for joining us. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe for more content. Hello and thanks for joining us today. Today we take an in-depth look into a very dangerous and notorious UK criminal. A man who possessed immense strength, but it was to be this strength that caused his fellow criminal associates to turn on him. Francis Samuel Mitchell was born on the 19th of May 1929 and was also known as the Mad Axeman. Mr. Mitchell was an English criminal who was a criminal associate of the Cray twins, although he was later murdered at their request. Born into a family of 7 in Canning Town on the 19th of May 1929, Mr. Mitchell was one of 7 children who were born into a working class family from Limehouse, East London. At the age of 9, he stole a bicycle from another child from his local area, for which he was taken before a juvenile court and put on probation. As an adult, Mr. Mitchell possessed great physical strength, and he liked to demonstrate it to others that he knew by showing off his ability to lift a grand piano off the floor, or being able to pick up 2 fully grown men. When he did this, he would lift up 1 man in each hand. It was also reported that Mr. Mitchell had a very short, violent and unforgiving temper, and according to Martin Fido, was a full-grown man who possessed the mind of a child of 13 or under. From the age of 17, Mr. Mitchell was regularly incarcerated and spent a lot of time in borstalls and prisons around the country. This was mostly for shop breaking and other petty crimes. During a brief spell of freedom that he did have, it was reported that he fathered a daughter with a girlfriend he was sleeping with at the time, but the relationship ended in a bad way and Mr. Mitchell never knew about her. In prison, Mr. Mitchell was reported by many officers to be a thorn in the flesh of authority. Mr. Mitchell's first prison sentence, for which he was sentenced to 12 months, was given on 9th of February 1948. On another occasion, in August 1952, he received 3 months after being caught with a stolen revolver, and with a growing number of petty crimes under his belt, Mr. Mitchell became trapped within the UK prison system. Mr. Mitchell's prison terms were characterised by extreme violence against guards and fellow inmates who he did not get along with, and he was regularly punished with the birch and cat-o'-nine-tails, which was used to whip prisoners who had misbehaved. It was also reported that Mr. Mitchell was one of the ringleaders that caused thousands of pounds in the damage during a riot at Rochester Borstal. He slashed a guard across the face and was charged with attempted murder after attacking an inmate he believed had informed on him. He was later acquitted. In 1955, Mr. Mitchell was declared mentally defective by medical professionals and was sent to Rampton Secure Hospital in Nottinghamshire, which is a maximum security psychiatric hospital. We will be covering all the mental institutions and prisons in the UK in a new series, so keep an eye out for that, everyone. 2 years later on the 18th of January 1957, Mr. Mitchell escaped with fellow inmate Richard Maskell after getting duplicate prison keys made. Once free, Mr. Mitchell and Mr. Maskell terrorised the quiet, sleepy villages that surrounded Rampton for several days, in which time they attacked a man, Mr. Leonard Collingburn, with an iron bar before stealing his clothes and money. When he was recaptured, Mr. Mitchell attacked the police who had apprehended him with 2 meat cleavers and was then sent to Broadmoor Mental Institution. He somehow managed to escape again, and this time broke into a private home and held a married couple who were inside hostage with an axe, for which he was nicknamed the Mad Axeman in the press. In October of 1958, he was sentenced to life imprisonment for robbery with an aggravating factor being violence. Mr. Mitchell was this time sent to Dartmoor prison in 1962, and whilst there his behaviour improved dramatically. Whilst in prison as a hobby, Mr. Mitchell kept budgies, and for his good work and improved behaviour, he was transferred to the Honour Party, a small group of trustees who were allowed to work outside the prison walls with minimal supervision. Mr. Mitchell was permitted to roam the moors and feed the wild ponies, and even visited nearby pubs. On one occasion he caught a taxi to Oakhampton to buy a budgie. The governor of the prison promised Mr. Mitchell that if he stayed out of trouble he would recommend to the Home Office that Mr. Mitchell be given a release date. 4 years later, after being given this promise, it was reported that Mr. Mitchell was aggrieved that he had still not received one. Mr. Mitchell had become good friends with Ronnie Cray when they served a sentence together at Wandsworth Prison in the 50s. During Mr. Mitchell's trial for attempted murder, Ronnie Cray had hired Mr. Mitchell, a top barrister, for him and paid for him to have a new suit fitted. Ronnie Cray was keen on breaking Mr. Mitchell out of prison, thinking it would help him to publicise his grievance and earn a release date, as well as enhance the Cray's standing in the underworld. Reggie Cray recalled that he was, at first, very reluctant to the idea, but finally reasoned that if nothing else, it would stick 2 fingers up to the law. Reggie Cray visited Mr. Mitchell at Dartmoor in disguise and informed him of the plan on the 12th of December 1966. Well, with a small work party on the moors, Mr. Mitchell asked the sole guard for permission to feed some nearby Dartmoor ponies. Mr. Mitchell's request was granted. He walked over to a quiet road where a getaway car was waiting for him containing associates of the Crays. Inside the car was Mr. Albert Donahue, Mad Teddy Smith and Billy Exley, and they all drove to London together. Once in London, the Crays put him up in a flat in Barking Road, East Ham, which was at the time owned by Lenny Dunn. It was over 5 hours before Mr. Mitchell was reported missing to the authorities. Mr. Mitchell's escape made national news and led to a political storm over the relaxed security that was given to a man who was described in the press as Britain's most violent convict. And the subject of privileges that should be granted to somebody as dangerous as Mr. Mitchell whilst in the prison system was debated in the House of Commons. A large manhunt ensued, with 200 policemen, 100 Royal Marines and a Royal Air Force helicopter searching the moors. With the aid of Teddy Smith, Mr. Mitchell wrote to national newspapers, and his plea to be granted a release date was printed in the Times and the Daily Mirror. However, the then Secretary Roy Jenkins was not willing to negotiate with an escaped criminal and would not review his status at all until Mr. Mitchell was back in custody. Mr. Mitchell soon became a problem for the Crays, owing to his physical strength and short temper. He was a very difficult man to try and keep under control. He was unwilling to give himself up and return to the prison, and was not allowed to leave the flat in case he was recognised. The Cray twins feared to release him back into the public, or even turning him into the police themselves, as he could implicate them in his prison escape. Mr. Mitchell felt insulted that Reggie Cray had only visited him in person once, and was particularly upset that he could not visit his parents despite them living nearby. He grew increasingly agitated and began making threats against the Crays. In an attempt to help him blow off some steam, they brought a woman to the flat who went by the name of Lisa Prescott. Miss Prescott was a blonde nightclub hostess with an amazing figure, with whom Mr. Mitchell fell in love very quickly. This did not help the Cray twins, if at all anything it only caused further complications to the situation. It appears that this was the final straw for the Crays, who now decided that the only solution was to get rid of Mr. Mitchell. On the 24th of December 1966, Mr. Mitchell was led into the back of a van by Albert Donahue. Thinking he was to be taken to a new safe house in the countryside where he would meet up with Ronnie Cray, he jumped in without any worries. There was almost another argument when he realised that Lisa would not be coming with him, and Mr. Donahue persuaded him that it was safer for her to follow later on. Waiting in the van were several men, among them Freddie Foreman and Alfie Gerard, who were both armed with revolvers. Once the van doors were closed and the engine started, they opened fire on Mr. Mitchell, killing him. Mr. Donahue thought that 12 shots were fired before Mr. Mitchell died. His body was never recovered. Mr. Foreman later revealed that Mitchell's body was bound with chicken wire, weighted down and dumped in the English Channel. Reggie Cray had later told that helping Mr. Mitchell escape from prison was one of his biggest mistakes that he had ever made. In 1968, the Cray twins and various accomplices were arrested and put on trial for an array of offences, including the murders of George Cornell, Jack McVitie and Frank Mitchell. We have videos on our channel on both George Cornell and Jack McVitie, so if you'd like to see them, go check them out and don't forget to subscribe so you don't miss our new videos. Their attempt to convince gang member Albert Donahue into confessing to killing Mr. Mitchell led to him instead becoming a witness for the Crown, and this meant Mr. Donahue would be testifying against them. Ronnie, Reggie and Charlie Cray, along with Freddie Foreman, were all acquitted of Mr. Mitchell's murder. This was due to a lack of evidence and the perceived unreliability of Mr. Donahue's testimony. Reggie Cray was however found guilty of conspiring to effect Mr. Mitchell's escape from Dartmoor, for which he received a 5-year sentence to run concurrently with his other sentences. Mr. Donahue and another firm member, John Dixon, pleaded guilty to harbouring Mr. Mitchell and respectively received 18-month and 9-month sentences. In his 1996 autobiography, Respect, Mr. Foreman admitted to shooting Mr. Mitchell as a favour to the Crays. Mr. Donahue said Mr. Foreman was paid £1,000 for it. Mr. Foreman was arrested and questioned by police after repeating his confession in a year 2000 television documentary. But the Crown Prosecution Service announced that it would not be reopening the case due to the then extant double jeopardy law. Francis Samuel Mitchell, or the Mad Axeman, the life he lived, or the crimes he committed, will never be forgotten in the UK criminal underworld. Thank you all for watching, and until next time, stay safe. Hello, and welcome back to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Thank you for joining us, and please don't forget to like, share and subscribe for more content. Today, we will be going in depth and exploring the controversial life of one of the most dangerous UK criminal legends, Mr. Freddie Foreman. Freddie Foreman was born and bred in East Side London at 22 Sheepcote Lane in a terraced 2 up and 2 down torn and tattered house. Born to an Irish cab driver who worked tirelessly to make ends meet, Foreman grew up alongside boys from the neighbouring Irish households. The entire neighbourhood resembled a torn down impoverished farm, with little to exaggerate. There were horses, chickens and plenty of pesky rats, as Freddie vividly recounts. This makes Mr. Foreman's case one parallel to the Slumdog Millionaire, from rags to riches. From the bottom of society to the king of the social ladder topping the underworld hierarchy. When Foreman's mum gave birth, instead of a daughter and cheers all round, the house was filled with resentment and sorrow. Poor Miss Foreman had already given birth to 4 boys and was expecting a girl with whom she could share her feminine feelings. The birth of Freddie was soon to be one that not only his mother regretted, but one that many across all over the UK would mourn. Having to manage 5 kids, Freddie's father had to often work day and night, sometimes visiting the pawn shop now and then, just to earn a few shillings so that he could feed his family back home. Having been born into a poor household, crimes became normalised and became a daily part of life for Freddie. From stealing food to bullying kids in school to get their money, Freddie was inevitably introduced into the dark world due to his unforgiving circumstances. At the young and naive age of 14, he was kicked out of school for misconduct and never stepped into an educational institution after that. As Freddie became popular in the underworld scene of Britain, he earned the nickname Brown Bread Fred, where brown bread is Cockney rhyming slang for dead. On the 3rd of September 1939, France and the United Kingdom retaliated to Germany's invasion of Poland with an ultimatum to Germany to cease military operations.
After the ultimatum was ignored, France and Britain declared war on Germany, with shelling and air raids bombarding the area Freddie resided in. Two of Freddie's older brothers were sailors in the Royal Navy, and they were whipped up from their homes onto the front line within hours of the declaration of war. This soon turned out to be the key event that shaped the fairly innocent Freddie into a notorious criminal feared by young and old. Freddie was sent away to evacuate safely. With him, he brought a small briefcase and a Cadbury's chocolate to keep his sweet tooth happy. He was taken by a bus with many other kids to a street where kids were made to sit down on the floor. Adults picked one by one as the curious kids sat watching. You probably guessed it, but all of them were being fostered. Freddie was the last child left sitting down, as all the other kids had found new homes already. Whether Freddie was subsequently adopted still remains a mystery to this day. As war raged on, at the backdrop of both sides fighting relentlessly, Freddie moved to a new residence. Having been detached from his family, living conditions here were far more absurd. Even though he had a bunk bed for himself, there were no mattresses, and in their place was wire mesh that made streaks on his skin as it pressed against his body each night. In a corner of the room sat a small little bucket where Freddie had to urinate and defecate, and where privacy was nothing but a myth. Crime became a very normal activity for Freddie during these tormenting days. It had become a way of life for him. Freddie worked in a meat market and did numerous other odd jobs, and through these jobs he obtained contacts and acquainted himself with anyone on the wrong side of the law, from petty thieves to drug lords. He would do wage snatches from people walking in the streets, conduct armed robberies firing revolvers and little remorse, and even hijacked lorries and ferried cash between banks. Freddie was slowly gaining a reputation and establishing himself as a gangster. One fine morning, as Freddie was about to step out of the hallway into the porch area, he heard a huge bang right in front of his house. A bomb had just been detonated right in front of his eyes. Though he was unscathed, the scene in front of his eyes was bloody. However, on the corner of his eyes, Freddie saw a young teenage girl with her clothes ripped apart due to the explosion. Freddie even mentioned in an interview that the sight of the girl in knickers was simply erotic. Despite the visible lust for women, Freddie was a faithful gentleman who married Maureen at a young age and committed himself to earn money to manage the household of two. Two soon became three, as they welcomed Jamie Foreman, an English actor best known for his role as Bill Sikes in Roman Polanski's Oliver Twist, as their only son. One of the biggest crimes committed by Freddie was the murder of Thomas Ginger Marks in January of 1965. It is widely believed that Ginger Marks fell into a trap laid out for Jimmy Evans, the small-time villain who had shot Freddie Foreman's brother, George, in the groin over an affair sometime before. Evans was the original target when Foreman accidentally killed Ginger Marks. Shockingly, the body of Ginger Marks has never been found and is assured to have been buried in the depths of the English Channel, beyond New Haven. The murder remained one of the greatest London underworld mysteries, till Freddie owned up to the actions after his court acquittal through an autobiography in the late 90s. According to Freddie Foreman's recount of events, Marks misheard the call and thought it was him that was being beckoned. Jimmy Evans hid behind Marks and used his body as a shield to dodge the bullets fired by Freddie, and hid himself under a vehicle, sacrificing and assuming Ginger Marks for his selfish crimes. However, Evans rubbished the account of Freddie, claiming that Freddie opened fire from 6 feet away and not in a position to mistake Marks for him. Even in the dark, Marks was 6'4", whilst he was 5'8". Freddie Foreman also had links to the notorious Cray twins, Reggie and Ronnie Cray. Gangsters and criminals in London looked to Freddie as a criminal, killer, executioner, and undertaker of the underworld, often being judge, jury, and executioner for all things criminal. Many who studied these criminal activities in pre-urban London are more often than not baffled at why a thief with such social skills and business skills like Freddie would associate with these brainless gangster twins. McVitie worked for the Cray brothers and was ordered to execute one of their enemies for a promised sum of $1,000. However,
The foe had escaped before McVitie could stab him, but instead of returning the cash, McVitie pocketed it despite having not completed the job. This was a bad move and led in part to McVitie's tragic death. On the 29th of October in 1967, McVitie was invited to a party in Evening Road on Stoke, Newington, London, with several of Underworld associates and their families. The Krays had secretly arrived at the party first and had spent an hour clearing away guests. Reggie Kray's initial plan to shoot McVitie upon entry failed. His gun jammed, and instead he stabbed McVitie repeatedly in the face, chest and stomach as part of a brief but violent struggle. Freddie Foreman, longtime friend and associate of the Krays, was at the scene and assisted the twins in the disposal of McVitie's body from a boat. They say his body was dumped at New Haven, Sussex. It is in fact believed that Foreman was the mastermind behind this cunning plan to eliminate McVitie. In the early 80s, Freddie moved to the US and lived in a straight life for 2 years. There, he set up a legitimate business, a games room, with state-of-the-art games machines. He was one of the first people to have a Pac-Man machine and loaned out games to his customers, both young and old. However, these 2 years away from any sort of crime was short-lived, as he soon went back to his usual life, with one of the biggest moves yet. In 1983, soon after his return from America, Freddie was involved in the Shoreditch Security Express robbery, dubbed the largest cash heist in the history of the UK. On a rainy Easter Monday, security guard Greg Council emerged from his fortified control centre at London's Fort Knox, the impregnable Shoreditch headquarters of Security Express, to retrieve a pint of milk from the main gate. 14 armed men, including Freddie, overpowered the guard and invaded the fortress, taking all the officers hostage as they stole £6 million from the cash vault after a shockingly long stay of 8 hours. The £6 million of that day is worth about £26 million in today's currency. The gang made little errors, leaving no clues whatsoever, from fingerprints to tire marks. They even targeted and stole fresh, untraceable banknotes, avoiding the ones with traceable codes. As such, due to a lack of evidence, Freddie was not arrested, and surprisingly, not even suspected at the early stages. Thus, Freddie moved with his family to southern Spain's Golden Mile. There, at Marbella on the Costa del Sol, he brought a nightclub, a social club, and a penthouse apartment to rent. This is all precisely where Freddie made one wrong move that sent him to 9 years in jail. Others who were a part of the gang also brought penthouses in the same apartment block, following which Freddie's house purchase was highly scrutinised. Just before the robbery, Freddie didn't even have sufficient cash to pay for his house rent in the suburbs, and the fact that such a person could go on a luxurious family holiday and buy expensive properties was particularly perturbing. Despite Spain's non-extradition laws, Spanish police kidnapped him and put him on a flight back to England at the tail end of the 80s, where he was soon put behind bars. Freddie Foreman wrote an autobiography called Respect, Autobiography of Freddie Foreman, Managing Director of British Crime, originally published in 1996. Freddie Foreman's admission in this book was that he was responsible for the gangland killings of Ginger Marks and for the disposal of Jack the Hat McVitie's body along with the Kray twins, made headlines around the world. To Britain's crime underworld, Freddie Foreman is the godfather. His name inspires more fear than any other. Throughout his career, Freddie has ruthlessly upheld the underworld code of conduct. Freddie's spine-chilling account of his life is a story from the inside of how some of Britain's most famous and daring robberies were committed. Of loyalty and betrayal, and above all, killing. Few gangsters have been as articulate in documenting their trade or understanding the importance of their actions. Before we leave, if you ever happen to spot the 83-year-old walking along the streets of London, don't get fooled by his age, as age is merely a number for this godfather. He's still as hard as he ever was. Thank you all for watching, and please don't forget to subscribe if you want to see more true crime content. Please stay safe. Hello and welcome back to Street Crime UK. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe for more UK true crime content. Today we look at Mr. Bobby Cummins. He was born to a family of 8. Mr. Cummins grew up in a tight-knit community in North London. His father worked as a bricklayer, and both of his parents were on the straight and narrow, meaning that they never committed crime. In his own words, crime wasn't seen as crime, it was survival. Petty theft was used to feed families, and as long as you didn't steal from your own, it was allowed. Despite the underlying danger, the community remained close. Everyone's doors were always open to each other, and you always had a meal waiting for you. It was a culture of taking care of your own, and this idea of supporting those you saw as your own persisted in Cummins' ethos for decades. Cummins was slapped with his first criminal offence when he was just 15 years old. After witnessing 2 policemen roughing around with a group of kids his age, he simply commented that there should be an adult present. This resulted in the men planting a cutthroat razor on Cummins and hauling him into the station. Faced with pleading guilty or going to juvenile detention, he pled guilty at the begging of his father, who refused to believe that the police had done him in. The story made local news, and Cummins subsequently lost his job due to his new criminal record. Enraged, Cummins made a vow that if the world wanted to see him as bad, then he would show them how bad he really could be. Cummins had 2 choices laid before him: join his father as a bricklayer, or make his own way. Having left school at 16, Cummins didn't have the education to do anything else, so Cummins chose the latter option, and thus started his criminal career. Meeting with the local firms, Cummins was quick to establish himself as a powerhouse, helping organise the previously jumbled up groups on the condition that it would be on his terms. In the 60s, 70s and 80s, crime in North London was much more organised than its modern counterparts today. A complex web of interpersonal relationships between groups allowed for quick dissemination of information, techniques, and the quick discovery of young people they could possibly recruit. The structured system allowed for a sort of criminal code of ethics to be kept in place. No killing members of the media, the general population, or the government. And there were rules surrounding the actual hit, such as making sure it wasn't done in the presence of wives or children. It was through this web of contacts that, after proving himself and earning their respect, Cummins obtained his notorious sawn-off shotgun, which he affectionately named Kennedy. The power that came with wielding a firearm and his growing reputation drew the attention of the older gangsters, who took him to be a hitman. During the time he was trained to be a hitman, Cummins was taught to tamp down his emotions and dehumanize his targets. Most importantly, he realized that not all of the hitmen he interacted with were heartless cyborgs with antisocial personality disorders. Many of them were, in fact, like him, had learned to numb themselves to their actions out of survival rather than insanity. They were groomed into the role by the older group and taught to view their targets as rats rather than as humans. Those killings weren't personal, it was just work to him. He also saw his actions as a necessary evil. There were times where a full-blown gang war was on the horizon, and those orchestrating the violence needed to be taken out before they were successful. The one death that Cummins says he continues to live with is the accidental death of a hostage during a bank robbery, who choked on his own gag. The near-clinical amount of preparation involved in the hits went past just conditioning the hitmen in training. They learned how to change their modus of operandi, consistently to avoid being detected by law enforcement. They would read books and watch interviews of hitmen that had been caught and learn how they had been caught. Some even go into jail to learn from the best directly. When preparing for a hit, they would stalk their targets, learning their daily patterns as they searched for their witness's weak spot, something that they could exploit. Moments where they were alone and vulnerable, or how to make it look like an accidental death, even down to poison and insulin overdosing. Cummins became one of the UK's youngest bank robbers at the age of 16. He was sent to jail for armed robbery, where he found himself being brutalised by the people rather than rehabilitated. It was the opposite effect of what should have happened. Instead of being shown the error of his ways and the path that he was headed down, he realised that the only way to solve violence was with more violence. He quickly learned that being tough gave you a voice in the world, and continued his criminal education with the Cray twins. When he left jail, the rage inside of him had just grown and grown. He showed no signs of wanting to quit crime, and his notoriety had only grown since leaving prison. He began extorting restaurants for protection money. Some of the attacks he actually orchestrated himself, and all of this was at the age of 17. He moved on to fearlessly threatening larger gangs to stay away from his neighbourhood when they tried to move in. And Cummins was known for introducing himself with a £1 note and a bullet on the table, promising one or the other based on the loyalty shown to him. Eventually, Cummins found his way to prison to serve a 12-year sentence for offences including manslaughter and bank robbery. During this time, he became labelled a Category A prisoner due to his constant rule breaking. He started numerous riots and sit-ins while loaning money to fellow prisoners at exorbitant interest rates. He even went so far as to hold a governor hostage with a blade, after they refused to do anything about the abuse being inflicted upon them by the inmates and by the correctional officers. Cummins spent time jumping around maximum security prisons, but was eventually cordoned off with the rest of the most dangerous inmates at Parkhurst. It was here that he called to negotiate a truce between the notorious Reggie Cray and Charlie Richardson, and where things began to change. Charlie Richardson, a prominent member of South London's torture gang, was surprisingly the voice of reason when he met Bobby. He convinced Mr. Cummins that if he stayed on the track he was on, he'd end up with a life sentence or dead. Charlie said education would be what would set you free. He said if you were educated, he could go clean and possibly even start your own business. With the added urgings of Reggie Cray, Cummins began taking courses at the Open University on sociology and psychology, trying to learn more about why he was the way he was, perhaps to bolster his interest in the topics and to pass the time. Richardson began hosting what he and Cummins called Loon Nights on Thursdays, and they would invite all the other inmates for tea to listen to their horrific and often delusion-filled stories. The Open University also offered him something very elusive: contact with the outside world. He would mail in his assignments, and they would be returned graded, but if he had any questions, he would receive letters in response. He said that it felt like they were there with you when you were in prison. This became pivotal in his later activism, and he focused on educating those whom he worked with. Cummins began writing poetry and reading, which is how he eventually met and fell in love with his first wife, the prison's librarian. This new family became the impetus for him to clean up his act. With a wife and a baby on the way, he was determined never to force his daughter to endure visiting him in jail. When he was released in 1988, he left the criminal world behind. It wasn't easy. Of course, he applied for jobs under his full name rather than the name he was notorious for, and wrote himself fake letters of recommendation. He worked the night shift at Tesco's, stocking shelves before he was fired for threatening to gouge the manager's eyes out. After many more menial jobs, Cummins discovered what would become his life focus. At the request of an old parole officer, Cummins spoke to two troubled teenagers who were on a path similar to the very one he'd found himself on decades earlier. Something clicked in Bobby, and he began speaking to more and more delinquents and fellow ex-convicts, encouraging them to stay on the clean path and helping where he could. The old sense of community that had been a pinnacle of his childhood stirred. It's my kids and they're dying in the streets, my mothers that are crying in the slums, and the politicians are still lying. He became Volunteer of the Month at the charity that he was working with, and as soon as he could start his own charity, Cummins became a chief executive of the charity Unlock, which worked to uphold the rights of convicts in all areas of civilian life and liberties. They championed police amendments and additions, and created directories of banks, insurance offices, universities, and other institutions that didn't discriminate against people with previous criminal convictions. However, Mr. Cummins stepped away to work more directly with people. Cummins was mostly comfortable with having a hands-on approach with his advocacy, speaking directly to schools, colleges, and inmates. And this type of approach was desperately needed. The world of crime was drastically changing compared to what it once was, morphing into something a lot wilder and dangerous. The code of ethics that was once followed was no more, and the respect needed to earn to buy a gun is no longer needed. These days, common drug dealers carry guns, and anyone will take out a hit for only a couple of grand. Instead of sitting and mourning the worsening state of the crime underworld and what he had been through, Cummins chose instead to continue with his charity work and attempted to solve the problems by talking directly to the teenagers being affected. He focused on dissuading them of the supposedly glamorous world of crime, condemning the way the entertainment industry had glorified it. Cummins details in interviews that you could never really trust anyone in the crime world. Anyone could want the reputation that would come by killing someone of this kind of standing, or anyone could decide that he had become a liability and needed to be taken out. And this isn't just stemming from paranoia. Cummins has had at least 3 assassination attempts that we know of, including being shot in the leg, being stabbed in the stomach, and he used to lie in bed wondering if a petrol bomb would just come through the window, and he thought he'd be dead by 30 years old. His charity work began to catch politicians' attention, and Cummins was asked to serve as an advisor to many government officials, including members of the Parliament and judges. He worked as an advisor on inquiries into the Rehabilitation of Offenders Act, and as an expert witness in prisoner education. But none of this did anything to stay his tongue and hide his honest opinions, openly calling a member of the House of Lords a gangster. He never hid his distaste at working with people who would rather invest in bombs than in children's futures. And this bluntness was what inevitably made him an excellent advisor. He pointed out the flaws of the penal system, such as how high security prisons were breeding grounds for abuse and for great minds to conspire and share illegal tips and tricks with a more vulnerable crowd of young convicts. The free-for-all nature needed to be checked so that maximum securities wouldn't be havens for criminal education. If the UK actually wanted to reform its criminals, it needed to start at square one. Cummins campaigned to ensure the basic necessities that would break the cycle of reoffending. At this time, banks could refuse to open accounts for ex-convicts or give them loans, and jobs could discriminate, and insurance could be denied. Access to education was crucial in Cummins' mind, and he advocates for the education to inmates. After leaving Unlock, he started his own charity, Midas, with Charlie Richardson, the man who first helped him get on the right track. He continues to work with his charity to promote the education of the former offender community and to help with employment opportunities. For his work, Mr. Cummins was awarded an OBE by Queen Elizabeth II. Using his own experiences, Mr. Cummins connected with troubled teenagers and worked directly with them to nudge them in the right direction, just like he did all those years ago when his friends were harassed by the police. His belief in the goodness of people led him to clean up and begin working with teenagers and adults with criminal backgrounds. Because of the tireless and compassionate work of Bobby Cummins and people like him, ex-convicts are able to open up bank accounts, have access to health insurance, and so many other basic things they need to stay on the right side of the law and lower the statistic of reoffending convicts, giving many a chance at a safe life they otherwise wouldn't have had. Thanks again for joining us today. Don't forget to like, share and subscribe to the video if you enjoyed it. And as always, stay safe. Hello everyone, and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Thank you for joining us. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe for more exciting content. Today we'll be taking a look at the infamous Gooch Close Gang of Manchester. The Gooch Close Gang, also known as the GCOGs, Gooch Close Original Gangsters, or simply the Gooch in Manchester, was an organised crime group based in Moss Side and surrounding neighbourhoods of South Manchester, England. Most members of the gang grew up on the west side of Alexandra Park Estate in Moss Side around Gooch Close, which is where the gang gets its name. The Gooch is part of an alliance of Crip gangs which has had violent disputes with many other South Manchester gangs, most notably the Doddington Gang, formerly known as the Pepperhill Mob, the Moss Side Bloods and the Longside Crew. The Gooch Gang has its origins in the west side of the Alexandra Park Estate in Moss Side. Young men would hang around a shebeen on Gooch Close selling drugs, which is where the gang started and how they got their name. A shebeen is just another place for an establishment or a private house that sells alcohol and is usually unlicensed. Gooch Close was a small cul-de-sac of semi-detached houses with an alley at one end. In the mid-1990s, the Alexandra Park Estate was redeveloped and the street was redesigned and had its name changed to Westerling Way. The gangs, while supplying to the street dealers, also tried to ensure that the dealers were protected from other gangs by protecting their territory. Most of their problems occurred when rival street dealers started to move into the territory already controlled by a gang, or when a gang taxed a rival dealer. A move seen as damaging street credibility and respect. The gangs in South Manchester, including the Gooch Gang, were made up of mostly first and second generation British, West Indies, Caribbean heritage members, whose grandparents came to England from the 1950s. Around the same time as the Gooch Gang Close was becoming known around the city, the Pepperhill Gang were also starting to emerge, taking their name from a pub on the east side of the Alexandra Park Estate. When the pub closed down and the gang targeted by police, they reformed around nearby Doddington Close and would go on to become known as the Doddington Gang. In the late 1980s and early 1990s, The Pepper Hill gang were involved in a gang war between Moss Side and the Cheetham Hill gang from North Manchester. The Gooch often brought and sold drugs with the Cheetham Hill gang. The Gooch had close ties to Cheetham Hill, with the cousin of Cheetham Hill head being a leading figure in the Gooch. The Pepper Hill gang thought this was a helping the enemy kind of thing, and the Pepper Hill gang declared that nobody from South Manchester was to have dealings with Cheetham Hill anymore. This angered the Gooch, and a fierce war erupted, dividing the Alexandra Park estate in half, with the Gooch on the west side and the Pepper Hill on the east side, although the gang war was centred around Moss Side. Young males from neighbouring areas would be drawn into the conflict, resulting in a number of deaths and regular shooting incidents in South Manchester through the 1990s and 2000s. In 1996, an offshoot gang was identified, Young Gooch, which contained a frightening reputation for the violence and guns its members used. 5 of its members were later arrested following Operation Eagle and were sentenced to more than 43 years in prison. The Young Gooch started to war with the newly emerging Longsight Crew, a younger offshoot of the Doddington gang, whose members were based on a number of estates in the Longsight and Ardwick areas of South Manchester, especially their headquarters of Langport Avenue. By the mid-2000s, the Gooch had grown to become a vast gang made up of a number of smaller offshoots crews, based around South Manchester. The most notable of these being the Longsight Street Soldiers, or the Old Trafford Crips, or the Rush Home Crips, and Fallowfield Mad Dogs. These gangs would carry out on the rivalry with Doddington and Longsight Crew in the 2000s. It is also notable that most gangs that roam the streets of the UK today are offshoots from these revolutionary gangs. Ten members of the South Manchester's Gooch gang were put on a trial in October 2008 for a catalogue of gang-related crimes. Gang members Mr. Colin Joyce and Mr. Lee Amos had been arrested in 2000 when they had been apprehended at their nerve centre in a house in Moss Side, found with an extraordinary array of firearms. In 2001 they had been sentenced to 9 years in prison, but had been released early on licence in 2007, and there had been followed out a new bout of shootings after. In April 2009, Mr. Joyce and Mr. Amos were among 11 members of the Gooch gang who were found guilty and charged with a catalogue of crimes, which included the murder of Mr. Ukal Chin, Mr. Tyrone Gilbert, which we'll be taking a closer look at in a little bit. These convictions were hailed by Manchester's Chief Prosecutor John Holt as having enormous significance for the public safety. Their trials were held 35 miles away at Liverpool Crown Court to lower the risk of witness intimidation from other gang members. Not unusually, the perpetrators of gun crime were also the victims, with Mr. Amos's brother, Mr. Stephen Babatunde Amos, having been shot dead in a gang-related shooting aged 21 outside a bar in Ashton-under-Lyne in 2002. Mr. Colin Joyce, aged 29, known as the leader of the gang, was given a minimum 39-year sentence. Mr. Lee Amos was sentenced to receive at least 35 years. 3 other members of the gang were given minimum sentences of between 30 and 35 years. 11 members of the Gooch gang were found guilty of charges ranging from murder and gun possession to drug dealing in 2009. Since their arrest, gang-related shootings in Manchester have fallen by a massive 92%, and there have been no gang-related murders for a year. Gang leaders Mr. Colin Joyce and Mr. Lee Amos were convicted of the drive-by killing of a mourner at the funeral of a man who had been executed months earlier. Mr. Joyce, who called himself the General, had left a trail of mayhem across Manchester as his gang tortured and attacked rivals. It culminated in the murders of Mr. Ukal Chin, and then aged 24, and Mr. Tyrone Gilbert, then aged 23, linked to the rival Longsight Crew. Detective Chief Inspector Stephen Eckersley said, "I'm absolutely delighted that the members of this ruthless gang are off the streets. They were prepared to use deadly violence to enforce their will and settle scores with their rivals. The implications of their conviction for this entire city are immense." All 11 gang members have now been found guilty at Liverpool Crown Court of 26 out of 27 charges, ranging from murder and gun possession to drug dealing. Mr. Joyce, whose trouser pockets were specially adapted to act as gun holsters, led the Gooch gang in dealing drugs, torturing street dealers who crossed them, and targeting rivals.
Gang warfare erupted in the city in 2007 after the pair were released on licence from a jail for firearms offences. On June 15th, Mr. Chin was driving around in South Manchester when he was ambushed by killers in a silver Audi who blasted him 7 times with a converted Russian Baikal pistol. 6 weeks after Mr. Chin's death on July 27th, father of 3, Mr. Tyrone Gilbert, attended the funeral and the wake and continued at Mr. Yukal's family home in Frobisher Close, Longsight. Shortly before midnight, the Gooch Gang drove past in a Honda Legend, closely followed by a blue Audi and another silver car. The gathering of around 80 mourners was sprayed with gunfire from a Smith & Wesson and a Dirty Harry style Magnum revolver and a 9mm semi-automatic machine gun. Mr. Gilbert was killed by a single bullet to the chest. Also in the dock during the 6-month-long period, £5 million trial was Mr. Narada Williams, also known as Yardi, and his brother Mr. Ricardo, Mr. Hassan Shah and Mr. Areen Campbell. Mr. Chin was shot in June 2007 as tensions reignited between the Longsight crew and the Gooch Gang. Mr. Yukal's family has always denied that he was a gang member, but he did have a known Longsight crew member in the car with him on the day he was ambushed on Anson Road, Longsight. The victim of the 5th drive-by shooting that week in Manchester. It is unlikely that Yukal was spotted by chance by Mr. Joyce and Mr. Amos while they were out cruising in the area. Weeks before his death, he became father to a baby girl, described by loved ones as a loving, caring boy with no enemies. He was studying at college in the hope of becoming an engineer. His funeral was attended by scores of people, and because of the nature of his death, the service and the West Indian Centre wake that followed were given police protection. After the official celebrations, an impromptu wake was held near Yukal's family home. The gunmen, who probably employed spotters to track the movement of mourners, targeted this, knowing Longsight crew members were likely to be there. Mr. Tyrone Gilbert was a Longsight crew member trying to change his ways at the time of his death. By the age of 23, the gang lifestyle meant he had already been touched by more tragedy than most people experience in a lifetime. His brother, Mr. Marcus Greenidge, was gunned down by the Pitbull crew in 2000, and he was with Mr. Fabian Flowers, 19, who was killed after a key fob gun went off in Stockport nightclub on a fatal night in 2005. 2 years earlier, Mr. Tyrone had enrolled on a course aimed at helping young adults take back into education. And after serving a sentence for a fray and a showdown between Longsight crew and the Gooch Gang at Manchester Royal Infirmary, he renewed efforts to change his ways in 2007. After he was murdered while attending his friend's wake, Mr. Tyrone had been avoiding old haunts and had only returned to the Grove Village estate for the funeral. But in the weeks before Mr. Tyrone was killed, Mr. Narada Williams of the Gooch Gang was seen asking around for him, apparently with bad intentions in mind. In a tragic twist, Mr. Tyrone ended up being the victim of indiscriminate shooting after the Gooch Gang opened fire on the mourners near Mr. Yukal's family home in July 2007. Now an investigation under the Proceeds of Crime Act will try to work out what senior members did with the money they made drug dealing, trading in guns and acting as underworld fixers. Among the convicted men was self-styled General Mr. Colin Joyce, the gang leader, who has spent most of his last decade in prison. He is believed to have amassed a large amount of money from being a gangland armourer during the periods of freedom. Officers will now try to establish if he has invested the proceeds in carefully concealed business interests. The defendants also included Mr. Narada Williams of Fallowfield and Mr. Ricardo Williams of Moston. The brothers were said at their Liverpool Crown Court trial to have made up to £2,000 a day selling drugs. Their enterprise stretched from nightclubs to street corner deals, and even involved throwovers where drugs were hurled in modified tennis balls over prison walls. Despite this, officers investigating them before Liverpool Crown Court trial were unable to find much evidence of high living beyond the taste of hire cars and gold jewellery. A Proceeds of Crime investigation is expected to start shortly, which will establish if the money was frittered away and invested back into crime or laundered into legitimate businesses. Detective Chief Superintendent Steve Haywood, head of GMP's Serious Crime Division, said, "We have invested heavily in seizure teams, and all our major investigations are subject to a Proceeds of Crime Act cash and asset survey to determine whether any assets have been attained by illegal means. A lot of our more serious criminals find it very easy to do the time. They find it really difficult if you then take the house off them or their wife and kids, because they got that by criminal means. Investigations into organised crime gangs, whose main purpose is wealth creation, tend to be easier. Some of our South Manchester gangs are based on power and kudos, not necessarily wealth." Recent news on the Gooch Gang. Armed police swooped on 3 men strongly associated with the notorious Gooch Gang after they received a wicked shotgun during a handover on a quiet residential street in broad daylight. Undercover officers watched the handover of the semi-automatic single-barrel shotgun, which occurred on Sky Close in Haywood after 1 PM 2019. They then followed Mr. Waqas Farouk, and then 34-year-old, and then Mr. Zahid Mahood, who was then 30 years old, and Mr. Jamal Chambers, then 24 years old, to Whaley Range, where they struck and recovered the weapon. A judge said Mr. Farouk wanted to acquire the shotgun as part of his drug dealing activities. Now 7 men have been jailed for a total of 65 years in relation to the handover of the weapon. Manchester Crown Court heard that others, including Mr. Tariq Khalik and Mr. Mashek Pennock and Mr. Jordan Starkley, all 28 years old, in 2019, had arranged for a man called Mr. Tyrone Keigri Simmons to deliver the weapon and 29 cartridges to Mr. Farouk, Mr. Mahood and Mr. Chambers. As they met in Haywood, Mr. Khalik, who appears to be wearing a black glove, was seen showing Mr. Farouk, Mr. Mahmood and Mr. Chambers the firearm in the holdall, possibly demonstrating how it could be used. The shotgun had been delivered in a large holdall by Mr. Keigri Simmons, who walked over to a field where the cars were parked. Mr. Farouk, Miss Mahmood and Mr. Chambers then drove in tandem down to Brooklyn Avenue in Whaley Range, where they sat in the car and an Audi A3 and thought to be examining the weapon. Minutes later, at about 2:37 PM on October 18th, 2019, armed police struck and arrested the trio. Mr. Chambers, who had been there to provide muscle, ran off, but was caught shortly after by police. He was found to have an Armani bag containing heroin. He also had a small knife and about £500 in cash. Mr. Farouk also had an Armani bag, which contained digital scales and £710 in cash. At the police station, officers found 5 wraps of cocaine and 5 wraps of heroin stuffed down the front of his trousers. A firearms expert tested the weapon and found that it was in poor condition. Out of 20 to 30 attempts to fire the shotgun, it only discharged twice. One barrister said it was pot luck whether the shotgun would fire or not, but Judge Hilary Manley said the shotgun in this case is a wicked lethal weapon. It matters little that it was in poor condition. The other 4 men were also arrested. In searches of their homes, police found a cannabis farm containing 25 plants at Mr. Khalik's property, as well as scales, £1,300 in cash and body armour. Cocaine and cannabis were also found at Mr. Keigri Simmons' house, and body armour and a balaclava were also seized at Mr. Pinnock's residence. Prosecutor Julian King told the court the prosecution case is that Mr. Farouk, Mr. Mahmood and Mr. Chambers, Mr. Khalik and Mr. Pinnock are all involved in serious crime, and they are all strongly associated in various ways to the Gooch Gang. But Judge Manley said the evidence showed that it was more likely that they were on the margins of the gang activity rather than the members. In 2009, a judge said members of the Gooch Gang have been involved in crimes reminiscent of Al Capone and Chicago in the era of Prohibition. When firearms fall into the hands of organised criminals, catastrophic harm can be caused. Criminals use firearms to bolster their power, to enforce their threats and criminality, and to further their criminal activities. Mr. Farouk, Mr. Mahmood and Mr. Chambers were all jailed for 11 years. Mr. Farouk of Northley Road, Old Trafford, and Mahmood of Lyndon Avenue, Old Trafford, pleaded guilty to conspiracy to possess a firearm and ammunition with intent to endanger life. Mr. Chambers of No Fixed Abode was found guilty of the same offence after a trial. Mr. Farouk was also dealt with for possession with intent to supply heroin and cocaine.
Mr. Chambers for possession with intent to supply heroin and possessing a bladed article, and Mr. Mahmood was sentenced for unrelated offences of possession with intent to supply cannabis and dangerous driving. Mr. Khalik of Torbay Road, Urmston, was jailed for 10.5 years after admitting conspiracy to possess a firearm and ammunition with intent to endanger life and producing cannabis. Mr. Pinnock of Ash Avenue, Cheadle, was jailed for 10 years after pleading guilty to conspiracy to possess a firearm and ammunition with intent to endanger life. Mr. Keigre Simmons of Gordon Way, Haywood, and Mr. Starkey of Argyle Street, Haywood, both pleaded guilty to conspiracy to supply a prohibited firearm. Mr. Keigre Simmons also admitted possession with intent to supply of cannabis. He was locked up for 6 years, while Mr. Starkey received a sentence of 5.5 years. After the hearing, Detective Sergeant Phil Kennedy of GMP's Serious and Organised Crime Group said that this was an in-depth investigation that has resulted in a lethal weapon and 7 very dangerous individuals being removed from our streets. This gun would have doubtlessly been used to further the criminal aims of those commissioning its use. Seizures of this nature are an invaluable part of our fight against organised crimes. What do you think about the Gooch Gang? Let us know in the comments below. Thanks for joining us today. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to give it a like and a share, and leave any thoughts or suggestions you have in the comments section. We love to read through them all. And if you're new but enjoy UK true crime content, then subscribe to see when our newest video releases. And as always, stay safe. Hello everyone, welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Thank you for joining us. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe for more content. Today we're going to be talking about one of the most horrific crimes to ever have taken place in the UK. Fred and Rose West. Their story begins between 1967 and 1987. Britain was victim to 2 of the most nefarious killers the country has ever seen. Married couple Fred and Rose West, who in the course of 20 years are rumoured to have killed upwards of 13 women. Among the victims were Mr. West's ex-wife and daughter, as well as numerous teen girls who were misled by the couple. Frederick Walter Stephen West was born on the 29th of September 1941, the first of 6 surviving children to the West family, in Much Marcle, Herefordshire. Born to a family of poor farm workers in a small community, Mr. West's family were said to be a close-knit and protected bunch and would always look after one another. In particular, he was close with his mother, who took a preference for him over his 2 brothers and 3 sisters. Spending his youth at Moorcote Cottage on Moorcote Farm, where his father worked as a labourer, the 6 children were expected to help their parents with farm work. The boys had hunting and harvesting, while the girls foraged fruit and hops. The entirety of the Mr. West family had a strong, self-dependent work ethic as a result. This can take the form of either a burglary or a robbery, the difference in English and Welsh law being that a robbery uses force, which means that some of the heists commonly known as rob were actually burglaries. The Brinksmat robbery occurred at the heat. Mr. West was not a bright student, being more skilled at manual labour, to such a point that at the age of 15 he dropped out of school and pursued farm labouring, instead of on the same farm as his father. At this time he also frequented the Ledbury Youth Club, in which he soon got a reputation for aggressively objectifying and harassing young girls, sexually assaulting them on numerous occasions. He reportedly sexually assaulted a girl who rejected his advances at a dance, and he once apparently deliberately rode his motorcycle at another young woman in the village. Girls that accepted these advances described Mr. West's performance as unsatisfying, working only to his own gratification. It is often argued that certain serial killers are unable to perform well sexually, which can push them towards committing their crimes, as they develop a hatred for women due to their insecurities. Among other factors, however, in this case, use the argument that can be made that Mr. West's affinity with young girls and his depreciation of the female gender in general, even as a child, as we see here, made his actions not an action of sexual insecurity, but one for his own pleasure, demonstrating the unhinged nature of the man's mind. While it was undeniable that Mr. West had shown his true nature in his youth, it arguably escalated following a motorcycle accident shortly after his 17th birthday, which left him comatose for a week with serious head injuries. A metal plate was placed in his head that may have affected his behaviour and impulse control, according to some experts. offering a possible explanation for the escalation in Mr. West's deviant behaviour. 2 years later, Fred suffered a further head injury when a girl he groped on a fire escape outside the youth club punched him, sending him falling 2 floors. In June of 1961, Fred was accused of raping and impregnating a 13-year-old family friend. Arrested the same month, Fred freely admitted to the police he had been molesting young girls since his early teens, and he asked them, "Doesn't everybody do it?" He escaped a jail sentence as it was claimed that he was suffering fits as a result of his head trauma, but he was convicted of child molestation. At the age of 21, Fred West reconnected with a childhood girlfriend, Glaswegian Catherine Rena Bernadette Costello, who at the time was pregnant with another man's child. The two married in Ledbury on the 17th of November. Unbeknownst to the West family, the sole guest being Fred's younger brother John. The couple initially lived in Fred's aunt's home, and then moved to Coatbridge, where Fred worked as an ice cream van driver. Rena's daughter Charmaine was born in March on 1963, and Mr. West willingly accepted her as his own. Shortly thereafter, the couple relocated to Savoy Street in the Bridgetown district of Glasgow. In July of 1964, Rena bore Fred a daughter, Anne-Marie. It is said that Mr. West was extremely strict on his children and often grew violent against his family, even Charmaine, who was still a toddler at the time. He is also reported to have begun sexually abusing Charmaine and to have encouraged Rena to turn to prostitution to supplement his measly income. He also cheated regularly on his wife, one of his mistresses being 16-year-old Anne McFall, whom Fred had promised to marry. Following the family's moving to Gloucester and the deterioration of his marriage, following which Rena returned to Scotland, McFall became a nanny to the two children whilst Mr. West worked. In July of 1967, McFall, aged 19 and 8 months pregnant with Fred's child, vanished. Her dismembered remains were found buried at the edge of a cornfield between Muchmarcle, Mr. West's hometown, and Kempley in June 1994. Though never officially confirmed, it is thought that Fred claimed responsibility for the young girl's death. For a time, Rena, Mr. West's wife, returned to help with the children, but only a year later she left the children alone with him again. It was reported that in these times, when Mr. West had no women around, he gave the two girls to social services to look after, getting them back only after he met Rose. Rosemary Pauline West, maiden name Letts, was born on the 29th of November, 1953, the fifth of the 7 to a large and very poor family. Her father was in the Navy, though he had to leave to take care of her mother, who suffered extreme postnatal depression. Rose's childhood was anything but peaceful with her parents. The Letts were described as a dysfunctional family that didn't fit into the community, and the children were never allowed to play outside. And this did not come without reason. In fear of violence from Bill, Daisy developed an obsession with keeping the house clean, to such an extent that the children weren't allowed out in case they got dirty. The mother of the 7 children was treated for her extreme depression using electroconvulsive therapy during her pregnancy with Rose. Her last round of treatment was in fact administered the day before the birth of Rosemary, which criminal psychologist Dr. David Holmes suggests would have impacted her brain development, as the latest point of pregnancy is often the most critical in developing empathy and a conscience. Daisy's excessive and severe mental health problems likely played a part in Miss West's own mental illness, and the stressors she underwent in the womb, both through the therapy and through the mental torment of her mother at the time, has been suggested as a key cause for the deranged mental state Rose carried into adulthood. Bill Letts, a drunk with no acclamation to civilian life, made Rose's childhood anything but peaceful. The family lived in intense fear of their patriarch and former neighbour Gil Job, who grew up next to Letts' family, and stated she could hear awful screams, shouts and banging during their time in close proximity. Bill Letts lost his status and self-worth, having to return to family life, and he grew to resent his children. He tried to regain his power at home by being regimented with the kids. Geoffrey Wansell, official biographer of Frederick Mr. West, says Letts was a tyrant of a father who made his children clean the carpet with toothbrushes. Bill's violent and unpredictable nature can largely be attributed to his mental illness. He was diagnosed as paranoid schizophrenic as a teenager, but never disclosed this to his family and didn't get treatment, likely heightening his issues tenfold through stress and massive change from his structured lifestyle in the Navy. Amid an atmosphere of fear, Rose became reclusive and disengaged, and Letts exploited this massively to abuse her vulnerable nature. Throughout her childhood, he sexually abused his daughter, paving the pathway for abusive and unhealthy relationships and coping mechanisms in the future. In adulthood, with Fred's blessing, the incestuous relationship continued, and Rose, unable to face her childhood, often described it in a positive manner and portrayed her parents as protective and loving, demonstrating the effect said abuse had on her mental state. The couple first met shortly following Rose's 15th birthday in 1969, at which point in time Fred was 27 years old. By this point, Mr. West had already been married once, fathered 2 children, and had killed his 8-month pregnant girlfriend with whom he had been having an affair. Meeting at Cheltenham bus station, she was revolted by the man, but Rose became infatuated with the attention the man gave her, and though she declined a date with him twice, she allowed him to walk her home on occasion. Quickly, Fred discovered her reputation and convinced the girl to quit her job at a local bread shop and be a full-time nanny for him, promising to pay her so she could convince her parents she was still working. Several months later, Rose introduced Fred to her family, who were aghast at their daughter's choice of partner. Daisy Letts was unimpressed with Fred's boastful and arrogant behaviour, suggesting him to be a pathological liar. Her father vehemently disapproved of the relationship, threatening Fred directly and promising to call social services if he continued to associate with his daughter. He followed through with this threat, and Rose was placed in a home, with time on the weekends to visit her family, which she inevitably used to meet with Fred. At the age of 16, only a year after meeting Fred, she moved in with him, and a few months later they moved from the caravan to a 2-storey house in Midland Road, Gloucester. On the 17th of October 1970, Rosemary gave birth to their daughter, though there was speculation the child was in fact her father's, Heather Ann. Fred, Mr. West, was imprisoned for theft on the 4th of December 1970 and remained so until his release on the 24th of June 1971, during which time Rose was alone and taking care of the children, all of whom were expected to refer to Rose as their mother. Mr. West's second daughter, Anne-Marie, explained that in their time alone with Rose, they were both physically and emotionally abused by their stepmother, and seemed to find gratification in their displays of pain and upset. Charmaine, however, refused to do so, which would send Rose into a rage. Anne-Marie suggested that Charmaine held desperately onto the belief that her mummy will come and save me. Anne-Marie later recollected her sister repeatedly antagonized Rose by making statements such as, "My real mummy wouldn't swear or shout at us," in response to Rose's scathing language. A childhood friend of Charmaine's, named Tracy Giles, who had lived in the upper flat of Midland Road, would later recollect an incident in which she had entered Mr. West's flat unannounced, only to see Charmaine naked, standing upon a chair and gagged with her hands bound behind her back with a belt, as Rose stood alongside the child with a large wooden spoon in her hand, truly demonstrating the extent of the sadistic abuse the young girls were victim to. Charmaine is likely to have been Rose West's first victim. It is believed that Rosemary killed Charmaine, Fred's stepdaughter from his first marriage, shortly before Mr. West's release in June of 1971. Charmaine disappeared in mid-June, with Rosemary explaining to Tracy Giles and her mother that she's gone to live with her mother, and bloody good riddance. Rena, Charmaine's mother, turned up in late August to collect Charmaine, and also disappeared. Following his release, Fred later buried her naked body in the yard close to the back door of the flat, and he remained adamant that he had not dismembered her, though evidence suggested an attempt had been made. Several bones, particularly finger, wrist, toe and ankle bones, were missing from Charmaine's skeleton, leading to the speculation the missing parts had been retained as keepsakes. Shortly after, the girl's mother also went missing. She's known to have visited Moorcock Cottage, Fred's childhood home, to inquire after the girls. Being provided with Fred's Midland Road address, Rena sought to confront him, likely to discuss or demand custody of her daughters. This was the final time Rena was seen alive, worrying after her children. She is believed to have been murdered by strangulation, possibly in the back seat of Fred's Ford Popular and likely while intoxicated. When her body was discovered, a short length of metal tubing was found in her remains, suggesting the possibility she had been restrained and subjected to a sexual assault prior to her murder. Rena's body was extensively dismembered, placed into plastic bags and buried close to a cluster of trees known as Yew Tree Coppice, a letterbox field about 1 mile from Muchmarkle. On the 29th of January 1972, Fred and Rosemary West married in Gloucester. On the 1st of June that year, Rosemary gave birth to their second daughter, May. Around this time, Mr. West encouraged his wife into prostitution. Fred encouraged Rose to seek clients in Gloucester's West Indian community. In addition to her prostitution, Rose engaged in casual sex with both female and male lodgers within her household, and also with individuals Fred encountered via his work, with Fred himself also joining in on occasion with 2 women. To many of the women, it became apparent that Rose and her husband took particular pleasure from seeking to take women beyond their sexual limits, typically via sessions involving bondage, as the Wests openly admitted to taking a particular pleasure from any form of sex involving a strong measure of dominance, pain, and violence. Rosemary eventually had 7 children, 3 of whom were mixed race. Fred willingly accepted these children as his own and falsely informed them the reason for their skin colour being darker than that of their siblings was because his great-grandmother was a black woman. Needing a bigger house, the family moved to 25 Cromwell Street, where Mr. West converted the upper floor to bedsits to make money. Rose's room, the room Rosemary used for prostitution, had peepholes so he could watch. He often carried a baby monitor so that he could watch from anywhere in the house, and a red light outside the door for warning the children when not to enter because she was busy. Like Mr. West, Rosemary came from a family where incest was common, and her father would often take advantage of her promiscuity to engage in sexual relations with his daughter. This would happen with Mr. West's permission. The West's children were often victims of physical abuse, primarily from Rose. From the age of 7 they were given extensive chores, and in the event they were not completed, physical violence was used as a punishment. On one occasion, as their son Stephen was mopping the kitchen floor with a cloth, Rose accidentally stepped into the bowl of water he had been using. In response, Rose hit the boy over the head with the bowl and then repeatedly kicking him in the head and the chest as she shouted, "You did that on purpose, you little swine." On another occasion, Rose became furious about a missing kitchen utensil, then grabbed a knife she had been using to cut a slab of meat, repeatedly inflicting light scour marks to daughter May's chest until her ribcage was covered with light knife wounds. Anna Marie, the second oldest after Charmaine, often bore the brunt of both parents' sexual abuse and was forced into prostitution at the age of 13, with Rose telling clients she was 16. With all these clients, Rose remained in the room to ensure the young girl never revealed her true age. Aside from the prostitution, both parents frequently assaulted the girl, starting at the age of 8 until she ran away in 1979. After her escape, younger siblings May and Heather took her place, particularly after puberty. The 2 of them and son Stephen took an oath to protect each other and never allow either girl to be alone with their father. In October of 1972, the Wests hired 17-year-old Carolyn Roberts as the children's nanny, but she rejected Fred and Rosemary's advances into their sex circle and left a few weeks later. On the 6th of December 1972, the Wests invited her to their home, where they both raped her. Fred allowed Roberts to leave the next day, only after she promised she would return as their nanny. Miss Roberts reported the rape to police, but withdrew the accusation when the case came to court. The Wests pleaded guilty to a reduced charge of indecent assault and were fined only £50. While it is now thought the Wests committed at least one murder before the fact, it was after the assault charge that the Wests officially began their murder spree and terrorising of young women. Between the years of 1973 and 1979, the couple killed a further 8 people, as well as their daughter Heather in 1982. The first of their victims in this time was 19-year-old Linda Goff. The young girl had become acquainted with Fred and Rose West through a male lodger in the early 1973. Miss Goff regularly visited and engaged in affairs with 2 male lodgers at Cromwell House, and on the 19th of April, she moved into their home on Cromwell Street. Only a day or so later, on or about 20th of April, other tenants were told that she had been told to leave the household after she had hit one of their children. Following her disappearance, Miss Goff's mother called to visit, and Rosemary was wearing Miss Goff's clothes, and she told her that she had moved in order to work in Weston-super-Mare. When her dismembered body was found, The jewel was completely wrapped in adhesive and surgical tape to silence her in their torture, and 2 small tubes had likely been inserted into her nasal cavities to allow breathing. Miss Goff had likely been suspended from holes carved into the wooden beams supporting the ceiling of the cellar, which Fred later admitted that he had devised for the purpose of suspending his victims' bodies. The girl likely died of either strangulation or suffocation. Her dismembered body, missing several bones, was buried in an inspection pit beneath the garage. Next in the list of murders was 15-year-old Carol Ann Cooper, who was abducted on the 10th of November 1973. Cooper was abducted after spending the evening at a cinema with her boyfriend. She lived in the Pines Children's Home in Worcester. She had been waiting for a bus in Warndon when she just vanished, and was likely dragged into Fred's car, where her face was bound with surgical tape and her arms bound with braiding cloth, before she was driven to Cromwell Street. At Mr. West's address, in a similar manner to the aforementioned Goff, Cooper was suspended from the wooden beams of the cellar ceiling before her abuse and murder, and likely died from strangulation and asphyxiation. 21-year-old Lucy Catherine Partington, who was in her final year of reading English literature at Exeter University, was killed December 1973. She had just spent Christmas with her family in Cheltenham and decided to visit a friend, disappearing after leaving to catch a bus home. There is strong evidence that she had been kept alive for at least several days. A week after she disappeared, Fred went to a hospital in the early hours of the 3rd of January 1974 to get a serious laceration stitched up, suggesting the girl was still alive several days after the kidnapping. Matching the cut was found with Partington's body, and police surmised that he sustained the injury while dismembering the body. Teresa Siegenthaler came next, a Swiss sociology student who was just 21 when she was murdered by the Wests. She was hitchhiking from London to Wales. Siegenthaler was told her family that she was going to try and reach Ireland on her trip. Her family reported her missing to Scotland Yard when they stopped hearing from her. Fred built a fake chimney breast over her remains to hide them. She was found to have been gagged by a scarf and tied in a bow. Shirley Hubbard was killed in November 1974, only aged 15. The West took her from a bus stop after leaving a date. When her remains were found, her head was completely covered in tape and only a 3-inch rubber tube inserted to allow her to breathe. Her remains were reportedly found in an area of the cellar decorated with wallpaper bearing Marilyn Monroe's image, along with the names of some of the star's movies, one of which, in poor taste, was the 1956 film Bus Stop. The final body that Fred buried in the cellar before concreting it over was that of 18-year-old Juanita Marion Mott, killed in April 1975. A former lodger at 25 Cromwell Street, she was rumoured to have been staying with a friend outside of the house, but made the fatal error of attempting to hitchhike when the Wests took her. From Carol Ann Cooper onwards, each successive victim, plus the paraphernalia discovered in each shallow grave, suggests that each victim was likely subjected to greater abuse and torture than those previously murdered. The torture of the Wests was relentless and violent in its very nature. After Marion Mott's death, Fred made the sickening decision to concrete over the woman's resting grounds, turning the basement into a bedroom for his oldest children, before taking a 3-year break from killing for reasons unknown. That was until Fred, unknown as to whether it was or without Rosemary's permission, killed 18-year-old Shirley Ann Robinson in May of 1978. The two had unfortunately met at the Green Lantern, the cafe Mr. West opened up with his wife's father, before becoming a lodger at 25 Cromwell Street. She soon became a prostitute for the Wests, and ended up pregnant with Fred's child. Rose, herself pregnant at the time, initially boasted to neighbours that the child Robinson was carrying was her husband's. However, she soon developed a deep resentment for the young girl. The motive for her murder is likely to have been the removal of a threat to the stability of Mr. West's relationship, to which Robinson now posed a threat. Her body was extensively dismembered. However, a lack of restraint suggests a sexual motive for this murder was unlikely, suggesting the murder was purely to keep the peace in the Mr. West household. The unborn baby had been removed and had several bones missing. Shortly thereafter, Rose unsuccessfully, but rather sickeningly, submitted a claim for maternity benefit in Robinson's name with Gloucester Social Services. Fred had originally planned to sell their baby to a childless couple. As seen with Charmaine and Linda, Fred and Rose shifted suspicions by claiming Robinson had been relocated to live with her father in West Germany. The couple's final official murder before that of their own daughter was that of Alison Chambers, killed August of 1979. It was also the last sexually motivated killing the couple are known to have committed. Only 16 years old, Chambers had run away from home to become Mr. West's live-in nanny at Cromwell Street. It is thought that she assimilated with the family for several weeks before her death, with Rose having promised the teen a home on a farm which she claimed to own. Her body was also buried in the garden of Cromwell Street, like Robinson, close to the bathroom wall, and although Chambers was likely dismembered, her skeleton was not marked by striations as the earlier victims' bodies had been. In order not to raise suspicion, Rose posted a letter written by the girl before her untimely death to her mother to appear as though she had not disappeared to the family. The final known murder in the West's terrifying spree was that of their own teenage daughter, Heather. After Anne-Marie's escape in the late 70s, Heather bore the brunt of her parents' sexual violence. Her father, in particular though, was reportedly never overly fond of the girl that she was. Emotionally abused by the parents, often being called ugly and a bitch by Fred, who also reportedly promised to impregnate not only Heather, but sister May as well, and to make son Stephen have sex with his mother Rose before he turned 17. Heather often complained to friends about the abuse she and her siblings endured, and her external signs of psychological distress such as nail biting, fidgeting, and lack of sleep were noted by several of them. Staff at the Hucklecote Secondary School, which Heather and her siblings attended, are also known to have expressed concern as to why Heather, otherwise well behaved, refused to obey orders either to change her clothing or for showering after sport activities. On one occasion she was forced to take a shower, resulting in her peers and staff noting her arms, legs and torso were covered in welts and bruises in various stages of healing. Heather stated that these injuries have been obtained in fights with her siblings, but confided in one close friend that they had been inflicted by her parents, adding that her mother considered her a little bitch who deserved her beatings. By the mid-1980s, rumours of Rose's sex life had reached several of the children's classmates, and Heather made the possibly life-threatening decision to confide in her friends that many of these rumours were in fact true. The father of one of these classmates was a friend of Mr. West. As such, word soon reached Fred and Rose that Heather had divulged details of their home life, including details of her mother's promiscuity to her classmates. Fred was so concerned by these revelations that he began to escort Heather to and from school until her graduation in 1986. At this time, the teen applied for many jobs to get away from Cromwell Street. Having set her hopes of escaping on a job in Torquay, when she was declined from this position, she reportedly loudly cried herself to sleep for the night, and the next day, the others returned from school to find her gone. Both parents lied, suggesting she had ran away with a lesbian lover to Torquay, and said the police could not be contacted because Heather was involved with credit card fraud. Fred occasionally jokingly threatened the children that they would end up under the patio like Heather if they either misbehaved or divulged the mistreatment they endured to anyone outside the household. With Rose's approval, he later constructed a barbecue pit immediately opposite where Heather had been buried. He placed a pine table on her grave for the children of the family to sit upon whenever the Wests held family gatherings at the garden. On the 25th of June in 2006, and in a joint operation with local police, 4 British men were arrested at a shopping centre in Morocco's capital, Rabat, after a 3-month-long investigation. These inquiries culminated in a search warrant being issued to excavate the West's garden in February of 1994. Heather was the turning point and the undoing in Mr. West's lies. In May of 1992, Fred asked his 13-year-old daughter, Louise, to bring some bottles to a room on the first floor of their home. Rose was not home. Shortly thereafter, Louise was found by her siblings writhing in pain, sobbing that her father had raped her. At one stage, partially strangled her. When Rose returned home, Louise confided her mother, to which Rose replied, "Oh well, you were asking for it." Over the following weeks, Louise was raped 3 more times, with Rose personally witnessing one. Fred also filmed one of these rapes. Several weeks later, Louise was brave enough to confide in a close friend what her father had done. This friend told her own mother what had happened on August the 4th. The friend's mother anonymously informed the police. On the 6th of August 1992, the police searched the West household, stating they were searching for stolen property. Although numerous objects of sexual paraphernalia, including 99 pornographic videos of both homemade and otherwise, were discovered, police did not find the video depicting the assault on Louise. The 13-year-old made a full statement describing her father's actions. The fact the sexual abuse had begun when she was 11, and that her mother had been casually indifferent to her plight. All of the children in the household were placed in foster care the following day. Medical examinations revealed evidence of physical and sexual abuse. Police began their full-scale investigation, eventually leading to Fred being charged with 3 counts of rape and 1 of buggery, with Rose named as an accomplice. She was also charged with child cruelty, inciting her husband to engage in sex with their daughter, and obstructing the police. The Wests were questioned as to the whereabouts of their eldest daughter Heather, and were unable to get their story straight. Although Fred claimed Heather was alive and well and supporting herself via prostitution, while Rose initially claimed to have no knowledge of Heather's whereabouts or why she had left home. Her final story suggests that she had given her daughter £600 to encourage her to leave the household, so as to protect her from the other children and her homosexual tendencies, before further stating to have maintained sporadic telephone contact with her daughter over the years. The following day, Rose was granted bail on the condition she did not maintain contact with any of the family before her trial. As Fred awaited trial, he was held on remand in Birmingham. Anna Marie also contacted the police to offer a full statement detailing her experiences as a child. In a statement given to Detective Constable Hazel Savage, Anna Marie recounted the extensive physical, mental and sexual abuse she had endured as a child at the hands of her father and stepmother, agreeing to testify against both parents at the upcoming trial. Anna Marie was also added that she had for several years been unsuccessfully attempting to trace her mother Rena and half-sisters Charmaine and Heather, who were at this point still assumed missing as opposed to dead. Chris Davis, Anna Marie's husband, said that although Heather had not shared the details of her enduring any sexual abuse, he had been so concerned for her welfare he had offered to confront her parents, to which the girl had said, "For Christ's sake, don't, because they'll kill us both." Davis then suggested they might wish to speak to the missing daughter Heather for more details. 2 months later, Gloucester Social Services also contacted police to stress their concern over the whereabouts of Heather. This case against the West collapsed when Anna Marie and her 13-year-old half-sister Louise declined to testify at the court case on the 7th of June 1993, with the child rape victim expressing her desire to return to her family, and Anna Marie choosing to withdraw her statement because of her noting the misery of her younger siblings and her fear of Rose. However, it was not the end of the case, as DC Hazel Savage was still rightly suspicious of the couple. Police, while retracing Fred's history, discovered that although Rena and Charmaine had disappeared in 1971, no missing person report had ever been filed on either of them. Convinced Heather was dead and that Fred's repeated statement to his children that her body lay beneath the family patio might be true, Gloucester police successfully applied for a search warrant authorising a search of 25 Cromwell Street to locate Heather's remains. In the early hours of the following morning, Fred told his son Stephen to go to the papers and make as much money as he could, as he had done something bad, before handing himself in to the police for Heather's death. At 11:15 that morning, Fred admitted to the police he had indeed killed his daughter in an act of manslaughter. He confessed to strangling Heather in a fit of rage, then dismembering her body in the ground floor bathroom with a heavy serrated knife he normally used for cutting slabs of frozen meat. Her remains had been stored in a dustbin as he waited for an opportunity to dig her grave. Fred was insistent his wife had no knowledge of the daughter's murder. Adding the fact the search team had not yet unearthed Heather's remains was because they had been excavating the wrong section of his garden, likely a cover-up to hide the locations of the other bodies, but it did not work. Not long later, police found a human thigh bone in a section of the garden Fred had insisted police need not look in. Excavating the section of the garden where Fred had indicated he had buried his daughter's body, investigators discovered human remains encased in the remnants of a bin bag and tied with 2 lengths of rope. The body's fingernails were discovered in a pile, suggesting they may have been torn from her fingers as a means of torture. The body was identified via dental records as being that of Heather West. That evening, having been formally charged with his daughter's murder and questioned as to why police had also discovered a 3rd thigh bone, Fred confessed there were 2 further sets of human remains in his garden, one of whom he named as Shirley Robinson. Both sets of human remains were discovered on the 28th of February, and Fred was charged with both murders 2 days later. the decision was made to thoroughly search the entire property following the recent discoveries. Rose was placed into a safe house in a nearby town of Dursley, as police commenced their search inside 25 Cromwell Street. Informed of this fact, plus the pressure of 16-hour interrogations every day as to his, Rena and Charmaine's whereabouts, Fred authorised his solicitor to pass a note he had written to the leader of the murder investigation, Superintendent John Bennett of the Gloucestershire Police. This note, dated the 4th of March, read, "I, Frederick West, authorise my solicitor, Howard Ogden, to advise Superintendent Bennett that I wish to admit to a further approximately 9 killings. Expressly, Charmaine, Rena, Linda Goth, and others to be identified. Signed, Mr. F. West." Questioned further, Fred told police there were a further 5 bodies on the property of 25 Cromwell Street. Most of these victims, he suggested, had been hitchhikers or girls he had murdered in the 70s after picking them up at bus stops. Fred claimed these 6 victims had been killed when they had threatened to inform Rose of his cheating, and that he had transported their bodies to Cromwell Street to abuse, dismember, and then bury in shallow graves. Between the 5th and 8th of March, police found a further 6 bodies of young females at 25 Cromwell Street. He shifted all blame for any of the crimes to himself rather than the 2 of them. Each victim had been extensively mutilated, and each body bore evidence of having been subjected to extreme sexual abuse prior to the act of murder. Each set of remains was missing numerous bones, particularly phalanges. Fred refused to divulge the reason or whereabouts of the bones missing from each set of remains. Suspicions rose against Mrs. West following her husband's revelations. Rose was arrested on 20th of April 1994, initially on offences relating to the rape of an 11-year-old girl and the physical assault of an 8-year-old boy, both charges dating from the mid-1970s. The following day, she was refused bail and transferred to Pucklechurch Prison to be held in the maximum security wing. Here, she was questioned more closely about the murders, in particular those of her daughter Heather and Linda Goth, and on the 25th of April, she was formally charged with Goth's murder. By the 6th of May, Fred and Rose were jointly charged with 5 counts of murder, with Rose simply replying, "I'm innocent," upon hearing each charge. As well as the murders of the victims exhumed from Cromwell Street, Fred had confessed to the murders of his first wife and stepdaughter, and to knowing the location of Anne McFall's remains. Although he always denied killing her, Fred agreed to identify each burial location, and their remains were unearthed between the 10th of April and the 7th of June. Fred and Rose West were brought before a magistrate's court in Gloucester on the 30th of June 1994. He was charged with 11 murders and she was charged with 9. This was the first time the couple had seen each other since Fred's February arrest. Prior to hearing the formal charges against them, Fred leaned toward his wife and gently placed his hand upon her shoulder, which she physically rejected. Both were ordered held on remand. As police attempted to lead Fred from the hearing, he resisted their efforts and again attempted to move towards Rose, who again winced and attempted to writhe away from his grasp. Immediately after this court appearance, Fred was rearrested on suspicion of murdering Anne McFall and was formally charged with Anne McFall's murder on the 3rd of July, appearing in court the following morning. Fred had become increasingly depressed in his time in prison, and Rose's public rejection of him at Gloucester Magistrates Court on the 30th of June did not help. Her refusal to reply to letters he sent her, and reports leaked to the press in which she had assumed the role of grieving mother who had lost a daughter and stepdaughter to her husband, and in which she declared both her innocence of murder and her hatred of him, had all made Mr. West not only angry, but resentful of his wife. In response to being ignored, Fred withdrew his earlier confessions to having acted alone in the murders, and instead accused his wife of almost total culpability in all the murders to which he had been charged, excluding that of Anne McFall, which he claimed had been committed by his first wife. The duo had now turned against each other in a bid to not only hurt one another, but shift all blame. Not prepared to deal with the consequences of their crimes, Rose refusing to go down together and Fred insisting he not go alone. Unfortunately, he never paid his dues in prison. Following his conviction on the 1st of January 1995, Fred West hanged himself in his cell by using an improvised rope he had constructed from a blanket and tags he had stolen from prison laundry bags around his neck. At the bottom of the suicide note found in his cell was a drawing of a gravestone, within which was written, "In loving memory, Fred West, Rose West, rest in peace. Where no shadow falls, in perfect peace he waits for Rose, his wife. Rose was tried alone. At pre-trial proceedings in February, Rose pleaded not guilty to 10 charges of murder. The murder of Charmaine West having been added to the original 9 after Fred's suicide. Prosecution witnesses included Cromwell Street lodgers, victims, relatives, Rose's mother, and surviving victims including stepdaughter Anna Marie West, Catherine Holliday, a former lover of Mr. West, and Carolyn Owens, and a Miss A who had been sexually assaulted at 14 by Fred and Rose West in 1977, whose identity is hidden, and who described Rose as a more aggressive perpetrator of the two, damning her as a sexual deviant though she pled otherwise. The final witness to testify at Rose's trial was Fred's appointed appropriate adult, Janet Leach, whom the prosecution had called to testify in rebuttal to the tape recordings of Fred's confessions in which he had stressed Rose had known nothing at all about any of the murders. Leach testified that Fred had confided in her that on the evening prior to his 25th February arrest, he and Rose had formed a pact whereby he would take full responsibility for all the murders, many of which he had privately described to her as being some of Rose's mistakes. He had further divulged that Rose had indeed murdered Charmaine while he had been incarcerated, and had also murdered Shirley Robinson. Following 7 weeks of trial, the judge sentenced Rosemary to life in prison, emphasizing that she should never be paroled, and to this day she professes her innocence in the case, though her surviving victims make a convincing case otherwise. While the case seemed to be over for many years, in the past month, suspicions as to the disappearance of 15-year-old Mary Bastholm has been theorized to be another possible victim of the Wests, particularly as she was a waitress at a cafe Fred frequented. But to date, no body has been found, while the young girl's boyfriend at the time suggests Mr. West was not responsible. Mr. West's son, Stephen, has said that he firmly believes the missing teenager was an early victim of his father, as Fred had openly boasted of having committed Bastholm's murder whilst on remand. Police were unable to charge Fred with this crime as they had no evidence. Police have begun to excavate the grounds of a cafe in Gloucester after receiving information that the body of Mary Bastholm may be buried there. Mr. West is known to have conducted repair work on the drains of this cafe in late 1967, making it a possible dumping ground for more of the young women he targeted. However, the likelihood of Mr. West moving from the comfort of their home to a dump site seems very unlikely, as they never divert over the years of their wrongdoing, though only time can tell what could be uncovered there. An unfortunate update to the story is that after searching multiple suspicious voids at the cafe, they found no bodies, which is both a relief and also a sad story because we still don't know where Mary is. The crimes committed by Fred and Rose West will never be forgotten about in the UK, and we are still discovering the crimes they committed together to this day. We'll keep you updated as this story develops if there are any new updates. Thank you for joining us, and if you enjoyed this extra long story, please make sure to like, subscribe, and share this content. Thank you again for joining us, and as always, stay safe.
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe. Today we're going to take a look at the infamous legend, Howard Marks. Dennis Howard Marks was born on the 13th of August in 1945. He was a Welsh smuggler and author who achieved notoriety as an international cannabis smuggler through high-profile court cases. At his peak, he claimed to have been smuggling consignments of the drug as large as 30 tons per time and was connected with groups as diverse as the CIA, the IRA, MI6 and the Mafia. He was eventually convicted by the American Drug Enforcement Administration and given a 25-year prison sentence. He was released in April 1995. After serving 7 years. Though he had up to 43 aliases, he became known as Mr. Nice after he brought a passport from convicted murderer Donald Nice. After his release from prison, he published the best-selling autobiography Mr. Nice and campaigned publicly for changes in drug legislation. Mr. Marks was born in Kenfig Hill near Bridgend, Wales, the son of Dennis Marks, the captain of a merchant navy, and Edna, a teacher. Brought up as a Baptist, he later turned to Buddhism, though he did not become a devout follower. He attended Gar Grammar School in the Pontissima, and he was a fluent Welsh speaker. He gained a place at Balliol College in Oxford after he impressed Russell Meigs in his interview and read physics there from 1964 to 1967. At the university, he was first introduced to cannabis, Dennis Irving, after a friend, Joshua Macmillan, the son of Maurice Macmillan, died. Mr. Marks swore of never getting involved in hard drugs. Among his friends at Oxford were the epidemiologist Julian Petto and the journalist Lynn Barber. Through a mixture of cheating and last-minute cramming, he passed his finals. This was despite months of taking drugs rather than attending classes, and serious infections which he had developed a few weeks before the exams. In 1967, he began teacher training and married Elsie Kadigas, a Latvian student at St Anne's College, Oxford, who was also training to become a teacher. He gave up teacher training to continue his education at the University of London in 1967 to 68, then back to Balliol College in Oxford in 1968 to 69, and then on to the University of Sussex in 1969 to 70 to study philosophy of science. Mr. Marks' daughter, Amber Marks, is a barrister and a pharmacology expert. Though involved with drugs at university, he sold cannabis only to his friends or acquaintances until 1970, when he was persuaded to assist Graham Plinston, who had been arrested in Germany on drug trafficking charges. Through Mr. Plinston, he met Mohammed Durrani, a Pakistani hashish exporter who was a descendant of the Durranis, who had run Afghanistan in the 19th century. With Mr. Plinston behind bars, Mr. Durrani offered Mr. Marks the opportunity to sell drugs on a large scale in London, and he agreed to the proposition. He formed a four-way partnership with Charlie Radcliffe, Charlie Weatherly, and a dealer named Jarvis. Mr. Durrani never contacted them, and so the group acquired smaller quantities of hashish from various sources and began selling the drug in Oxford, Brighton and London. After 6 months, he returned to Germany to help bail out Mr. Plinston out of jail. Mr. Marks was a useful means of transferring money, as he did not have a criminal record. Now a free man, Mr. Plinston gave Mr. Marks a job transporting hashish from Frankfurt. Mr. Marks in turn hired a New Zealand smuggler named Lang as his driver. After paying Mr. Marks £5,000 for his work in Frankfurt, Mr. Plinston then sold hashish to Mr. Marks and his three friends, Mr. Radcliffe, Mr. Reveley and Jarvis, in London. In selling 650 kilos within a week, the four men made a profit of £20,000. Mr. Durrani then arranged for the hashish to be smuggled in furniture of Pakistan diplomats who were moving to London. Mr. Marks would then intercept the furniture to find the drugs. This agreement netted him a profit of £7,500. Mr. Marks expanded his enterprise, employing two of his friends from Wales, Mike Bell and David Thomas, to stash the drugs and help with transportation. The gang became dissatisfied with the way the profits were being split. 80% of the money they made went back to Mr. Durrani, and contacted James McCann, a gunrunner for the Provisional Irish Republic Army, the IRA. Mr. Marks and Mr. Plinston persuaded Mr. McCann to smuggle hashish into Ireland from Kabul, which the pair would then ferry over to Wales and into England. Mr. McCann would get the drugs into Ireland through the Freeport at Shannon Airport using his IRA connections. Mr. Marks avoided the attention of HM Revenue and Customs by creating a paper trail that indicated he made his money from selling stamps and dresses. By 1972, he was making £50,000 with each shipment. By the end of the year, he was approached by Hamilton Macmillan of the Secret Intelligence Service MI6, a friend from Oxford University, who recruited Mr. Marks to work for the MI6 because of his connections in the hashish producing countries of Lebanon, Pakistan and Afghanistan, for his abilities to seduce women and for his contacts with the IRA. The next year, Mr. Marks began exporting cannabis to the United States to the Brotherhood of Eternal Love, hiding the drugs in the music equipment of both fictional pop groups that were supposed to be touring the country. He further expanded his operation with other smugglers and other methods of trafficking, often using his Oxford connections. as Mr. McCann was in danger of being executed by the IRA should MI6 tip them off about his involvement in the drugs. Mr. Marks then gave up the smuggling operation at Shannon Airport. Following the Little John affair, MI6 ceased their relationship with Mr. Marks, while his American operation came to an end after police opened a speaker full of cannabis and arrested gang member James Gator, leading to other arrests in Europe. Mr. Marks was arrested by Dutch police in 1973, but skipped bail in April 1974. The British press then made him a nationally known figure, reporting that he was feared abducted by the IRA for his connections with MI6, with most of his fortune confiscated by the authorities. He made his way to Italy, where he lived in a Winnebago for 3 months before returning to England in secret in October 1974. At this point, he began a relationship with Judy Lane. The couple married in 1980 and had 3 children together. Previously been in a 5-year relationship with Rose Lewis, with whom Mr. Marks had a daughter. Mr. Marks then contacted Ernie Combs, a member of the Brotherhood of Eternal Love, with John Denby, a man with connections in the hashish producing nation of Nepal. With the help of the Yakuza, large quantities of the drug would be exported to the John F. Kennedy International Airport in guise of air conditioning equipment, where Don Brown's mob, headed by Carmine Gelante, would then take possession of the drugs. A 500 kilo deal was set up and executed on the 4th of July 1975, leaving Mr. Marks a very wealthy man. Other deals up to 750 kilos followed, and Mr. Marks continued to live under assumed names in the United Kingdom. In 1976, he travelled to America and set up a 1,000 kilo deal between Mr. Combs and Lebanese Sam, also known as Sam the Skunkman, making himself £300,000 in the process. He continued to regularly settle deals between his various American and Far East connections. In need of a new identity after his alias Anthony Tunnicliffe was compromised in a police sting in 1978, he brought Donald Nice's passport. Between 1975 and 1978, 24 loads, totaling £55,000 of marijuana and hashish, had been successfully imported through John F. Kennedy Airport in New York. They involved the Mafia, the Yakuza, the Brotherhood of Eternal Love, the Thai Army, the Palestine Liberation Operation, Pakistani Armed Forces, Nepalese monks, and other individuals from all walks of life. The total profit made by all concerned was $48 million. They'd had a good run. Mr. Marks, concluding the JFK episode of drug trafficking in his Mr. Knife autobiography, said, "The run had ended after the Drug Enforcement Agency, the DEA, began intercepting the drugs and arresting mafia associates in New York. In the late 1970s, the Trafficante crime family, under the leadership of Santo Trafficante Jr., were importing Colombian cannabis into the US on freighter ships, thus driving down the price of drug in the streets of America. In December 1979, Trafficante exported 50 tons of cannabis direct from Colombia to Mr. Marks and his contacts in the UK, enough at the time to supply the entire British market for almost a year. In 1980, Mr. Marks was arrested by customs officers for his part of importing £15 million of cannabis. Police had followed associates of Mr. Trafficante's family into a large stash of cannabis. When arrested, he was in possession of numerous pieces of incriminating evidence, as well as £30,000 in cash. Defended by Lord Hutchinson, Mr. Marks pleaded not guilty, concocting a story that he was an agent for MI6, concealing the fact that his relation to MI6 ended in 1973, and the Mexican Secret Service that had set up an identity as a drug smuggler in order to close the net on James McCann, wanted in Britain for his IRA activities. The jury found him innocent of drug smuggling, but guilty of using false passports, and Mr. Marks was sentenced to 2 years imprisonment, but released after 5 days, having already served most of his time before sentence was passed. HM Customs then arrested him for his part of the 1973 smuggling operation, but followed a plea bargain and time off for remission, he served just 3 months of a 3-year sentence. Released in May 1982, though with most of his employees still in prison for the crimes of which Mr. Marks had been acquitted, he spent the next year running a legitimate wine importing business, but he continued to spend more money than he was making, and the savings he made from drug smuggling in the 1970s began to dwindle. In 1983, Mr. McCann was still at large and his smuggling enterprise was flourishing. He offered Mr. Marks the chance to sell 250 kilos of cannabis, and Mr. Marks accepted. Dutch police confiscated the full shipment and arrested Mickey Williams, a member of the London underworld, who had agreed to help Mr. Marks on the deal. Mr. Marks then travelled to the Far East to set up a cannabis deal with Salim Malik, a Pakistani hashish exporter who he had met through Mr. Durrani. Mr. Durrani had since suffered a fatal heart attack, and Phil Sparrowhawk, an exporter from Bangkok. They would smuggle their product to Ernie Combs in America. He also arranged a 500 kilogram deal with Mickey Williams, who had travelled to Bangkok after his release from prison in Amsterdam. Mr. Marks laundered his money through various fronts: a travel agency, a paper mill, wine importers, a bulk water transportation company, and a secretarial service. In 1984, Mr. Marks was approached to sell £300,000 worth of cannabis to a Central Intelligence Agency (CIA) agent looking to fund and arm Mujahideen in their war against the Soviet occupation, Operation Cyclone. The agent's contact with the APL ship suffered a heart attack and died on the journey to the US, leaving the drugs in the hands of the US official. The agent subsequently fled to Brazil to avoid prosecution. Though under surveillance, Mr. Mark continued to expand his underworld operations and set up a massage parlour in Bangkok Hotel with the help of Phil Sparrowhawk and Lord Moynihan. In 1986, he settled in Mallorca and continued to make vast sums smuggling Salim Malik's hashish into America. The DEA were meanwhile tapping Mr. Mark's phone and keeping him under surveillance, having arrested Ernie Combs. They came close to busting a large shipment of cannabis. When Mr. Marks was tipped off, the ship was redirected to Mauritius and the operation was aborted. As he continued to avoid DEA stings, he continued to make millions and continued to add to his underworld contacts, finding that he could use Chinese triads to launder his drug money more efficiently. A Philippine brothel-owning member of the House of Lords, Mr. Moynihan, was staying at the house of Spanish Chief Inspector of Police, Rafael Lafori. The Lord was being watched by an American CIA operative who was staying at the house of an English convicted sex offender, Jim Hobbs. The CIA operative was sharing accommodation with the IRA terrorist, Mr. McCann. The IRA terrorist was discussing a Moroccan hashish deal with the Georgian pilot of Colombia's Medellin cartel. Organising these scenarios was an ex-MI6 agent, Mr. Marks, currently supervising the sale of 30 tons of Thai cannabis in Canada, and whose house could be found Pakistani's major supplier of hashish, Mr. Malik. Attempting to understand the scenarios was a solitary DEA agent. The stage was set for something. The DEA's efforts to apprehend Mr. Marks were made extremely difficult thanks to the wide-ranging contacts Mr. Marks had. In September 1987, many of these contacts were with Mr. Marks in Palma. When friends of his were busted by the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, Mr. Marks decided to retire from drug smuggling to concentrate on his legitimate businesses, citing the fate of his friends and contacts who were either in jail, informing the DEA, or smuggling heavier drugs. In November 1988, DEA agent Craig Lovato arrested both Howard and Judy Marks and extradited the couple back to the United States. Arrests of those involved in Mr. Marks' various criminal activities were made in Britain, Spain, the Philippines, Thailand, the Netherlands, Pakistan, Switzerland, the United States and Canada. This was the work of Operation Eclectic, set up in 1986 by both DEA and Scotland Yard and aided by numerous other law enforcement organisations around the world. Mr. Marks was taken from Palma to Modelo prison in Barcelona and then to Calameco in Madrid. There he was handed a 40-page document which detailed the allegations of his drug smuggling activities between 1970 and 1987, charging him with operating a racket described in the RICO Act. In his autobiography, Mr. Marks stated that although the charge against Judy and some others were absurd, the formal accusations against me, in general terms, were true. The recently passed Sentencing Reform Act meant that he was facing a minimum of 10 years to a maximum life sentence without the possibility of parole. The Order National ordered his extradition to Florida. After being shown the prosecution evidence against him, Mr. Marks attempted to construct a defence that his smuggling operations were directed to Australia and that he never exported to the United States and therefore never broke US law. He again cultivated the myth that he was a spy for MI6 and claimed that he was set up by CIA because he had discovered that CIA CIA agents were smuggling drugs into Australia. He and his lawyers spent hours reviewing the phone tapping evidence to make the coded conversations about smuggling into America seem to suggest that the drugs were actually being smuggled into Australia. Research was done into weather patterns to prove tentative links between what was said by Mr. Marks and his associates and what was happening at the time in Australia. Mr. Marks and his wife were extradited in 1989 and he was given the Miranda rights on the flight from Spain to US. In Florida, Judy pleaded not guilty to her small part in a racket and was released, having already served some months in prison in Spain. The money Mr. Marks made from his smuggling operations was spent on legal fees. He refused to plea bargain or to inform on his associates, gambling that he could convince the jury and the authorities that they had got the wrong man. As the trial began in July 1990, Patrick Lane, his brother-in-law and fellow smuggler, wrote to Mr. Marks to inform him that he was likely going to testify against Mr. Marks in court so that he could get a more lenient sentence for himself. Mr. Marks was still confident in beating the DEA in court, but Ernie Combs also agreed to testify for the prosecution so as to secure the release of his wife, and Mr. Marks had little choice but to change his plea to guilty to racketeering charges. He was sentenced to 25 years in jail and given a $50,000 fine. Though he had originally been sentenced to 15 years, he was taken back into court after the judge realised he had misspoken and said that his 10 and 15-year sentences were to run consecutively and not, as he originally stated, concurrently. He spent several years imprisoned in the Federal Correctional Complex, Terre Haute, in Indiana, a very rough prison. He had originally been sentenced to serve time at Butner, but Agent Lovato instead insisted that he serve time at Terre Haute, one of the 6 most secure prisons in the country. Terre Haute had the worst reputation of the 6, gang rape and violence. Despite this, Mr. Marks remained in good terms and with many violent inmates housed there, as he was British and a famous nun-rat, and this helped him to avoid conflict by being nice, charming and eccentric. During his time there, he befriended many notorious criminals and members of 4 of the reputed 5 families, including Gennaro Jerry Langella of the Colombo crime family, James Jimmy C. Cunan, John Johnny Kernegs Canigla, and Frankie Locke Lacasillo of the Gambino family, Anthony Bruno Indelicato of the Bonanno crime family, and Vittorio Little Vic Amuso and Joey Testa of the Lucchese crime family. He also made friends with Ferranza Boas Jr. of the Black Panther Party and James Big Jim Nolan of the Outlaws Motorcycle Club. Owing to his status as an Oxford University graduate with alleged connections to the British Secret Intelligence Service, he was treated as a potential escapee and spent many weeks in solitary confinement, though he never attempted to escape or threatened prisoners or prison staff. During his time in prison, he found success as a jailhouse lawyer for other inmates, securing 1 overturned conviction. He gave up cigarettes for the last 3 years of his sentence. In January 1999, was granted parole after prison officers testified that he was a model prisoner who spent much of his time helping fellow prisoners pass their GED exams. He was released in April 1995. In acting, Mr. Marks acted as a gangster in the film Killer Bitch in 2010. He also starred in the film I Know You Know in 2009 and appeared as Satan in the 2006 movie adaptation of the Dirty Sanchez television series and had a cameo appearance in the film Human Traffic in 1999. He appeared as himself in Amsterdam, aka Stoners Express, in 2016. Mr. Marks stood for election in the UK Parliament in 1997 on the single issue of legislation of cannabis. He contested 4 seats at once: Norwich South against future Home Secretary Charles Clarke, Norwich North, Neath and Southampton Test, and picked up around 1% of the vote. This led to the formation of the Legalisation Cannabis Alliance, the LCA, by Alan Buffy in 1999. The party reformed as the Cannabis Law Reform in 2011. He also argued for the legislation of cannabis in numerous television programmes in the United Kingdom. On October 1st, 2010, he was interviewed on Ireland's The Late Show. The Dutch cannabis seed bank, Sensi Seeds, dedicated their strain Mr. Nice G13 times hash plant to Mr. Marks for his advocacy work. His close links to the likes of Gruff Rhys led to Mr. Marks being associated with the radical changes of the Cool Semiru movement and changing the face of modern Wales. Following his release from prison, Mr. Max published an autobiography called Mr. Nice in 1996, which has been translated into several languages. He also compiled an anthology called Howard Marks' Book of Dope Stories in 2001, and more recently, on follow-on form from his autobiography, Senor Nice, Straight Life from Wales to South America. Senor Nice differs from his previous book, as drugs are not a central part of the story, and while autobiographical, the book is more Mr. Mark's own exploration of his claimed ancestor, the pirate Sir Henry Morgan. In 2011, he penned the thriller Sympathy for the Devil. His final book, Mr. Smiley, My Last Pill and Testament, was published in 2015 by Pan Macmillan. Mr. Marks held a series of book reading into 2014. In these live events, he revealed it to his audience the tales of his smuggling days and his time in prison, as well as offered insight into the drug production and the arguments for legalization of cannabis. Mr. Marks and the comic writer Pat Mills collaborated on the comic strips, which tied in with Sony's Infamous 2 video game. In the music world, he appeared as a guest on BBC's music quiz Nevermind the Buzzcocks. He also collaborated with the Welsh group Super Furry Animals on their album Fuzzy Logic, released in May 1996, which features a track entitled Hanging Around with Howard Marks, and also worked on their singles The Man Don't Give a Fuck and Ice Hockey Hair. He featured on the album Angel Headed Hip Hop 2009 with Lee Harris and River Styx. He also worked with former Happy Mondays guitarist Kev Sandhu and appeared in numerous British festivals, including Glastonbury in 2009 and 2011, Beautiful Days, Rockness, Camp Festival, Kendall Calling and the Sony Spheres Festival. He also featured in the Reverend and Makers track MDMA Amazing in their third album Reverend Makers in 2012. Mr. Marks was the subject of the biography High Times in 1984, written by David Lee. Mr. Marks was also the subject of a film, Mr. Nice, in 2010, named after his 1997 autobiography. The film featured Reef Ifans as Mr. Marks and Chloe Sevigny as his wife Judy. In 2013, Mr. Marks recounted his story in an episode of the television series Banged Up Abroad. On 25th of July 2015, it was announced that Mr. Marks had inoperable colorectal cancer. He died of the disease on the 10th of April 2016 at the age of 70. Mr. Marks will always be remembered as a legend in the UK criminal underworld. Thank you for joining us today. What are your opinions of Mr. Marks? Was you aware that Mr. Marks was such an important figure in the UK cannabis industry? Please let us know what you think in the comments below. Thank you for joining us today. If you enjoyed this content, please don't forget to like and share. And if you're new to the channel and want to see more Street Crime UK content, hit subscribe and press that bell so you can join us on the next video. Thank you for joining us, and until next time, stay safe.
Hello everyone, welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Thank you for joining us. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe for more content. Today we take an in-depth look into a man who was responsible for many crimes in and around the UK, but he is probably the most famous for being the man whose death caused the imprisonment of the Kray twins. Jack Dennis McVitie, who was born on the 19th of April in 1932 and more commonly known as Jack the Hat, was a very well-known and notorious English criminal from London in the 1950s to the 60s. He is posthumously famous for triggering the imprisonment and downfall of the Kray twins. He had acted as an enforcer and hitman during his criminal career, and he was known to have strong links to the firm, a dangerous criminal gang who operated in London in the 1950s and 60s. A known drug trafficker by the 1960s, he had been an associate of the Kray twins for some time, and although never a permanent member of the firm, was regularly employed to commit various crimes on their behalf. It was an arrangement that must have not worked out, as Jack McVitie was murdered by Reggie Kray in 1967. Reggie Kray was arrested the following year for the murder, and after pleading not guilty and taking a trial, he was eventually found guilty and received life imprisonment at his trial, which was held in March of 1969. Reggie Kray remained in prison until just before his death in the year 2000. Ronnie Kray was also in prison for life at the same time as his brother for the murder of George Cornell, which had happened in 1966, and Ronnie Kray remained in prison until his death in 1995. Jack McVitie was born on April 19th, 1932 in Battersea, which is in South London. Mr. McVitie was one of the 5 children, which included his brothers Henry, Leonard and Fred, and a sister Jean. During World War II, the family was forced to split up and he lived with his aunt in Gilby Road, Tooting. His first criminal conviction was in October of 1946, when he was taken to Buntingford Juvenile Court for stealing a watch and cigarettes. When Mr. McVitie was 14, he met Esther Marney, who was a year younger than him. She attended the Western Road Secondary Modern School for Girls in Mitcham. Mr. McVitie and Marie were engaged by 1949, and Marie fell pregnant very soon after. His daughter Marie Elizabeth was born at St James Hospital in Balham on the 6th of September 1950. He was partaking his national service at the time, and soon married Marie at Wandsworth Registry Office when he returned. The small family moved to a property in Forest Road, East London. Mr. McVitie was aged 18 at the time. Marie rarely got to see Mr. McVitie. When he was on army detention in Reading, which inevitably caused immense pressure on their relationship, and the couple shortly separated after his release. Mr. McVitie's criminal life began properly in the March of 1952. He was put into the Borstal system after he was caught stealing, and also around 4 months later received 1 month imprisonment and further time in Borstal for assaulting a police officer. In 1954, Mr. McVitie met Sylvia Ann Mitchell, who became his common-law wife, and he has his second child with her, Tony Jackson McVitie, in 1958. However, still living a life of crime, Mr. McVitie was soon after sentenced again, but this time to 7 years imprisonment on the 3rd of April 1959. This was after being found guilty with 3 other men of being in possession of explosives and for possessing a flick knife in public. This was too long of a sentence for Miss Mitchell to stick around for, and the couple soon separated. Jack McVitie was 5 feet 9 inches tall and was a heavy built man. He had blue eyes and on his hands, arms and chest numerous tattoos. One tattoo being Anne on his left wrist. Many people spoke well of him, despite his brutal reputation that he had of being a very violent drunkard. The nickname Jack the Hat is said to have been given to him because of a trilby hat that he always used to wear. He wore the hat to try and cover up his hair loss. Some even said that he wouldn't even take it off in the bath. It was also alleged that at some point he pushed a girlfriend out of a moving car whilst he was driving it, to which she suffered terrible injuries. At one time, he was described as a lovely man by Frankie Fraser, who said that he had spent some time with Mr. McVitie in prison. It was while they were in Exeter Prison in 1959 that Frank and Jimmy Andrews, who Mr. Cornell was visiting in hospital on the day of his murder, stuck up for Jack the Hat after he had a straight fight with a prison warden. Mr. McVitie had beat the officer fair and square, but there are no straight fights with the prison authorities, and Mr. McVitie was later dragged from his cell and badly beaten by multiple officers. Mr. Fraser and Mr. Andrews said that if Mr. McVitie was touched in any way, they would be left with no choice but to retaliate. So the next day, Mr. Fraser knocked out the prison governor and Mr. Andrews knocked out the chief prison officer. Mr. Fraser and Mr. Andrews ended up in hospital, badly beaten. Mr. McVitie received 12 strokes of the birch for his attack on the officer, Mr. Andrews got 15, and Mr. Fraser got the maximum amount which was allowed to be given, which was 18 strokes of the birch, for their assaults on the governor and the chief. For anyone unaware, when we say strokes of the birch, it's a very long, thin piece of wood that the prisoners are struck with, very similar to a whip. A known drug trafficker by the 1960s, he had been an associate of the Cray twins for some time, and although never a permanent member of the firm, was regularly employed to commit various crimes on the firm's behalf. On the 5th of November in 1965, Jack McVitie had been released from prison after serving his sentence for possessing explosives and carrying an offensive weapon. Apart from the occasional minor motoring offence, he had managed to keep himself out of trouble and had begun work as a bookmaster's clerk. He had also begun living with Sylvia Barnard, a woman whom he'd had his 3rd child with. Since meeting Reggie Cray in prison, Jack McVitie had always wanted to work for the firm, and although dependent on drugs and as well as developing a serious drinking habit, he was allowed to. Jack Dixon was given the job of tailing Mr. McVitie, however, to make sure he did jobs that had been given to him by the Cray twins properly. But on the way back from one of those pickups, Mr. McVitie must have realised he was being followed, and drove so fast that Mr. Dixon lost him in traffic. By 1967, Mr. McVitie was now living at 42 Heartland Road in Stratford. He was getting arrogant and abusive, threatening the Cray twins and causing trouble to many of their criminal and legitimate friends. At one point, he got so drunk that he caused some very serious damage in Freddie Foreman's club. It was reported that he was so drunk that he had to be thrown out. This was much to the Cray twins' disappointment and embarrassment. Mr. McVitie also tried to shoot Tommy Flanagan in the Regency, and once, after cutting a man in the basement of the club, he went upstairs and wiped the bloody knife on a woman's dress. One evening, he had been stopped from entering the Regency for being too drunk. He came back later and threatened to shoot John Barry and his brother, the owners of the club, with a shotgun. They were paying protection to their silent partners Reggie and Ronnie Cray, and asked them if they could help sort it out. The Cray twins were now getting frequent complaints from many people about Mr. McVitie. They had warned him to calm down on numerous occasions, but he wouldn't listen. It was also reported that Mr. McVitie owed Ronnie and Reggie Cray a very significant large sum of money, and they wanted it back as Mr. McVitie wasn't one of the firm, and it's been said that the money he owed the Cray twins was for the contract killing of their business manager, Leslie Payne, which he took the money for but never carried out. In 1967, Ronnie paid Mr. McVitie £500 in advance to kill his ex-friend and business partner Leslie Payne. He promised he would give another £500 when the job was finished. This was amid fears that Mr. Payne was about to inform the police of the Cray twins' criminal activities. Mr. McVitie and a criminal associate, Billy Exley, set off to shoot Mr. Payne, but were unsuccessful. Mr. Exley, the driver for the crime, suffered from heart trouble, and Mr. McVitie was now heavily dependent on drugs. Mr. Exley started to lose his nerve when Mr. McVitie produced a handgun, a gun that was, in Mr. Exley's words, the size of a bleeding cannon. Arriving at Mr. Payne's home, Mr. McVitie hammered loudly on the front door, which, luckily for Mr. Payne, was opened by his wife. "He's not in," she said. "That's alright," said Mr. McVitie, and Mr. McVitie and Mr. Exley left. Instead of repaying the money, Mr. McVitie kept it. This incident, in part, led to Mr. McVitie's death. Reggie Cray was supposed to kill Jack McVitie with this gun, but it jammed. It was thrown into the River Lee after his death for it to be recovered by police on the 23rd of August 1968 by diver P.C. Philip Johns. It now features in Scotland Yard's Crime Museum. On the 29th of October 1967, Mr. McVitie was invited to a party at 97 Evering Road in Stoke, Newington, London. With several of his underworld associates and their families, the Crays had secretly arrived at the party first, and had spent an hour cleaning away guests. Reggie Cray's initial plan to shoot Mr. McVitie upon arrival failed. His gun jammed, and instead he stabbed Mr. McVitie repeatedly in the face, chest and stomach as part of a brief but violent struggle. The twins quickly fled the scene, and Mr. McVitie's body was deposited wrapped in eider down and left outside St. Mary's Church, Rotherham, by Tony and Chris Lamborino and Ronnie Bender, who were minor members of the firm. When the Crays discovered the whereabouts of the corpse, they ordered it to be immediately moved, probably because of the close proximity of friend and associate Freddie Foreman. But the body was never recovered, although in an interview in 2000, which featured Reggie Cray giving a frank account of the activity of the firm 12 days before his death, Mr. Foreman admitted to throwing Mr. McVitie's body from a boat into the sea at Newhaven, Sussex. He was also reported to have been buried in a newly dug grave at Gravesend Cemetery in Kent. The evening before his death, he was drinking in the Regency Club when Reggie paid him a visit and the pair went to a Chinese restaurant. He warned Jack again about his conduct, and in the recent fracas with the Barrys, Jack the Hat complained that those bastards wouldn't let me in. Reggie told him, as he did many times before, that he was out of order and couldn't go around upsetting their friends and business associates. The meeting was quite amicable, and Reggie left, feeling that he had done all he could to let Jack know that he and Ronnie felt really badly about his attitude. But Reggie knew he was wasting his time, and that Jack the Hat McVitie was going to be a big problem for them. The following evening, Tony and Chris Lamborino took two friends, Tony and Alan Mills, to the Carpenter's Arms to meet with the twins. They were up-and-coming villains from Birmingham, and Chris was now working. He wasn't part of the firm, but his brother Tony Lamborino was. Although Chris was now based in Birmingham, he would come to London every few weeks to have a night out with his brother, and go up west or have a few drinks in one of the many East End clubs. The Carpenter's Arms was packed, The twins seemed in good form and their parents were there, and a few of the firm. After Lambrino had introduced the Mills brothers and had a few drinks with Ronnie and Reggie, he wanted to move on somewhere else. Chris wanted to go up west, but his brother Tony persuaded him to have a drink in the Regency. When they arrived, Jack the Hat and Ronnie Hart joined them for a few drinks. Later in the evening, Jack noticed that Tony wasn't there, and he asked Chris where he had gone. Chris didn't know, but it wasn't too long before he returned. Tony said that there was a party in Evering Road at Blonde Carol's house with plenty of women and drink, and they were all invited. Following McVitie's murder, the Krays and several other members of their gang were finally arrested by the Scotland Yard police officers who had been watching their exploits for years. At the Old Bailey on the 4th of March 1969, both were found guilty of murder and sentenced to life imprisonment with a recommendation that they should each serve a minimum sentence of 30 years. Ronnie's murder conviction was for the murder of rival gangster George Cornell, whom he shot dead in March of 1966. Sylvia McVitie, McVitie's widow, gave evidence against the Krays during the trial too. The jury took 6 hours and 55 minutes to reach their unanimous verdict. Never before at the Old Bailey had such a long and expensive trial taken place. The Krays' elder brother Charlie, together with Freddie Foreman, who helped move the body, and Connie Whitehead were all found guilty of being accessories to McVitie's murder. Prison seemed to do much to encourage the myth and legends surrounding the Krays. Both had written best-selling books about their lives, and in 1990, a full-length film entitled The Krays was released, featuring real-life brothers Martin and Gary Kemp as the Kray twins. Jack McVitie was portrayed by actor Tom Bell in the film before also appearing in the 2004 film Charlie, this time depicted by Marius Swift. In the 2015 film about the Krays, Legend, he is played by Sam Spurrell. Thank you all for joining us again today. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe for more UK true crime content. And as always, stay safe. Hello everyone, welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Thank you for joining us. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe for more content. Thanks for joining us today guys. Today we look at a UK criminal legend and the gang that he was a founding member of and why he will be forever part of the UK criminal history. Jimmy the Weed Donnelly is a name many will remember, and despite standing just 5 foot 4 inches tall, the infamous Quality Street gang member stated that he has never walked away from a fight in his life. Jimmy the Weed has a very interesting story to tell, especially considering the life he's led. He was among one of the first founding members of the Quality Street gang, a criminal organisation said to be responsible for a significant proportion of Manchester's crime that had took place across the 60s, 70s and 80s. Jimmy the Weed decided to break his silence on his life of crime when he published an autobiography in 2011. Now living in sheltered accommodation and in the same Victorian block of flats in Ancoats where his late wife, Rita, was born, Jimmy spoke about the ups and downs of his life in the UK criminal underworld. The Quality Street gang was made up of people that knew each other very well and trusted each other very much, explained Jimmy. Some of the gang were armed robbers, some were safe blowers, and some were con men, and some were doing fraud. We were all into crime but in very different ways. We were all into the same thing, but there was one thing that we did work all together in, and everyone knew it. If there was ever any trouble with any one of us, we were all in for the scrap, every one of us all together no matter what. If somebody dared to threaten any one of us, we'd be there, the whole lot of us. The vast variety of characters that Jimmy describes being part of the Quality Street gang are like him, and most grew up in the post-war era when Manchester in the UK was a very different place altogether. Before Spinningfields and the Northern Quarter are well-known places in Manchester City today, the city centre was still dominated by industry, which would see a skyline of cotton mills and factories rather than glitzy apartments and hotels that we're used to seeing today. The old Smithfield Market extended across Swan Street and into Ancoats, and there was a constant buzz of traders who would be selling fresh food, veg and meat, and a host of other everyday treasures that people could buy from leather shoes to puppy dogs. Growing up as one of 7 children born to an Irish family, the Wythenshawe raised Jimmy the Weed was entranced by the hustle and bustle that happened every day on the market, and more importantly, now becoming a young man himself, was excited by the opportunity to be able to make some money for himself. His first job he had after leaving school at 15 was where he was as a bike boy. This required him to get up and be ready before daylight to be able to pick up fresh fish from the market and deliver the fish to the railway stations, hotels and restaurants. Around town for his troubles, Jimmy was paid usually around £2. However, he soon discovered that there was a hustle or fiddle to be made that could apparently supplement his £2 a week wages. He said that on the way out of the market he would grab a turkey or a chicken or a handful of steaks to take with him to sell on for an extra wage. Or, if he was delivering a box of fish, he would stick his hand in and pinch 2 or 3 pieces, and then put them in his bag at the end of the day. He might have an extra £2 of fish that he could sell on. He said every day he would nick as much fish as he possibly could, and in doing so, he was going home with more in stolen fish than he would receive in wages at the weekend for working. There was a fella in Hume who would buy it off him and be selling it in his chippy. He also had hotels that he would sell to, and he had his own customers around where he lived that he would be more than happy to buy some of the high quality fish for cheap from Jimmy. Don't forget, we were hungry in them days. We were starving, says Jimmy. Jimmy's antics soon earned him a reputation with some of the other well-known market lads that had been keeping an eye on Jimmy, this including a young man named James Monaghan. Mr. Monaghan was better known by his boxing ring name, Jim Swords. He was a born fighter. I didn't care who they were, I'd fight them, he said. In his first book, Jimmy describes his lifelong pal, Mr. Swords, as a typical Ancoats urchin. In the Victorian era, in Manchester, the district was renowned for extremely violent fights that had been taking place between youth gangs in the area, better known as scuttlers. Jimmy Swords was cut from the same cloth and had made it his mission to take on every hardman, bouncer or boxer with any type of reputation in Manchester. Jimmy the Weed, who acquired his name because of his tendency to grow on people, was usually in the middle of most of these scuffles as well. It was a brutal time, very, very brutal time, explained Jimmy when he asked about what was it like growing up in such an era. And if we got there and discovered that there was more than one of them, or more of them than us, well, then the axe came out, or a knife, or a machete, or whatever we had on us to try and even up the odds. If they were in a team and there was only 2 or 3 of us, well, then just about anything went. A few doormen had got a bit cheeky, and in doing so, we had to dish out a few beltings, said Jimmy. When asked if he ever had fear if he might have been killed or seriously injured in those brawls, Jimmy replied, "No, I never had any fear going into a fight, but I was badly hurt just like a lot of people, and I saw a lot of injuries during my time up in scraps. But you just get yourself stitched up and just carry on a few weeks later." Jimmy explained that he must have at least 200 stitches in his body, and he points to a large scar on his forearm that's from a meat cleaver, and he says, "I've also been shot in the shoulder." He says, "Stitches are everywhere, all over me. Don't forget, I was only 5 foot 4 inches, I was fearless, I didn't give a fuck who they were, I'd fight them." The Quality Streets gang reputation was such that it stretched way beyond the streets of Manchester. In the mid-60s, the Cray twins were involved in bringing the former boxing world champion Joe Lewis onto a tour of the UK, and one of the many stops was Manchester. And so, the story goes that when the Crays and Joe Lewis arrived at Piccadilly Station, they were met by the Quality Street gang and told to go back to London. Jimmy says that version of events is a load of rubbish. The Crays did in fact come to Manchester, and he has a photo in his possession that shows Ronnie and Reggie posing outside the Piccadilly Club. But he said there was some tension between the firms when Reggie supposedly knocked out a doorman, and the club owners had contacted Jim Swords, the local boxer, to ask for backup. But ultimately, Jimmy says that it was the police who eventually confronted the Crays and told them that up here they had better behave themselves, and after a night out they left Manchester peacefully the next day. By the time he was in his late 20s, Jimmy the Weed was already a successful and wealthy businessman, owning a construction firm. He also had dabbled in many other business ventures, from selling cars, sports tickets, to even owning a dozen pubs and hotels. The Quality Street gang had become the nickname for a group of around a dozen or so well-known gangsters in Manchester's clubland scene, and like Jimmy the Weed, most of whom occasionally found themselves getting involved in the wrong side of the law. Men such as Jim Swords and his brother Joe, who was Jimmy the Weed's brother-in-law, Joe Leach, and Vinnie and Louis Chiavo, Mick Brown, Dennis Croller, and boxing promoter Jack Trickett were all known to be members or associated to the Quality Street gang. Everyone knew that they liked to dress smart and only hang out in the finest establishments in Manchester. "We all used the same couple of tailors that we knew and trusted," said Jimmy. "We dressed in a very, very smart silk suits, and everything was made to measure, nothing was off the peg. Handmade shirts were made to perfection, every one of us was all dressed smartly. The other things we liked to spend our money on was top of the range cars. I was into Americans. I always had American cars. Others in the gang were the same, but some people had Rolls Royces. We were known as being way too flash because of what we did and how we did it. I suppose looking back, we flash our money way too much, in a way. We never went in the local pubs with all the young lads in there. Kicking off every minute would be in the Grand Hotel set up in the cocktail bar, in the Midland or in the upmarket bars. We had a refined taste with class and nobody could come in talking crap to us. None of the so-called tough guy idiots off the street would even challenge us. We drank in all the top bars and we ate in all the top restaurants and all the top nightclubs at the time, like Deno's and the Cabaret Club. The Cabaret Club was our favourite because they had all the big stars who were singing at the time, like Shirley Bassey, who was in fact one of Jimmy the Weed's favourite people to see perform live. We'd walk into the place and it would be, aye boys, you're all here, the chaps are here, and the owner would then come over and sit with us and have a few drinks. It was an incredible time and place to be. It was the gang's preference for keeping a consistent dapper dress code that earned them the moniker after a popular TV advert at the time. The advert had featured a group of bank robbers wearing suits and fedoras, who then proceeded to pull off a heist on a bank armed with only a box of Quality Street chocolates. One night, when Jimmy the Weed and a few members of the Quality Street gang decided to have a night out on the Cabaret Club, the doorman saw the group of smartly dressed gangsters and shouted, "Here they are, the Quality Street mob." With lots of money to spend, the Quality Street gang mixed with some of Manchester's most interesting individuals. Among them was Philomena Phyllis Linnott, the mother of Thin Lizzy's Phil, who ran the Clifton Grange Hotel in Whalley Range. The Clifton Grange Hotel was an after-hours club known as the Showbiz or even just as the Biz for short, and it rarely opened before 2 AM. Plus, if you wanted breakfast before midday, you had to cook it yourself. It was there that Jimmy the Weed recalls seeing a lot of famous people, from singer Helen Shapiro to TV presenters such as Michael Parkinson and Bob Greaves. Phil Phillis, who is known as the lanky kid with the wild hair, stayed with his mum in Manchester at the hotel during the holidays and wrote many of Thin Lizzy's lyrics when he was thinking about the people he had met during his holidays. When some of the Quality Street gang turned up after visiting friends of the Schiavos out in Italy, a young Mr. Phillis is said to have remarked, "The boys are back in town." Thin Lizzy's next album featured an even more explicit reference of the Quality Street gang in Johnny the Fox Meets Jimmy the Weed. Mr. Phillis famously gave Jimmy the Weed the gold disc that marked that 250,000 copies had been sold, and it still has pride today on his mantelpiece on his living room wall. We were anti-establishment, and I know it's crazy, but it was a massive thing to be a part of that was big in Manchester City, and especially for the Quality Street gang. You just don't know where things will ever end up in that life, says Jimmy. Many say that the truth of the gang's criminal exploits will never actually be fully known, but the constant flaunting of their wealth and the fact that it became common knowledge that the Quality Street gang had friends in high places eventually attracted some serious unwanted attention from police. On one occasion, Jimmy the Weed, who was on the lookout, had discovered undercover officers that were watching one of his scrapyards and were doing so from a van parked outside the yard. He went over with a friend who was visiting him at the yard, and they brought a can full of petrol and then loudly shouted outside the van, "Alright, let's set it alight." The doors of the van opened up and a group of police jumped out in a panic. The police were convinced the Quality Street gang were never caught because they had an inside man. But Jimmy the Weed says they simply knew a lot of people in and around Manchester who would tip them off if any trouble was looming. However, the Quality Street gang's reach eventually saw them caught up in one of the biggest political scandals of the era. Kevin Taylor was a well-known local businessman and professional gambler who was a friend of the gang. Mr. Taylor had, as it in fact turned out, lived next door to a high-ranking Greater Manchester police officer, John Stalker, for many years. Mr. Stalker had eventually climbed the ranks himself to become Deputy Chief Constable and was put in charge of a highly sensitive inquiry that was being made into claims that the Royal Ulster Constabulary had a shoot-to-kill policy when it comes to concerning members of the IRA. However, in 1986, Mr. Stalker was removed from the investigation and suspended from the force, after false accusations were made against him that he had a strong link to organised crime gangs who were ruining the city. A photograph had been produced that showed him at the 50th birthday party of Kevin Taylor at his cottage in Somerset, Bury. Jimmy the Weed was also present at that party and says that it was the one and only time that he met Mr. Stalker. I got introduced to him and he said, "You have the Brown Wall pub in Salford then, do you?" "I'm in Salford as well. I'm at the Crescent," said Mr. Stalker. It was only after the party, when he was reflecting on the event, that Jimmy realised that Mr. Stalker had meant the police station. Mr. Stalker was however eventually cleared of any wrongdoing, and although he was cleared, he ultimately stepped down from the Greater Manchester Police Force, and Kevin Taylor spent many years battling for compensation. Jimmy the Weed remains convinced that John Stalker was not brought down because of his connection to the Quality Street gang, but was however brought down by the Thatcher government
and this was because of what he had learned during his time heading the IRA inquiry. He was unfortunately for him right. He had found out what was going on with the British government, says Jimmy the Weed. He had proved that the 2 Irish farmers were murdered by soldiers. He got too near it and they found their excuse to remove him. Jimmy thinks the Quality Street gang lent more towards the IRA, but only in certain aspects. Not in any of these tit-for-tat killings you see going on, but I'm Irish, and near enough everyone in Ancoats was Irish-Italian. Lots of my friends were in the IRA. We were anti-government, anti-police, and we were in every sense of the word anti-establishment, says Jimmy. A housing developer wants to turn an old commercial pub into the Quality Street Hotel, but as the Mr. Stalker affair proved, the legacy of the Quality Street gang is a very complicated and controversial one. In Jimmy the Weed's story, there were honourable thieves and thugs who would only steal from those who could afford it and were known for ending vicious straighteners with a gentleman's handshake. So it was to no surprise that he was delighted to learn a hotel developer has plans to pay homage to the Quality Street gang in a new city centre development. Liverpool-based firm Signature Living said as well as the name that there would be artefacts and memorabilia that originated from the Quality Street gang's era. The councillors for the Deansgate ward described the proposal as tacky and as crime worship tourism. In response, Signature, the firm, said, "The plans are in the very early stages and promise to consult with the public to get their opinion before finalising them." Jimmy the Weed says he helped a former associate, Les Sims, take ownership of the commercial, and it was a long association with the Quality Street gang. "I know that place like the back of my hand, and it was my office for 10 years, he said. "I was to be found there every day and I conducted the majority of my business right there. Although you wouldn't have brought it back in those days, it was an absolute pigsty." And he wasn't joking. There was a meat market that came right up to the back door, but it was the pig side of the market where all the pigs were being butchered. You'd hear them screaming and squealing all the time. I doubt very much he would have wanted to build a hotel right there at the time. When asked what he thinks about the Quality Street Hotel idea, he added, "I don't think it's a cheap trick. I think it would be a very good idea for the city. Go for a walk today and look at the names of some of those pubs. The Bank of England, the Lord Nelson, they're all people from the past. The Sherwood, the Robin Hood. The Robin Hood was a bandit, wasn't he? Quality Street gang is also part of Manchester's history, so as Jimmy says it, it should be remembered." The self-proclaimed Manchester United football hooligan Colin Blaney claims that members of the Quality Street gang had links to a criminal element that was within a gang associated with the football club. They were also known as the Intercity Jibbers. He claims that the Quality Street gang and the Intercity Jibbers carried out armed robberies together in Holland. In his book, it includes a photograph alleged to show a Quality Street gang member at the wedding of Intercity Jibbers member John the Grid McKee, whom Mr. Blaney alleges was also heavily involved in the Dutch underworld. Jimmy the Weed, the Quality Street gang, and the crimes they committed will never be forgotten in the UK criminal underworld. Thanks for watching everyone, and until next time, stay safe.
Hello everyone and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe for more content. Today, we're going to look at one of the most dangerous and well-known criminals to ever exist in the UK criminal underworld, Mr. James Alfred Moody. He was born on the 27th of February 1941, a very different Britain to the one we see today. He was a well-known and well-feared English gangster and hitman whose career spanned for more than 4 decades. During his criminal career, he had run-ins with notorious gangsters of such calibre and infamy as the Mad Frankie Fraser, the Cray Twins, the Richardsons, all of which we've covered in previous videos if you'd like to check that out. Now, he was described by local police detectives as an extremely professional individual and an extremely intimidating character, so sounds like a nice guy. Now, it is well known at the UK criminal underworld that Mr. Moody's specialty was robbing armoured trucks, and he used a chainsaw to saw through the side of security vehicles, so the guy was either a genius or he had a really good chainsaw. Now, this was a practice that a lot of the high-ranking British criminals would use back then to get their organised criminal careers off the ground. Mr. Moody was born to a mother who was a wartime evacuee from Camberwell in London. His father was killed during World War II after his ship was torpedoed by a German U-boat. Mr. Moody was an enforcer for the Richardson gang and was known to do freelance work for the Crays. He was considered by many of his peers to be at one time the hardest man in London, although I imagine there are a few crooks out there who'd have something to say about that. In the 70s, he joined a team of organised criminals to form the Chainsaw Gang, which sounds to me like something straight out of a horror film. The gang went on to become that decade's most successful group of armed robbers. This gang really cleaned up in the 70s, enabling them to live a nice, comfortable lifestyle.
Mr. Moody was convicted along with his brother Richard of manslaughter in 1967 for the killing of William Day, a young merchant navy steward. He was released in 1972 but was sent back again in 1979, this time on remand to the notorious Brixton prison to await trial for another armed robbery. This guy kept himself quite busy. His cellmate whilst in Brixton prison was the provisional IRA member Gerard Tweet, who himself is an interesting character, and we're going to go more in depth into this guy's life soon in another video, so keep an eye out for that, guys. Now the two men, the fellow robber Stan Thompson, all escaped Brixton prison on the 16th of December 1980, which put them to the top of Scotland Yard's most wanted list. Now it is also alleged that Mr. Moody had been paid £10,000 by the IRA, which would have been valued roughly today at just shy of £136,000, just to help get Mr. Tweet out of the prison system. Fleeing to Northern Ireland, Mr. Moody worked with the Provisional IRA. It was there that Mr. Moody coined the expression of awarding someone an OBE, which stood for one behind the ear, or a shot in the head, a play on the OBE award. The expression was reportedly used by killers in Belfast for the next decade or so he was a real trendsetter. Mr. Tweet, being a prominent IRA member, was later arrested in Dublin on other charges. Still on the run, Mr. Moody returned to London in the late 1980s, where he was now known as Mick the Irishman. Now, he was also wanted by the Royal Ulster Constabulary and the British Security Services. Unfortunately, he was shot dead on the 1st of June 1993 in the Royal Hotel, which is now the Royal Inn, on the Park in Hackney, East London, by an unknown assailant who was described as being in his late 40s and wearing a leather bomber jacket. The assailant apparently fled in a stolen Ford Fiesta. Not the worst car we've seen so far in Street Crime UK. Following his death, Mr. Moody was linked to multiple unsolved murders, including that of gangster David Brindle in August of 1991. And there was another businessman as well called Terry Gooderham and his girlfriend Maxine Arnold in Epping Forest, and that of a couple called the Dixons, who were walking the Pembrokeshire coast in June of 1989 and were thought to have inadvertently unearthed a cache of provisional IRA weapons. There was also speculation he was involved in the murder of the car dealer Nick Whitting, found in Rainham, Essex in 1990. However, it was Pembrokeshire-based serial killer and rapist John Cooper who was found guilty of the murder of the Dixons in 2011. The police were unable to establish what Mr. Moody had been doing since his return to England, nor who had arranged his council flat for him. His flat was only traced 3 weeks later after his death, by which time it had been completely emptied. It was thought that he had discovered an IRA arms cache and was shot because of that, although it was also noted he had an extensive criminal history of gangland crime, and it was also suspected that he may have been involved in a wide range of criminal activities, including several murders. He had been on the run for about 13 years since escaping prison, and kept going so long due to having known the Cray twins and the Richardson gang from the 60s. He had been on the run for about 13 years since escaping prison, and kept going so long due to his great relationship with the Cray twins and the Richardson gang from the 60s. At the time, he had been living in the first floor council flat at Flat 12, Wayton Street, Hackney, just off of Mare Street, and he used to walk to the Royal Hotel public house on the edge of Victoria Park, about half a mile away, and he'd go 2 or 3 times a week, generally during the weekdays and always in the afternoon. It was not known how he got his council flat, which had custom security grills over the windows, which is clearly, it shows he means business. It was not clear if anyone even knew that he lived there, or if they knew he was on the run. He was described as being a 6 foot tall, broadly built with black brows and greying hair. He was also described as a brick shithouse, extremely intimidating and a fearsomely hard man, resulting in a lot of villains in the UK criminal underworld being terrified of him. It was said that 2 days after his murder, an unnamed policeman said Mr. Moody was not the sort of guy you fight. You don't punch him, you don't rough him up, you just have to kill him. His final route had took him along the Grand Union Canal and down the Gore Road to the Royal Hotel. He had left his flat at around 7:30 PM on Tuesday the 1st of June 1993 to go to the Royal Hotel, and was still there drinking around 10 PM when most of the customers had gone home and there were only about 4 people left there. Now, Mr. Moody had been standing at the bar between the 2 entrances drinking a beer when a Ford Fiesta car pulled up outside the pub, parked in a space in front of the park gates. The driver then got out, walked into the pub, ordered a pint, put in £2 in 2 £1 coins on the bar, and then walked straight up to Mr. Moody and shot him 4 times with a Webley .38 revolver, swearing at him as he did so, which was said to have been very unusual for a professional hit.
Whoever it was must have been a very dangerous person to even get so close to Mr. Moody. The gunman was said to have been between 5 foot 10 inches and 6 foot tall, aged between 30 to 40 years old, with blue eyes, a lightly tanned face, and blonde or possibly greying shoulder-length hair. He had been wearing a dark-bound jacket on the night. It was noted by witnesses that the gunman had not even touched his drink, so this guy didn't even take a sip. He just walks in, orders his drink, and then with no hesitation walks over to Mr. Moody and executes him with 4 rounds to the chest. Crazy. As he shot Mr. Moody, 2 young women approached from the left-hand entrance from the street and tried to come in, but the gunman slammed the door in their faces and then left by the other door which he had come in from and drove away. His post-mortem showed that Mr. Moody had 2 bullet wounds to his back, 1 to his chest and another to his head. When his body was searched though, they found that he had not only got his flat keys but also £90 in cash on him, so if his cash was left on, this must have been a hit. It was also found that attempts had been made to remove an eagle tattoo and the tattoo of a geisha girl from his arms, which was presumably done because he was on the run from authorities and he wanted to disguise his identity. As well as his convictions for manslaughter in 1967, he was also known for armed robberies on security vehicles and his use of a chainsaw to cut through the sides of them. It was said that gangs that he had been involved with had taken over £2 million. He was also known for committing crimes whilst dressed up like a policeman. It was said that he had been involved in a hold-up in the Blackwell Tunnel in 1978, during which he had been dressed as a policeman and confiscated the keys from an armoured car as well as the other cars in the tunnel to stop them getting away. However, the local criminals started to think that he had become arrogant, and it was this arrogance that led to his 1979 arrest, when he was arrested for 3 armed robberies totalling £930,000. Whilst awaiting trial, he had been in an adjoining cell with a member of the IRA, and they apparently became good friends. Then, later on, when he and another man organised their breakout from Brixton Prison, they took the IRA member with them. They were said to have burrowed out using tools that they had smuggled into the prison in a sock. It was reported that following his escape from Brixton Prison, that numerous crimes and a handful of murders were attributed to him, including the 1991 murders of David Brindle and Stanley Silk, who were shot at the Bell Pub in East Street, Walworth, and whose murders themselves are currently unsolved. It was also suggested that he had been responsible for the shootings of Terry Guderham and Maxine Arnold, who were shot in a Mercedes-Benz car in Epping Forest in 1989. It was also suggested that shortly after his murder, that he had been involved in the murder of Peter Dixon and Gwenda Dixon, who were at the time on holiday in Littlehaven, Pembrokeshire, in June 1989, which was near an arms dump. However, that murder was later attributed to John William Cooper, who was convicted for it, as well as other murders in May of 2011. However, there were no suspects or arrests in Mr. Moody's murder. A gangster that later wrote a book that touched on Mr. Moody's murder wrote that when you're dead, you get the blame for everything. He said that following Mr. Moody's murder, he was blamed for numerous crimes up and down the country, including the murders of Peter Dixon and Gwenda Dixon on the premise that they had discovered an IRA weapons cache, and that because Alfred Moody had escaped as an IRA member, that must be he was involved. The author noted that dead people can't sue you, so people say whatever they like. He said that in the case of Peter Dixon and Gwenda Dixon, that it was easy to connect Mr. Moody after his death, but he also noted that alternatively, it could just have easily have been Father Christmas. Now, Jimmy Moody and the crimes he committed will never be forgotten in the UK criminal underworld, and I want to thank everyone for watching, and until next time guys, stay safe. Welcome back to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Thank you for joining us, and please don't forget to like, share and subscribe for more content. Today we'll be taking a closer look at the man dubbed the Tipton Drugs Baron, Mr. John Anslow, who is better known in the UK criminal underworld as Skits. So how did this underworld drug kingpin infamously become the first Category A prisoner to escape custody in more than 17 years? Born to an extremely articulate father, John Sr. Anslow dabbled into cocaine and cannabis from an early age. He would soon move on to peddling Class A drugs that earned him the name as Tipton's Drug Baron back in 2014. Mr. Anslow's father famously proclaimed to media authorities that yes, Anslow's dabbled in drugs, but not to the extent that it's been said. My son's no angel, far from it, but he's not what they've made him out to be. It's been trialled by the media. However, claims that Mr. Anslow was a small player in the illicit drugs trade were not the same as the information and evidence gathered by the police in Mr. Anslow's many trials and investigations, which we will be looking at in detail today. Though there is fairly little information on his wife and relationships, Mr. Anslow has fathered 3 children with his partner Samantha Glover. Mr. Anslow's drug network stretched across the globe and involved numerous gangsters and a wide range of drugs from Class A's down to inhalants. Though he had an international presence, most of his activity was concentrated in the West Midlands. While running the drug cartel, he lived a lavish lifestyle, splashing out on fast cars and luxury holidays. Being an avid Wolverhampton Wanderers fan, Mr. Anslow even spent £36,000 sponsoring Wolves matches and players at the Molyneux Stadium. Mr. Anslow splashed thousands of pounds in cash on excessive holidays to the Caribbean and met high-level criminal associates in Thailand. Between July 2010 and March 2011, it was reported that he had splashed out £24,000 on holidays to the Dominican Republic, St. Lucia and Bangkok, which were paid for in cold hard cash obtained from drug deals. He also owned several high-value cars, and showered his partners with Rolex watches and diamond jewellery that were collectively valued at over £26,000. Mr. Anslow was caught when police in Liverpool tracked a drug dealer to an address in February 2011 and uncovered cannabis with a street value of more than £1.1 million. The drugs courier linked back to Mr. Anslow's Tipton home, and phone analysis revealed regular contact between Mr. Anslow and the men monitored by Merseyside police. On the 11th of February 2011, 2 days after the Liverpool drugs find, West Midlands police officers uncovered half a kilo of 100% pure cocaine, along with cutting agents and a drugs press at a Tipton business premises belonging to one of Mr. Anslow's associates. Police also found just under £108,000 in cash hidden inside 2 safes at his home. Realising he was wanted for questioning, Mr. Anslow sent West Midlands Police a Spanish postcard in an attempt to convince detectives that he had fled the continent. But the police didn't fall for the trick and found him lying low on August 12, 2011, in a Bewdley Caravan Park. Whilst awaiting trial on drugs charges, he was also charged with the murder of Richard Deacon. David Harrison, who is Mr. Anslow's uncle, was at the centre of the confiscation and murder claim, where it was decided that £625,000 of his assets were funded by crime. Mr. Harrison is now serving life in prison for murder of Richard Deacon in July 2010, but police say he was also a key member of Mr. Anslow's network and jailed in 2012 for 12 years following a conviction for conspiracy to supply drugs. Mr. Harrison, aged 66, then shot dead 67-year-old Mr. Deacon with a sawn-off shotgun at the victim's home in Meadway Street, Chasetown. When originally sentenced, Mr. Harrison was told he would probably die in jail. He has consistently denied having anything to do with the killing. Mr. Harrison and his wife also lost the £26,000 in cash that was found in a safe at their house. Mr. Harrison's wife, Julie Anslow, 61 at the time, was also given a confiscation order after it was determined that she benefited to the tune of £100,000 by laundering her husband's cash. The pair had to pay back £251,000 and just stand to lose their marital home in Folkestone. That figure is less than the £625,000 total, as he no longer had that much in the form of releasable assets. Chilling CCTV images taken at Mr. Deacon's house showed Mr. Harrison walk through the garden wearing a balaclava, blue latex gloves and carrying a sawn-off shotgun. Mr. Deacon was shot in the chest and leg and died at the scene. Mr. Anslow, however, denied being involved in the murder throughout his 4-week trial. It was during one of his final few trials that the murder suspect infamously escaped from custody in a well-orchestrated armed ambush in January 2012, whilst he was being taken from Hewell Prison in Redditch to Stafford Crown Court. Mr. Anslow, who was 33 at the time, was on his way to court in Stafford in January 2012 when he was sprung from a secure van by armed men wearing balaclavas. This cinematic escape was however being planned meticulously by Mr. Anslow and his compatriots, despite the former being in prison. Mr. Anslow was strip searched and asked to squat by an officer on the morning he escaped, but he was not made to sit on a special chair used to scan prisoners for electrical devices, which he should have been subject to under standard protocol. But these were not the only lapses that allowed for his escape. The escape was orchestrated by Stuart Reid, one of Mr. Anslow's closest associates. Stuart Reid was at that point in time one of the Midlands' biggest criminals. Mr. Reid masqueraded as a legitimate businessman, when his real venture was masterminding a multi-million-pound drugs racket supplying heroin, cannabis and amphetamine across the country. However, despite all of this, Mr. Reid's most audacious offence was helping bust John Anslow out of prison, sending him a coded message in a Christmas card, which was a key part of the plot. The coded message informed Mr. Anslow of their plan on the day of the escape. Mr. Anslow also had a phone inside prison, which was a crucial part of his escape, even using it when he was in the prison van to let his associates know where he was in the convoy. A gang of 3 masked men stopped the prison van, smashed its windows with a sledgehammer, and punched the driver. They drove off in a silver Mercedes with Mr. Anslow in the back seat. Mr. Anslow was smuggled out of the country in a metal freight box. He spent 3 days in the box, briefly seeing daylight when the tanker docked in Italy. He only emerged when the cargo was finally unloaded in Turkey. From there, Mr. Anslow, who was the subject of an international hunt and with a £10,000 reward on his head, travelled to the gangster paradise of northern Cyprus, which was a safe haven for criminals due to the lack of extradition laws. Mr. Anslow was soon all over the headlines of tabloids and papers and television channels in the UK, becoming the first Category A prisoner to escape since 1995. Meanwhile, in his absence, Mr. Anslow was tried, found guilty and sentenced to 22 years in prison for the drug offences. However, Mr. Anslow was no shrinking violet. While evading the long arm of the law, taunting police on social media sites, threads on one Twitter account out on the run included, "Lapping it up in the sun, I hear they couldn't even talk about me on the news back home anymore." On Facebook, he posted a defiant message, "Go on, jog on, walk on, goodbye, bon voyage, F off, and everybody that's got a problem with me can go as well." Another site titled "John Anslow is Innocent Man Being Set Up" has clocked up more than 300 likes. The villain's whereabouts gripped the nation, with reports of sightings in Spain, Morocco and the UK, including Birmingham city centre. Chillingly, at the height of the manhunt, a Sunday Mercury news desk received a gloating anonymous call pinpointing the fugitive's location. It said, "You're not even close." The underworld figure told the reporter, he said, "John's in northern Cyprus, you think you know everything," he laughed. "You know nothing." The informant was spot on. Mr. Anslow was collared in March 2013 after 439 days on the run, in the desolate Alanskak district of northern Cyprus, a country which has become the criminal fraternity's new bolt hole because it shares no extradition treaty with the UK. But he was arrested on suspicion of immigration offences and deported by the Turkish Cypriot authorities. Like his prison breakout, Mr. Anslow's escape from the UK, despite airports and ports being placed on high alert, was the stuff of a big screen gangster blockbuster. Mr. Anslow was soon returned to the UK and placed in a high security prison in Belmarsh, along with terrorists and hardened criminals awaiting trial. The jury took just 5 hours to find Mr. Anslow not guilty of involvement in the 2010 death of Staffordshire father Richard Deacon. Wearing a navy blue Nike jumper and jogging bottoms of the same colour, Mr. Anslow smiled as the verdict was read out. He thanked the judge, Mr. Justice Wilkie, before he was led away to continue serving his 22-year sentence for drug dealing. The verdict was greeted with jubilation by relatives of the criminal, in the corner of the Black Country where Mr. Anslow's reputation casts a long shadow. One family member even described him as a Robin Hood-style character and insisted that he was respected rather than feared. Staffordshire police officers admitted that they were disappointed but said they took solace in the jail terms previously imposed. Mr. Anslow had been at the centre of a number of investigations not covered by the media due to reporting restrictions, and this was the final case involving him to be heard at court. One family member said he had sponsored football teams, helped young kids in boxing, and helped a lot of people on the Tipton estate who were down and out in these parts. He is well liked and well respected. If he was to park his car on these streets for a week, no one would touch it. He is like any other young lad. If you talk to John, you would see him in a different light, quoted a Netzian. Yes, he has done some stuff, but to me, his critics are small-minded and the Anslows stick together. It is a way of life. You start with nothing and help each other, said Anslow's partner at the time. One individual who experienced a drug dealer's benevolence was former X Factor hopeful Joseph Whelan. Mr. Anslow also splashed out close to £3,000 to help the Wolverhampton Salesmen's Band. Anslow's half-brother, Ozzy Garrett, a top Tipton boxing trainer, dubbed the murder trial a colossal waste of public money. He said, "John may be many things, but he's not a murderer. It should have never gone to court. It must have cost millions of pounds." And a Facebook page titled John Anslow as Innocent Man being set up clocked up more than 300 likes at the time. However, despite being acquitted of murder, John Anslow was found guilty of escaping from custody, adding another 7 years 2 months to his original sentence in 2015. Mr. Anslow planned to appeal against his escape conviction and sentence, but dropped his case at the last minute. He is now serving time at Belmarsh Prison. Female police officer Millie Kirk was sentenced to 8 months in prison for striking a romance with a Tipton criminal. Kirk had been in a long-term same-sex relationship with another woman, a war veteran, and Kirk insists that she and Mr. Anslow were not physically involved. Mr. Anslow's dad, John Sr., protested that the police had made something out of nothing. She showed a bit of kindness to him and took him under her wing. Even the CCTV shows nothing, he insisted. It was human kindness. What's he going to do in a situation like that? There was nothing going on. He didn't tell me anything about it because there was nothing to tell, said John Sr. John Sr. also added that Mr. Anslow wanted to move from Wakefield after that happened. It threw everything into disarray. Mr. Anslow was back in the doldrums. Now back at square one, he only had one hot meal a day, then sandwiches at night time with cereal for breakfast, making conditions almost impossible for survival, according to John Sr. Kirk was infatuated and sent more than 1,500 texts from a secret phone to the 43-year-old prisoner. Mr. Anslow's phone, later found hidden in a pat of butter in his cell, was used to make another 19 calls and send 1,678 texts. One message stated, "I'd love to take your clothes off." Another simply said, "Sex, sex, sex, XXX." The 6-month relationship described as romantic was uncovered on Anslow's birthday, June 22nd, 2013, when Kirk brought 2 birthday cards and 12 cupcakes into Wakefield for the notorious criminal. Mr. Anslow was caught with the gifts in a storeroom and tried to conceal the cakes under a pillow. One of the birthday cards contained a message which read, "Happy birthday, I love you so much, here's to many more together." A message in the other card stated, "Happy birthday, love M." CCTV camera checks showed Kirk going into the storerooms hours earlier, carrying a rucksack. The prison governor was informed and Kirk interviewed. She admitted forming an inappropriate non-physical relationship with Mr. Anslow, but insisted she had never kissed him and nothing sexual had ever taken place. Kirk confessed, however, to having mobile phone contact with the prisoner using a burner phone. To communicate with him, she even travelled to Birmingham to meet the villain's ex-wife, who she described as a mother figure to her. Shining light on Kirk's previous relationship, the court found out that the relationship had difficulties from time to time because Megan was in the army and served abroad, and there was the stress of her potentially being harmed. At the time this relationship was developing, her relationship with Megan was struggling, and that created an element of confusion and made Kirk perhaps susceptible to the attention she was receiving from the prisoner. The messages were part of the parcel of this quasi-romantic relationship that had developed. It was not a relationship that had become sexual. Kirk put herself in a position where she was open to corruption. The sheer quantity of those communications showed the prolonged and sustained extent of her conduct, which undermined the integrity of the prison regime. However, John Sr. denied his son was having a secret affair with the prison officer that was jailed that week over the relationship, and he had slammed the 8-month sentence that the 26-year-old Millie Kirk had got. Mr. Anslow, the mobster whose jail escape made national headlines, had also allegedly been involved in a violent prison clash with the killers of soldier Lead Rigby, and the underworld kingpin got the better of the brawl. His father, John Sr., claimed the fight was the culmination of simmering bad blood between Mr. Anslow and Michael Adebolajo and Michael Adeboale. Mr. Anslow, whose cell in high security Nick Belmarsh neighboured the terrorist lockups, had become increasingly agitated over the pair's loud all-night conversations. His dad said all night and all day they were shouting, one each side of him. One tried to pit it on him and came off worse. John got him on the floor and was throwing punches before the screws pulled him off. He gave it to him, he stood his ground and he had to go back. He added that Adebolajo and Adeboale were the worst of the worst, and that he'd like to do to them what they did to Lee Rigby. The extremist, savage crime revolted the nation on the May 22nd, 2013. Michael Adebolajo and Michael Adeboale mowed down 25-year-old Lee near Woolwich's Royal Artillery Barracks in London, and then hacked him to death with knives and a cleaver in the road. They yelled to passers-by that Lee had been targeted in retaliation over the killing of Muslims by British soldiers. In February 2014, both men were sentenced to life. Mr. Adebolajo, aged 28, is one of the few UK prisoners serving a whole life term. He is destined to die behind bars, which some may say is too good for him. Before being snared, Mr. Anslow posted a message of support for the UK troops, but John Sr. questioned why the 38-year-old was placed in close proximity to the terrorists, and in earshot of the radical views. Following this incident, Mr. Anslow was transferred to Frankland Prison, County Durham, and is currently incarcerated at HM Prison Wakefield, the largest high-security prison in Britain. He and his father are glad to see the back of Belmarsh's ultra-strict regime. The Thamesmead London Institute is used for the detention of terrorists. It was a joke, said John Sr., who now lives in London. There was no sympathy, he claimed. The lifestyle and crimes committed by John Anslow will never be forgotten about in the UK criminal underworld. Thanks for joining us today. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to give it a like and a share, and leave any thoughts or suggestions you have in the comments section. We love to read through them all. And if you're new but enjoy UK true crime content, then subscribe to see when our newest video releases. And as always, stay safe.
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, comment, share and subscribe. Today we're going to look at one of the UK's most infamous and dangerous hackers and look into the story of why the US government wanted to hand him an almost guaranteed life sentence to serve at Guantanamo Bay. This was after he said he was only looking for evidence of UFOs and renewable energy. Gary McKinnon, who was born on the 10th of February 1966, is a Scottish systems administrator and hacker who was accused in 2002 of perpetrating the biggest military computer hack of all time. Although Mr. McKinnon himself states that he was merely looking for evidence of free energy suppression, a cover-up of UFO activity, as well as other technologies that could be potentially useful to the public. On the 16th of October 2012, after a series of legal proceedings in Britain, the Home Secretary at the time, Theresa May, blocked the extradition to the United States. But why did the British government decide not to extradite Mr. McKinnon after he had hacked one of the biggest military corporations in America? Surely this did not go down well between the UK and US relations. Today we take a deeper look into the life of Gary McKinnon and what really happened. Mr. Gary McKinnon was accused of hacking into 97 United States military and NASA computers over a 13-month period, which was between February 2001 and March 2002, whilst he was at the house of his girlfriend's aunt in London. He did this using the name Solo. The US authorities stated that he deleted critical files from operating systems, which had shut down the United States Army Military District of Washington network, which consisted of 2,000 computers. The computers were shut down for 24 hours. Mr. McKinnon also posted a notice on the military's website saying, "Your security is crap." It is also alleged that after September 11th attacks in 2001, he allegedly deleted important weapon logs that were being held in the Earl Naval Weapons Station, rendering its network of 300 computers, making them completely inoperable and paralysing the munition supply for the US Navy's Atlantic Fleet. Mr. McKinnon was also accused of copying data, account files and passwords onto his own computer. The US authorities stated that the cost of tracking and correcting the problems that Mr. McKinnon had caused was well over $700,000. While not admitting that it constituted evidence of destruction, Mr. McKinnon did admit to leaving a threat on one computer. The message he left on the US government computer was as follows. US foreign policy is akin to government-sponsored terrorism these days. It was not a mistake that there was a huge security stand down on September 11th last year. I am solo. I will continue to destruct at the highest levels. However, the US authorities have stated that they believe Mr. McKinnon was in fact trying to downplay his own actions. A highly decorated and senior military officer at the Pentagon had said, "The US policy is to fight these cyber attacks as strongly as possible, and as a result of Mr. McKinnon's actions, we had suffered serious damage. This was not some harmless incident. He did very serious and deliberate damage, and he did so to US military and NASA computers. Mr. McKinnon also left behind silly and anti-American messages. All the evidence above suggests that someone was staging a very serious attack on US computer systems." Mr. McKinnon was first interviewed by the police on the 19th of March 2002. After this interview, his computer was seized by the authorities. He was then again interviewed on the 8th of August 2002. This time it was by the UK National High-Tech Crime Unit, or the NHTCU. In November 2002, Mr. McKinnon was indicted on a federal grand jury in the Eastern District of Virginia. The indictment contains 7 counts of computer-related crime, each of which carried a potential of 10 years sentence in jail. Mr. McKinnon remained at liberty without restriction for 3 years until June of 2005, until after the UK enacted the Extradition Act of 2003, which implemented the 2003 Extradition Treaty with the United States, wherein the United States did not need to provide contestable evidence. Mr. McKinnon now became subject to bail conditions, including a requirement to sign in at his local police station every evening and to remain at his home address every night. If extradited to the US and charged, Mr. McKinnon could have potentially faced up to 70 years in jail. Mr. McKinnon had also expressed fears that he could be extradited and sent to Guantanamo Bay. Representing Mr. McKinnon in the House of Lords on the 16th of June 2008, the barristers told the law lords that the prosecutors had said that Mr. McKinnon faced a possible 8 to 10 years in jail per count if he contested to the charges. There were 7 counts altogether, without any chance of reparation, but he would only receive between 37 and 46 months if he cooperated and went voluntary to the United States. The US-style plea bargains are not part of English criminal law, except in exceptional circumstances, although it is standard practice to reduce the sentence by 1/3 if a defendant pleads guilty early. Mr. McKinnon's lawyers contended that this effect was intimidation and by the US using force to force Mr. McKinnon to waive his legal rights. Mr. McKinnon had also stated that he had been told he could serve part of his sentence in the UK if he cooperated. He rejected the offer because the Americans would not agree to this condition. Mr. McKinnon's barrister said that the law lords looking over the case, that they could deny the extradition if there was an abuse of process, saying, "If the United States wishes to use the process of the English courts to secure an extradition of an alleged offender, then they must play by our rules." The House Lords rejected this argument, with the lead judgment of Lord Brown of Eton under Haywood, holding that the difference between the American system and our own is not perhaps so stark as Mr. McKinnon's argument suggests, and that the extradition proceedings should accommodate legal and cultural differences between the legal system and many foreign-friendly states, with whom the UK has entered into a reciprocal extradition agreement. Mr. McKinnon appealed to the European Courts of Human Rights, which briefly imposed a bar on the extradition, but a request for an appeal was later rejected. On the 23rd of January 2009, Mr. McKinnon won permission from the High Court to apply for a judicial review against his extradition. However, on the 31st of July 2009, the High Court announced that Mr. McKinnon had lost his appeal. Mr. McKinnon's legal team, his solicitor Karen Todner and his barrister Ben Cooper, applied for a judicial review into the Home Secretary's rejection and medical evidence, which stated that when he could be easily tried in the UK, it was unnecessary, cruel and inhumane to inflict further stress of removing him from his homeland, his family and his medical support network. On the 16th of October 2012, the then Home Secretary Theresa May announced that the House of Commons had decided that the extradition had been blocked, saying that Mr. McKinnon is accused of serious crimes, but there is also no doubt that he is very seriously ill. He has Asperger's syndrome and suffers from depressive illness. Mr. McKinnon's extradition will give rise to such a high risk of him ending his life that the decision was made not to extradite him, and it would be incompatible with Mr. McKinnon's human rights. She stated that the Director of Public Prosecutions would determine whether Mr. McKinnon should face trial before a British court. On the 14th of December, the DPP, Keir Starmer, announced that Mr. McKinnon would not be prosecuted in the United Kingdom because of the difficulties involving in bringing his case against him when the evidence was all in the United States. In January of 2010, Mr. Justice Mitting granted Mr. McKinnon a further judicial review on the decision of the Home Secretary at the time, Alan Johnson, to allow Mr. McKinnon's extradition. Mr. Justice Mitting distinguished two issues which were arguable. The first being whether the psychiatrist Jeremy Turk's opinion that Mr. McKinnon would most certainly commit suicide if extradited to the US, and this meant that the Home Secretary must refuse extradition under the Section 6 of the Human Rights Act of 1998, which prevents a public authority from acting in a way incompatible with the Convention right. The second was whether Mr. Turk's opinion was a fundamental change to the circumstances that the courts had previously considered and ruled upon. Mr. Justice Mitting ruled that if the answer to both questions was yes, then it was arguable that it would be unlawful to allow the extradition. In early November 2008, 80 British MPs signed an early day motion calling for any custodial sentence imposed by an American court to be served in a UK prison. On the 15th of July 2009, many voted in Parliament against a review of the extradition treaty. In November of 2008, the rock group Marillion announced that it was ready to participate in a benefit concert in support of Mr. McKinnon's struggle to avoid extradition to the United States. The organiser of the planned event was Ross Hemsworth, an English radio host. Many prominent individuals voiced support, including Sting, Trudy Styler, Julie Christine, David Glimmer, Graham Nash, Peter Gabriel, The Proclaimers, Bob Geldof, Christy Hyde, David Cameron, Boris Johnson, Stephen Fry and Terry Waite, and all of them proposed that he should at least be tried in the UK. The Scottish entrepreneur Luke Heron would pay £100,000 toward Mr. McKinnon's legal costs in the event he was extradited to the US. In another article, Joseph Gutthines Jr., a retired NASA officer of the Inspector General's Senior Special Agent, voiced his support for Mr. McKinnon. Mr. Gutthines, who is also an American criminal defense lawyer and a former member of the Texas Criminal Justice Advisory Committee on Offenders with Medical and Mental Impairments, said that he feared Gary McKinnon would not find justice in the US because, in his opinion, the American justice system turns a blind eye towards anyone who is mentally ill. Janice Sharp, Mr. McKinnon's mother, stood as an independent candidate in the 2010 general election in Blackburn, in protest against the sitting Labour MP Jack Straw, who was the Foreign Secretary at the time when the extradition treaty was agreed. She unfortunately finished last out of the 8 candidates with a 0.38% of the vote. On the 20th of July 2010, Tom Brady, ITN's political editor, raised the Gary McKinnon issue with the US. President Barack Obama and Prime Minister David Cameron were in a joint White House press conference, and they responded that they had discussed it and were working to find an appropriate solution. In 2009, Pink Floyd's David Gilmour released an online single, Chicago, Changed the World, on which he sang and played the guitar, bass and keyboards to promote awareness of Mr. McKinnon's plight. A retitled cover of the Graham Nash song, Chicago, it featured Chrissie Hynde and Bob Geldof, plus Mr. McKinnon himself. It was produced by the longtime Pink Floyd collaborator Chris Thomas, and it was made with Mr. Nash's support. Mr. McKinnon has admitted in many public statements that he did obtain unauthorized access to the computer systems in the United States, including those that are mentioned in the United States indictment. He states that his motivation was drawn from a statement made from the Washington Press Club on the 9th of May 2001, called the Disclosure Project. Mr. McKinnon was looking to find evidence of UFOs, anti-gravity technology and suppression of free energy, all of which he states has been proven through his actions. In an interview on televised BBC Click programme, Mr. McKinnon states that he was able to get into the military network simply by using a Perl script, which searched for blank passwords. In other words, his report suggests that the computers on these networks were simply just default at the time he hacked. In his interview with the BBC, he also stated that the Disclosure Project, that was very credible and very relied upon people, were all saying that yes, there is UFO technology, there is anti-gravity technology, and there is free energy, and it's all extraterrestrial in origin, and they've captured spacecrafts and reverse engineered them. Mr. McKinnon said he investigated a NASA photographic expert's claim that the Johnson Space Center's Building 8 images were regularly cleaned of UFO evidence and craft by comparing the raw originals with the processed images. He stated to have viewed a detailed image of something not of man-made and a cigar shaped floating above the northern hemisphere, and assuming his viewing would be undisrupted owing to the hour that he had, he did not think of capturing the image because he was bedazzled by even seeing it in the first place, and therefore he did not think of securing it with the screen capture function in the software at this point when his connection was interrupted. In 2006, a Freedom of Information Act request was filed with NASA for all the documents pertaining to Gary McKinnon. NASA's documents consisted of printed news articles from a Slashdot site, but no other related documents. This was consistent with NASA employees browsing internet articles about Gary McKinnon. The records of such browsing activity are public domain. The FOIA documents have been uploaded to the internet for review and can be downloaded by anyone. The Crown Prosecution Service has announced that the computer hacker Gary McKinnon, whose extradition to the US was blocked, will not face charges in the UK, bringing to end to a 10-year legal battle. But who is Mr. McKinnon? In March 2002, the Glasgow-born Mr. McKinnon was arrested by the police in his small flat in Wood Green, North London. The Scotland Yard detectives at the time were acting on allegations from the Americans that he had hacked into US military computers in an attempt to bring them down. He allegedly immobilized sensitive systems in the wake of the 9/11 attacks. Mr. McKinnon admits that he did hack into the US computers, but said that he had been on a moral crusade to find classified documents about unidentified flying objects. He got his first computer when he was 14 years old. 3 years later, he left school and became a hairdresser. But in the early 1990s, friends convinced him to get a qualification in computers. After completing this course, he started doing contract work in the computer field. By the late 1990s, Mr. McKinnon decided to use his hacking skills to research his belief that the US government was withholding critical information about UFOs. His search quickly turned into an obsession. The Americans continued to press for the extradition of Mr. McKinnon, who they say caused $800,000 worth of damage to computers that were in their system. If he was to be convicted at that time, he faced up to 70 years in prison. Completely unknown at the time of his arrest, Mr. McKinnon became a symbol of controversial US and UK extradition treaty, gaining a wealth of celebrity backers. In August 2008, Mr. McKinnon was diagnosed with Asperger's syndrome, a form of autism. He was diagnosed after an expert in autism watched him on a television show and contacted his solicitor. The initial hunch was confirmed by Professor Simon Baron Cohen, a leader in the field of autism. People who suffer with Asperger's syndrome become obsessed with certain activities and interests, and are known to have a level of social naivety when it comes to evaluating the consequences of their own actions. Professor Baron Cohen said that this was consistent with Mr. McKinnon's obsessive search for the truth. It claimed that between February 2001 and March 2002, Mr. McKinnon hacked into dozens of US Army, US Navy, and the US Air Force, as well as hacking in Department of Defense computers. It was also alleged that he hacked into 16 NASA computers. The American government also alleged that he altered and deleted files at a US naval air station not long after the terrorist attacks that happened on the 11th of September 2001. They described Mr. McKinnon's hacking as intentional and calculated to influence and affect the US government by intimidation and coercion. But Mr. McKinnon, or Solo as he was known online, has always said he is no web vandal, nor a virus writer, and he never acted with any malicious intent. In a BBC interview in 2005, he said, "I just found out that the US military uses Windows, and having realised in this, I assumed that they would have been an easy hack if they hadn't secured it properly." Using a commercially available software known as Perl script, Mr. McKinnon hacked dozens of US military and government networks. He found that many machines were inadequate without any password or firewall protection, so he simply just hacked into them, he said. In 2009, he told the BBC, "I am not blind to criminality, but I was on a moral crusade. I was convinced, and there was good evidence to show, that a certain secretive parts of the American government intelligence agency did have access to crashed extraterrestrial technology, which could, in these days, save us from a free-form, clean and pollution-free type of energy." He added, "I thought if someone was holding on to that information, that is unconstitutional under American law. I didn't think about jail sentences at the time. I had stopped washing at one point. I wasn't even looking after myself. I wasn't eating properly. I was just sitting around the house in my dressing gown, doing this all night," he said. Mr. McKinnon did not try very hard to cover his tracks, even using his own email address. When Britain's high-tech crime unit finally came for him in 2002, Mr. McKinnon said he was not at the slightest surprised. He said, "I almost wanted to be caught, because it was ruining me. I had this classic thing of wanting to be caught so there would be an end to it." Mr. McKinnon thought he would be tried in Britain, and that he might get, at the most, 3 to 4 years in prison. But the Gary McKinnon saga had dragged on for 10 years, and in that time, there had been 7 Home Secretaries. During that time, he appealed unsuccessfully to the House of Lords and to the European Courts of Human Rights. One of his major arguments against the extradition was he believed that he would not get a fair trial in the US, and would be punished more severely because he had contested the extradition process in the first place. The case had been in Theresa May's box since she became Home Secretary in 2010, and in October, she finally ruled that he should not be extradited. She said there was no doubt Mr. McKinnon was seriously ill, and if this extradition was to take place, there would be a very high risk to him ending his life. Now, the Director of Public Prosecutions has ruled Mr. McKinnon will not face any charges in the US. This brought an end to his 10-year battle. This is a statement from the joint CPS and MPS on the case of Gary McKinnon. The statement is by Keir Stammer QC, the Director of Public Prosecutions, and the Assistant Commissioner of the Metropolitan Police Service on the case of Gary McKinnon. Between the 1st of February 2001 and the 19th of March 2002, Gary McKinnon allegedly gained unauthorized access to 97 US government computers. An investigation was launched by the US and a request for assistance was made to the National High-Tech Crime Unit in England and Wales. Following discussions between the US Department of Justice and the police and the Crown Prosecution Service in the autumn of 2002, a decision was taken that the appropriate place for Mr. McKinnon to be tried was the United States. The reasons for that decision were as followed. The harm occurred in the US, the activity was directed against the military infrastructure of the US, an investigation had already been launched in the US, there was a large number of witnesses, most of whom were located in the US. All the physical evidence, with the exception of Mr. McKinnon's computer, was located in the US. The US prosecutors were able to bring the case that reflected the full extent of Mr. McKinnon's alleged criminality, and the bulk of the unused material was located in the US. Given the nature of the offence, this inevitably included highly sensitive information, and US courts were best placed to deal with any issues arising in relation to this material. As a result, the US sought Mr. McKinnon's extradition from England and Wales for trial in the US. The decision that the appropriate place for Mr. McKinnon to be tried was the US was affirmed in 2009 and subsequently challenged in the High Court. That challenge failed, as Lord Justice Stanley Burton in his judgment said, "It is the decision of the DPP, which I consider to be lawful and unchallengeable, not to prosecute him here. The USA is an appropriate forum for his prosecution." On the 16th of October 2012, the Home Secretary decided not to extradite Mr. McKinnon to the US on the basis of his health. She also announced that it was now for the DPP to decide whether Mr. McKinnon had a case to answer in the UK courts, and at that stage there was no live criminal investigation in England and Wales, nor had there been for many years. The DPP and the Assistant Commissioner of the Metropolitan Police therefore agreed to convene a joint police/CPS panel to consider whether the new criminal investigation should be commenced. None of the reasons for the original decision in 2002 that the appropriate place for Mr. McKinnon to be tried was the United States have altered. So far as the evidence is concerned, the position of 2012 is the same as it is in 2002. Most of the witnesses are in the US, as is nearly all the physical evidence and the bulk of the unused material, some of which is sensitive. Accordingly, in November this year, the CPS and the police met senior officials from the US Department of Justice to discuss the possibility of bringing a US witness to England and Wales for trial, and of it transferring all the US material to this jurisdiction to be considered. The potential difficulties of bringing a case such as this to England and Wales now should not be underestimated. Not at least the passage of time, the logistics of transferring sensitive evidence prepared for a court in the US to London for trial, the participation of the US government witnesses in the trial, and the need to fully comply to the duties of disclosure imposed by the CPS. The prospects of a conviction against Mr. McKinnon, which reflects the full extent of his alleged criminality, are not high. After consulting with the Metropolitan Police Service and the CPS, and having carefully considered the matters, on the 4th of December, the US authorities indicated to us that they would be willing to cooperate with a prosecution in England and Wales, if that were to serve in the interests of justice. However, they do not consider that making all the US witnesses available for trial in London and transferring all the US material to this jurisdiction would be in the interest of justice. Given that our representations and the reasons for the decision that the US was the appropriate forum as set out above, that is the decision of the US authorities, and they are fully entitled to reach that, and we respect their decision. Against this background, the joint CPS/police panel recommended to assist the Commissioner of the Metropolitan Police that he should not commence a new criminal investigation into Mr. McKinnon. The Assistant Commissioner of the Metropolitan Police has accepted this decision. Mr. McKinnon has now reinvented himself and launched a small SEO site where he charges £40 an hour to help get businesses mentioned in search results. On his site, he says he has more than 20 years in experience in IT services. Search engine optimization, or SEO, is a strategy to make sure websites or web pages appear prominently in the Google or other search engines. The free Gary website is still up and running, and the site now links to Mr. McKinnon's new services. On his website, he says, "My aim is to provide high quality SEO to small businesses and other individuals. All my clients so far have reached the first page of Google search results for their primary keywords." Some of the clients in his portfolio include the law firm Kane Todner, tutoring service GMAT Tutor London, and Jam, home of the egg roller and child safety doorstop. What are your opinions on the crimes committed by Gary McKinnon? Do you believe he was really looking for UFO and renewable energy, as well as other information? Or do you agree with the American government that Mr. McKinnon caused significant damage to classified US weapons programs and should therefore be extradited to the US to appear before the court? Also, what are your opinions on the statements that were made before the Washington Press Club on the 9th of May 2001? Please let us know in the comments below. If you like this video today, please don't forget to subscribe. And as always, stay safe. Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe. Today we take a look at one of the most notorious yardie gangsters to ever exist in the UK criminal underworld. Known as one of the UK's most dangerous prisoners, this man still strikes fear into anyone who crosses him to this day. Today we take a look into the infamous story of Gary Lloyd Nelson, a man who opened fire at a van driver who drove too close to him and shot another man during an argument at a nightclub, was sentenced to 8 years in jail at the Old Bailey. Gary Lloyd Nelson, who was 26 at the time and working as a security guard, was found guilty of possessing a firearm with intent to endanger life and of possessing a firearm in a public place. Builder Gary Keywell said that in September 1993 he had been driving behind Mr. Nelson in South London. He grew impatient as he followed Mr. Nelson's BMW, which had slowed down at every junction. The pair had exchanged obscene gestures to one another, but the builder became nervous when he saw a girl in the passenger seat of Mr. Nelson's car reach into the footwell and hand him something. Mr. Keywell said, "I thought it was getting a bit silly, so I decided to turn right." Then Mr. Nelson leaned out the window and pointed his right arm at me. I heard a cracking noise and I ducked down behind the dashboard. I felt the thuds of bullets hitting the van. From the rate of fire, I would have said it was an automatic weapon, said Mr. Keywell. Mr. Keywell added, "I was very shaken." The court heard how earlier another man escaped injury when Mr. Nelson allegedly shot him in a nightclub, but the bullet hit the zip of the pouch he was wearing around his neck neck and very luckily ricocheted off. William Boyce, who was prosecuting, told the court that in June 1993, Mr. Nelson had fired shot at Mohammed Massaquoi in the street after an argument over a woman. The pair next met at the SW1 club, where Mr. Nelson walked up to him and said, "Remember me? I'm the guy who was buzzing shots at you," before pulling a pistol from his waistband and opening fire, hitting me in the legs, thighs and buttock. Mr. Massaquoi had gained evidence at Mr. Nelson's trial, but was in custody awaiting trial himself on another charge of attempted murder. He was found dead in the prison soon after. Judge Dennison said the cause of death was not yet known, but it was likely to be suicide. Nearly 2 years ago, Mr. Nelson was accused of another man of plotting to murder an alleged drug dealer, William Danso. The charges were discontinued early in the proceedings. It was while on the way to investigate Mr. Danso's death that PC Patrick Dunn was shot dead in Clapham in October 1993. The jury took 4 hours to reach its verdict in the Old Bailey, sitting at Southwark Crown Court. As Mr. Nelson was sentenced, he winked at supporters who were packing the public gallery. The police forces were put on high alert as one of Britain's most dangerous men was freed from jail. The decision to release suspected cop killer Gary Tyson Nelson midway through a sentence in which he has terrorised warders and inmates alike has shocked officers who were spearheading the battle against a Yardie crime wave in the UK. A senior detective said, "Sentencing is a joke when one of Britain's worst criminals gets 8 years and is out in 4. Where is the logic in that? It's not as if he's been reformed." It was only after Radio 1 DJ Tim Westwood was shot that the true extent of the Yardie-related crime in London had become apparent. Detectives were, at that point, investigating the 14th Yardie-related killing in the last 7 months. Another 30 people had been wounded in that time also. And now, the 29-year-old Mr. Nelson is one of the group's top gangsters. National newspapers had obtained a leaked copy of all the forces bulletin about him. It tells how he was originally arrested for the murders of PC Patrick Dunn and William Danso, who were shot dead in Clapham. He was accused of Mr. Danso's killing, although charges were later dropped. The murder at this point had still remained unsolved. The bulletin continues. He was also found not guilty of attempted murder of 2 North London police officers and of 2 further attempted murders, which is believed to be of drug related. His custodial behaviour has been consistently disruptive, and he is suspected of involvement in the prison drug scene and bullying. He has also assaulted and made serious threats against staff. The heavily scarred Mr. Nelson went to Jamaica after the 1993 shooting of PC Dunn, a community bobby, but he returned and he was jailed for opening fire on a van with an automatic pistol. The police are worried that he will get together with his Yardie pals. A senior officer said, "He hasn't changed. He's threatening to get hold of guns again." Mr. Nelson is a grave danger to the public and the police. Scotland Yard is determined to find and cut off his supplier. Detectives are working around the clock hunting the Yardie's underworld armourer. Forensic tests on seized weapons ranging from pistols to Uzi submachine guns bear the hallmarks of conversions made by the same expert. It was, at the time, 10 years since Jamaican criminal gangs had began flooding Britain with crack cocaine and their trigger-happy gun culture. It was at this point at least 7 years since Scotland Yard was made fully aware of the deadly prospect of a Yardie crime wave hitting the UK. Detective Chief Superintendent Roy Clark, who is now a commander, made the chilling prediction as he flew back from a fact-finding mission to Jamaica and devised tactics to stop a bloody gang warfare on Britain's streets. He wrote in his report in July 6th of 1993, "Our strategy must be long-term if we are to prevent the Jamaican gangs infiltrating and taking a permanent hold in London and spreading elsewhere." Sadly, his master plan is all but in ruins. In the months that followed, Scotland Yard faced unprecedented criticism about the anti-Yardie tactics that Commander Roy Clark first sketched out. The Police Complaints Authority will decide who should be punished for the disastrous use of Yardie supergrasses who raped, robbed and murdered whilst on the police payroll. The PCA action follows the scathing report by Hampshire Chief Constable Sir John Hoddingnott. It is understood that only junior officers are facing disciplinary charges, while the bosses who supervise them escape unscathed. The report made by Sir Hoddingnott's team revealed inquiries had unearthed a can of worms on Scotland Yard. Detectives and immigration officers now fear they will be made scapegoats in a Stephen Lawrence-style whitewash operation They claim senior officers wanted them to fail because of the political sensitivity of targeting black criminals in racial hotspots like Brixton. In a statement which had been leaked, one officer said, "I was told, you've got a nice thing going for you. Trips abroad, conferences, hire cars, just don't rock the boat." It became clear to me that our unit had been formed as a knee-jerk reaction to the spat of murders and shootings. Lines had been drawn, and I had upset the senior officers by failing to play the game. It became apparent that those tasked with halting Yardie-related crimes were at this point understandably confused how best to tackle the job. It seemed so easy when Commander Roy Clark penned his battle plan and advised, "The Yardies do not conform to our image of organised criminals. They relish enhancing their reputation by public displays of violence, use or possession of firearms, and the involvement of drug dealing. They like people to know the detail of their criminal act, even if they are murders that they have committed. But therein lies the key. They are capable of being brought down by the aggressive use and radical use of informants and information." When he wrote that memo, Commander Roy Clark could call on an experienced band of officers who were aware of the horrifying potential of using ruthless gangsters as informants. But disturbingly, a young constable became vital to the success or failure of the operation. PC Steve Barker, nicknamed John Wayne because of his height and swaggering walk, was pounding the beat in Brixton when he persuaded a leading Yardie to become his informant. Suddenly, he was catapulted to the front line of the Yardie war, often finding himself helping several high-risk operations at once. It would have been a hard burden for a seasoned detective, let alone a beat Bobby. At that time, Dalroy Epsy Denton was a top informant of the Yardie underworld. Senior detectives found it impossible to ignore his value as a double agent. One officer told Sir John's team, "I was impressed by Mr. Denton's knowledge of Jamaican criminals, both in Jamaica and in the UK. From intelligence reports received by PC Barker, I'd no doubt he had committed serious offences of violence in Jamaica, but he now appeared to be an isolated figure attending a bricklaying course at college with little money but keen to make extra as an informant. I discussed my findings with my line manager and I was given the authority to recruit him." Mr. Denton had taken advantage of our weak immigration laws. It would have been unprofessional and morally wrong not to have taken advantage of this situation and use him as an informant in order to arrest persons of more danger to the public than himself. Unfortunately, Mr. Denton's recruitment carried a heavy price tag. Disaster struck when he was arrested and charged with having an inappropriate relationship with a 15-year-old schoolgirl. The case was dropped, then another bombshell dropped. In a frenzied attack, Mr. Denton, who was at this time 38, stabbed the woman to death, slashing her throat 18 times. Scotland Yard's #1 informant was described in court as a sex-fueled psychopath. More soul-searching followed with the news that Ethan Green, another Yardie informant, had helped to rob 150 party guests in Nottingham at gunpoint. After his trial, it emerged that he was a serial killer who had confessed to 12 murders in Jamaica. To find out more about Mr. Green, give our History of Nottingham series a watch, where we take an in-depth look into organised crime in Nottingham. Meanwhile, one of the Met's most successful Yardie hunters was forced into early retirement. Now, former Superintendent John Jones sits at home deeply worried about the Yardie explosion. He says of the rookie cop PC Barker, "I hope he doesn't become the fall guy for all of this. He was working really hard for at least 3 different police squads. He is not to blame for the mess. I don't think that nowadays there is the know-how or the experience at the top. Officers are wary of getting involved in black crime because of the racial overtones. There is a lot of pussyfooting attitude today. Things went horribly wrong, but middle management should take responsibility. Unfortunately, it's the junior ranks who take the risk and the blame." Described in court as a psychopathic killer who strode away laughing moments after shooting dead a man who disrespected him and a police officer who came to the scene by chance, was jailed for 35 years. 12 years after the brutal double murder was committed. Gary Nelson, who was at the time 36, and was dubbed one of Britain's most dangerous gangsters, was found guilty of the murders of security guard William Kwame Danso and PC Patrick Dunn in Cato Road in Clapham, South London in October 1993. Mr. Nelson, whose police sources believe is responsible for more murders, is already serving life after police found his hitman kit in 2003. He refused to leave his cell in Belmarsh Prison in South East London to hear the verdicts at Woolwich Crown Court next door, sentencing him to life. Mr. Justice Wilkie recommended he serve at least 35 years. PC Dunn's brother, Steve Dunn, a former pastor, and Gifty van der Puy, Mr. Danzo's sister, said they forgave Mr. Nelson for his actions. But another of the policeman's brothers, Ivan Dunn, said outside the court he, referring to Mr. Nelson, loved the gun and lived by the gun, but he did not have the moral courage to face us when he was being sentenced. I do not forgive him for what he has done, and I never will. Detective Chief Inspector Steve Richardson, who led the investigation, said, "He is undoubtedly one of the most dangerous men in the country, and it is to be hoped that he is never released." Infatuated with guns, Mr. Nelson called his Browning 9mm semi-automatic pistol my special thing. With a violent record stretching back to his early teens, and links to one of London's most infamous crime families, he accumulated a fortune which he spent on a luxury apartment, top-of-the-range cars, and designer clothes. He was a hitman, but he was so much more than that, a Scotland Yard source said. Hitmen are at the bottom of the criminal food chain, taking orders. Mr. Nelson was at the very top, giving them out. He killed whoever he wanted, or he arranged to have them killed. Nicknamed Tyson, he shares the US boxer's physique and trigger hairline temper. Under the new rules admitting bad character evidence, the jury was allowed to hear details of his previous convictions, including the occasion on which he opened fire on a man who overtook his car. The incident epitomizes the extreme fatality of a man who carried out the Cato Road shootings just 7 weeks later. Mr. Nelson, who was then 24, killed Ghanaian-born Mr. Danso because the bouncer refused him entry to a nightclub, and then intervened in a row involving a friend of Mr. Nelson's at a mobile phone shop, where Mr. Danso also worked as a security guard. That night, Mr. Nelson and two others, armed with a Browning 9mm semi-automatic and an Italian-made Tanfoglio self-loading pistol, went to Mr. Danzo's flat in Cato Road and mowed down the father of four in a hail of bullets. By coincidence, PC Dunn, who was 44, a former maths teacher who had joined the police 4 years previously, arrived on his bicycle to deal with a minor domestic dispute at a house opposite. Hearing gunfire, PC Dunn, who was dubbed Dixon of Dock Green for his friendly manner, rushed into the street, and Mr. Nelson, who was carrying the Tanfoglio, fired a single shot into his chest, killing him instantly. Witnesses heard the trio laugh and fire a celebratory shot into the air as they walked to a waiting car. Mr. Nelson was charged with the murders 5 weeks later, but the case was dropped due to lack of evidence. His aunt, Rose Nelson, led a group of women in a bizarre middle-of-the-night expedition to retrieve the guns buried in Wandsworth Cemetery, near where he lived at the time, but they could not find the guns. However, 5 months later, police dug them up, guided by an anonymous phone call by one of the women and lipstick crosses on the grave. There was still not enough evidence to charge Mr. Nelson, who was soon back in jail for the road rage incident, but he continued to inspire fear in all he knew, especially from his prison cell. In 1994, Mr. Nelson ran naked from his cell, lunging at prison officers with a broom handle. He once managed to break free from a straitjacket and intimidated some of the country's most hardened criminals into handing over phone credits so he could ring his many girlfriends. Released from jail in 1999, Mr. Nelson was soon back in the South London criminal underworld. In January 2003, in an investigation not connected to Cato Road, police bugged his apartment in Woolwich, South East London, and heard him racking his gun. Officers burst in to find a Browning 9mm, complete with a laser sight and a silencer. He was subsequently sentenced to life for possession of firearms. The police were amazed to see 30 pairs of trainers, all arranged on the bedroom floor, with exactly the same distance between each pair, while in the wardrobe hung rows of designer suits, coordinated shirts and ties. The Cato Road case was reopened in 2001, partly because of pressure from the Dunn family, and a BBC Crime Watch appeal brought forward from former fellow inmate in Wormwood Scrubs, who testified that Mr. Nelson told him in 1994, "I shot that copper, the one on the bike." Sandra Francis, the woman whose Christian faith prompted her to alert the police about the guns, was also traced and agreed to give evidence. Detectives travelled to Ghana and tracked down Eugene Dejaba, the manager of the shop where Mr. Danso worked. Mr. Dejaba had fled after jumping bail in 1996 and was convicted in his absence of a £3 million cigarette fraud. In a highly unusual move, He testified via video link about seeing Mr. Nelson pull a gun, which he later identified as the Tanfoglio, from his jacket the day before the murders, and threatened to put a bullet in the belly of another man. There is no definitive forensic evidence, and Mr. Nelson was never picked out in an identity parade. But Richard Horwell QC, prosecuting, built his case on 13 planks of circumstantial evidence, which he argued placed Mr. Nelson in Cato Road and the Tanfoglio in his hand. DCI Richardson described Mr. Nelson's attitude during the police interviews as nonchalant, but as Mr. Horwell told the jury, arrogance and notions of invincibility sometimes go before a fall. DCI Richardson said the gangster, who considered himself invincible, was finally brought to justice. It had been recently reported that the notorious gangster jailed for life for killing a community policeman could be responsible for up to 4 more murders, it was claimed. Gary Nelson, who was nicknamed Tyson, shot a local police officer, Patrick Dunn, in Clapham in 1993. Mr. Dunn, who was 44, had been investigating a domestic assault when he confronted Mr. Nelson moments after the career criminal had killed a nightclub bouncer, William Danso, a father of 4, in a dispute at a house nearby. Mr. Nelson, described by police at the time as the most dangerous man in London, was finally jailed in 2006 after the new investigation. Richard Horwell QC, prosecuting at Woolwich Crown Court, said Mr. Nelson had made a dramatic prison confession to PC Dunn's murder, and he gave the jury the gun which allegedly killed PC Dunn for them to examine. Mr. Horwell said that Mr. Nelson was associated with this weapon, a 9mm Italian-made Tanfoglio automatic pistol. One of the guns fired at Mr. Danso. The other was a 9mm Browning pistol. Both guns were found 7 months after the murder, buried in a cemetery near where Mr. Nelson then lived with his mother in Wandsworth, and her fingerprints were on one of the plastic bags that the Tanfoglio was wrapped in. Firearms residue of the type produced by the murder weapons was also found on Mr. Nelson's clothes. Mr. Horwell said that although Mr. Nelson had never been picked out at an identity parade, a series of compelling evidential links placed him at the scene in Clapham that night and placed the murder weapon in his hands. He said several witnesses would testify that one of the gunmen opened fire on PC Dunn as they came out of Mr. Danso's flat, and all 3 had laughed loudly as they fled. The first case against Mr. Nelson collapsed in February 1994, but the current situation was very different, said Mr. Horwell. Mr. Nelson had previously argued with Mr. Danso, who had refused him entry to Brixham Academy, where Mr. Danso was a doorman, and Mr. Nelson's close friend, Tony Francis, had been involved in a row with Mr. Danso at the top shop where he worked as a security guard just hours before he was murdered. The prosecutor said that recent changes in the law allowed the jury to hear evidence of his bad character, including how he'd fired shots at another driver in a road rage incident a month before the 1993 murders, and of firearms and violence convictions in the years 1985 to 1990 and in 2003. He said that Budgie Stokes, Mr. Nelson's cellmate in Wormwood Scrubs in 1994, would testify that Mr. Nelson told him, "I shot the copper, the one on the bike." Mr. Stokes, an ex-soldier, has waived his right to any reward for the capture of PC Dunn's murderer. A former Met officer who was involved in the original inquiry told of his personal battle to snare the South London gangster, and said he believed the criminal was behind as many as 3 to 4 more killings. Mike Pannett, now an author of Rural Crime in North Yorkshire, details the activities of Mr. Nelson in a book of his experience of the young Bobby on the beat in the Winstanley estate in Battersea in the 80s. In Crime Squad, Life and Death on London's Front Line, he described how the gangster's rise was fulfilled by the rise of crack cocaine in London. He writes in the book, "He was the most dangerous man in London. He had taken on the mantle left by the Yardies. Mr. Nelson was king, and to be king, you had to terrorise, so no one would doubt the lengths to which you were prepared to go." Mr. Pannett told a local newspaper, "I have no doubt Gary Nelson was responsible for more killings, but no one would speak. He had a hold over the community. I would say he was responsible for 3 to 4 other murders." Mr. Pannett described how detectives found guns used in PC Dunn's murder buried in Wandsworth Cemetery after an informant signposted away with lipstick crosses on a tombstone. Mr. Pannett joined the Met aged 23 in 1988 and was posted to Battersea, then top of the city's crime league tables. He says, "It was a tough place. I was there when crack cocaine was just taking over. I could see people becoming more violent. I'm appalled to see gun and knife crime is still high in London. But we were also seeing a huge shift in crime online and gang culture. And gang culture is as strong as ever. Scotland Yard had helped the snitch get a light sentence, despite suspecting him of supplying the guns used to murder one of their own officers and the security guard. Gangland informant Brimmore Lindop was arrested with enough firearms to equip a small army by detectives probing the shooting of PC Patrick Dunn and civilian William Danso, who was 31. It was revealed that Mr. Lindop was sentenced to just 2 years after his Metropolitan Police handler briefed the trial judge that he was a valued snout. The handler had run Mr. Lindop for 4 years by then. As a result of the findings, Mr. Danso's family has called for the Met Police Commissioner, Cressida Dick, to launch a full independent public inquiry. PC Dunn, who was 44, a mature recruit to the Met, was attending a domestic incident in Clapham, South London on his bicycle when he heard gunshots across the street on October 20th, 1993. Gary Nelson, then 23, had shot Mr. Danso on his doorstep and was fleeing with 2 other men when he shot PC Dunn in his chest and left him to die. Witnesses reportedly heard Mr. Nelson laughing as he fled from the brutal killings, causing a shockwave across Britain. Officers discovered that Mr. Lindop had worked with the retired police dog handler to supply weapons used by Mr. Nelson, but never pursued the investigation. Instead, he faced 2 separate charges of possessing a huge cache of guns and ammo, which earned him 2 years in jail. Mr. Lindop told one source that he'd feared a lengthy sentence. Mr. Danso's family said, "We are deeply distressed to hear the evidence that suggests that a corrupt retired Metropolitan Police officer and a police informant supplied the guns used to murder our father. Our family calls on Dame Cressida Dick to refer this matter to the Independent Office for Police Conduct for independent investigation with full support and cooperation from the MPS, and to account to us and the public as to whether there has been an institutional cover-up." Retired Met Detective Sergeant Steve Morris, who confirmed Mr. Lindop's link to the PC Dunn murder weapons, echoed the family's sentiment. He said, "I find it repugnant that Mr. Lindop was never brought to justice for supplying weapons that killed PC Dunn and Mr. Danso. What message does this send to those risking it all on the front line of policing? The only way to resolve this very serious issue is to have a full independent public inquiry with teeth into the actions of the Metropolitan Police." Mr. Morris said it was an open secret that Mr. Lindop was supplying guns, but police took no action. PC Dunn was a former maths teacher who had retrained just 4 years before he was shot dead. As well as hearing Mr. Nelson laughing, witnesses reported seeing him firing shots into the air in apparent triumph after the killings. The hitman, who was named Tyson after the US boxer, was arrested weeks later. In November 1993, Richard Watts, who was 34, was charged with 2 murders. Mr. Nelson and Anthony Francis, 28, were accused of conspiracy to murder Mr. Danso. The charges were dropped due to lack of evidence in February 1994, though justice would eventually catch up to Mr. Nelson. Around the same time, a Browning semi-automatic pistol and an Italian-made Tanfoglio self-loading pistol used in the attack were discovered at Wandsworth Cemetery close to Mr. Nelson's home. Detectives claimed they had received an anonymous tip-off from a woman and were guided to a stash by lipstick crosses on gravestones. Separately, Finchley Flying Squad was working on Operation Carlag, a probe into the guns. Officers raided Mr. Lindop's yard in Dagenham, East London in March 1994. Mr. Lindop and his friend, a former police driver, Norman Fellows, later pleaded guilty at the Old Bailey to possession of 10 illegal firearms. But according to court documents, the pair were caught with far more. Mr. Fallows, who was 51, also feared a long sentence, but was jailed for just 15 months despite possessing assault rifles, telescopic sight and silencers, as well as 44 boxes of ammo. He also took detectives to 3 Smith & Wesson revolvers and a semi-automatic pistol hidden in a stream in Hainault County Park, East London. Mr. Lindop, then 46, had a loaded handgun in his pocket when he was arrested. At home were 11 assault rifles, 3 revolvers, 3 shotguns, 3 pistols, and 3,451 rounds of ammunition. He also had telescopic sight, silencers, and body armor, all the favoured tools of a hitman. But when jailing Mr. Lindop and Mr. Fallows, after being briefed by police, Judge Neil Dennison said neither of the men had intended to supply criminals. Mr. Lindop had been recruited by the regional crime squad and had earned fortunes providing information on organised crime, his police handler revealed. Documents revealed by sources showed how Mr. Lindop, a former doorman and convicted armed robber, was authorised by top brass at Scotland Yard to take part in police stings against drug gangs in London and Liverpool. 4 months after arresting Mr. Lindop in July 1994, the flying squad raided the 3-bedroom home of former police dog handler Sidney Wink in Ilford, East London. His tea was still warm, but there was no sign of Mr. Wink when police arrived at 5:30 am. He had shot himself in the head down an alleyway 2 days later, shortly before he was due to be quizzed. Police believe Mr. Wink was a part of the racket where illegal firearms were rendered useless and then legally registered before being reactivated and sold on the black market by Mr. Lindop through a third man. His house was full of deactivated and reactivated firearms. It was an arsenal, said a senior flying squad detective. Mr. Wink, who was 66, had been selling weapons for 18 years after retiring from the Met in 1975, following 25 years of service. A police spokesman denied reports in 1994 that he had supplied the guns used to kill PC Dunn, but reporters had it confirmed that he was involved by 5 sources, including 3 former officers. One said it was known Mr. Wink had converted the Tangfolio used by Mr. Nelson because of its distinctive markings made by a tool he used to remove serial numbers. The source said there was a mechanical fit between the punch removed from Mr. Wink's workshop and the gun. Mr. Wink was reportedly suspected of reactivating at least 270 guns, of which 150 made it into the hands of criminals. He left a suicide note for his wife, which stated, "I am very sorry for what I have done." Mr. Lindop was murdered outside his home in Goodmays, East London, 8 years later, aged 55. He had been getting out of his black M-Reg Range Rover Discovery when he was shot 4 times, including in the head and mouth in January 2002. At the time, the unsolved murder was one of 7 allegedly tainted by police corruption. Mr. Nelson was finally jailed in 2006 for a minimum of 35 years for murdering PC Dunn and Mr. Danso. Mr. Watts got 10 years for a separate firearms offence. A Scotland Yard spokesman said no complaint had ever been received in respect to this matter. A Supergrass who helped get the policeman's killer jailed is suing Scotland Yard after he was denied £80,000 in reward cash. The informant told how Mr. Nelson made a prison cell confession in Wormwood Scrubs in West London while serving time for another offence. Now, according to legal papers at Leeds County Court, the Supergrass is suing the Metropolitan Police for £80,000 plus interest of 8% a day from January 1st, 2011 to January 1st, 2012, totalling £4,277.32. The wit as interest continues to acquire at a daily rate of £18.47, which so far adds up to a further £8,700. The Jamaican-born gangster Mr. Nelson, who wore £50,000 worth of bling, drove luxury cars, lived in posh apartments, was believed to be behind a lot of violence in the city. Mr. Nelson, who had so many enemies he slept in body armour, was charged with the murder, but police could not nail him, so he roamed free for more than a decade. In 2001, the case was reopened after advances in mobile phone tracking, which showed Mr. Nelson at the scene of the crime in Clapham, South London. BBC's Crime Watch made an appeal that year, and the Supergrass came forward. Mr. Nelson was arrested 5 weeks later, and the jury heard he'd screamed at a custody sergeant, "I'll cop it, like the other one fucking copped it." Mr. Horwell told the jury criminal proceedings were dropped against Mr. Nelson 3 months earlier because of insufficient evidence, but he had been in prison for a separate offence in 1994. He allegedly told another inmate, identified as Budgie Stoke, he had a £100,000 reward on his head, the same reward which was being offered for the killers of PC Dunn and Mr. Danso. Mr. Nelson was said to have told Mr. Stokes, a convicted thief, "I shot the copper, the one on the bike." Since being incarcerated, there has been many stories told about Gary Nelson. One that has become the most infamous is a story where he was a minder for Mike Tyson, when he came to London for his fight. When Mike Tyson came to London to fight Lou Savary sometime in the year 2000, Mr. Nelson was his minder and running partner. Mike Tyson had specifically asked for him after hearing about his reputation, which was similar to Mike's when he was growing up. A story circulated that Frank Warren was assaulted by Mike Tyson when he came over for that fight. Mr. Nelson had made Mike Tyson get him some expensive jewellery as a thanks for him guarding him during a previous fight with Julius Francis earlier that same year in Manchester. It was reported that he was quite forceful with Mike, grabbing him by the throat and screaming at him. So Mike went into the shop with Frank Warren and took the jewellery, believing that Frank would pay for it. But Frank Warren had no intention of paying for it, as he felt that what had happened was between Mike Tyson and Mr. Nelson. After agreeing to produce Tyson's blockbuster fights in the UK, Mr. Warren admits he should not have got involved with the notorious fighter, who set himself on the course for disaster following a trip to the jewelry store. This was a time in Mike Tyson's life where things were unravelling at a frantic pace. Following shortly after, he served a prison sentence and infamously bit Evander Holyfield's ear. It was my fault what happened, in as much as I shouldn't have got involved with Mike Tyson business, Mr. Warren began. The first time he came over to England, there was no problems. He was great. Then he went into a jeweller's and I came out of an invoice for about £2 million. He never paid the bill, and quite rightly, the jewellers wanted to get paid. They kept ringing me, and I kept ringing the States, and they're telling me, don't worry, we'll sort it. Let's do another fight, and we'll pay it out of that. So I'm passing this information back on. But when he came back the second time, he was just awful, beyond awful. He was very aggressive, and a totally different scenario. The bill still hadn't been paid, and still he had gone into the jewellers. Being the man responsible for Mike Tyson's stay in the UK, Frank Warren took it upon himself to go and address the situation, but maintains he had not been given the full picture as to why the heavyweight was so furious. I got a call from someone who said Mike's not happy, so I got to the hotel and it's all meetings. I stand there talking, and the next thing, he's took a swing at me, and he's actually caught me. So there was a big commotion in the room. There was a lot of people in there, and I didn't expect it, to be honest. I wasn't prepared for it. It was a cheap shot. I got up and it was all pandemonium. It was crazy. He was a lunatic, but it all ended. I was absolutely fuming. The lawyer from Showtime wanted to call the police, but I said no. He owed Showtime, Mike Tyson, around $20 million allegedly. All the newspapers had said that my jaw was broken, my ribs were broken, but that was bullshit. I had a burst vessel in my eye and that was it. So when Mike Tyson came back for the Louis Savary fight, the jewelry shop said they were going to sue him, and he flipped out and attacked Mr. Warren in the hotel room. Mr. Nelson got to keep all the jewelry. Thank you for joining us today. What are your opinions on the crimes committed by Gary Nelson? Do you believe there was enough circumstantial evidence to convict him of the murder? Also, what are your opinions of his run-in with Mike Tyson? Please let us know what you think in the comments below. Thank you for joining us today. If you enjoyed this content, please don't forget to like and share. And if you're new to the channel and want to see more Street Crime UK content, hit subscribe and press that bell so you can join us on the next video. Thank you for joining us, and until next time, stay safe.
Hello, and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe. Today, we take a look at one of the most controversial crimes to ever take place in the UK, the case of Robin Garbutt. Miss Garbutt's murder was described as brutal and cold-blooded. A shopkeeper who beat his postmistress wife to death at their North Yorkshire village store, then tried to claim intruders were guilty, has now been jailed for life. Robin Garbutt, 45, bludgeoned 40-year-old Diana 3 times over the head as she slept in the living quarters above Melsonby village shop and post office. Mr. Garbutt said an armed robber had made him hand over cash, and he had gone upstairs to find his wife dead. At Teesside Crown Court, he was told he must serve a minimum term of 20 years. Justice Openshaw said that Mr. Garbutt had no remorse over his wife, adding that he has always accompanied his lies with sanctimonious lies of his love for her. By their verdict, the jury have exposed this as a pure humbug. This was a brutal, planned, cold-blooded murder of his wife as she lay sleeping in bed. Mr. Garbett knew his wife Diana had been unfaithful and feared his theft of thousands of pounds from the post office which they ran was about to be discovered. After inflicting the fatal injuries with a metal bar, he then opened the shop as normal, serving about 60 customers before closing again. The jury rejected Mr. Garbett's story that a man with a gun told him, "Don't do anything stupid, we've got your wife," before robbing him as he worked in the shop on the 23rd of March last year. Mr. Garbett had then claimed he went upstairs where he found his wife lying dead in bed. His story unravelled after officers delved into the secrets of his seemingly happy marriage. They found the couple had £30,000 in credit card debts, and despite working long hours were making little profit in their business. Police said that Mr. Garbett's actions had devastated his wife's family and the close-knit community. They were due to go on holiday to the US, and Mr. Garbett is thought to have feared a relief postmaster would discover the money was missing. Police also found out his wife had become involved with 3 other men. Mr. Garbett was convicted of murder by the jury of 8 men and 4 women by a majority of 10 to 2. The panel had been deliberating for nearly 13 hours. During the trial, the court was played Mr. Garbett's 999 call to police, in which he was crying hysterically and claiming that his wife had been attacked by armed raiders. When paramedics arrived and told him that rigor mortis had already set in, he challenged this, insisting, "She's still warm." Justice Openshaw said that Mr. Garbett had planned to kill his wife as she slept. He said that there was no struggle, she never awoke. He struck 3 savage blows, smashing her skull and causing her immediate death as clearly as he intended. Mr. Garbett hid the weapon across the road on a wall and then opened up as normal. The judge added, he feigned cheerfulness as he served customers and he attempted to deceive them that all was well. Speaking after the sentencing, North Yorkshire's Police Detective Superintendent Lewis Rawle, the senior investigating officer, said that Mr. Garbett was a calculating and deceptive individual. He said his actions that morning not only killed Diana, they also devastated the lives of Diana's family and plunged a small close-knit community into fear. Speaking outside court, Miss Garbett's mother, Agnes Gaylor, said, "I'm not thinking about Robin now. I'm not going to let Robin enter my head after today." On the day of Robin Garbett's conviction, the first line of a BBC News article reported, "A shopkeeper who beat his postmistress wife to death at their North Yorkshire village store, then claimed intruders had done it, has been jailed for life." But was this all there was to it? Or is the man who has been locked up ever since serving a sentence for a crime he didn't commit? At the Mellinsbury Post Office in North Yorkshire, the till roll for the morning of 23rd of March 2010 shows an almost unbroken stream of transactions. Just a mile or so north of a major junction known as Scotch Corner, the post office was busy with customer after customer from around 5 AM, an hour before sunup. Robin Garbett served all of them. Over 3 hours and at least 60 transactions later, Robin went back to the living quarters that were above and behind the shop. Not long after, he found his wife, Diana, lying dead on the bed in the spare room. A guilty verdict was handed down by the jury at Teesside Crown Court in April 2011. The jury hadn't been able to reach a unanimous decision, so the judge eventually agreed to accept a majority verdict. Nearly 13 hours into their deliberations, by a 10 to 2 majority, Mr. Garbett was convicted of his wife's murder. Now 55 years old, he is serving a minimum of 20 years behind bars at HMP Frankland. Since that morning in March 2010, Mr. Garbett has maintained his innocence. He has brought an appeal and has twice placed fresh evidence before the Criminal Cases Review Commission, or CCRC, in an effort to have his conviction recognised as a miscarriage of justice. All those attempts have failed. Mr. Garbett made a third submission to the CCRC based largely on fresh evidence about the murder weapon and DNA found at the scene. The CCRC has power to refer cases back to the Court of Appeal for reconsideration where it believes there is a real possibility that a conviction is unsafe. The Garbetts went to sleep in the spare room on the night of the 22nd of March 2010. Partly packed suitcases taken out in preparation for an upcoming trip to Las Vegas to see Diana's family were spread out on the bed in the master bedroom. As was his habit, every Monday, Robin had gone out on a trip to buy stock for the shop, and had brought back fish and chips for dinner. Diana, who was the postmistress, stayed up late doing the post office's accounts and preparing VAT returns. He didn't notice what time she came to bed. At trial, Robin Garbett claimed that he served customers from early in the morning of the murder just as usual. This was supported by the till roll. One customer, a Mr. Hurd, who was served at around 6:45 AM, said that whilst he was in the shop, he heard a woman's voice calling out for Robin, and Robin replying to her. The prosecution argued that Diana was already dead by this point. Mr. Garbett was going about his ordinary business serving customer after customer, having killed his wife in the middle of the night. No customer reported noticing anything unusual about his behaviour. Mr. Garbett recalls going to open the post office's safe at 8:30
when the timer allowed him to do so. Turning around, he says he was confronted by a man in a balaclava holding a gun. "Don't do anything stupid. We've got your wife," they said. This was the second time the post office had been burgled in the space of a couple of years. Another robbery had taken place in 2009, also on a Tuesday. This time after emptying the safe, which contained around £16,000, according to Mr. Garbett. The burglar left by the back door. Nobody else saw the man in the balaclava. A number of witnesses told police they had seen a blue car driven erratically around by Melonsby on the morning of the murder. CCTV footage also showed a car following Mr. Garbett in 8 different places in the course of his journeys to pick up stock the night before. That car had been sold by the end of the week. Immediately after the burglar left, Mr. Garbett says he rushed upstairs to the spare room. Diana was dead. Almost as soon as Mr. Garbett found her, he called 999. The time of the call was 8:37. The operator told him to get help. He ran to his neighbours, the Dyes, who kept him company until the paramedics arrived. 2 days later, police found a metal bar that they identified as the murder weapon. It was discovered on top of the boundary wall near Nixon's garage, just down the road from the post office. It is thought that whoever killed Diana struck her on the head with it 3 times. Mr. Garbett was initially treated as a significant witness, but was later charged with murder. No concrete evidence has ever connected him to the crime. No blood was found on his clothing. Forensic evidence did not link him to the metal bar. At trial, however, the prosecution presented a compelling case. This, they said, was a troubled marriage. In the previous few years, Diana had drunkenly kissed another man and had set up an internet dating account. A witness claimed she'd seen Mr. Garbett walking across the village green the night before the murder, ominously carrying a dark holdall. He had apparently ignored her when she greeted him. But there was no more. The prosecution maintained that Mr. Garbett was stealing money from the post office. On their case, he feared the consequences of a relief postmaster taking over whilst they were away in Las Vegas, and inevitably stumbling upon discrepancies in the accounts. He had invented the man in the balaclava, there were no eyewitnesses, and he hadn't pressed any of the post office's 4 panic buttons, as he ought to have done if there really had been a robbery. All this was supported by the expert evidence as to the time of the death. Initially, the police and prosecution had suggested that Diana had still been alive at 6:45 AM, but at trial they changed their tune. Rigor mortis and hypostasis in Diana's body apparently suggested that she had been killed sometime before 8:45 AM, but experts found it hard to be more specific. Heavy reliance was placed on one expert's analysis of the contents of her stomach, the partially digested meal of fish and chips, which estimated the time of death as between 2:30 AM and 4:30 AM. This, the prosecution argued, belied Mr. Garbett's version of events. Since his conviction, revelations about faults in the post office's Horizon computer software have indicated that postmasters and postmistresses were wrongfully prosecuted for theft and fraud. 39 such convictions were referred back to the Court of Appeal by the CCRC. Cases have been brought against them based on Horizon data that erroneously showed long-term cash shortfalls. Financial records from Horizon apparently showed the same pattern in Mr. Garbett's case, along with other analysis of the Melonsby shop's finances, which shows that it was in healthier state than was made out at trial. The Horizon scandal has brought a key plank of Mr. Garbett's alleged motive, his fear of the imminent discovery that he was siphoning money from the shop, into a very considerable doubt. Fresh evidence has also undermined the testimony of the eyewitnesses who allegedly encountered Mr. Garbett on the village green the night before the murder. What's more, the analysis of Diana's stomach contents, which was said to be capable of pinpointing the time of death, has been called into question and challenged on numerous occasions. Mr. Garbett's latest application to the CCRC largely rests on new evidence related to the police's investigation. Even at the time of Mr. Justice Openshaw's summing up to the jury at trial, he recognised that the police had shown a regrettable lack of professionalism at the crime scene. Lamps that had been knocked over in the course of the struggle were put away in the wardrobe untested. A light brown clump of hair on the pillow next to Diana's body wasn't collected or tested. Diana's hair was dark brown with red highlights, and Robin's was grey. Now, newly discovered unaired footage from Tyne Tees television, filmed after the murder but before the murder weapon was discovered on top of Nixon's garage boundary wall, shows no metal bar where the police allegedly found it. The prosecution had argued at trial that it was unlikely that a fleeing burglar would have left the murder weapon behind, and that Mr. Garbett himself must have disposed of it there in the middle of the night. New DNA analysis further confuses the picture that the prosecution painted. When it was originally swabbed, the mixture of DNA found on the metal bar belonged to an unknown male and an unidentified policeman, as well as to Diana. Mr. Garbett's DNA was nowhere to be found. However, recent investigations are said to reveal that the policeman's DNA profile was also found in the area where the bar had struck the pillow next to Diana's body. Analysis suggests that the DNA is likely to have transferred from the bar. Mr. Garbutt's legal team, led by Martin Rackstraw at Russell Cook, therefore believes that this shows there was cross-contamination of evidence at the scene. This could raise questions as to the metal bar's role in the murder, and the police's involvement in its discovery 2 days later. The latest application also emphasises that the analysis of Diana's stomach contents has been discredited. It argues that if the jury had been given reason to doubt that evidence at the time, Mr. Hurd's evidence would have received more emphasis. He said he heard a woman's voice calling from the living quarters at around 6:45, suggesting that she was still alive whilst Mr. Garbutt was serving the morning customers and fortifying his version of events. Mr. Garbutt's case is one of several hundred currently before the CCRC. Very few ultimately succeed in persuading commissioners that they should refer a case to the Court of Appeal. While he waits to hear whether his case will be in that small number, Robin Garbutt continues to serve his life sentence. He is likely to be in his late 60s before his release is even considered. The Robin Garbutt appeal story. This story is the continual work in progress by Robin Garbutt's family that highlights the terrible miscarriage of justice against Robin Garbutt. In it they say, "We want this to open up the public's eyes and minds and show how our police and justice system can wrongfully take 20 years away from a grieving innocent man and a man away from his family. We hope that the facts and details of the case and the comments of family, friends and supporters behind Robin will make you see for yourselves that Robin is innocent and a conviction and sentence of 20 years is both unjust and unsafe. We will continue our fight to clear Robin's name, gain his freedom and most importantly, try to find the real killer of our Diana. In creating this story, we hope we can bring the attention of the public the terrible miscarriage of justice that Robin has suffered. We are hopeful that it will lead to any information coming forward, however small or insignificant, that could help in finding Diana's real killer, proving Robin's innocence, gaining him his freedom, and allowing him back home. The robbery and murder on that fateful day back in March 2010 led to a so-called investigation by North Yorkshire Police. One that was, in our opinion, based on a mixture of actual evidence and on our information and knowledge is now clear was carried out in such a way that has destroyed any confidence we have in the police, CPS and the justice system. We have now lost faith in everything we were meant and brought up to believe in. A family's nightmare. Robin's journey of injustice begins. On March 23, 2010, Sally, Robin's sister, received the devastating news that her sister-in-law Diana Garbutt had been murdered. Robin was taken to the police station and interviewed as a significant witness, after only hours earlier being robbed at gunpoint and discovering his wife's body in the living quarters above their post office in Melonsby, North Yorkshire. At approximately 10 PM that evening, Robin, who, after spending all day with total strangers and then discovering his wife's body, eventually came home to his family and collapsed in his sister's arms, a totally lost and devastated person. He stayed with them for the next 3 weeks. Police liaison officers visited most days, but with such a close-knit family he was in good hands. During this time, Robin voluntarily spent one full Sunday with the police giving an in-depth interview regarding his and Diana's life together, in case there was something that had been missed in the original interview. After 3 weeks, their confidence and belief in North Yorkshire Police was destroyed when at 7:30 AM there was a knock on the door and the police came to arrest Robin. They then began what has now turned into a nightmare and have now lost all trust and faith in North Yorkshire Police. The following is what happened briefly from then until now. Robin is arrested at 7:30 AM at home just after breakfast. He is then taken to North Allerton Police Station for questioning, and it is only on the 3rd day of questioning that his family were allowed to take him some clothes and see him for a few minutes. They hugged him and cried with him and gave each other hope and strength, and then they left. North Yorkshire Police say that they have found a pair of boxer shorts in Robin's outside bin which are soiled and have blood on them. Robin states all along that they are not his, as they are far too big and he has most definitely not soiled himself. The police are not interested. The family found out much later that they are neighbours' boxer shorts that were in fact found in a bin belonging to the neighbour, but it's too late for Robin as he's already being held on remand in Holme House Prison. We are all set to start the trial in October 2010, all ready to prove Robin's innocence. At a pre-trial hearing, the prosecutor stands up and informs the court that the NY police have found a hollow iron bar believed to be the murder weapon discarded near to the post office where the murder took place. North Yorkshire Police had found this bar on the 25th of March 2010, 2 days after the murder, but only disclosed its existence to us on that day. They also say that forensic scientists did not begin testing the potential evidence until the month before the hearing. No DNA of Robin's is found on or inside the bar, only Diana's, a police officer, and one other unidentified male. Robin is given bail, he comes home, and now we have a little hope. The trial begins in March 2011. It takes 4 weeks. The judge, in the family's opinion, from day one, hurried the barristers all the time to get finished for Easter. He started each morning by asking both QCs if they were on schedule and making sure they would be finished on time. At the end of the trial, the judge excused the jury to deliberate, stating that he would only take a unanimous verdict. The jury couldn't do this, so he said he would take a majority decision. After 2.5 days, the jury returned a 10-2 majority against Robin. Nobody could believe this, people were visibly shocked, and then Robin is convicted and sentenced to 20 years. Our QC then finds evidence that the post office had available to them information that they said they couldn't provide. Eventually, we get the information and are granted an appeal hearing. In November, we, the family of Robin, put out a Tyne Tees news statement and press release, speaking out at last about Robin's injustice. Then the Courts of Appeal in May 2012, we are hopeful that we will get a retrial and Robin will hopefully get justice. No decision on the day, but 1 week later our world collapses once again as they reject Robin's grounds of appeal. We are now fighting on. We hope that you have read our website and digested the information on it and you still want to join us in helping to free Robin Garbutt, find the real killer, and get justice for his beloved Dee. Now we'll look at some of the facts from the case. In a statement, a witness says that at 6:45 AM on the morning in question he heard a female voice that he concludes was Diana calling through the living quarters Robin's name, and Robin answered, "In a minute Dee," or "Yes Dee," along those lines. The police and prosecution claim that Diana was already dead by now. How can that be so? The prosecution asked the witness how he knew it was that morning, and the witness remembers this clearly as it was an unusual day for him, as it was one of the only couple of days in a year that he has a paid day off work, and that he does a volunteer day of work towards the environment. He was so concerned about this, he went to the police when he returned home from work to make them aware of this. If the witness statement is to be accepted, then this proves Robin could not have killed Diana, as the till roll in the shop shows that Robin was serving customers constantly from then until the 999 call was made. The clump of hair is clearly photographed on the pillow next to a bloodied handprint of Diana by the CSI photographer, after being spotted by a CSI officer. This hair, it was said in court by the NY police DNA expert under cross-examination, could have been DNA evidence to prove that there was someone else in the bedroom, and that Robin was telling the truth. This clump of hair was supposedly lost by the NY police, and it was not the colour of Diana's hair or Robin's hair. So we have the murder weapon, an iron bar, that has DNA of Diana on it, on one end, and DNA of a police officer on the other end, and one other unknown male, but no DNA of Robin on it. When the bar was first forensically examined, the police officer's DNA was also classed as an unknown male DNA, and the police forensic expert clearly says that the DNA being on the bar is in keeping with someone not wearing gloves. As soon as it was clear that it was a police officer's DNA on the bar, the forensic expert made an additional statement to say it could have been put on through cross-contamination. Quite alarming how things changed to suit. The bar was found on the 25th of March 2010, only 2 days after the incident, but was not disclosed to the defence until we were in court in October, and because of this, Robin was granted bail. The police officer's statement was made on the 12th of October 2010. The bar was found on the garage wall on the 25th of March 2010. The police officer whose DNA is on the bar says he cannot remember which of his colleagues he was paired with whilst carrying out the search, but he can remember which colleague first found the bar and called him over to it. The police officer can also remember which of his other colleagues was talking to the garage owner, as he was also part of the conversation. So he assumes that there was probably another colleague present while searching, as they always search in pairs, but he cannot recall who that was. The family find it strange that some things can't be recalled. They are certain that they would have known who he would have been working with. The one thing we do know is that the garage owner stated in court that he had never seen the bar before on his premises. He also stated that members of the press were stood on the wall taking photos. There is also unknown male DNA on a pillow in the bedroom where Diana was found. Could this have matched the missing clump of hair? There are bedside lamps which have been placed in a wardrobe within the bedroom where the deceased was found. We believe in our opinion that as no one except the police officers were allowed in the property and still are not unless accompanied by a police officer, there is only one explanation for this. Upon re-examination, the lamps were found to have blood splatter on them when NY police said that there wasn't any blood splatter anywhere. This came to light when crime scene photographs were sent to an independent expert in London, and the first thing that was asked for was the report of the bedside lamps being checked for blood splatter. A police officer from NY Police at 10:45 AM on Tuesday 22nd of June attended Melonsby Post Office and was met by another officer. His intentions had been to identify and locate the bedside lamps which had been present on the bedside tables within this room at the time of the crime. He became aware the items had been moved from their original locations by officers who were conducting the inventory of the property and premises. The police officers located these lamps in the wardrobes on the top shelf. There were clear glass base lamps in the lower area of the wardrobe, identical also to that which he had seen in the scene photograph occupying tables within the room. He seized them all. Detective Superintendent in charge of the investigation for the first few days of the inquiry says in his written statement that they, the police, failed to locate blood splatter or cast off. It also became clear in the trial that the carpet at the side of the bed hadn't been checked. How is it that in a murder investigation the police were able to put two lamps with blood splatter on the one of them into a wardrobe away from the scene? In the interview when Robin was first arrested, which we have, the police say to Robin that if the robber had inflicted them injuries on your wife, you would expect that maybe he would have some blood on him, wouldn't you? Causing them injuries. He would have had some blood on him, wouldn't he? Robin says. I don't know. The police say, I'm telling you he would have. It's our opinion from this that whoever has killed Diana would have blood on them. Robin had none. He observed a large area of the bedsheet around the female's head, Diana, which was the colour bright red. He assumed it was blood. The police officer says that given the amount of blood on the bed and around the victim, I would have expected to see Robin covered in blood, but I do not recall seeing any blood on him. It is our opinion from the evidence we have that the North Yorkshire Police totally disregarded the lack of physical evidence in this case and have worked all along to put together a story without any actual proof that Robin was stealing money from the post office. Diana found out and that he killed her. The important thing here is that Diana was in fact the postmistress and knew exactly what was happening in the business, as she also did all the accounts. Family, friends, supporters, comments and quotes. The following are statements from close family, friends and people of Melonsby and supporters, to help give you some idea of the worry, heartache and upset it has caused, and for you to gain insight into the man that's loved by all, Robin Garbutt. Gay Garbutt, Robin's stepman. Reading this story has been interesting, fascinating and very personal to read. I can't really find the right words, but the messages are all heartfelt and deeply emotional. You present a compelling case for further investigation into the circumstances and causes of Diana's death, and reasons why Robin must be declared innocent, and whatever needs doing must be done to secure his release, and to get that absolute verdict of not guilty, with no shadow of doubt hanging over him, and to live the rest of his life a free man. I have always said, to know Robin is to know his dad, kindness, gentleness, and generosity in abundance. Good-humoured, quietly witty, very intelligent, honourable, considerate, and hard-working. Highly organised, with an amazing talent to solve problems and know how to generally make everything work out and life run smoothly to the benefit of all. Agreeable, affectionate, loyal, and loving. That is how I would describe your dad, and how I would describe Robin. There is no way he could have done this. North Yorkshire Police have got it all wrong. Betty and Malcolm Swan, friends and supporters. We have never met a more loving and caring man than Robin Garbutt. When our dog Gemma was dying, I couldn't get in touch with my family, so Robin left work and took me to the vets. Our lovely dog was put to sleep. The vet said that they would send the bill, but Robin took me and Gemma back to the car and then went and paid the bill so I wouldn't be upset when it arrived. This is the type of man he is. There is no way on earth he could do this to Dee. This is a serious miscarriage of justice. North Yorkshire Police and the jury have got this so wrong. Robin, you are always in our thoughts. Keep fighting, the truth will prevail. All our love, Betty and Malcolm. Joanne Swan, friend and supporter. I have known Robin for 24 years. I've worked with him, lived with him, and was very close to him. I am totally shattered by what has happened to him. His nickname at work was Mr. Wonderful, and he was a totally wonderful person and fantastic boss. He has not a bad bone in his body. He was always happy, caring and loving. In all the years I've known Robin, I've never ever seen him lose his temper or angry. He always left me a Milky Way on my shelf every morning at work. It made my day. A fantastic person and many, many happy memories. Sending my love to you, Robin, and all your family. I am 100% behind you. Stay strong. You are innocent and the truth will come out. Alison Darnley, friend and supporter. I was at Easingwood School with Robin and was horrified when I first heard of this case. The Robin I knew was a gentle, quiet but good fun person. Although it was a long time ago now, I cannot believe that that same person would have carried out this horrendous crime, and I am therefore behind this campaign to prove his innocence. At this stage, I just want to say, please stay strong, Robin, and believe that this nightmare will come to a positive end. With the continued support of your friends and family, I truly hope that you will secure release and be a free man in the not too distant future. Good luck, Robin. I will continue to watch your website with interest. Samantha Wood, niece. My uncle has been part of my life since the start. He was the fun uncle that we got to stay up late with, eat until we were sick and sleep on the sofas. It was great. Rob and my mum are so close and over the years showed me how important it is to look after each other. Myself and my brother are now the same. I can't explain how this nightmare has changed my family, but one thing I can say, we won't be beaten. We will fight until Uncle Rob is back, sat round our dinner table, stuffing his face with Mum's cooking. Uncle Rob is the bravest and kindest man I know, and I gain strength from him to keep going day by day, and keep fighting for his freedom and to find Auntie Dee's killer. Sally, his sister. My brother who is warm and gentle, honest, genuine, loving and giving. The years of growing up together, only a year and a month between us, and so we have always been close. The years roll on and we stay side by side. If we need one another, we'll know we'll be there. Sometimes it is tested by others around, but I know that deep down, my brother's still there. Nobody knows better than me what's happening. To Rob just should not be. I love him and miss him, but never forget him. One day, we will have him home. Joyce, Robin's mum. My son is a loving, thoughtful, good, honest man, and watching him suffer this terrible miscarriage of justice is heartbreaking, and at times feels unbearable. It's an extremely painful living nightmare, which words cannot describe. However, Robin's bravery and his determination to get justice for his beloved Diana, and himself, keeps me going. Though I shall never rest until this cruel injustice is put right and Robin is free. Margaret and James. Good friends and supporters from Mellinsby. Robin, we miss you so much. Your cheeky comments and of course your loving and caring nature, which goes without saying. My time spent with you and Diana at the shop are moments I will treasure. Most of all, I miss bringing you food parcels when I baked, and passing on recipes to Dee, including my mince pie one. Our love always. Ian Simpson, supporter and good friend from Mellinsby. Calling at the village shop was my ideal start to the day, thanks to Robin's consistent good humour. That man radiates goodwill. But much more than that, he was so ready to answer questions and to share his knowledge and experiences, always accompanied by that unbeatable smile. Irene and Les, family. What a terrible miscarriage of justice. Robin became a much-loved visitor to our family home. Every Saturday was brunch. His nose led him to our kitchen. Bacon, sausage and egg. To have the company of such a kind, polite, amusing person was such a pleasure. We are a retired couple, and the thought of never sharing our table with Robin again doesn't bear thinking about. His place is set. Someone out there knows the truth about what happened that terrible morning. But believe us, we will never give up on the fight to bring about Robin's release. He has our loving support always. Robin now. Robin is now in Franklin Prison in Durham. Robin's kept going by all the support from family, many friends, villagers and supporters. Since being in prison, Robin has received thousands of cards and letters for support, and we thank them all. We visit Robin every week. These are very special times where we give each other the strength to carry on with this terrible injustice. 2021, an update from the family. Another Christmas has passed. Once again, the prison mailbag contained a massive cards and letters of well wishes and never-ending support for Robin, of which he is eternally grateful. Another March has passed with a mixture of over 100 cards and letters of sympathy and support marking the anniversary of Dee's death and the start of the terrible miscarriage of justice. April will mark the 10th anniversary of Robin being held in prison as an innocent man. The CCRC kindly keep agreeing with everything we put to them. They keep saying, let's remove this evidence from the equation, let's remove that from the equation, but still keep making the excuse as to wanting some evidence to prove if someone else could have been in the property on the morning of Dee's death. Well, now we have given them that. So now the CCRC, let's have a fair, just trial and prove Robin Garbutt is innocent. That's all we ask. Thank you for joining us today. What are your opinions on the crimes committed by Robin Garbutt? Do you think he has a chance at his third appeal? Do you think he was innocent or guilty? And what do you think about the mishandling of evidence from the NY police? Please let us know what you think in the comments below. Thank you for joining us today. If you enjoyed this content, don't forget to like, share, and if you're new to the channel and want to see more Street Crime UK content, then hit the subscribe button so you can join us in the next video. Thanks again for joining us. Until next time, stay safe.
Today we look at one of the most ruthless criminals to ever exist in the UK criminal underworld. Harry Maurice Roberts was born on the 21st of July in 1936 and is a well-known English career criminal and murderer. In 1966, he instigated the infamous Shepherd's Bush murders, in which 3 police officers were shot dead in London, a crime which shook the entire capital. The murders, which took place when plainclothes officers, after becoming suspicious, approached a standard Vanguard estate car, in which Mr. Roberts and 2 other men were sitting in Braybrook Street near Wormwood Scrubs Prison in London. Mr. Roberts feared officers would discover firearms they were hiding inside the car that his gang were planning to use in a robbery later that day. He killed 2 officers and one of his accomplices shot dead the third in response. This is a seriously cold-blooded crime. After Mr. Roberts has spent nearly 48 years in prison, in 2014 the Parole Board for England and Wales approved his release at the age of 78. Mr. Roberts has spent almost 5 decades in prison, far outlasting the time that he was free. Imagine coming out after spending the majority of your life in jail, and as a 78-year-old man, this must have been a very hard adjustment for him to make within himself and to live in a new fast-paced environment, which certainly would have been very different to the one he was used to before being locked up. Having far exceeded his minimum term of 30 years, he was one of the United Kingdom's longest serving prisoners, having remained in custody since 1966. His release was very controversial due to the violent nature of his crime and the fear that he may reoffend. Mr. Roberts was born in Wanstead, Essex, I hope that's how you say that, sorry if not guys, on the 21st of July in 1936, where his parents ran the George Public House. As a child, he became involved in crime by helping his mother sell stolen goods on the black market. Mr. Roberts later described how the family owned a cafe in the north of London, where his mother was selling on mostly food, tea and sugar, and sometimes ration books, so basically anything she could get her hands on. In the late teens, he was sentenced to a youth detention centre after using an iron bar to attack a shopkeeper during a vicious robbery. It doesn't sound very friendly. Mr. Roberts served a 19-month sentence inside Gaines Hall, Borstal for the robbery, and he was released back into the public in the cold January of 1956. 1 week after leaving the Borstal, Mr. Roberts was called upon for national service, and accepting his fate, he joined the Prince Consort's own Rifle Brigade, with whom he saw action during the Mau Mau Uprising and the Malayan Emergency. Speaking of his service in the jungle, he said that this was where he learned to kill, and that he had personally killed at least 4 people prior to killing the officers, so this guy already had a taste for killing. Journalist and former armed robber John McVicker said that Mr. Roberts gloated about his killings whilst in prison and had acquired a taste for killing prisoners of war on the orders of his superior officers in the army. After leaving the army, Mr. Roberts returned to his criminal activities, but now he was a way more refined man from his time in the army, and so in partnership with Jack Whitney, they together carried out dozens of armed robberies, targeting many bookmakers, post offices, and banks. He said later, speaking of the robberies, that the most I had ever earned from a single job was £1,000. Mr. Whitney was the eldest, the boss. He knew the best places to rob. John Duddy, who was another ruthless criminal, joined us a little bit later on. In 1959, Mr. Roberts and an accomplice posed as tax inspectors to gain entry into one of the homes of an elderly man. The man was bound, robbed, beaten with a glass decanter, and left with substantial head injuries. Mr. Roberts was arrested, and at his trial, Mr. Justice Maud said, "You are an extremely violent and brutal thug, and you came very close to the rope this time. It is only to be hoped that you make the right decisions in your life and you do not appear before us again." Mr. Roberts received a sentence of 7 years for the crime. Following the shootings of the 41-year-old police constable Geoffrey Fox, the Detective Sergeant Christopher Head, who was aged 30, and 25-year-old temporary detective constable David Womwell, who were all shot dead in Shepherd's Bush, West London. Mr. Roberts hid in Thorley Woods near Bishop's, Stortfordshire, Hertfordshire, to try and avoid capture from the police who were hunting him by the hour. He was familiar with the area as he had frequented there as a child. A £1,000 reward was offered for any information leading to his arrest. Mr. Roberts used his extensive military training to evade capture for 96 days, a bit like Rambo then. But he was finally caught by police whilst he was sleeping rough in a barn at Blonts Farm near Bishop Stortford. Mr. Roberts was convicted of all 3 murders and sentenced to life imprisonment with a recommended minimum term of 30 years. The murders occurred just 8 months after the Murder Act of 1965 suspended the death penalty in England, Wales and Scotland and substituted a mandatory sentence of life imprisonment. So he was very lucky, as he most probably would have qualified for the death penalty for being convicted of killing 3 police officers. While in prison, Mr. Roberts made several unsuccessful attempts to try and escape. In 2001, he was moved to an open prison where rules are more relaxed and some prisoners are allowed to come and leave from the prison. Mr. Roberts was returned to a closed prison within months after allegations that he was involved in a drug dealing and contraband smuggling operation. Kate Cray, who interviewed Mr. Roberts for her book Natural Born Killers, says that it was clear that he has no remorse for his victims and recreates the murders in art and pastry decorations, making apple pies and decorating them with pastry cutouts of policemen being shot. Not the normal kind of cooking entries we're used to seeing on Britain's Great Bake Off. Kate Cray said that he also produces precisely drawn and coloured paintings depicting someone shooting a policeman. It sounds like a really nice guy. In 2005, he failed his appeal to the House of Lords over the use of apparent secret evidence that was being used to keep him in prison. The evidence had been obtained by tapping private phone calls between Mr. Roberts and his solicitor. The material that was recorded was then introduced as evidence at his later parole hearings. In September 2006, a 70-year-old Mr. Roberts applied for a judicial review over apparent delays by the parole board in reaching a decision to free him by the end of the year, but in December 2006 he was again turned down for parole. On the 29th of June 2007, he was given leave to seek a High Court judicial review over his failed parole bid, with the judge saying his case was indeed of a great public interest. It was reported that in February 2009 that Mr. Roberts hoped to be freed from prison within months. Having already served 42 years in jail and completing the first stage of a parole board hearing, he believed this would pave the way for his release. Mr. Roberts hoped that a final hearing would find that at the age of 72 he was no longer a risk to the public and that the parole board would order his immediate release. At this time he had already served 12 years more than the minimum term recommended by his trial judge, who at the time of sentencing told Mr. Roberts it was unlikely that any future Home Secretary would ever think fit to show mercy by releasing you on license. This is one of those cases in which a sentence of imprisonment for life may well be treated as meaning exactly what it says. It was recognised that government ministers were concerned that any decision on the matter would provoke public fury and that Mr. Roberts' safety may be put at risk. But the parole board would nonetheless be powerless to halt the release. Supporters of Mr. Roberts had previously claimed that successive Home Secretaries had blocked his release for political reasons because of fears of public backlash. Peter Smith, chairman of the Metropolitan Police Federation, said that there would be a widespread anger among serving and former officers. Legal sources said that they believed that the parole board was likely to recommend that he was eligible for an open prison as a way of preparing him for release. In April of 2009, it was alleged by the owners of an animal sanctuary where Mr. Roberts was working on day release scheme that he made violent threats to them. And in October of 2014, the parole board for England and Wales approved his release but stated it would be an unspecified later date. Mr. Roberts was released on 11th of November 2014 after serving 48 years in prison from the 15th of November 1966. Mr. Roberts' name has been used by many years by those looking to antagonise the police. They would do this by shouting loudly popular nursery rhymes and football chants and editing some of the words to include Mr. Roberts' name. One of which was, "He shot 3 down in Shepherd's Bush, our mate Harry," to the tune of London Bridge is Falling Down, which originated with groups of young people outside Shepherd's Bush police station after Mr. Roberts had been arrested. There have been many artistic representations of Mr. Roberts over the years. The character of Billy Porter in the 2001 novel He Kills Coppers by Jake Arnott and the 2008 TV adaptation are both based on Mr. Roberts. And to the tune of chant Hare Krishna in the song Happiness is Just a Chant Away by Chumbawamba in their 1992 album Shh, the words Hare Krishna are replaced with Harry Roberts. Harry Roberts and the crimes he committed will never be forgotten about in the UK criminal underworld. Thanks for watching, and until next time, stay safe.
Hello everyone, welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Thank you for joining us. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe for more content. Today we look at a UK gangster whose story will never be forgotten about. Mr. John Dennis Arthur Bindon was born on the 4th of October 1943 and was an English actor and bodyguard who was known to have very close links with the UK criminal underworld. The son of a London cab driver, Mr. Bindon was frequently in and out of trouble as a youth for constantly getting into fights, which inevitably ended up in him spending 2 separate periods in a borstal. He was spotted in a London pub by Ken Loach, who asked him to star in his film Poor Cow in 1967. The film was a success, and the other film and television productions followed, with Mr. Bindon being sought after to play his gangster persona or tough police detective role. He played a violent mobster alongside Mick Jagger in a performance in 1970, and a London crime boss in Get Carter in 1971. Philip Poiret described Mr. Bindon as the archetypal actor, villain and all-round good geezer. He was also known for having many socialite girlfriends in his heyday, such as Christine Keeler, and Serena Williams, the former Playboy bunny girl, and Vicky Hodge, who was alleged had a 12-year abusive relationship with Mr. Bindon. Through Miss Hodge, who was the daughter of a baronet, Mr. Bindon had gained access to the inner circles of British aristocracy, which he said eventually led to his meeting with Princess Margaret in the late 1960s. This meeting had took place at her home, which was on the island of Mystique in the Caribbean. Mr. Bindon had claimed that he had a sexual relationship with the princess, whilst Princess Margaret later denied the meeting had ever took place at all. This was despite there being photographic evidence of the two together. Mr. Bindon had lived his hardman persona on and off screen. He was believed to be running protection rackets in the West London pubs and was alleged to have connections to many of the most notorious crime outfits across the city. These included the Cray Twins and the Richardson Gang. In the late 1970s, in addition to acting work he was doing, he decided to provide security for many actors and musicians, most notoriously for Led Zeppelin on their 1977 US tour. However, it was on this same tour that he was sacked for having a fight backstage. In 1978, Mr. Bindon was put on trial for the murder of well-known London gangster Johnny Dark. Mr. Bindon pleaded self-defense and was acquitted of the charge, but the case damaged his reputation in the entertainment industry, and that incident, along with it being known it was very difficult to work with Mr. Bindon by directors, meant his acting career started to decline. Mr. John Bindon was born in Fulham, London, and was the son of Dennis Bindon, a merchant seaman and engineer turned cab driver. He was the second eldest in a working class family of 3 children. Mr. Bindon went to Henry Compton School in Fulham, but left at the age of 15, where he was given the nickname Biffo for always starting or getting into fights. As a teenager, he served time in a borstal for possessing live ammunition. After jobs ranging from laying asphalt to dealing in antiques, with his best friend for several years being the glamorous and now infamous international antiques dealer Mr. John Hobbs, Mr. Bindon, however, eventually pursued a career in acting. In 1968, he met Vicky Hodge, a baronet's daughter who was a model and actress. She had introduced him to the inner circles of British aristocracy. Once Mr. Bindon worked his way up the social ladder, he was invited to the Caribbean island resort of Mystique, where Mr. Bindon claimed to have a sexual relationship with Princess Margaret. The biographer of Princess Margaret, Noel Botham, was also of the opinion that Mr. Bindon had in fact had an affair with the princess. It was during this time that Mr. Bindon gained the nickname Big John. This was due to the reported overwhelming size of his penis. It was also reported that he did go back to Mystique for a second time in 1969 and took his girlfriend Miss Hodge with him. The princess later publicly denied meeting Mr. Bindon whatsoever. This was despite pictures of them being released of them sitting next to one another. And Princess Margaret was reportedly very unimpressed to hear allegations of sexual encounters involving herself being published in the press. Mr. Bindon was also awarded the Queen's Award for Bravery, a police bravery medal. He received this for diving off Putney Bridge into the River Thames to rescue a drowning man. This incident happened in 1968, however, there were rumours that he had pushed the man in himself and only rescued him when a policeman had appeared.
It was well known amongst friends and enemies that Mr. Bindon had a very, very violent temper and a naturally intimidating personality. He was accused of running a protection racket in West London, targeting pubs, restaurants and cafes. There are also suggestions of connections to the Richardson gang and the Cray twins, who had backed and supported his control of West London. They did this as well as back his rivalries with opposing gangs from South London. The South London rivalries were what some have suggested to be a major factor in contributing to his bankruptcy when he began to accrue drug debts. The true extent of his involvement in the English and UK underworld has never been reliably fully understood or established. Mr. Bindon's best known film roles were for his appearance in Get Carter in 1971 and The Who's film Quadrophenia, which was released in 1979, where he played as a drug dealer. He also appeared in television series such as Public Eye, The Gold Rubbers, Department S, Dixon of Dock Green, Z-Cars, Paul Temple and Special Branch, playing out his usual tough guy roles. Despite having a productive film and television career, Mr. Bindon felt he needed a break from acting and decided to go into organising security. It was to be a move which would have disastrous personal and financial consequences for him. In early 1977, Mr. Bindon was hired by Peter Grant on advice from tour manager Richard Cole as security coordinator for the rock group Led Zeppelin during their upcoming concert tour of the United States. He had previously provided security for actors Ryan and Tatum O'Neal. An incident involving Mr. Bindon occurred at the band's concert at the Oakland Coliseum on 23rd July 1977, near the end of their US tour. Upon arrival at the stadium, it is alleged that Mr. Bindon pushed a member of the promoter Bill Graham's stage crew out of the way as the band entered via a backstage ramp. As a result, tension had been simmering between Mr. Graham's staff and Led Zeppelin's security team during the day's performances. And as Mr. Grant and Mr. Bindon were walking down the ramp near the end of the concert, words were exchanged with the stage crew chief Mr. Jim Downey, which resulted in Mr. Bindon knocking Mr. Downey out cold. Mr. Bindon maintained that he was goaded into the fight after Mr. Graham's crew referred to him as a weak, limey fuck. Just minutes later, a separate offstage incident had occurred. Bill Graham's security man Jim Madzorkis was accused of slapping Peter Grant's 11-year-old son Warren for taking a dressing room sign, and as a result of doing that was savagely beaten up by Mr. Grant's crew. Led Zeppelin's second Oakland show was only able to take place after Bill Graham signed a letter of indemnification absolving Led Zeppelin from any responsibility for the previous night's incident. However, Mr. Graham refused to honour the letter, and assault charges were laid against Mr. Grant, Mr. Cole, Mr. Biden and John Bonham when the band arrived back at their hotel. The four received bail and later pleaded no contest, receiving suspended sentences. Mr. Bindon was dismissed by the band and returned to England. Mr. Grant later said that allowing Mr. Bindon to be hired was the biggest mistake that he had ever made as a manager. In 1978, Mr. Bindon became involved in a fight with John Dark, a well-known London gangster. This fight took place outside the Rainley Yacht Club in Fulham, London. Mr. Dark was stabbed 9 times, resulting in his death, and Mr. Bindon managed to flee to Dublin with his own knife wounds covered up. He gave himself up to police and was subsequently tried at the Old Bailey in October 1979. The prosecution claimed that this was a £10,000 contract killing over drugs, with the fight as a cover for the death. However, the defence argued that Mr. Dark's death was in self-defence, saying that Mr. Bindon was in fear of his life, as he was being blackmailed about losing drug money and cocaine worth thousands of pounds. Mr. Bindon was acquitted of Mr. Dark's murder in November 1979. It was reported that the substantial appearance of actor Bob Hoskins as a character witness at the trial helped sway the jury's verdict, and that the judge, Sir William Mars Jones, had been sympathetic towards Mr. Bindon in his summing up and unhappy with the rebag of witnesses who had been produced by the prosecution. The media reports of the trial, along with the Oakland incident, seriously damaged Mr. Bindon's reputation. There were, at the time, many other various allegations of a similar violent nature outstanding against him, and he found it increasingly difficult to find any work in the entertainment industry. This was additionally attributed to his reputation for being difficult to work with on set, as much as to his alleged connections to organised crime. It was reported that during the 1980s, Mr. Bindon became a much more reclusive figure,
spending much more of his time at the Belgravia flat. He died on the 10th of October 1993, aged 50. Some news sources reported that he died from cancer, and other sources state that he died of an age-related illness, and we were unable to find any definitive answer. John Bindon, the crimes he committed and the life that he lived will never be forgotten in the UK criminal underworld. Thanks for watching, and until next time, stay safe. Hello everyone, welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Thank you for joining us. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe for more content. Today we'll be taking an in-depth look into the man who was dubbed Britain's richest criminal. So how did this multi-millionaire kingpin of the British underworld go on to mastermind a criminal empire to dwarf any crook of his generation? In his early life, Mr. John Palmer, or as he is better known in the UK criminal underworld, Mr. Goldfinger, grew up with a large family of 7 children in Warwickshire, England in 1950. Growing up in a deprived household filled with poverty and hunger, crime soon became of an interest to Mr. Palmer. It was something he was good at and he knew he could make a lot of money doing it. His dad was a former member of Solihull's Peaky Blinders gang. The Peaky Blinders were a street gang based in Birmingham, England that operated from the end of the 19th century to the early 1900s. The group, which grew out of harsh economic deprivations of working class Britain, was composed of largely young men of lower to middle classes. However, when they had disappeared by the early 1920s, the name of the Peaky Blinders became synonymous slang for any street gang in Birmingham. Struggling to earn money, Mr. Palmer left school, where he was described as a serial truant. At the age of 15, he started to do whatever he could to earn some extra cash, from petty theft to stealing paraffin for resale, and even working as a gunner for a street gang. Even though Mr. Palmer did not know how to read or write very well, and was reportedly dyslexic, he was known to be extremely clever and exceptionally street smart. Mr. Palmer soon came to realise that the gold dealers with whom he had sold stolen gold jewellery to actually make much more money than what he was currently making. And so it was at this time that Mr. Palmer had decided to open up a jewellery dealership in Bedminster, Bristol, of his own, and to do this he enlisted the help of 2 other criminal business partners that he knew and trusted, Victor Chappell and James Patch. Many speculate that it was this job that gave him the acute taste for precious metals, a taste so refined that it soon earned him the infamous nickname Mr. Goldfinger. It was also reported that Mr. Palmer received this name after it was reported that he was involved in the handling of gold bullion that had been stolen in the Brinksmat raid which took place in 1983. The love life of gangster John Goldfinger Palmer was as complicated as his criminal enterprises. Evidence from his former partner, given during a fraud trial in Madrid, shed light on what life was like during her and Mr. Palmer's 40-year marriage. Mr. Palmer was described in the court as a womanizer, with a string of lovers including 2 long-term affairs which had resulted in children. Mr. Goldfinger legally wedded Marnie J.A. Ryan in 1975 in Bristol and had 2 daughters. Miss Ryan was a former beauty queen who stayed with him despite his life of crime. Together, the couple had 2 daughters who lived with Marnie at their £1 million marital home in Bath. This Georgian mansion had stables, a dressage arena, a swimming pool, and Mr. Goldfinger often referred to Marnie as his wife, but as Marnie herself admits, women are Mr. Palmer's downfall. They are drawn to him like moths to a flame, but he always moves on however much they've helped him survive. It's just the way he is, she says. It was in the early 80s that a former medical secretary, Christina Ketley, met Mr. Palmer at a cocktail party in Tenerife. He was conveniently holidaying on the Canary Islands with his wife Marnie and their 2 daughters when he was named as a suspect in the heist of the century, in which £26 million worth of gold bullion, diamonds and cash was stolen from a warehouse near Heathrow. Marnie and the children would return to Britain. Mr. Palmer, desperate to avoid justice back in the UK, stayed in Tenerife. During his 18 months in exile, he began an affair with Miss Ketley. This was until he was declared an undesirable by officials and kicked off the island. Miss Ketley is the mother of John Palmer's older son, James Ketley. She was an integral part of his life for 30 years, first as his mistress and then as his common-law wife, in a tranquil corner of Essex. Being younger than his wife, Marnie, Miss Ketley was willing to show her maturity in the relationship and prove to Mr. Palmer and the world that she was much more than just a gangster's trophy girlfriend. And the number of directorships next to Miss Ketley's name at Companies House was a testament to that. It was reported that Miss Ketley had 6 companies in the UK and 7 companies in Spain. Among her commercial enterprises portfolio is a pawnbroker's shop, a second-hand jewellery store, and a beauty parlour in Essex. According to Spanish law enforcement agencies, it is alleged that Miss Ketley's played a prominent role in Mr. Palmer's criminal empire, being totally interwoven in his timeshare rackets in Tenerife. Another of Mr. Palmer's lesser-known mistresses was Saskia Mundinger, with who he had a child as well. It was also reported that Miss Mundinger is also suspected to be deeply involved in Mr. Palmer's criminal enterprise. Mr. Palmer hit the big time in 1983 with the Brinksmat gold bullion raid. The heist was known as the biggest heist in the UK criminal history at the time. While brutal gangland murders and very unfortunate accidents had befell at least 20 of the criminals and police officers that were connected or associated to the Brinksmat raid, Mr. Palmer somehow managed to walk away unscathed. The Brinksmat robbery occurred at Heathrow International Trading Estate, London on the 26th of November 1983. £26 million, now equivalent to £100 million worth of gold bullion, diamonds, precious metals and cash were stolen from a warehouse. The bullion was the property of Johnson Matthey Bankers, which collapsed following the years after making large loans to frauds and insolvent firms. 2 men were convicted and the majority of the gold has never been recovered. The Brinksmat robbery occurred at 6:40 AM on the Saturday 26th of November 1983, when 6 robbers broke into the Brinksmat warehouse, Unit 7 of the Heathrow International Trading Estate near Heathrow Airport in West London. It was described as the crime of the century. The gang gained entry into the warehouse by bribing a security guard. Once inside, they poured petrol all over staff and threatened to light them with a lit match if they did not reveal the combination numbers of the vault. The robbers thought they were going to steal £3.2 million in cash, but they found 3 long tons of gold bullion and stole more gold, diamonds and cash than they expected. 2 days after the robbery, a couple saw a white-hot crucible operating in a garden hut at a neighbour's property near Bath, Somerset. Suspecting it might be linked to the bullion robbery, they immediately informed the police. The occupier of this house was John Goldfinger Palmer. Mr. Palmer evaded arrest at the time after fleeing to Tenerife with his family only days prior to his company being raided and its directors arrested. Mr. Palmer's family returned to England, whilst he sold his remaining assets back home and set up a timeshare business at an island village together with Miss Ketley near Playa de las Americas. He attempted to move to Brazil but was arrested and his entry refused as he had travelled on an expired passport. Now being deported back to England, Mr. Palmer was forced to face trial. However, despite Mr. Palmer admitting to the court that he did in fact melt down gold bars from the robbery in his garden, he was acquitted during the trial after repeatedly claiming that he wasn't given any indication or at any time made aware by anyone that the gold he was melting was stolen. In the years that followed, Mr. Palmer seemingly managed to stay out of trouble, but this was not the case however behind the scenes. Mr. Palmer was secretly building an enormous timeshare pyramid scheme in Tenerife, which would propel him to the position of 105th on the Sunday Times Rich List, a position he shared with the Queen. It has been reported that Mr. Palmer's criminal activities netted him an estimated fortune of up to £300 million, and Mr. Palmer wasn't not shy about spending his money or living up to his Goldfinger moniker. The money earned was just used to buy a mansion, a French chateau with its own golf course, a Learjet, 2 helicopters, a classic car collection, and a yacht called the Brave Goose of Essex, which alone is said to be worth up to £6 million. A timeshare fraud is a property-related fraud, one that offers clients free stays at resorts they have invested in by using their existing shares that they had already brought in previous investments. The victims of this crime are always innocent members of the public, the vast majority being British pensioners who had been conned out of their life savings. Often it was the case that they were the owners of existing timeshares already, but struggling to find people to rent the property, they were persuaded to buy second timeshares in other companies with the promise that the first timeshare property would be sold or rented out at very attractive rates. These promises were never fulfilled, leaving them thousands of pounds out of pocket. It was reported that Miss Ketley was at the heart of the operation. Miss Ketley had worked for one of Mr. Palmer's management companies in Tenerife. In 2001, both Miss Ketley and Mr. Palmer were prosecuted for their involvement in the timeshare racket. Mr. Palmer defended himself during legal proceedings after sacking his legal team in what has become known as one of the longest timeshare fraud trials to ever take place in British legal history. However, Mr. Palmer didn't do a very good job at representing himself to the court and was found guilty of masterminding the largest timeshare fraud on record and jailed for 8 years for his crimes. It was also reported that during his scam, Mr. Palmer had somehow managed to swindle 20,000 people out of a total of £30 million. However, the timeshare scam was too big to stop, and while Mr. Palmer was behind bars, the scam only grew much bigger, because now all operations of the business were under the management of Miss Ketley. Bugged phone conversations in prison recorded Mr. Palmer ordering one criminal associate to make a transfer of £60,000 into Miss Ketley's British bank account by 1 PM that day. It was clear that what had actually remained of Mr. Palmer's timeshare empire had now been passed down to her to manage during his incarceration. Christina Ketley was also listed as the sole director or administrator of a string of real estate firms on the island and the final beneficiary of a portfolio of companies based in the British Virgin Islands. Back in Essex, many locals will be familiar with a high-end pawnbroker shop called Essex Pawn Stars in Kings Road, Brentwood, specialists in luxury watches and diamonds, advertising loans of up to £100,000. However, how many locals are aware of the outlet's links with Mr. Palmer? The service address given on legal documents for Essex Pawn Stars is the cottage where John Palmer was shot dead. The sole shareholder and director, Miss Christina Ketley. The infamous Mr. Goldfinger's luck finally ran out on the 24th of June 2015 when he was shot 6 times by an unknown assassin. The killer and his or her motives still remain unknown to this day, just like most of Mr. Palmer's secrets. Mr. Palmer was 64 when he was murdered in his gated home of Southweald, near Brentwood. The coroner reported that he was killed by means of a gunshot wound to the chest. The fact he had been shot 6 times was only revealed during a post-mortem, as Mr. Palmer had recently undergone open heart surgery, for which the wounds on his chest were mistaken. It was reported that Mr. Palmer was burning documents in his garden when he was shot. Mr. Palmer's inquest heard it was a contract-style killing, and a silenced .32 caliber pistol was likely to have been used in the murder. Police revealed that they believed that a contract killer tracked Mr. Palmer's movements for several days through a spy hole that was discovered in his fence, with the murder taking place in the one area of the garden that was not covered by CCTV, that had been installed for his own safety earlier on. It is also notable that in the weeks leading up to his death, Mr. Palmer and 10 other suspected criminals were due to stand trial over real estate fraud that had took place in Tenerife, Spain. And it was to the speculation of many that Mr. Palmer was seeking to strike a deal with the criminal prosecutors, one that would enable him to have all of his charges dropped. While no one still to this day knows the true reason as to why Mr. Goldfinger was murdered, one theory circulating was that Mr. Goldfinger had turned over a new leaf and was now working as a police informant, which of course would be jeopardising the interests of numerous figures in the UK criminal underworld. Another often cited theory is the Curse of Brinksmat. The so-called Curse of Brinksmat, or Curse of the Brinksmat Millions, refers to the early deaths of many of those who were allegedly involved in the robbery. These deaths were all related in many ways, but one particular factor stood out, and that was that each person was somehow or some way related to laundering of the gold that was stolen. Many famous gangsters, from Charlie Wilson and Solly Nahom to Gilbert Winter and Mr. Goldfinger, were all assassinated one after another. In the book Goldfinger and Me, his wife Marnie lifts the lid on Palmer's rise from a deprived childhood in Birmingham to a life of yachts, private jets, helicopters, fast cars, cocaine addiction, and infidelity. His criminal exploits in Tenerife, as well as his links to the Hatton Garden jewellery heist, are laid bare in a very interesting read. The crimes committed and the life that was lived by John Palmer, or Mr. Goldfinger, will never be forgotten about in the UK criminal underworld. Thanks for joining us today. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to give it a like and a share, and leave any thoughts or suggestions you have in the comments section. We love to read through them all. And if you're new but enjoy UK true crime content, then subscribe to see when our newest video releases. And as always, stay safe.
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe. Today we're going to take a look at the history of the notorious Wembley Fournier gang and the history of Star 9. In 2005 in Wembley, which is in the northwest of London, a gang was formed what became known as the Wembley Fournier Dons. Their main affiliates were the Press Road crew, who were from Neasden. The gang consisted mostly of individuals from the Wembley area, but a few others had come from different parts of the northwest area of London, such as Cricklewood, Neasden, Church End and other places. The gang went by different names such as WMD and Star 9. Even some of their members would claim to be part of the Press Road gang because of their affiliation with other members. The gang, when it was formed, was the biggest in northwest London at the time because of their connection to other gangsters around London. The most notable figures in the gang at this time were Stunner, Coolie Shoulders and many others. In 2007, the younger generation would begin to emerge within the gang, and during the plight of social media, individuals would upload freestyles and music videos onto different platforms, gaining a lot of notoriety. Prominent members who did this around that point of time were Lockdown, Hypno, Debo, Nutcase, along with many other members. The area of Wembley during the 2000s consisted of various gangs from different parts of northwest London. Star 9 was based in both parts of Wembley Central and North Wembley. Other parts of Wembley consisted of other gang fractions such as Chalk Hill and Monk's Park, who both didn't get along with other parts of northwest. These were mostly blood sets. This caused a few notorious gang wars to emerge. Both Star 9 and Press Road gangsters would often ride out together and combine their power to face different areas. Monk's Park, Chalk Hill and Hurst Crescent Estate are other areas within Wembley. They would often do a lot of YouTube videos, freestyling about their lifestyles and mopping their rivals taking shots. There were videos of both Star 9 and PRS dissing their ops, but they both got taken down.
Yo, Hypno, Star 9. Niggas talking stiff about calling mister. Trust me, my niggas give it more than a blister. I said mouse, screw on the whisper. Ducky is Clark, we dump him in the river. 2 weeks later, get found by a fisher. It's reload road, got bitches carrying skins, it might be a sister. Come blacked out, straight up like a ninja. Kidnap your ass, leave you locked in the basement like you're a prisoner. Beat off the tin, make you dance like the linger. See like yo, when you see me in the dance, yeah, I'm looking fucking hard, nothing hardy, dope, straight up, Star 9 guards. You know how we move in the way, yeah, we move to your face, two should be wet like a bath. Name's Hypno, yeah, I'm on the task. Be prepared for the war, cause we're bound to blast. So don't get it twisted, get your face lifted. Nah, never walk down my path. Nah, never walk down my path. Come in, come back out, there's no chance. I need your head cracked open. All in the yard, I'm in the yard with your margin.
I got a spliff full of punk. Alizé, I'm quite drunk. Got a runner with a gun, and he's running with a pump. I keep it fresh in the slums. If they distress my funds, I have them pressed and dumped. We make the witness run, you might catch me wearing a polo, light jeans, white Air Force, that's my dress code. But we not legit, so we move from Popo, Black Rose gang, cause nobody knows what we under. From the age of 10, yeah, I had to know the ropes. And every pocket in the inside in my coat, cause the youngers move green, ride the older juggle coat. We mock, don't distribute yokes. This is LOM, but real niggas fluctuate. But every day your mum screams, put the guts away. My phone popping on the spot, put the pus away. I'm trying to make pics, so holler if there's another way.
They call me Hypno, I'm sick bro. I'll draw for the night of the gang and then I'll stick it through your lip bro. I'm schizo, you don't wanna see me go flip mode. I'll go home and then you, I'll punch you so hard you will think you had a scuff with Kimbo. Sipping yak mixed up with Vimto. And if a nigga's talking stiff, we get dark like Tincho. Fisting him up, stabbing him up, leaving with some brick clothes. I leave a nigga running down my road up on his tiptoes. And this a new world order. Man's making peace, hitting cells round the corner. Yo, this is Star 9 Wembley 4. If a nigga's talking stiff, he's getting moved to in the Bora. My man, them like to go around the borders. We're explorers like Dora. But if you're talking stiff, then we run up on you quick and then we smack you up, dump you in the water. Yeah, we like to deal with the torture. Yeah, we like to slaughter. We'll kidnap your daughter. So don't talk hard, cause we got dogs that's hotter than a sauna.
In later years, the gang would start to make music with street anthems from the most notable figures. These included a song from Hypno called the Wembley Dons, a Star 9 featuring PRS called Nasty Season, which has been deleted from YouTube, and Hypno WFD, Wave Like Hypno. They would consistently release music every few months, but it didn't last very long. There was a lot of tit-for-tat stabbings from both sides of Wembley, and both Central and North Wembley would often go to war with the Hurst Crescent gangsters. Burglaries and other crimes would also be implemented against each other. This led to members of Star 9 getting nicked by police. It was reported that Kalita Cordonanu had forced his way into a house in Buxton Crescent in Wembley and stole computer equipment and a television, but also helped himself to alcohol and the victim's clothing. The 22-year-old, whose last known address was First Avenue in Wembley, had pleaded guilty during his first appearance at Harrow Crown Court, but was released on bail and did not return for his sentencing. Police believe he may have since travelled between London and Europe. Daniel Leon Baptiste, who was 28 at the time, was last known to be living in Hurst Crescent, Wembley, but police believe he went on the run after a burglary at the Initial City Link warehouse. Officers say he knows the police were looking for him, but he failed to turn up when they asked him to attend an interview. Police had suspected Eon Damien, who was 21, of stealing mobile phones, jewellery and other possessions during burglaries around the border areas between Harrow, Brent and Barnet. He was last known to live in Elms Road in Harrow. And also Amza Dumitrash, who was 29 at the time and had links with Brent and Northamptonshire, was wanted for a burglary in Kingsbury Road in 2009. Chief Superintendent Matthew Gardner, who was at the time the Borough Commando for Brent, said the criminals who violate the privacy for their victims' homes must be punished. Chief Superintendent Gardner said, "My officers are determined to reduce crime and lock up more criminals. There are no hiding places in Brent if you break the law. We will do everything we can to keep burglars and robbers in custody and place them in front of the courts." Detective Inspector Rebecca Reeves of Brent's Priority Crime Unit said, "I want to appeal directly to those men whose photos we have issued and their families and ask them to do the right thing. Hand yourself into the police station and stop running. Face up to what you've done and start repaying your debt to society. My promise to you is that we will treat you fairly." There were other small Wembley fractions that had ties to other areas in the northwest, such as BC, BW and SMB, just to name a few. These gangs were linked up with a few individuals from Star 9, but would also have ties with their rivals. So basically, they didn't pick sides, they were mutual. Some of these were from Monk's Parks themselves. The gang itself was created for the sake of creating gangs. Most of the individuals came from good backgrounds and weren't poverty driven, but rather lost and confused, participating in gang culture to make a name for themselves in the streets of Northwest. Their feud with certain areas never escalated to the point where someone had died, but there had been many attempts. As the years went by, the gang got smaller and smaller, and eventually they disbanded. Thank you for joining us today. What are your opinions on the Star 9 gang? Please let us know what you think in the comments below. Thank you for joining us. If you enjoyed this content, please don't forget to like and share, and if you're new to the channel and want to see more Street Crime UK content, hit subscribe and press that bell so you can join us on the next video. Thank you for joining us, and until next time, stay safe.